The story begins on a clear morning, the sky awash in blue, yet inside a classroom, it was unusually noisy and rowdy. The person drawing all eyes at that moment was Yun Qiang, a bespectacled male student with a goofy look. He was being brutally teased by his classmate Chin Zhu to the point where he had to despairingly scream, "I want to drop out of school. You she-devil, when will you ever let me go?" The crowd of students standing around watching the excitement had no intention of mediating. Instead, they burst out laughing and continuously threw out mocking remarks, making the poor guy's already dire situation even more miserable. And our male lead, Tianyu, was also there. Watching the naive classmate being bullied to pieces, he could only shake his head and sigh inwardly, has this guy got water on the brain or something? Of all people to mess with, he had to offend the school big brother's girlfriend. This time, he's beyond saving. Right at that moment, Chin Zhu was holding a hamster to bully Yun Qiang. She forced the boy to kiss the little creature, sending him into such a panic that tears streamed down his face. Chin Zhu was absolutely gleeful, adding a sarcastic remark, "What a useless piece of trash, scared pale by a tiny little mouse." The scene at that moment was truly embarrassing beyond measure. Haha, right after that, Yun Qiang fearfully bolted straight home. He bawled his eyes out, tattling to his mother about being bullied by the wicked girl, begging the family to come to school and demand justice. A pretty girl named Jiang Yun saw this and scoffed, "What a sissy." As for our Tianyu, he could only stand speechless, completely dumbfounded by the whole laughable yet tragic situation. Our male lead truly has rotten luck. The very next morning, as soon as the class bell finished ringing, the homeroom teacher announced a seating rearrangement for him. The teacher announced, "Tianyu, you'll switch to Yun Qiang's seat. From now on, you'll share a desk with Chin Zhu." Hearing this, Tianyu froze, his mind reeling. He cursed silently, "What the hell is going on, sir? This is clearly looking for a new sacrificial lamb for that she-devil." Afterward, the teacher asked Chin Zhu to go to the faculty office for a private talk. Tianyu was now completely cornered, inwardly screaming, "This time I'm really done for. If I'd known, I would have listened to my dad and transferred to that elite school his friend runs. Then I wouldn't be in this miserable mess." A while later, Chin Zhu walked back into the classroom, her face visibly fuming and radiating murderous intent. Seeing that, Tianyu immediately felt a knot in his stomach, muttering to himself to calm down, "I'm screwed. Look at that scowling face. Please, just don't use me as a punching bag to vent your anger." During break time, Tianyu's close friend with the slick, heavily gelled hair excitedly ran over, his tone full of glee, "Tianyu, you've hit the jackpot, man. Sharing a desk with the she-devil. Enjoy it slowly. If you get to taste anything special later, make sure to tell us bros all about it." Tianyu, frowning and grimacing, immediately launched into a lecture. "What the hell are you babbling about? If others don't bother me, I won't go looking for trouble. I'm not petty enough to argue with women." The female student sitting at the desk in front, with an extremely sweet and pretty appearance, named Dongyu, who was also the class beauty, overheard the conversation and chimed in to speak up for Tianyu. It's because Tianyu is upright and decent that the teacher arranged for him to sit there. Not like that Cheng Dong, always stirring up trouble and causing problems. Cheng Dong, hearing this, quickly laughed sheepishly and defended himself. "Sister Dongyu, I'm not that useless. I can also make the ladies very happy, you know." After chatting for a bit, Cheng Dong grabbed Tianyu's arm and dragged him off to relieve their boredom and stretch their limbs. While draining the main vein, Cheng Dong didn't forget to tease Tianyu. "Ah, not everyone gets the blessed fortune of sitting between two great beauties with completely opposite styles like this, you know." Tianyu kept an extremely serious face and retorted, "I'm swamped with work, man. Who has time to flirt with girls? My old man gave the ultimatum, if I don't get into college, I'm going back to the countryside to herd cows. So right now, I've got to bury my head in exam prep." Hearing this, Cheng Dong put on a surprised look and continued to mock. "Oh please, stop dreaming, buddy. Your family's been bandits for 10 generations, and now in your generation you want to churn out a scholar. After graduation, just advise your old man to go back to the village, hide from debts, seize some hill and declare yourself king. Quicker that way." A while later, the whole class was hit with a surprise pop quiz. The male lead was scratching his head furiously, dandruff flaking off in flurries. Chin Zhu, seeing this, scowled in disgust and grumbled, "Stop that hand right now. Your dandruff is falling all over my desk." His pride wounded, Tianyu fumed inwardly. This Chin Zhu girl just relies on her family's money and knowing a few cheap street thugs, acting like she's so great. A real man doesn't stoop to squabbling with a woman. I'll endure it. Chinzu immediately took a pen and drew a line straight down the middle of the desk, her face cold as she threatened, "Cross this line and I'll chop your hand off." Tianyu was completely speechless. She even pulls this dividing line stunt. Does she think we're elementary school kids? By lunch break, the male lead was leisurely biting into his bread while flipping through a book, his demeanor as composed as a true scholar. Just as the atmosphere was incredibly quiet and peaceful, suddenly a few thug-like underlings lumbered over, gripping iron pipes, and barked loudly. "Which brat is sharing a desk with Chinzu? Do you know who I am? You've got a death wish bullying my woman. Want to log out of life on Earth, huh?" The notoriously infamous ringleader, also the big boss of this school, Mao-Chi, Chinzu's boyfriend. He was currently throwing his weight around, slamming his iron rod onto the desk and snarling, "Who dares sit with Chinzu?" He pointed straight at Yun Qiang's face and scolded, "You dared to bully my woman." The timid male student broke into a cold sweat, wailing inwardly, "My life is over. Chinzu must have told her boyfriend that I snitched to the teacher. I should have submitted my withdrawal application this afternoon." While Yun Qiang was trembling in extreme fear under the pressure of the thugs, Tianyu remained calmly seated, solving math problems with an unruffled demeanor, as serene as an autumn lake, as if everything around him was perfectly normal. The tension was drawn tight as a bowstring as the boss kept pressing Yun Qiang. "I'm asking you, where the hell is that punk sharing a desk with Chinzu?" Yun Qiang trembled violently, his tongue tied in knots, unable to utter a single complete sentence, only squeezing out, I. And then the inevitable happened. The protagonist's halo began to shine. Tianyu stood up with an utterly domineering presence in front of the bunch of lackeys and coldly said, "Me." Instantly the school boss, his face contorted with rage, lunged forward to punch Tianyu, shouting, "So it's you, huh? You've got guts." Just then Dongyu immediately stepped in to intervene. She gently tried to dissuade Mao-Chi, "Hey, friend, please don't start a fight in the classroom." The hot-tempered nature, he snapped right back at her, "Step aside, this doesn't concern you. And you, punk, if you're a man, don't hide behind a girl." Dongyu urgently tried to explain, "There must be some misunderstanding here. Tianyu and Chinzu only just transferred to sit together for one period. I sit right in front. I clearly saw that Tianyu didn't bully Chinzu at all." Mao-Chi's thug blood was now boiling. He glared and roared, "Girls, get lost and mind your own business. I don't make a habit of hitting women, but don't force me to break my rule." Seeing this, Tianyu gently nudged Dongyu back. With the resplendent male lead aura shining bright, he calmly said, "Dongyu, just stand aside. Reasoning with a flat-brained idiot like this is a waste of breath." The school boss pointed the iron bar right at Tianyu's face, arrogantly threatening, "You little punk, you wanna die? You dared touch my Mao-Chi's girlfriend. Today I'm gonna make you taste pain." And right after that was an intensely brutal amateur martial arts brawl. A kick as heavy as a sledgehammer sent the phony boss crashing onto his back, his spine smashing against the edge of a desk so hard tears sprang from his eyes. The male student Yun Qiang was terrified out of his wits, screaming in panic. As for the thug, after taking a full combo of painful blows, he began to groan, drenched in cold sweat, his mouth fumbling out a few words, "You punk! You actually dare lay a hand on me." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he received another slap that made him see stars, his mouth twisted askew. Only after being thoroughly beaten did the hooligan lie still. Tianyu was immensely refreshed and said with contempt, "Bite me again, come on." "Why so quiet all of a sudden? Aren't you a mad dog that loves to bite?" After saying that, Tianyu conveniently shoved Mao-Chi's face right into the hand-washing basin next to him, with so much force that the basin shattered into pieces. Suddenly, one of Mao-Chi's henchmen, clutching an iron pipe, decided to play the sneak attack from behind. But little did he know, Tianyu seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He spun around and delivered a treacherous kick that sent the backstabber flying, crashing him headlong into a jumbled mess of desks and chairs. The surrounding underlings broke out in cold sweat, their limbs frozen stiff, none of them daring to make a move. The whole gang panicked, thinking to themselves, "What the hell is this brat made of, as strong as an ox?" So fleeing was the best policy. The thugs abandoned brother Mao to face Tianyu's wrath alone, truly fair-weather brothers, each man for himself when trouble hits. After giving the fake gangster a thorough and fiery pummeling, Tianyu growled, "Well," still feeling loud-mouthed. Mao-Chi, his face now swollen and bruised, groaned and begged, "I know I was wrong, big bro, please go easy. From now on, I'll kick my arrogant habits. Before letting him go, Tianyu didn't forget to instruct Mao Qi, remember to buy my class a new wash basin. Dealing with it all done, the so-called big brother limped out of the classroom in resentment, aching all over and carrying an indescribable humiliation. Having just witnessed Tianyu's breathtaking action sequence, Dongyu, eyes glistening with tears, softly spoke, "Normally you seem so gentle, how can you fight so fiercely? But using violence isn't good, you know." Receiving this gentle reminder from the beauty, the male lead scratched his head sheepishly. "Yeah, I'll remember that, he." Hearing that, Dongyu pondered quietly. Unbelievable, after being classmates for so many years, I just now discover his martial arts are this profound. Seeing this, Chengdong invited his friend out to relax. He said, "After stretching your limbs, you must have vented your anger, let's go catch some breeze outside. I just found a bird's nest, let's go catch some birds, bro." A moment later, while wandering around the yard, they spotted a tiny bird's nest on a branch. Tianyu's sharp eyes noticed something odd. "Oh. There's a fountain pen inside." Its appearance exuded a mysterious aura. Having picked up that strange item, the male lead returned to his desk, his mind full of question marks. Who would have thought I'd find a pen in a bird's nest? Maybe that silly bird thought it was a tasty treat and brought it back. Design looks nice, probably a limited edition. Let me test if it writes. As soon as he put nib to skin and made a test stroke, the mysterious pen suddenly sparked with electricity and plunged straight into Tianyu's hand. The intense pain made him yelp uncontrollably, "Ah!" echoing throughout the room. Immediately, Tianyu turned pale, flustered and reasoning, "Did it just burrow into my hand? But why is no one around reacting to this?" Noticing his strange behavior, the beautiful Dongyu asked with concern, "Is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Tianyu forced a smile, suppressing his panic. "Ah, I'm fine, nothing major." During the foreign language class, the teacher spoke up to inform them, "Due to being busy with the school's research projects, today will be my last class with you. In the coming time, you will have an extremely beautiful new teacher taking over. You're quite lucky. To commemorate our farewell, we will have a test today. The second mock college entrance exam is coming up soon. You all need to review seriously. Please pass the exam papers to the back for me." Dongyu took the stack of papers and handed them back to Tianyu. Seeing his scowling face as if debt collectors were after him, she gently said, Tianyu, are you okay? You look terrible." Tianyu replied feebly, "I'm fine. Just feeling a bit tired today, that's all." In truth, he was still shaken by the earlier incident, his mind in a daze, so bizarre, or am I just seeing things? I didn't eat anything weird this morning. He pushed the tangled thoughts aside. Whatever, let's deal with this test first. But what on earth is the answer to this question? Suddenly, a mechanical voice resounded inside his brain. "System activated. Scanning data. Data scan complete. Identity confirmed. Host Chi Tianyu. Link successful. Current energy level 36%. Warning, depleted state." Tianyu clutched his head in fright, sweat pouring like a waterfall. He screamed internally, "What kind of evil voice is this? Coming from inside my brain? It must be that damn pen." Later, the teacher patrolling walked by and seeing the student in a daze asked, "Chi Tianyu, are you sick? Your face is so pale, can you even do the test?" The male student forced a smile, waving his hand, "No sir, I'm okay. I can continue." Immediately after, that ethereal voice sounded again, "Does the host wish to activate the query function? Each use costs 2 energy points." Tianyu grew more and more bewildered. What the hell is the query function? But in for a penny, in for a pound. Let's give it a try. The male lead then silently commanded, "Yeah, activate the query function." In the blink of an eye, the answers to the exam paper streamed through his brain. Subject, foreign language, analyzing data, question 1. Question 2, B. Question 3, D. Question 4, D. The teacher standing nearby watched Tianyu doing the test and stared in amazement. "Wow, filling in answers the moment the pen lifts. So you were deep in thought earlier." The teacher folded his arms and nodded with satisfaction at the student's change, secretly praising. Chi Tianyu was always hardworking, just his scores were dismal. Seems his efforts have finally borne sweet fruit. With that, he turned and walked on, not forgetting to add, "Try your best to finish the exam well." Tianyu was inwardly grinning with glee. In the blink of an eye, the multiple-choice section is all done. Now to handle the essay. Sweet, the male lead closed his eyes and activated the cheating software. The system promptly reported, "Essay topic, on friendship core bonding. There are currently 4 model essays on this topic. "Host, please make your selection." Picking one that suited his style, Tianyu's pen flew across the paper at a godlike speed, like a printer running at full capacity. The bell signaling the end of class rang out, which also meant test time was over. The teacher clapped his hands to indicate time was up. "Everyone put your pens down and pass your papers to the teacher's desk." The beauty Dong-yu stole a glance at Tianyu's desk, her eyes still shimmering with concern. Yet contrary to her worries, the male lead's expression was currently extremely elated and smug after his paper had been collected. In the faculty office, the old teacher's eyes widened in shock when he graded the male lead's paper, exclaiming, "This is unreal. Is this perfect test paper really Tianyu's? Could this student have transformed at lightning speed to this degree?" At the same time, in the classroom of Class 12C, the class beauty turned around to ask, Tianyu, did you manage the test today?" The male lead immediately got cocky and answered, pretty smoothly. Suddenly, a female student with bright, sparkling eyes came over and proposed an idea. "This Sunday happens to be the 1st of May, let's organize a spring outing. If we miss this chance, we might have to wait until our class reunion 5 or 6 years from now to have this many people." The whole class instantly buzzed, discussing animatedly, "Where should we go? Let's do a mountain hike to enjoy the scenery. Any week, girls, we guys will help you along, guaranteed fun. I heard the Shimen picnic area is pretty cool, let's lock in that spot." Taking in the collective opinion, that female student clapped her hands and finalized, "All right then, let's study first. During tonight's self-study session, I'll confirm the final location. Whoever wants to join, quickly come sign up with me." Chinzu, upon hearing that, curled her lip in disdain. "What's the point of a picnic? Just a bunch of kids playing kindergarten games. Typical paupers." Chengdong couldn't help but immediately snipe back, Yes, you're the center of the universe, you're the adult. We lowly folks can't match your level of changing boyfriends like changing clothes, one guy today, another tomorrow." Chinzu was furious, glaring and shouting, "What are you barking about?" Chengdong didn't back down, loudly exposing, "You're dating this guy but throwing flirtatious hints at another. I know all about it, crystal clear." With that, the class clown started lisping and mimicking Chinzu's mannerisms. "Oh, big brother, you're the greatest male god in the universe. I don't even bother glancing at those loser men, I just want to cling to you." Witnessing that ridiculous performance, the whole class erupted into roaring, highly amused laughter. Chinzu was fuming but helpless, only able to scream and curse, "You disgusting jerk, dare to smear my reputation. I'll sew that trap of yours shut." Chengdong immediately shot back, "I'm only recounting the truth. Disgusting? I think a flirtatious, fickle girl like you is what's truly revolting." Chinzu's face turned beet red. She transformed into a lioness, wanting to lunge and scratch her opponent, shrieking, "Who are you calling flirtatious?" Sensing the gunpowder in the air, Tianyu hastily held his friend Chengdong back. "You, keep your mouth shut." His buddy also backed down, curling his lip and replying, "Okay, a true man doesn't stoop to argue with women." Chinzu turned away in a huff, but deep inside, she had carved a deep grudge against that gel-haired guy. Dong-yu subtly glanced over at Tianyu, her big round eyes brimming with thought. Tianyu today seems rather different. There's an indescribable, captivating magic radiating from him. Suddenly, their eyes met. Dong-yu startled and whipped her head back, her cheeks blushing red like tomatoes, seeing that adorable reaction. Tianyu couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Sitting right next to them, witnessing the loving glances, Chinzu felt extremely irritated, silently cursing, "These little brats are even playing eye-flirting games now." Pondering it further only fueled her anger. She resolved, "Today I've got to teach this Tianyu a lesson to vent my frustration." Thinking it, she did it. She pretended to unintentionally shift her body across the dividing line to brush against Tianyu's hand. The male lead gritted his teeth, mentally cursing, the pinnacle of shamelessness. Early this morning she fiercely drew a borderline, now she's the one crossing it. What the hell? Chinzu was laughing wickedly in her head. What an idiot. Let's see how long you can resist. Even if you're as cold as an iceberg, I'm going to make you melt. She smirked creepily, giving Tianyu a coy, sidelong glance. Then pretended to accidentally knock her pen onto the floor. Chinzu slowly bent down to pick it up, deliberately showing off her ample bosom right in front of his eyes. Tianyu inadvertently glimpsed, froze up, and got a nosebleed, inwardly thinking, "Is this chick trying to use a honey trap to seduce me?" Chinzu, seeing that, was utterly triumphant, arrogantly telling herself, Is there any man in this world who can escape the allure of my hot body? Phase 2 began. The she-devil pretended to slip and touch Tianyu's thigh. The sudden contact made the male lead jolt. He hastily suppressed the stirring inside him, acting exactly like someone who'd never even held a girl's hand. He grabbed Chinzu's hand and flung it off his leg, then stammered, "Hey, take your hand off. You accidentally touched my thigh." Truly a serious young man, a cat refusing fish hung right at its mouth. At that exact moment, the system voice resounded in his brain again, warning, unable to collect regenerative energy from this subject. Tianyu instantly froze. That mysterious voice is calling again. Can't collect energy? What does that mean? Chinzu pouted and spoke up. Are you going to let go of my hand already? It was then that Tianyu suddenly remembered and hastily released her hand. The male lead's face flushed bright red, his mind racing. That announcement sounded right when I touched Chinzu. Could it be that the condition for gaining energy is physical contact with beauties? He composed himself and tried tapping Chinzu lightly on the shoulder. Just sit up straight, I'll pick up the pen for you. Chinzu smiled smugly to herself, sweetly replying, well then sorry to trouble you. Trying to touch her again, Tianyu noticed the energy bar remained still. It's exactly as warned, touching her no matter how many times is useless. Could it require contact with many different girls to work? Anyway, as long as I accumulate enough energy points. Then this weird evil ability in my head will help me with exams just like during that foreign language class earlier. With this, a ticket to college is firmly in my grasp. Oh glorious sun, but this condition of sucking energy through physical contact with females sounds pervy as hell. Tianyu began glancing around furtively, looking for any feasible female target to experiment on. But immediately, he smacked his forehead and scolded himself. Have you lost your mind, Chi Tianyu? You're an upright gentleman, how can you harbor such despicable thoughts? Seeing her deskmate's ugly grimacing expression, Chinzu gleefully teased, what's up? Face looking as sour as if you lost your food ration book, or did you not get enough of an eyeful earlier and now you're regretting it? Hit right where it hurt, Tianyu's face burned like fire. He stammered a denial, what nonsense. I didn't see anything. Oh, really didn't see? Then if your eyes didn't see, why's your face as red as a gack fruit? At a loss for words, the male lead had to gloss over and change the subject. Quit talking nonsense and pay attention to the lecture, miss. The dismissal bell had just rung when his buddy Cheng Dong rushed over, grabbing Tianyu's shirt to interrogate. Spill it. What was that wench Chinzu doing bowed down at your feet earlier? Don't tell me she was really tying your shoelaces. Hearing those suggestive words, Dong Yu, sitting in front, unconsciously furrowed her brows, her expression turning gloomy. Tianyu frantically explained, quit making up wild stories. There's no way she was groveling at my feet. She just accidentally dropped her pen and bent down to pick it up. Dong Yu, the sweet and lovable girl, also stepped in to help Tianyu out. This Cheng Dong, his head's filled with nothing but nonsense. All he does is lead Chi Tianyu astray. Cheng Dong immediately protested, me teaching him bad things? He's the master of playing innocent, a scholarly shell with a wild beast inside. Heaven knows what dark schemes he's brewing. Dong Yu added another sarcastic remark. At least he's more decent than you. Every time you see Chinzu your eyes light up, wishing you could glue yourself to her. Chinzu should slap a hooligan like you a few times, you'd deserve it. Cheng Dong resorted to his usual teasing. Hee, Miss Class Beauty Dong Yu, why do you always defend Tianyu so stubbornly every single time? I smell something fishy here, or could it be you're secretly pining for my buddy? Hit by a black arrow right in the heart, the Class Beauty instantly blushed furiously. Cheng Dong pressed his advantage. That's definitely it. You're secretly in love with Tianyu, aren't you? Why so quiet all of a sudden? Even Tianyu, hearing this, felt his cheeks burn. Unable to endure any longer, Dong Yu's embarrassment turned to anger as she yelled, what business is it of yours? A mad dog can't grow ivory tusks. After saying that, she covered her face and dashed out the classroom door. The troublemaking youth then raised his chin and gave Tianyu a thumbs up. Not bad, my brother. Confess, did you just get your hands on some love charm or secret pickup technique? Hurry and pass it on so your bros can learn. Tianyu shoved his friend away, scolding, have you got water on the brain, you idiot? Get lost and stay far away from me. A moment later, the male lead sat dazed, analyzing, I've never had any physical contact with Dong Yu before. If I find an excuse to touch her now, will the energy bar increase? Conveniently, right at that moment, Dong-yu returned to the classroom, her cheeks still tinged with a rosy blush. That leech-like Cheng Dong persistently continued his nonsense to tease the young girl. "Oh look, sister-in-law Chi has returned to the arena." Hearing that call, Dong-yu resolutely turned her face away, pretending not to hear. Tianyu held his forehead in despair at his best friend, telling himself that damned Cheng Dong, a professional cockblocker. At this rate, Dong-yu might end up hating me by association too. How can I righteously touch her now? Just when he was stuck, Shilei, the class monitor, walked up to Dong-yu with his notebook, asking for help. "Dong-yu, can you check how to solve this math problem for me?" The male lead instantly picked up on a golden opportunity, secretly activating the system's math analysis function to create an excuse to get closer to Dong-yu. "Activate query function." The mechanical voice sounded. "Activation successful, deducting 2 energy points. Subject mathematics, scanning data." The exact result is C. Just as Tianyu was peeking from behind, Dong-yu looked up and said to the class monitor, "The answer I worked out is A. You should check again." Seizing the moment, Tianyu sprang up like a spring and loudly asserted with certainty, "Totally wrong. Option C is the correct one." Hearing the interruption, Shilei, who always looked down on Tianyu, mocked, "Chi Tianyu, a student whose math scores hover around 40, shut your mouth. You couldn't solve this type of problem if you racked your brain dry." Instantly, the class beauty stepped in to protect the male lead persistently. "Shilei, stop with the snide remarks. Tianyu normally studies very hard, you know." Shilei widened his eyes, straining his neck to lecture. "Zio, why must you always shield this idiot? His test scores haven't even hit the average mark. Whenever he opens his mouth, it's nothing but baseless nonsense. Best he goes and reviews the fundamentals on his own." Dong-yu coldly curled her lip and issued an expulsion order. "Shilei, you can take your book back to your seat now." After dismissing the monitor, she gently coaxed Tianyu. "Don't take Shilei's harsh words to heart, but he isn't entirely wrong either. If you thoroughly review the basic problem types, you'll easily pass the college entrance exam." Tianyu smiled so wide his eyes turned to slits, nodding rapidly, absolutely ecstatic inside. "Nice, seems Dong-yu has completely forgotten about the earlier awkwardness. Now proceed to the next step." Thinking this, he slipped a small piece of paper toward the female student. Seeing her friend's secretive behavior, she widened her eyes and asked, "What's with the paper?" "Open it and see, he." Dong-yu slightly furrowed her brows, countless questions popping up. What did he copy in here? A love letter. The exam is practically knocking, and his mind is still up in the clouds. Could it be that he's also been captivated by me like those other guys? While she was distracted in thought, Tianyu immediately reached out and poked her gently. Instantly the notification sounded, "Pure vessel detected. Aptitude threshold, A first interaction recorded. System collected 5 energy points." At the same time, class beauty Dong-yu's heart was already racing like a drum. Tianyu was dizzy with joy. Just a light touch and I snagged 5 points. That aptitude the system mentioned, could it be? Excellent, I've got to go try touching other girls around and see what the situation is. Heh, with this golden finger buffing my power, swimming into Tsinghua or Beijing is a piece of cake. A few top-tier schools can't possibly stop me. Qinzu glanced sideways and seeing Tianyu's blissful expression, smugly thought, "Oh my, who would have thought this guy would be so tickled pink just from the touch I so generously bestowed? Laughing like you've struck gold, you must have been infatuated with my beauty for ages." Kakaka, thinking that, she brazenly reached out to caress Tianyu's chin, coquettishly saying, "What are you daydreaming about grinning like that? You're practically drooling, little boy." Tianyu's heart leaped in fright, mentally cursing, "Good lord, this bitch is incurable, openly molesting me now. What kind of seduction scheme is she cooking up now, but since the fat is already at my mouth? Not taking it would be crazy." Thinking this, the male lead decisively grabbed her wrist. But a nightmare struck. The system coldly reported an error. Current subject contains no energy points for extraction. Tianyu was dumbfounded, completely baffled. This makes no sense. Clearly Qinzu and Dong-yu are both women. Why is this one empty? While he was busy analyzing, Qinzu continued her coquettish act. "What's the matter? Holding my hand so tightly, you can't bear to let go, right?" Like a bolt of lightning striking his head, Tianyu had an epiphany. Qinzu is a loose girl, changing boyfriends like clothes, while Dong-yu is a sweet, innocent girl with no life experience. So it follows that aptitude label is definitely about purity. Understanding the issue, Tianyu immediately flung her hand away, decisively saying, "The bell's about to ring, just sit still for me, please." Qinzu added another sarcastic jab, "Oh please," acting all shy now. Over on this side, Dongyu had just nervously unfolded the quartered paper, her heart beating like lottery balls, wondering, what did this Tianyu slip me? A sappy love letter, or what the hell is this? A quick glance over it, and she widened her eyes in surprise, her mouth forming an O. This is clearly the step-by-step solution for that math problem earlier. Overly curious, she immediately turned around to ask the person behind her, Tianyu, how did you know how to solve this problem? Tianyu struck an ultra-cool pose, just like a profound scholar, confidently declaring, I deduced it myself. Dongyu wasn't fully convinced, you solved it yourself. Tianyu immediately showed off his smooth-talking skills. Thanks to your sweet encouragement, my meridians have been cleared. I used to give all my knowledge back to the teachers, but now I have been enlightened. While flirting, Tianyu leaned in close to Dongyu's face. To repay the goddess's kindness, I am willing to dedicate this body, work like a horse to serve you my whole life, and wouldn't even hesitate to jump into a sea of fire. Dongyu got goosebumps all over hearing this and stammered, Are you out of your mind? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? The male lead just kept grinning and firmly replied, Every single word comes from the bottom of my heart. Dongyu's cheeks grew so red they looked like they were steaming. She awkwardly said, I don't care if it's real or fake, I'm not wasting time chatting with you anymore. I just hope you're truly enlightened and can bring your grades up to get into a decent school. Qinzu pricked up her ears to eavesdrop, brewing a malicious scheme. No wonder this guy hurriedly brushed my hand away earlier. It turns out his mind was entirely focused on that vixen. How dare she get in the way of my flirting? Just you wait, I will ruin this pair of lovebirds. Putting her thoughts into action, she stood up in a huff and mocked Tianyu. Does a frog in a well really think it can achieve great things? Do you not realize how stupid you are, yet you still dream of getting into a top-tier school? Who is it that automatically hits rock bottom on every single test? Why don't you take a look in the mirror? Hearing those harsh insults, Dongyu immediately bristled and fired back. What kind of nonsense is that? On what grounds do you declare that Tianyu has no chance of getting into a university? Tianyu was furious at this point, grinding his teeth loudly. He thought to himself that this shrew was intentionally ruining his good moment. Right after, he puffed out his chest and loudly declared, Qinzu, if you have a problem, aim your spear at me. How I do on my exams and whether I get into college or not has nothing to do with your breakfast, does it? Qinzu wasn't one to back down, glaring at him with daggers in her eyes and clapping back. You're terrible at studying but still afraid of criticism. If Dongyu hadn't spoken up, I wouldn't have wasted my breath on a pest like you. Setting aside your past track record of being dead last, just look at the English test from earlier. Half the time passed, and your paper was still completely blank. It wasn't until the teacher strictly questioned you that you panicked and randomly filled in the answers in less than the last 20 minutes. Tianyu immediately retorted, Qinzu, you say I guessed on the English test, but what if I did it with my actual ability? What then? Qinzu pursed her lips, throwing him a look of disgust. Even if you didn't guess, how many points could someone like you, rushing at the last minute to finish in 20 or 30 minutes, possibly scrape together? Hearing this, Tianyu boldly laid down a hardcore bet. How can you calculate it like that? If I score a perfect 145 points on this English test, you have to stand in front of everyone and bow your head to apologize to Dongyu. Dare to bet? Qinzu wasn't intimidated in the slightest. She put her hands on her hips, thrusting her well-developed chest forward, and instantly agreed. You're on. If you get 145 points, I will bow and apologize to Dongyu, but what if you fail miserably? You name the price, I'll accept any punishment you want. Then it's a deal. As the ancient saying goes, a man's knees are made of gold, only meant to kneel before heaven, earth, and his parents. Since you've delivered yourself right to my doorstep, if you lose, prepare to kneel on the ground in front of the whole class. Are you chickening out? The young man, Tianyu, then burst into delighted laughter. Haha, why would I chicken out over child's play? It's a bet. Meanwhile, Dongyu was so anxious that her eyes welled up with tears. Tianyu, why did you foolishly throw yourself into a dead end like that? Our Tianyu maintained his calm male idol demeanor, smiling to reassure her. It's fine, people don't just naturally create the impossible. Saying that, the cheeky young man took the opportunity to grab Dong, used delicate hand to soak up some precious energy. Instantly, the system's monotonous voice sounded, regeneration energy plus 3 points. Tianyu then scratched his head in confusion. The last time he accidentally touched Dongyu, he gained 5 whole points, so why was it reduced to 3 now? Could it be that milking the same person continuously would deplete the energy yield over time? At that moment, class monitor Shilei interrupted, yelling loudly, "Everyone quiet down, gossiping is forbidden during study hours. Hurry up and get your heads back into your books." While dispersing the crowd, Shilei didn't forget to throw in a bitter remark. "If you have no talent or ability, don't boast so loudly. Overblowing it will only end in tears when the debt comes due." Our young man immediately transformed into a cold wanderer, smirking and replying, "My business doesn't require your concern." Shilei turned his face away in a huff, looking as annoyed as if he had swallowed a fly, muttering, "Truly like water off a duck's back." Tianyu was now staring intently at the palm of his hand, lost in thought. If it weren't for the stream of energy replenishing him, this system would be nothing more than a display piece. How on earth could he hoard even more energy? With a magical treasure of this caliber, apart from the tricks he was currently using, who knew if it might unlock countless other ultimate secrets later on? The bell signaling the end of the class rang, and the young man stretched to relax his muscles. Well, that was one whole period wasted just letting his mind wander in the clouds. At that exact moment, a male student ran over with news. "Hey Tianyu, the English teacher is looking for you. Hurry up and drag yourself to the staff room." Dongyu immediately looked panicked upon hearing this and spoke up. "Could the teacher have caught wind of our bet? Combined with your abysmal grades, he must be boiling with anger right now." Tianyu flashed a triumphant grin. "What are you worried about? Just keep your mind at ease." The good show was finally raising its curtains. The golden hour to reveal the grades had arrived. A moment later, he slouched into the teacher's staff room. Residing inside was a beautiful figure resembling a fairy descending to the mortal realm, with hair speckled with silver, her beauty truly nation-toppling. The young guy widened his eyes in astonishment, his stomach doing flips. "Wow, does our school have such a gorgeous flower? How come she's been completely unheard of until now? With this tier of beauty, the energy harvested would definitely be boundless." The beauty caught Tianyu's gaze and asked, "You there, student, who are you looking for peeking around like that?" Tianyu awkwardly raised a hand to scratch his head. "I am Tianyu. The English teacher called me to report here." Hearing that, the beauty broke into a charming smile. "Ha ha ha, I am Tianjia. I'm just helping him organize this pile of files." At the same time, Tianjia was secretly sizing him up. "So this is Tianyu, the guy who suddenly leaped to 148 points out of nowhere. Let's see, today I will personally test the waters to see if he's a hidden master or just a blind cat catching a dead mouse." Our Tianyu squinted happily at her exquisite beauty. "Hey Tianjia, you're as beautiful as a dream. Why haven't I ever had the chance to meet you all this time?" The beautiful young woman ignored the empty sweet talk and poured a bucket of cold water on him. "You are Tianyu, right? The English teacher had an emergency and stepped out. He told me to stay and wait for you to test you on a few basics." As soon as she finished speaking, she held out Tianyu's test paper. Glaring brightly on the page was a massive 148. Tianyu's face lit up with extreme joy, his mind racing. "Sweet, I'm going to feast this time." Next, Tianjia intended to probe the boy's true abilities with an exam paper that was doubly difficult. With a divine system backing him up, the young man had an excess of confidence. He cockily accepted, "Piece of cake, what's a little writing on an exam? Plus, getting to be close to a beauty is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes." So the young man half closed his eyes, whispering inwardly to awaken the system. The system's voice immediately rang out, -2 energy points, currently collecting and dissecting English subject data. As soon as the data popped into his brain, the young man wielded his pen, writing like dancing dragons and flying phoenixes at lightning speed. Tianjia stood nearby watching, her jaw dropping to her navel, eyes wide in disbelief at the truth before her. Before long, the young man put down his pen, looked up with a smile. "Hey beautiful, I'm done. Grade it and see how my skills hold up." The accident happened in the blink of an eye. It was unclear whether it was a twist of fate or just a clash of troublemakers, but the young man's lips accidentally landed squarely on the intoxicating lips of the beauty, creating an earth-shattering kiss. The system seized the moment to report immediately. "Flawless target detected, S-class, energy harvested, 30 points." Both Tianyu and the beautiful lady turned beet red, petrified on the spot. After a few seconds of having their souls leave their bodies, Tianjia clumsily pushed the cheeky boy away. The young man stammered profusely, 1,000 apologies, I truly didn't mean to offend you. The girl Tianyu blushed shyly and squeaked, just shut your mouth. It seems that English score really is the fruit of your blood, sweat, and tears. I understand the situation now, and that's enough. Drag yourself back to class and consider the accident just now a fleeting breeze that never happened. Upon returning to his seat in class, Tianyu buried his head completely on his desk, his insides tangled like a ball of yarn, feeling unspeakably miserable. Shi wore a smug, petty expression, secretly snickering to himself. Just looking at his sulky face is enough to know he got chewed out by the teacher. He doesn't even know how pathetic he is yet still tries to show off in front of Dongyu, what a frog in a well. At that moment Dongyu turned her head with concern. Tianyu, what did the English teacher call you away for? Don't tell me the bet was exposed. It's nothing major, the teacher was away. In reality, the young man was breaking out in a cold sweat, terrified that the accidental lip-touching incident from earlier would leak out. Dongyu wouldn't let it go. If the teacher was away, why did it take you so long to drag yourself back? Tianyu then decided to tell the truth. I'll tell you straight so you understand. I did so exceptionally well on this test that the English teacher got suspicious and sent another student to test me on the spot. Dongyu was half skeptical. Did exceptionally well. How many points did you actually scrape up? And what about the life-or-death bet with Qinzu? Tianyu acted all mysterious. Wait until tomorrow's English class, then your eyes will be opened. The next day during English class, the beautiful teacher Tianyu gracefully stepped onto the podium and spoke loudly, "Hello class, I am the new teacher in charge of English. You can just call me Teacher Tian. In this final sprint, I will be accompanying you all. I hope everyone cooperates. Anyone who slacks off will get a slap on the wrist." The boys below heard this and were utterly dazzled by her beauty, excitedly exclaiming, "Oh my God, she's a true goddess descended to earth. Teachers from other schools really never disappoint." Tianyu, on the other hand, had his mouth wide open, petrified. "Teacher Tian, the person I accidentally kissed yesterday is the new English teacher. Oh my God, what is happening? How could enemies cross paths on such a narrow road in this world?" The aura exuding from her eyes now was clearly worlds apart from yesterday. The teacher gently lifted the stack of papers in her hand and instructed, "These are the test papers left by the former teacher. I have graded them once and grasped each of your abilities. Whoever's name I call, automatically come up to the podium to get your paper back." Qinzu was secretly overjoyed at this moment, smugly thinking she had victory securely in her hands this time. The teacher also started calling names, Dongyu Li Zio Long Zhou Xingkai, Zhen Zai Dan. One by one, they went up to the board. Qinzu then raised her voice in bitter sarcasm, "If anyone has knee pads ready, toss them out here quickly, lest Tianyu's knees get all scraped up grinding against the floor later." The whole class immediately became as noisy as a broken market. Teacher Tian then spoke up to restore order, "Keep quiet. I am still holding one last test paper here. It is Tianyu's paper. In this exam, Tianyu excellently scored 148 points, proudly rising to rank first in the entire grade." Qinzu heard the devastating news like a lightning strike to the ear, her mouth freezing up. "What did you say?" Then she slammed her hands on the desk and stood up angrily. "Teacher Tian, did you grade the wrong paper? You're saying Tianyu got a whole 148 points. Teacher Tian calmly replied, "Calm down. Indeed, Tianyu's academic performance has not been outstanding before. To verify his true ability this time, yesterday afternoon I personally kept him in the office to take a competency test. That test paper was incredibly difficult, yet Tianyu still proudly snatched 147 points. The only point deduction was due to spelling a few vocabulary words wrong in the essay section." Qinzu's soul seemed to leave her body. How could this happen? Teacher Tianjia gently analyzed, "Luck can happen once, but a second time is called class. It seems this friend has been hiding his abilities, biding his time all along. In this subject, a formidable rival has just appeared among you." Next, Tianyu took brisk, cheerful steps up to the podium. A joyful grin spread wide across his face. Ironically, the teacher shot him a sharp, disgusted glare. The young man broke out in a cold sweat, screaming in grievance inwardly. What is the meaning of this dagger-like stare? Could it be that Tian Jia already gossiped to Teacher Tian and told her everything about the lip-touching incident? Afterwards, Cheng Dong saw that Tianyu had miraculously snatched a perfect score out of nowhere, so he came over, jokingly grabbing his neck to threaten him. Spit it out. What kind of dirty trick did you pull? Bros share the good and the bad. You're not allowed to score a solo hit, hear me. Tianyu, sweating like a river, frantically explained, cheating my ass. This is the essence cultivated from the brain of your boy Tianyu. Are your eyes opened yet? Sitting nearby, Dongyu smiled as brightly as a flower and kindly said, "Thank goodness, you've escaped the fate of kneeling this time." Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Dong strolled over to Qin Zhu's spot, mocking the bet. "Hey Miss Qin, you don't have the memory of a goldfish and forgot your solemn oath, do you? It's time to put aside your pride and go bow an apology to our fairy Dongyu." Qin Zhu choked silently in shock, her face turning ashen. It truly was instant karma for someone who liked to boast too early. The gentle Dongyu immediately spoke up to mediate, saving a little face for Qin Zhu. "Knock it off, we're all in the same class, why hold on to such trivial matters?" "Tianyu, you agree, right?" The valiant Tianyu naturally didn't bother haggling with a girl. He nodded quickly, "It's a trivial matter, let it all go." Qin Zhu, her face burning red, had to grit her teeth and bitterly swallow her frustration. The herd of students in the class, after finishing their gossip on the bet, automatically dispersed to do their own things. Shifting the perspective out to the hallway, class monitor Shilei was puffing cigarette smoke with a petty gangster, looking infinitely bored with life. Seeing his buddy looking melancholy, Ming Pang patted his shoulder and asked, "Hey Shilei, what's going on? What brat dared to pluck the tiger's whiskers to make you look like you're at a funeral?" The young man skillfully exhaled smoke and resentfully complained, "There's a guy in my class who's plotting to steal Dongyu right out from under me. Dongyu, isn't she your dream goddess of so many years? Who is tired of living and dares to snatch from my bro? Spit out the name, I'll beat him to a pulp so he knows what manners are." Shilei waved his hand to stop him. "Drop it, that guy has some martial arts skills. A while ago, a bunch of gangsters stormed in looking for trouble, and he beat them so bad their own mothers wouldn't recognize them, nearly putting them on their deathbeds." Hearing this, Ming Pang got even more fired up, loudly boasting, "Shilei, you're boosting the enemy's morale and extinguishing your bro's prestige again. Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, how the hell could he compete with a taekwondo champion like me?" Shilei found this pleasing to the ear, so he decisively spat out the words, "That bastard is Tianyu." A short while later, Tianyu was sitting peacefully in class, diligently gluing his eyes to a book. Suddenly, Ming Pang, itching for a fight, kicked the door wide open and stormed straight into the classroom. He roared like a slaughtered pig, "Where is that little brat, Tianyu? Drag yourself out here so your daddy can deal with you." Tianyu casually closed his book, stood up straight, and stated loudly, "I'm right here. What kind of pest are you to cause a ruckus here?" Seeing a bad omen, Dongyu immediately stepped out to stop Ming Pang. "What are you trying to pull? Don't do anything reckless." Ming Pang's face scrunched up like a monkey eating chili, gritting out each word. "What am I doing? This piece of trash dares to ogle you. Today, if I don't cripple his martial arts, he won't know what the face of death looks like." Saying that, he shoved Dongyu into a corner, shouting loudly, "Move aside." Dongyu fiercely retorted, "Are you spitting venom to frame people? Who fed you this nonsense? What does my business have to do with you?" "Of course it has nothing to do with me, but who asked my best buddy Shilei to be hopelessly in love with you day and night?" Watching the comedy take an unexpected turn, Tianyu laughed so hard he almost gave himself internal injuries. He thought to himself, "This Ming Pang is truly a meathead." Exposing the truth in broad daylight like this just completely closed the door for Shilei with Dongyu. Ha, Ming Pang then blankly realized he had slipped up, and his face immediately seethed with murderous intent. He immediately activated rage mode, charging in to land a face-smashing punch on Tianyu. "You little brat, what the hell are you laughing at?" As quick as lightning, Tianyu used his sharp vision to observe, gracefully dodging the sharp attack. His punch swung into empty air and slammed straight into the wall, creating a massive hole. Truly terrifying. Without hesitation, Tianyu counterattacked with an earth-shattering uppercut, sending Ming Pang sprawling flat on the floor in a knockout. He also generously added a complimentary elbow strike right to the bridge of his nose, causing the hooligan a pain that pierced straight to his core. Ming Pang clutched his face, tears of resentment welling up, and wailed, "You dare hit me in the face." Tianyu coldly dropped a light remark, "Your mouth stinks too much." Adding to his words, he conveniently landed another slap that made his face swell up. Ming Pang thrashed about trying to resist, but Tianyu easily seized his wrist and locked it tight. The nosy crowd of students surrounding them turned to stone, each of them shrinking back in terror. Powerless to fight back, Ming Pang resorted to goading. "Qi Tianyu, if you're so tough, let me go, let's fight fair and square. Pinning me down like this, what kind of hero does that make you?" Hearing that, Qi Tianyu immediately loosened his grip, leisurely shoved both hands into his pockets, and tilted his face in a cocky challenge. "If you're so tough, come and get a piece." Ming Pang smirked maliciously and charged forward like a moth to a flame. Suddenly, Qi Tianyu pivoted on his heel and unleashed a vicious sweeping kick, making Ming Pang faceplant onto the floor. The sound of bones crashing rang out chillingly. Just hearing it was enough to give anyone goosebumps. He lay writhing in heaven-piercing pain, only able to moan a few broken sounds. A moment later, he passed out, completely unconscious, drool running down his chin, looking utterly wrecked. The flock of spectating students all shared a single train of thought. Feel bad for him, but whatever, who cares? Right at that moment, Shi Lei slowly wandered back. Seeing the massive crowd swarming around, he curiously asked, "What's going on that everyone is gathered here in such huge numbers?" The people on the outer edge hurriedly replied, "Your class has a huge incident. Ming Pang came here looking for a fight." Hearing this, Shi Lei furrowed his brow and stepped in, muttering, "This pest Ming Pang only knows how to bring disaster upon himself all day long. If he so much as scratches anyone in the class, just see if I don't skin him alive." The moment he poked his head into the classroom, Shi Lei's heart leaped to his throat, his eyes rolling back in disbelief at the scene before him. He glanced sideways and saw Qi Tianyu still sitting with his legs crossed reading a book, as calm as a tranquil autumn lake. Cold sweat beaded and drenched his forehead. He asked himself in panic, what kind of fighting style does that guy Qi Tianyu have that his clothes are still so crisp without a single wrinkle? Shifting his eyes down to the floor, he nearly fainted when he saw Ming Pang lying sprawled out, his face bruised and blackened like the bottom of a pot. His mouth was smacking as he groaned for help. Shi Lei screamed in horror, "Ming Pang, who bulldozed over you to leave you so ruined? Qi Tianyu, you should rein in your cruelty. How could you beat someone to the point of being half dead?" Qi Tianyu immediately sprang up, glared, and retorted, "You call me cruel. Whose fault is it in the end? You know best in your own heart, don't you?" Finishing his words, he grabbed Shi Lei by the collar, hoisting him up, and growled threateningly, "If you don't want to lose your life, stop plucking the tiger's whiskers. I don't have the free time to go messing with your brother. Engrave this principle into your bones and heart for me. From now on, if you dare pull any more tricks, I swear the consequences you suffer will be 100 times more tragic than your bro here." Shi Lei's face drained of all blood, his mind circling around just one thought. "It's really over, I've poked a fire ant nest this time." Tossing back the warning, Qi Tianyu leisurely shoved his hands into his pockets and strode away majestically. Having finished teaching the two thugs a lesson on moral principles, the moment Qi Tianyu showed his face outside, Cheng Dong rushed over to throw an arm around his shoulder, probing, "That was really something. Did you offend someone else again?" Cheng Dong gleefully continued, "Over 1,000 days have passed, and finally I get to witness the image of the great hero Qi roaming unchecked, wild and unruly like the old days. If he hadn't actively dragged himself here to cause trouble, I wouldn't have wasted my breath lifting a finger. My old man forbade me from touching martial arts a long time ago. The old man just wants me to polish the seat of my pants on a school bench to glorify the scholarly tradition of the Qi family." A little while later, upon arriving home, Qi Tianyu pushed the door open and walked in, jumping in surprise at the presence of a green-haired girl. She smiled brightly and offered a greeting. "Qi Tianyu, are you back from school?" Seeing the lovely figure, the young man beamed and replied, "So it's Sister Xu Ping. When did you get back?" "I just set foot here today. The city television station just accepted me as an intern." Qi Tianyu's old man also smiled kindly, full of praise. "Just look at little Xu Ping, modest and filial since childhood and highly renowned in her studies. The neighbors next door truly have immense fortune." Hearing the praise, Xu Ping's cheeks flushed pink, and she replied bashfully, "Uncle, you're teasing me. Your excessive praise is making me blush furiously." She then turned to advise Qi Tianyu, "Hey Qi Tianyu, the college entrance exam is right at your heels. If you run into any hurdles, just come find me, I'll tutor you." Qi Tianyu could only offer an awkward smile to gloss over the matter. "Then I'll thank Sister Xu Ping in advance." He then turned on his heel to go inside, calling back, "Mom and Dad, take your time chatting with Sister Xu Ping. I have to go to my room and grind through some homework. A short while later in the empty room, Tianyu typed clackety-clack on the keyboard while muttering, "Lately I've been encountering all sorts of fairy-like matters. I wonder if searching online will turn up any clues about energy points or that magical fountain pen." After rubbing his butt and straining his eyes searching for ages, the only things that popped up were some trashy fantasy novels mentioning ability points, which completely missed the mark compared to what he was experiencing in real life. While scrolling through WeChat, Tianyu came across the username of his friend Fei. Feeling itchy-fingered, he immediately clicked on her avatar. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity ran down his spine. The system instantly popped up a line of text, asking if he wanted to activate the connection function. Hearing this, he was stunned and bewildered. Is there another new trick? Immediately, he muttered the startup command without a second thought. The system chimed to signal, launching the connection feature, consuming 15 energy points, duration maintained for 60 minutes. The boy stared blankly at the screen, jaw-dropping at an extraordinarily bizarre computer interface he had never seen before. He silently guessed, could this be the Matrix from those sci-fi movies? Is it possible that this new ultimate move allows me to hack into other people's computers through the network connection? Acting on his thoughts, Tianyu stealthily infiltrated straight into Fei-er's WeChat account and discovered some random guy named Handsome Bro dropping flirty lines. "It's go time, let me try out this new trick to slap your face," he thought smugly to himself. Quick as lightning, Tianyu tossed the annoying guy an unimaginably ugly photo that would make demons weep. Then he chuckled foolishly in pure delight. With a whole half-hour to spare, he resolved to use this overpowered feature until it was completely exhausted. Tianyu sat firmly in his chair, unleashed his inner power, and tried infiltrating a series of prominent websites. He was indeed a hacker powered by a spiritual system. After tinkering around to his heart's content, he gleefully chuckled to himself, "This skill truly is invincible. No matter how hardcore the website is, holding the power of life and death is easy. With this treasure in hand, I will definitely dominate the world." The dawn of a new day beckoned. Tianyu packed his books and went to school as usual. Just as he stepped through the classroom door, glancing at Chile's empty seat, he muttered, "Weird, did Chile skip school to play today?" At the same time in the teacher's office, Teacher Tian was discussing Tianyu's test paper. "Hey Teacher Zhang, this is Tianyu's brand new exam paper. How are the results looking?" The male teacher widened his eyes in astonishment. "Still absolutely top tier, it can essentially be considered a perfect score. In this set of questions, I secretly mixed in 20% of tough, advanced level knowledge." Then another female teacher bitterly interjected out of jealousy. "Oh my little Tian, I must congratulate you this time. All the English elites this year are concentrated in your class." A moment later, when literature class knocked on the door, Teacher Zhang cleared his throat. "Attention ladies and gentlemen, this period we will dedicate half the time to a quick pop quiz, and the rest will focus deeply on the core knowledge for the college entrance exam review." The kid Zhang Yunqiang broke out in a cold sweat hearing the news and hastily raised his hand to question. "Excuse me, sir, with only half a period, how could anyone possibly swallow an entire exam paper?" Teacher Zhang then put on a stern face and replied, "Our time right now is as precious as gold. There is only that much time. Just submit however much you can do, consider it a test to check your sharp reflexes." The moment the exam paper reached his hands, Tianyu immediately turned on his hack. The system chimed, -2 energy points, currently scanning the literature database to find the solutions. As soon as the answers popped into his brain, the young man wielded his pen, circling wildly without even glancing at the questions, truly the realm of a grandmaster. In a flash, 20 minutes were up. Teacher Zhang slapped the desk. "Time's up, everyone put your pens down, pass your papers up to the front desk for me." Zhang Yunqiang whined loudly, "How could there be enough time? I haven't even finished half of my BS." Teacher Zhang soothed them while gathering the test papers. "All right, stop complaining. I know full well there's a lack of time, just treat it as an assessment of your literary repertoire. Don't panic over nothing." When he flipped to Tianyu's paper, the teacher's eyes lit up as if he had struck gold, joyfully announcing the news to the whole class. "Although time was tight, and the vast majority of you submitted unfinished papers, there is still one outstanding individual who completely finished the exam." The crowd of students buzzed with discussion, so astonished their jaws dropped. Truly unbelievable. Are you kidding? What kind of saint plowed through the entire exam in a flash like that? Teacher Zhang tapped his ruler on the desk, demanding order. Quiet down. Front desk, hand the papers back down. Next period we will dissect this exam. When the stack of papers drifted down to Dongyu, she rummaged through it and didn't see Tianyu's paper, prompting him to exclaim in surprise, "Huh, where did my paper fly off to?" Dongyu reasoned, "Someone probably passed it to the wrong row by mistake. It's bound to pop up later once everything is handed out." Then Teacher Zhang raised his voice, "All right then, let's proceed to go over the questions." Immediately Dongyu raised her hand, "Excuse me, sir, we've searched everywhere but can't find Tianyu's paper." "I am holding onto his paper. The Superman who completely finished the exam at the speed of light in our class is none other than Tianyu here. All of you just focus on going over the test. I will grade this paper for him later at the end of the period." When the bell rang for the end of class, a bunch of hyperactive kids had already swarmed around Teacher Zhang's desk to snoop on our Tianyu score. Teacher Zhang smiled radiantly and declared, "Hey boys and girls, I just finished reviewing Tianyu's paper. At the very worst, he easily snagged a solid 140 points." Hearing the earth-shattering news, Dongyu immediately leaned close to Tianyu, her eyes sparkling with adoration. "Oh wow, you're at the absolute peak. Who would have thought you were the class valedictorian hiding your skills? You've been acting so deeply all this time, truly impressive." The whole gang was spun around by you like pinwheels. Chinzu, still with her chaotic mouth, jabbed, "Truly a sacred forest and toxic water producing all sorts of freaks. Studying well yet still having to put on a play to bluff the world." After school, Teacher Zhang slowly walked out of the classroom. His mouth hung open in extreme surprise when he saw a crowd of journalists waiting in the schoolyard to film an interview. At the same time, a young man with spiked, gelled hair was striding down the stairs, whispering into the cameraman's ear, "This incident absolutely cannot sink into oblivion. You reporters must act on behalf of the heavens and reclaim justice for me." Meanwhile, in the principal's office, a fiery verbal battle was erupting. An auntie wearing a red shirt was shrieking piercingly, "Principal Ding, my precious golden son was beaten to a vegetative state, yet the evil perpetrator is still breezily carrying his books to school. How long do you people plan on covering this up?" The principal hurriedly tried to soothe her. "We are truly completely in the dark about this matter. Please calm your anger and let us clarify the ins and outs first." The more she heard, the more her blood boiled. "My son is already bedridden and you tell me you don't know anything? You reporters here, please help our family expose this crime." Talk about enemies on a narrow road. Tianyu's neighbor, Xu Ping, was proudly playing the role of the reporter covering this case. With eyes blazing with justice, she loudly declared, "I will definitely expose this entire dark truth to the light." Just as a cameraman aimed his recording device, the principal hastily waved his hands to stop him. "The school has the right to forbid you from unauthorized filming and photography here." Xu Ping puffed out her chest and retorted sharply, "Principal, we are closely following the parents here to find a solution, not here with free time to cause trouble. We will just gather materials. If you don't nod your approval, we absolutely will not broadcast it, you can rest assured." The bald principal heard this and could only grit his teeth, silently cursing these meddlesome vultures. He then picked up the phone and called Tianyu's homeroom teacher. "Run over to class 12A2 right now and drag Tianyu to my office immediately." At this point, Xu Ping was stunned, her soul leaving her body when she realized the so-called thug was actually Tianyu. Director Liu went straight to the classroom to find Tianyu. Sensing something ominous, he probed, "Sir, what's this shady business the principal is calling me up for? Just move your butt and you'll find out. You better brace yourself. Ming Pang's parents are camping in the principal's office waiting for you, and we've already called your parent. He'll be here soon." Tianyu knocked on the door and entered. Bowing politely, "Hello, Principal Ding, you summoned me." He glanced sideways and caught sight of Xu Ping. Tianyu's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, Xu Ping, what wind blew you here?" She glared at him angrily, tears welling up in her eyes. "I just got to the agency this morning and was immediately grabbed to report on this school violence case. Why is the culprit you, Tianyu?" The woman in red immediately pointed her finger right at Xu Ping's face and interrogated, "You reporter, are you colluding with this little brat? He is my younger brother." Hearing this, the woman's jaw dropped in shock. "What? He's your brother? What kind of sloppy work is this TV station doing? Why would they send you to cover a case involving your own family member? Then she turned sharply to mock the principal, Principal Ding. Now that the main culprit has revealed himself, what kind of answer are you going to give us? Our boy Chi Tian, you felt his hot blood rush to his head and retorted, what kind of answer do you want to hear? The woman in red immediately screeched, Ming Pang is lying on his deathbed in the hospital right now. Our family demands compensation. How much are you willing to pay? Finishing her words, she slammed her hand on the principal's shoulder, issuing an ultimatum, either cough up 1 million yuan for damages or kick this brat Chi Tianyu out of the school immediately. The principal broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, completely flustered and not knowing how to defuse the situation. He then turned and pressed, Hey Chi Tianyu, is it true that you laid your hands on Ming Pang? Yes, I beat him up myself. The principal immediately glared and threatened. Now their family wants to either expel you or demand 1 million yuan in compensation. Figure out for yourself which path to choose. Chi Tianyu was alarmed hearing this. Are you kidding me? Expulsion and 1 million yuan. Xu Ping frantically spoke up in his defense. Principal, he is about to take the college entrance exam if he gets expelled now. That would be no different from cutting off his future career path. Besides, his family background is poor. Where would they dig up 1 million yuan to compensate? The woman in red heard this and aggressively cornered Xu Ping. Hey reporter, don't cover up for the villain just because of family ties. Haven't you seen with your own eyes how devastated my son is in the hospital? Midst the suffocating atmosphere, Chi Tianyu showed his manly mettle, stepping up to shield his older sister. He boldly declared, I took him down with my own hands, so I know best how injured he is. That trick of lying bedridden like a vegetable is just a cheap theatrical act. The ultimate goal of you and your son is just to play the victim and extort money from us. Having her true intentions exposed, the woman in red immediately blew her top and flipped the script, arguing fiercely and blindly, screaming that he was making things up and spitting venom at people. Chi Tianyu was completely unafraid and bluntly provoked her. If you have the guts, go ahead and call the police. Let's see whose head this crime of false accusation and extortion will fall upon. As soon as he finished his sentence, a familiar figure stood looming right at the doorway. It was none other than Chi Tianyu's father. More notably, on his shoulder, he was carrying that guy Ming Pang, the one who was just playing the tragically injured victim moments ago. The principal saw the scene and stared in stunned disbelief, blurting out, Are you Chi Tianyu's parent, Mr. Chi Da-hai, right? Chi Tianyu's father laughed heartily and replied, I accidentally caught this kid on the street earlier. He was loudly bragging about feigning illness to scam money out of others. If a child is infected with such bad habits, they're basically ruined, so please allow me to straighten him out a bit on everyone's behalf. The woman in red witnessed the scene and still stubbornly screeched, Who do you think you are to have the right to lay a hand on my son? His whole body is still swollen from soft tissue injuries. What if he isn't treated carefully and ends up crippled for life? Chi Tianyu immediately seized the opportunity, stripping bare her clumsy act. Didn't you just say he turned into a vegetable? How did it suddenly downgrade to a soft tissue injury? Hit right on the mark, the woman in red clumsily rolled her eyes in panic, rendered completely speechless, unable to squeeze out even half a word. At this point, the principal slowly adjusted his glasses frames, carrying the majestic demeanor of a fair judge, and loudly declared, Mother of Ming Pang, I think the situation has been thoroughly exposed. I demand you take your son and immediately leave this school forever, and I will be lenient and let this go without blowing it out of proportion. Receiving the ultimatum, she resentfully bit her lip and cursed under her breath. Understanding that everything had been exposed beyond saving, the woman reluctantly dragged her son's hand and bolted straight away, trying to salvage some pride with a dagger-like glare before leaving. The vile scheme and dirty trick had been smashed by the chief father and son. The principal, fundamentally a reasonable man, turned to apologize to Chi Tianyu's father. Mr. Chi, I am truly very sorry. The college entrance exam is imminent, yet we let this troublesome incident happen. If it were to cause a drop in Chi Tianyu's academic performance, I would be committing a grave sin. Chi Tianyu's father smiled and waved his hand. Principal, you exaggerate, with my kid's abysmal academic level. I wouldn't dare dream of such far-fetched things. Hearing this, the principal excitedly delivered the good news. Didn't you know, his academic performance has skyrocketed recently, both in English and literature, proudly rising to the very top of the entire grade. If he keeps up this momentum, Grabbing sky-high scores in the upcoming exam will be an incredibly easy task. Receiving this invisible shock, Tianyu's father dropped his jaw, his eyes popping out as he thought he misheard. "What did you say? My son, Tianyu, is he really ranked first in the whole grade?" When the storm had passed, the father and son pulled each other out to the hallway for a little heart-to-heart. The father patted his son's shoulder and whispered, "Hey son, whatever tricks you want to pull, you have to be discreet. Don't let anyone catch you cheating. If you can get into a university, your old man will be able to stick his chin up and boast proudly to the folks in the village." Tianyu felt dejected hearing his father say that, frowning and retorting, "Oh God, why are you exactly like that guy Cheng Dong? You don't have even a tiny bit of faith in your own son's true abilities." Tianyu's father then scratched his head and laughed it off. "Well, with such shocking news dropping so suddenly, how could I digest it in time? Let's forget it. My precious boy has risen to become the boss of the whole grade. Let's go. Today our family must prepare a grand feast to celebrate." Shifting the scene to the next day. Xu Ping was frowning as she dialed Mr. Liu, her colleague in charge of filming. "Mr. Liu, when on earth are you going to show up?" A completely helpless tone came from the other end of the line. "The vehicle had some unexpected trouble, so I'm stuck. Please bear with it and head out first. Once I smooth things out, I'll rush over immediately." Hearing this, Xu Ping was so annoyed she wanted to blow her top. What kind of weird way of working is this? Is he planning to force a weak and fragile girl like me to break my back carrying that giant camera to report the news by myself? Just then, Tianyu coincidentally walked up from behind, softly asking, "Who is Xu Ping upset with again?" Xu Ping blinked, lowering her voice with a sigh. "Oh, it's you, Tianyu. It's almost time for the interview and the cameraman suddenly reported he's busy. Now I have to fend for myself and carry this whole bulky machine into the field." Tianyu heard this and patted her shoulder, righteously declaring, "How can a girl handle these heavy manual tasks? Just leave it all to me. Today I will transform into your exclusive cameraman." The beautiful older sister was dumbfounded and asked, "Huh, so are you skipping school today?" "Come on, did you forget the principal's words? With my current sky-high scores, stepping into a first-tier university is as easy as flipping my hand." Seeing the kid overly confident, Xu Ping gently advised, "Tianyu, I understand you're talented, but getting involved in exam cheating is a taboo, okay?" But just a second later, the guy suddenly paused, realizing there was a catch. His brain started calculating rapidly. "Wait a minute, suppose I bring this entire system into the exam room, would that behavior be labeled as cheating? Oh well, why bother overthinking and tiring my brain? This system has integrated into my body. It's my innate power. How can it be equated with those cheaters?" The life and death exam lasts for 2 whole days. This kind of thing will definitely burn a terrifying amount of energy. It might even consume several times more than the revision phase. The vital mission right now is to desperately gather more energy. At this time, while crammed on a jam-packed bus, the young man Tianyu's mind began brewing a dark scheme to use Xu Ping as an energy charging station. He muttered to himself, "Although profiteering off Xu Ping is a bit hard on the conscience, the problem is, looking around, I'm not close to any other beauties anyway." Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes, burning rubber, creating a violent jerk that made Xu Ping lose her balance, stumbling and lunging straight toward Tianyu. The golden opportunity arrived unstoppably. Tianyu made his move at the speed of light, directly opening his arms and grabbing hold of Xu Ping's ant-like waist. At that exact moment, the system's voice rang out crisply. "Detected a peerless physique, grade AAA, energy points collected, 13. Tianyu immediately got into the character of a gentle, Korean standard handsome lead, kindly reminding her, "Xu Ping, remember to be careful on your feet, hold on tight or you'll fall." Xu Ping blushed fiercely, her cheeks turning bright red, looking extremely charming as she mumbled softly, Thank you, Tianyu." Meanwhile, the young man's mind was calculating rapidly. On this packed like sardines bus, physical contact is inevitable. How is this any different from a gold mine for me to freely harvest energy? However, if I keep running wild like this, won't I degenerate into a genuine pervert? While he was busy wrestling with his conscience, the two of them happened to arrive at their stop and got off the bus. Tianyu walked while grumbling internally. No idea what kind of crazy martial arts moves that driver was pulling on the steering wheel to make the ride rattle my brains out. However, thanks to that heart-stopping drift, the guy managed to lightly brush against over 10 beauties, easily sweeping up 20 energy points into his inventory. Looking at Tianyu's pensive appearance, Xu Ping hurriedly and caringly asked, "What's wrong with you, Tianyu? Why the long face like you just lost your ration book?" The young man let out a long sigh, sluggishly replying, "I just realized I've degenerated into the exact type of person I used to despise the most." A moment later, the two of them arrived at a street section jammed with pedestrians. Ambulances were wailing their sirens deafeningly, while the surrounding crowd angrily pointed and gossiped. "Oh my God, are the people who caused this even human anymore? Utterly devoid of conscience to the extreme, how could they have the heart to do this to a child barely the size of a piece of candy?" Filled with confusion, Tianyu spoke up to inquire, "Excuse me, what just happened here, everyone?" Xu Ping suddenly made the connection. She quickly said, "This is exactly the coordinates we need to cover for the news. About an hour ago, a tragic accident occurred. The driver who caused it pulled a hit and run, leaving behind a blood-soaked little girl about 3 or 4 years old at the scene." Her curiosity piqued. Xu Ping hurriedly squeezed through the sea of people with Tianyu to check out the situation. "Please make way, ladies and gentlemen, we are from the TV station. Please let us through to do our work." Hitting their eyes was a heartbreaking sight. A tiny little sprout was lying there gasping for breath, her life hanging by a thread counted in seconds. Witnessing that scene, Xu Ping hurriedly dug out her press pass and handed it to the police officer for verification. "Excuse me, this is my press permit." The police officer looked it over and nodded. "All right. Step inside the cordon." Right after, Xu Ping turned and discreetly reminded Tianyu, "Later you just operate the camera exactly as I instructed you earlier and it'll be fine." "Okay, let's start rolling." Xu Ping immediately got into work mode, pointing the camera right at the eye of the storm. "Greetings, officer, I'm from the city broadcasting station. We really want to grasp the details of this accident. Could you give a brief rundown of the current situation for our viewers to understand?" The police officer answered fluently. When the hotline reported a child had been hit and thrown, sustaining severe injuries and massive bleeding, our task force rushed here immediately. Other officers are currently combing through all left-behind traces. Xu Ping asked further, "So how is the young victim's life right now?" The core responsibility of the police force is to hunt down the person who caused the accident at all costs. As for the medical aspect and the victim's injuries, you'd better consult directly with the medical staff to be clearer. The female reporter inquired further, "So where is the child's family right now? She met with such a life-threatening accident, and yet all her relatives are completely absent." The police officer replied, "Up until this minute, no one has claimed to be her family member. We are also deploying personnel to track down her relatives." Turning around, Xu Ping rushed over to the doctor who was administering first aid. "Doctor, I am in charge of reporting for the city station. Please let us know what the little girl's prognosis is at this moment." The doctor wore a face as tense as a bowstring, sighing as he spoke. "The open wound has been staunched, but the problem is the blood loss is far too massive. More dramatically, she carries Rh-negative blood, which is extremely rare. Currently, the citywide blood bank doesn't have a single drop left for transfusion." Hearing the devastating news, Xu Ping frowned in anxiety. Relatives are nowhere to be found. The blood bank is depleted. In such a deadlock, what can be used to save her life now? At that exact moment, the doctor slapped his forehead as if he just realized some ultimate truth. Perhaps due to his young career age, he was slow to realize, that's right, the family members. That's it. Right after, he dashed frantically toward the police officer, shouting loudly, "Captain Wu, the child has the rare Rh-negative blood type, which means there is a very high probability that her biological parents also carry this blood gene. The core issue right now is to drag her family here, then there might be a chance to keep her hope of survival alive." Captain Wu frowned and replied, "Dr. Zhao, the police have been plowing through everything this whole time to contact the victim's family. The misery is, from the moment the incident broke out until now, not a single relative has shown their face." The doctor impatiently urged, "Captain Wu, you must elevate the search for her family to a red alert level. The child's heart rate is plummeting without breaks. We are forced to rely on the hospital's emergency equipment to hold her on. I have to carry her onto the ambulance and take her back to the hospital immediately." In the midst of this life-or-death moment, Xu Ping blurted out a mutter. If only the police had brought sniffer dogs here, they might have been able to sniff out the whereabouts of her family. That seemingly harmless comment made Tianyu's gears turn. He calculated, that's right, the body scent of each individual is uniquely distinctive. Supposing I had a transcendent nose, tracking down that little girl's bloodline would be entirely feasible. As expected, the system's voice immediately rang out. Activate divine sense of smell skill cost, 10 energy points, duration, 30 minutes. Do you agree to initiate? Tianyu was still half believing, half doubting this demonic system. He cursed inwardly in shock. What the hell, I just barely sprouted the idea of sniffing to find someone, and it immediately tosses out the olfactory skill to tempt me. Whatever, time to save a life is more precious than gold, no time to care about anything else, just do it and figure the rest out later. Matching his thoughts with action, the young man decisively pressed the button to activate the skill. In just the blink of an eye, his respiratory system suddenly became far more acute than even a police dog. Two epic, tens of thousands of scent layers lingering in the air were peeled apart with utmost clarity. The catch was that these smells were all jumbled together in chaos. How was he supposed to dig out the exact family scent of the little girl? As if understanding his intention, the system flashed a notification. The process of tracking the origin of the scent is launching. The subject carrying the scent is located at room 201, block 3, building 12, Yitian residential area. Holy crap, just gifted a divine dog nose, and it even comes with a transcendent map navigation feature. Having just grasped the coordinates, Tianyu rushed over and pulled the commander's shirt. Captain Wu, dispatch your men to rush over to room 201, block 3, building 12 in the Yitian area immediately. Even if the people in that apartment aren't blood relatives, at the very least they are closely connected to the victim. Female reporter Xu Ping's mouth formed an O shape, turning to pull the kid's arm and questioning him. Could it be that you know this little girl's background? The young man brushed it off. Xu Ping, just stay calm. Once we're done here and head home, I'll tell you the whole story. Saying that, he turned and loudly urged. Captain Wu, human life is no joke. The situation is extremely urgent. You must immediately mobilize your forces to go find them right now. The captain frowned in utter bewilderment. He replied, Kid, my entire force is stretched thin handling the crime scene. No one is just sitting around twiddling their thumbs. Besides, I can't pull officers off active duty just based on a few baseless, random words from you. At this moment, Tianyu's expression hardened into extreme seriousness. Comrade officer, please place your trust in me, just assign me a car, and once we get there, everything will become clear as day. Hearing that resolute demeanor, the commander paused for a few seconds to consider. Then turned and jutted his chin at the young officer. Zio Luen, start the car and drive these two reporters over there to verify it. Officer Luen heard the order and stood there blankly, questioning his captain. Boss, didn't you just say pulling people away would disrupt our investigation work? Captain Wu decisively waved his hand, dismissing it. Just follow the order and make the trip. I see this kid's gaze is very firm. He doesn't look like he's just spouting nonsense. If we actually catch a real clue, wouldn't that be striking gold? To bolster more trust, Tianyu boldly sealed it with a final statement. Supposing we get there and harvest no useful clues, you guys can just go ahead and handcuff me for the crime of obstructing an officer on duty. Hearing that, Officer Luen had to mutter, since Captain Wu has finalized it, how could a subordinate like me defy orders? Let's get in the car and go. A little later, the official vehicle screeched to a halt in front of the building, according to Tianyu's coordinates. Officer Luen approached aggressively, pounding on the door thunderously and shouting for the people inside to unlock it. Instantly, a woman with dyed pink hair poked her head out with an extremely terrible attitude. She yelled loudly, "What the hell are you doing? You're smashing my door to pieces. Are you tired of breathing?" What hit her eyes right at that moment was the majestic uniform of the police and two people carrying a camera. Thinking she was being raided by civil defense catching a mahjong den red-handed, she immediately broke into a cold sweat and stammered. Officer, us sisters were just playing a few rounds for entertainment. There is absolutely no money betting involved. Officer Luen kept a stone-cold expression and spoke, "We have no free time to bust gambling rings right now." Right at the Yang-He intersection, a tragic traffic accident just broke out. The victim is a little girl around 5 years old. The police are frantically hunting for the whereabouts of her parents. Does anyone here know any clues? Immediately, a lady wearing a pink shirt rushed out frantically from inside the house. "Officer, do you have a picture of the child? My daughter is also around that age this year and happens to be dropped off at a kindergarten near Yang-He Road. Could my premonition be?" Tianyu quickly interjected, "I have photos saved from the scene here." Just glancing at the photo, the woman in the pink shirt shrieked in absolute panic. Oh my God, Lulu, what happened to my biological daughter? Where is she lying right now? Xu Ping hurriedly stepped over, patting her shoulder to soothe her. Sister, please try to stay calm. Lulu has already been taken to the hospital by the ambulance team. The only problem is. What is the problem? Tell me quickly. Tianyu interrupted. Lulu is bleeding terribly, and the blood bank is short on compatible supplies. Right now, it is mandatory to have someone with the exact Rh-negative blood type to even hope of saving her life. Hearing this, Lulu's mother frantically urged, My veins flow with Rh-negative blood. Please rush me to the hospital immediately. I must use my blood to save my daughter. Lulu's father narrowed his eyes in suspicion at this time. He blocked the way. Everyone hold on a minute. On what basis can you prove that you guys are real police and not imposters? I can't just hand Zio Li over for you guys to take away willy-nilly like that. Without another word, Officer Lewin immediately pulled out his badge and displayed it right in front of the guy's face. I have my police ID with me. Is this credible enough? However, that stubborn father still argued back like a crab. How do I know if this piece of paper is genuine or fake? Patience having limits, Tianyu furiously roared. If you keep standing there haggling for another minute, your daughter won't be saved. Hearing the shout, the old father flinched and shrunk back. Tianyu followed up with a critical blow. If you pride yourself on having peak vigilance, then why did the child meet such a disaster? Did you stick close and protect her? That man turned completely into stone, shutting his mouth tight, not daring to utter another half-word. Cutting the frame sharply to the hospital room. Right now, the mother was lying down donating blood to maintain her daughter Lulu's heartbeat. With tearful eyes, she turned toward the police officer to express her gratitude. Thank you, comrade. You are the lifesaver who gave my daughter a second chance at life. Officer Lewin embarrassedly waved his hand and jutted his chin toward Tianyu. You've got the wrong person. The one who deserves the thanks is that young man over there. Tracking down your address today was all thanks to that kid shouldering the task. Tianyu, suddenly being called out, shyly scratched the back of his neck and laughed sheepishly. It's no big deal, sister, just a small matter. In another development, Captain Wu was on the phone listening to his subordinate's report. Good, excellently done, Zio Lewin. Remember to treat and reward that young friend properly. Hanging up the phone, the commander's eyebrows furrowed in thought. Finding the family is like lifting the burden of life and death, but the misery is that the crime scene didn't cough up any living witnesses, nor are there any traces of evidence. How on earth are we supposed to turn this place upside down to catch the bastard who committed a hit and run? Stepping into the big boss's office, the bureau chief intertwined his hands and inquired, Zio Wu, how is the situation on hunting down the culprit? Has the case made any breakthrough yet? Reporting to the boss, the boys just dragged the victim's mother to the hospital to donate blood. I haven't had time to go over there to take a statement. Up to this minute, the evidence-gathering aspect is still completely stuck in one place. Immediately, the phone in his pocket vibrated violently again. Captain Wu asked for permission to step outside to take the call. Hello, old Zhao, what do you need me for? Make it quick, I'm in the middle of a meeting. Dr. Zhao on the other end of the line spoke in an admiring tone. Captain Wu, your case-running speed is too epic. If you had been delayed by just a few more minutes, the mother would have been separated by life and death from her daughter. The commander humbly explained. Old Zhao, you flatter me. Turning the tables in this round was entirely thanks to the young reporter kid. He was the one who locked in the coordinates and guided my men straight to the family's lair. Just as the words left his mouth, a bolt of lightning flashed across his brain. Wait a minute, what kind of magic did that reporter kid use to be able to rattle off the victim's family's address so flawlessly? Thinking up to this point, the police captain hurriedly wrapped up. Old Zhao, I'm busy with urgent business right now, let's chat later. Cutting off the call, he rushed back in to report to the big boss. Chief, just now we managed to locate the little girl's family thanks to a reporter guy pointing the way. The chief interrupted, is he a relative of the victim? Absolutely not, but I bet that kid possesses some sort of hidden ultimate skill. If we have this person's intervention, our case-solving progress will definitely accelerate. Hearing this, the leader slapped the table and issued an order. If we've already grasped the rope, then immediately dispatch men to stick close to that reporter. Chairman Wei has issued an ultimatum, forcing us to close this case file in exactly 2 days. Captain Wu clicked his heels in a standard salute, loudly declaring, Understood, boss. An hour later, right at Wu Tianhong's special task force, a female officer walked in to present. Reporting to Commander, I just scoured the accident area. Unfortunately, that place is devoid of shops and completely lacks surveillance cameras, so we basically came up empty-handed. Officer Lewin also added more info. I just turned the child's parents' backgrounds upside down. The father works as a department head for a foreign enterprise, clean record, no signs of holding grudges against anyone. The mother hangs around the house as a housewife. In her free time, she rubs mahjong tiles with her sisters. Extremely simple social network. The video footage at the kindergarten also confirmed that the child sneaked out on her own without anyone leading her away. Synthesizing all the data, the captain scratched his head and pulled his ears, completely blind about the direction. He frowned and muttered, "What kind of bizarre case is this? In the end, is it just a simple, unfortunate accident, or is there some terrifying hidden truth concealed within?" Racking his brains for a while, he gave the order. Zio Lewin is currently still sticking close to that reporter guy, right? Quickly establish contact with him for me right now. Over at the hospital end, the tiny little life Lulu was still drifting in a coma, yet to awaken. The haggard mother who stayed up all night watching over the hospital bed wiped away tears and tremblingly said, "Thank goodness, Lulu's complexion has turned rosy again. Our family is immensely grateful to our benefactors." Standing tucked away in a corner, Tianyu was internally counting down. The timer for the super olfactory skill is about to run out. I have to take advantage while the machine is still running to take one last sniff and see, who knows, I might just expose the tail of that bastard culprit. Like an understanding machine, the system immediately popped up a notification. The process of hunting for Lulu's scent is permitted to begin. The device has scanned the source located at room 201, block 3, building 12, Yitian area. Missed the mark, this is just the residual scent from relatives she interacted with recently. Request to continue searching. Second location result, 3rd floor, Xinhai Medical Facility. Still dead wrong, scan again. The system instantly updated the new coordinates. The scent is emanating from room 103, block 1, building 2, within the Heyuan area. Hearing this name, Tianyu's eyes lit up, clapping his hands with a smack to lock it in. Spot on, no need to adjust, the villain's lair is exactly this place. Having grasped the culprit's lair, the young man immediately turned around to bait him. "Hey, Officer Lewin, do you want to hog the entire Medal of Merit for this round?" The police officer was dumbfounded and twisted around. Did you catch the frequency of something again, little bro? Whatever it is, just say it straight. Boss Wu has already ordered me to serve you attentively." Seizing the golden opportunity, the young man took the chance to lightly brush against Xu Ping to leech some energy and spoke loudly. "Of course I do. If you want to slurp up the whole combat merit, then follow my tail." The system's voice also rang out with a ting-ting, absorbing 5 energy points. Officer Lewin, being spun around like a cricket, got heated up and snapped. "What's with all this secrecy? Spit it out and let's see where we're going to achieve what merit." Tianyu smirked triumphantly, muttering the reading. Room 103, block 1, building 2, Heyuan apartment complex. "Get in the car, let's go grab the neck of that hit-and-run bastard." Just a blink of an eye later, the car screeched to a halt right in front of the exact coordinates Tianyu had tracked. Officer Lewin approached aggressively, pounding on the door thunderously and shouting, "Police on duty, demand the person inside to open the door right now." The door creaked open. A woman with a face as pale as a ghost, sweat pouring down soaking her forehead, poked her head out submissively. "Officer, who are you looking for here?" Playing it completely safe, Tianyu activated his golden boy nose again to reevaluate. "Please invite the system to take a sniff and see if Lulu's scent lingers around here." "Oh crap, it's ruined," the system ruthlessly threw out a notification. "Maintenance duration has depleted, olfactory function requests to power down." The young man bulged his 2 eyes out looking at life, his brain freezing for about 5 seconds. He bitterly cursed in his stomach, holy peanuts, draining the battery right at this crucial moment. How infuriating is this? Consider this life a goner, I can't save energy anymore. Seeing both sides quiet, the woman softly probed again. "What business brings you police officers all the way to my house?" Officer Lewin quick-wittedly spouted nonsense. "Recently, the public security around here has been fluctuating. Thieves and robbers are running rampant. My men and I are patrolling to remind residents to bolt and lock their doors carefully. If you see any trouble, you must call and report to the police immediately." Left with no choice, Tianyu had to hold back his tears and tribute another 10 energy points to restart his olfactory plow machine. System sound rang out ting-ting again. "Recharge successful, sniffing function has been reactivated." Without needing to preach any logic, Tianyu unleashed a kick that smashed the door wide open, rushing massively straight into the house. Just as he landed, hitting his eyes was a glaringly bright red car. The entrance door was as small as a nostril, yet a whole car could fit right into the room. This is truly a miraculous occurrence. Tianyu then crossed his arms, looking badass as he interrogated her. The evidence is right here. Do you still think you can deny it? Understanding the cue, Officer Lewin immediately rushed forward, twisting the target's arms and taking her down. You there? You are under arrest. Realizing the soft approach failed, the pink-shirted auntie went crazy, baring her claws and lunging forward to scratch the police officer's face. Unfortunately for her, after just half a minute of struggling, a pair of handcuffs tightly clamped around her precious hands, sending the lady straight into the dark abyss of prison. A moment later, a blue-plated backup police car came tearing through the wind with its sirens blaring. The special agents fanned out, snapping photos of the evidence nonstop before shoving her into the back of the van. Captain Wu also arrived at the scene just in time. Puffing on a cigarette, the commander patted the kid's shoulder in praise. Hey young man, if you hadn't lent a hand in this special case, my brothers and I would have been eating dirt. The young man shyly scratched his ear, grinning before starting to brag. With great power comes great responsibility, sir. Fighting alongside the armed forces to eradicate evil is a privilege for a law-abiding citizen like me. His lips were curved in a bright smile, but deep down, Tianyu was crying a river. This is too tragic. Getting tangled up in this mess cost yours truly 20 core energy points. Where am I supposed to find a sugar mama to recharge all this lost blood now? Then Captain Wu shoved a business card into his hand, reminding him, Brother, if you ever run into any trouble out there, just give me a ring. This is my personal number. Yes, sir, it's my utmost honor, Boss Wu. After a few rounds of professional interrogation, the female owner of that doomed car had to obediently sign the confession. The root of the tragedy stemmed from a secret, illicit affair. This woman was originally a subordinate working under Lulu's father. Proximity breeds affection, and the two secretly developed feelings for each other. Ironically, that terrible father felt remorseful and didn't want his precious daughter to end up in a broken home. And so, the innocent Lulu inadvertently became a thorn in her side, an obstacle standing in the way of the lovers. On that fateful afternoon, after a heated verbal clash, the father got sick of the cheating lifestyle and decided to turn over a new leaf, choosing to keep his family and his little daughter. That ruthless rejection triggered a nightmare of hatred in the woman's heart, directing her target straight at little Lulu. As a result, she stepped on the gas and ran the kid over in a state of utter insanity. When the veil of truth was torn down, that wicked woman immediately received a full scholarship straight to prison, enjoying the privileges of being served 3 meals a day with a fully inclusive uniform package. How thrilling for her. While strolling back, Xu Ping flashed a dazzling, sunny smile, whispering sweetly, Good boy Tianyu, I owe you a massive favor today. Without you, my news hunting mission would have definitely gone down the drain. To repay you, Big Sis will treat you to an all-out feast tonight. A moment later, the young man and woman stopped in front of a fancy restaurant that reeked of money. Xu Ping blinked her eyes, looking incredibly cute and coaxed. The vibe here looks pretty high-end. Let's pop in and grab a bite, honey. Tianyu nodded without hesitation. The waitress was also very quick to hand them the menu, bowing warmly. May I ask what the two of you would like to have? Let's just pick a few casual dishes to fill our stomachs. Has Sis Xu Ping fancied anything yet? Who would have thought the bespectacled Xu Ping was currently gluing her eyes to the young man Tianyu as if she wanted to eat him alive, not even blinking once. Suddenly, Xu Ping tilted her head and interrogated him. Confess now, Tianyu, do you have a girlfriend yet? If you're hopelessly single, let me matchmake you with a stunning beauty, okay? The male lead was caught off guard by the probing question and jumped, his cheeks instantly turning as red as tomatoes, stammering to cover it up. Well, how the hell would I stand a chance at wooing girls? But if you force me to choose, the standard would have to be 10 out of 10, exactly like you. Oh my god, spitting out such blatant flirting skills, our brother Tianyu is truly a master predator. On the opposite side of the table, the beauty Xu Ping officially turned to stone, frozen for a whole century without being able to squeeze out a single word. Then her face also turned the color of a boiled shrimp, her hands and feet becoming clumsy from endless embarrassment. To break the thick atmosphere, the big sister shouted for the staff to bring out 2 bottles of beer to drown the awkwardness. Tianyu panicked and tried to stop her. Oh sis, I haven't even wiped the milk off my lips yet, just let me sip some Coke to cope with this. After clinking their glasses loudly, both roared in unison. Cheers, let's raise a glass to celebrate today's incredibly successful crime-busting mission. Xu Ping tilted her head back and downed the whole glass of beer in a heartbeat, looking as badass as a female demon boss. The young man sitting next to her saw the scene and cringed back. "Oh, Mother of God, how can you drink like a bottomless pit like that?" Without a word, Xu Ping threw her arm around Tianyu's neck extremely affectionately, slurring her words. "Holding back is a no-go, sipping it little by little just makes the mouth bitter, honey." The electronic chime rang in his brain again. Detected flawless, peerless aura, AA grade, proceeding to absorb 8 points of regenerative energy. Being in such close contact, Tianyu awkwardly wrinkled his nose. Seeing his hesitant attitude, Xu Ping changed the subject. "The snacks are all laid out on the table, what are you spacing out for? Dig in." After drinking casually for a while, the big sister was completely wasted, and Tianyu had to brace himself to piggyback her home. Right now, the girl was in a drunk-high state, howling terrifying melodies. Look at the pretty little bird chirping and spreading its wings to fly, so many dear friends opening their arms to welcome the new day. Unable to bear the deafening noise, the young man grimaced and begged, "Oh, great sister, please spare my ears, can you just shut your mouth and stop acting up?" As soon as he finished speaking, both stumbled and fell flat, sprawling across the ground. Dragging themselves a bit further, they finally made it to the sister's front door. The future father-in-law saw his precious daughter as limp as a noodle and totally freaked out. "Oh heavens and earth, what in the world is this? How could you drink yourself into such a mess, child?" Tianyu could only force an awkward smile to defend her. "Well, sir, sis Xu Ping caught a massive scoop today and got a bit too excited, so she accidentally drank a little too much. Tianyu, sorry to trouble you with hauling her wrecked body all the way back here." "Oh, please don't mention it, uncle, I'm used to being a busybody. You and auntie just rest and take care of your health, I'll be taking my leave now." The moment he poked his face through his own door, the young man was immediately hit with a barrage of scolding from the Empress Dowager. "You troublemaker, where did you sneak off to with your backpack instead of going to school today?" The son hurriedly explained. "Hey mom, early this morning I saw sis Xu Ping's partner bail on her, so I just stepped up to carry the camera and help her out." Hearing the excuse, the queen mother got even more furious, firing off a verbal machine gun at the kid. "Good grief, the university gates are right at your throat, and you're still playing the town crier helping people film. They get paid to do it, why did you stick your nose in there for nothing? I'll just wait and see if you still have the face to go around filming when you fail your university exams. Time is literally counting down by the days, get your butt to the study desk right now. You have zero sense of time management. The school held mock exams today and you dared to skip it to play cameraman. Giving birth to this disaster is truly my bad karma." Tianyu frowned, sensing something off, and quickly asked, "Wait, are you a spy for the school or something? How do you know the exam schedule so well?" "Dong Zai tip you off. Cut the crap. You think that bare-bottomed, rain-bathing kid Cheng Dong has the sense to urge you to study? It's a blessing of 3 lifetimes if he doesn't drag you to the net cafe all night. It was a girl named Dong Yu who called, asking why you disappeared today. She said the school was holding exams for the core subjects." Catching the esteemed name of the caller, Tianyu jolted in surprise. "Oh my God, how on earth was it that girl who called?" The mother immediately put her hands on her hips and yelled, "What are you speechless for? How are that Dong Yu girl's grades? Confess right now, Tianyu, did you secretly take someone's daughter as your girlfriend?" Tianyu frowned, looking completely wronged. "Mom, where is your imagination going? Dong Yu is the insanely powerful class representative. How could a commoner like me dare to reach so high? She just saw I was absent without leave, so she did her duty and called to check attendance, mother." "My dear son, I am not forbidding your little romances, but the fateful exam is breathing down your neck, so please rein it in and focus all your energy on your books." Tianyu immediately raised 3 fingers to the sky and swore an oath. "Yes, mother's teachings are absolutely right, I understand completely. If the Empress Dowager hasn't approved, I swear to death I won't dare bring any peach blossom home, I shall engrave it in my heart." "Yeah, get lost into your room and cram some words into your head. You're only good at running your mouth. One day if you bring some hot babe home, you'll probably kick this old lady out to the chicken coop." Finishing the sentence, as soon as he dragged his feet into his private territory, Tianyu immediately fell into a spiral of fantasies. A girlfriend. But the wicked thing was, the young man's heart right now was completely filled with the sweet, sugary smile of sis Xu Ping. Tianyu unconsciously muttered, "Oh holy crap, what kind of crazy sci-fi movie is my brain projecting right now?" Shifting the frame to the second day at school, the young man Tianyu was burying his face listening to the lecture when suddenly the homeroom teacher opened the door and roared his name. "Tianyu, step out into the hallway and lend me a moment. Yesterday the school ran a few important mock exams and you completely vanished. The subject teachers sent your exam papers for me to hold. Later, take the initiative to grind through this stack of papers. You can only drag your body back to class after you finish handing them in." Yes, your student accepts the decree. A moment later, the homeroom teacher went even further, personally escorting and tutoring him one-on-one to force the young man to rack his brains solving the exams. How malicious. Tianyu glanced around, suddenly realizing that a few teachers were sneakily watching him from afar. The teenager couldn't help but sigh wearily in his mind, "Oh my God, why do you have to drag such a massive delegation of proctors here? You teachers act as if I'm hiding cheat sheets in my underwear." Right after that, Tianyu slowly closed his eyes, silently activating the knowledge scanning system. The system's voice chimed in reporting, enabling search feature, deducting 2 energy points, initiating math data analysis, answers preparing to be displayed. As soon as he received the information, Tianyu dashed his pen as fast as lightning, even too lazy to read through the questions once. The group of 4 teachers huddled together, all of them wide-eyed and jaw-dropped, stunned by the unbelievable scene unfolding right before their eyes. Then Tianyu calmly capped his pen, lightly dropping a nonchalant sentence, "Reporting to you, sir, I have completed the exam." That sentence made the homeroom teacher break into a cold sweat, shocked as he muttered to himself, "Good heavens, only 45 minutes have passed, and the kid has already chewed through the entire exam paper." Regaining his composure, the teacher hurriedly spoke, Very good, you can go back to class and continue studying now." Tianyu leisurely stuffed his hands in his pockets, maintaining a cold expression as he strode away with an incredibly dignified demeanor. The teachers lingering in the room all turned to stone, the atmosphere so quiet that no one could squeeze out a single word. A teacher with slickly gelled hair frowned and analyzed, with a writing speed like a flash of lightning. "There isn't even enough time for reading comprehension. Did he just close his eyes and pick at random? Taking a math test without even touching the scratch paper, just directly writing down the results like that, I'm afraid even if the genius Einstein came back to life, he might not be able to show off such a superhuman level." To put it harshly, even if they handed out the answer key to copy from, a normal person would still have to take time tracking each question. Yet Tianyu glided his pen smoothly without stumbling a single beat. Hearing his colleagues discuss, the homeroom teacher let out a soft sigh and added, during the previous literature exam, he also displayed the exact same godlike writing speed as today. After carefully test grading Tianyu's paper, a teacher couldn't help but exclaim tremblingly, "I just cross-checked it with the standard rubric. It's unbelievable, almost every question scored perfectly." Immediately, the crowd of teachers swarmed around, clamoring over each other to say, "That's absurd, let me check it, let me see. This is way too ridiculous. How the hell could the boy write out this complex exponential function without going through a single transformation step? Obviously, his previous grades were just scraping by at a few points. How on earth did he suddenly transform into a prodigy like this after a while? It's truly unbelievable. Or could the kid be using high-tech cheating devices, something like an earpiece or smart contact lenses?" A female teacher hurriedly waved her hand to dismiss the idea. "That's impossible. The way he moved his pen was as if all the knowledge was already deeply imprinted in his brain. No matter how advanced the tech is, it can't support such a terrifying reflex speed." The homeroom teacher now smiled kindly to soothe them. "All right then, teachers, our school producing another talent is something we should be celebrating, right? Sitting here making wild guesses won't solve anything. In short, the 12th grade this year has securely gained another regular class student passing into a prestigious university." Back in the classroom, the class monitor Shilei was busy dancing with the chalk on the blackboard. Tianyu had just stepped through the door, caught sight of this scene, and secretly judged. Since when did this guy Shilei come back to school? What kind of trick is he playing up on the board? As soon as Shilei turned his face around, he immediately bumped into Tianyu's gaze. Instantly, his face scrunched up, grinding his teeth with a look of pure hatred as if he wanted to eat the other party alive. However, Tianyu completely treated the opponent like air, not even bothering to cast a glance. He calmly walked to his desk and slowly took a seat. Seeing this, Shilei smugly raised his chin. These math problems are the spoils I begged off the honors class students. This is all classified material compiled by their teachers. I heard it hits the jackpot every year. The boy Du Yunqiang heard that, and his eyes went round with surprise. Hey Shilei, that second problem is a 4-variable equation. Our class only skimmed through 3-variable equations for exactly one session. The class monitor tilted his face up to lecture. Academics rely on talent, and exams rely on fate. You have to know how to expand your reasoning for it to mean anything. These problems are the clinchers for a perfect score, meant purely to test the student's reflex thinking. Not far away, the beauty Tianyu frowned slightly and rebutted. No matter how expanded our thinking is, we aren't math professors. Formats that have never appeared in the textbook don't stand a chance of making it into the university entrance exam. Witnessing the class monitor talking big until it became an eyesore, Tianyu smirked and mocked. Hey Shilei, you copied it so enthusiastically. Do you even know how to solve it? Struck a nerve, Shilei immediately flared up and retorted. Tianyu, cut that sarcastic tone, or do you think you have the skills to solve it yourself? Without a moment's hesitation, Tianyu sprang up, his whole body exuding overwhelming confidence. Since the class monitor has extended an invitation, I'll take the liberty to show off my meager skills before an expert. If you're so good, come up here. I'll keep my eyes peeled to see what kind of stunt you can pull off. Deep down, Shilei was secretly laughing in triumph with a malicious scheme. This problem is exclusive. There's no data on the internet for it. Tianyu, no matter how fancy your gadgets are, there's no way you can find the answer. I dare you to solve it, kid. Get ready to be utterly humiliated. Immediately, Tianyu silently activated the cheating software in his brain. The familiar chime immediately rang out. Search mode activated, 2 energy points deducted, math data scanning process is underway. As soon as the solution appeared in his mind, Tianyu moved his hand nimbly, writing with chalk on the board, his speed as smooth as flowing water and drifting clouds. The class monitor Shilei looked at that scene, terrified and sweating bullets, screaming internally, what the hell is going on? He didn't even bother to mentally review the problem and just started writing away like a storm. A mere 90 seconds passed. Tianyu put down the chalk, turned his back and said flatly, I have completed the mission. Class monitor, take a look to see if this process is accurate. Hearing this, Shilei turned crazy from shame and snapped loudly. Tianyu, where did you steal this solution from? Tianyu maintained his calm demeanor, casually firing back. What kind of nonsense are you babbling about? Your 2 eyes are still functioning well enough to clearly see me writing every chalk stroke myself, right? Any other problems you're stuck on? Just bring them all out. I'll kindly take care of the whole lot for you. Why are you suddenly as mute as a clam? Only one problem in and you're already so terrified your throat has seized up. Shilei gritted his teeth and glared, resentfully trying to salvage some face in front of Tianyu. The result is correct, but our class hasn't even learned the theorems you used. If you're so smart, try doing it again using the traditional methods in the textbook. Hearing that sophistry, Tianyu gently shot back. If you read it and don't understand, just admit your skills are poor. Take your books home to study harder before coming out to show off. The sharp mocking words made the class monitor choke on his anger, his face turning purple, but he was completely out of arguments. Right at that moment, the bald teacher stepped onto the podium, loudly reminding them, the university exam is right at your necks, and you guys are still in the mood to make a racket. It's class time, you there, quickly retreat to your seat. Shilei quickly reported, sir, on the board are a few difficult exercises that the honors class just passed to me. I was copying them down so the whole class could practice. The teacher glanced at the board, his eyes instantly bulging in surprise. Honors class problems. Tianyu, did you write this solution with your own hands? According to normal principles, you have to downgrade a 4-variable equation to a 2-variable one before handling it, yet you boldly calculated it straight away. Your thinking is truly formidable. The teenager Tianyu scratched his head slightly in embarrassment. Earlier I just did it out of reflex without time to consider it carefully. Thank you for the analysis, sir. Next, the teacher waved his hand, signaling. Both of you quickly return to your places. In today's session, I will dissect the core problem types in detail so you can firmly grasp them. Tianyu quietly retreated to his desk, cold sweat seeping out and soaking his shirt. He secretly told himself, this is bad, not just Shilei, but even the teachers are starting to sniff out something unusual. Maybe I need to limit the abuse of this golden finger from now on. While later when the bell rang for break time, Shilei sat scratching his head in thought, there must be some hidden trick here. Tianyu is just as clueless about the method the teacher just taught. I personally scratched out that damn equation, and it took a grueling 4 pages. With such a massive amount of calculations, on what basis could that guy skip steps and just copy out the result? Tianyu, your nature is still just a terrible student. It's 100% certain you used some dirty trick. Relying on some petty skills, and you dare to hit on Dong Yu and even assaulted Ming Pang until he was hospitalized. Do you think you can stay out of the reach of the law forever? With anger rising up to his throat, the class monitor decided to map out a malicious plan to punish Tianyu. He then picked up his phone to contact a gang of thugs. Hello, is this Brother Liu De? Who is on the line? Yes, Brother De, it's me, Shilei. From the receiver, a purple-haired young thug lazily spoke. Shilei, what brings a dragon to a shrimp's house? Boss De, I have a small job I need you to handle. I need you to teach a little brat a lesson for me. The purple-haired guy casually locked in a price. All right, this is a piece of cake. Transfer 5,000 yuan up front along with the kid's identification info over to me. 5,000 yuan deal. The brat has black hair, a pretty sturdy build. His name is Tianyu. Time passed by so fast. In a blink of an eye, it was time to ring the dismissal bell. His childhood friend Cheng Dong didn't forget to pat Tianyu's shoulder and remind him before leaving, Bro, when you pass by the deserted alley, make sure to watch your back carefully. Don't worry, have a safe trip home too. Tianyu had just appeared at the entrance of the alley when a spotter immediately pointed, Boss, the target has appeared. Is it that brat over there? The leader hurriedly pulled out his phone to cross-check the image, smirking as he confirmed, perfect match. That's exactly the face. Finishing his words, he nudged the iron pipe onto his shoulder, waving his hand and shouting, All right, boys, form up, get ready to welcome our guest. Tianyu quickly noticed the atmosphere reeking of danger all around him. Blocking his path was a group of young punks, each of them looking skinny and frail, completely lacking the ruthlessness of real gangsters. Tianyu frowned and spoke. What is the meaning of this, brothers? The purple-haired guy didn't bother to explain, straining his neck and yelling, Cut the bullshit questions. Boys, charge in and beat this brat to a pulp for me. As soon as the order dropped, he lunged forward like a starving tiger, swinging the iron pipe down hard onto the top of Tianyu's head. However, Tianyu only slightly tilted his body at a small angle, more than enough to dodge that brutal strike. The young man quickly locked down the enemy's weapon, simultaneously swinging his other hand to deliver an earth-shattering punch right in the middle of the thug's face. The fake boss was sent flying by the force, doing a few flips in the air before smashing his entire body into the ground, rolling over and passing out cold. Foam was pouring profusely from his mouth, his appearance looking utterly pathetic. Right after that, Tianyu skillfully spun the iron pipe a few rounds in his hand and caught it neatly with an incredibly domineering flair. The lackeys witnessed the swift turning of the tables and turned pale with fear, fumbling their limbs, one guy stammering in panic. What kind of witchcraft is this? Just a blink of an eye and Boss Liu Du is already laid out flat. But another guy still tried to stick his neck out to boost morale. Don't panic, brothers. No matter how high his martial arts skills are, he can't beat sheer numbers. Today we must give this brat a taste of pain. And so the remaining 3 thugs rushed into the attack one after another. You're dead meat this time, kid. Everyone get him, break his arms and legs. The shout had just ended when the shaved-headed guy took a full, hammer-like swing of the pipe to his mouth, emitting a loud cracking sound. Tianyu also conveniently added another strike to the purple-haired Liu De lying on the ground. Right at that moment, a cowardly punk dashed out from a blind spot, aiming to launch a sneak attack behind Tianyu's back. Due to the blind spot obscuring his vision, Tianyu took a devastating hit from a steel pipe dead in the center of his back. The bone-deep sensation of pain caused his movements to slightly falter for a split second. Seizing the golden opportunity, all 3 punks simultaneously charged in to gang up on him. They madly rained down a barrage of pipe strikes onto Tianyu's body, causing him to suffer countless swollen wounds. The green-haired youth smugly sneered, Weren't you acting almighty and majestic a moment ago? Why are you shrinking back like a turtle hiding in its shell now? Suddenly, Tianyu's face turned several degrees colder, spitting out word by word, If you have the guts, try barking one more sentence. Oh wow, you're about to be beaten to a pulp, and you're still talking tough, huh? Where are you boys? Keep smashing him enthusiastically for me. As an iron bar came crashing down, Tianyu raised his bare hand and caught it beautifully. The rage in the teenager's chest had now erupted like a volcano. As if wielding the might of a god of war, Tianyu tightly gripped the green-haired guy's throat, effortlessly lifting him dangling in midair, an unreal scene straight out of a movie. The two accomplices frantically swung their pipes repeatedly at him, but to Tianyu, that meager force was merely like scratching an itch on the surface of his skin. The young man treated those strikes like air, channeling all his strength to unleash a flurry of wind-tearing punches straight into the green-haired guy's face, beating the living daylights out of him. Wrapping up the greeting, he pinned the opponent's head down tightly and delivered a lethal knee strike. The punk was sent flying a dozen meters away, flopping down onto the cold ground with not an ounce of strength left to twitch. Having dealt with one guy, Tianyu slowly turned around, directing his razor-sharp gaze at the final two blockades. The two lackeys were so overwhelmed by the killing intent that they trembled, sweat soaking their clothes. At that exact moment, the purple-haired ringleader also groggily woke up. The three-man squad picked up their weapons again, slowly forming a line to prepare for a bloodbath. Tianyu didn't know the meaning of fear. He kicked up an iron pipe with the tip of his shoe, caught it neatly, and challenged them, feeling bloodthirsty. I'll humor you if you want. Let's get down to business. If we're playing to the bitter end. Finishing his words, he dashed forward with wind-tearing speed. With just one elegant swing of his hand, Tianyu sent two guys into eternal slumber. Suddenly, the green-haired guy who had just woken up scrambled to his feet, running for his dear life. Not taking even half a second, Tianyu sniffed out the escape attempt, instantly leaping into the air to perform an incredibly spectacular flying dart kick. The heel of his shoe struck right into the fleeing guy's snout. The green-haired guy lost his balance, tumbling head over heels, his butt smacking hard against the concrete floor. Tianyu grabbed him tightly by the collar, growling his interrogation, "Who is pulling your strings from behind?" Yet this guy was still stubborn enough to grit his teeth and bear it, shaking his head vehemently. The teenager didn't hesitate to land a few extra punches, hissing, "Did your mouth grow just for decoration? When I ask, you open your mouth and confess." The green-haired guy was scared out of his wits, crying out for mercy, "I swear I'm in the dark. Only the boss knows who hired us for this job." Hearing that plea, Tianyu let go, growling, "Drag each other away from my sight immediately. Stop playing dead here. If you ever dare to creep around looking for trouble with me again, I swear I'll break your legs so you can be companions with a wheelchair for the rest of your lives." Leaving behind the ironclad threat, Tianyu leisurely walked away, his back radiating a majestic, imposing aura. The gang of small-time punks only now dared to groan, clutching their bruised wounds, helping each other stand up with great difficulty. The blonde-haired guy winced and asked Bosta, "What's the plan, boss? What is our next move?" The purple-haired guy resentfully ground his teeth, spitting out insults. "That bastard Chile, he threw a massive burden at me. The meager money he paid isn't even enough to cover our hospital bills. Brother de, our whole gang got cooked alive by a little brat. If word of this reaches the underworld, how will we ever have the dignity to collect protection fees again?" Those instigating words only made the flames of hatred in his heart burn higher. "Damn it, we absolutely cannot let this slide. For today's debt, I swear to make him pay 10 times the price. Go check on the bald guy's condition and see if he's okay. Hey kid, did you break any bones?" The green-haired guy sported a face swollen like a turnip, whining tearfully, "Bosta, my mouth got punched so hard all my teeth fell out." Hearing that tragic lament, the purple-haired leader furiously clenched his fists, screaming in rage, "That bastard Tianyu, if I don't avenge this, I swear I'm not a human being. Let's retreat. We have to go to Boss Liang's place to report, so the boss can see how miserably we sacrificed ourselves." The lackeys nodded in unison in agreement. "Makes perfect sense. As long as Brother Liang personally steps up, that brat Tianyu is as good as gone." At Boss Liang's lair, a bald middle-aged man was bowing and scraping as he begged, "Brother Liang, could you possibly cut us a little slack on the security fees?" That burly man with an arrogant demeanor was none other than the notorious Boss Liang, and snuggled up beside him was none other than the cunning Qinzu. As it turned out, this schoolgirl was actually the mistress of a gang boss. With a bossy attitude, he spoke slowly, "Hey Mr. Zhao, you are a businessman so you should understand. Whether your workplace is peaceful or not directly determines the size of your wallet. Just think about it, you pay me tribute, and in return I guarantee no one dares to touch this area. With such a win-win cooperation for both sides, what else are you demanding? Hearing that underlying threat, Boss Zhao sweated bullets, timidly explaining, "Yes, sir, we fully understand your kindness. It's just that business has been so slow lately. Please cut us a little slack. Look, Brother Liang, prices are skyrocketing, taxes are being collected aggressively. After deducting all expenses, where would small merchants like us get any abundant profit from?" Suddenly the boss reached out and grabbed the shop owner's collar tightly, his eyes bulging with rage, shouting right into his face. "If the government collects high taxes, pick up your skirt and go petition them. What does that have to do with dragging me out to haggle over protection money? Do you think I'm too soft, so you plan to climb up and sit on my head?" The white-shirted young man standing nearby found it completely unacceptable and intervened. "Brother Liang, take your hands off Mr. Zhao right now. Do you think the laws of the nation are a joke?" Hearing the word laws spoken, the boss tilted his head back and laughed maniacally, full of mockery. "A snot-nosed brat who hasn't even dried behind the ears. It seems your brain needs to be readjusted. On this turf ruled by me, Sha Liang, the words I speak are the law." Seeing the atmosphere reeking of violence, Boss Zhao was so scared his limbs went limp, stammering and begging, "Please calm your anger, Brother Liang. My son is still young and foolish. He speaks without thinking, please be lenient." He immediately snapped, "Grown to this size, and you call him a child. Let me help you discipline him, to let him know who he must bow down to when encountering them in this society." Without waiting for anyone to react, he launched an attack like a storm, slamming a powerful punch straight into the white-shirted boy's abdomen. The terrifying shockwave sent the young man flying backward, his back violently crashing against the wall, causing the bricks and mortar to crack into large fissures. Having cleared the obstacle, the boss turned back, lifting his chin to ask Boss Zhao, in short, how is the tribute money going to be handled now? Boss Zhao panicked and waved his hands frantically. 30,000, yes, 30,000. I'll run and gather enough cash to bring to you right away." Seeing the other party obediently submit, he laughed in satisfaction. "If only you had been obedient from the start, then we wouldn't have had to get physical like this." Seizing the moment, that Qin Zhu started to whine and fuss, her soft hands snaking around to knead the boss's shoulders, sweetly coaxing him, "Oh my dear Liang, why bother holding grudges against those lowlifes and waste your energy? Come lie down here and let me give you a relaxing massage. You think I enjoy getting physical? It's because those ungrateful wretches dared to haggle and shortchange me. If we give in this time, next month they'll surely be insatiable." Qin Zhu quickly flattered her lover. "You're absolutely right. How can anyone try to bargain when buying a few vegetables? The rules set by Boss Liang are absolute. No one dares to haggle. These people are truly brainless." Just as the adulterous pair were being intimate, the group from earlier stumbled in, helping each other along. Seeing the miserable state of his underlings, the boss gaped and asked, "Where did you guys crawl out from to end up in such a state?" Liu De, with his distorted face, whined and reported, "Boss, we just got a brutal beating from that little brat." "What, you got beat up? How big was their gang to injure you guys this badly?" "Boss, there was only one single little punk on their side." As soon as he finished, the boss boiled with rage, jumped up and cursed, "Damn it, 4 big guys like you couldn't handle one little brat." The purple-haired guy didn't even get a chance to defend himself before being scolded fiercely. "Did you guys eat chaff instead of rice to be this useless? Why bring your swollen faces back here? Why didn't you just jump into the river and get out of my sight?" Liu De hastily waved his hands to explain clearly, "Boss, listen to me explain first. We weren't bored and looking for trouble. It's just that today an old subordinate used our name to ask for a favor. If I had flatly refused, wouldn't that embarrass you, Boss Liang, letting the underworld gossip that your men are cowards?" That argument sounds reasonable. But how the hell did you let him beat you into such a pulp?" The purple-haired guy hurriedly defended himself. "That little punk is a pro, and his methods are extremely treacherous. Even a Mao's teeth were all knocked out by him, not a single one left." After hearing the explanation, the boss heavily dropped himself onto the sofa, sighed, and said, "Confess honestly, how much did you make from this gig?" "Boss, just peanuts. The client only paid 3,000 yuan. "All right, hand 2,000 over to the fund. You guys keep the remaining scraps for your medical bills." Receiving this favor, Liu De's face lit up with joy. He nodded repeatedly, profusely thanking his boss. The boss frowned and probed, "What's the target's name?" "Boss, he goes by the name of Tianyu." The moment the name reached her ears, Chinzu, who was massaging nearby, jolted in shock, screaming out, "Tianyu." Noticing his lover's abnormal expression, the boss turned his head and asked, "What's wrong, babe? You know this punk?" "Not just know his face, that guy even sits next to me in class. That damn Tianyu is incredibly arrogant. He's even flirted with me many times. Oh Liang, you have to stand up for me and vent my anger. Give him a beating he'll never forget." Upon hearing about the flirting, the boss's jealousy instantly boiled over. He roared, "That snot-nosed brat dared to mess with my woman." Chinzu saw this and added fuel to the fire. "And there's his little mistress Dongyu too. That pair of dogs always gang up to bully me." At the mention of a female, the gangster's eyes suddenly lit up. He blinked and asked, "Dongyu, how does that chick look? She's known as the school belle, but her curves can't compare to mine." Hearing about fresh prey, the boss laughed lewdly. "If that's the case, I'll take this chance to bring that little wench home as a concubine." "My love, you won't get jealous, will you?" It was utterly speechless when Chinzu immediately nodded. "Sure, as long as you, Liang, crush those two into pieces, I'll do anything you want." Back to Tianyu's side. The young man stood before the mirror, gazing at his face swollen like a platter, feeling gloomy inside. "It's over, with my looks this ruined. What excuse can I use to fool my parents when I go home later?" At that very moment, the beauty Shu Ping suddenly appeared from behind, softly calling out Chi Tianyu's name. The sudden sound made the boy jump, nearly having a heart attack. "Oh, Sister Shu Ping, what wind blew you all the way here?" Today, Shu Ping wore a pink dress that highlighted her stunning figure, especially her unbelievably full bust. She gently replied, "I just stopped by the grocery store to buy some odds and ends and took a stroll past this street corner." Shu Ping's sharp eyes immediately noticed her neighbor kid had just been in another serious brawl. She immediately put her hands on her hips, putting on a fierce demeanor, and interrogated him. "You've been fighting with the village gangsters again, haven't you? With your face swollen up like a tomato, you don't dare go home and face your parents, right? Follow me right now." Saying that, the beauty grabbed Tianyu's wrist tightly and dragged him away. The confused boy quickly asked, "Hey, Sister Shu Ping, where are you taking me? To the ends of the earth? To my apartment, I'll apply some antiseptic for you." A while later, once inside Shu Ping's apartment, Tianyu looked around warily and asked, "Both of your parents aren't home?" "Today is a distant older cousin's wedding day, so my parents packed up and went back to the countryside for the feast early this morning." As soon as he sank into the soft sofa cushion, a dark thought suddenly flashed through Tianyu's mind. "Oh my God, currently in this apartment. Is it just the private space of me and Sister Shu Ping?" At that moment, the beauty Shu Ping came over holding a bottle of medical alcohol and a pack of cotton balls, smiling gently. "Sit still, and let me clean those cuts with antiseptic first." Continuing her words, she carefully, gently dabbed the medicine bit by bit onto Tianyu's scratches. The young man seemed mesmerized by Shu Ping's sparkling eyes, his heart suddenly racing like a lovesick fool. Suddenly, the beauty's fair hand accidentally brushed against Tianyu's muscular chest. At that moment their eyes met, sending off intense sparks of passion. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, "It's all bruised under your shirt too, isn't it? Hurry and unbutton it so I can check." Without giving Tianyu a chance to refuse, the beauty quickly closed in, taking control of the game. The distance between their two faces kept shrinking until there was no gap left. And then their soft lips pressed tightly together, forming a passionate, wet French kiss. In a flash, the system panel flickered, registering the absorption of pure essence, quality level 20, rewarding an additional 30 energy recovery points. After the intense lip lock, Tianyu suddenly pulled back, his back accidentally slamming into the armrest of the chair. The impact hit right on a sensitive spot on his shoulder blade, causing the young man to grimace and groan in sharp pain. Shu Ping panicked and let him go, asking frantically, "Are you hurt somewhere, Tianyu?" "No, it's nothing. I just bumped a swollen spot on my back, that's all. Is the bruise big? Quick, turn around and let me check it." Saying this, she lifted the hem of his shirt, then covered her mouth in shock, exclaiming, "Good Lord, it's purple and blue like this. Do you need to go get an X-ray? What if there's internal bleeding? That's really dangerous." As a man who stands tall, Tianyu smiled reassuringly, "You worry too much. These scratches are nothing. Back when I practiced martial arts, I got beaten up way worse than this." Hearing the kid bragging, she quickly pulled out a bottle of massage oil and gently explained, "My family's medicine cabinet only has this bottle of cageput oil left, a hand-carried gift from my youngest aunt. It's extremely effective at dispersing bruises. Be a good boy and take off that dirty shirt so I can apply the oil." Tianyu obediently complied. The moment the shirt was removed, revealing his muscular back and firm abs, the beauty beside him was stunned for a few seconds, admiring the sight. Regaining her composure, Xu Ping began using her slender fingers to gently spread layers of the warm oil onto the boy's swollen skin. While later, the treatment was done. Seeing how excessively naughty this kid was, Xu Ping lectured him sternly, "Tone down that impulsive temper when you go out, and stop resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. If I catch you brawling one more time, be prepared for a beating." Faced with this warning, Tianyu could only obediently nod in agreement. Just then, Xu Ping glanced down at her oily hands and whined, "Oh no, the massage oil got all over my dress. Tianyu, I have to go change into something else." Saying that, the beauty hurriedly ran into the bedroom, conveniently closing the door behind her. Tianyu sat alone, bitterly glancing at the sore spot on his shoulder and cursing inwardly. What rotten luck! Of all the places to get injured, it had to be right at the climax and ruin the moment completely. Suddenly, Xu Ping's beloved cell phone rang incessantly. Glancing at the contact name displayed on the screen, Tianyu guessed. "The caller is Chief Editor Baiyu from TV station, a 8 or 9 out of 10. It's urgent news related to Sister Xu Ping's broadcast schedule. Calling this late at night, it must be important." After thinking for a moment, Tianyu decided to bring the phone to her room. However, as he approached, he was surprised to find the wooden door was only ajar, not locked. What met his eyes was the sight of Xu Ping dressed only in thin lingerie, fully displaying her S-curve figure that was impossible to look away from. She also quickly noticed her neighbor kid's gaze and hurriedly covered her chest, her face turning as red as a tomato, snapping, "What are you barging in here for? I told you I was changing, didn't I?" Although he was extremely embarrassed, the young man's eyes were still glued to Xu Ping's mysterious valley. "I'm sorry, I saw Chief Editor by calling nonstop. I was afraid it was urgent, so I brought it in." Before he could finish explaining, the sound of a key turning in the lock came from the living room. In the urgent situation, Xu Ping panicked and yanked Tianyu's hand, pulling him inside, lowering her voice. "Oh no, it must be my dad coming home suddenly. Hide in the wardrobe for now." "Be absolutely silent." Tianyu protested, bewildered. "Hey Sister Xu Ping, we're innocent. Why do we have to hide like thieves? I said hide, so do it quickly, no arguing." "An innocent situation with suspicious circumstances. If my dad catches this scene, even if we jump into the Yellow River, we won't wash away the injustice." The very next second, the main door swung open, and her father's voice rang out clearly, "Xu Ping, do we have guests over? I vaguely heard you murmuring with someone." Xu Ping immediately got into character perfectly, walked out with a fake smile and said, "Ah, father, you've returned home. I was just discussing work with Chief Editor Bai." Her father sniffed a strange smell and frowned, asking, "Why does your room reek of massage oil?" "Oh, earlier I got a mosquito bite and took out the cageput oil to apply, but my hand slipped and I spilled it all over myself. Look, Dad, I'm busy changing into another outfit." "Dad, if there's nothing else, I'll go rest now. I have to be at the TV station at 5 tomorrow morning to do a report." Her father, hearing the reasonable explanation, relented, this old, yet still clumsy as a 3-year-old. "Well, turn off the light and go to bed early." After saying that, the old man turned and walked out to the living room, carefully closing the door behind him. About 15 minutes later, Xu Ping knocked on the wardrobe and called, "Tianyu, come on out. I've locked the door securely." In the sealed, quiet space, the young man and woman shyly exchanged glances, intense looks boring deep into each other's souls. But seemingly afraid of the flames of passion igniting, Xu Ping frantically waved her hands, "Bear with it and wait until my dad is snoring loudly, then you can sneak back home." Hearing the verdict, Tianyu could only click his tongue and accept his fate of hiding stealthily. An hour later, the young man stealthily like a spy cat slowly crept out of the apartment. Out on the main street, the boy tilted his head back and let out a regretful sigh. "A treat dangled right at my mouth, yet I failed to swallow it. Life truly sucks." The next morning, school life returned to its usual rhythm. Tianyu was obediently sitting at his desk, absorbed in the pages of a book. That Lei, as soon as he walked through the classroom door with his bag, spotted him. and the resentment in his gut flared up fiercely again. You damn Tianyu, how the hell are you still coming to school in one piece? I clearly spent 5,000 yuan to buy your arm off. Suspicion rising, he rushed out to the balcony and dialed Liu De directly to confront him. Brother De, what kind of business are you running? How is that brat Tianyu still strutting around school? Didn't you promise yesterday you'd send him to the hospital? From the other end of the line, Liu De roared furiously. What the hell are you yapping about? Chirping like you've got a firecracker up your ass. Are you in a rush to be reincarnated? Last night conditions didn't allow it, so we had to postpone. This noon my big boss will personally come out to take care of him for you. Stop your nagging, got it? Yes, I'm sorry, Brother De, I was too hasty. Then I sincerely thank you, Brother De, for your wholehearted support. Right at that moment, Qinzu appeared out of nowhere and tapped Shilei's shoulder, smiling slyly. Oh my, class monitor, so you're the secret client who wants to settle scores with that Tianyu. Having his cover blown, he jumped in fright, flustered. Qinzu, what are you babbling about? I don't understand. She smirked. Looks like you still haven't grasped the situation. I happen to be the beloved of the infamous big boss Xia Liang. I've also had my eye on that brat Tianyu for a while now. Seems we're in the same boat. After school lets out this noon, Boss Liang's underlings will be lying in wait at the school gate to snatch him. You can rest easy. Guaranteed this time Tianyu will be on his knees begging for mercy. Her casual words made Shilei's hair stand on end, cold sweat soaking the entire back of his shirt. At lunch break, a bespectacled female student waved to the school bell. Dongyu, hey Dongyu, let's go out to a shop for lunch today. Yeah, sounds good. Let's head out, me and you. Tianyu, standing not far away, cut in and asked Dongyu, where are you two girls heading? The school bell suddenly blushed, hesitatingly replying, Tianyu, we're planning to go downtown to grab a bite. The beauty Dongyu was adorably shy like that, yet the clueless Tianyu completely missed the signal. He said naively, well, you two be careful, I have to take care of some personal stuff. The bespectacled female student was already charmed by his demeanor and whispered excitedly, oh my gosh, Dongyu, just look. Tianyu is so manly and cool, how were we so blind to miss out on such a top-tier catch before? Teased by her friend, Dongyu grew even more bashful, stammering, wah, what handsomeness is there? Why can't I see any attractive points no matter how I look? But the bespectacled girl wasn't easily fooled and immediately teased her. What lies? If you don't care, why are your cheeks blushing like a ripe tomato? Deny it all you want, ha ha ha. You keep talking nonsense. Stop that silly chatter. At the same time, outside the school gate, a group of thugs was already lying in ambush. One guy holding a phone reported the situation. Has that punk Tianyu shown his face yet? Boss, no sign of him, maybe he's staying in school this noon. At that very moment, one hawk-eyed guy spotted Dongyu's figure and urgently reported, Brother Shan. Brother, check out that chick coming this way, isn't she the prey that Boss Liang specifically ordered to capture alive? Bullseye, that's definitely her. No mistake about it. 10 minutes later, the bespectacled female student, drenched in sweat, burst into the classroom screaming Tianyu's name. We're in huge trouble, Tianyu, a big problem. The young man frowned in confusion. Calm down. What's got you in such a panic? The sky is falling. Dongyu was just grabbed and carried off by a bunch of gangsters. Say that again. Dongyu was kidnapped by gangsters. The lightning strike of information made Tianyu bolt out like a whirlwind. He scoured every alley around the school, but that graceful figure had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket buzzed violently. Tianyu hastily pressed the answer button, snapping, hello, who is this? From the other end came the hoarse voice of Boss Liang. You're that little punk Tianyu, right? Your little girlfriend is safely in my arms right now. Do you have the guts to drag yourself here and ransom her back? If not, let me take care of her from A to Z for you. Hearing those vulgar words, Tianyu ground his teeth. Who the hell are you? Why do you dare lay a hand on Dongyu? Listen carefully, you little brat. If you want to ransom the beauty, get your ass over to the abandoned woods east of the school right now. After throwing down the provocation, the guy coldly hung up. Tianyu clenched his teeth, anger choking his throat. Damn it, it's obviously a trap waiting for me to jump into. Should I call for backup or report to the police? No good, the longer I delay, the more danger Dongyu is in. They've targeted me, so I'll handle it myself. Dongyu did nothing wrong, how can I let her suffer in my place? A short while later, in the sparse woods east of the school, Tianyu stood alone facing a whole army of thugs. He loudly warned them, You bastards took Dongyu, right? I, Tianyu, have come alone as agreed. If you know what's good for you, release her immediately. The leader, Boss Liang, hearing this, tilted his head back and laughed arrogantly. You little punk, at first I planned to do business with integrity, but tough luck for you, I've just changed my mind. Today, both you and that little girl are staying here to play with us. His creepy laughter made Tianyu silently grit his teeth. What terrible luck, the enemy numbered over a dozen, this is going to be a real pain. So this is the bunch that blocked my way yesterday, beaten half to death, and now they've brought their whole squad for revenge. But how the hell do they know Dongyu's face? As he was thinking, the ringleader suddenly yelled. Brothers, all of you charge at him, beat him until he can't recognize the road back to his mother's home. The order given, the whole pack wielding iron pipes rushed in fiercely like a disturbed hornet's nest. Seeing this scene, Tianyu clicked his tongue and thought, no choice but to risk it all. With no way out, he decisively charged in, greeting the two guys at the front with two heaven-sent punches to their faces. At the same time, another guy swung an iron rod straight at the top of his head. With godlike reflexes, Tianyu raised his arm to block, then used the momentum to spin and deliver a devastating uppercut, making Liu to feel like his teeth were about to fall out. Witnessing his fiery warm-up, Boss Liang smirked sarcastically. Tianyu, you're pretty good, but one swallow doesn't make a summer. Let's see how many minutes you can hold out against this many of my brothers. After a fierce battle charging left and right, Tianyu's stamina gradually reached a critical red alert. Right at that moment, an iron bar came from nowhere and smashed dryly into his back. Taking this dirty blow, Tianyu immediately spun around, instantly driving his knee right into the mouth of the sneak attacker, silencing him completely. On the opposite side, Liu seized the golden opportunity, swinging his club and landing a crippling hit on Tianyu's calf. Before he could recover, another random thug landed another critical blow right on his ribcage. Seeing his prey taking a beating, Boss Liang rushed over, grabbed Tianyu's hair, and yanked his head back, lecturing him smugly. Tianyu, you're only good at talking big. As he spoke, the guy mustered all his might and threw a 1,000-pound punch straight at Tianyu's face. The heavy blow made Tianyu dizzy, blood streaming relentlessly from his nose. At this hair-raising, life-or-death moment, the protagonist's halo finally shone bright. A system screen suddenly popped up. Activation of enhancement skill, doubling strength, consuming 4 stamina points, duration 10 minutes. Does the user agree to unlock? Without a second thought, Tianyu instantly confirmed. Immediately, he stomped the ground loudly, officially activating cheat mode. Tianyu now resembled a god of malice descending, a surging pressure swirling around him, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, "You bastards have any more dirty tricks? Bring them all out at once. Today your daddy will teach you what manners are." As soon as he finished, one spiteful punk charged with his weapon, cursing, "This guy about to drop dead is still so mouthy. Taste my attack." But in the blink of an eye, Tianyu barehandedly caught the iron bar like it was a toy. Immediately, he followed up with a punch that sent the guy flying through the air, crashing headfirst into a tree branch and getting stuck upside down. Done with that, Tianyu, with his flawless face, casually bent and folded the iron rod like a dry twig and tossed it to the ground. The two remaining small fry thugs, seeing this horrifying scene, turned pale, their faces drained of blood, their legs trembling and rattling together. Boss Liang was dripping with cold sweat, stammering in panic. He bent it. It's genuine solid goods, not a paper prop. Suddenly, the two underlings, with their eyes shut tight, blindly charged in, trying to ambush Tianyu. However, in a split second, Tianyu thrust his palm, generating a gust of force so strong it blew the two guys far, far away. Boss Liang witnessed this terrifying power with his own eyes, his brain temporarily shut down, so scared he hardly dared to breathe. What kind of saint descended from heaven is this guy? As he turned his neck, he saw Tianyu staring intently at him with eyes blazing with the fire of a death god. Without hesitation, he turned tail and ran for his life, screaming internally, "Tangling with this freak is suicide. Running away is the best strategy." Tianyu uttered a cold sentence. "Give Dongyu back," he finished, then shot forward like a cheetah hunting its prey. As he ran, Tianyu suddenly screeched to a halt, sensing a massive wave of killing intent approaching. From the dense bushes, a car suddenly floored the accelerator, speeding straight into him at a breakneck pace. Steering the wheel inside the car, Boss Liang smirked smugly, shouting, "You dumb idiot. Today your time is up, kid. Simultaneously, Tianyu widened his blood-red eyes, channeling all his strength to his core. He delivered an earth-shattering blow, turning the fancy car into a pile of crumpled scrap metal, a scene as fantastical as a blockbuster action movie. Instantly, one of Tianyu's hands shot out and choked Boss Liang by the neck. Growling an interrogation, "Where is Dongyu? Are you deaf, I'm asking you? The girl is in the trunk at the back." Getting the news, Tianyu flung the guy far away, then scrambled around to the back and popped the trunk. His friend Dongyu was tied up tightly, her eyes swollen from crying, looking utterly pitiful just from her appearance. Our Tianyu then put on a kind smile to soothe her. "It's okay, everything's settled now." Right at this moment, the system's sound chimed, "Beep beep, enhancement effect has expired." In the blink of an eye, the sun had already set. Tianyu then instructed Dongyu, "You go back to school first, those thugs might still be lurking around. I have to go settle the scores with them once and for all." His friend grabbed tightly onto his sleeve, her face clearly panicked. The system suddenly notified that he gained 1 stamina point. Tianyu, don't do anything reckless. Stared at intently by those pitiful, teary eyes. The young man had to sigh and give in. "All right, let's go back together then." A while later, Tianyu safely walked alongside the school bell back to the school gate. He even carefully added, "From now on, you have to pay attention to your safety. Whenever you go off campus, remember to bring a group of friends along." The girl, hearing this, nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. However, right behind them, a strange figure was watching their every move without blinking. Walking a bit further, a cluster of female students saw the pair of lovebirds sticking together and started buzzing with chatter. "Oh my God, he really went alone and rescued the beauty. I wish I could find such a manly boyfriend too. Silence, everyone, teacher's son is coming this way." So the shadowy figure eavesdropping earlier was none other than the four-eyed teacher's son. The teacher cleared his throat and stepped out, calling them back. "You two, stand still right there for me." Tianyu turned back bewildered and asked, "Teacher's son, what do you need me for?" In Teacher's son's mind at this moment was a fiercely agonizing mental battle. What the hell is it, Tianyu? This kid Tianyu just got promoted to an honor student, and next to him is the well-behaved student Dongyu. This is really awkward. Punishing him would waste talent, but ignoring this makes me lose face as a homeroom teacher. I'll just have to raise the sword high but strike gently. Deciding on a plan, Teacher's son pointed straight at them and scolded, "Tianyu, Dongyu, in a crowded public place, what kind of behavior is this, clinging to each other? The school is very strict about ambiguous romantic relationships." "Teacher, you've mistaken, we're innocent. Dongyu just sprained her joint, so I'm supporting her." Hearing this, the teacher panicked and exclaimed, "What, someone's injured? What are you still standing there stunned for? Carry her to the infirmary quickly." Our Tianyu obeyed immediately and scooped his friend up. Teacher's son, standing behind, still tried to salvage his dignity with a stern shout, "You better behave yourself properly." In an instant, as he looked back, the teacher was startled because the kid had already dashed off out of sight, his legs running as if they had motors attached. Seeing students still crowded around gawking, Teacher's son frowned and yelled, "Class is over, isn't anyone going home? Disperse immediately right now." At the same time, Tianyu carried Dongyu all the way to the infirmary door only to discover a bitter truth. How unlucky. It's dinner break so no doctor is on duty. "Dongyu, please sit on the bed for a bit and let me check your bruises." Saying that, he lifted Dongyu's heel. The girl blushed shyly and asked subtly, "Oh, Tianyu knows how to treat injuries too. Back when I practiced martial arts, I got injured all the time, so I learned a bit of these first aid tricks." Oh, the boy was rummaging through the first aid kit when he suddenly beamed. "I didn't expect there'd be a jar of medicated wine here. Using this will dissipate the bruise much faster. In the past, I used this stuff all the time for massages. If you keep massaging continuously until the skin heats up, the swelling will go down right away." Saying that, he continuously kneaded the injury with his hand, causing the girl such a sharp pain she moaned involuntarily. Ah, it hurts. Massage a little lighter, please." In the faculty office, two teachers were chatting animatedly. "Isn't it bizarre? That kid scooped up Dongyu and bolted like an arrow. I didn't even get a chance to question what happened. Well, I heard news that Tianyu was in a brawl with some street thugs. Why don't we both go to the infirmary and question them?" Just then Miss Tian, a good friend of Miss Cao, pushed the door and entered. Hearing bits of the conversation, she panicked and inquired, "What did Teacher's son just say? Tianyu was in a brawl. How is he now?" Ah, Miss Tian, calm down. The one injured is student Dong Yu. Tianyu just took her for emergency treatment. We were both thinking of heading over to check the situation. How about let me go over there? I happen to be on night duty tonight anyway, so I can't go home early. Tianyu and Dong Yu are both outstanding students of our school. I can't rest easy without going to check on them. Hearing this, the other teacher was overjoyed and quickly agreed, that would be great. I'll leave everything to you. My wife is at home waiting for dinner. Teacher Sun, standing nearby, was utterly speechless at his colleague who flipped faster than lightning. Saying that, Miss Tian also strode quickly towards the infirmary. But as soon as her feet reached the window, she accidentally overheard some extremely sensitive and ambiguous moans coming from inside. Oh, gentler, Tianyu. Can you massage a little lighter, please? Just bear it and lie still, I'm almost done massaging. Immediately, Miss Tian flung the door open and burst in, snapping, Tianyu, what are you two up to in here? The current situation froze all three main characters in place, an awkward atmosphere enveloping them. Miss Tian cleverly broke the silence. What exactly happened to you two? How did Dong Yu get so bruised up? Tianyu, startled, scratched his head to gloss over it. Oh, she wasn't looking where she was going and slipped and fell. Miss Tian frowned, calling him out. You're trying to fool me, aren't you? Stand up straight and let me look. That furtive look definitely means you're hiding something shady. Afraid of being discovered fighting, Tianyu frantically waved his hands. No, not at all, miss. You're overthinking it. Without wasting words, the teacher suddenly pulled up the hem of his shirt, exposing an entire block of durian-like chiseled abs. Miss Tian immediately passed judgment. The evidence is right here, both witness and material proof, and you still try to deny it. These huge purple bruises on your body, did they just fall from the sky? Sit down properly in the chair, let me give first aid to these scratches. Stripped bare, Tianyu blushed brightly, turning his face away and grumbling internally. There goes his image, getting his shirt taken off in front of two women out of nowhere. There goes his precious reputation. Turning his head back, the guy saw Miss Tian awkwardly holding the ointment bottle, her cheeks flushed pink. The campus beauty Dong Yu perceptively noticed something off, thinking to herself that Miss Tian's attitude towards Tianyu had been very strange lately. Next, Miss Tian carefully applied the ointment to her student. Her soft hands inadvertently brushed back and forth across his body. Her eyes exuded a gentle warmth, just like a virtuous wife taking care of her husband. It took a while before she packed up her supplies. All done, sit up now, Tianyu. Hey, do you hear me calling you? As it turned out, the boy was already fast asleep, snoring softly for who knows how long. Seeing this, Miss Tian lowered her voice. Sleeping so soundly, he must have exhausted all his energy earlier. By the time he opened his eyes, the young man Tianyu was as clueless as a deer in headlights. Huh, why did I fall asleep in the infirmary? And where did those two go without even waking me up? After leaving the school gate, he stumbled upon a very familiar figure. Night was falling, and the air was getting chilly. Oh, isn't that girl? Tianyu excitedly ran over and waved. Hello, Sister Xu Ping. She smiled back. Leaving school so late, Tianyu. But his manly instincts couldn't be hidden, as his eyes darted straight to her cleavage. Xu Ping perfectly understood that gaze and teased. Where are you looking at? Caught red-handed, he quickly changed the subject. I was just wondering who you're going on a date with, dressing up so gorgeously today. Hearing that, the beauty deliberately thrust her chest forward provocatively and smiled brightly. It doesn't matter where I go. What matters is that if it pleases your eyes, then I've succeeded. Oh boy, this flirting was way too intense, almost making the young man Tianyu get a nosebleed. After the banter, Xu Ping reminded him, it's getting late, you should go home and rest. An acquaintance will drive over to pick me up shortly. Sister Xu Ping, confess now, is the other person a guy or a girl? She raised an eyebrow curiously. Why are you investigating this? Tianyu immediately showed off his smooth-talking skills. As your younger brother, it's my duty to worry about my sister. You're dressed so seductively. If some strange guy comes to pick you up, I have to stay and see if he's qualified to be my brother-in-law. Listening to his nonsense, she gave him a light glare, then turned her back and teased. Liar, you've fallen for me, haven't you? Hit right in the feels, Tianyu blushed profusely and stammered, maybe just a little bit. But right after, he snapped back to reality and yelled, Hey, don't change the subject, answer my question first. Tell me the truth, you secretly got a boyfriend, right? The main character is about to appear, just stick around for a bit and you'll get your answer. Suddenly, a Lamborghini dashed over like a hurricane, slamming its brakes and leaving burning tire marks with an ear-piercing screech. The beauty Shu Ping excitedly waved her hand, right on time. Tianyu's face darkened, screaming violently inside. Well, picking up a girl in a multi-million-dollar sports car, huh? Slowly after, the pitch-black window rolled down. Inside appeared a short-haired hot girl with breathtaking beauty. Sorry, senior, the traffic was terrible, so I'm a bit late. Witnessing this scene, the heavy stone in Tianyu's heart was finally lifted. Phew, thank God it's a woman. I almost thought this flower was already taken. The hot girl in the car wondered, Sis, who's that clueless guy over there? Oh, this is a close, younger brother of mine. His name is Tianyu. Tianyu crossed his arms, acting like an old soul, and judged, It's already pitch dark and you two are still going out to party. The security in this neighborhood is complicated at night. Be careful or you'll invite trouble. Being threatened, the short-haired girl laughed and teased back, What, is the little brother worried about our safety? Then hop in, we'll give you a ride around town. Tianyu stood and pondered for a moment. Letting Shu Ping go out at night in such a flashy car was indeed risky. He pushed the door and hopped into the back seat, acting extremely calm. Sure, why not? I'm also curious to see how fancy a multi-million-dollar ride really is. However, less than half a minute later, the cool guy was mercilessly tossed around by the car's sudden jolt. The two girls in the front could only cover their mouths and giggle. You look so clumsy, like a country boy on his first trip to the city. Tianyu, buckle your seatbelt carefully, we're taking off. The iron beast roared, then spun a full circle on the road, leaving a classic burnout mark. The composed young man from earlier now had a pale green face and was screaming pitifully, wait a minute, sis. I haven't buckled up yet. Slow down, please, I'm getting motion sickness. Despite him screaming his lungs out, the lady behind the wheel only got more excited and slammed harder on the gas pedal. The luxury car tore through the wind, zooming away at an unimaginable speed. About a minute later, the car reached its destination, braking so hard that the tires puffed out white smoke. The two beauties with eye-catching curves casually opened the doors and stepped out. We've arrived, little bro. Tianyu let out a sigh of relief. Oh, my ancestors carried me hard, I almost logged out of life. The young man stepped out of the car with trembling legs and hair standing on end. But as soon as he gathered his senses, a magnificent scene struck his eyes. Tianyu's jaw dropped in awe. Wow, this is truly the territory of the upper class, nothing but multi-million-dollar supercars. Sister Shu Ping, what kind of den did you bring me to? Shu Ping clasped her hands behind her back and rambled on, Look at that guy over there. He's the precious son of a notorious tycoon in this area, Chen Wenting. That young master is a speed addict who has won high prizes in several fierce racing tournaments. Today's car gathering was also single-handedly organized by him. This area is the private playground for rich kids. A normal journalist with money couldn't even guarantee a ticket in. Thankfully, with my close sister Lanzai backing me up, I managed to sneak in here to hunt for hot news. Catching a glimpse of a familiar figure, the young master Chen Wenting smiled flirtatiously and walked over. Oh my, Miss Lanzai has also come to join the fun. It's an honor to welcome such a beauty. Chen Wenting, is there anything interesting in the tournament today? That guy Chen Wenting immediately shifted his attention to the beauty Shu Ping standing nearby, his eyes full of greedy curiosity. My, who is this fresh new beauty? Lanzai quickly stepped up to block his way and gave an immediate warning, This is my senior, De Shu Ping. I already gave you a heads up yesterday. She's a professional journalist, so tone down your playboy habits. Touch her, and you'll be on the front page of online tabloids tomorrow. Unexpectedly, this thick-skinned guy showed no restraint. He leaned his face close to Shu Ping and made an indecent remark. Oh, a journalist? Then how about spending the night with me for 30,000? Today, this young master will cover all your expenses to have a wild time. Tianyu, who had been huddling in a corner, felt his blood rush to his brain upon hearing this, his hands clenching into tight fists. Without further hesitation, he lunged forward, intending to beat the living daylights out of him. Shut your filthy mouth. If you've got guts, bark that again for me to hear. Right at the moment a clash was about to happen, a burly security guard raised his hand to block it. Chen Wenting frowned in annoyance. Where did this broke loser crawl out from, trying to pull the tiger's whiskers, huh? Shu Ping panicked and hurriedly stepped in to mediate. Please forgive him, Mr. Chen. The boy is my younger brother. Hearing this, the young master tilted his chin up in mockery. Baby's eye, next time don't bring these absolute peasants into my territory. The race is about to start, and I suddenly stepped on crap. What bad luck. Hearing that, Lanzai flew into a rage and cursed right at his face. Baby's eye, my foot, stop calling me that disgusting name. Since when were we ever close enough for you to act so chummy? Oh my, I've been pining for you for so long. Could it be you don't understand my true feelings? Besides, our two families have tacitly agreed to the arranged marriage, and your dad already took a liking to me, hasn't he? Lanzai snapped back instantly. Stop talking nonsense. If my old man likes you, then pack your bags and marry him. It's this century already and you're still playing the parents decide the marriage game. Only a dog could stand your playboy nature. Go find a hooker. Getting scolded so badly he couldn't even react, but this guy's face was practically bulletproof. He remained shamelessly playful. Baby's eye, if you're scolding me out of love, I'll take it. Unless you bring your boyfriend here, otherwise, I'll stick to you for the rest of my life and never let go. Hearing this, Lanzai thought bitterly to herself, this bastard Chen Wenting is trying to back me into a corner. Since you prefer the hard way over the easy way, I'll gladly oblige. Immediately, she crossed her arms over her chest and retorted haughtily, who told you I was single? I've had a sweetheart for a long time. Open your eyes wide and look. This guy right here is my true love, got it? Upon hearing that, Chen Wenting burst into maniacal laughter like a lunatic. Ha ha ha, you have to be artful when you bluff, babe. If you grabbed a random young master from this lot, I might believe you. But picking this dead-broke country bumpkin, even a 3-year-old kid wouldn't fall for that. You don't believe it? Keep your eyes wide open and watch. Finishing her sentence, she grabbed Tianyu by the collar and planted a few loud kisses on his cheek, shocking everyone to their core. Witnessing this scene, the young master's jaw dropped like a cave, his eyeballs almost falling to the ground. Standing nearby, Xu Ping was also utterly shocked. Lanzai took the chance to whisper into Tianyu's ear. Play along with this act for me, kid. It took 3 seconds for the young man's brain to process. Then he nodded and cooperated. Tianyu intertwined his fingers with the beauties, smiling as bright as a sunflower, and declared confidently, exactly, I, Tianyu, am Lanzai's secret lover. We've been passionately in love for a whole year now. Chen Wenting was so furious that his facial features scrunched up in jealousy. Lanzai, don't make up stories to trick me. How could someone with your noble status stoop so low as to date that broke loser? My type is younger guys. Do you have a problem with that? If you're so capable, why don't you try shaving off your age? The talented boy and beautiful girl continued to deal a critical blow, shoving PDA right into Chen Wenting's face. Baby's eye, baby you. Let's do a passionate French kiss to prove it. Smooch, smooch. Suddenly, the system screen popped up with a congratulatory message. Top-tier acting, 10 out of 10 no ifs or buts, attribute reaches the milestone of 20, rewarding 20 permanent energy points. Tianyu was ecstatic inside, tusk. Although acting in this cheesy romance is a bit cringe-inducing, the reward is too juicy. I'd be a fool not to take it all, hee. Chen Wenting was provoked to the boiling point, roaring like a wild beast. You dare steal my girl? If you have the guts, get in the car and have a death match with me. Whoever wins gets the right to speak. The young man Tianyu, naturally fearing no one, accepted the challenge immediately. If it's a race, let's race. I challenge you. Hearing that, Lanzai laughed gleefully, pulling out the keys to her supercar and shoving them into his hand. Great job, little bro, this is true manhood. Take my ride to the track and crush Chen Wenting's arrogance. At this moment, Xu Ping approached dejectedly, her voice sad. Tianyu, Lanzai, since when did you two start secretly dating behind my back? The boy and girl hurriedly waved their hands to clarify. Oh no, you misunderstood. There's nothing like that. We were just acting as a shield to chase that pervert away. After hearing the explanation, Xu Ping's face immediately lit up as if she had won the lottery. Oh, is that so? Then give it your all, Tianyu, teach him a lesson he'll never forget. With two beauties cheering him on, our male lead's morale skyrocketed, radiating excessive confidence, just like a professional racer. But halfway there, he suddenly realized a fatal flaw. Oh crap, I'm doomed. He had been so pumped up that he completely forgot a harsh truth. Since the day he was born, he had absolutely no idea what holding a steering wheel was like. A few minutes passed, and the two mechanical beasts were stationed at the starting line, just waiting for the signal to explode. Chen Wenting's yellow bull continuously revved its engine loudly. Just hearing the engine roar felt fierce. In complete contrast, Tianyu's sports car was dead silent, not emitting even the slightest sound. All the spectators were baffled with question marks, unable to anticipate this bizarre situation. Lanzai anxiously yelled, "Qi Tianyu, what are you doing dilly-dallying in there? They're about to wave the flag, why haven't you started the engine yet?" Stuck in the cockpit, our male lead was sweating bullets, muttering, "Oh heaven and earth save me on this one. With a mountain of buttons like this, where am I supposed to poke to start the engine?" Just as his thought ended, the flag-waving hot girl signaled the start of the race. Missing no opportunity, Chen Wenting's yellow car popped a wheelie and lunged forward like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, Qi Tianyu's ride remained motionless, collecting dust. The crowd screamed loudly, "Is Qi Tianyu's car stalled? What on earth is he trying to pull?" Qi Tianyu scratched his head frantically, his shirt soaked in sweat, his mind in absolute panic. "My life is over. This time I can only dig a hole and hide underground to save face. The cruel part is the rule says the loser has to pay a 20,000 yuan wager, whereas a broke guy like me supposed to get that mountain of money to pay up." In his most desperate moment, the system's lifeboy popped up, asking thoughtfully, "Do you wish to unlock the racer ability? Duration is half an hour, service fee is 5 energy points." Like a drowning man catching a straw, Qi Tianyu urgently sealed the deal. "Unlock it fast, fast. Long live the system." In the blink of an eye, the engine of Qi Tianyu's car roared to the heavens and tore through the wind. The crowd went into an uproar again. Qi Tianyu's car has started, but he's already left way behind by his opponent. With this gap, the outcome is basically set in stone. This race is too dull. Lanzai was also biting her nails in deep anxiety. "We're doomed. Trailing behind by such a huge distance, I don't even know if Qi Tianyu knows how to step on the gas." As for the racer Chen Wenting, he was puffing his chest in sheer arrogance. "HMPH, I thought you were something, but you're just a crippled small fry, hitting the gas as slow as a turtle and you still dared to act tough with me. This round is too easy. I'll just leisurely cruise to the finish line without needing to show off my skills and waste energy." He had barely finished his narcissistic sentence when Qi Tianyu's car snaked through the curve, pouncing forward just like a phantom. Young Master Chen Wenting glanced at the rearview mirror and broke into a sweat. "What the hell is this? He's already tailgating me? Ridiculous. That drift just now was flawlessly sharp, no joke." "I underestimated you, Qi Tianyu, but don't get too smug. At the hairpin turn ahead, I'll make you eat my dust completely." In less than a minute, both cars approached the death curve. Chen Wenting immediately showed off his signature technique, drifting a smooth curve dangerously close to the curb. Contrary to his opponent's strenuous effort, Qi Tianyu sat inside his car smirking, thoroughly enjoying himself. Right in his line of sight were a series of indicators displaying the perfect curve provided by the system. He rejoiced internally. "With a pre-made tutorial right in front of me, I just need to step on the gas and steer exactly like this, and it's a piece of cake." Whoosh! Qi Tianyu pulled his car up parallel to young Master Chen Wenting, waving his hand mockingly. My high-class life is quite interesting. Hitting the gas feels absolutely exhilarating." The guy glanced sideways and felt a chill down his spine, utterly bewildered. "Good Lord, he's pinning me to the side. God, I absolutely cannot lose so humiliatingly to this random punk. There's no other way, I have to play dirty. You brought this upon yourself, Qi Tianyu." Noticing a convex mirror installed at the corner ahead, Chen Wenting resorted to a dirty trick, flashing his high-beam headlights to reflect a blinding glare straight into Qi Tianyu's cockpit. He sneered internally, "With such blinding light, you'll be temporarily blinded and your steering will falter. Just crash into the curb and give up, son." "Ha ha ha ha. However man proposes, God disposes." Qi Tianyu shut his eyes tight, yet still floored the gas and drifted the corner as smooth as silk. It was flawlessly magical. The whole racetrack exploded in screams of excitement. "Top tier. Qi Tianyu has overtaken him and taken the lead." Chen Wenting's face was now scrunched up and ashen like a pile of ashes, cursing wildly in his head. "What the F***ck just happened before my eyes?" He was practically blind. How could he still corner so accurately? Qi Tianyu smiled disdainfully, trying to play dirty tricks with this young master. "Sorry to break it to you, I have a brain-hacking system guiding my way. I can easily crush you even with my eyes closed." He. Under the sheer astonishment of the crowd, Qi Tianyu's car glided gently across the finish line to claim glory. The audience roared wildly, "Qi Tianyu! The champion's name is Qi Tianyu." As soon as he stepped out of the car, the two beauties ran over with tears in their eyes and surrounded him. "Kid, you almost gave me a heart attack. When you couldn't start the engine at first, I thought you were totally clueless about this. I admit, where did you learn to drive so awesomely? Meanwhile, the defeated Chen Wenting's face was drained of all color, his teeth gritted in extreme bitterness, but he had to helplessly accept his loss. Lanzai seized the chance to mock and provoke him. Oh my, young Master Chen, I truly believed you were at an international racer's level. You play, you pay. Hand over the 20,000 in cash right now. Chen Wenting's face stiffened like a wax figure. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out every word. Fine. I'll throw these few loose coins as charity for you guys. I lost, so I'll pay. Saying that, he pulled out a thick stack of cash from the car and threw it straight at Tianyu. Catching the stack of money, Tianyu's heart pounded like a jackpot wheel. Holy Mother, in my entire life, I've never touched a wad of cash this huge. The world of the rich hits different. They throw money at bets without even blinking. After paying the penalty, Chen Wenting glared at him fiercely and declared war. You brat Tianyu, remember my face well. From this moment on, you're officially on my blacklist. From your women to your pride, I will strip everything away from you, leaving absolutely nothing. However, the response to that hostility was just an indifferent long yawn from Tianyu. The young master was enraged to the core, yelling, You pockmarked punk, are you even opening your ears to listen to my insults? The bodyguard wearing black shades scrambled over to defuse the situation. Young Master Chen, calm down. That guy just got dumb luck. Arguing with an absolute peasant like him will only lower your own value. That little Lanzai also prefers the hard way over the easy way. There's no need for you to lower yourself to chase after such crazy people. Chen Wenting glared and barked at his subordinate. You stupid idiot, what do you know? The Lan family's corporation is filthily rich, yet they only have one precious daughter. If I snag her, I'll scoop up their entire massive fortune. With that solid backing, my old man will hand over the chairman's seat of the Chen family to me. Got it, you fool. Ignoring that lunatic's rambling, Tianyu shoved the stack of money back into Lanzai's hand. This 20,000 in spoils is the fruit of my hard work, acting as your hired muscle. The beauty smiled radiantly and pushed his hand away. It was your hard work struggling with the steering wheel, so feel free to keep it, Tianyu. Tianyu sweated and stammered, Are you really giving it to me? This stack is huge. With my vertigo, how can I possibly accept this? I said it's yours, so it's yours. Just comfortably pocket it. This pocket change means nothing to me. He didn't drag it out anymore and stuffed the bulging stack of cash into his pocket. His brain was calculating rapidly. Wow, 20,000 in cash. Should I hand it over to my parents for shopping or set up a secret fund to feast and splurge? While mapping out his spending plan, Lanzai's clear voice made him jump. Lanzai smiled, her eyes turning into crescents as she invited him. That guy Chen, when Ting got humiliated so badly, he must have fled. How about our pro driver takes us two sisters for a spin to catch the night breeze? Hearing this, Tianyu hastily waved his hands, refusing desperately. Me driving? Spare me, you two grandmas. I haven't even taken my driver's test yet. Swerving on the streets and getting cuffed by traffic cops would be miserable. Xu Ping also tactfully spoke up for him. Zai, everyone is exhausted today. Why don't you let me and little Tianyu go home to rest, and when we have free time, the three of us can plan a party later. Hearing that, Lanzai deflated like soggy rice paper, replying dejectedly, Since my senior has killed the mood, I guess I have to accept it. We'll part ways for now, but next time we gather, you absolutely must bring this little brother along. Saying so, Lanzai opened the door and settled into the driver's seat, revved the engine loudly, and sped out of sight. Before leaving, she threw back a reminder, Senior and little kid, get home safely. Yeah, you drive slowly too, stay safe. Waving goodbye, Tianyu and Xu Ping strolled along the deserted street. It was only when they reached the foot of the apartment complex that the boy started to wonder. Such a long day with so many incidents, yet Xu Ping had been completely silent the whole time without uttering a single word. Seeing the beauty's gloomy mood, Tianyu smiled and sparked a conversation. Sis, I just scored a huge bonus. How about we hit the sidewalk for a bowl of street noodles to celebrate? Xu Ping replied with a weary tone, No thanks. I'm so exhausted today, I just want to collapse and sleep. You just take that wad of cash home for your parents to go shopping. This apathy left Tianyu slightly stunned, not letting the opportunity slip away. He took a stride and grabbed Xu Ping's wrist to pull her back. Sure enough, that dam system panel popped up again, ding ding, rewarding one additional stamina point. The sudden move made her blush deeply in confusion. What are you doing, Tianyu? Tell the truth, you've been eating vinegar over me and Lanzai, haven't you?
You're
The
watching a
bespectacled
comic
beauty
recap
flinched
on
and denied it
Wednesday.
vehemently. Nonsense, don't talk rubbish. Lanzai is both pretty and filthy rich. Besides, you two were just acting to fool that guy. Why on earth would I be jealous and sulk? Tianyu held her hand tightly, staring deeply into her eyes with extreme seriousness. Quiet down and listen to my explanation. Lanzai is indeed a golden girl when it comes to reincarnation, possessing both wealth and beauty. But all your worries are completely redundant, for one very simple reason. Because my heart has already been given to you. Time seemed to freeze as their eyes met, sparking with electricity, intertwining shyness with the blossoming sweet emotion. Tianyu followed up with a solid finishing blow. My type is exactly a gentle woman like you. Absolutely top tier. This is the exact textbook move of a true man. The scene shifted to the Lan family's villa. At this moment, Lanzai was carefully tiptoeing into the house. The young lady looked around furtively, her sneaking posture no different from a burglar breaking in. Suddenly, a calm voice from a white-haired elder echoed behind her, making her freeze in her tracks. Lanzai jumped like a boiled shrimp and blurted out a shrill cry. "Oh my grandpa, you're still awake." I was about to doze off, but the noisy sounds woke me up. Lanzai sweated bullets and awkwardly tried to change the subject. "Who had the audacity to disturb your sleep? Just name them, and your granddaughter will go teach them a good lesson." The old man shot a gaze as sharp as a razor at his granddaughter. "That person is exactly you." Hearing this, Lanzai immediately feigned innocent ignorance. "Oh, is that so? He. This girl is truly beyond words. Chen Wen-ting just called to report everything to me. Tell the truth, who is this boy named Tianyu, and since when did you two start seeing each other?" She chuckled, waving her hands continuously in denial. "No way, Grandpa, this is a complete misunderstanding. In reality, Tianyu and I don't have any shady relationship at all." "Really nothing at all, or perhaps you were just trying to test Chen Wen-ting, weren't you?" The old man had barely finished speaking when he suddenly became tearfully emotional, tears streaming down. "Oh my God, my little Zai has finally grown up and learned to be obedient." Lanzai broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly opened her mouth to correct him. However, before she could utter a single word, her grandpa grabbed his phone and yelled, "Hello, someone come here. Quickly prepare a wedding for Zai and Chen Wen-ting right now, immediately." Just barely hearing the word wedding, Lanzai instantly flipped her attitude faster than flipping a pancake. Hey, Grandpa, wait a minute. The truth is you and I are officially dating. Earlier, I was afraid you'd scold me, so I had to flatly deny it." The old man stared intently at his granddaughter, his eyes burning with fury. "Now it has turned into real love? Very well. Then try to explain to me, what capabilities does this you have to shoulder our Lan family's legacy? Chen Wen-ting said he is just a kid from a poor family, a high school senior who hasn't even wiped his nose clean." Being questioned so fiercely by her grandpa, Lanzai was speechless, stuttering for a long time before squeezing out a sentence. Sir, about this matter. Honestly, I'm not too sure about it either." Upon hearing that, the old man angrily ground his teeth and started pouring out a long lecture. "What, you're not sure? As the dignified young lady of the Lan family, how could you act so thoughtlessly, randomly dating a brat who hasn't experienced the real world? You must understand clearly that your marriage directly affects the 100-year legacy of the Lan family's ancestors. Or do you want to bear the sin of ruining our family fortune? Why do you think I nurtured and taught you since you were a child? Everything is geared towards the future of this family." Amidst the tension, a girl with brown hair walked in from outside and voiced her question. "Grandpa, it's so late in the night, who are you scolding?" Seeing her savior appear, Lanzai was like a drowning person grabbing a lifeline, bursting into loud sobs. "Sister Lan Kian, save me." "Oh, so it's Zai who just got back. What is going on between you two?" Quick as lightning, Lanzai threw herself into her sister's arms and wailed, "Boo-hoo, Grandpa is yelling at me, sis." Lan Kian felt it was strange and turned to ask her grandpa. "Grandpa, what did Zai do wrong that you're reprimanding her so harshly?" "This wretched girl refuses to date Chen Wen-ting and took it upon herself to bring home some unknown nobody as her boyfriend. She really wants to anger me to death." Hearing this, Lan Kian immediately spoke up to defend her. "Are you still upset over this, Grandpa? I've advised you before who still forces marriages in this day and age. Not to mention, that guy Chen Wen-ting doesn't look decent at all. At a glance, it's blatantly obvious he's a cunning scoundrel." I absolutely cannot accept someone like him. Lanzai also quickly chimed in. Exactly, Sister Lan Kyan. That guy is straight up a beast in human clothing. His eyes are shifty, and he even smells. At this point, the grandfather's attitude also gradually began to waver. Is it to that extent? A cunning scoundrel. Even Lan Kyan evaluates the boy like that. Could it be that I have truly misjudged him? After a moment of contemplation, the old man had to compromise. Fine. If you two sisters despise him so much, I will temporarily push that boy Chen Wen Ting down to the Lan family's backup list. The moment he finished speaking, Lan Zai was thrilled to the core, smiling as bright as a blooming flower. The old man then asked, Zai Zai, what about this boy Tianyu? Are you planning to bring him here to introduce him to me? The unexpected question made the young lady freeze, her body stiffening like a statue. The scene shifted to Tianyu. The boy was huddled on his bed, holding the stack of cash and counting it back and forth probably a dozen times. 198. 199. 200. Exactly 200 bills of 100 yuan. It's undeniably 20,000 yuan, no mistake about it. I have to hide this really well. If Dad finds out, I'm guaranteed to be left with absolutely nothing. Just as that thought flashed by, his dad kicked the door open and barged straight into the room. Hand me a pen right now. I just dreamed of an extremely promising number. I need to write it down urgently before it slips away. Tianyu was scared out of his wits, replying awkwardly, Wait a second, Dad. I don't have it in my hand. The pen is in that bamboo tube over there. The father grabbed the pen and happily sprinted away, his mouth letting out non-stop hearty laughs. Ha ha ha. Just you wait, son. Our family is about to strike it rich. Only then did Tianyu dare to let out a sigh of relief. That was a close call. It seems I need to be more careful. Hiding money and gold in the house is truly a bad idea. The next morning, to ensure absolute safety, Tianyu took the money straight to the bank. Yes, I'd like to open a new account. Yes, that's right. Please deposit this 20,000 yuan into my account for me. Right at that moment, his phone rang. Tianyu picked up the call and heard Lan Zai's familiar voice ring out. Hello, is this Tianyu? It's me, Lan Zai. Tianyu was a bit flustered. Sister Lan Zai, how did you get my phone number? Oh, about that. I asked for it from Xu Ping. Tianyu, are you busy today? My grandpa and sister have found out everything about the car race last night. They are demanding to meet you. Can you pretend to be my boyfriend for one more day today? The young lady's request struck Tianyu like a bolt of lightning. Huh, are you kidding me, Sister Zai? It was fine when we put on an act yesterday, but today going to meet your family elders. I'm just a poor and lowly student. If your grandpa despises me, I'll suffer miserably. I'm not foolish enough to go offend the higher-ups. Lan Zai immediately switched to a threatening tone. By saying that, are you planning to pocket my 20,000 yuan and sneak away smoothly? Hearing this part, Tianyu's face twisted grimly, complaining internally. Oh my God, so throwing me 20,000 was a premeditated scheme all along. Tianyu, oh Tianyu, why did you have to be so rash as to accept a rich lady's money when you had nothing better to do? I'm really screwed this time. Considering emotion, logic, and money, I have no choice but to bite the bullet and tag along with her this once. After calculating thoroughly, Tianyu walked out and answered the phone decisively. Deal, sisters, since I've thrown the spear, I must follow it. If I'm escorting Buddha, I must escort him all the way to the western heaven. Give me the exact time and location. Receiving his nod, the girl was overjoyed, smiling until her eyes turned into crescents. Approved, babe. I'll park my car in front of your house in about an hour. Remember to groom and style yourself up nicely. Exactly 1 hour later, Lan Zai's Lamborghini screeched to a halt in front of the gate. Sorry to keep you waiting. But hold on a second, what on earth are you draped in? At that moment, Tianyu was sporting an utterly cringeworthy hip-hop outfit, yet he still tilted his chin up proudly. This is the fashion gear I snapped up during the Singles' Day sale, you know. It set me back over 100 yuan, no joke. Lan Zai gave him a look of 3 parts exasperation and 7 parts resignation. Seeing that, Tianyu could only scratch his head and ears. All right, I admit I look like a country bumpkin, but you don't have to look at me with those dagger eyes. She let out a long, weary sigh. I know you too well. Get in the car quickly. I'm taking you to buy a different outfit, going shopping. Are you treating me? Lan Zai nodded firmly. Okay, sweet. I'm pretty quick on the uptake too. You know, a while later, both of them were standing in front of a luxurious clothing store. Lan Zai gave instructions. I need to find parking first. You go on ahead inside and start browsing. These high-end stores are divided into a luxury section and a casual wear section. Just head straight for the high-end area. The staff there will assist you. Tianyu nodded and strolled into the store by himself. Immediately, a female staff member in a bright red top greeted him with a sugary smile. "Welcome, dear customer. Hey there, young man. What style of outfit are you looking for?" "Well, the thing is, I'm about to meet my girlfriend's family, so I want to find something that looks really formal and respectable." "In that case, please follow me this way." The staff member pulled out a rather tacky pinstripe suit and advised, "Why don't you take a look at this one? The blue stripes give off a very intellectual vibe, perfect for meeting elders." Tianyu awkwardly declined. Her family is a bit particular. I'm afraid this suit won't cut it. Could you please take me to the high-end section?" The moment he finished, the staff member's face flipped like a pancake. She let out a mocking snicker. "Ha ha, young man, judging by your appearance, you're probably fresh from the countryside, right? I doubt you can afford anything in the high-end area. Be realistic. Even the clothes in this regular section are probably out of your league." Tianyu immediately felt his blood boil. "Can't afford it? What kind of talk is that? Are you looking down on a customer?" "Not at all, not at all. Don't be so quick to blame. I'm just giving you some sincere advice. If your budget is tight, there's no point wasting time trying things on. It wastes your time and mine." Tianyu couldn't hold back any longer and snapped loudly. "You work in the service industry, and you open your mouth with that kind of tone. This isn't your family's property. How dare you bring that snobbish attitude here?" Right at that moment, a woman draped head to toe in purple barged in, screeching in a shrill voice, "Oh dear, Xiao Yan, is some brat causing trouble again? What country bumpkin is making a scene in the store today?" Seeing a big spender appear, the staff member quickly hunched over fawningly. "Oh my, Mrs. Chin has arrived. It's so kind of you to go through all the trouble, coming all this way just to pick up your order. Please, Mrs. Chin, come right up to the high-end section over here." Witnessing this nauseating scene, Tianyu thought to himself, "What a bunch of snobs. What's the big deal about the high-end section? Anyway, my pockets are currently stuffed with 20,000 yuan. Surely I can't be defeated and unable to afford a single suit in this store. Today, I'm going to broaden my horizons and see just how amazing this high-end stuff is that makes the staff so arrogant." Tianyu then stepped forward to follow them. The woman in purple saw this and immediately threw out a taunt. "Oh heavens, Xiao Yan, that penniless country boy is trailing behind us. What a disgusting eyesore, oh Mrs. Chin. By law, everyone is equal these days. Even if he looks ragged, we don't have the right to kick a customer out. Just treat him like a speck of dust on the floor. Pretend he's invisible. That's all. Oh yes, Xiao Yan makes a very valid point. Good, good, good." Hearing this, Tianyu felt his blood rush to his head. Just because they have a little money they think they can look down on everyone. Let's see how long you can keep up this arrogance. Next, the sales assistant carefully took out a luxurious suit and sweetly advertised. "Here you are, Mrs. Chin. This top-tier suit just arrived at our store. If your husband wears this to a business event, I guarantee his aura will be off the charts, completely overshadowing all the other guests." Suddenly, Tianyu stepped forward and decisively grabbed the garment without the slightest hesitation. The woman in purple immediately shrieked, "What does this penniless wretch think he's doing? Take your filthy hands off my husband's high-end suit right now." Tianyu firmly shot back, "I want to buy an identical set just like this one." Upon hearing this, the woman clutched her stomach, laughing hysterically like a maniac, wanting to buy an identical one. "Ha ha ha, this little punk is trying to make me die of laughter. Open your eyes wide and look, kid, this is an exclusive designer piece. There's only one set. Hey, you destitute loser, take a glance at the price tag. If you can actually afford it, I'd be glad to let you have it." Tianyu heard her condescending tone and fumed inwardly. HMPH. It's just a piece of clothing. Even if I have to blow all 20,000 yuan today, I must shut this insufferable old hag up. However, the moment he flipped the price tag over, he nearly choked on his own saliva. Oh my god, a full 100,000 yuan. The sales assistant saw the situation and immediately screeched, "What on earth are you doing? If you can't afford it, don't go spitting your drool all over other people's belongings, you penniless wretch. Do you know you'll have to pay through the nose if you soil the jacket?" Tianyu was now sweating bullets, lamenting inwardly, "This is a disaster. The world of the rich is no joke. One outfit with a price tag of 100,000, I'm totally screwed this time." The loud-mouthed woman in purple continued her tirade. "I'm asking you, you little brat, are you planning to make a run for it? Just at that moment, the goddess Lanzai appeared, tightly grabbing the woman's plump wrist before growling, "Who are you calling poor with that mouth of yours?" The woman glanced over, recognized Lanzai, and screamed in shock. The eldest young lady of the Lam family. Lanzai threatened sternly, "Your husband is nothing but a lowly accountant in our family's corporation. You've only just scraped together a few pennies, and you already think you can strut around lecturing people, acting as if the sky's the limit. The person you were just insulting is my boyfriend. Do you hear me clearly?" Hearing those words, the woman was so terrified her jaw dropped. "What? This brat is the eldest young lady's boyfriend. HMPH, just over this hideous ostrich feather suit, you dared to throw a tantrum at my boyfriend." Saying this, Lanzai spat a mouthful of saliva directly onto the expensive suit. After that, she raised her voice threateningly. "Take this outfit back for your husband to wear. From now on, at any major event, he must wear this saliva-stained suit. If I find out he doesn't, you can start packing your bags and head back to the countryside to herd ducks." Hearing those words, the woman in purple turned deathly pale, hastily kowtowing, "Yes, yes, as you command. Please calm your anger, eldest young lady." Not stopping there, Lanzai spun around and glared at the staff member in red, barking, "And you. You are officially fired. Don't bother showing your face here to work tomorrow." Only now did the staff member feel gut-wrenching regret. She knelt down, clasping her hands in desperate supplication. "Please spare me, young miss. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I was blind. Please, young miss, be magnanimous and forgive me this once." Tianyu stood by, witnessing the entire scene from start to finish, only then realizing that Lanzai was actually the real boss behind this store. After cleaning up the obstacles, Lanzai immediately restored her usual sweet demeanor, linking her arm with Tianyu's and cooing, "Come on now, darling, don't mind those tactless people. Let me personally pick out an outfit for you. You have to try your best to shine today." Our young man was suddenly called darling twice and immediately froze up completely, mouth clamped shut like a clam. The scene cut to S1EA3NH, S1EA3NH's office. She was instructing the man standing beside her, "Hey, Secretary Zhang, I'm tied up this evening. I'll have to entrust the supervision of the project's progress to you." Secretary Zhang nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, S1EA3NH, S1EA3NH's phone rang. She picked it up immediately. On the other end of the line was the voice of a young man with slick-back hair. "Hello, Miss Lam. This is Liu Yixi, representing the Man-Er Company. Due to some changes from our side, the position of chief engineer in our joint project has been transferred to Mr. Funan. Mr. Funan is originally from Ethiopia. To ensure a smooth working process, could your side please arrange an interpreter in advance?" Hearing this dire news, S1EA3NH, S1EA3NH jumped in shock. "Are you kidding me? I'm supposed to finalize the contract with the board of directors tomorrow. Why are you springing this at the last possible moment?" "Oh, Miss Lam. I'm just an employee. All decisions were just finalized by the higher-ups. You know full well how foreign companies like ours are often swayed by major shareholders. According to the information I've gathered, this sudden personnel change is due to the intervention of major shareholder Chen Yunting from the Huang Fa Group." S1EA3NH, S1EA3NH listened and furrowed her brows in contemplation. "Huang Fa. Chen Yunting of the Chen Corporation. Isn't that the guy scheming to marry Zai to seize the Lam family fortune? What benefit could he possibly gain by sabotaging this contract of mine?" Just as her head was pounding, the phone buzzed again. This time it was Lanzai's chirpy voice. S1EA3NH, S1EA3NH Jai. "Tianyu and I are standing right downstairs in the company lobby. Are you done with work yet?" Zai, work on my end just hit a little snag. How about you take Tianyu around to grab some snacks and line your stomachs first?" Lanzai heard the tense tone in her sister's voice and immediately pressed, "What snag?" "Something happened at the company, Jai?" S1EA3NH, S1EA3NH sighed heavily and replied, "That partner Man-Er suddenly threw a tantrum and demanded to change the chief engineer. The new guy is from Ethiopia. He can't even string a sentence together in English, only fluent in his mother tongue. With this kind of language barrier, I'm afraid this contract is about to fall apart completely, huh? It's that bad. A conglomerate as mighty as the Lam Corporation can't even find one person who knows that African language. What about using those online translation apps? In this digital age, are we really going to be tied up by something like this?" S1EA3NH, S1EA3NH shook her head, explaining, "That's exactly the tricky part. We've racked our brains and exhausted all means, but still can't dig up anyone proficient in this language. Tomorrow is the deadline to report to the board. I'm afraid there's no way to salvage this contract now. Looks like we'll just have to suspend the project. Standing right beside her, Tianyu had overheard the entire conversation. He thought to himself, a prestigious conglomerate like this is actually stumped by this problem. My system could even grant me super racing skills. A few African languages should be a piece of cake. No sooner thought than done, he immediately whispered, "Hey Lanzai, Africa has up to 800 different languages. Ask S letter 1EA3NH, S letter 1EA3NH, Jai carefully which specific national language they need an interpreter for." Lanzai instantly relayed the message. S letter 1EA3NH, S letter 1EA3NH, Jai, exactly which language is it? It's Amharic. The moment he gathered enough information, Tianyu immediately closed his eyes, silently issuing a command to the system. I require the Amharic translation skill. Instantly, the system issued a notification. Deducting 10 energy points, effective duration is 1 hour. Amharic language ready, the quick-witted young man schemed to himself. I'll just lay low and wait until I actually meet the person before turning on the skill. No need to rush. Right after that, Tianyu puffed out his chest and declared boldly, "Hey Lanzai, just tell S letter 1EA3NH, S letter 1EA3NH Jai. I can handle that language no problem." Hearing this audacious claim, Lanzai's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open, inwardly exclaiming, "This is unreal. What kind of monster is this guy? Is there anything he can't do?" Thinking that, she immediately delivered the news, S letter 1EA3NH, S letter 1EA3NH Jai. Tianyu just said he knows how to translate that language. Let me escort him up to see you right now. On the other end of the line, S letter 1EA3NH, S letter 1EA3NH nearly dropped her phone. What? He really knows how to translate that language. At the same time, S letter 1EA3NH, S letter 1EA3NH began connecting the dots. In recent years, quite a lot of Africans have been going abroad for business, so meeting someone who knows their language isn't that strange. But the catch is, the languages over there are extremely complicated. Virtually no schools domestically teach them properly. The only way to speak fluently is to live there for a long time. This kid just spends all day sitting on a high school bench. Where on earth could he have learned it? What if he's just bluffing? Wouldn't this contract go up in smoke? But wait a minute. I'm the elder here. I can't be that shallow in my calculations, compared to my little sister's lifelong happiness. A contract worth a few tens of millions means nothing. If Tianyu is indeed just bragging, this would also be a convenient chance to unmask this fraud once and for all. Having thought it through, S letter 1EA3NH, S letter 1EA3NH decisively concluded, "Fine, Zai, bring Tianyu up to my office immediately." After that, she ordered Secretary Zhang, "Summon the construction team manager here right now. We'll hold an emergency meeting. Let me keep my eyes wide open and see whether you, Tianyu, are a true man or a smooth-talking trickster." A moment later, a bald-shaven, dark-skinned foreign partner walked in, opening his mouth to spew a string of bizarre-sounding slang, "Ola ola vu bua ba ba ba." S letter 1EA3NH, S letter 1EA3NH heard this and broke out in a drenching sweat, turning to nudge Secretary Zhang. "What language is he speaking? Is that a greeting?" Yes, presumably so, yes." S letter 1EA3NH, S letter 1EA3NH had no choice but to force a professional smile. "An honor to welcome you, sir. Nice to meet you." The greeting concluded with a courteous handshake. Right at that moment, Lanzai and Tianyu pushed the door open and entered the meeting room. The young man was now dressed in a sleek, glossy suit, looking as dashing as a male idol. Lanzai cheerfully reported, "Jai, I've brought the interpreter. I hope we're not late." Suddenly, the foreign guest turned around, giving a thumbs up and babbling something. "She is very big, don't believe then." Lanzai heard it like a duck listening to thunder, dumbfounded, turning to Tianyu for help. "What was that uncle muttering just now? Could you make any sense of it?" "Okay, Jai, give me a few seconds." Seated across the table, S letter 1EA3NH, S letter 1EA3NH was still intensely observing every move the two made. Tianyu immediately closed his eyes, secretly activating the language copy skill from the system. Deducting 10 energy points, effective time 1 hour, skill activated, Amharic language. The very next second, our young man boldly responded back, "It's bigger, so what if you don't believe?" And then, the two men started firing back and forth smoothly with incredible fluency. "God, that's awesome. Okay, bring it on then, I'm not scared." Witnessing this, S letter 1EA3NH, S letter 1EA3NH was agape. unable to believe her own eyes. They're actually talking to each other. This Tianyu really knows Amharic. Seeing the situation seemed tense, Lanzai curiously nudged Tianyu. What are you two discussing? Tianyu winked mischievously. He was complimenting your looks. Lanzai's nose flared smugly with delight upon hearing this, while S-letter 1EA3NH, S-letter 1EA3NH breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming joyfully, we have our interpreter. Then let's officially begin. Everyone filed into the room. The meeting proceeded incredibly smoothly. Thanks to Tianyu's godlike translation skills, in less than 40 minutes, both sides had finalized all the terms in the contract. The negotiation concluded in a resoundingly successful atmosphere. Afterward, the foreign guest suddenly called out, asking Tianyu to stay back. Is there something you need, Mr. Funan? Are there still some unresolved issues? Mr. Qi, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. This is truly a great honor. If you ever get the chance, you absolutely must fly to Ethiopia to see the scenery and experience the unique culture of our country. Hearing these words, Tianyu cheerfully replied, yes, if I have the opportunity, I will certainly visit to witness the beauty of your country for myself. Lanzai stood beside them, hearing the two chatter away, her face as bewildered as if she were floating in the clouds, understanding absolutely nothing. Unexpectedly, another member of the entourage suddenly asked Tianyu a question in French. May I ask which organization you work for? Tianyu froze for a second, but very quickly regained his composure, immediately commanding the system to switch to French. The system swiftly executed the order, updating the new language for him. Right after that, he fluently replied, Je suis étudiant, meaning I am still a student. Witnessing this scene, Lanzai gaped in amazement. Oh my God, Tianyu can even speak French. At the same time, S-letter 1EA3NH, S-letter 1EA3NH was also deep in thought. This young man Tianyu has truly surpassed all my expectations. After that, the delegation of partners also shook hands in farewell and left. Only then did Lanzai proudly stick her nose up. So how about it, dear sister? My boyfriend is top-notch, right? S-letter 1EA3NH, S-letter 1EA3NH smiled. For now, you've passed my test. But ultimately, we still have to bring him home for Grandpa to scrutinize thoroughly before I can rest easy. Hearing this part, Tianyu's face drained of all color. Oh heaven and earth, I still have to meet the Lam family's old patriarch. What if I accidentally say the wrong thing and offend him? The rest of my life would be over. Seeing the kid's face turn green, S-letter 1EA3NH, S-letter 1EA3NH couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, look at his expression. My test is considered passed. As for meeting Grandpa, let's just take it slow for now. After that, S-letter 1EA3NH, S-letter 1EA3NH concluded with a firm statement. Hey Tianyu, I officially approve of you as a son-in-law of the Lam family. From now on, make sure you treat Xiaozai properly, understood? Secretary Zhang also smiled kindly, chiming in, time flies in the blink of an eye. In a flash, our second young lady has found someone to love. That's very true. In the blink of an eye, all the kids from yesteryear have grown up. Secretary Zhang, Tianyu is a person worthy of our trust. Starting today, terminate all transactions with the Chen family immediately. The Lam family's assets absolutely cannot be allowed to flow into the pockets of a scoundrel like that. The scene shifted to the morning of the next day at Tianyu school. He was sitting dazed in class, sighing inwardly with admiration. Ah, how wonderful it is, the atmosphere at school is always so strangely peaceful. These past few days have been nothing but troublesome entanglements. This carefree student life is what truly belongs to me. Suddenly, the school bell Dongyu turned around, cheerfully inviting him. Hey Tianyu, our class is organizing an outing this Saturday. Are you joining? An outing? Of course I'm going. My mind has been so stressed lately. I really want to go unwind for once. Hearing his answer, the school bell's face lit up. That's great then. You don't need to prepare any food that day. I'll personally make a bento for you, as thanks for chivalrously rescuing me last time. Tianyu felt ecstatic hearing this, his eyes crinkling into slits. Then many thanks to our vice class president, he. Suddenly, Cheng Dong leaned in from behind with a face seething with jealousy, glaring dagger-like and shouting directly at Tianyu. Tianyu nearly jumped out of his skin, snapping in annoyance. Are you crazy, Dongzai? Why are you trying to scare someone to death out of nowhere? I'm seriously asking you, that pretty lady driving the Lamborghini parked at the school gate the other day. Since when did you manage to hook up with her? Tianyu stared in surprise. The person you're talking about is Lanzai. The heck is she here for? Hearing this, Cheng Dong got even more furious. On the verge of tears, you damn bastard, you really don't know how good you have it. Secretly dating a rich lady without breathing a word to your buddy. You need to tell your lady to gather her girlfriends so I can get a piece of the action too, or are you planning to hog everything for yourself? Dong Yu, sitting up front, overheard the entire conversation, her eyes wide with confusion. A rich lady. And involved with a beauty too. What on earth is going on? Tianyu was now sweating buckets, screaming inside his head, crap, I'm totally doomed now. Probably can't hide it anymore. Thinking this, Tianyu awkwardly tried to explain, Dong Yu, there is absolutely nothing romantic between me and Lan Zai. It's complicated to explain. The girl pressed curiously, what do you mean complicated? The truth is, this matter involves the lives of an entire family. You're joking, involving lives. Right in the heat of the moment, a phone ringtone blared. Tianyu's heart skipped a beat, thinking, oh no, game over, it's Lan Zai's number. The young man shakily pulled out his phone, his hand drenched in sweat. On the other end of the line, Lan Zai's voice boomed, Chi Tianyu, I texted you till my fingers hurt, why didn't you reply? Get your butt out here right now, tonight we dress up and go party. Tianyu hastily covered his mouth, whispering into the phone, listen, I'm stuck with self-study tonight. And besides, we're just acting, we don't need to stick together like glue when grandpa and your sister aren't around, right? She immediately switched to a sweet, cajoling tone, your grades are already top of the class, why do you need to grind away at self-study? This is the crucial time for us to be seen together in public more, just wait until my family is completely convinced. I swear I'll never mess with your life again, deal. Hearing this, Tianyu scratched his head frantically, lamenting inwardly, oh man, this is bad at this rate, sooner or later this fake romance will turn into a real one. This isn't good, I need to find an excuse to scram right now. Right at that moment, teacher Tian Jia walked into the classroom and spoke up, hey Cheng Dong, didn't you promise to help me reinstall my computer? It's recess now, let's go do it. Tianyu felt like he'd just grabbed a lifeline, hurriedly rushing over to report, Teacher Tian, let me go help you fix the computer instead. Having said that, he frantically pointed at his phone, Lan Zai, I'm busy fixing a teacher's computer. I'm really tied up. I'm hanging up now, okay? Bye-bye, dear. Lan Zai was hung up on so abruptly she was fuming, her mind completely blank as to what had just happened. Teacher Tian turned back, a trace of surprise in her eyes. Oh, Chi Tianyu, are you also skilled at fixing computers? The young man scratched his head, grinning, yes, well, I tinker with these gadgets all the time, you know. Cheng Dong, standing nearby, boiled over and roared, you damn Chi Tianyu, you clinging to a rich lady I can still tolerate, but now you're trying to swoop in and steal my universally adored teacher too. Tianyu hurriedly tried to soothe his buddy, come on, man, how about you just come with me for fun? Teacher Tian also gently chimed in, that's right, Cheng Dong, just go with Tianyu, if you two join forces, the repair will be faster. Hearing this, Cheng Dong's face lit up as if he'd struck gold, nodding eagerly without a moment's hesitation. In just a short while, both were standing in teacher Tian Jia's room. The room was filled with dreamy pink hues, exuding a faint, very pleasant fragrance. The moment Cheng Dong poked his head in, his eyes sparkled with heart shapes, clicking his tongue in admiration. Ah, as expected of a girl's boudoir, teacher Tian truly is a great beauty, even her room smells this good. Tianyu looked at his friend's gleeful expression and was at a loss for words, thinking to himself, good heavens, why does he look so thirsty? At that moment, teacher Tian asked considerately, you two probably haven't had dinner yet, right? Do you want something to snack on? I can get it for you. No thanks, teacher Tian. After we're done fixing this, we'll just swing by the canteen for a bowl of noodles. That'll warm us up. After eating, we still have to hit the books. Seeing Tianyu decline outright, Cheng Dong could only swallow his saliva in suppressed fury. As soon as the computer powered on, Cheng Dong flinched in shock. Whoa, the screen's gone blue right after booting up. I've got a Windows installation USB stick ready here. Let me plug it in and try reinstalling the operating system, but given the situation, it might be a fried motherboard. Even reinstalling could be a waste of time. At that exact moment, Tianyu's gaze accidentally landed on a familiar-looking outfit. He froze when he recognized that set of clothes. Could it be that teacher Tian and the person he accidentally kissed that day are the same person? Just then, teacher Tian came out carrying 2 glasses of water. Come here, boys. Have a sip of water to quench your thirst before continuing. Tianyu calculated in his head, It was crystal clear that teacher Tian was blushing furiously, yet still trying to force an air of aloofness in front of him. Thinking this, he immediately stood up. "Ah, teacher Tian, may I ask you a slightly personal question?" Cheng Dong nosily buted in, "What's the hot gossip? Say it out loud so I can listen in too. You just focus on rescuing that computer." Once both had stepped out into the quiet hallway, teacher Tian lowered her voice. "Out here, Cheng Dong definitely can't eavesdrop. If you have something to say, just be straightforward." Our young man scratched his head, stammering, "Well, the thing is, teacher Tian, that day in the office, the person I accidentally locked lips with was you, wasn't it?" "Oh my God, you actually dare to open your mouth and bring that up again." "I am 1,000 times sorry, teacher. That day you were dressed in a full female student's uniform, so I didn't recognize you. I was completely convinced that Tian Jia and you were two different people. I thought that girl was your biological younger sister." Upon hearing this, the teacher immediately retorted, "Oh, so what you're implying is, if I actually had a younger sister, you would casually pin her down and kiss her like that too." Tianyu panicked and tried to explain, "You've wronged me. It wasn't like that at all. At that moment I was looking up. And because you leaned down so close, it was purely an accident completely beyond my control." By now, teacher Tian's cheeks were flushed red like a tomato. "All right, fine. I know full well you didn't do it intentionally. Seeing as you also know how to admit your mistake, I'll forgive and forget this matter. From now on, you are strictly forbidden from mentioning that accident again." Tianyu, emboldened, cheekily added another sentence. "Yes, ma'am, but teacher Tian, honestly speaking, you look incredibly pretty in a school uniform." The moment those words left his mouth, the teacher gave him a sharp pinch on the cheek. "Your personality is truly incorrigible. Just forgiven and you're back to your glib-tongued tricks. I don't know how many poor girls will be deceived by that mouth of yours in the future." Tianyu yelped in pain. "Ow, ow, teacher Tian, I wasn't teasing. Those words just now were truly from the bottom of my heart." A short while later, back in the classroom, Cheng Dong began aggressively cornering Chi Tianyu. "You really are a heartless jerk. Already cozy with Dong Yu yet still flirting with a wealthy heiress. What's most infuriating is the moment teacher Tian transferred here. You locked lips with her on day one, and you dared to hide it from your own buddy." Tianyu's condition at this moment was utterly pitiful. A big bump swelled on his head from Cheng Dong's physical smack, and the other cheek was red from teacher Tian's pinch. He grimaced and admitted his fault. "I know I was wrong. I swear from now on I'll quit this habit of flirting around." The door had just cracked open when both male students froze in bewilderment. It turned out the beauty lands I had been sitting in the classroom waiting for Tianyu for who knows how long. Donning an incredibly cute schoolgirl uniform, she grinned and called out, "Hello, darling, hee. My beloved has finally decided to show up." Tianyu panicked and blurted out, "Lanzai, by what magical means did you manage to get into the school?" "It's all because I missed you too much. Come here, scoot closer to me." No sooner had she spoken than she dragged Tianyu into a selfie frame and immediately posted it on social media with a caption. "Visited school today to see my dear student Tianyu diligently buried in his books, suddenly feeling nostalgic about my own school days. Keep fighting, Tianyu, do your best for the college entrance exams." Lanzai hit the share button and nodded in satisfaction. "Perfect, today's bait quota is met. Chi Tianyu, accompany me to a fashion festival this Saturday. You guys don't have classes on weekends, right?" Suddenly, the school belle Dong Yu voiced her objection. "This isn't appropriate. I mean, Chi Tianyu is already scheduled to attend the class spring outing this weekend." "Oh, an outing? You must be Dong Yu, right? Your looks are indeed very lovely. I heard about how Chi Tianyu saved you from those hooligans. It's decided then, this Saturday we'll all go on the outing together." Without waiting for anyone's reaction, Lanzai immediately laid down the conclusion. "I'll just join your group then. The beautiful Dong Yu surely won't reject me, right?" Although a trace of awkwardness flashed across Dong Yu's face, she still gently nodded, "Yes, if you're interested, then do join us." "Hee, that's absolutely fantastic then. See everyone on the weekend." Next, Lanzai turned to chirp at Tianyu. "Oh, that's right, Tianyu, you once complained my Lamborghini was too flashy, right? Today I specially bought a Wuling, see how thoughtful I am." Upon hearing this, Tianyu panicked and tried to stop her. "Please tone down your habit of showing off a bit. How could your grandpa possibly know about the things that happen here? Just look at the stares from everyone around us. If you keep flaunting your wealth, they'll eat you alive." Lanzai sighed deeply and replied, "This is considered showing off. I truly cannot comprehend your mindset, kids, that wooling is dirt cheap, only a few tens of thousands of yuan. All right then, I have to go now, don't forget our weekend date. Leaving behind her reminder, Lan Zai finally took her leave. At noon the next day, Dongyu walked into the classroom looking dejected. Sitting beside her, Tianyu silently felt a pang of sympathy. The mess stirred up by Lan Zai yesterday must have definitely hurt Dongyu's feelings. Tianyu finally gathered his courage to speak up. Hey Dongyu, do you think getting this grill for our picnic is a good idea? Dongyu kept an emotionless face, dropping two cold words, up to you. The answer left Tianyu speechless, his face completely dumbfounded. He was internally scratching his head in frustration. It seemed yesterday's incident had cut quite deep into Dongyu's heart. This is a big mess. How am I supposed to salvage this now? Right after that, Tianyu dragged his best buddy Cheng Dong out to the yard for a stroll to ease his sorrow. Catching his friend's gloomy expression, Cheng Dong immediately teased, "This is a rare sight. Is our great benefactor Qi Tianyu so bored out of his mind today that he invited this punk for a walk?" The situation between Dongyu and Lan Zai is a tangled mess. I'm completely out of ideas to solve it. Hearing this, Cheng Dong frowned and retorted, "You're swimming in a sea of beauties and still acting all sorrowful. What an injustice. Some have more than they can eat, while others are starving to death. Right now, not only is your love life blooming, but your grades are also sitting at the peak of glory. A bookworm who is single by pure skill like me suddenly feels the distance between us is now miles apart. I swear I just dream of a peaceful life, but all these things keep falling from the sky one after another. It gives me a massive headache. It's not a blessing at all." Tianyu quickly steered the conversation in another direction. "Hey Dong Zai, with your current grades, have you planned anything for the future?" Cheng Dong clicked his tongue and replied, "I'll probably just find some random private university and throw money at it." "Hey, wait a minute, Qi Tianyu, I think you're using the wrong words. How the hell is it my grades? Is your academic record any brighter than mine?" Tianyu gently dropped a heavy bomb. "Dear boss, the little bro standing right in front of you is the valedictorian of our school." After digesting the sentence, Cheng Dong felt as bitter as if he had swallowed a whole lemon and immediately jumped up. "Cut the crap with me. I know exactly how much you weigh in the brain. Qi Tianyu, confess and be treated with leniency. Did you just awaken some kind of superpower? That invincible brain hacking system trope from comics, spill it now." Tianyu broke into a cold sweat, flashed a stiff, artificial smile, and covered it up. "Dong Zai, what are you babbling about? How the hell could those delusional things from comics exist in the real world?" Cheng Dong immediately caught on like a master detective. "Aha, you just scratched your ear. This behavior is definitively the sign of a liar. There is no denying it now, Qi Tianyu. We've been sharing pants for over a decade. Just honestly confess if you were bitten by a radioactive spider or struck by lightning. I'll take care of everything else." Hearing his golden buddy expose him, Tianyu panicked, sweating bullets while thinking to himself, "Oh my god, this guy Dong Zai has such sharp deduction skills. But I am clueless about the origin of this superpower myself. If I spill the beans now, it will only bring trouble." In the end, Tianyu had to pat Cheng Dong on the shoulder to reassure him. "Dong Zai, I advise you to reduce your time binge-reading fantasy comics. Reading too much will shrink your brain. All day long you just revolve around absurd stories." Suddenly, an ear-piercing shout tore through the space. "What the hell are you guys doing? Why are you throwing this trash here?" Instantly, Cheng Dong's eyes lit up like headlights, his face full of excitement ready to soak up the drama. "Oh wow, there's a good show ahead, a big argument, hee hee." In contrast to that expression, Tianyu secretly let out a sigh of relief. "Oh thank God, the heavens blessed me. With Dong Zai's nosy neighbor personality, I'm temporarily saved this time." Right after, a muscular construction worker spoke up to explain. "The contractor instructed us to temporarily put the materials here for construction convenience." A squinty-eyed guy with an offensive appearance immediately shrieked, "And yet you dare to throw it right in front of my casino's door. Blocking it like this, how the hell are my customers supposed to come in and out for business? This is a public area, not your private property with a red book. We place our stuff here, what right do you have to chase us away?" Hot blood rushing to his brain, the squinty-eyed guy in black aggressively pointed right at the construction worker's face. "I'm asking you one last time, are you going to clear it or not?" The worker stubbornly replied with exactly 2 words, "Not clearing." And so, a fierce verbal battle officially erupted between the two sides. "You monkey, a lowly hired lamb daring to be insolent with me. Do you think I'm a joke? I'll beat the pulp out of you right now. Get out of my sight before things get ugly." What if I don't leave? Don't be so unreasonable. Why are you raising your hand to hit someone? I just feel like hitting you. Got a problem with that? If you know what's good for you, scram. If you stay stubborn, I'll smack your mouth right now. Cheng Dong, standing on the sidelines watching the show with his mouth wide open in excitement, let out a sinister laugh, not forgetting to cheer and instigate. Ho ho ho, beat him up, go all out. Witnessing this laughingstock of a scene, Tianyu yelled in exasperation, did you snap your shame nerve? Are you planning to add fuel to the burning fire? At this point, the guy in black started tossing out threats. I'm giving you an ultimatum, you country bumpkin. If you don't clear this pile of trash, don't blame me for being ruthless. I absolutely won't clear it. Are you deaf from birth? Anger flaring up, the guy in black lunged forward like a wild beast, throwing an earth-shattering punch. However, just as the fist made contact with the target, the sound of bones shattering cracked loudly. The man immediately let out an ear-piercing scream of terror. Oh my God. A hand is crippled. Seeing that tragicomic scene, Cheng Dong laughed even harder until tears welled up. Ha ha ha. This squinty-eyed old man is truly a comedian. He just punched someone once and he's already wailing. Tianyu, astutely noticing the anomaly, frowned and analyzed. It's not that simple. That muscular construction worker is definitely a martial artist. His physical foundation is extremely solid and profound. Instantly, the squinty-eyed guy grabbed a half-broken brick from the ground and arrogantly declared, no matter how superior your flowery martial arts are, they can't beat the tool in my hand. Even if your head is made of iron, it will still crack open under this brick. Go to hell. Finishing his words, he swung his arm, aiming to smash the brick right into the top of the construction worker's head. But before the scheme could be executed, his filthy arm was tightly locked by another giant hand. The person who just intervened was none other than the construction worker's biological older brother. The two brothers now had bloodshot eyes, emitting a murderous aura. You've got guts daring to touch a single hair on my little brother's head. My brother and I have wandered the underworld for over a decade, and we have never tasted being despised to this extent by anyone. Realizing he was about to eat a face full of dirt, the squinty-eyed guy hastily yelled out, where is the security team? Someone dares to come and smash our business doors, drag them out here and beat them up for me. In the blink of an eye, a bunch of village gangsters with dyed hair in blue, red, purple, and yellow, wearing murderous expressions, kicked the door open and rushed out. Cheng Dong, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in horror. Oh my God, it's a real bloodbath this time. Your jinxed mouth is truly as accurate as a god. The next development was the scene of the two construction brothers being surrounded by the gangster mob, enduring a ruthless, merciless group beating. The younger brother clenched his jaw, his face contorted from the bone-deep pain. Observing from a distance, Tianyu silently evaluated. No matter how extraordinary their martial arts are, it's hard to fight against such numbers with this pack of mad dogs. Looks like it's time for me to step in. Having made up his mind, he flew forward and turned back to yell at Cheng Dong, Dongzai, call the police immediately. Then Tianyu slapped the squinty-eyed guy on the shoulder from behind and spoke coldly, hey, I advise you to stop right now. If you keep hitting them into a pulp, you'll bring disaster upon yourself. But this half-baked gangster obviously wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin, jutting his chin in defiance. Where did you crawl out from, brat? Who the hell are you to stick your nose into my business? Without saying much, Tianyu immediately buffed all his hidden strength, his pupils flashing a deadly red hue, an oppressive murderous aura billowing out. In just a blink, Tianyu fired a punch with destructive power straight down into the concrete floor. A deafening sound rang out. The road surface instantly cracked open into a deep crater, as surreal and over-the-top as an Indian movie buff. He glared with fiery eyes, gritting out each sharp syllable. I told everyone to stop. Are your ears deaf? The petty gangsters were instantly scared out of their wits, throwing away all face and running for their lives. Oh my God, a monster! Run quickly, brothers, save me! At this moment, Tianyu finally reeled in his aura and reached out a hand to help. Two senior brothers, everything is settled, please stand up. The older brother joyfully clasped his hands in gratitude, deeply thankful to the little brother for your righteous rescue. That earth-shattering move just now truly opened my eyes. May I ask which sect you belong to? Tianyu scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing the question, laughing it off to cover up. I don't know any ultimate qigong. Earlier I just used a little trick to blind the public's eyes. I already called the police. You guys just stay calm. This area has a high-definition surveillance camera system. The evidence is clear that they were the aggressors. Later, when the police come and collar them, they will definitely have to compensate for damages and get justice back for you too. Catching the word police, the two construction brothers jolted like leeches touched by lime. What? The police. We absolutely do not place our trust in the police. Little brother, you are also someone in the field. You can probably guess a part of our background. Originally, my brother and I came down the mountain simply hoping to find a security job to make ends meet. However, because of my older brother's straightforward nature, he stepped in to save someone from a bunch of hooligans, only to be framed by dark forces who turned white into black, sending him to prison. Spending 5 whole years behind bars, by the time his sentence ended, his youth was lost. His martial arts had also faded, which led to this miserable state today. Listening to their repressed grievances, Tianyu immediately patted his chest and spoke boldly. I didn't expect you two to be caught in such a huge injustice. But rest assured, I have an acquaintance who is a core member in the police department. This time we will gather all old and new debts and settle them together, definitely clearing your name. You too must keep your faith. True police officers are always a solid pillar of support for the common people. Just then Officer Lewin walked over, speaking up in surprise. Oh Chi, what wind blew you here? Officer Lewin, our group is the one who reported the case. These two senior brothers were minding their own business when they were ganged up on by a bunch of gangsters. We found it too much of an eyesore, so we dialed the police for help. Hearing this, Officer Lewin immediately leaned in close to check the wounds of the dark-skinned older brother, making the guy shyly widen his eyes. Oh my, the injuries don't look light at all at first glance. So where did that pack of wild dogs that just bit people scurry off to? Tianyu pointed firmly. They were shooting their mouths off, claiming to be the muscle for this casino. After beating people, they shrank their necks and ran straight inside to hide. Without hesitation, the two police officers kicked the door and barged straight into the casino, valiantly ordering, handcuff everyone and bring them back to the station for interrogation. The squinty-eyed guy was now pale with fear, trembling as he hastily made excuses. Officer, we are doing an honest business. It's because that group cluttered the materials blocking the way, destroying our livelihood, that this incident happened. Officer Lewin flew into a rage hearing that reasoning. Ridiculous, just because of a conflict the size of a fingernail, you give yourselves the right to gather and beat people up. Treating the country's law as a joke like this, there must definitely be some backing forces behind you. The village gangster was now scared out of his wits, stammering Officer, I am truly wronged. But before the excuse could escape his mouth, Officer Lewin waved her hand to cut him off. Shut up. Escort all of them back to the station to clear things up. Hiding in a corner, young man Cheng Dong trembled like a leaf, whispering into Chi Tianyu's ear, We're screwed. What about our part now? We still have regular classes this noon. The police require us to go back to give witness statements to build the case file. Just follow them. Missing those few afternoon classes for a day won't make the school collapse. Swallowing his friend's words, Cheng Dong gave continuous thumbs up in praise. Truly, my big boss Chi, your demeanor is incredibly cool. About an hour later at the police station. Stepping out with a radiant smile, Officer Lewin announced the case had been completely uncovered. Those gangsters already had multiple prior records for disturbing public order. This time, the law will absolutely not show mercy, letting them rot in jail. However, there were a few rookies in the group. They voluntarily paid 3,000 yuan in medical compensation, hoping to settle peacefully with you too. Looking at the stack of cash placed on the table, the two muscular brothers were just dumbfounded, not daring to believe their eyes. Seeing the situation, Tianyu squinted with a smile and said, You guys take it quickly. This is the justice that the police comrades just reclaimed for you. A moment later, Cheng Dong stepped out in front of the station door, gave a big stretch, and complained, slaving away since morning, in the blink of an eye, it's already getting dark. Tianyu also thoughtfully turned to ask the two construction brothers, What are your next steps? Now that you have the compensation funds, how about we catch a ride to the hospital for a full-body checkup? The two brothers hastily shook their heads. It looks bloody on the outside, but it's just soft tissue scratches. This little bit of flesh wound is nothing. No need to waste money going to the hospital. How about this, little brother Chi? You have gone out of your way to righteously help us. My brother and I are dirt poor with nothing to show our gratitude. Please allow us to use this exact money to treat you two to a grand meal. What do you say? Just hearing the keyword, the gluttonous young man Cheng Dong spun right around, his eyes shining. Go eat. Approved, totally approved. Looks like grinding our faces in the dirt all day finally earned us a worthy paycheck. Tianyu glanced at his starving friend, completely speechless, and didn't even want to scold him. Immediately, the muscular younger brother pulled out his phone, tapped on it and said, "Big bro, I just scrolled online and saw a very fancy restaurant. A meal is around 700 yuan per person. This 3,000 yuan is more than enough for a fantastic meal for the four of us." Hearing this, Tianyu panicked and waved his hands. "No, no, no, this is hard-earned money exchanged with blood and sweat. Don't waste it so meaninglessly like that. Benefactor Chi, your kindness to us is like a monumental favor. We can only borrow this simple meal to express our sincerity. Please give us some face and don't refuse." Young man Cheng Dong immediately nodded in enthusiastic agreement. "Absolutely spot on. Even if we blow all 3,000 yuan today, I'm completely willing. 18 years of my life, and I've never stepped foot into a high society place. This once-in-a-lifetime sweet deal absolutely cannot be missed, hehe." Tianyu was now thoroughly speechless at his best friend's gluttony. "Oh my God. How dare you even utter such shameless words?" Not long after, the quartet swaggered into an aristocratic-style restaurant. Stepping through the door, Cheng Dong gasped in awe with his mouth wide open. "Oh my, a five-star class is truly different, too incredibly fancy. My name is Cheng Dong and today I've officially leveled up to a noble guise." On the contrary, Tianyu was nervously anxious. Dressed so shabbily like this sneaking in here, will we be mistaken for the beggar sect? Enemies on a narrow road, Lan Zai's glamorous figure also coincidentally appeared in the lobby. The moment their eyes met, both sides flinched in surprise. Lan Zai crossed her arms over her chest, her tone reeking of sour vinegar. "Oh wow, when I invite you for delicacies you refuse outright, and yet now you're sneaking around taking someone out on a date." Tianyu's inner self screamed tragically, "Damn it all to hell, is this earth so cramped that I even bump into this lady going to the bathroom?" Not stopping there, she sarcastically mocked, "Let me meet the fairy sister who carries enough weight to make our young master Chi personally escort her for dinner." Hearing the question, Tianyu immediately pointed at the three scruffy young men standing dumbly behind him. "Your fairies are these three right here." Receiving the answer, the lady stood frozen stiff like a statue for a whole 5 seconds. "Let me tell you, I sincerely apologize because my mindset has never reached this overly salty taste of yours." Tianyu jolted and frantically corrected her. "Even though I don't know how dark the script in your head is, I swear on my life it's not what you're imagining." To prove their innocence, the two martial artists immediately kicked off a display of their ultimate skills, showing off their masculine prowess. Unleashing a series of soul-scaring acts like smashing a rock on the chest or firing a drill straight into the skull. The climax was lying back to sleep soundly on a bed of sharp nails, truly so surreal that one couldn't utter a word. Enjoying this monkey circus, Lan Zai numbly clapped out of reflex, her face frozen like a sculpture, her eyeballs rolling back white. It was truly an unprecedented culture shock in her life. Excellent, truly outstanding physical skills. At this point Tianyu finally lifted his face and stuck his nose in the air, smugly patting his chest. "How about that? See how awesome my brothers are. Authentic iron shirt Qigong ultimate skills right there. Do you now believe I'm 100% straight? I befriended them purely out of chivalry to help those in distress." Hearing the whole story, the two brothers of the Liu family finally nodded in relief and stayed for the meal. Suddenly Lan Zai's brain clicked brilliantly. She thought to herself that with such extraordinary skills, having to do manual labor was truly a waste of God's gifts. Coming up with a plan, she boldly proposed, "How about this? Tomorrow morning you two head straight to the Lan Shi Group headquarters. I will personally arrange a high-level security position for you both." Catching a golden ticket, the two muscular guys joyfully nodded like chickens pecking rice, their mouths endlessly offering thanks. Thank you very much sister-in-law for paving the way and supporting us." In contrast to that cheerful atmosphere, Tianyu next to them darkened his face, snapping, "Are you too delirious? Stop claiming random relatives." Seeing a sweet deal, Cheng Dong also shamelessly sidled up, putting on a sickeningly coquettish act. "My unbelievably beautiful sister Lan, could you conveniently stuff me into some position too? Academic ability is 100% guaranteed to slip on a banana peel out of university. Even if I bribe my way, it would only secure a spot in some trashy college. If I'm blessed to work at the Lan Shi Group, it would truly be the fortune of 8 generations of my Cheng family." Receiving this shameless request, Lan Zai could only force a stiff industrial smile. "Aha, this human resources issue. I probably need to reconsider a bit." Bright and early the next morning, Chi Tianyu majestically led a mighty delegation back to the designer store from the other day for a makeover. Moment his heels crossed the threshold, The female employee in red from the other day flipped her face like flipping rice paper, eagerly rushing out to welcome them. "Oh my, young Master Chi has graced us with his presence. Director Lan has carefully instructed us to serve you to the best of our abilities." Witnessing this fake display, Tianyu smacked his lips and silently cursed, "This sneaky woman is still clinging on. Lan Zai is truly still too merciful." And he leisurely gave instructions, "If so, please help pick out a few outfits in the affordable segment for my brothers here." Thinking Tianyu was holding a grudge over the old matter, the female employee panicked, sweating bullets as she hastily replied, "Yes, yes, I understand your meaning. The most luxurious goods section of the store, right, sir?" And just like that, the three country bumpkins were immediately dressed in three incredibly luxurious suits. The employee obsequiously babbled on, "Sir, this is the Sierra masterpiece suit handcrafted from the finest premium wool. Is young Master Chi satisfied with it?" After hearing the price quote, Tianyu's heart ached so much he was speechless. These three paper-thin outfits probably cost a few $100,000. Huh. My intention was just to randomly buy a few coarse fabric suits for them to wear to work. Seeing the customer hesitate, the employee once again turned on her flattering tone, "Young Master Chi jokes too much. As the future son-in-law of the Lan family, how could your close brothers wear those ragged pieces of fabric? This entire establishment bears Miss Lan's name, and her dowry will eventually flow into your pockets anyway. Please feel free to pick anything. Even with 10 guts, we wouldn't dare charge you a single cent." A moment later, the quartet dressed in sharp outfits strode out of the store, the employees' high-pitched bowing farewells still echoing behind them. "Young Master Chi, take care on the road. Please visit again when you're free." In the blink of an eye, the four brave men were stationed right in front of the gate of the Lan Shi Group headquarters. But having stood braving the elements for quite a while, the glass door remained as still as a rock. Tianyu scratched his head in confusion. How strange, is the system on strike? Last time I came it automatically opened to welcome guests. They use AI security for facial scanning. Grandpa, pull out your phone and ring Lan Zai to come down and get us. Without saying a word, the muscular older brother stepped up, rolled up his sleeves and stated matter-of-factly, "This trivial stuff doesn't need to disturb our sister-in-law. My brother and I are bosses in the construction industry. This tempered glass using a pulley mechanism, just pry it hard and it'll pop open, no need to worry about damaging it." Saying and doing, the guy flexed his muscles, grinding his teeth loudly as he channeled all his inner strength to shatter the door's latching system. Witnessing this disastrous handling, Tianyu jolted and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Senior brother Liu, stop immediately, don't act recklessly." But the intervention was too late. The high-tech glass door worth thousands of dollars was already smashed into sparkling fragments scattering everywhere. The author of the disaster now stood staring, his eyes completely bewildered and shocked as he muttered, "Oh no, we're doomed. The structure of this door doesn't seem to be from the same mold as the type I usually install." Immediately, a security squad rushed in from all directions with batons at the ready, shouting loudly, "Who is tired of living and dares to openly destroy the property of the Lan Shi Group?" Tianyu just wanted to sink into the ground, miserably slapping his forehead with one hand. Causing such a painful loss to the company on the first day of taking office, even gods would be out of ways to salvage this. Fortunately, Secretary Zhang just happened to be inspecting the lobby, frowning as he scanned around and snapped, "What kind of mess is going on here?" A security guard hastily ran over to reporting to Secretary Zhang, "These uninvited thugs just recklessly tore down our group's magnetic glass door." Rolling his eyes toward the unfamiliar faces, Secretary Zhang was stunned to recognize an acquaintance. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Chi Tianyu?" Young Master Chi could only display a twisted smile that looked like crying, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly as he explained, "Hello, Secretary Zhang, truly 10,000 apologies to you. Originally, I just brought two friends over to submit their CVs for an interview. This pile of rubble is completely an unintended accident." Secretary Zhang was a bit taken aback at first, but quickly recovered his usual calm demeanor. I also received instructions regarding this recruitment. A brother who can shatter a magnetic door with bare hands, your internal strength is indeed profound. Everyone follow me. I will take you up to present yourselves to Director Lan Kaiyan." A moment later, Tianyu led the two ticking time bombs to meet the strong woman Lan Kaiyan, formally introducing, "Hello, Sister Lan Kaiyan. These are Liu Xiao and Liu Erzhuang. So you guys are the security talents that Lan Zai and Chi Tianyu endlessly vouched for. Well, is your aura only up to this level?" Being provoked, The two brothers of the Liu family immediately threw a few wind-tearing punches to show off their might, loudly proclaiming their names. Ping Ding Shan sect renowned worldwide for the Iron Head skill and the Golden Bell Shield ultimate techniques. With enough power to cleave mountains and fill oceans. Seeing the rather noisy introduction, Lan Kaiyan lightly waved her hand signaling, Secretary Zhang, go exchange a few martial arts moves with them to see how it goes. Following the boss's orders, Secretary Zhang decisively ripped off his outer vest, displaying bulging muscles like black bronze sculptures, his entire body erupting with an incredibly terrifying pressure. The two Liu senior brothers didn't show any fear either, shouting in unison, "Please enlighten us, senior." Not missing a beat, Secretary Zhang channeled his Danshan Qi, unleashing a direct strike that looked no different from the ultimate Buddhist palm descending from the ninth heaven. On this side, the two martial arts brothers also proved they weren't just empty barrels making noise, immediately activating the iron shirt to fortify their bodies for a head-on confrontation. However, when that furious attack slammed into their flesh, it went as soft as a sponge hitting tempered steel, failing to leave even a single scratch. Secretary Zhang widened his eyes in horror and exclaimed, "Good heavens, not only did they completely absorb my force, but they also bounced back a countershock striking straight into my meridians." Reporting to President Lan, this pair of brothers is indeed a pair of hidden masters. Hearing the conclusion, Lan Kaiyan gave a slight nod of approval, pulled 2 stacks of papers out of her drawer and said, "Very excellent, here are your employment contracts, hurry up and sign them." Just skimming over the benefits page, young man Liu Xiao grinned in delight. Well, a base salary of 15,000 a month. Thank you, President Lan, for recognizing our worth. My brother and I swear to grind our bones and crush our bodies, even if we have to block bullets. We are determined to protect the group's safety to our very last breath. Seeing this fiery commitment, Lan Kaiyan broke a sweat and forced a smile. You guys are romanticizing the job way too much, acting as if I'm leading a mafia gang or something. Everyone keeps their own lives, just doing a good job with your security duties is enough for me to thank the heavens. At this moment, Cheng Dong wiggled his butt and sidled over, "My dearest President Lan, in this corner there is still an overflowing handsome candidate left. Do you have the mood to pick me up into the payroll as well?" "Oh, where did you pop out from?" Cheng Dong's face fell flat as he asked back, "Oh, come on, did Miss Lan's I not do any PR about this Cheng Dong's ultimate resume to you?" "Absolutely not, she only recommended these two masters of the Liu family here." Swallowing the bitter pill, Cheng Dong bawled as if he had his ration book stolen. "Are you serious? I am the life-and-death brother of Tianyu in all my glory. In the future when my friend returns in triumph to become the son-in-law of the Lan family, I will be the founding meritorious statesman, his most capable right-hand man." Lan Kaiyan didn't bother beating around the bush, cutting him off right away. "Drop the nonsense. If you want a seat in the Lan Shi group, then show me your actual combat capabilities." What is the definition of actual combat capability, according to President Lan? Just as he finished speaking, Secretary Zhang with his giant guardian-like physique loomed up, blocking all the light in front of Cheng Dong. Lan Kaiyan coldly gave instructions, "Secretary Zhang, help this young man open his mind." The muscular guy immediately bowed his head in obedience. Cheng Dong was so scared he almost peed his pants, his face pale as he hastily waved his hands. "Wait, hold on a second." But before he could finish his sentence, a limited edition Buddhist palm strike slammed straight down, sweeping Cheng Dong flying far away all the way to the door. A dry thud rang out as his fragile body hit the ground. The victim twitched twice, then rolled his eyes back white, looking incredibly pitiful. Secretary Zhang casually dusted his hands off, teaching in a sharp and cold tone, "The survival philosophy of Lan, she is to revere the strong. A giant machine only runs smoothly thanks to outstanding gears. If you yourself are just a useless grain of sand, then even if your umbrella is the Jade Emperor, it won't grind out rice for you to eat. If you want to climb high and receive massive benefits, the first thing is to go home and learn how to enhance your own core value." Lan Kaiyan conveniently turned to warn Tianyu as well. "That expensive lesson is also meant for you, Tianyu. Your current grades in class are temporarily considered salvageable, but to have the qualifications to step into the Lan family door, to be capable of steering this billion-dollar empire, that amount of knowledge is still too immature. You need to constantly reinvent and elevate yourself to even hope of maintaining the legacy that the predecessors of the Lan family bled to build." Hearing the preaching, Tianyu acted as if he understood, nodding repeatedly, but internally he secretly spat it out. What the hell is with this moral lecturing? I am just cooperating and playing a play to fool the world, acting as if I crave your family's throne so much. After finishing, he hoisted Cheng Dong's soulless body under the armpits and dragged him home, carefully advising before leaving, "Looks like Director Lan Kian really favors you too. Do your best to contribute here. As for the wrongful conviction case from the past, I will ask Sister Lewin from Criminal Investigation to reopen the file." The two senior brothers solemnly clasped their hands. "The immense grace of Mr. Qi. Our brothers are willing to engrave it in our hearts. In the future, if there is a chance, we will definitely repay your kindness." Reaching the main gate, Tianyu finally rubbed his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, a bunch of troubles has finally settled down temporarily. "Hey Cheng Dong, did your martial arts get crippled? Why did you suddenly get so impulsive and throw a tantrum begging for a job?" Young man Cheng Dong, his face still pale white, bald with teary eyes, "How could I not be impatient? I just took a full hit from the Buddhist palm, understand? I'm just a mortal with flesh and blood. Using that barbaric greeting move to test capability, even if I had 10 spleens, they would all be shattered. Hurry up, channel your superpower quickly, turn on the healing mode and buff my vitality to save me." Tianyu got goosebumps hearing this, frantically covering it up. Your brain just suffered a monkey skull trauma, right? Babbling what kind of alien language in broad daylight? But deep down he was also conflicted. It seems Dong Zai has faintly caught wind of the truth. Should I lay my cards on the table and confess everything to him? Forget it, let me investigate the roots of this superpower mess myself first, then we'll see. What if there's an entire secret assassin organization behind it? Dragging Cheng Dong into it right now is no different from putting him in the eye of the storm. Qi Tianyu slowly said, "Dong Zai, there are some secrets I can't reveal right now. But you have to trust me, I would absolutely never push you to your death." "Well, if my bro has put it that way, I promise to seal my lips and never dig into this matter again." But his mouth couldn't stay shut for even 3 seconds before Cheng Dong grimaced and whined. "Hey, tell me the truth, do you really not have any healing skills? I feel like my small and large intestines are doing the lottery and demanding a strike right now." Qi Tianyu ruthlessly poured a bucket of cold water on him. "Drag your body home. A good night's sleep will stitch your internal organs back together. We still have a whole mountain camping trip scheduled for tomorrow." At the crack of dawn the next day, our young Master Qi was still wrapped in his blankets, sleeping soundly and snoring loud enough to shake the earth. Suddenly, a sharp barrage of car horns tore through the air, jolting him awake from his sweet dreams. He grumbled in fury, "What the hell is wrong with these people doing such stupid things? The roosters haven't even crowed yet, and some uneducated jerk is already honking loudly and disturbing the whole neighborhood." Poking his head out the window, he was met with the sight of Lan Zai sitting pompously in a supercar, smiling apologetically. "Hee, I am so sorry, Qi Tianyu. I didn't expect this car horn to be so obnoxiously loud." "Lan Zai, just park there and wait for me for a few minutes. I'll rush down as soon as I freshen up." Ironically, the moment his foot touched the first-floor stairs, he was brutally ambushed and scolded by his mother. "Qi Tianyu, stand right there. Who is that flashy girl waiting at the gate? It's barely morning, where are you two planning to sneak off to?" Qi Tianyu thought to himself, "If I tell the truth that this classmate is the eldest young lady of the Lan Shi group, Mom would probably pass out on the spot. I'd better make something up to keep the peace." So the damned son began to show off his smooth-talking skills to his mother. "It's nothing, Mom, she's just a classmate. Our class is going on a picnic today, and since her family has a car, she just dropped by to pick me up on the way." However, Qi Tianyu's mother still narrowed her eyes with deep suspicion. "Still a student, whose daughter is wearing such heavy makeup and trendy clothes. She doesn't look like a student at all. Hey, Qi Tianyu, I absolutely forbid you from getting involved with girls like this, do you hear me?" Ignoring her warnings, the precious son stubbornly walked out the door. "You're just overthinking, Mom. We are just pure friends, absolutely no romantic feelings at all. Anyway, I'm leaving." The mother stood there, sighing heavily, speechless and fuming at this troublemaking son. As soon as they were seated in the car, Lan Zai turned to him and asked curiously, "Where are we heading next, Qi Tianyu?" "Straight to school. My class already pooled money to charter a bus for the picnic." "Huh, I went through all the trouble to get a private luxury car like this, and the two of us still have to squeeze onto that crowded bus." Seeing her grimace, Qi Tianyu hurriedly explained, "The campsite is way out in the suburbs, which means a nearly 2-hour drive. Can you even handle driving for that long by yourself?" Not to mention, having a bunch of friends sitting on the bus chatting and joking around makes the time fly by. That is the true youthful flavor of a road trip. Upon hearing this soothing explanation, the young lady's eyes suddenly lit up with curiosity. Really? Since I was little, I've only ever sat in the back seat of my family's cars. I have truly never experienced the feeling you just described. Not long after, both of them landed safely at the school gate. As soon as Cheng Dong caught sight of them, he excitedly waved, well, you're finally here. But immediately after, he turned and complained to Lan Zai. Sister Lan, doing things this way is very disloyal of you. You clearly patted your chest and promised to find me a job, yet in the end, you kept it a secret and didn't even say a word to my sister. I only did that for the sake of your future. I've racked my brains for so many nights and still haven't found a position suitable for you. If you want to step through the doors of the Lanzai group, you need to cultivate yourself a lot more. Right at that moment, Lanzai saw Dong Yu walking over, and she immediately flashed a smile as bright as a flower to greet her. However, the only response to that radiant enthusiasm was a cold, stiff nod like a block of wood from the school beauty. Not paying much attention to it, Lanzai waved her hands and cheered loudly, oh yeah, today we all have to let loose completely, everyone. After a bumpy ride, the whole group finally arrived at the campsite. Cheng Dong immediately switched into his fake tour guide mode. This Qingshan mountain is less than 200 meters above sea level, and the surrounding scenery can truly be called picturesque. In addition, this place is praised by backpackers as the #1 holy land for picnics and outdoor barbecue gatherings. Tianyu, drag yourself over here and give me a hand. This noon, I am determined to serve up some mouth-watering 5-spice marinated grilled meat. Witnessing this scene, Lanzai sighed heavily. Tianyu, if you had tipped me off beforehand that we had to start the fire and grill things ourselves, I would have brought a few kilos of premium Kobe beef with me. Hearing that, Cheng Dong jumped in to explain. The rustic food we brought has its own unique taste too. Everything from meat skewers to instant noodles has been carefully prepared. Lately, pork prices have been skyrocketing, and since the class fund is tight, we only dared to buy a few kilos. I was afraid the guys wouldn't have enough to eat, so I kept some instant noodles on hand for emergencies. Sister Lan, Tianyu, and I have to go gather firewood. Could you please bear with it and go over there with the other girls to help us wash these vegetables? Upon hearing this, young lady Lanzai's eyes almost popped out in shock. What? I have to wash vegetables? All right, fine, I'll go help everyone wash them. Her mouth agreed, but inside she was screaming loudly, do these menial servant tasks really require a golden branch and jade leaf princess like me to get her hands dirty? As soon as she awkwardly trotted over, Dong Yu coldly shoved a bunch of vegetables into her hands. Here, take these chives and wash them clean. The moment Lanzai's delicate, jade-like hands touched the vegetables, she froze in terror upon seeing a chubby, multi-legged creature crawling awkwardly between the leaves. The wealthy heiress immediately tossed the vegetables away, her face draining of all color, and screamed loud enough to wake the whole forest. There's a bug, somebody, come save me quick. Before she could even finish her second scream, Dong Yu calmly stepped forward and delivered a stomp, squashing the bug flat. Done, it's just a green caterpillar, what's there to panic about? Sister Lan, looking at you, I bet you haven't lifted a finger to do a single household chore since you were little, right? Lanzai hit right in her weak spot, widened her eyes, beads of sweat breaking out as her heart pounded like a drum. I'm doomed. If I confess, I'll definitely be despised. Sure enough, this brat is just jealous over Tianyu and is looking for excuses to pick on me. But then she told herself, whatever, I didn't come here to get into a shouting match with her. It's best to slip away quickly. Thinking that, Lanzai smiled to brush it off. I need to use the restroom for a moment. As she turned away, a cunning plan flashed in her mind. I'll drag Tianyu to some secluded thatched hut, take a few affectionate photos, and then use that as an excuse to make my escape smooth and easy. Just imagine, in the middle of this wild and desolate forest, a talented boy and a beautiful girl all alone in an ideal little hut. Hee. But she suddenly snapped back to reality, her cheeks as red as tomatoes, mentally slapping her own thoughts. I'm crazy. What the heck am I daydreaming about? We are clearly just cooperating to put on an act. Or is it, deep down in my heart, have I actually fluttered for that kid Tianyu? Lost in her thoughts, Lanzai quickly walked over to Tianyu and tactfully called out, Tianyu. To be honest, I really don't have the constitution to endure this wilderness. How about the two of us find a nice spot to take a few photos for social media, and then I'll take my leave first. Yeah, I figured right from the start you wouldn't be able to handle this trip. So let's climb up to that gazebo on the hillside to take some nice photos. Upon hearing the word gazebo, Lanzai's expression suddenly changed and became tense. She muttered internally, do we really have to go into the gazebo? What if the two of us sit alone and something shady happens? What then? Seeing her face change, Tianyu asked curiously, what's wrong? If you're too lazy to climb the slope, we can just walk over to the stream over there and take photos instead. Seeing that he was about to change direction, she quickly waved her hands in a flurry. No, it's fine, let's just go up to the gazebo, looking down from high above. The scenery will definitely be poetic. The two started walking briskly side by side. For some unknown reason, young Lady Lanzai's cheeks turned bright pink from embarrassment at this moment. What the heck is going on with my psychology? I'm just taking a few steps with this kid. Why is my chest pounding like a school drum? Maybe it's because I've been overthinking so much that my heart rate is going out of control like this. Walking normally, Tianyu's sharp senses suddenly picked up the sound of footsteps tailing right behind them. Seeing him stop in his tracks, Lanzai also flinched, whispering in a panic, what is it? What's wrong? He spun around and spoke in surprise, Dongyu, why did you sneak all the way up here? The school beauty Dongyu appeared with a face cast in ice, aggressively interrogating them. What kind of trick are you two playing, sneaking away from the group and hiding up here? We're not doing anything, just coming up here to find a good angle for photos. You already know full well that I have to play the role of Lanzai's fake boyfriend. Hearing that conversation, Lanzai, standing to the side, just wanted to dig a hole and hide. Her brain kept screaming, what is going on? A dignified, wealthy young lady like myself, in the blink of an eye, has become a third wheel intruding on this childish high school romance. Feeling her self-esteem bruised, Lanzai lifted her chin and declared boldly, listen here, little sister Dongyu, my worth is measured in gold, and I'm not desperate enough to snatch the boyfriend of a high school student. Her cool declaration had barely left her lips before she slipped on a banana peel and fell with a thud, her butt landing painfully on the ground. Just at that unlucky moment, the heavens poured down a heavy shower. Forced by the circumstances, all three had to squeeze into a tiny thatched hut to take shelter. Tianyu cleared his throat to break the suffocating silence. I am extremely sorry, Sister Lanzai. It's my fault for not explaining things clearly to Dongyu, which led to this mess. With this heavy rain, who knows when it will stop? I'm afraid the three of us will have to endure being stuck here for a while. With a huge bump swelling on her forehead, Lanzai could only force a tearful smile. It's no big deal. At least we have a place to shelter from the rain. Thinking of the bunch of friends running wildly at the bottom of the mountain makes them look much more pathetic. Tianyu looked at the bump and asked guiltily, did that slip earlier hurt you badly? Lanzai waved her hand and replied, oh my skull is quite tough. A little scrape on the skin is nothing. At that exact moment, Dongyu's sharp, bullet-like gaze was pinned entirely on Tianyu. Sensing the murderous aura, the young man turned his head and panicked in alarm. What's wrong with you now, Dongyu? Immediately, the school beauty played the fragile and delicate damsel, biting her lip and whining sweetly. I ran too fast earlier. I think I sprained my ankle. Then take your shoes off quickly so I can check. After a few careful massages, Tianyu sighed in relief and concluded, thank goodness, there's no bone damage, it's just a little sore. Witnessing this blatant flirting, the flame of rivalry in Lanzai's heart instantly ignited. She cursed silently, this cunning little brat is openly throwing a declaration of war right at me. Refusing to yield, the young lady immediately switched into her stellar acting mode, clutching her head and groaning, oh my. My head suddenly hurts like it's being split open. Tianyu, I'm so dizzy, the world around me is just spinning. Seeing another severe case, our kind-hearted young man immediately went into full panic mode. Not letting her rival steal the spotlight, Dongyu delivered a critical blow. Hey, my body is soaked in rainwater, and I'm shivering uncontrollably. I feel so uncomfortable, Tianyu. Tianyu looked back and forth, freezing for 5 seconds in this awkward situation. Caught in the crossfire, on one side is a noble young lady, on the other is a pure budding flower, two beauties fighting to cling tightly to his arms. It was truly a blessing not everyone could have. But contrary to the envy of outsiders, Tianyu was now sweating like a river, his inner self screaming in despair, Mom, save me. What kind of laughable yet tearful situation is going on here? In another development at the foot of the hill, Cheng Dong and the classmates were drenched like drowned rats. Suddenly, a ray of hope flashed among the group when they saw the silhouette of a roof. Cheng Dong rejoiced as if he had struck gold, shouting loudly, "Look there, guys, there's a gazebo up there, our team is saved." However, when the whole team labored their way up there, they were hit by an entirely shocking scene that completely extinguished the smiles on everyone's lips, their faces darkening. Caught red-handed by his friends, Tianyu frantically shook off their hands, snapping, "You two ladies, stand up straight, for goodness sake." The two beauties, completely absorbed in their deep acting, snapped back to reality upon hearing the noise, flinching in panic as if they had just been caught stealing food. Standing outside, Cheng Dong didn't forget to give a sarcastic thumbs up to his friend. "Well done, Tianyu. What a great achievement, my brother." Tianyu frantically waved his hands, stammering to clear his name. "Guys, don't make wild assumptions. Things aren't what they look like. Give me a minute to explain." At the same time, in Tianyu's hometown, a female neighbor known as the village radio broadcaster frantically ran into the gate. Mrs. Chi, a big incident has happened in your family." "What's making you so frantic, Mrs. Chen? Take a deep breath and tell me calmly." "It's a scandalous matter concerning your kid, Tianyu. Lately, that boy has been secretly dating a girlfriend. You are his mother, haven't you caught wind of anything?" Hearing this, Tianyu's mother froze as if her acupoints had been struck, asking back in confusion, "A girlfriend? Just the other day he swore to me that he didn't have a single shred of romance in his life." "Oh please, your brat definitely has a girlfriend. This news is 100% accurate. You can't go wrong. And his girlfriend isn't a stranger either. It's none other than Lanzai, the sole precious jewel of the notorious Lanshi group." By dusk, Tianyu awkwardly pedaled his bike back home. I'm back from the trip. He tossed his backpack onto the chair, muttering non-stop, "I thought going on a picnic would relieve some stress. Who knew dragging my body out to play would be more mentally exhausting than solving math problems? I'm completely wrecked." Little did he know, a Category 12 hurricane was already waiting in the living room. Before he could even lean back, his mother's authoritative voice rang out sharply, "Stand right there for me." Early this morning, Mrs. Chen came over and spilled everything. "Tell the truth, are you really dating the wealthy young lady from the Lanshi group? What exactly is the whole story behind this? Confess right now, leniency to those who are honest, a beating to those who hide things." Suddenly exposed, Tianyu broke into a cold sweat, his mouth twitching as he muttered, "Oh my God, where did that gossipy neighbor Mrs. Chen get this sensational news from?" Seeing her son's guilty conscience, his mother slammed the table and shouted loudly, "That attitude tells me you have a guilty conscience. Don't even think about fooling me. If you don't explain everything clearly today, don't blame me." Tianyu quickly waved his hands. "Oh Mom, it's not what you think. It's completely a disastrous misunderstanding, Mom. I am truly wrongfully accused. How did a matter as small as a piece of candy get blown up all over the neighborhood like this?" "What misunderstanding? I'm asking you straight in the end, are you and the young lady of the Land family in an ambiguous relationship or not?" Knowing he couldn't cover it up any longer, Tianyu had to pour out the truth. "She is actually an old classmate of Sister Xu Ping. I just got to know her during a casual hangout with my sister. The thing is, her family is forcing her to marry a terrible rich young master, and because she wants to escape that arranged marriage, she begged me to pretend to be her boyfriend to trick her family. That's all there is to it." Listening to his explanation, Tianyu's mother was half believing and half doubting. "Are you telling the truth? For a scandalous matter like this, I have to personally call Xu Ping to verify it before I can believe you." At this moment, the young man could only bite his lip and grit his teeth, his face scrunching up like a monkey eating ginger from the interrogation. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, the squinty-eyed gangster ran to Boss Xia Liang's workshop to cry, "Boss Xia Liang, outsiders pay a 2,000 protection fee, yet our shop gets extorted for a whole 3,000 every month. Today I got beaten black and blue by them again. As the boss, you must step up and reclaim my honor." Xia Liang thumped his chest loudly, shouting in anger, "Who is so tired of living that they dare to pluck the tiger's whiskers on my territory? What does that punk call himself?" Well, I didn't have time to ask for his name, but I secretly managed to take a picture of his face right here, boss. Hand over the phone, let me see what he looks like. As soon as he swiped to see the photo, Boss Xia Liang's eyes almost dropped to the ground. His face turned pale as he blurted out, "Oh mother, this guy is Tianyu." Seeing his boss in a panic, the squinty-eyed guy also trembled. What's wrong, Brother Liang, an acquaintance of yours? With his body still wrapped in stark white bandages like an Egyptian mummy, Sha Liang awkwardly tried to change the subject. Here's the thing, Zio Zhou. As you can see, recently our gang brothers just went through an earth-shattering bloody battle, and everyone ended up with broken arms and legs, bedridden in one place. Just give us about 10 days to half a month to recover our vitality, and then it won't be too late to settle the score with him later. Looking at his boss's sudden cowardly attitude, the squinty-eyed guy somehow managed to vaguely piece together the harsh truth. Boss Liang, don't tell me the person who beat you guys to a pulp is this exact Tianyu in the photo. Exposed by his underling, Sha Liang felt utterly embarrassed and roared loudly, "Shut your crow beak right now. Absolutely, do not bring that name up for discussion ever again." At that exact moment, a bald man with bulging biceps and popping green veins swaggered in, his booming voice echoing, "You're doing a terribly poor job, Sha Liang." The two thugs under his command heard the voice and lost their souls in terror, fearfully bowing down low, reporting to Brother Huang. The heavyweight figure who just appeared was none other than the Grandmaster of the Huanglong Hui, Huang Mingguang. Boss Mingguang didn't bother giving any face, pointing his finger and scolding relentlessly. "Your Sha gang is known to be a subordinate branch of the Huanglong Hui, yet now your pathetic performance is making the underworld laugh at us. You guys have really rubbed ashes and husks on my face." Sha Liang broke a sweat explaining, "Please understand, Brother Huang, you haven't faced him yet, so you don't know the terrifying level of that kid." Before he could finish justifying himself, Boss Mingguang brushed him off. "Drop it, keep your mouth shut. That little brat named Tianyu, I will let my Huanglong Hui personally step up and deal with him beautifully." The next morning, while Tianyu was taking a stroll with the two hulking brothers, his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, may I ask who is on the other end?" Xu Ping's sobbing voice transmitted through the phone. "It's Sister Xu Ping. Where are you, Tianyu?" He quickly replied, "I am taking the brothers of the Liu family to look for a rental room. Did something happen, sister? Your house was vandalized, and your parents were severely beaten and hospitalized." The tragic news struck like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. Tianyu stood rooted to the spot. A moment later, he frantically ran to the central hospital. Hitting his eyes was a heartbreaking sight. His parents were lying weakly on their hospital beds, their entire bodies heavily wrapped in overlapping bandages. Tianyu couldn't stay calm, exhaling heavily with every breath. He tightly gripped his father's hand and asked, "Who in the world could act so ruthlessly? With your martial arts skills, Dad, how could you be defeated so miserably?" His father whispered back, "That bastard has incredibly profound martial arts. His tiger claw technique is unpredictable and godlike. Tianyu, their target is you. You must quickly pack your things and find a place to hide. For this period, just take a temporary leave from school. Keeping your life is the most important thing, my son." Clenching his fists tightly, Tianyu resolutely shook his head. "Never. Why should I run away from those bastards?" His father grew irritated at his son's stubbornness. "You're usually so sharp. Why are you being so obstinate when things are at a boiling point? Even my palm techniques were defeated by him. What do you have to fight back against those hardcore thugs?" Tianyu replied with fiery eyes, "Dad, your little boy has grown up. In the past, you stepped forward to protect me. Now it's time for me to take your place and seek justice. Liu Zio, Zhuang, follow me to meet them. I absolutely cannot let that scum do whatever they want on this turf." His old father tried his best to call out to his receding back, but all attempts to stop him at this moment had become hopeless. The moment he stepped out of the hospital gate, the figure of the underworld boss Mingguang was pompously blocking the road, calling out in a challenging tone, "Tianyu." He frowned, dropping a freezing cold sentence, "Who the hell are you?" "I am Huang Mingguang. Are you that little punk Tianyu? Let me tell you, it was my own hands that sent your two old folks into the hospital." Hearing this brazen admission, the rage in Tianyu's chest surged like an erupting volcano. "Since you've brought your own body here to hand over your life, that's great. You saved me the effort of hunting you down. Liu Zio, Zhuang, you two just stand aside. Let me personally send this bastard to hell." Huang Mingguang let out a hearty laugh. Well, you've got quite the sharp tongue, haven't you? Today I have to break every single one of your bones to teach you that there is always a higher mountain." Not bothering to waste his saliva on going around in circles, Tianyu immediately communicated with the system, pushing the energy within his body to erupt to its highest limit. The surge of true qi radiating outward was so intense that even Huang Mingguang broke into a cold sweat. His inner self screamed, "Heavens and earth, where did this little brat get such monstrous power?" His internal energy has permeated every muscle fiber, naked eyes simply can't fathom its depths. No wonder that piece of trash Xia Liang was beaten half to death by him, but still. Stepping into the martial arts world, just relying on brute strength won't accomplish anything, kid. The moment his thought ended, Tianyu lunged forward and threw a powerful punch that tore through the wind. Boss Huang also had extremely sharp reflexes, dodging aside by a hair's breadth. The missed punch hit the concrete pillar behind him, shattering it into pieces and sending dust flying everywhere. Witnessing the opponent's agile footwork, Tianyu was also startled and evaluated the man highly. The bald guy stroked his chin and sneered provocatively, "You missed, son. Now open your eyes wide and enjoy my ultimate tiger claw technique." Saying that, he transformed into a frenzied wild beast pouncing forward. But before he could even touch Tianyu, Zhuang lunged out like a meat shield, using his own body to take the full brunt of the attack. Huang Mingguang's steel-hard fingers pierced straight into Zhuang's abdomen, tearing his shirt to shreds, causing the giant protector to roll his eyes back in agonizing pain. Instantly, he collapsed onto the cold ground, completely losing consciousness. As for Mingguang, he also grimaced and cried out in pain, "Damn it, it's the iron shirt qigong. My fingers are so numb they feel like breaking." Seizing the moment the opponent staggered, Liu Xiao immediately circled behind and locked him tightly, roaring loudly, "Master Qi, I've got him pinned. Finish him off quickly." Tianyu nodded, darting forward as fast as a phantom. But the wily old gangster turned the tables, tackling Liu Xiao down and using him as a human shield, hurling him forcefully into Tianyu. After that, he smugly stroked his bald head, "You're too green, Tianyu. Now let's see who else is going to sacrifice themselves to save your hide." Standing firm again, Tianyu gritted his teeth audibly, secretly assessing that this bald man's strength truly exceeded his imagination. "Even though I've unleashed all my martial power, taking him down in a short amount of time will probably not be an easy feat." Not giving him much time to think, Huang Mingguang stomped his feet and charged at him like a starving tiger. "Your doomsday is here, little kid," he roared, swinging his arm to choke Tianyu tightly before lifting him up dangling in midair. He sneered triumphantly, "Well, has it pierced your brain yet who the real boss in this territory is?" Despite being choked and gasping for air, Tianyu still glared and defiantly shot back, "Boss, my ass social scum like you has no right to claim that title, do you hear me?" Cursed straight to his face, Huang Mingguang's blood boiled. "Good, you're about to die, but you still have a big mouth. Let me give you a ride down to the Yellow Springs to pay your respects to the King of Hell right now." Tianyu glared and proclaimed, "Do you really delude yourself into thinking evil can crush justice? Evil will never triumph over good, let me open your eyes to that." Right at that critical moment, an iron-like voice rang out from behind. It was Officer Luan with a loaded gun, aiming straight at Mingguang's head. "Freeze, put your hands on your head." The gangster scoffed arrogantly, "HMPH, I've been rolling around in the underworld for so many years. My dictionary has never contained the word fear." The police officer sternly issued a loud warning, "Huang Mingguang, surrender, don't make useless attempts to resist. Drop your weapons and follow us to the station to file a report." However, the bald man crazily charged straight at the police officer in an attempt to take his life. The deafening bang of a gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced right into his thigh, causing blood to spurt profusely. "Lie still, any resistance right now is futile, the ambulance is on its way. We will take you to get first aid to stop the bleeding, and once that's done, you'll be escorted to the investigation agency." The notorious boss Ming Guang could now only clutch his punctured leg and wail miserably, officially turned into a cripple. Escaping death by a hair's breadth, Tianyu gave a thumbs up with a bright smile, "Officer Luan, you are insanely cool, man." A moment later, at the police headquarters. After the interrogation procedures, Officer Luan patted his shoulder and smiled, "Mr. Qi, you are truly brave. Today, thanks to you acting as bait, we finally caught the tail of this old fox." Tianyu scratched his head modestly. "He ruthlessly attacked my parents and brought suffering to so many innocent people. Eradicating the seeds of crime is the responsibility of every citizen. You are praising me too much, Brother Luan." After that, Officer Luan turned to Liu Xiao and announced, "Mr. Liu, the DNA test results from your old case file match Huang Mingguang's sample 100%. The mastermind behind the scheme that framed you years ago is highly likely to be this guy. Just stay strong. The investigative agency will reopen the case file, expose his crimes, and return your innocence from that year." Hearing this heaven-sent good news, Liu Zio's eyes grew red, and he choked back sobs of emotion. "Thank you, Officer Lewin. I sincerely thank you comrades in the police force for clearing my name." Once everything was taken care of, Tianyu and Zhuang hurriedly rushed back to the hospital. The moment he opened the room door, he cheered joyfully, "Dad, your son is back here. Those ruthless gangsters have been handcuffed and dragged away to face justice." Upon hearing that, his dad sighed in relief. "That's wonderful. I'm so glad you managed to keep your life and return safely. Learn your lesson, okay? Next time something happens, you have to call and report your safety back home earlier. You made us two old folks worry sick. Our insides were burning with anxiety." Seeing his mother open her eyes, he rushed over in delight. "Oh, Mom, you've woken up too." "Oh, Sister Ping, have you been keeping watch here all this time too?" Tanyu's mother said kindly. "It's late, Ping. You and Tianyu should quickly go home and rest. The two of us can take care of ourselves." "Yes, ma'am, I'll excuse myself then." "Tianyu, let's go home." Tianyu suddenly remembered an important matter and asked for permission. "Ah, I forgot. Mom, Dad, the two brothers of the Liu family are currently stranded with nowhere to rely on. Can I let them stay temporarily at our house for a few days?" "That's just a small matter, let them stay. You kids be careful on your way home." Witnessing this warm family scene, a passing nurse smiled and said, "You two are truly blessed to have given birth to such a precious son and such a capable, filial daughter." The mother smiled in response. "That boy is my biological son, and that pretty girl is just a neighbor. But honestly, I would love to have such an obedient daughter like her too." Early the next morning, Ping rubbed her eyes, let out a long yawn, and groggily woke up. As soon as she blinked and turned to the side, seeing Tianyu lying squarely right next to her, she jolted in shock, almost dropping her heart out of her chest. Tianyu, why are you suddenly lying dead on my bed like this?" The young man blushed bright red, clumsily trying to explain. "Sister Ping, calm down. I swear I haven't done anything inappropriate. The situation is like this. The thing is, last night, when Tianyu dragged his body to the door and saw the house ruined and furniture smashed, he sighed heavily. Oh my, a perfectly warm home, and they destroyed it into a battlefield like this. Sister Ping, let Brother Zhuang take you back to your room to rest. I still have to diligently clean up this battlefield for a bit." Just as he turned around, he saw that Ping was exhausted, leaning her head on his shoulder, having fallen fast asleep who knows when. Zhuang saw this and smacked his lips. "Young Master Qi, this girl has been running around all day taking care of your family. She must be exhausted. You should carry her into the room and lay her down properly on the bed." After quietly carrying Ping into the room and carefully tucking her in, the man of steel Tianyu called out, "I need to go clean up. You two can just take my parents' room to sleep. I will make do with the sofa in the living room." Hearing this, the Liu brothers exchanged a grinning look and teased, "Brother, we have seen right through it all. That Lanzai girl is just a decoy. The girl lying in this room is your true love, isn't she, haha?" Having said that, the two rascals slammed the door shut, bolted it from the inside with a click, and called out suggestively, "We have put in the effort to set up the perfect time, place, and atmosphere for you. Whether this great matter succeeds or fails depends entirely on how bold you are, hehe." Tianyu stood outside banging on the door loudly. Zhuang, what kind of sick joke is this? Open the door for me right now." Zhuang delivered the final blow. "She worked her heart out for your family today. As a real man, you must stay by her side and take good care of her." And so, Tianyu walked back dejectedly, looking at the beautiful face of Ping who was fast asleep. He unconsciously gulped. Snapping back to reality, Tianyu yelled with a flushed face to explain, "The story is exactly as I told you. Absolutely nothing shady or out of line happened, I swear. Anyway, I am going to school now. Skipping classes for the past few days has made the teachers nag my ears off during roll call." As he spoke, he hastily put on his perfectly ironed uniform and stepped out onto the street, muttering under his breath, "Putting this uniform back on suddenly feels a bit weird." While he was strolling aimlessly, the gangster Sha Liang suddenly rushed out from the corner of the street, running for his life, howling miserably as he ran. Save me, Tianyu, someone is trying to kill me. Tianyu was startled, his eyes widening in extreme shock. In front of him right now was the boss Xia Liang, tightly clutching his bleeding stomach that had soaked a large patch of his shirt, panting weakly, "Save. Please save me, someone is hunting me down." Tianyu's face darkened as he interrogated, "Hunting you down? Who has the guts to chop you up like this?" "The limit of my help is calling the police for you. As for the grudges and killings in your underworld, I absolutely do not want to get involved." As soon as he finished speaking, a guy named Liu De lunged forward clutching a butcher knife, letting out a piercing roar. "Xia Liang, it is time for you to die." Xia Liang turned his head and saw the gleaming blade, breaking out in a cold sweat, his limbs going numb. Seeing a human life hanging by a thread, Tianyu instantly activated the system in his brain, boosting his strength tenfold. In the blink of an eye, he dashed forward like a tornado, unbelievably snapping the blade in half with just one hand, and declared loudly, "I do not care whether Xia Liang's worthless life lives or dies, but I dare you to blatantly hack someone with a knife right in front of my eyes in broad daylight like this." Liu De looked up and saw the guardian deity named Tianyu. His face instantly turned pale, completely frightened out of his wits. Tianyu also immediately recognized this notorious face. Well, so it is the guy I beat to pulp in the alley the other day. You are Xia Liang's underling. Are you planning a mutiny to assassinate your boss today? I do not care what the rules of the underworld are, but do you understand that the price for taking a human life is rotting in jail? Right at the climax, a guy with messy long hair looking as cheesy as an 80s singer stepped up, tilted his chin, and intervened. "Liu De, who is this wet behind-the-ears brat, daring to interfere in the internal affairs of the Qing gang?" Liu De reported, trembling, "Boss, be careful, this brat is Tianyu. His martial arts are no joke." Hearing this, the guy in the orange shirt became even more arrogant. "I do not give a damn about your background, but once you have the nerve to provoke the Qing gang, your only option is to go buy a coffin in advance." Before his threat could even vanish into the wind, he took a devastating punch from Tianyu that shattered both his teeth and the bridge of his nose. "I do not care about your Qing gang or black gang. You dare to carry a knife to murder someone and still have the nerve to stand here and lecture me." As he spoke, he casually took out his phone and dialed the hotline. "If you guys are itching for a beating and want to continue, then just stand here and explain yourselves to the police." Hearing the word police, the guy in the orange shirt was scared out of his mind, immediately fleeing for his life, though he did not forget to look back and talk big to save face. "Just you wait, brat. I will make you pay for this humiliation in full." Having chased away the annoying flies, Tianyu turned around, bent down, and asked Xia Liang, "Are you still breathing? Can you drag yourself to the hospital, or should I dial for an ambulance?" Xia Liang tried to whisper back, I am fine." But as soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed onto the street, unconscious. When his eyelids struggled to open, the first thing that entered his vision was Tianyu's face, who was continuously shaking his shoulder. Blinking a few times, Xia Liang finally regained his senses and realized he was sprawled on a hospital bed. Seeing him stir, Tianyu spoke up, "You are awake." "Tianyu, was it you who dragged my worthless life back from the gates of hell? Please be highly vigilant against the Qing gang. Watch your back when you go out. If you are careless for even a second, they will stab you in the back one day." Tianyu smirked, "HMPH, you have experienced my abilities yourself. Those trivial gangs do not have what it takes to touch me." Xia Liang glared in warning, "I know you are good, but you cannot foresee all their dirty tricks and schemes. If they stoop so low as to kidnap your family members, how will you stop them?" Xia Liang's warning was like a splash of cold water to the face, making Tianyu fall silent in thought. This guy is not wrong. A spear in the open is easy to dodge, but a stab in the dark is hard to prevent. Xia Liang continued with a serious face, "My most trusted subordinate was bribed by the Qing gang to betray me, plotting to seize the boss's seat and take my life as well. Let's join forces, Tianyu, to ensure the absolute safety of your family. And also to help me reclaim the honor of the Xia gang, let us flatten the Qing gang's lair together." The young man pondered for a moment before answering decisively, "Xia Liang, I will never be in the same boat as you. I do not want to be involved in the muddy waters of your underworld. I will also give you a piece of sincere advice. Focus on finding a decent job and making an honest living. Stop dreaming about clinging to your past of being a thug for hire. As for dealing with the Qing gang, I will use the law to throw them in jail. The first step is to collect all the evidence of their crimes, then hand it over to the police to handle. I will never accept your underworld habit of washing blood with blood. Hearing Qi Tianyu's analysis, Sha Liang immediately lowered his voice in compromise. Fine, then I will assist you in gathering evidence. By any means necessary, I must see the Qing gang uprooted. I, Sha Liang, swear to wash my hands of the underworld from now on, repent and turn back, determined to start my life over and become a model citizen. Hearing his vows, Qi Tianyu secretly rejoiced in his heart. It is good that you have come to your senses. Just lie here and rest to recover, wait until you are fully healed, then we will plan how to expose the Qing gang together. All right, that is all, I will take my leave now. Just as he stepped out of the hospital gates, Qi Tianyu slapped his forehead. Oh my God, it is almost 5 in the afternoon. I kept babbling about going to school, but by now the school security guard has probably locked the gates and finished sweeping the yard ages ago. Left with no choice, he had to take out his phone to call the brothers Liu Xiao and Zhuang, asking them to go home and clean up the mess. At the same time, in the main lobby of the Lanshi Corporation, the young man Qi Tianyu, with both hands casually in his pockets, puffed out his chest and walked into the lobby with an incredibly domineering gait. As soon as the 2 female receptionists saw him, they automatically bowed 90 degrees to greet him with utmost respect. Qi Tianyu smirked triumphantly, muttering, I remember the first time I dragged myself here. The security guards blocked the door and chased me away like an evil spirit. Now I am welcomed like a VIP. It seems Lanzai has really stepped in to correct the employees' manners quite impressively. Here is the security room. He was certain this was the headquarters of Liu Xiao and his brother. He leaned against the door and waved, calling loudly inside Liu Xiao, Zhuang, if you are done with work, let us go home. Inside, the 2 hulking giants were sweating profusely, struggling with a pile of paperwork and machines. A rookie holding a notebook frantically reported, Boss, there are 6 more candidates waiting for interviews this afternoon. A guy wearing glasses yelled, Guys, log into the system to check the cams. Someone else held up a badge and asked, Can you approve this access card design? Another voice chimed in, Is this traffic flow plan for epidemic prevention optimal yet, boss? The Liu brothers, with their muscular builds, were now busting their humps clacking away on keyboards to handle tons of office work, acting as dignified commanders of the security team, yet working no differently from desk clerks. It was truly a situation of neither being able to cry nor laugh. Qi Tianyu stood outside, witnessing this chaotic scene in utter bewilderment. Mother of God, is being a security boss as brain-draining as being a guy like this? Seeing him peeking at the door, Zhuang looked up and grimaced, Young Master Qi, please bear with us and wait a little bit. There are only about 20 minor tasks left. Once they are resolved, we can leave. 20 tasks and you call them minor? Qi Tianyu broke into a sweat and took a few steps back, forcing a smile. Well, you guys just take your time. I will sit nicely in the lobby and wait. Squatting in the lobby, he secretly marveled. Those 2 just took office and are already working their lives away like that. Their spirit of dedication is truly admirable. Looking at himself, possessing heaven-defying abilities, yet spending all day idling around and meddling in other people's business, he had to find some way to contribute to society to be worthy of being a true man. After waiting exhaustingly for over an hour, the Liu brothers finally finished their work and dragged their bodies out to meet Qi Tianyu. Zhuang scratched his head guiltily, Sorry, young Master Qi, for making you wait so long. He laughed it off and replied, It is fine, I have too much free time on my hands anyway. So how do you 2 feel about this new job, is it all right? The 2 burly men suddenly grimaced like monkeys eating chili peppers, complaining in unison with a tone full of grievance, Oh my God, it is exhausting as hell. Zhuang spread out his calloused hands and complained, We come from a fighting background, our brains are all muscle. Suddenly being surrounded by a bunch of chirping college students, blabbering on about security firewalls and encryption codes, we listened like ducks listening to thunder. Our ears were ringing completely. In the corner, Liu Xiao looked pitifully tearful, crying that just adjusting some surveillance cameras made him sweat profusely as he struggled to learn it all afternoon. On top of that, he was teased by the students for being technologically illiterate, yet daring to sit in the security captain's chair. Seeing the 2 brothers feeling down, Qi Tianyu smacked his lips, feeling endlessly guilty, so he scratched his head and said, I am really sorry. When I took the trouble to introduce this job to you 2, I did not foresee these troublesome issues. After venting his feelings, Liu Xiao suddenly regained his spirit, patted his chest, and replied loudly, "It is no big deal. This bowl of rice was hard-earned by young Master Qi for us, so no matter how tough and grueling it gets, we brothers are determined to try our best to the very end." Moved by that sincerity, Tianyu hesitated for a moment before offering, "If so, how about you two come work for me?" Zhuang's eyes widened in surprise, and he hurriedly pressed, "What do you mean by that? Are you planning to start your own company?" Tianyu chuckled and scratched his head, his face showing a hint of embarrassment as he corrected, "I am still wearing out the seat of my pants in school. How could I plan such a grand thing? This is just a little preparation for the distant future." Hearing that, Zhuang clasped his hands together, his tone extremely worshipful. "If so, then we brothers will wait for the day young Master Qi becomes a big boss. We will absolutely follow and assist you." Tianyu's eyes flashed with a spark of enthusiasm, nodding firmly, "All right then, let us seal the deal on that." Just as the men were immersed in their tight-knit brotherhood, Lanzai stepped out of nowhere, tilted her chin, and asked, "Tianyu, why are you here? You suddenly wandered over here. Do not tell me you are brewing some dark scheme against this lady here." Tianyu shrugged, answering with a straight face, "Not at all. I just dropped by to visit my cousins." Lanzai narrowed her eyes suspiciously, continuing to tease, "You have been clinging to these two muscular guys all day. I am starting to doubt your true gender. People even rumor that they spent the night at your house yesterday." The young man's face twisted, his mouth stammering to explain, "If you spread rumors like that, I am doomed. My male god image will be completely shattered." He adamantly denied it out loud, but secretly broke a sweat in his stomach because indeed, those two had slept over at his house last night. But there was no way in hell that crazy shady stuff could happen. Lanzai saw him speechless and changed the subject. "I heard your parents were assaulted. How is their health condition right now?" "Luckily, my parents did not suffer any major internal injuries. They will probably be discharged by the doctor to go home soon." Right when the atmosphere was peaceful and filled with care, a deafening roar suddenly rang out. A rich kid driving a flashy yellow sports car sped up and interrupted the conversation. It turned out to be the arrogant young master Chen Yunting. He stepped out of the car with his chin high, greeting loudly, "Lanzai, why are you standing next to this brat?" Both Tianyu and Lanzai showed exasperated expressions, replying in unison, "Is it you again, Chen Yunting?" The guy Yunting wore a punchable face, tilting his chin to show off. "My Chen family has already announced preparations for the betrothal gifts to marry you, yet you still dare to sneak around with this brat? You really give no face to our Chen family at all." Lanzai coldly delivered a merciless final blow. "How many times have I wasted my breath telling you, I will absolutely never marry you? Is your brain filled with water that you still cannot get it through your head?" Yunting was furious, flailing his arms and pointing straight at Tianyu's face as he roared, "The woman that I, Chen Yunting, have set my eyes on, no one can even hope to snatch away." Beyond saving, Lanzai had to play her final card. "My sister has already agreed to let me marry Tianyu. We are just waiting for him to get his high school diploma, and then we will start preparing for the engagement ceremony right away." Hearing this, Tianyu froze completely, screaming in his head, "What the hell is this? What engagement?" Before he could collect himself, he hurriedly called out the two muscular brothers to his rescue. "Where is the security captain? This guy dares to show his face right at the Lan family's door to cause trouble. Why don't you release the dogs and escort this guest to the chicken coop for me?" Understood, young master. As soon as the words were spoken, two towering figures immediately blocked Yunting's path, their aura blazing like two fathers about to thrash a naughty child, shouting in unison, "Mr. Chen, you have legs, so drag yourself away. Do not make us get physical. It will not end well." Yunting turned pale with fear, stammering and cursing as he backed away. You people just keep your eyes open and wait for me." Seeing Tianyu's bewildered face, Lanzai burst out laughing and asked, "Tianyu, what is with that panicked look? Are you afraid I will actually force you into an engagement?" Our young man, worried about protecting his virginity, hastily retorted, "Aren't we just putting on an act to fool everyone? An actual engagement would be absolute chaos." Lanzai reached out and lightly tapped Tianyu's forehead, scolding affectionately, "Your thinking is way too shallow. It is just an engagement. We are not walking down the aisle yet. Why are you so worked up?" He cried silently in his heart, thinking far ahead, and said, "I am just afraid that when that day comes, I won't be able to back out even if I want to. Then I will be finished." Back to the guy Yunting, At this moment, he was holding a massive grudge, stepping on the gas and speeding like crazy on the main road, his mouth constantly muttering in frustration. If that bastard Tianyu had not jumped out to throw a wrench in the works, everything would have been smooth sailing. But thinking about it again, how on earth is this massive 80 million debt to the Land She Corporation going to be handled? If Dad finds out I secretly borrowed money from the Land family, I am going to get a severe beating. Imagining the scene of his stern father leaning on a cane and yelling, "Son, I have thrown who knows how much money at you, so in what lifetime will you finally bring a daughter-in-law home to meet me?" Thinking of that scenario, his cold sweat poured out like a stream, his mouth twisting in dismay as he lamented, "I am really done for this time. At all costs, I must find a way to marry Lanzai, wait until the rice is cooked into a meal. Once we become one family, let me see if Lan Kyan still dares to show her face and demand this 80 million debt." Having cleaned up the mess, Tianyu had now returned to the hospital, sitting obediently in the room peeling fruits for his mother. His hands quickly peeled the apple and handed it to his mother, kindly offering, "Mom, open your mouth and have a piece of apple to sweeten your voice." Coming to think of it, aside from his habit of chasing girls, this young man is also quite a filial son. Chewing loudly, his mother spoke up to announce, "Tianyu, your father and I are planning to pack up our things and process our hospital discharge tomorrow. These bone fractures just need to be cast and rested at home. They will heal on their own naturally." Tianyu's father heard this and stretched his body to show off his muscles, acting like he was perfectly healthy, playing along, "Your mother is absolutely right, Tianyu. We can walk around briskly now. Staying in the hospital is both expensive and costly. Let us just go home and recover to save money." Hearing his two parents explain, he frowned in disagreement. "Dad, Mom, I think it is best for you two to stay here obediently for your own safety." Even though that old man, Huang Mingguang, is already eating prison food, his minions are still loitering around out there like hungry ghosts. If you two blatantly show your faces on the street during this sensitive time, in case you run into the Qing gang, I will truly lose my sleep and appetite. If the issue that is making you two hesitate is the hospital bills. Saying that, he quickly pulled out a shiny bank card from his pocket. "There are tens of thousands in this card. You two can spend it freely." His mouth shaped like an O and eyes wide like saucers upon seeing his son, still at a growing age, throwing money around like a tycoon, his father frowned and questioned, "Tianyu, where did you get so much money from?" Tianyu hurriedly talked his way out to explain, "Mom knows this very well. I pretended to be the boyfriend of the second miss of the Land She Corporation. You parents can just consider these tens of thousands as my acting fee." The father turned to look at his wife in confusion. "An acting fee, honey? Why did you hide this matter from me?" After hearing her son's explanation, the mother smiled kindly and said, "Your father and I can still withdraw our pensions to pay for the hospital stay. You just keep this money to protect yourself." Tianyu frantically pushed it back. "Oh, come on, Mom." His mother gently stopped him and advised, "Just keep this amount safe. A young man going out to work in the world will inevitably need to use money to handle business at some point. Just cast away your worries. Your parents have our own ways to manage everything smoothly. All right then, I will try my best to thoroughly settle this mess very quickly so that you can go home soon." True to his word, he immediately picked up the phone and called his brother Zhuang. "Hey Zhuang, you are free today, right? Come with me to Zhongshan Hospital for an urgent matter. The thorn in my eye named the Qing gang. I must pull it out by the roots in the next day or two to feel satisfied." In a flash, Tianyu and the Liu brothers pushed open the door to Sha Liang's hospital room. He asked, "How is it going? Are the wounds on your body any better?" "Tianyu, you came at the exact right time. I just grabbed a fatal piece of evidence exposing the crimes of the Qing gang. Those massage parlors on Tran Dai Hung Street are normally the gold mines of my Sha gang, yet since I have been in the hospital, the Qing gang dragged their asses over to cause trouble. Not only do they freeload and refuse to pay, but they also have the nerve to grope the female staff. If I was not in caste like this, I would have smashed their mouths in." Hearing that, Tianyu blinked, acting like a serious young man, and asked naively, "I am still young and inexperienced. I do not understand the ways of the world yet, but isn't that place a brothel?" "What kind of nonsense are you thinking about? My place is a proper and legitimate business." The young man pretended to nod. "Then it is a deal. I will personally go and check if it is true or not. If I catch them red-handed, I might just conveniently wipe out their entire shady den before he could finish his sentence. Sha Liang pointed straight at his face and warned. Tianyu, I forbid you from pulling any stunts and smashing those massage parlors on Tran Dai Hung Street. My blood, sweat, and tears are invested in them. The boy smirked, replying with a stone-cold face, there will be no mercy. If they violate the law, I will bust them all. Didn't you keep running your mouth about wanting to be an honest person? Don't you even have this basic level of enlightenment? Sha Liang jumped up to justify, my chain of stores is entirely a clean business, with red-stamped licenses. There are no shady services like what you are imagining in your head. Tianyu, if you are willing to lend me a hand this time, I am willing to give you a portion of the shares so you can sit comfortably in the seat of a major shareholder. I have only been absent for a few days, and the morale of the Sha Gang brothers has dropped disastrously. Please sit in the boss's seat temporarily to help me for a few days. The Sha Gang is the result of my decades of hard work. Even if I wash my hands of it later, I still have to arrange a way out for my subordinates. I cannot just abandon them. Hearing this, Tianyu wrinkled his nose, openly showing disdain. Did someone knock your brain broken? Why are you suddenly pushing me to be the leader of the underworld? In this situation, only someone as strong as you has enough power to lift the spirits of the Sha Gang. After being flattered, our young man still acted noble. I thought you knew full well that I absolutely despise gangsters forming gangs. Besides, I am at the age of eating and sleeping, the age of dreaming about love. If you drag me into being a fake underworld boss, you will ruin everything. Sha Liang was helpless and switched to begging mode. Tianyu, I know you hate thugs and do not want to be on the same boat as us, but you are inherently a righteous person, an expert at meddling in others' affairs. I only hope that, when I recover, I will lead my brothers to turn back and follow the right path, because if my subordinates scatter away from the Sha Gang, they will definitely go back to their old ways of hacking, slashing, and stealing. Hearing those heartfelt, desperate words, Tianyu, who had heroic blood in him, had to smack his lips. Fine, since you have lowered yourself to this point, I will do you a favor. I do not want those shares in your massage parlors. I will reluctantly act as the temporary boss for the Sha Gang. Sha Liang was as happy as if he had struck gold, immediately raising his thumb in praise. Tianyu, you are truly a great, righteous man from now on. I, Sha Liang, swear to be sworn brothers with you. Please accept a bow from this brother of yours. Tianyu flicked his hair to look cool and waved it off. Drop it. Put away that superficial underworld brotherhood nonsense. Do not be so quick to call me your brother. Just focus on reforming yourself properly, then I will consider whether or not to be friends with you. Now we have to go verify the news you just reported. Stay here and recover obediently. After finishing the handover with Sha Liang, Tianyu's group immediately disguised themselves and hid under an ancient tree near the Sha Gang's territory. He muttered, it seems this is exactly the stronghold Sha Liang was talking about. Suddenly, a guy with bright blonde hair who was harassing a female employee spoke in a sleazy tone. Hey Beauty, I had my eyes on you yesterday. How about following me into a room to have some fun and make life more colorful? The girl fearfully stepped back to resist. I have already told you nicely, our shop is a clean business. We do not provide those services. Tianyu stood with his arms crossed, frowning as he observed, this blonde guy is definitely one of the Qing Gang's lackeys. I memorized his face the other day. It seems Sha Liang was not spitting hot air. Zhuang, quickly start recording for evidence. I have to step in and save the beauty. Saying that, the hero Tianyu immediately stepped forward and shouted, Hey you! Daring to utter such harassing words in broad daylight, have you Qing Gang members been drinking bear bile lately? The blonde guy tilted his face up to challenge. Which crack did you crawl out from, brat? Tell me your name if you have the guts. So it is Tianyu. You brought yourself here so it saves me the trouble of looking for you. Daring to come to my territory and act like a fake hero, I will tell you this loud and clear. If I do something wrong, I will take responsibility myself. It is my right to play with whichever girl I like. You better not stick your nose where it does not belong. All the brothers having fun inside, hurry up and bring out the weapons. This guy Tianyu has come to deliver his own life. Facing the provocation, Tianyu smirked and patronizingly advised, Hey brother, let me give you a piece of honest advice. If you cannot gather at least 20 guys, do not bother charging at me. That small number is not even enough to scratch my itch. Tianyu's entire body exuded a terrifying pressure that made the blonde guy startle in fear. Thinking to himself, that this guy's aura is really no joke. His minions had now swarmed out in large numbers, tightly holding all sorts of blades and swords in their hands, burning with murderous intent. One guy trotted up and reported, "Handsome boss, the brothers are all assembled. Is this the kid from the other day who dared to pull the tiger's whiskers?" The blond guy looked at his sparse lineup. Then at Tianyu's terrifying demeanor, sweating profusely, he hastily yelled out, "This amount of people is not even enough to fill the gaps in his teeth. Retreat for today, Tianyu, just you wait. In a few days I will bring a grand army to flatten this place, to show you that there is always a higher mountain." This brat is actually quite good at sniffing out danger. Zhuang burst out laughing and turned to ask, "Young Master Qi, so how do we handle the next step?" His arrogant words just now, did you record them clearly? Yes, rest assured, I captured every single word without missing a thing. Tianyu nodded and laid out the plan. At most, this pile of evidence will only convict the ringleader of disturbing public order. To uproot this Qing gang entirely, we need to get our hands on much heavier evidence. Anyway, let us just bring this to Officer Luen to review the situation first. At the headquarters of the Chenxi Corporation, Yun Ting was sneaking around like a thief in front of his own office door. Spotting his father sitting imposingly inside, he timidly spoke up, "Dad, did you have some instructions for coming into my office?" His father glared, his deep voice filled with wrath. "That massive debt of 800 million with the Lanshi Corporation. Why did you have the guts to hide it from me?" Hearing his father interrogate him, his heart skipped a beat, stammering, "Oh, come on, Dad, how did you catch wind of this?" His father slammed the table and pointed straight at his useless son's face. "The people from the Lanshi Corporation have already brought the documents to our doorstep to collect the debt. It is 800 million, not jackfruit leaves. How could you squander it so recklessly? I will put aside your destructive behavior for now, but what do you plan to use to fill this hole?" What an incurable fool. Yun Ting's face remained shameless without a hint of remorse. He whined, "Since you already know the whole situation anyway, please open your wallet and save my life." He roared furiously, "Do you think just because your father sits in the chairman's seat, I can summon the wind and rain and do whatever I want? Your second and third uncles are still eagerly eyeing the seat I sit on every single day. If I pull out 80 million to clean up your trash, wouldn't that be like handing them a knife to stab me and bring me down?" Yun Ting's face turned ashen, asking in confusion, "Then how should we handle this crisis now, Dad?" His father's eyes flashed with malice, plotting a highly cunning scheme. "You better focus on marrying that brat Lanzai. Once the Chen and Lan families are united as one family, who would still collect debts from each other, I am out of options too, Dad. She openly rejects me, and I cannot exactly tie her up and drag her back. What can I even do now? Listen, son, this mission determines the survival and the seat of power of our family in the corporation. When pushed into a corner, no one will blame you for using some dirty tricks." Yun Ting asked blankly, "What do you mean, Dad?" Wearing the smile of an old fox, he slowly instructed, "If that little girl stubbornly refuses, then you must use your brain to snatch her back. Play some tricks so that what is done is done. I do not believe that, when the rice is already cooked into a meal, Lanzai will still dare to utter a word of refusal." Finding this brilliant plan pleasing to the ear, Yun Ting flattered joyfully, "Older ginger is indeed spicier. You are truly my father. I will go execute it immediately." Cutting to the police station, female officer Luen was extremely pleased with Tianyu. "Mr. Qi, the stack of documents you submitted is incredibly systematic and detailed. Thanks to it, our big boss has decided to go all out to bust the Qing gang's network. Right now, the authorities have cast a wide net to thoroughly investigate every corner of the Qing gang. We deeply appreciate exemplary and brave citizens who expose evil like you." He chuckled and replied, "That's great. When the military and civilians unite, no criminal can escape." His words were still hanging in the air when a booming voice echoed from outside, "Gang leader Qi. I finally get to meet you." Tianyu was dumbfounded, pointing at his own face and asking, "Gang leader Qi, are you calling my name?" "Yes, sir, I am Huang Zhuo, the second in command of the Sa gang. Right now, our underlings are being pushed into a corner. Please do us a favor and lend a helping hand." Officer Luen's eyes widened in astonishment. She nudged Tianyu, "Mr. Qi, since when did you become the underworld boss of the Sa gang?" He quickly scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. "Officer Luen, it's a very long and tedious story." "It doesn't matter, Mr. Qi. If we stand here explaining, it will ruin everything. Saving people is like putting out a fire we must set off immediately. At the Saw Gang's headquarters, 108 outlaws were tearfully preparing to drink poisoned wine to commit suicide. A senior gang member raised his bowl, sobbing as he declared, "Brothers, the turbulent times have changed. The underworld no longer has a place for us. We took the wrong path in the past. Today let's drain this farewell drink together and swear to be true men again in the next life." Just as their lives hung by a thread, Tianyu's group kicked the door open and shouted, "Stop right now." One guy blankly dropped his wine bowl and asked, "Tianyu, what the hell are you doing here, and why did you bring the police along?" The vice leader hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. "Calm down, brothers. I just came back from visiting boss Sha Liang at the hospital. He instructed that from this moment on, Tianyu will take the seat of the acting gang leader to lead us." Tianyu cleared his throat, his face turning stern as he said, "You are all strapping men with extraordinary martial skills and bulging muscles. Just because you took a wrong step, are you cowardly choosing death to escape your responsibilities? Doing this pointless thing, don't you feel ashamed facing your parents? Don't you feel guilty to yourselves?" A few guys in the crowd shed tears of self-pity and argued back, "Tianyu, it's easy for you to stand on the outside and talk pretty. You are well-educated with a bright future, while us penniless thugs only have our worthless lives. With our criminal records piling up, what doors are left for us to start over? That's right, that's right." Hearing that, he puffed out his chest, boldly declaring with the aura of an outstanding leader, "Once I, Tianyu, agree to sit in this chair, I will steer you all to rise from the mud and pave a bright and glorious path. As long as you put your trust in me and follow my lead, I promise I will definitely make it happen." Camera panned to Lanzai. She was frustratingly struggling with the steering wheel on a deserted mountain pass. Her face darkened because her junk car suddenly broke down right in the middle of the slope. She silently cursed her cheapskate decision to buy this Wuling. If only she had swiped her card for a VinFast back then, her life wouldn't be this miserable. It had only crawled up a tiny slope, yet it was already coughing and sputtering, dying on her 3 times already. After a while of struggling with the gas pedal and shifting gears, the car suddenly let out a roar, and the engine started running crisply. But unfortunately, the brake system also decided to go on strike, causing the car to slide down the slope uncontrollably. This terrifying scene scared the wits out of her, making her scream in silence, "What the hell is this? Why is it in free fall?" The out-of-control car just plunged headfirst and smashed into the tail of a shiny Mercedes parked right at the bottom of the slope. A fierce, bald guy crawled out of the car, aggressively shouting, "How the hell are you driving, you bitch? Are your eyes on your forehead or something to crash right into my car?" Lanzai hastily bowed her head, stammering an apology, "Sir, I am 1,000 times sorry. It's because my hand shifted the gear too fast so the engine died out of nowhere. It's all my fault." Her mouth was apologizing, but in her heart she secretly cursed, "This piece of trash car, clearly bought brand new, but it drives like a refurbished expired good. Today I will definitely throw you into the junkyard to be rid of the burden." The bald guy approached, clutching a suspicious towel in his hand, and demanded compensation with a tilt of his chin. "You come out here and open your eyes wide to see. The tail of my car is all scratched up because of you. Pay up right now." Lanzai had a bad premonition, but couldn't react in time. The man lunged forward as quick as lightning, covering her nose directly with the chloroform-soaked towel. A wave of drowsiness hit her like a storm. Her consciousness faded, her limbs went limp, and then she completely sank into darkness. Back at the Saw Gang's headquarters, Tianyu was standing with his hands behind his back, discussing tactics with his 500 brothers. Huang Zhu respectfully spoke up, "Gang leader Qi, you just promised to find a new livelihood for the brothers. So in the end, is there any specific plan yet?" Tianyu scratched his chin and analyzed, "Most of the brothers here are involved in the underworld. If you go out looking for jobs, people will run away in fear. So the best strategy is to pool our money and open a business, for example, a restaurant or a cyber cafe. Or at the very least, open a coffee shop or a sidewalk iced tea stall. Those can rake in money too. But let's wait until Sha Liang is discharged from the hospital, and then we'll finalize everything together. By the way, how is the undercover operation against the Qing gang progressing?" A sharp-witted underling reported, "We have scattered our eyes and ears all over their entertainment venues. We are just waiting for those little mice to show their tails to catch them all in one net." In the midst of the serious atmosphere, a guy rushed in, panting heavily to deliver the news, "Gang leader Qi, there's a situation. A woman was just kidnapped right on Tran Dai Hung Street. Tianyu frowned and asked for details. A kidnapping. Is it the Qing gang's henchmen pulling their dirty tricks again? The guy shook his head. This one I am not entirely sure about. But they dragged that girl straight into the Huangjia sauna, which is a hangout spot for the Qing gang. Did you record a clip as evidence? Yes, we recorded a high-definition video from start to finish. As soon as the video was played, Tianyu's face darkened, sweat pouring down like rain. Good heavens, isn't this Lanzai, who ate the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard to dare touch the precious daughter of the Lan family like this? Huang Zhu, seeing the gang leader so tense, probed, "Boss, so do we need to step in and rescue her in this case?" Tianyu slammed the table with a bang and shouted, "Why wouldn't we? She is legitimately my fiancée. Whoever has a four-wheel car, start the engine right away. Whoever has a phone, call the police immediately. All brothers of the Sa gang move out." After the coma, Lanzai groggily opened her eyes in a strange room, her head spinning as she wondered, "Oh my God, what the hell is this place?" Immediately, a slimy voice sounded right next to her ear, "My gold nugget is finally awake. I told you, sooner or later you would fall into the arms of this Chen Yun Ting." As soon as he finished speaking, he cracked a savage smile, pulling out his high-capacity latest model phone, intending to record some dark footage. At the Sa gang's base, 500 warriors were sharpening their knives and axes with burning fighting spirit. Huang Zhu ran over, scratching his head as he reported, "Gang leader Qi, we only managed to scrape together exactly one shabby 8-seater van." Tianyu waved his hand decisively, "Whatever. Liu Xiao, you hop in the car and come with me. Zhuang, you lead the rest of the brothers to catch a bus and follow us." "Understood, boss." Without a split second of delay, the whole squad aggressively marched to the Qing gang's lair, determined to cast a net and catch them all. Sitting in the car, the heroic blood of the Sa gang youths boiled intensely. As soon as they parked abruptly in front of the Huangjia sauna, all the brothers jumped out of the car in unison, their murderous intent soaring to the sky, ready for battle. From the lobby, the flashy blonde guy from the other day seemed to have already set up a formation waiting for them. He sneered, "You guys have a lot of nerve. Today my side's numbers are as thick as ants. Get them, brothers, slap their teeth out for me." Saying that, he led the pack out, pointing directly at Tianyu's face and roaring, "Tianyu, do you think this sauna is your Sa gang's marketplace, that you can come and go as you please? Are you tired of living?" Tianyu crossed his arms over his chest, his overwhelming aura answering back, "I didn't come here today to bicker with you. I am looking for someone. I'll ask just one question. Is that guy Chen Yun Ting hiding in this joint?" The blonde guy tilted his head up boastfully, "Young Master Chen is our VIP guest. Do you think we are stupid enough to sell him out to the likes of you? That bastard just kidnapped the eldest young miss of the Lan family, and he is planning to do vile things to her. You guys are afraid of offending the Chen family, but aren't you afraid of death when it comes to the Lan family?" Hearing the two words Lan family, a lackey broke into a cold sweat, his face drained of blood, and he hurriedly ran up to whisper in the blonde guy's ear, "Boss, when young Master Chen arrived earlier, he did carry in a fainted girl, but how could we know she was the precious jewel of the Lan family?" Hearing this, the leader's spine went cold, sweat pouring down his face, as he muttered, "Did this brat Chen Yun Ting take the wrong crazy pills? He even dared to touch the young miss of the Lan family." The underling asked, shivering, "Boss, so how should we play this out now? The situation has blown up like this. Caught between the Chen and Lan factions, we are bound to offend one side no matter what." Weighing the pros and cons in the blink of an eye, the blonde guy gritted his teeth and ordered the sweep. "Charge, brothers, teach this arrogant brat a lesson for me." Seeing the enemy make the first move, gang leader Qi was too lazy to reason with them, HMPH, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. "Brother Liu, brother let's clean up this trash." Instantly, Tianyu dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, swinging a 1,000-pound punch straight into the face of the guy with glasses, knocking out several of his teeth. Liu Xiao also fiercely swung his bat, landing a lethal blow that sent the guy in the tank top rolling onto the ground. The young man Huang Zhu didn't fall behind, following up with an earth-shattering punch to the stomach of the guy in the white shirt, making him spit foam and fall backwards. In barely less than a minute, the entire nest of 20 thugs under the blonde guy was flattened on the floor, groaning miserably. The leader's face turned ashen like a withered banana leaf, and he bitterly screamed, What the hell is this, Tianyu? You tricked me. Didn't you brag that you needed 20 people just to warm up? Suddenly from afar, Zhuang waved his hand and shouted, Mr. Qi. I have escorted all 500 brothers here. Hearing that, the blond guy's legs trembled violently, his face distorted as he muttered, I'm really done for this time. Tianyu sneered, flicking his fingers provocatively, so, do you want to keep playing? The guy was so scared he nearly peed his pants, hastily clasping his hands and bowing repeatedly, No, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Please, great heroes, show mercy. Tianyu tilted his chin up, questioning with a raspy voice, Speak up. Which room is Chen Yunting hiding in? The guy replied, trembling like a leaf, Yes, room 403, it's room 403. He immediately turned to instruct the Sa Gang squad, everyone locked down the door. When the police arrive later, be obedient and cooperate with the investigation. Liu Xiao. Zhuang, you two follow me upstairs. Saying that, he dashed up the stairs like flying, determined to hack Chen Yunting into 100 pieces. Cutting to room 403, Chen Yunting was stripping off his shirt, preparing to do despicable things to Lanzai. She struggled in a panic, tears welling up in her eyes as she screamed, Let me go. The more she cried, the more Chen Yunting showed his beastly nature. Ha ha ha, even if you scream your throat out, no prince is coming to save you. Lanzai sobbed and cursed, Chen Yunting, you are a total beast. Do you think using these low-life tricks can threaten our Lan family? I don't give a damn if it can threaten them or not, because after tonight, you will officially take the Chen surname. Just lie still and enjoy it. Who knows, when you look back on it later, you might actually find this to be a wonderful night. At that critical moment, she despairingly shut her eyes tight and screamed loudly, Help me. Through the door, Tianyu had caught her distress signal. Without a split second of hesitation, he channeled his inner strength and delivered a kick that sent the door flying with a bang, appearing like a god. Both Lanzai and Chen Yunting stood frozen with their mouths agape. Tianyu's eyes were bloodshot, roaring in fury, You bastard Chen Yunting. Without bothering to talk much, Tianyu dashed forward and threw a straight uppercut that made the bastard see stars. The dry sound of bone colliding echoed, making anyone who heard it shudder. Chen Yunting held his swollen face, the pain piercing his bones, but he still strained his neck to curse, You dare lay a hand on me? Even my old man has never dared to slap me once. Before he could shut his mouth, Tianyu delivered another punch that made his noseblood spray out like a fountain, striking with extreme decisiveness. Facing his opponent's overwhelming strength, Chen Yunting was scared out of his wits, constantly backing away, begging and threatening at the same time, Stop it, you stop right now. Do you know how terrifying the consequences will be if you touch me? Tianyu cracked his knuckles, replying with eyes as cold as ice, What's the big deal about the Chen Corporation? Let me tell you, even if I have to go against the entire high society of this land today, I will still beat you to a pulp. Hearing the pronouncement, Chen Yunting scrambled to run for his life. As he sprinted away, he looked back and screamed, You bastard, I hate you. Tianyu turned his head and shouted an order, Liu Xiao, You guys quickly chase after him and collar him. Absolutely do not let him get away. After clearing the obstacle, he softened his voice and approached to ask, Lanzai, are you okay? Did that bastard do any harm to you? Hearing Tianyu's deep, caring voice, all the girl's fear and grievance suddenly burst out, and she burst into tears like a wronged child. Lanzai threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly, sobbing uncontrollably, sob, Tianyu. He gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. It's okay now, everything is over. This scene of a beauty hugging a hero was as cheesy and romantic as a Taiwanese romance drama. Right at that moment, police cars also arrived with blaring sirens, surrounding the scene. Officer Luan hurriedly stepped out of the car, approaching Tianyu to discuss, Mr. Qi, regarding Chen Yunting's crimes, we are determined to handle this case to the very end. How is the victim's mental state right now? Can she come with us to the headquarters to record her statement? Tianyu acted extremely gallant, shielding the beauty. She just suffered a terrible shock. Her spirit is very broken. I hope the police will let her go home to rest first. It would be more reasonable to come and give her statement another day. At this time, Liu Xiao returned, sweating profusely, to report Mr. Qi that brat Chen Yunting ran like he was being chased by ghosts. He sneaked through a few alleys and disappeared completely. My brothers and I searched everywhere but couldn't catch him. Tianyu wrinkled his forehead and analyzed, The roots of the Chen family are very deep. This kidnapping definitely had a premeditated motive. Trying to pull out evidence to convict him is probably going to be a tough problem. I have to wait for the Lan family's people to come and pick Lan Zai up. You brothers can just disperse and go home to rest. Waiting for the crowd to scatter, an underling nudged Liu Zio and asked, Boss Zio, it's already very late now, should we continue to hunt that guy down? Liu Zio's face hardened with determination. Of course we search. This is a task assigned by Mr. Qi, we must get to the bottom of it. Suddenly, another voice rang out frantically, Brother Zio. Chen Yunting's whereabouts have been found. Liu Zio's eyes lit up, grabbing the underling's shirt and snapping, what corner is he hiding in? The underling's face went blank, stammering the news, he is sitting right there at the police station. Hearing that, Brother Liu was dumbfounded, scratching his head in confusion at the police station. Did he realize his guilt and drag himself there to surrender? Not at all, he brought along a whole pack of lawyers and bodyguards as escorts, looking aggressive, as if he was going to report a crime. They are planning to play dirty and countersue gang leader Qi for intentional injury. At this point, the man in black finally panicked. This is really bad. I must quickly report this news to Qi Tianyu. At the same time, inside the luxurious villa of the Lan family, Lan Zai, with tears in her eyes, snuggled close to Qi Tianyu, sobbing repeatedly, Qi Tianyu, it's a blessing of 3 lifetimes to have you here. Otherwise, the Lan family's legacy would have been ruined under that Chen Wen-ting by now. All right, the past is past. Don't mention it anymore. Come here, Zio Zai, quickly take a sip of water to soothe your throat. Lan Zai's grandfather, who inherently possessed a fiery temper, now had a face as red as a gak fruit. He roared, that wet behind the ears brat Chen Yunting really ate a tiger's heart, daring to treat this old man like air and stretch his claws to touch my precious granddaughter. Where are the bodyguards? Quickly call up 2,000 muscular brothers, fully armed to the teeth, and bring them here. This old bone is determined to bulldoze the Chen Corporation's headquarters to be satisfied. Seeing that, Sister Kyan hurriedly stepped in to stop him. Grandpa, please calm down. We are law-abiding citizens. Absolutely don't do anything that could end up with jail time, Grandpa. Hearing that sentence, the old patriarch's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He irritably asked back, so what do you think our family should do now? It's best to just let the police handle it. The problem is our side is empty-handed. If that shameless Chen Wen-ting denies everything, we will be powerless to do anything but watch him go scot-free. Right at this moment, Qi Tianyu casually waved the video camera in his hand, chuckling as he chimed in, who said there's no evidence. The physical evidence is clear as day right here. Because Chen Yunting schemed to threaten us, he took the trouble to personally record that entire disgusting play. Who would have thought that while scrambling to escape, he would drop his gear right at the scene? This thing is the sledgehammer that will come down on his head. Witnessing Qi Tianyu's brilliant sharpness, the grandfather was thrilled, stroking his beard and praising him profusely. This kid is highly commendable. Qi Tianyu, this old man is not afraid to admit that I truly misjudged you before. However, at this present moment, a talented future son-in-law like you, this old man is truly very pleased with. This time, I am determined to make that young master of the Chen family taste prison food until his teeth wear out. Having just sat cross-legged enjoying the glory for not very long, Qi Tianyu's phone suddenly rang with a loud ringtone. Hello, I'm listening. Mr. Qi, be careful. That guy Chen Wen-ting just dragged his face to the police station to cry foul, framing you for severe assault, and is insisting the authorities handcuff you. Catching the information, the young man Qi Tianyu just smirked and let out a dry laugh, replying, oh my, he's playing the trick of a thief crying thief to get me arrested first, isn't he? Quite spicy, huh? In that case, I must spare a little of my precious time to go up to the station and say hello to him. You guys just pave the way. Before setting off, the young boy carefully advised the grandfather and Sister Kyan, I'd like to excuse myself to handle a big matter. You two stay home and remember to take good care of Lan Zai, seeing her loved one about to leave. Lan Zai hastily spoke up, Qi Tianyu. Let me go with you. Qi Tianyu immediately waved his hand to stop her. Just be a good girl and rest. Your soul hasn't even settled after such an earth-shattering ordeal yet. I absolutely must step forward as a living witness and personally send that bastard to jail to be satisfied. She showed a rock-solid, unshakable attitude. Looking at those fiery eyes, Tianyu could only surrender. All right then, if you are that determined, let's both get in the car. Sister Kyan and Grandpa, you can rest easy. I swear I will protect Lanzai so she doesn't lose a single hair. As soon as his voice faded, his phone rang loudly again. Weird, who dialed the wrong number this time? Hello, who's on the line? A familiar sound came from the speaker. It's me, Mr. Chi. It's Xiao Luan calling. Chi Tianyu frowned slightly in confusion. Oh, does Officer Luan need me for something urgent? That guy Chen, when Ting has already brought his swollen face to our police station. Oh, I already caught wind of that news earlier. Because the Chen family's backing is too massive, the higher-ups sensed how serious this is upon hearing it. Right now, they have dispatched a squad of officers to go and collar you. Receiving the sensational news, Chi Tianyu opened his eyes wide in astonishment. Officer Luan immediately explained further, because you and I are close acquaintances, the regulations force me to step back. I am completely forbidden from interfering in this case. Listen, Mr. Chi, True Gold doesn't fear the fire. Just obediently cooperate with the police investigation, don't cause a scene or a small matter will be blown out of proportion. Just stay calm, Officer Luan. I guarantee I will be as good as a puppy and obey orders. Just as he pressed the button to end the call, a megaphone voice echoed outside the gate. Chi Tianyu, listen carefully, we know very well you are hiding in the house. Obediently put your hands behind your head and walk out here right now. It turned out that a fully armed riot police company had completely surrounded the front of the Lan family's villa, since who knows when. Lanzai's face lost all its color. She frantically asked, what kind of situation is this, Chi Tianyu? That brat Chen Yunting is playing a preemptive strike, intending to use the excuse of me beating him up to demand the authorities arrest me. What kind of absurdity is this? The grandfather furiously roared like a tiger. What kind of ridiculous law is this? Relying on numbers to bully the weak, bringing troops right to our door to cause trouble. Where are the bodyguards? Kick this entire bunch out of my sight immediately. Chi Tianyu hurriedly rubbed his chest to help him calm down. Grandpa, cool down. We don't have the free time to argue with the authorities, it's just exhausting. An upright person has nothing to fear. Let's just happily cooperate with the task force to resolve this trouble so we can rest early. After giving his instructions, he held his head high and stepped out onto the porch, raising both arms to show goodwill. I absolutely comply. Please lead the way. He took the chance to turn his head back and whisper, Lanzai. The most important piece of the puzzle I entrusted to you. Remember to hide it well and protect it at all costs. Lanzai nodded slightly, her clear eyes filled with unease. And so the schoolboy Chi Tianyu, still wearing his uniform, had his wrists equipped with a pair of shiny handcuffs, and was taken straight into the armored vehicle with blaring sirens. Once settled at the headquarters, he immediately came face to face with the plaintiff, none other than Chen Wen-ting. The guy smirked with an extremely punchable smile. Well now, has the little brat understood the brutal consequences of daring to pull a tiger's whiskers? Chi Tianyu wasn't the least bit angry. Instead, he threw back a radiant smile with a highly sarcastic undertone. Justice is like a giant net. It has holes, but I dare anyone to slip through. Let's see who the real clown in this play is. A blink later, Chi Tianyu was forced to sit on a cold iron chair, his hands locked tightly, his face pretending to look as clueless as a lost baby deer. Blocking the way right opposite him was Deputy Chief Li, who personally took charge of the interrogation. He shouted loudly, state your name right now. Chi Tianyu. What is your age? What is your gender? 18 years old, sir, a real man. Do you know what case you are involved in? Yes, the crime of giving Chen Yun-ting a severe beating. To accurately describe the nature of the incident, you punched out 4 front teeth of the victim Chen Wen-ting. The old official's volume went up an octave, handing down a resolute judgment based on the medical examination results. This violent act constitutes second-degree intentional injury. You will certainly have to face a severe penal framework. Do you dare to plead guilty to assaulting another person? Officer Luan, standing nearby as a witness, felt her insides burning like a fire. In complete contrast to the tense atmosphere, Chi Tianyu was extremely leisurely, loudly admitting his guilt. Yes, I confess to everything. I indeed threw a kick at Chen Yun-ting's face, but the root cause was because he had the audacity to kidnap my girlfriend and even hurled despicable threats. Having no other choice, I had to use my fists to teach him a lesson. Deputy Chief Li curled his lip in disbelief, persistently defending that there was no way young Master Chen Yun-ting could stoop to such lowlife tricks. Officer Lewin quickly seized the opportunity to chime in. Deputy Chief Li, I would like to put my honor on the line to vouch for this and act as a witness. Deputy Chief Li smirked disdainfully and retorted, words must be backed by evidence. The guy is visibly battered and bruised right there, while your side has nothing. You are no different from a bunch of hot air blowers, right? All of a sudden, the old deputy chief's phone rang like crazy. Hello, who is calling? I am busy interrogating a criminal. The voice on the other side rang out, hello. May I ask if this is Comrade Deputy Chief Li? The big boss just ordered an urgent summons for everyone to return to the meeting room. What kind of meeting is so urgent? I'm busy grinding my face with a suspect in the interrogation room right now. The topic is directly related to the suspected case of Chen Wen-ting kidnapping Ms. Lanzai. The higher-ups have struck the gavel to establish a special task force. Catching the shocking news, Deputy Chief Li jolted, his soul fleeing his body as he screamed, what the hell, did Chen Yun-ting really have the guts to carry a sack and kidnap Lanzai? For this case, the task force must dig to the roots. Bring yourself over here quickly, everyone is waiting. Yes, I got it. I have grasped the situation. Having just received orders from the big boss, Deputy Chief Li immediately turned around and ordered Xiao Luan, comrade, quickly take Tianyu to the waiting room for some water. The interrogation session will have to be put on hold. Tianyu scratched his head curiously. Officer Luan, what kind of storm just hit? The deputy chief was called away for an emergency meeting. Let's just go sit on the stone bench and catch some breeze. We'll figure things out in a bit. It seems the big shots have caught the scent of the heat from the case of Chen Yun-ting kidnapping Lanzai. This time, young Master Chen is definitely destined for an early coffin. This is getting too exciting. At the same time, inside the closed meeting room of the key leadership team, the chief cleared his throat. Has everyone gathered completely? All right, let's get down to business. Deputy Chief Li quickly blabbered, boss, what is this case about in the end? I was clearly busy racking my brain interrogating that brat Tianyu for assault. The thick-skinned old man continued to run his mouth like a machine gun to whitewash Chen Yun-ting. The Chen family has shelled out who knows how much fortune to donate to the building of this city. It's truly hard to swallow the rumor that a rich kid from such a prominent corporation would have the nerve to do such filthy, depraved tricks. The chief slowly intertwined his 10 fingers, displaying an aura like a reincarnated justice. Bow, Comrade Deputy Chief Li, calm down. I haven't made any judgments yet, while the truth hasn't been brought to light. Please do not rush to put a defense hat on for anyone. Deputy Chief Li heard this and instantly shut down, only able to grit his teeth and mutter an apology. At that very second, Captain Wu stood perfectly straight and stepped up to the podium. Next, I would like to summarize the preliminary developments of the incident. On the afternoon of the day before yesterday, while Lanzai was holding the steering wheel, she was suddenly knocked out by a criminal using drugs, losing all consciousness. Immediately after, the victim Lanzai was thrown into the Huangjia Sauna Center and bullied by Chen Yun-ting. The old Deputy Chief Li, carrying a paranoid mindset like Cao, immediately mocked, where did you pick up these street rumors? Do you have ironclad evidence to prove them, huh? Captain Wu fired back as decisively as a nail driven into wood. The entire content I just reported is based on the plaintiff's statement record. Not to mention, the whistleblower is currently carrying a whole package of evidence and rushing to our headquarters right now. Right in the middle of the suffocating, ticking time bomb-like atmosphere of the meeting, there was suddenly a loud, ear-piercing banging on the door. A ridiculously dressed woman barged straight in. Looking closely, it was Chen Yun-ting's mother. Her harsh tone echoed like a siren. Oh my God, Deputy Chief Li, you must clear the name of my Yun-ting. The boy is innocent. The old Deputy Li was so startled his heart almost dropped. Oh dear madam of the Chen family, why did you storm right in here? Our committee is having a closed meeting. Captain Wu immediately stepped up and spread his arms to shut up that human loudspeaker. Madam, our boss Li is discussing important state affairs. Please go sit on the stone bench outside and wait, no noise allowed. Somehow she glared fiercely and strained her neck to argue, I need to meet Boss Li. You are just a rusty nail, how dare you raise your voice to lecture me? The comrade captain remained as calm as a monument, emphasizing every word, please step outside immediately. This is a state law enforcement agency, not a marketplace. I hope you have some self-respect and don't obstruct official duties. But the crazy woman still shrieked with flawed logic. What does that mean? Has this Chen family lost all its weight? You should look in the mirror and see what kind of small fry you are. I demand you watch your mouth. It's truly a hopeless case with this difficult auntie. I honestly advise you brothers, if you see flashy aunties like this on the street, please run for your lives. The situation had gone too far. The big boss himself had to step up and mediate. Madam Chen, please dial it back. Whatever the black and white truth is, we will naturally dig it up clearly before making a final conclusion. The authorities commit to releasing the most ironclad evidence so that the culprit must tuck their tail and plead guilty. Please step back and return home, out of sight. Your disruptive behavior right now will only prolong the investigation time, making your precious son languish in detention even longer. Taking a full hit from the big boss's iron fist of words, the human loudspeaker had to dim her lights and awkwardly turn her back. Even so, she still stubbornly squeezed out a sarcastic remark, HMPH, all talk and no action. I'll keep my eyes open to see how you people handle this. Right at this moment, the secretary rushed in frantically to report. Boss, the whistleblower Lanzai is already waiting on the ground floor with a suitcase full of evidence. The big boss immediately gave the green light. Excellent. Bring the plaintiff up to see me right away. The beauty who just stepped through the door was none other than the gorgeous Lanzai. She gracefully walked into Officer Luan's office, slamming all the hard evidence right onto the desk, fully prepared to destroy that scumbag Chen Yunting. First is the DNA test result from a tuft of his hair that I accidentally pulled out at the scene. Next is a stack of photos documenting the incident, and the ultimate weapon is this tape directed and acted by that amateur cameraman Chen Wenting himself. Officer Luan's eyes lit up, clearly overjoyed as she exclaimed, "Fantastic! This pile of documents is more comprehensive than an encyclopedia." "You've worked really hard on this," Lanzai said, then shifted to a worried tone to ask, "May I ask how Tianyu is doing right now?" Officer Luan waved her hand and chuckled, "Just rest easy, who would dare to mess with Mr. Chi? The guy is currently sipping tea and eating snacks in the waiting room, just chilling for the results. Now that we hold a complete collection of evidence in our hands, that bastard Chen Yunting is doomed this time. He better get ready to serve time behind bars." Every piece of the puzzle points directly at the culprit. He couldn't escape this time, even if he could burrow underground or grow wings. That Chen family will probably get dragged down into the mud with him. In that case, can I bail Chi Tianyu out right now so he can pack up and go home? Of course it's approved. Have a safe trip home, you two. Little did anyone know that Chen Yunting's old mother had been eavesdropping outside the door, catching this entire sensational story from A to Z. Her face wrinkled up like a rotten jujube, looking horrifyingly ugly. The camera quickly panned over to the headquarters of the Chen group. The wife ran back as fast as her legs could carry her to deliver the disastrous news to her husband. "We are totally screwed, old man. Hubby, our boy Chen Yunting is in deep trouble." The old husband was still leisurely blowing cigar smoke like a coiled dragon, calmly replying, "I already know that little brat is swimming in a mess." Only then did the wife shed crocodile tears and recount the whole situation. "Oh, it's not just some petty squabble. That wretched Lanzai already took her complaint to the police station. The Criminal Investigation Department has opened a special case file to nail our son." Upon hearing this, the old man dropped his cigar and squealed like a stuck pig. What the hell is this nonsense? Did the cops eat a tiger's gall? How dare they open a case? Let me call old Li directly and demand an explanation. "Hello, is this Zhu Wen? What on earth is this mess with my son Chen Yunting all about?" On the other end of the line, Deputy Li foamed at the mouth and roared, "Do you still have the nerve to call and ask me about this? Your precious son, Chen Yunting, committed such a monstrous crime. The evidence is already piled up like a mountain. Even if you are my best buddy, there's absolutely no way to salvage this. If he insists on trampling all over the law, he better prepare to rot in jail." "Nonsense, Zhu Wen. Someone must be playing dirty and framing my son." Before he could even finish his last words, old Li hung up abruptly, leaving behind a cold, heartless dial tone. Chen Yunting's mother immediately shifted her target and fired at her husband. "Are your eyes open now? Our precious boy has been dragged through the mud because of your despicable schemes. If you hadn't come up with those rotten plans, would he have run headfirst into this mess? The husband didn't hold back either, instantly snapping back at his wife. "Oh, you're one to talk. Besides throwing money at beauty salons and playing mahjong, what else is in that brain of yours?" The Chen group is currently just an empty shell. If we don't cling to the Lan family through marriage, this house is guaranteed to go bankrupt. Hearing the word bankrupt, she immediately shed messy crocodile tears and wailed. "Then how do we salvage this now, darling? A lifetime of hard work going up in smoke, and on top of that, our precious boy has to pack his bags and wear a striped uniform." The old man of the Chen family fell into a deep silence, his face turning ashen, unable to utter a word. After a long while, he grudgingly ordered, "Hurry up and put on your most expensive suit, grab all those lavish gifts. We have to drag our faces over to the Lan family's door to apologize." And just like that, because of their prodigal son, the two elders had to swallow their pride, bowing and scraping as they crept all the way to the Lan family's stronghold, humbly begging for mercy from old Master Lan. For years, our two families have shared a deep bond. Now that the brat Chen Yun-ting has slipped up, I promise to beat the living daylights out of him with a stick to teach him a lesson. I beg you to show mercy. The grandfather's blood rushed to his head, spitting fire as he shouted, "I was planning to chop that beast of yours into pieces, but unfortunately, my precious granddaughter took pity and showed mercy. You two can drag yourselves in there and beg her yourselves." Chen Yun-ting's father was sweating buckets, soaking his shirt. He hurriedly kowtowed in gratitude. "Thank you, old Master Lan, a million thanks to you for giving us a way out." Seizing the moment, the thick-skinned old man immediately scrambled over to cling to Lanzai, crying, "Lanzai, that scumbag from my family truly deserves to die, and I'm also guilty for always egging him on to flirt with you. I swear a toxic oath to chain him by the neck and never let him come near to bother you for another second. Consider that forced marriage crap thrown into the trash." Lanzai crossed her arms, giving off total gangster boss vibes, and lifted her chin, saying, "For old time's sake, I can let this slide. But your family has to agree to one tiny condition." Yes, just name your price. Cough up the 80 million yuan that Chen Wen-ting owes me right now." Hearing that terrifying number, Chen Yun-ting's father felt like he was struck by lightning, scaring the living daylights out of him. Noticing his face turn as green as a banana leaf, Lanzai threw out a sarcastic remark. "Oh my, with this attitude, are you planning to stiff me?" The old man of the Chen family looked as miserable as if he were at a funeral, squeezing out every word. Zai, to be honest, if you force my family to cough up such a massive amount of money right now, where would we find it? Please give me a few days to scrounge it up. This price is final, you just have to bite the bullet and play by the rules. Otherwise, I'm sure you can imagine the aftermath, right? Faced with Lanzai's ironclad hammer-like threat, the old man had no choice but to swallow his resentment and surrender instantly. "Fine, my family will bite the bullet and take your deal. As long as you show mercy and let Chen Yun-ting go, even if I have to mortgage the house or sell a kidney, I will scrape together this 80 million yuan and put it in your hands." Now that the fish had taken the bait and sealed the deal, Lanzai just gave a faint smirk and let it go. The camera panned into the hospital room. After escaping the gates of prison, Tianyu trotted in to show off to his parents. "Mom, Dad, your son hit the jackpot. I just played the role of a massive crime-solving hero for the Lan family." The young man tossed a thick stack of cash onto the table and rambled on. "This 100,000 yuan is the generous reward they gave me in return." Old Chi Dahai stared at the thick pile of bills his son brought back, seeing stars. 100,000 yuan. You had the guts to bring it back, but where is this old man supposed to find the money to pay them back, son? Tianyu waved his hands and explained frantically, "I already made it clear, Dad. This money is an instant reward from them, not some high-interest loan. Just go ahead and pocket it, Dad." Lanzai, who was trailing right behind Tianyu, popped her head out and chimed in, "He's absolutely right, Uncle. Once the two of us exchange promise rings, and he officially steps into the Lan family as a son-in-law. Then this 100,000 is just pocket change. In the future, we'll haul back literal sacks of cash to provide for you too so you can enjoy your golden years." Tianyu's dad was still stuck in a state of utter confusion, asking back, "Exchange what rings? Tianyu, where did this strange girl pop out from?" The unlucky young man panicked like a headless chicken, biting his tongue and stuttering endlessly. This lady is." Lanzai immediately pushed him aside to promote herself. "I bow in greeting to you both. My name is Lanzai." I currently hold the position of Mr. Qi Tianyu's future girlfriend. Qi Tianyu's mother looked as if she had just seen the light. Aha, Lanzai, right. This rebellious son of ours mutters your name to me from time to time. Suddenly, a knocking sound interrupted them. Qi Tianyu hurriedly ran out to see which guest had come to visit. It turned out to be our cute little sister Dongyu. She grinned brightly and said, Qi Tianyu, rumor has it that your parents are sick, so I brought a basket of fruit to visit them. Oh, Sister Lan is here too. Qi Tianyu's dad's brain was twisted like a maze at this point, so he grabbed Qi Tianyu by the collar and interrogated him. And what kind of deity is this girl who just showed up? Our young man turned pale, standing rooted to the spot, not knowing how to defend himself. Oh man, karma really hits the bullseye this time. Lanzai quickly and warmly greeted Dongyu. Ah, Xiaoyu, you came to visit the sick too. Before she could even finish her sentence, Qi Tianyu's mother slapped her thigh in recognition. Ah, I remember you now, you're the vice-class monitor in Qi Tianyu's class, right? Dongyu, possessing sweet candy-like beauty, bowed obediently. I send my greetings to you both, uncle and aunt. Qi Tianyu, feeling puzzled, spun around to interrogate her. Who tipped you off that my parents were recovering at this facility? It was that loudmouth Cheng Dong who told me. While the summit was engaged in lively chatter, all of a sudden, a clear voice shouted loudly, Where is Qi Tianyu? It turned out to be Teacher Tian, a beauty with a smoking hot figure. One glance was enough to know she meant business. The beauty spoke up. I heard your parents fell ill and had to be hospitalized. Coincidentally, I had a free period, so I swung by to check on the situation. Our unlucky young man twisted his mouth like a monkey eating ginger. Hello, Teacher Tian. Lanzai smelled something fishy and whispered into Xiaoyu's ear, Is this character your teacher? Damn right, this is the goddess who teaches English, the powerful Teacher Tian. The father's face was as stiff as a wax figure by now. He hurriedly pulled out a chair to warmly welcome her. Ah, hello, Teacher Tian, please take a seat. Normally, when that little rebel Qi Tianyu goes to school, we have to trouble you to discipline him for our family. Hearing this, Teacher Tian's beauty bloomed like spring flowers as she explained, Qi Tianyu is my trump card, sir. Now that the life-or-death exam is knocking on the door, as his teacher, I have a responsibility to care for this favorite student of mine. Qi Tianyu, you've been busy worrying about your parents and skipped classes for a few days. Here's a brand new set of mock exams I just got. When you have free time, take it out and flex your brain muscles. Qi Tianyu awkwardly forced a smile. I thank you deeply for your kindness, Teacher Tian. Suddenly, another round of knocking made the entire squad in the room freeze like stone statues. Good heavens, where did yet another VIP guest pop out from? Looking out, they saw the silhouette of a nurse in a blouse walking in to remind them, it's time for injections. The patients need to rest and recover. I request this whole choir to tone down the noise, please. Young man Qi Tianyu looked dumbfounded, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Thank God it's just the nurse. Bless the heavens for saving me from a visible disaster. After being scolded by the nurse, the whole gang knew their place and packed up to return the quiet space to the elders. Lanzai waved her hand. Qi Tianyu, we'll take our leave now. Qi Tianyu, his face still as stiff as a log, stammered, Yeah, everyone be careful on the way back. As soon as the heels of those beauties disappeared behind the door, his dad immediately opened a trial. You rebellious son Qi Tianyu, drag your face over here to this old monk. Aren't you simping over that girl Xu Ping? Why did a whole flock of hot beauties suddenly swarm in today, huh? I'm starting to doubt your moral character, son. If you dare to play the playboy and scatter your flirts around, I'll officially disown you. The unlucky student turned pale, quickly defending himself. Oh my God, Dad, your imagination is flying way too high. How could you lump those three beauties into my lovers list? Besides, when did I ever confirm that I was chasing Sister Xu Ping? His old man contorted his face ruthlessly. I gave birth to you. Don't you think I can read you like a book? You've been eyeing that girl Xu Ping for years. Do you think I'm blind? I'll let the other two beauties slide for now, but that Lanzai girl, you just nodded instantly in front of me. What kind of sophistry are you trying to pull now? The grandmother finally stepped out to play the hero and save the day. Little Qi Tianyu once whispered to me that he and Miss Lanzai are just acting like lovers. The main goal is to use it as a shield to block sneaky arrows from that Chen family. While the whole family was engrossed in the debate, the beautiful Xu Ping stormed in rocking a cool hoodie, speaking in a soothing voice, Qi Tianyu, just pack up and go sleep. Guarding all day has worn down your good looks. Just let me tank the night shift tonight. The dad seemed to really approve of Xu Ping as a daughter-in-law, constantly clicking his tongue in praise. Oh my, our niece Xu Ping is still the most thoughtful girl on earth. Tianyu's mother also leaned in and mumbled in agreement. I like Xu Ping better too. That Lanzai girl has too intimidating a family background. If we bring her in as a daughter-in-law in the future, our boy Tianyu would be no different from a live-in son-in-law. That's too humiliating. Seeing the two parents whispering suspiciously, Xu Ping asked curiously, what big matter are you two plotting about? Oh, my broadcasting station just launched an antique appraisal show. The director assigned me to go there tomorrow morning to hold the mic as the MC. Isn't you kids super into that whole antique hunting adventure genre? Remember to drop by the studio tomorrow to cheer for your big sis. An antique hunting TV show. That trend has been blowing up on the internet lately. So your TV station is taking the opportunity to jump into this field too. Xu Ping blinked her eyes and asked Tianyu, do you find this stuff fascinating, kiddo? So, are you booked tomorrow morning? Our young man, his face overflowing with romantic leading man vibes, immediately nodded without a second thought. Of course, I have to fly over to serve you, pretty sister, hee. At dawn the next day, at the TV station headquarters, a grand antique auction floor was gearing up to kick off. A sea of people formed a miles-long line, inching forward centimeter by centimeter like a festival. You'd think Boss Song was holding a live concert here or something. A middle-aged uncle in his 40s sidled up to ask a young man who was tightly clutching his auction treasure. Hey there, my good brother, what kind of masterpiece did you tuck away to bring here? As soon as the box lid opened slightly, a bystander eavesdropping nearby shrieked as if he had struck gold. Oh my God, it's a human-shaped ceramic vase so blinding. Well, little brother, from which feudal dynasty was this masterpiece produced? The guy with the chiseled face smugly stroked his chin and replied, I already had a master appraise this premium good. The master declared it an antique buried since the Song dynasty. Catching this spicy news, the whole crowd let out oohs and ahs, rushing to pull out their precious phones to snap photos like crazy so they could post it online later to farm views and flex. A knowledgeable old uncle standing nearby blatantly declared, if this piece is a legit Song dynasty item, it could easily fetch over 600,000 yuan. Suddenly, a white-bearded elder jumped in to throw cold water on the hype. Hey kiddo, to my old eyes, this item doesn't have a single trace of the Song dynasty. It looks more like a newly molded replica fresh out of the kiln. Hearing that, the young guy bristled like a porcupine and barked back with veins popping in his neck. You senile old fool, if you don't know the goods, shut your mouth. I already had a master look at it. You immature prick, learn some respect. At the same time, the beauty Xu Ping turned around and instructed Tianyu, the show is about to go live, I have to run backstage for makeup. You just take your time wandering around and enjoy the view. Yes, ma'am, pretty sister. Seeing two guys arguing loudly in the distance, Tianyu's nosy nature started itching. What's going on over there that's so heated? The gentle elder then threw out a price. Although this old man judges it to be a newly made fake antique, if you're desperate for cash and want to dump it, I'll boldly offer 15,000 yuan. The square-faced youth maintained his disrespectful attitude towards his elder, firing back harshly. You senile old coot, you've got some nerve squeezing out that number. Are you trying to trample on my family heirloom? Tianyu watched the whole fiery verbal brawl, his face blank as he pondered to himself. If only my brain were equipped with an antique dictionary, that would be great. Too bad I'm a complete zero when it comes to this subject. Boom, the golden system dropped down a notification panel. Do you want to activate the cultural heritage appraisal skill? The service fee is 20 energy points, limited to one time per target. Swallowing the whole message, Tianyu broke into a wicked smile. Damn it, after neglecting it for so long, I almost forgot that I'm carrying this overpowered system with me. Thinking it over, he locked it in and immediately activated it. A blink later, his brain felt like it had downloaded a massive library of antiques from all over the world. His eyes then locked onto the ceramic vase that was fueling the argument. The golden cheat instantly proceeded to dissect it, meticulously scanning every detail and parameter in every nook and cranny. The appraisal process was complete. Holding the origin of the item clearly in the palm of his hand, he chuckled softly to himself. So that's the truth. This item is definitely a masterpiece, but it has absolutely zero connection to the Song dynasty. Well then, I'll just lay low and wait for my prey. Who knows, I might hit the jackpot and sweep the whole board this time. On the other side, the two guys were still busy roasting each other. The flat-faced guy acted all high and mighty, challenging in a sharp voice. "You old man, just wash your eyes and watch how the judging panel rules on this." The old man finally took his time lecturing the brat. "I'm actually saving your face here. If you drag this onto national TV and those big shots conclude it's a fake, won't it be utterly humiliating and cause the price to plummet miserably?" After hearing this, the youth was still as stubborn as a rock crab, shouting, "All talk is useless, just open your eyes and watch." MC Shu Ping bounced out onto the stage with a dazzling smile, sweetly announcing, "It is my pleasure to invite the next contestant to step up to the podium. The masterpiece this guest has brought to compete today is a human-shaped ceramic vase, rumored to be from the Song dynasty." The crowd below buzzed like a broken market again. "Oh my gosh, the bottom price must be over 600,000 yuan. Good heavens, a Song dynasty porcelain vase is so damn cool." And right now, we respectfully invite the supreme panel of experts to get to work and dissect it. In the hot seats, the grandmasters of the antique industry had settled in to take a look. The youth hastily buttered them up with flattery. "Esteemed elders, how much is this masterpiece of mine worth?" The old expert wearing a magnifying glass circled it a few times to scrutinize it, then laid down the verdict. "The craftsmanship on this human-shaped ceramic is pretty decent. Unfortunately, it's just a modern replica, nothing Song dynasty about it. A grade a fake is smooth, but if you put it in the ring against the real deal, it's just like throwing an egg at a rock." The youth was stunned, desperately clinging to a lifesaver. "Master Shi, please look again with your magnifying glass. How could it be a newly minted factory fake?" The expert surnamed Shi extinguished his tiny hope with a fatal hammer blow. "No need to look any further, it's definitely a modern fake. Our old fox eyes are never wrong. If you're not convinced, little brother, go ahead and lug it to another master to see for yourself. Old Joe and I have lived and breathed these antiques till our teeth rotted. If we were so blind that we couldn't even tell apart some fakes from the real stuff, we would have thrown our certificates away and gone to sell lottery tickets a long time ago." Right on cue, the sharp-witted elder below slapped his thigh and chimed in, "See that? The moment I glanced at it, this old man already smelled a fake antique." The youth's face scrunched up like a monkey eating ginger, dropping his pride to beg, "Uncle, are you still itching to buy it? Take it, I'll sell it to you at rock-bottom price." The white-bearded old man immediately sneered and shot back. "Earlier I tossed out 15,000 yuan, because I wanted to gamble on whether it had a 30 or 40% chance of being a legit real item. But now that two living legends in the industry, Master Joe and Master Shi, have sealed its fate as a fake. Little brother, put your hand on your forehead and think about it. What kind of crazy would this old man have to be to throw money out the window and bring that burden home?" Expert Shi casually stabbed in another knife. "The market out there is flooded with mass-produced junk similar to your vase being peddled on the streets. The absolute ceiling price is only a few thousand yuan at best." Taking the fatal blow, the youth's face elongated in despair, completely fizzling out. "Oh, Mother of God, so unlucky. If I had known, I would have just nodded and dumped it earlier. Haha, instant karma for being disrespectful to the elderly." Just as he finished wailing, our Tianyu suddenly let out a clear shout. "I'll lock the price at 8,000 yuan. If you're cool with it, I'll take it off your hands." The guy acted like he had grabbed a lifeline, nodding like a woodpecker. "Deal, deal, it's yours." It was hilariously absurd. Earlier someone tossed 15,000 and he was all picky, but now that the kid Tianyu threw 8,000 at him, he dumped it without a second thought. The transaction was a massive success. Tianyu tightly hugged the masterpiece, turning a deaf ear to the gossiping crowd whispering mockery to each other. What a fatuous idiot throwing money out the window. With 8,000 yuan, you could easily run to the pottery market and buy stuff a billion times nicer. Right after that comedy skit, the trading program officially wrapped up. Stepping out into the hallway, Shu Ping stormed over to chew Tianyu out. "Your parents are struggling in their hospital beds. Your family's finances are tight. Why on earth did you overspend and scoop up this piece of garbage?" Tianyu flashed a mischievous grin to soothe her. "Big sis, just trust your little bro. I'm not stupid enough to throw money out the window. I already mapped out this move in my head." Just as he caught sight of the two industry big bosses walking by, he trotted over with the vase to block their path. "Master Joe, Master Shi, could you two seniors take another look at this item for your junior?" "Just drop it, little brother. We two old men swear on our professional honor that piece of ceramic is 100% newly molded. Master Joe, this junior completely agrees that this piece is an exquisite replica. This human-shaped vase is definitely a new product. The only catch is, its true origin makes it an extremely rare masterpiece. Expert Joe waved his hand and declared right away, "It's not worth anything, kid. In this era of mass mold technology, fakes like this are tossed around in every factory. Dropping 8,000 yuan to bring this home means you got played for a fool." Tianyu quickly chimed in, "Master, please flip the bottom of the vase over and study these carved characters." By now, Master Joe's face was as grumpy as the bottom of a pot, grumbling, "It's already been confirmed as a fake antique, why bother inspecting the words?" However, as soon as he flipped the bottom of the vase up, the old wizard suddenly froze like a statue when he caught sight of two finely carved hidden characters. "Oh my God, this seal! Don't tell me." Young Tianyu laid his cards on the table immediately. "Spot on, sir. This pair of characters is the initials of President of Country. This masterpiece is actually an exclusive national treasure cast specifically as a gift for the president." Hearing that revelation, the two veteran statues jolted like leeches on lime, frantically snatching the vase. "Oh, Mother of God, hand it over so I can inspect it again right now." 100% accurate. This is indeed a premium national treasure used as a tribute to Country A. "Young man, are you interested in changing hands with this vase? A masterpiece with such tremendous historical value, I'm dying to take it home right away." The kid Tianyu, his face as cold as a hitman, shouted a steep price, "A solid 800,000 yuan. If you approve, we'll transfer ownership." A resoundingly successful deal. Young Tianyu turned a single investment into tenfold profit. This stunt was truly an unprecedented miracle. Xu Ping's eyes went wide with amazement at the guy's knack for hunting antiques. "Wow, Tianyu, you are absolutely insane. How did you manage to spot such a precious item?" Hearing that, the young man chuckled proudly and replied, "Xu Ping, I still have a ton of cool tricks up my sleeve. Hee hee." As soon as he got his hands on the 80,000 yuan check earned from flipping the ancient vase, the lovesick guy didn't think twice, shoving it directly into Xu Ping's hands along with a super sweet line, "This money is for you to buy nice clothes." Xu Ping blinked her adorable eyes and fired back instantly, "Buy what clothes?" Immediately, she put both hands on her hips, striking the pose of an old soul to set Tianyu straight. "School is about to start soon. There are so many things we need to spend money on. Uncle Chi hasn't recovered from his illness yet, and your family's finances are tight. How long do you plan on overspending?" She had barely finished her sentence when her precious phone suddenly rang. A loud voice boomed from the other end, "Is that Zio Dai? Tomorrow the station is hosting a new event. Remember to schedule some time to drop by for the rehearsal." Without hesitation, she quickly accepted, "Yes, I got it." After hanging up, she hurriedly turned around to instruct Tianyu, "So Tianyu, just walk home by yourself, and remember to be careful on the way." "Don't worry about it, I'm more than capable of taking care of myself." Strolling along the way home, the guy Tianyu was rocking a dapper suit, both hands casually stuffed in his pockets, walking with an incredibly majestic posture, looking absolutely badass. Suddenly, his eyes caught the silhouette of Teacher Tian sitting and sipping a drink with some strange man. The youth muttered to himself, There's Teacher Tian. What kind of saint is that dude lounging next to her? This is bad. I gotta go snoop on this to figure things out, or else I won't have peace of mind." No sooner said than done, he marched bravely straight into the cafe and conveniently ordered a white coffee. The youth went all out, picking a prime spot right behind Teacher Tian's back to make it easier to operate. While perking up his ears to eavesdrop, he secretly speculated in his head, could this dude actually be our teacher's boyfriend? At the next table, the man started speaking. "Tianjia, I took the trouble to visit you this time because Mom at home is really anxious. She has no idea how you're living these days." Tianjia replied indifferently, "I've been stuck in this profession for nearly 3 or 4 years now. Everything has fallen into place. Everyone should stop worrying about me. You live far from home all by yourself. How could I just ignore you?" Tianjia seized the moment to steer the conversation. "Just spit it out. How are your grand plans coming along anyway? You dare to open your mouth and ask about that? The one who ran off and refuses to come home to get married is interrogating me. You are truly beyond saving." At this point, the man's voice suddenly grew harsh. No matter what, you have to pack up and go back to our hometown to clear the air with Mom. Only hearing bits and pieces without knowing the full context, Tianyu sprang up like a fresh shrimp, his face fuming as he criticized. Hey man, you can't force her against her will. Teacher Tian froze for 5 seconds, looking bewildered as she asked back, why did you suddenly pop up here? The man sitting across from her beamed like a flower upon seeing this, eagerly asking, Tianjia, did you just get yourself this boyfriend? No wonder you've been hiding and refusing to let me visit your place. Turns out you two are living together, right? Hearing this, beads of sweat dripped down Tianyu's face. He frantically waved his hands to clear his name. Whoa, what is going on here? I am not her boyfriend. The platinum blonde guy burst into a hearty laugh. So it's a huge misunderstanding, eh? Allow me to introduce myself a bit today. I am Tianjia's biological brother, last name Tian, first name Hao. The young lad was still in shock, stammering to double-check, are you really her brother? Spot on, 100% blood-related. Realizing he had messed up big time, the youth could only scratch his head to cover up his embarrassment. Yikes, my bad, I totally misread the situation. To be honest, I thought you were forcing Teacher Tian into something against her will. Hearing that, the brother's jaw dropped in shock as he asked back, what do you mean by Teacher Tian? At this point, Teacher Tian finally sighed and clarified, this impulsive kid is my student, his name is Tianyu. After hearing this, Tian Hao froze like a cue stick, then screamed at the top of his lungs, oh my god, a secret teacher-student romance. If this earth-shattering news leaks out, our family's reputation is as good as trashed. Teacher Tian quickly pursed her lips and argued, what romance are you talking about? He and I are completely innocent, you're the one drawing legs on a snake. Only then did the brother fall back in realization, so you're saying you two aren't lovey-dovey at all. The teacher and students' faces both turned as black as the bottom of a pan as they replied in unison, exactly. Seeing that, Tian Hao could only rub his head and force a laugh to change the subject. I see, so it was my massive misunderstanding again, ha. Wrapping up this stormy meeting, Teacher Tian's precious brother hopped on a plane straight to Dubai, continuing his journey of enjoying life. As soon as the brother's silhouette vanished, Tianyu let out a long, heavy sigh. Phew, finally saw off that burden. So where are we going to change the scenery next, Teach? Teacher Tian suddenly frowned, glancing over to question him, what exactly are you tailing me for? Tianyu dropped a line with true playboy flair, the clock has already struck 11 at night. It's pretty creepy for a frail girl to wander around at this hour. Let me be your bodyguard. She briskly walked away while brushing him off. You better scram home and catch some sleep. You are forbidden from tailing me. Though her mouth was scolding, inside she was wondering, does this little brat actually want to gobble up his own teacher? The young man frantically chased after her, explaining loudly, hey Miss Tian, I'm totally innocent. Wait for me a second, please slow down a bit, Miss Tian. While jogging along, Tianyu suddenly stopped in his tracks upon discovering a shocking scene. There's a fire, help put it out, everyone. Witnessing the roaring, blood-red sea of flames, the young man broke into a cold sweat and muttered to himself, this fire is way too fierce. In the blink of an eye, the fire department rushed to the scene, throwing themselves into the battle to extinguish the raging inferno. Midst the chaos, a young guy collapsed onto the street, tearing his hair out and wailing, I'm ruined, I'm totally ruined, my expensive Shopee sale hunting packages have all turned to ashes. On the opposite corner of the street, an old lady was screaming her lungs out. Oh my God, where is Kiang hiding, my precious grandson? My sweet darling, if anything happens to you, this old woman won't want to live anymore. His heroic instincts kicking in, Tianyu rushed over and asked gently, Ma'am, do you know where he was last seen? The old lady explained through her tears. When the fire broke out, we were wandering around up on the 5th floor. Little Kiang loves to run around everywhere, and in the blink of an eye, he was lost. On this side of the front line, the firefighters were running against the clock, the captain shouting orders. There are still victims trapped up there, pump more water immediately. Team 1 dispatch the crane to reach the fire zone, prepare for a life-or-death rescue. A sweating firefighter hurried to report, Sir, our crane can't reach the 5th floor, it maxes out at around 4.5. The brothers in Team 1 risked their lives to push through, but 3 comrades have already suffocated from the smoke. The commander frowned and questioned, where is the anti-toxic gear? Did you bring it just for show? The heat inside is absolutely terrifying, It has completely exceeded the limits of human endurance, boss. Hearing the report, the commander resolutely ordered, "Prepare the formation and charge in one more time." Just then Captain Wu also rushed to the scene, sweating profusely, and asked, "Old Zhang, is the situation tense?" "Oh, Captain Wu, you're here. Things are extremely bad. The fire has spread so wide that we're powerless. The worst part is there are still people trapped up there who haven't gotten out." Hearing this, Captain Wu anxiously asked, "So how many people are still stuck up there?" "Based on the screening list, about 4 people. As for whether there's anyone else, I have no clue." "Old Zhang, how about we call our superiors and ask them to dispatch 2 helicopters here for backup?" Captain Zhang sighed heavily. "Calling for helicopters will take a lot of time for them to arrive. I'm afraid the victims up there won't be able to hold on until then." The situation was hanging by a thread, heart-wrenching wails echoed from all sides, and this was the golden moment for a savior to emerge. At this burning moment, our Tianyu stood silently for a few seconds, his eyes suddenly flashing with a razor-sharp gaze, showing the perfect demeanor of a true hero. His hands curled into tight fists, his will to fight to the death surged, and the aura around him exploded fiercely. Right at that moment, the system screen pinged with a message. "Do you want to activate the vacuum breath-holding feature? The maintenance cost is 30 points, with a usage duration of 15 minutes. Tianyu cast a fiery glare forward, clearly depicting the steely spirit of a valiant man. As soon as the skill was loaded, the young man held his head high, took majestic strides, and flew straight into the Inferno's lair. Witnessing this show-off move, teacher Tian Wei's jaw dropped in horror, terrified that her student was being foolish. She screamed her lungs out. "Tianyu, are you going to throw your life away?" The old lady next to her also turned pale and tried to stop him. "Young man, don't bring disaster upon yourself. It's too dangerous." Tianyu, with a calm and incredibly cool demeanor, grabbed a firefighter's suit and swiftly slapped the fireproof helmet onto his head. He hastily threw on the protective jacket, effortlessly zipping it up in a flash. His style was simply impeccably dashing. In the blink of an eye, it was as if his legs had sprouted wings, launching him straight up the fire escape ladder with a single bound. The young man kicked the glass window into pieces and lunged straight into the darkness, looking every bit as badass as a Hollywood blockbuster action sequence. Rooted to the spot watching her reckless student, teacher Tian Wei was so scared that her heart pounded and her legs trembled, sweating profusely. The firefighters standing on this side also had their hearts leap out of their chests, jaws dropping as they yelled, "Who is that? What the hell is going on here?" Captain Zhang was furious and roared, "How are you guys down there doing your guard duty?" A huge living person dashed straight into the fire and no one stopped him. "Are your eyes glued to your foreheads?" "Boss, that's so unfair. Who could have guessed that guy lost his fear of death and just charged in? Besides, you saw that lightspeed dash. There's no way I could have stopped him even if my life depended on it." Meanwhile inside, Tianyu was weaving through every narrow gap of the roaring sea of flames, putting all his effort into searching for the whereabouts of the poor victims. Leaping nimbly like Spider-Man, as soon as his feet hit the stairwell, his brain immediately started crunching numbers. Although the ultimate vacuum breath-holding skill could suppress the surrounding fire, the scorching heat rising up was still more than enough to roast anyone alive. How could a mere mortal withstand it? The fierce fire had licked all the way up to the 5th floor, the dense smoke completely obscuring the pathways. You couldn't even see your own 5 fingers in front of your face. Right after that, the system panel displayed another message. "Do you want to activate the biological wave detection feature? Cost is 20 points, effective for 5 minutes with a scanning range of 100 meters. Tianyu waved his hand and locked it in without thinking. "That hits the spot, turn it on right now." Newly equipped with the skill, the guy was like he had been fitted with X-ray sensors. Every nook and cranny lit up clearly. Sniffing out the victims' locations was as easy as flipping his hand. The young man chuckled smugly to himself. This gift arrived just in time. The target is pinpointed. Tianyu unleashed his power again, his combat strength instantly multiplying tenfold. Instantly, the young man's legs seemingly defied the law of gravity, lightly taking momentum to smash right through a slab of concrete ceiling. Deep inside, he spotted 2 elderly figures huddled together in the corner of the wall, ready to wait for the Grim Reaper to call their names. Seeing Tianyu's silhouette, the old man felt like he had grabbed a lifeline, crying and shouting, "Dear wife, the firefighters are here, we are saved." The old man hurriedly pointed a trembling finger toward a hidden corner. "Young man, Over there is still a little boy lying unconscious. Tianyu whipped his head around and immediately recognized that it was little Qiang. The little boy's breathing was extremely faint, his body hot as a coal due to severe dehydration, leading to his completely unconscious state. Seeing the dying boy lying there, Tianyu frowned and pondered. Trying to hold hands and lead all three of them running through the roaring flames like this is absolutely impossible. Necessity is the mother of invention, having just locked in a plan. The young man channeled power into his fist and delivered a punch that obliterated the wall. His strength was truly terrifying. Immediately, Tianyu stuck his head out and roared to inform the rescue team. "Can everyone down there hear me? I've got the victims, but the fire down here is burning too fiercely. If these people rush through the fire without protective gear, they'll turn to ash. You guys quickly lay out the air cushion so I can bring them down from the 6th floor fast." At this point, the crew below was still half skeptical about Tianyu's skills. Captain Zhang grimaced and muttered, "What kind of lunatic is up there, tired of living and now trying to boss us around? Is this edgy brat brainwashed by superhero movies? Once you're in there, even if you sprout wings, you won't be able to fly out. What a pain, suddenly we have to carry another massive burden." Having witnessed everything from the start, Captain Wu stepped forward calmly to advise. "Old Zhang, calm down. I know that young man very well, just listen to him and prepare the air cushion. This gamble won't fail." Hearing his superior's advice, old Zhang's blood boiled. He glared and retorted, "That floor is so incredibly high, to survive you have to freefall perfectly into the center of the air cushion. Aiming for the bullseye from a distance of over 20 meters, how can a mortal eye measure that accurately?" Captain Wu patted old Zhang's shoulder with a strictly serious face. "Old Zhang, just trust me, that kid up there is no ordinary person. This kid possesses extraordinary abilities." Old Zhang, hearing his boss speak so firmly, had to grit his teeth and nod. "All right, Captain Wu, I trust you." Saying so, Captain Zhang immediately yelled at his subordinates to inflate the air cushion without delay. Up high, Tianyu and that unlucky trio were also getting into position to prepare. He didn't forget to instruct the couple, "Sir, ma'am, try to hold on as tight as you can." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed all three of them and valiantly leaped downwards, tearing through the curtain of fire that was glowing as bright as day. In this life-or-death moment, all eyes below from the authorities, to the parent of little Qiang, and even teacher Tian, everyone held their breath, staring intensely, as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Just a blink of an eye later, Tianyu landed smoothly on the giant cushion. The crowd immediately swarmed over to check the injuries of the victims. The grandmother cried her eyes out, lunging forward to hug her precious grandson tightly, while Captain Wu kept shouting for the medical staff to push the stretcher and bring ventilators for support. Teacher Tianwei, heartbroken for her beloved student, shed tears and complained sniffingly, "Tianyu, you scared half my soul away." The young man grinned widely, showing all his teeth to soothe his teacher. "Teacher Tian, calm down, I don't have a single scratch on me." While the firefighting squad was toiling away to clean up the rest of the battlefield, a loud shout echoed, "Clear the way, the last victim is being carried out now." A joyful voice cheered along, "Absolutely wonderful, all 4 lives have been safely rescued." The ambulance siren just wailed its arrival, and a doctor rushed over to request him, "Please come with our vehicle to the hospital for a general checkup just to be safe." Tianyu's eyes widened in confusion. "Go to the hospital for what? I don't even have a single scratch." Teacher Tian immediately stepped forward to gently advise, "Listen to the doctor, jumping from way up there and inhaling all that smoke and dust. What if your lungs or bones suffer some lingering trauma?" Being advised so sweetly by a beauty as if honey were poured into his ears, the young man shyly scratched his head and nodded. "All right, I'll go get checked out. Teacher Tian, be careful walking home alone." Teacher Tian abruptly finalized without negotiation, "I will escort you there." The male student was dumbfounded for a few seconds. In this messy state, I don't want to trouble you." Seeing her student firmly rejecting, she cleared her throat and sealed the deal. "Your parents are busy being hospitalized. As an exemplary teacher, I have a responsibility to take care of you." Seeing the young man dilly-dallying, the doctor grew annoyed and urged, "Get in the ambulance quickly, please." Settled in the ambulance, the doctor began his examination and asked, "So right now, do you feel restless or uncomfortable anywhere?" The doctor then pointed to the side, "And who is this accompanying person?" Teacher Tian blinked and replied quick as lightning, "I'm family." Hearing those words, Tianyu's face suddenly flushed red, his insides feeling utterly refreshed, a sensation as euphoric as floating in a fairy realm. Shifting the camera angle to the school setting on the morning of the next day. The lovely Dong Yu had her eyes glued to every page of her notebook, studying. This universally adored beauty is exactly my type. Suddenly, a female student with moss-dyed hair trotted over to strike up a conversation. Senior Dong Yu. "Is Tianyu hanging around here?" Dong Yu raised an eyebrow, feeling something off, and replied, "Is that Xiu Li? Do you need him for something? He's been absent for a few days." Xiu Li waved her hand. "I don't care to look for him. I came looking for you to talk about something related to him." Dong Yu's eyes widened in worry. Did Tianyu cause trouble again? Xiu Li blabbered on. "Have you been updated on the Tai Hua supermarket fire last night?" Tianyu was loitering right at the scene and even rushed in to act as a firefighter. Dong Yu was bewildered. Firefighting? Wasn't he busy taking care of his parents at the hospital? But with his meddlesome nature, whenever he sees something unpleasant, he'd definitely jump right in to intervene. Then she anxiously inquired, "Firefighting is so dangerous, did he get hurt anywhere?" Xiu Li shrugged and answered nonchalantly, "This whole school knows his skill level too well. How could a few flickering flames possibly harm him? What I want to tip you off about isn't the rescue, but guess who he was with at that very moment." Smelling something fishy, Dong Yu broke into a cold sweat, her insides burning with anxiety at the fear of someone eyeing her target. She hurriedly urged, "Who was it?" Xiu Li firmly concluded, "It was Teacher Tian, our school's foreign language teacher, Tianwei." Hearing this sentence, Dong Yu's face turned noticeably pale, drooping like someone who just suffered a heartbreak. Seeing that attitude, Xiu Li added more fuel. "The romantic rumors about those two have already spread noisily all over the school. This time, they were even caught red-handed secretly dating outside." While blabbering, Xiu Li shoved her phone right into her senior's face. "I even have the pictures here, take a look." Teacher Tian was all dressed up, and Tianyu was wearing a sharp Western suit. At first glance, they look exactly like a couple on a date. Just glancing briefly at the photo, Dong Yu's face instantly darkened, her blossoming feelings suddenly doused by a bucket of cold water and snuffed out. Noticing Dong Yu's expression, Xiu Li put on a naive act and added, "Senior, don't be so pessimistic. Teacher Tian is nearing 26. She's a whole 8 years older than Tianyu. If this teacher-student romance gets exposed, it'll be a massive scandal, not to mention it's an older woman-younger man relationship with such a huge age gap. Weighed against Teacher Tian, you clearly have the upper hand." Xiu Li barely finished her sentence when Dong Yu burst into loud, wailing tears, looking absolutely pitiful. Seeing the girl turning into a crybaby, Xiu Li immediately faked a flurry of concern. "Oh dear senior, I only meant well for you, please stop crying." A moment later, the bell rang to signal the start of class. Teacher Tian stepped onto the podium and announced loudly, "Today I will go over the comprehensive exercises. Everyone take your seats." Seeing the teacher come in, Xiu Li whispered into Dong Yu's ear, "Well then senior, I'm heading back to my desk now." Right after that, Teacher Tian stood straight on the podium and asked aloud, "Is Tianyu still absent today, class?" His friend Cheng Dong grinned, raising his hand and blabbering a report. "Teacher, Tianyu's parents ran into some trouble, right?" Without waiting for the student to finish, Teacher Tian brushed it off. "I know the situation, Cheng Dong, sit down. Dong Yu, next time please bring the materials to Tianyu for me, I won't be dropping by there anymore." Hearing this, Dong Yu was thrilled to the core, hastily agreeing, "Yes, teacher, I'll bring them over." Talk about a coincidence, speak of the devil and he shall appear, Tianyu burst into the classroom, panting heavily. "So sorry I'm late." Teacher Tian's face darkened, clearly showing her worry. "Tianyu, why did you come to school? Who's looking after your parents?" The young man habitually reached up to scratch his head and replied awkwardly, "Thank you for your concern, Teacher Tian. My parents have already been discharged from the hospital." Watching the teacher and student exchange words, a hint of jealousy flashed across Dong Yu's face. Astutely noticing that, Tianyu hurriedly turned to sweet-talk her. "I also want to thank the great class vice president for her concern for me during my days of absence." Cheng Dong's gang watched this flirting display, with beads of sweat dropping down. The whole bunch immediately gave him a thumbs up in unanimous admiration. "You really are top tier, juggling 4 girls at the same time." Hearing this, Tianyu's face twisted, his eyes widening as he hurriedly corrected them. What nonsense are you guys spouting? What for, boats? This is purely an innocent teacher-student relationship, helping each other out, understand? Seeing the students getting increasingly ridiculous, Teacher Tian delivered a thunderous slap on the desk and roared. This is class time, everyone drag your butts back to your seats right this instant. Time flew by, and in a flash, it was time for the lunch break. Tianyu sidled over, tagging along to the cute Dongyu's seat, and sneakily whispered in her ear, "Hey Dongyu, have you put anything in your stomach yet?" The young lady's cheeks instantly burned ripe red, shyly mumbling, "Lunch, huh? I haven't decided what to eat yet." Pulling out that same old worn-out flirting routine, Tianyu seized the opportunity to suggest, "Then how about we find a place to eat out?" Dongyu was overjoyed, nodding her head like a garlic pounder. In a flash, the talented boy and beautiful girl were walking shoulder to shoulder, wandering in front of the school gate to hunt for grub. The surrounding atmosphere became incredibly lively with all sorts of noisy hawking sounds. "Hot and crispy baked cakes here, come by, folks. Come on, midnight grilled meat rice with authentic Turkish flavor here. What does this handsome boy and pretty girl want to eat? Delicious plain rice flan and sticky rice cakes, please enjoy, hello." Our male lead rarely went out for street food, but now he declared straightforwardly like an expert. The economic situation seems pretty good lately. Stalls and shops are sprouting up all over the school gate like this. After taking a stroll, Tianyu turned to ask, "What's your final order?" Dongyu blurted out the legendary proverb of all girls, "I can eat anything." The two of them walked over to the Nam Din beef noodle shop, and Tianyu suggested, "How about we drop in here, order some rice, and get a few plates of stir-fry?" Right at that moment, his precious phone rang loudly. Turns out the caller was the internet gangster Sha Wujing. "Oh wait, Sha Liang. Hello, is that Tianyu? It's me, Sha Liang." Tianyu grimaced and picked up. "Why do you have the free time to call me at this sensitive hour? So how's your injury recovery coming along?" From the other end of the line, Sha Liang was leaning against a utility pole and replied, "I'm out of the hospital and jumping around just fine. There's nothing to worry about. Prick up your ears and listen, my brothers and I just unearthed a bunch of new criminal evidence against the Qing Bang." "Oh wow, is it that good? Hurry up and feed me the info." The fake medicine corporation Yu Chunji, which was taken down 10 years ago, has suddenly risen from the grave, and they are currently one of the prominent shareholders of that gang. Hearing the shocking news, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Yu Chunji." Sha Liang firmly confirmed. "Exactly, that stuff Chen Yunting caught Lanzai using last time was also supplied by them." "Well, you've worked hard, keep digging. We need even more concrete evidence and information." Ending with an okay from Sha Liang. Tianyu hurriedly hung up the phone with a snap. Having finished the call, Tianyu turned back and smiled at Dongyu. "Let's go feast." Dongyu glued her anxious eyes on him and spoke up. "Tianyu, haven't you detached yourself from Sha Liang's affairs yet?" Tianyu replied, "If I had the luxury of free time, I'd really love some peaceful days too. But the catch is those bastards dared to threaten my family. I can't just stand by with my arms crossed and watch them run rampant." Hearing that, Dongyu's face turned red again like a ripe tomato. Even so, a hint of unease still lingered in her eyes, and she could only give a soft to let the matter pass. Strolling on the sidewalk, the couple accidentally bumped into a guy with a buzz cut assaulting a male student. The guy snapped, "You have to open your eyes when walking on the street, you idiot. Are your two eyes just for show?" The cowardly blonde boy hastily shrank back, nodding profusely and mumbling, "I apologize, I'm really sorry." As soon as the boy finished his sentence, the buzz-cut guy swung his leg and delivered another kick that sent the kid tumbling to the ground, his mouth not forgetting to spit out contemptuous words. "Get lost, you little brat." The guy smacked his lips disdainfully. The poor trash at these public schools truly lack education. Right then, a dumb-looking underling nosily asked, "Brother Jin, what the hell did we take the trouble to come to this trash school for?" The fake rich kid turned up his nose arrogantly. "Generally speaking, this dump seems a bit low class, but haven't you ever heard the saying that even a chicken coop can birth a phoenix? We're at class number 2, bring out all the gear for me." Hearing the order, a disciple wearing fortune-teller-like glasses clumsily rolled out a banner with the words, "Jin loves Ting Ting," written on it, chirping, "The hot stuff is right here, brother Jin." The other goofy-faced disciple waved a piece of paper saying, "Jin accidentally fell in love with Ting, and gasped. Oh my God, turns out Brother Jin is crushing on a girl at this school. Who knows how devastatingly beautiful that girl must be to have the power to make a lady killer like Brother Jin's heart flutter this much. The half-baked gangster puffed out his chest and boasted, of course my beauty must be ranked #1 in this area at the very least. So Brother Jin, what stage have you two progressed to? He answered confidently, stay calm. Today I set up a grand scene like this, by nightfall she'll definitely surrender and follow me no matter what. Having spoken, the two underlings carried the banner and tagged along, while the boss carried a bouquet in his arm, howling, ting ting I love you like a mouse loves rice. At a glance it seemed romantic, but looking closely it was clearly just an absolute clown. Staring blankly at this bunch that just escaped from the mental asylum, Tianyu smacked his lips and muttered, what the hell is going on here? What crack did this mentally challenged guy crawl out of? Dongyu with a weary face lazily replied, those guys seem to be students from the noble school who sneaked over here to confess their love. The catch is who is Ting Ting. After howling until his throat was hoarse, the fake boss jerked his chin and told his subordinates, you guys keep yelling, I need to take a breather for a moment. As soon as he turned around, his left eye slammed right into the gorgeous face of Dongyu, and his soul flew completely out of his body. The foolish disciple also blushed and shrieked, oh my goodness, Brother Jin, this girl is so striking, don't tell me this is Chen Ting Ting. Taking in that haughty beauty with his eyes, the fake rich kid smacked his lips. No, she's not Chen Ting Ting, but her figure is 100 times more luscious. I never expected this rundown school to hide such fresh young beauties. He rested his hand on his forehead and plotted. That little girl Chen Ting Ting is just a rumored girlfriend in name. If only I knew this place had such top-tier goods, I wouldn't have wasted my time and effort trying to woo her for nothing. Scheming done, he raised his hand and shouted, brothers, put down the gear, turn the car around and switch targets for me right now. After speaking, he dashed straight over and knelt on one knee in front of Dongyu. The lackeys also scurried behind and bowed deeply. He squeezed out a sissy, cheesy tone. Oh, exquisite lady, this humble one is Jin Zhengdong. May I take the liberty of knowing your precious name? Right at that exact moment, a female student loomed up from behind, her face brimming with murderous intent. Dongyu sensed an ill omen and hastily waved her hand, pointing, hey Brother Jin, crane your neck back and take a look. The female student behind roared like a tigress, Jin Zhengdong, what the hell kind of stunt are you pulling here? He clumsily snapped his head back, his mouth gaping as wide as an apple, stammering, Chen, is that Chen Ting Ting? Chen Ting Ting, pale with fury, lunged forward to interrogate the playboy. Wait, didn't you drag your body here today to confess to me? So what kind of monkey business are you pulling right now? The fake rich kid choked up to his neck, only able to move his lips. I was. Instantly, this girl Ting Ting turned around, glaring at Dongyu with daggers in her eyes, her brain starting to self-direct a play to shift the blame onto someone else. Aha, I knew it all along, it's you, isn't it, Dongyu? She bellowed bitterly, from grades to looks, the world always praises you as #1, while I'm forever stuck in second place. I'm sick and tired of having to cower in your shadow. Hearing this nonsense, Dongyu smirked with a wry smile. My good friend, I'm afraid you've got something mixed up. Have we two ever even known each other? The other girl immediately cut cute Dongyu off with a snap. Cut the crap. Not only are you plotting to steal my #1 spot, but you also intend to snatch everything I have right from under my nose, right? Watching this absurd scenario, Tianyu blinked wearily and thought to himself, do these two lovebirds both have water on the brain? But the neighborhood loudspeaker still refused to mute. She aggressively pushed forward. Dongyu, you're already sticking close to your own man, yet you still thirst to seduce someone else's boyfriend. How can your type be so incredibly shameless? Are you that desperate for men? Finishing her words, she sharply turned to hurl insults straight into Tianyu's face. And you too, Tianyu, a useless man like you can't even manage his own woman. Sticking right by her side, yet you still let this floozy go around baiting other guys. By this point, Tianyu's face was as taut as a bowstring, his eyes burning as if to convey the message. Your grandpa here has put up with you for way too long, you brat. Right after that, the young man slowly raised his powerful fist high to show his strength, his lips curling into a meaningful smile. A woman's looks can be slightly flawed and it doesn't matter, but if the mouth is too venomous, it's just strangling yourself with your own hands. In another development, the buzz-cut noble was still racking his brains calculating. Chen Ting has made such a huge fuss, it looks like scoring with Dong Yu is going to be tough. I can't let the bait that Chen Ting brought right to my mouth fly away. His plotting done, he immediately mobilized his pack of underlings to swarm up and gang up on Tianyu. The whole group charged in aggressively, but every single one of their faces looked absolutely speechless. Watching that scene, Dong Yu worried these goofy youths would get their mouths smashed and lose all their teeth for sipping porridge, so she hurriedly advised Tianyu to hold back. She whispered softly, "Hey Tianyu, these guys' brains seem pretty short-circuited. When you beat them up, remember to go easy on them." Tianyu nodded nonchalantly, then finished it off with a swift uppercut to the chin of the brown-haired guy. Another earth-shattering blow flew straight into the jaw of the silver-haired guy. The pampered rich kid could only stand there staring with frog eyes as he witnessed his two loyal underlings being beaten to a pulp. He was in such a panic that he couldn't even close his mouth, never expecting this kid to possess such formidable strength. Right at that exact moment, Sha Liang loomed into view, raising his voice full of authority. "Everyone stop your hands for me." Sha Liang's facial expression at that time looked extremely tense. Seeing Sha Liang's face, Tianyu also looked dumbfounded, asking himself, "Is that Sha Liang?" The noble boss, seeing reinforcements, was as thrilled as if he had struck gold, groveling profusely while whimpering, "Oh Boss Liang, you've finally manifested and appeared. We brothers truly have the destiny to reunite. I'm stuck in a tough spot right now, you have to make a move and back me up." What a coincidence, Qin Zhu and Shilei also happened to stroll past the scene. Peeking and hiding behind the nosy crowd, the guy nudged Qin Zhu's arm and pointed, "You look quickly, that guy Sha Liang is there." Qin Zhu glared out of the corner of her eye and spat out a mocking remark. "Sha Liang, my foot, isn't that the piece of trash who got beaten so badly by Tianyu that he couldn't even lift his head, and then got kicked away by me?" Hearing that, Shilei smirked triumphantly. "Listen here, the noble school's boss Jin Zhengdong is childhood friends with Sha Liang. This time Tianyu has brought a disaster upon himself. If those two forces join hands, Tianyu's side is definitely done for." At this time, Sha Liang and Tianyu had already squared off face to face. Both their expressions radiated a blazing, murderous intent, looking incredibly dangerous. The duo simultaneously and leisurely shoved their hands in their pockets, the style they exuded looking very much like top-tier martial artists. Watching from afar, Shilei's eyes and mouth were wide open in awe. "Oh wow, this is definitely an earth-shattering battle of the legendary martial arts world." The pampered rich kid, now hiding behind Sha Liang, clenched his fists, grinding his teeth loudly and yelled, "Boss Liang, you can do it, beat that brat to a pulp." A blink later, the two young men slowly strode towards each other, their aura soaring as if there was about to be a battle to the death. Sha Liang clenched his fists tightly, every bulging muscle rippling as if preparing to unleash a kick. On the opposite side, Tianyu's face remained as indifferent as an autumn lake, not bothering at all. Who would have expected, Boss Liang pulled a hard U-turn, swinging a 1,000-pound punch straight into the bewildered face of the rich kid, sending his snot flying everywhere. He fell face first into the dirt, his prescription glasses also completely shattered. The two beauties Dong Yu and Ting along with Shilei's group. Qin Zhu were now completely petrified, their minds spinning, unable to understand what kind of play was being shown. The rich kid lay flattened on the floor, one hand clutching his mouth that was swollen as big as a lemon, whimpering, "Brother Liang, are your eyes cross-eyed? You smacked the wrong person. Your target is supposed to be Tianyu, right?" Sha Liang glared and roared, "My target is exactly your face. Got it through your thick skull yet?" Saying so, Sha Liang turned to sling an arm around Tianyu's shoulder with extreme affection. "Brother Qi, your form is still looking radiant lately, right?" Shilei and Qin Zhu's eyes froze after hearing that, their mouths gaping wide in utter shock. "Brother Qi." Sha Liang wore a rare, radiantly handsome expression, softly whispering to Tianyu, "There are actually stupid things without eyes out there, daring to casually call out my brother's name. Why should you personally step up for these trivial matters? That's giving this bunch of small fry way too much credit. Oh look, is sister-in-law here too? How about our group go have an intimate meal together?" Hearing the word sister-in-law, Dong Yu blushed deeply, her ears turning bright red as she stammered, "What sister-in-law? I am not that kind of person." "Don't talk nonsense." Saying that, she scrambled away as fast as her legs could carry her. The remaining two stood there dumbfounded, completely speechless at the sudden turn of events. Sha Liang felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. Oops, my bad, Tianyu. I accidentally ruined your date. Tianyu sighed and waved his hand. What date? I just dropped by to grab some lunch. Do you need me to sprint after her for you? Drop it, she ran away the moment she saw your face. If you have something to say, spit it out. Sha Liang clicked his tongue. Walls have ears around here. Let's change location before we chat. Before leaving, Sha Liang didn't forget to mock the rich kid lying half dead on the ground with a swollen mouth. Next time you go out, remember to bring your eyes. Don't just lunge at every pretty girl you see. Not all roses are easy to pick, kid. The guy could only faintly gasp out a few words, yes, yes. A moment later, when the two retreated into a quiet alley, Tianyu finally spoke up. Is this place private enough for a heart-to-heart? Sha Liang hesitated for a moment, scratching his chin. This matter involves your spy girl a little bit. Don't blow your top when I tell you. Tianyu frowned, clear annoyance on his face. Stop beating around the bush. Just spit it all out. We managed to catch one of Yu Chun-ji's underlings and currently have them locked up in the warehouse. Hearing this, Tianyu jumped, panicking as he questioned him. What? You guys dare to illegally detain someone? Sha Liang crossed his arms and pouted, arguing back. What do you mean illegal? You make it sound so heavy. That brat's mouth is as hard as a rock, refusing to spit out a single word, so I had to lock them up and starve them for a few days to clear their mind. Tianyu immediately grimaced and retorted, how is that not a legal detention? Release them right now. Sha Liang felt guilty upon hearing this, scratching his head. My brothers and I only did it for the greater good. They were just too stubborn, so we had to resort to this underhanded trick. Whatever your purpose is, we cannot cross the line of the law. The rule of law must come first. Sha Liang, release them right away. All right, I will listen to you. Let me go back and handle it smoothly. Just as he finished speaking, Tianyu's phone rang. On the other end of the line was the voice of Captain Wu. Hello, Mr. Qi, this is Wu Tianhuang. Hello, Captain Wu, do you need me for something? Do you remember the child you carried out of the fire a while ago? Tianyu racked his brain for a second and replied, is it little Kiang? What's the matter, sir? The boy's family is currently turning the whole city upside down looking for you to express their gratitude. I will send you the location. Please take some time to visit the hospital. Captain Wu, there is no need for gratitude. I had the strength, so I saved someone. It was just my duty. But why did you personally have to call me just for this? Captain Wu confessed, the kid you saved doesn't have an ordinary background. I'm afraid you'll have to spare some time to make a trip there. Does that kid come from a super powerful family? You will understand once you get there. Just do me a favor and go this time. Hearing this, Tianyu smiled bitterly. Oh, Captain Wu, no need to beat around the bush. I just need to go, right? You usually take such good care of me. How could I refuse your request? Good boy, go quickly before they keep waiting. Saying that, Tianyu hung up, a hint of thought flashing across his face. Seeing his attitude, Sha Liang became curious. What's wrong? Did the cops get onto you, or did our kidnapping get exposed? No, it's about the kid I saved the other day. I heard his family background is quite intimidating. Captain Wu asked me to visit him at the hospital. Hearing this, Sha Liang's eyes lit up and he chuckled. Oh, an intimidating background. That mysterious. If you are going, let me tag along. Yeah, fine, but you have to tell your brothers to release that person immediately. Got it. Sha Liang clicked his tongue, frowning. I know, you sound like a broken record. The scene then shifted to the hospital. Tianyu and Sha Liang were stationed at the waiting lobby. Tianyu approached the reception desk and spoke. Hello, miss. Could you tell me which room patient Kiang is in? The nurse found it strange and squinted, asking, who are you? Tianyu scratched his head, smiling shyly. I am Tianyu. Upon hearing the name, the nurse blossomed with a smile, enthusiastically saying, oh, you are Tianyu. You finally showed up. Little Kiang's family has been looking for you like crazy. Kiang is in room 1802. Just take the elevator on the right and go up to the 3rd floor. So the two young men got into the elevator together, heading straight up to the 3rd floor. Standing right in front of room 1802 at this moment was a man as huge as a bear guarding the door. As soon as he saw Tianyu and Sha Liang, the man frowned, asking aggressively with a menacing tone, what are you two doing here? Tianyu calmly replied, hello, I am here to visit a patient. The giant man lifted his chin, his tone full of threats, visiting a patient. Without my eldest young lady's order, not even a fly can enter Qiang's room. Hearing this, Sha Liang's blood boiled. He grabbed the man's collar and yelled, "Who the hell do you think you are, barking like a mad dog here? You're just a watchdog, yet you act like someone's grandfather." The big guy now also showed his gangster temper, ready to swing a fist as big as a clay pot straight into Sha Liang's face. But with years of street experience, Sha Liang dodged the blow as lightly as a feather. The young man's face became even more excited. "Ah, so it's a rabid dog." Saying that, Sha Liang lunged forward, intending to throw a retaliatory punch. But quick as lightning, Tianyu caught Sha Liang's hand, stopping him in time. "We are here to visit a patient. Don't just use your fists to talk at the slightest provocation." Sha Liang sulkily shook off Tianyu's hand, grumbling, "Tianyu, look at this jerk, relying on his size to look down on others. We are VIP guests properly invited by the host. Not only does he not welcome us, but he also resorts to hitting people. What kind of nonsense is this?" As soon as Sha Liang finished venting, the giant man seemed to wake up, hesitantly asking, Did you just mention the name Tianyu? Are you truly Tianyu? Oh dear, I really must be blind. Thank you so much for saving our young master's life." Saying that, the man bent his huge back to squeeze through the door, leading Tianyu inside, shouting loudly, "Eldest young miss, Mr. Tianyu has arrived." "Are you Tianyu?" Inside the room, a little girl was sitting next to the bed looking after Qiang. As soon as she saw Tianyu, the little girl stood up and greeted him as maturely as an old lady. Tianyu looked at the petite girl's adult-like demeanor, thinking to himself, "Holy crap, is this how kids are nowadays?" Standing frozen for 2 seconds, he nodded, Are you Qiang's older sister?" "Yes, I am Sen Han-ning. I am deeply grateful to both of you for snatching my little brother's life back." Tianyu had never had any experience coaxing kids before, so he ruffled his hair, Hey, little sister, can you call an adult out here? I was asked to come and discuss things with Qiang's parents." Hearing this, the little girl immediately crossed her arms over her chest, her voice turning sharp, "I am 16 years old, don't call me little sister. I am on duty here today, so I am the guardian." Tianyu was speechless, not knowing what to say besides stammering, about this. Seeing the deadlock, Sha Liang leaned in and whispered an idea, "Tianyu, why don't we go out and tactfully ask that big guy?" Tianyu nodded, stepped out the door and told the bodyguard, "Brother, could you please invite an elder of the family here? We were requested to come, but talking to a child like this doesn't seem very sincere." Just then a woman's voice rang out from afar, "No need to bother Zhang Zhen, I am already here." The big guy hastily bowed, lowering his voice respectfully, "Greetings, Madame Gu." The woman turned to look at the young man, flashing a smile, "You must be Tianyu." Tianyu quickly returned the greeting, "Yes, hello Madame Gu." Seeing him looking a bit shy, Madame Gu gently and kindly said, "You gave my son his life back. You are our family's greatest benefactor." Right after saying that, she pulled out a thick stack of RMB and handed it to him. "Please accept this money. Consider it a small gift for my family to show our gratitude." The righteous Tianyu, who always fought for justice without caring for fame or fortune, immediately politely declined, "Oh Madame Gu, please don't misunderstand. I just took action when I saw injustice, no need for repayment. I absolutely cannot accept this money." Hearing this, Madame Gu burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha, exactly as the police said. Not only do you possess unparalleled martial arts, but your character is also incredibly shining. If you refuse the money, then let's exchange contact information. In the future, whenever you face any trouble, just call me. With my status as the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, I can clear up quite a bit of trouble for you. Mr. Qi, your kindness is deeply etched into the Sen family's hearts. In the future, if you need the Sen family's full support for anything, just say the word." Tianyu just smiled and replied, "Madam, you flatter me. Anyone else would have acted the same way. Who could bear to stand still watching a tiny life engulfed in a sea of fire?" Madame Gu asked further, "Mr. Qi, you are in the final sprint preparing for the university entrance exam, right?" Tianyu waved his hand, answering, "Yes, that's right. But please don't call me Mr. Qi anymore. I am about the same age as your daughter. You can just call me Tianyu for closeness." "Tianyu, I am older than you. How about you just call me Auntie from now on?" "Yes." "Auntie." Once the matter was settled, little Sen Han-ning sneaked closer, clinging to Qi Tianyu's arm, shyly asking, "Hey, Tianyu, how many years have you been around?" Still in school, seeing her daughter being a bit too familiar, Madame Gu immediately corrected her, "Han Ning, you shouldn't be so impolite. You must properly call him Brother Tianyu." The little girl pouted coquettishly, "Yes, I know." Qi Tianyu smiled with his eyes closed, introducing himself, "I am 18 years old, a senior at number 4 high school, getting ready to face the university entrance exam." Hearing this, little Han Ning's eyes sparkled. She immediately turned to hang on Madame Gu's shoulder. "Oh, number 4 high school. Auntie, I also want to apply to number 4 high school." Madame Gu, seeing her niece starting to act boy crazy, lightly knocked her on the head to wake her up. "Your brother Tianyu is about to take his graduation exam and go to university soon. What the heck are you going into number 4 high school for? You truly are hopelessly boy crazy." Having cold water poured on her by Madame Gu, Han Ning snapped back to reality. "Ah, what you said makes sense." A few minutes later, the bodyguard Zhang Zhen-O walked in to report, "Madam, there is a lady who wishes to visit the young master." She said she came with Mr. Qi when Qiang was brought to the hospital. Qi Tianyu was slightly startled. "Oh, is it Teacher Tian?" Teacher Tian was currently wearing an office suit, her long flowing hair exuding a deadly charm that made Sha Liang drool just looking at her. Thinking he had caught a good catch, Sha Liang nudged Qi Tianyu and whispered, "Hey, does Teacher Tian have a boyfriend yet? Set your brother up on a date, will you?" Qi Tianyu immediately poured cold water to extinguish his friend's illusion. He patted Sha Liang's shoulder and said, "Brother Sha Liang, that is my English teacher. Her family background is nothing to scoff at, a moldy chopstick like you wants to reach for a golden bowl. The script of a beautiful teacher falling for a crusty gangster only exists on TV, hold your horses." Madame Gu, seeing a guest arrive, maintained a welcoming attitude, taking the initiative to greet her. "Hello, Teacher Tian, how wonderful, thank you for taking the time to visit." Teacher Tian politely returned the greeting. "Yes, how is little Qiang doing? He doesn't have any major issues, he just needs to rest and he will be fine. He is currently sleeping very soundly." Turning around, Teacher Tian saw her student and asked, "Oh, Qi Tianyu, you are here too?" Qi Tianyu nodded stiffly. "Yes, Police Officer Wu called me over." Sha Liang at this time could only stand in a corner admiring Teacher Tian's stunning figure, gulping down his saliva in deep regret. Madame Gu considerately asked further, "I wonder where Teacher Tian is currently working." "I am currently teaching at number 4 high school, in charge of the English subject for 12th graders." "Oh. You are a teacher?" Eavesdropping all this time, knowing that Teacher Tian also taught at her crush's school, little Han Ning immediately jumped in. "Auntie, I have made up my mind. I must study at number 4 high school." Madame Gu rubbed her niece's head, coaxing, "Han Ning, I have already arranged everything. I will enroll you in number 1 high school, the top school in our city." The stubborn little girl threw a tantrum. "I refuse. I insist on studying at number 4 high school. Sister Tian is also a teacher there. She will definitely take care of me." Right in the heat of the moment, the bodyguard poked his head in again to report, "Madame Gu, we have more guests. It is Union President Yang Ming Shi along with the principal of number 1 high school, Gu Li, requesting an audience." Shortly after, President Yang and a female assistant in a luxurious black suit strode into the room. She also bowed her head in a polite greeting, "Hello, President Gu." Qi Tianyu stood in a corner, muttering in his stomach, "Who on earth is this lady now?" Madame Gu approached, shaking hands happily. "Oh, President Yang, sorry you had to go through the trouble of coming all the way here." President Yang spoke while handing over a stack of documents. "President Gu, here is the enrollment file for Miss Sen that you requested. Xiao Gu and I personally brought it to you." Madame Gu tactfully pushed the folder back, gently explaining, "President Yang, initially I also planned to put Han Ning in Yizhang, but this girl is as stubborn as a mule, insisting on transferring to Xizhang no matter what. As a parent, I couldn't bear to force her." The manager standing nearby hurriedly chimed in, "President Gu, it must be affirmed that Yizhang is the absolute best key school in this land of Xinhai." Hearing this, little Han Ning curled her lips in a long pout, her face full of disdain. Seeing the girl's insolent attitude, President Yang also widened her eyes in surprise. Being a shrewd person, President Yang immediately smoothed things over. "President Gu, the training quality and teaching staff at Xizhang are also top-notch. For Miss Sen to have an interest in studying, there is also a very brilliant move." Madame Gu nodded along. Yes, I am well aware of the reputations of Yizhang and Xizhang. Children have their own opinions. As parents, it is best for us to give them the freedom to develop on their own. President Gu, Miss Sen, please take your time to decide and let me know once it is settled. Xiao Guo and I still have some official business, so we will excuse ourselves first. Yes, thank you for your hard work. As soon as President Yang stepped outside, the manager curiously probed, "Do you smell something fishy about this matter?" President Yang let out a long sigh. The first day President Gu arrived in Xinhai, she specifically instructed us to get Miss Sen into the best school. I proposed Yizhang, and she nodded in agreement immediately. I don't know what kind of devil possessed her, but now Miss Sen is changing her mind and demanding to go to see Zhang at all costs. The manager immediately linked it to teacher Tian, pouting and saying, "I can read them like a book. I bet that woman is playing dirty tricks behind the scenes. She is a teacher at Xizhang. She must have whispered sweet nothings into Miss Sen's ear to pull her over." At that time, Tianyu also asked to be excused. "Auntie Gu, Kiang also needs to rest. We would like to take our leave before we disturb everyone." Madame Gu smiled and waved goodbye. "Tianyu, study hard, eat a lot to grow tall quickly. Once you pass your exams, remember to drop by our house. I will show off my cooking skills and throw a grand feast to treat you." Hearing these affectionate words, Tianyu smiled gently. "Thank you very much, Auntie Gu." In a flash, evening fell at a busy intersection, bustling with people and vehicles. The two young men were strolling leisurely while plotting. Sha Liang let out a long sigh of relief. "Oh wow, well, we finally shook off that annoying bunch." "Tian, you got straight to the point, so. Are you going to spit out the information about the guy doing time in the warehouse now?" Sha Liang grimaced and replied, "Well, my old lady just called to inform me that she has already chained that person up and handed them over to the criminal division." "Great, but you still haven't breathed a word to me about that guy's background, have you?" Sha Liang put on a miserable face, spitting out the words, "The person my brothers caught is exactly Yu Niang, the notorious madam of Yu Chunji." "Oh Tianyu, you have no idea about the tangled mess inside. Let me enlighten you. This Yu Chunji joint has existed here for at least over a decade. Lately they have been expanding more and more, and their clientele ranges from the top brass to petty thugs, without missing a single beat. Yu Chunji has been targeted by big bosses many times, yet every time the storm passes, they are still alive and kicking, their roots not shaken one bit. They have been deeply rooted in this land of Xinhai for all those years, Tianyu. Rack your brain and think, what kind of backing are they relying on?" Hearing Sha Liang ramble on, Tianyu also caught on to the issue. Could it be that there is a big shot backing that joint? Sha Liang crossed his arms and nodded. Not only that, they also use an extremely filthy trick, manipulating people with drugs. They hold a type of special drug capable of brainwashing others. Tianyu, from the very moment you urged me to hand Yu Niang over to the police, I already knew you were completely clueless about this intricate web of connections. Sha Liang, I don't think the situation is as desperate as you are imagining. Isn't it just that behind Yu Niang, there are countless powerful forces protecting her? At this moment, Tianyu calmly put his hands in his pockets, shooting his gaze into the distance, his tone exuding the aura of a true man. "The world is vast, there is always a higher mountain. The strong and the weak live together, that is the natural order. If they dare to run rampant and destroy the rules of the game, there will certainly be another hand that smashes them to pieces." Hearing Tianyu open up, Sha Liang could only smack his lips. Yeah, it's a slim hope. The scene quickly shifted to the lair of Qingbang. This white-haired man looking like a zombie was exactly the ultimate boss of Qingbang. He was making a call to a mysterious figure. "Bingji, Yu Niang has been taken away. The cops are keeping an extremely close eye on the Yu Chunji nest." On the other end, the condescending voice of a corrupt official rang out, "You're bothering me over a matter as trivial as a fingernail. For so many years you two have run things smoothly, never giving me a headache. Now there's just a slight breeze and you're already shrinking back." Hearing this, the boss hastily tried to smooth things over. "Yes, Bing Ji, how would I dare to trouble you, but this case is a bit of a tough bone to chew." "What's so tough about it? Where are the pawns you have in your hands? Why don't you pull them out and use them?" The white-haired guy frowned and replied, "Right when Yu Niang was taken away, our underlings mobilized full force to pressure the police into releasing her. The problem is, this time Yu Niang got caught up in the kidnapping of the Lan family's young master, so the other side is biting down hard, absolutely refusing to let go." Several big bosses in Xinhai are ordering a complete sweep of Yu Chunji from the roots. They also boldly declared that anyone involved will be taken away. There are no forbidden zones here. The guy named Bingji on the other end coldly judged, there is definitely someone pulling the strings from behind. Otherwise, where would the small fry in Xinhai get the guts to blow this up so big? Bingji, I caught wind that a brat named Tianyu is dragging the Shabang gang into digging this up. They are even kissing the boots of that newly appointed female president of the Chamber of Commerce. It is Gu Jingwen, sir. Hearing this name, Bingji flew into a rage. Gu Jingwen, so she is the backing, the daughter-in-law of the Sen family. If she likes to light a fire, then you just throw more firewood in for me. Go all out. I also want to see just how capable the women of the Sen family are. If she wants to dig into Yu Chunji, let her dig. Throw a few sacrificial pawns to the cops. You are more than experienced enough for this matter. The white-haired boss hastily agreed with a series of yeses. Bingji then smirked wickedly. All these years you and Yu Nyang have dominated Xinhai too easily, making even me feel bored. Now, taking advantage of this golden opportunity, just show off your skills for me to see how you dance. Consider it buying me some entertainment. The white-haired man then ambiguously probed, then what about Yu Nyang's fate? Yu Nyang understands her own ending better than anyone else. Just like how you yourself know what your own doom will look like. After hanging up, he stepped out the door and glared, giving an order to his lieutenant, Ruan Gyu Ying. Lead the brothers to wipe out Sha Bang's lair for me, flatten everything. Receiving the order, the man gave a wicked sneer. Understood, boss. We should have wrung those brats' necks a long time ago. The camera pivoted back to Tianyu. Outside, thunder and lightning were roaring fiercely. Tianyu and Sha Liang were still casually taking a walk. Sha Liang looked up at the sky and muttered, a big storm is coming. How about you drop by my place to take shelter for a bit? Tianyu nodded instantly. Yeah, approved. It's on the way, so I'll visit your brothers a little. A moment later, right when the two set foot in the place, the sight that met their eyes was their brothers lying sprawled on the ground, everyone's faces bruised and battered. Tianyu's face turned as stiff as a sheet of paper. He gritted his teeth and asked loudly, what the hell happened here? A subordinate lying half dead in a pool of blood gasped out, Boss Liang, brother Yu, we got sneak attacked. Looking at his brothers miserably tortured, Tianyu's hot blood boiled up, and he shouted. Which bastard had the guts to pull this stunt? The badly beaten subordinate tried to squeeze out his last breath to say. It was Ruan Gyu Ying from Qingbang. Knowing the perpetrator, Tianyu decisively gave instructions, Sha Liang, call an ambulance right immediately. After that, gather all those who are still in one piece, we are going to raid Qingbang. Just as the whole crew was about to head out, a middle-aged man's voice rang out to hold them back. Boss Liang, please hold your steps for a moment. Recognizing the familiar voice, Sha Liang turned his head, his face scowling. Director Qin, if you have any shady business, just spit it out plainly. Brother Liang, could you please take your brothers and move out of my auto repair shop? Hearing this, Sha Liang glared in annoyance. Director Qin, you mean you want to kick our Sha Bang out onto the streets? Boss Qin panicked and waved his hands repeatedly. No, it's not like that. Brother Liang, you misunderstood me. I wouldn't dare have that kind of nerve. Today, before retreating, that Qingbang gang threatened me saying, Boss Qin, you are a businessman. We mind our own business. You just need to terminate the lease contract with Sha Bang, and I promise you will live in peace. Rumor has it you have two very pretty daughters. If you don't obediently listen, I will take them as toys to apologize. Speaking up to this point, Boss Qin drooped his head down wearily, his voice full of sorrow. Brother Liang, I am just a commoner struggling to make ends meet day by day. You guys and the Qingbang side are all fierce people. I don't dare to offend either side. You are a righteous man. Please, for the sake of my daughters, spare my family a way out. Hearing Boss Qin's bitter words, Sha Liang suddenly took a breath, his response carrying the aura of a true gentleman. Director Qin, hypothetically, if I were the Sha Liang of the past, hearing you say that, I would have flipped the table. But ever since I befriended Tianyu, I have become a decent person. I acknowledge your request. You can sleep soundly. We will move out immediately, absolutely not letting your family lose a single hair. Saying that, Sha Liang loudly patted his chest. Your daughters or the neighbors who have taken in Sha Bang, we will definitely protect you all to the end. Hearing the reasonable and compassionate words of the gangster guy, Boss Qin teared up. Brother Liang, I am deeply indebted to you. Seeing his friend realize the truth, Tianyu patted his shoulder to console him. Your maturity makes me want to shed a tear. But with this bunch of poor brothers, which bridge are you planning to move under? Sha Liang scratched his head awkwardly. Let's just worry about bandaging the brothers up properly first, then figure out another way. The clock pointed exactly to 8:52 in the evening at the hospital lobby. After gathering all the wounded into the hospital, Tianyu hastily summoned both the Liu brothers to come to the rescue. The moment Liu Erzhuang showed his face, he anxiously asked, Brother Qi, in short, what happened? Why is the Sha Bang crew so battered? Tianyu ruffled his hair and replied briefly, got sneak attacked by the Qing Bang scum. Liu Zhao, De Zhuang, calling you two over here is for nothing else but asking for a favor. We are gathering our forces to flatten the Qing Bang nest tonight. Are you too interested in joining the fun? Without needing a second to think, the Liu cousins patted their chests in unison. Oh, just a piece of cake. Of course, you have to count us in. Seeing the allied team so enthusiastic, Tianyu rejoiced, awesome, let me go inform Sha Liang. Sha Liang, Erzhuang, and Liu Zhao nodded to join the fight. Counting them all, our side has exactly 20 men. However, Sha Liang just sat motionless in a corner, his face as dark as a cloudy sky. Sensing something wrong in the atmosphere, Tianyu stepped closer and asked softly, Sha Liang, what's wrong? The guy covered his face, his voice choked with bitterness. The doctor said, Zhao is gone. The tragic news of their fallen brother made all three stand stiff as stone statues. Sha Liang sniffled and continued, his voice hoarse, beyond saving man. His body must be freezing cold by now. Zhao was one of my most devoted brothers, who went through life and death with me since the dawn of this gang. Tianyu, you and I must make that bastard Qing Bang pay with their lives at all costs. After a moment of swallowing their tears, the whole group silently walked into the morgue to bid their final farewell to their sworn brother Zhao. Standing before the remains of his sworn brother, Sha Liang felt a pain like his intestines were being cut into pieces. He turned and asked Huang Zhuo, how much money is left in our gang's secret fund? A bit over 4,700,000 RMB, boss. Hearing this, Sha Liang immediately gave the next order. All right, Huang Zhuo, you scrape together 800,000 and deliver it directly into the hands of Zhao and's parents. Huang Zhuo jumped up in astonishment, death benefits taking a whopping 800,000. Isn't that a bit too much, boss? Even the top one gang in Xinhai like Ban Long who has never been that generous. Sha Liang immediately glared, nailing down a badass sentence, that is a human life, the flesh and blood that people broke their backs raising. Isn't a life worth 800,000 RMB? Withdraw 800,000 for me right now. Even if the fund runs dry, everyone will just have to endure and tighten their belts for a while. The living can spend a little less, so the one who lies down can close his eyes in peace. Hearing this part, everyone had to nod in agreement that this gangster guy had truly transformed into a decent human being. Hearing Sha Liang's deeply humane words, Huang Zhuo nodded with tears in his eyes, Brother Liang, I will go do it right away. Finishing his words, Tianyu led a group of brothers with sky-high murderous intent walking over. He asked fiercely, are Zhao and's funeral arrangements all settled? Sha Liang immediately pulled back his demeanor of a gangster boss, declaring, I have arranged everything properly. Right then and there, Tianyu gathered the full presence of 500 brothers, ready to carry their weapons and march straight into the Qing Bang lair. With the spirit of a god of war, he roared, brothers, flatten Qing Bang, a blood debt must be paid in blood. Late that night, at the headquarters of Qing Bang, that guy Ryuan Ying, after the ambush on Sha Liang's turf, had now slinked all the way back to the nest. He arrogantly reported his merits to the boss in an insolent tone. What do you think, boss? Those Sha Bang brats got trampled flat by us. Watching them cry so miserably made me incredibly thrilled. The boss nodded smugly, excellent, just throw a wild party to let loose tonight. Then he turned to remind Ryuan Ying with a cold tone, remember to tell the lackeys to guard the door properly, in case the Sha Bang crew sneaks around for a bite. Ryuan Ying gave a faint sneer. Boss, you worry too much. Right now their defeated remnants gathered together probably wouldn't even make up a full table. What kind of show can those crippled trashes put on? Noticing his underestimating attitude, the leader hurriedly warned, Ryuan Ying, don't underestimate the enemy, be careful not to capsize the boat in a ditch. I heard through the grapevine that Sha Liang's side just recruited an extremely formidable figure named Tianyu. Rumor has it he is the precious son-in-law of the Land family. The background behind him is no joke. Not to mention, this guy's fighting level reaches a sci-fi realm. Even a big shot like the boss of Huang Long Gang got beaten half to death by him, and in just 3 moves he had to pack up and go to jail. As soon as he heard this, scar-faced Ruan-Gyu Ying had his itch scratched, smugly boasting. Boss, fighting isn't your expertise. In terms of martial arts, of course you can't see things as thoroughly as I do. Martial arts in this world naturally always have a rule of counteracting each other. Old Huang's eagle claw technique may tear through physical defense, but the moment it meets someone who practices qigong, it's lights out. Clashing with someone possessing profound internal energy, it's only natural that the old man took a beating. However, the Hunyuan Xingyi Tai Kai martial art that I am practicing is on a completely different level. It is hailed as the ancestor of all sects, born to suppress and ride on top of every kind of kung fu in this world. Stuffed with a bunch of empty theories. The leader was left speechless, muttering in his head that this guy's occupational hazard was acting up again, constantly rambling about his delusional martial arts fantasy. Too tired to even speak, the leader patted his shoulder and turned to leave, not forgetting to remind him. I have some business to attend to tonight, just stay here and gather with the brothers, let loose and enjoy yourselves. Take care on your way, boss. At that very moment, Tianyu and his brothers from the Sha gang were marching in full force, aggressively advancing straight toward the Qing gang's lair. As the cars screeched to a halt in front of the Qing gang headquarters, hundreds of men from the Sha gang immediately jumped out, forming a formation ready for a bloody battle. Tianyu let out a powerful roar that tore through the night. Brothers, charge in, wipe out everything for me. In stark contrast to the noisy door smashing outside, inside, 2 guards were still engrossed with their faces glued to their phones playing games. Annoyed at being interrupted during a good game, a guy in a black shirt grumbled irritably. Is some lunatic out of his mind, knocking on the door in the middle of the night asking for death? Saying that, he frustratingly walked over to unlock the door, cursing non-stop. Your daddy is coming out. Which suicidal fool dares to cause trouble in the Qing gang's territory? But as soon as the door slightly opened, what caught his eyes were Tianyu, Sha Liang, and the Liu brothers. Everyone's faces were cold as ice, tapping their baseball bats rhythmically, exuding the overwhelming murderous aura of those who came to crush their enemies. Witnessing that grim reaper formation, the gatekeeper was so scared his soul almost left his body, his face turning pale white, his lips trembling as he squeezed out every word. Sha gang. Before he could finish his sentence, Tianyu, with his hot-tempered nature, immediately swung a devastating bat, logging this guy out of the earth on the spot. Seeing this, his accomplice panicked and screamed loudly, "Alarm! Someone is here to crash the place." Without a second thought, Sha Liang ruthlessly threw his bat straight into the middle of the guy's face, guaranteeing him a long-term hospital stay. With lightning speed, Sha Liang grabbed the guy by the collar and growled. Whereas Ruan-Gyu Ying hiding? The unlucky guy, covered in blood and so terrified he wet his pants, hastily cried and confessed, "Brother Liang, please spare my life. They are partying hard in a private room on the 1st floor." Meanwhile inside, Ruan-Gyu Ying and his lackeys were cuddling hot babes, immersed in the deafening music and the dizzying effects of alcohol. Ruan-Gyu Ying stared thoughtfully at the rippling liquid in his glass, then tilted his head back and downed every last drop. As for Tianyu's side, they had cleared all obstacles along the way, carrying their blood-stained bats straight up to the last 2 guards. One of the 2 looked extremely disheveled, having guzzled so much alcohol that his eyes were glazed over, losing all sense of direction. He slurred his booze-reeking words, "This place is brother weighs turf. Coming here to show off means you must be tired of breathing, right?" The moment the last syllable dropped, a brutal punch smashed right into the center of his face, making him see stars. Clutching his swollen mouth, he retreated in fear, stammering, Where the hell did you guys pop out from?" Sha Liang shot a razor-sharp glare at him and replied coldly, "I'm standing right here and you still don't know who I am." Inside the room, Ruan-Gyu Ying and his subordinates continued to howl, swaying wildly with the girls, oblivious to the world. Suddenly, Tianyu kicked the door open and barged in, one hand still tightly gripping the hair of a lackey being dragged across the floor, his aura fiercely intimidating. Seeing this horrifying disruption, Ruan-Gyu Ying and his goons simultaneously wiped the smiles off their faces, freezing for a few seconds. Immediately, Ruan-Gyu Ying lifted his chin, and spoke in a derogatory tone. Sha Liang, I left you a way out, but you had to be stubborn, planning to drag more brothers down to the Yellow Springs to be buried with you. The resentment in Sha Liang's heart erupted like a volcano. He yelled loudly, Ruan Gu Ying, shut your stinking mouth. Today, my Sha gang is here to settle our old scores. The guy Wei let out a faint laugh full of contempt. Nice joke, but with your ragtag bunch, you won't even be able to touch the hem of my pants. Hearing those provoking words, Sha Liang's blood boiled even more. Anger clouded his reason, his face flushed red. He immediately leapt high into the air with the bat in his hand, determined to beat Wei to a pulp, while shouting loudly, I'm going to knock all your teeth out today. Realizing that Sha Liang had fallen for the taunt, Tianyu panicked and tried to stop him, but everything happened too fast. Sha Liang, don't act recklessly. The advice had just escaped his lips when Sha Liang was already suspended in midair, swinging the bat straight down to smash his opponent's head. In that split second, Ruan Gu Ying calmly unleashed a Taiji move to block the strike. With just his bare hands, he slowly, but accurately completely neutralized the heavy force from Sha Liang's swing. Right after that, he borrowed the momentum and neatly caught the weapon. With an incredibly skillful twist of his wrist, he effortlessly stripped the toy right out of Sha Liang's hands. Without missing a beat, he immediately crossed his arms, setting up a martial stance aiming to take his opponent's life. Sha Liang was stunned for a moment, but time waits for no one. The enemy's martial arts move was unleashed swiftly. He took the full brunt of a terrifying strike, his entire body flying backwards like an arrow released from a broken string. Tianyu's group could only panic and scream their teammate's name. Sha Liang. What followed was a deafening thud as Sha Liang crashed onto the floor, his muscles feeling like they were about to crumble from the pain. He reached up to cover his profusely bleeding eye, his mind filled with huge question marks. What the hell kind of speed is that? Isn't Taiji famous for being sluggish and slow? His junior Huang Zhu rushed over immediately, asking frantically, Brother Liang, are you okay? Sha Liang gritted his teeth to endure the pain, replying in a deep voice, These mere scratches are nothing. Huang Zhu, bring the bat here. Brother Liang, just now when One-Eyed Wei used his bare hands to deflect the bat. It was bent out of shape into this twisted curve here. Knowing well that Sha Liang was no match, Tianyu stepped forward with an overwhelming boss aura. He issued a loud command, Take your men and clean up the small fries, leave Ruan Gu Ying to me and De Zhuang. Covering his half-bloodied face, Sha Liang nodded in agreement. Let's do that, I'm leaving it all in your hands, Tianyu. At this moment, Wei squinted at Tianyu with a cheapened glare and spoke up. So you're the little brat Tianyu that my boss keeps mentioning. When I heard the news that you guys sent old Huang packing, I was convinced I'd be facing a bunch of three-headed, six-armed monsters. Who would have thought it was just a snot-nosed kid, still wet behind the ears like this? Tianyu maintained his calm mingled with coldness, turning to remind the Liu duo. De Zhuang, Liu Xiao, ignore the slanderous words, stick closely to the planned tactics. The Liu brothers' faces hardened, decisively nodding to obey the order. In the blink of an eye, Tianyu gathered his qi throughout his body, activating his ultimate state, pushing his power threshold up to 10 times the norm. Being a seasoned martial artist, One-Eyed Wei immediately smelled the spine-chilling pressure radiating from his opponent's body, forcing him to mutter, What terrifying internal energy. Looks like I'll get an eye-opener tonight. Finishing his sentence, he instantly stepped back to take a defensive stance. Tianyu was too lazy to bicker, directly launching an attack. One-Eyed Wei clenched both fists tightly, pouring all his concentration into blocking the impending storm. Carrying overwhelming killing intent, Tianyu dashed straight forward like a cannonball. What followed was an eye-catching action scene with a flurry of punches and kicks thrown in a flash, but bizarrely, neither of them managed to graze even the hem of the other's clothes. It was truly miraculous. Tianyu suddenly realized that this One-Eyed Wei was an extremely tough nut to crack. He silently reassessed the situation. The old man dodged all of my attacks. I've already used tenfold enhanced strength, haven't I? On the flip side, One-Eyed Wei was also sweating bullets. How could the destructive force in every strike from this brat be so heavy? After a few seconds of probing, the two returned to a suffocating combat pace. One-Eyed Wei swung a punch that tore through the air, shouting loudly, Taste my 5-linked loose cannon flash strike. The manly Tianyu took the full punch, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, silently blaming himself. What terrifying damage! I've severely underestimated him. However, it's time to bring the curtains down on this play. De Zhuang Liu Zio. Restrain him now. As the command was issued, De Zhuang and Liu Zio lunged from the shadows, executing a surprise pincer attack. In another corner of the club, Xia Liang's subordinates were also rushing into a chaotic melee with the lackeys. The situation of the battle seemed quite tough, because these small fries actually fought quite systematically. Back to the main group, One-Eyed Wei had his arms and legs locked down by the Liu brothers, unable to budge an inch. Even so, he still forced out an arrogant smile, provoking his opponents. Do you have the illusion that these petty gangster tricks can pin down this old master? Saying that, he arched his body to gather chi, unleashing the mind-blowing ultimate technique, the great heaven and earth shift. The Liu brothers were instantly shocked by a bizarre kinetic force emitting from their opponent's body, screaming in panic. What kind of shady trick is this? Why is there such a terrifying vortex force? Clearly feeling their bones creaking and on the verge of shattering, they implicitly understood they had to immediately launch an attack to turn the tide. As the thought flashed, the two had to bring out their ultimate diamond claw technique, the radiating aura making them look just like Buddhas descending to earth, creating a visually explosive action sequence. Although One-Eyed Wei had exhausted his life's strength, he remained pinned down as before. Beads of sweat pouring all over his forehead, his hair started to stand on end, telling himself, "Damn it, I can't struggle free." Who could have guessed that the wet-behind-the-ears brats of the Sha gang would produce experts with such freakish strength? At the same time, Tianyu standing on the other side cracked his knuckles, ready to bestow upon him a physical cosmetic surgery session. As for One-Eyed Wei's expression right now, it could be summed up in one word: despair. Too lazy to beat around the bush, Tianyu directly served up his signature appetizer, a heavy punch sinking straight into the enemy's jawbone. Following up was a shower of fists raining down on his skull, forcing one side of his facial bones to completely deform, fresh blood pooling out. But still not satisfied, Tianyu pinned down another hammer-like kick right into his solar plexus. The brutal blow made him spit out a mouthful of blood, screaming continuously from the gut-wrenching pain. After beating the subject half to death, Tianyu leisurely pried open his mouth. Everything is settled, Ruan Gu Ying, where exactly is the boss of the Qing gang hiding? One-Eyed Wei seemed to have been punched into brain damage or something as he still squeezed out a twisted smile. Settled, the real fun is just beginning. Finishing his sentence, he suddenly used the Teiji pushing hands, tossing the Liu brothers flying far away. The two brothers crashed to the ground, rolling over and over. One-Eyed Wei stood up looming like a fortress wall, his internal energy surging wildly. It turned out he had been holding back this whole time. Aware that this prey had morphed into a vicious beast, Tianyu silently broke a sweat. Could his aura really leap up to the point of outwardly erupting? Immediately after, he started his martial arts bragging speech again. The highest realm of Hunyuan Xingyi Teiji is precisely absorption and transformation. All the pressure from your punches and kicks earlier, I swallowed it whole and dissolved it into my own power. It's rare to taste such pure internal energy. Now I am unmatched under the heavens. Waiting for him to finish rambling, Tianyu calmly signaled to the Liu brothers. De Zhuang, Liu Zio, you two fall back to the rear line, stand a bit further away. I have to unleash all my skills to have a chance of making mincemeat out of this guy. Having said that, he immediately unlocked all the passive skills he had stored. A long list of skills lit up simultaneously: life detection, enhanced manipulation, tactile amplification, and pressure shield. These skills completely drained the experience points fund that Tianyu had painstakingly gathered through so many beatings. Once he buffed his stats to the max, his entire body flared with a blinding light like descending gods, the spreading pressure leaving onlookers breathless. One-Eyed Wei instantly caught the terrifying vibration frequency radiating from Tianyu, his core trembling in shock. The brat's chaotic internal energy suddenly smoothed out. What kind of terrifying pressure is this? Unbelievable that it flows as smoothly as a waterfall. The last time I faced true chi of this magnitude was the day my old master kicked me out of the sect. Tianyu kept his eyes glued to One-Eyed Wei, his brain processing data at the speed of light. Every single move of Ruan Gu Ying, I can read it all completely. From the pulsing of his blood vessels, the impulses running through his nerves, to the way he channels his chi, everything is laid bare before my eyes. His true chi is compressing down to his danshan, while his blood essence is fully concentrated into his left arm. His next attack will definitely be. Tianyu's vision had now elevated to the extreme. He easily predicted One-Eyed Wei's punch trajectory, dodging smoothly to escape his lightning rush punch without breaking a single sweat. Ying widened his eyes as if his eyeballs were about to drop out. Dodged. This is clearly the fastest strike in the Hunyuan arsenal. How could a brat still wet behind the ears see through it? Like a ghost, Tianyu suddenly teleported behind his back, casually advising, Ying, give up and surrender. I've seen through all your tricks. Even if I squeeze my eyes shut, you shouldn't dream of touching a single hair on my head. Indeed, Tianyu's dodging skills had reached a superhuman realm. Closing his eyes was more than enough to turn One-Eyed Wei's killer moves into child's play. Every word that reached his ears made One-Eyed Wei shiver with cold, completely crushed by Tianyu's oppression. Deep within his memory, the echo of his former master's teachings suddenly reverberated. Even if I cover my eyes, you still don't have the strength to injure me. That memory made his facial muscles twitch, his teeth gritted tightly, overflowing with resentment. This little brat dares to utter the exact phrase that old master used to mock him when he was kicked out. Everyone with a little bit of talent looks down on me. His self-esteem being trampled to the absolute limit caused his mind to completely snap. Backed into a corner, he acted purely on beastly instinct, roaring in madness. I, Ying, forbid anyone from humiliating me. Tianyu's face at this moment clearly showed the words, ultimate boredom. He went mad and unleashed the continuous loose cannon lightning flash head at a rate of 50 punches per second. Honestly, just hearing the technique's name is enough to make one dizzy. Velocity of his rapid swings was so fast it turned him into a mythical three-headed, six-armed monster. But unfortunately, that level was still not mature enough to scratch a god of war like Tianyu. He leisurely brushed off all of his stormy punches, even closing his eyes tight and swaying around just for a bit of dramatic flair. Draining every last drop of his vitality for that combo, One-Eyed Wei staggered and collapsed, his lips mumbling like a sleepwalker. Master was like that. And you are too. I concede to your talent, but when I put my life on the line, at least open your eyes and look straight at me. To fulfill that wish, Tianyu generously gifted him a dumbbell-like slap straight to the face, considering it a penalty fee for his dragging nonsense. Then he bestowed a sharp, concluding remark exactly like his old master's words back then. You don't have the qualifications. Touching his reverse scale, the guy's face darkened, his throat hissing. Tianyu. I have the heat right here. I'm going to feed you a bullet, even if I go to hell, I'm dragging you down with me. Right at that fateful moment, the vision of him slaughtering his benevolent master years ago vividly reappeared in his mind. With his own hands, he ruthlessly delivered a knife thrust, forcing his master to only return every year to receive offerings on his death anniversary from then on. Immediately after, a deafening bang rang out, the bullet flying out and pinning straight into Tianyu's head. All the brothers witnessing that scene screamed in despair right at the life-and-death boundary, hanging by a thread. From the pitch-black muzzle of One-Eyed Wei's gun. Everyone there was shocked, their hearts skipping a beat. But miraculously, the copper candy only bounced lightly off his forehead, then clinked down onto the floor. It turned out his cheat system had activated to save its master. The bronze skin iron bone feature was instantly triggered, biting off 20 accumulated points. The two dudes Xia Liang and Huang Zhu stood frozen, jaws practically hitting the floor in shock. Speechless, are you starring in an action movie? One-Eyed Wei was also so terrified that all the blood drained from his face. What kind of deity are you, eating a bullet and still acting so nonchalant? He glared at the gun in his hand, muttering in hopelessness. Perhaps this is a paper replica. No way, how could this illogical thing exist? While dazed, his finger accidentally pulled the trigger for another shot, truly speechless at this old man. This time, he must have bought a toy gun from a grocery store by mistake. But yet again, the anti-scientific phenomenon recurred. It turned out Tianyu had flipped the cheat switch again. The warhead suddenly hit the brakes and floated right in midair. One-Eyed Wei was so shocked he stammered. What kind of magic is this? This old master has lived in this world for over 70 autumns and has never witnessed such a freakish scene. Actually, Tianyu had just bought a brand new trick, telekinesis, which instantly cost 20 reserve points. At the same time, he dropped cold words. It's not that easy to meet King Yama, Ying. The crew standing outside had their brains completely frozen, dozens of question marks hovering over their heads. Tianyu even knows how to use magic. In a flash, Tianyu just needed to open his hand. Immediately, an invisible magnet sucked the bullet straight into his palm. Then he casually gave it a light squeeze, the brass casing getting crushed like paste, a sci-fi scene so unbelievable. Done with the show, he brought the story back to the main plot. The play is over. Wei Gyu Ying, our goal tonight is to flatten the Qing gang. Obediently spit out your big boss's hiding place, and maybe I'll leave you a way to survive. The guy collapsed completely onto the floor, dazed like a soul-lost person. Then suddenly he tilted his head back and laughed hysterically like a madman, mumbling lifelessly, "Toy guns, real guns, all nonsense, it's all fake. You are an illusion, I am an hallucination, this whole world is trash." Tianyu stood there helplessly scratching his head. Did my scare tactics just now force him to snap his nerves? Right at that moment, Sha Liang rushed over carrying urgent intel. "Our brothers just reported, the Qing gang has gathered over 100 men and they are marching this way." Grasping the situation, Tianyu immediately made the call. "So be it, we'll temporarily retreat tonight." Outside the club right now, the Qing gang reinforcements had surrounded the place tightly, the commander roaring ear-piercingly. "Everyone load your weapons. Absolutely do not let a single Sha gang member slip through the net." This vice commander was none other than Wu Feng. He grabbed a soldier by the shirt and yelled, "What happened? Where did the Sha gang go?" A subordinate with a swollen face tearfully reported, "The Sha gang bailaid completely. Master Ruan was." Before he could finish, Wu Feng's eyes darted to where one-eyed Wei was having a manic episode. Instantly grinding his teeth in fury, "Old Wei, I swear I will make them pay you back in full for this price." Right after that, Wu Feng sped straight back to the base to report Wei Gyu Ying's tragic state to the big boss. As soon as it reached his ears, the leader bugged his eyes and exclaimed, "What? Old Wei lost his mind." "Yes, sir, the doctors just examined him and said he suffered severe psychological trauma." The leader's face darkened, his expression hardening as he interrogated, "In short, what exactly happened at the scene?" Wu Feng began his report. "When I arrived, the Sha gang had already fled far away. All the developments I grasped were through the accounts of the remaining stragglers. They reported that the brat Tianyu was incredibly demonic at the time, no different from a devil incarnate. Master Wei lost his ground against a gang-up by 3 enemy experts, just when Tianyu was about to take his life. Master Wei had to pull out the heat to turn the tables. Every pair of eyes clearly saw the copper candy drill straight into Tianyu's skull, but that brat just stood there completely unfazed, without even a scratch on his skin. Hearing this part, the leader's spine started to drench in sweat. He refuted, "Old Wei's gear is high-end imported stuff, how could it malfunction?" Wu Feng continued to mutter, "Well, the fault wasn't with the gun, the truly chilling part came after. Old Wei got mad and added another shot. And this time Tianyu pulled a magic trick, making the warhead hang suspended right in midair. Everyone saw it crystal clear. Next, that brat Tianyu formed hand seals and muttered some pieced-together incantations. Not sure what kind of sorcery it was, but the result was that Old Wei got scared out of his wits entirely." After hearing the report, the leader was utterly bewildered, his eyes wide as he asked again, "Does such a dark art really exist in the world? Could that Tianyu be some kind of reincarnated monster?" Everything was so plain and recounted by the underlings themselves without missing a single word. The leader scratched his head in frustration for a moment, then decided, "Let's do this, second brother. Quickly go fetch a highly skilled shaman back here for me. I want to see what dark force that brat Tianyu is using to back him up. Oh my god, reaching the point of fetching an exorcist to expel demons is just purely speechless.com. Meanwhile, at the medical center, Tianyu was leaning against the hallway wall, waiting for his companions to get their wounds stitched. He examined his own hands, his mind besieged by countless questions. How many more divine skills is this cheat pen hiding anyway? Inside the emergency room, Sha Liang was getting a puncture wound on his stomach stitched up without anesthesia, wailing miserably. "Ouch, ouch, it hurts to death, doctor. Please go a bit gentler." The female doctor kept threading the needle nimbly, her mouth lecturing non-stop. "I've told you time and again to rest properly, yet you just roared and ran out to fight. Now the incision is all swollen and festering." Sha Liang grimaced like a monkey eating ginger, crying and begging. "I know already, please be gentle, I swear I'll behave next time. Take it easy please, doctor." After much fuss, the wound was finally settled. Sha Liang dragged himself to the door, letting out a deep sigh. Oh my, the nurses here are so violent. Seeing this, Tianyu walked over to ask. I heard your incision ripped open, is it okay? Just a little pus, no big deal. Back in the day when I first stepped into the underworld, these scratches were just mosquito bites, popping a few antibiotics and I'd be full of energy again. Tianyu was speechless and had to adjust his big bro's mindset. Stop talking nonsense, this hole isn't an external scratch. They just punched a hole in your stomach, remember. Splashed with cold water, Sha Liang obediently scratched his head and laughed it off. All right, I remember, I'll be more careful. Tianyu asked further, so have all the subordinates been properly bandaged? All neat and tidy. Rest assured, then I'll take my leave first, you should also hurry back and rest up. Yeah, be careful on your way, it's already late at night. When all the troubles were more or less sorted, Tianyu turned on his heel and headed home, throwing himself onto the bed for a deep sleep. It wasn't until rays of morning sunlight shone right onto his face that he groggily woke up. He sluggishly crawled out of the blankets, his face groggy and scowling like someone who just returned from sleepwalking. Suddenly a crisp female voice hit his ears. It turned out Miss Lands had been sitting comfortably in his house since who knows when. Are you awake, sweetie? Hurry up, wash your face, and come out here to have breakfast with Uncle and Auntie. The young man was still busy loading his brain, only managing a grunt in response. Tianyu staggered into the bathroom to freshen up his face. In the middle of brushing his teeth, he suddenly froze, his mind waking up as he blurted out. Wait a minute, something's wrong here. Lanzai, what are you suddenly doing sprouting up in my house? Lanzai blinked and explained that when his parents were in the hospital recently, she was too busy to take care of them, so today she deliberately dropped by to make up for it. Knowing her tricks too well, he pouted and exposed her. As if I don't know you. If you wear your heart on your sleeve, just spit it out. What scheme do you have sneaking all the way here? Lanzai shyly rolled her eyes and explained. Well, the thing is, although the elders in my family still regret the match with the Chen family, seeing us stalling for so long, today they shoved a few more blind dates at me again. So about the engagement deal we agreed on the other day, what's your plan? The words barely hit their ears when his two parents, who were sipping soup, turned to stone. Then simultaneously spat all the food in their mouths out. Their eyes wide as they screamed, engagement. Seeing the situation going south, Tianyu turned pale and hastily put out the fire. Mom, Dad, calm down, don't overreact, we're only engaged on paper. After hearing the correction, the two parents patted their chests and let out a sigh. Oh my, it's just a contract, scared me to death almost. Tianyu then turned to Lanzai and grumbled. Sister Lanzai, look at my parents' reaction. Put this engagement thing away, at the very least you have to wait until I finish my university exams before doing whatever you want. Lanzai jumped up and retorted. By the time you bring back a university degree, I'll be an old, hopelessly single spinster. My old folks have already set up a family meeting and conveniently tossed you in as a prospective son-in-law to show off to the family. Hearing that shocking news, Tianyu sweated bullets and stammered, what family meeting? To sum it up, right this very day, you have to drag your butt with me to meet the family's board of directors. Pushed into a corner, Tianyu blankly turned for help. Go right now. Mom, Dad, you guys give me some advice. The old couple whispered back and forth for a long while before delivering the verdict. Tianyu, both your dad and I give little Zai a 10 out of 10. Even though you two are just acting right now, who knows if being close for a long time might spark something real. We agree 100%. Since the Lan family has the grace, you just show your face there. Remember to behave properly and save some face, got it? Seeing the two elders had finalized the deal, Tianyu had to scratch his head and yield. Yes, since the parents have issued the directive, I will obediently comply. Hearing that, Lanzai danced with joy, the corners of her eyes curling into a beaming smile. She hugged Tianyu's arm tightly and urged. Perfectly awesome, let's go quickly, Tianyu. Oh wait, you plan on wearing this rag bag to my house. At least put on a suit to look like a proper human being. That old worn-out outfit at home is just fit for the trash. Let me swipe my card and buy you a brand new suit. Soon as the silhouettes of the two youngsters disappeared behind the door, the two parents huddled again to open a round-table conference. The mother was visibly elated. If Tianyu really manages to marry little Lanzai, the rest of our old lives will be practically sitting pretty in the lap of luxury. The father put on a profound look and replied, Don't count your chickens before they hatch. You think just having money thrown in your face guarantees automatic happiness. At the same time, inside the grand estate of the Lan family, the atmosphere was heating up because all the elders in the clan were fully present and accounted for. Lan Kian spoke up to greet, "Hello, second uncle. Auntie and great-grandmother are here too." Lan Kian's great-grandmother hastily chimed in. Obviously, for little Zai's lifelong important matter, how could these old bones be absent? The third auntie with a voluptuous figure also snooped in. "Ah, Kian, you should also worry about yourself being a frog in the well. I'm keeping an eye on a few tall, dark, and handsome top-tier matches. Want me to set you up?" Hearing those sales pitches, Lan Kian could only force a laugh to brush it off. "My affairs? You can just ignore them, auntie. I won't bother you to arrange them. Hello, Uncle Wen." Lan Kian's uncle immediately jumped the gun and questioned. "Lan Kian, the background of that brat Tianyu is already in the palm of my hand. Why is little Zai flirting with the son of a pork butcher? Bringing that kind of person back is no different from smearing mud on the prestigious signboard of our Lan family." Being overly pressured, Lan Kian was left stammering, unable to argue a single word. Hearing Uncle Wen's absurd theory, great-grandmother had to step up to set things straight. When, as the ancients said, heroes aren't judged by their backgrounds. Think back to the impoverished days of this family, from the generation of my grandparents to you and your father, who hasn't tasted the bitterness of stale rice and threadbare clothes. Uncle Wen's older sister, with a reasonable and understanding temperament, also joined in to advise. "Dad is right. When marriage matters are settled by little Zai herself, stop dragging Ah Kian out to badger her." But Uncle Wen remained stubborn to the end, arguing vehemently. "Second uncle, your literary talk is as old as the earth. In times of famine, everyone was poor, but in today's era of skyrocketing prices, the class divide is crystal clear. A brat with a launching pad at the bottom of society is destined to remain struggling in the black mud forever." Another uncle with an outdated mindset immediately chimed in to stir the pot. "Exactly, that pork butcher's son must be drooling over the massive wealth of the Lan family, which is why he sweet-talked our Zai, right? Our Zai is as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. How could she fend off a gold digger's psychological manipulation? Second uncle needs to get to the bottom of this." Hearing that barrage of short-sighted assumptions, Lan Zai's great-grandfather was completely speechless, too exhausted to even scold them. Seeing the atmosphere becoming suffocating, the plump third aunt had to step up to mediate, patting the men on their shoulders. "Come on, Dad and uncles, just hold your tongues for a second. The guy hasn't even shown his face yet, and you're already roasting him alive." Lan Zai's grandfather stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before speaking slowly. "Zai has a simple nature, but it's precisely because of that purity that her judge of character is sharper than us adults. I've also met that kid Tianyu and tested a few martial arts moves with him. I must admit that both his character and skills are incredibly rare to find. Therefore, an older brother like you and the whole family don't need to panic and chase shadows." Second uncle was still unconvinced, clearing his throat to spout nonsense again. "If you keep being this careless, our fortune will be gone one day. Frankly, Mom and Dad shouldn't have let you meddle in the business from the start." The grandfather exposed him in a deep voice. "Wait, haven't all the properties and lands been transferred to your name already? Wasn't this exact division of assets something you yourself demanded back in the day?" Sensing the heavy smell of gunpowder, Lan Kian hurriedly intervened. "All right, please stop. The family gathered today to evaluate Zai's future brother-in-law, not to hold a martial arts tournament over our inheritance." Hit right in the bullseye, second uncle's face turned ashen, and he could only let out a resentful scoff before shutting his mouth. Although the grandfather could easily win the argument, he decided to swallow his anger and let it slide. At that exact moment, in a turquoise Lamborghini gliding smoothly through the wind, Lan Zai and Tianyu were heading straight to the Lan family villa to meet the family. As soon as the car braked, the young couple stepped out gracefully. Lan Kian and third aunt just peeked out the door and saw their silhouettes. Lan Kian hastily waved at the servants. "Zai and Tianyu are here. Tell the head chef to serve the food immediately." As soon as third aunt laid eyes on Tianyu, she couldn't stop gasping in admiration. "Oh my goodness, is this Tianyu? No wonder our Zai is so head over heels for him. Who would have thought he'd be this strikingly handsome? If I were a decade younger, I'd probably fall for him too." Standing nearby, Lan Kian heard this and could only shake her head, thinking to herself, truly, a boy-crazy nature never changes even in the next life. In stark contrast, Uncle Wen maintained a hostile attitude, looking Tianyu up and down before letting out a cold snort. HMPH, he's absolutely just an empty vessel making a lot of noise. The whole family needs to keep their eyes wide open. Don't let Ziozai be led by the nose. After hearing that, Lan Kaiyan just smiled profoundly. Uncle, just stay calm. Later, when we see Tianyu show off his talents, the truth will be clear. As the young couple stopped in front of the porch, Lanzai tilted her head and whispered into Tianyu's ear, "Have you taken a deep breath and mentally prepared yourself?" "Yeah." "Then let's enter the tiger's den." In a flash, the extended family was seated around the dining table. Laid out before their eyes was a grand banquet with countless exotic delicacies. Plates of juicy steaks, plates of sweet cakes. Not to mention the golden brown roasted chicken. Every single dish was gorgeously decorated, no less than a five-star restaurant. Looking at the banquet table, Tianyu gulped hard, silently marveling. This is truly upper-class style, eating a home-cooked meal but feeling like attending a royal feast. The problem was, how should he hold the knife and fork properly? If he held them backwards this time, he wouldn't know where to hide his face. Just as Tianyu was breaking into a sweat, Lanzai gently patted his back and thoughtfully whispered, "Tianyu, let me be the host and introduce everyone to you. This gentleman is my great-grandfather, and this beauty is my third aunt. The one sitting over there is my second uncle. Hello, young man. As for grandfather and sister Kaiyan, you're already familiar with them." Tianyu bowed and greeted them extremely politely. "My respects to great-grandfather, greetings to third aunt and second uncle." His mouth was greeting them, but his insides were doing somersaults. Seriously, how the heck am I supposed to tackle this piece of beef the right way? Third aunt rested her chin on her hand, her eyes gazing at Tianyu full of infatuation, endlessly praising him in her heart. Approved, this clumsy, shy demeanor of his is just too cute. In complete contrast, second uncle immediately opened fire with a highly damaging question. "Tianyu, rumors have it that your ancestors were bandits, and your father sells pork. Is that true? What gives you the right to think you're worthy enough to step through the doors of our land family?" Third aunt found it unbearable to hear and quickly spoke up to silence her younger brother. "What are you blabbering about? He barely sat down, and you're already throwing sarcastic remarks. You might scare him away." Tianyu started sweating, telling himself, "Oh boy, I just entered the arena and the air is already this thick with gunpowder." Despite that, the guy maintained the peak demeanor of a true gentleman, calmly replying, "Second uncle, I admit my background isn't very glorious, but I always believe a person's destination does not depend on their starting line." Second uncle, carrying the heavy aura of someone born with a silver spoon, gave a dry, mocking laugh. "HMPH, such rose-tinted thinking. Background determines a person's entire life, young man. Are you delusional enough to think that with bare hands you can build a massive empire like our family's land group?" Tianyu didn't tremble the slightest bit, boldly arguing back. "The land group is the blood, sweat, and tears of countless generations of the land family. Even if I had heaven-defying talent, I couldn't possibly mold such a colossal empire all by myself. However, suppose I were handed this empire. I completely trust that I have the absolute capability to expand the land group far beyond its current state." Hearing those sweet-sounding words, second uncle smirked sarcastically again. "Well, indeed a young man who hasn't experienced the real world. What an arrogant tone you have there." At this moment, the elder, great-grandfather, slowly spoke up. "To be a son-in-law of the land family, merely having guts is useless. What's important is having true capabilities. You're still in school, right? How have your academic records been lately?" Before Tianyu could open his mouth, Lanzai eagerly showed off all of her sweetheart's golden achievements. As for Tianyu's studies, the whole family can sleep soundly. He always ranks first in the school. For the upcoming university entrance exam, getting into top-tier universities like Tsinghua is as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Hearing this over-the-top advertisement, second uncle choked on his words, staying dead silent for a long while. Then he abruptly blurted out a bold statement, "Fine then. I approve of you as my nephew-in-law. The interview round ends here." Tianyu sweated profusely, silently lamenting that acting out this drama was as exhausting as fighting a war. Sitting next to him, Lanzai smiled brightly, feeling extremely delighted. But unable to stay cool for even 3 seconds, Tianyu dropped a question that killed the mood entirely. Oh, by the way, Zai, how exactly am I supposed to saw this piece of steak? This naive question made second uncle ruthlessly deduct 50 elegance points from him, truly beyond saving. When the meal ended, the sun had already set, and the sky began to turn a dreary gray. Tianyu and Lan Zai stood up simultaneously to take their leave, immensely grateful for the extended family's hospitality. The two of us would like to excuse ourselves now. Hearing that, third aunt teased, if you two need to find a hotel to rest, just hand me the bill and I'll cover it all. Tianyu broke into a sweat, pretending to smile innocently. Ah no, renting a hotel isn't necessary, third aunt jokes too much. With those words, Lan Zai took her seat behind the steering wheel of the turquoise Lamborghini again, driving her man home. While on the move, she turned to ask, have you smoothly resolved the scandal with the Ching Bang? Lately that bunch seems to have become much more obedient. The only catch is, I don't have to worry about vehicle repair costs, but it's a headache figuring out food, clothing, and a place to sleep for the brothers in the Sha Bang. Hearing this, Lan Zai offered a suggestion. Letting the brothers keep fighting and slashing aimlessly isn't the best strategy. Wouldn't it be much more peaceful to urge them to find a decent job? Tianyu let out a long sigh. Their nature is inherently rough. They don't even know how to read or write properly. What kind of job do you expect them to do? Carrying loads. Most of those guys hate hard labor and refuse to grind. Lan Zai suddenly had a lightbulb moment and tossed out a brilliant idea. Tianyu, you saying that just gave me a great idea. Coincidentally, my company is gearing up to launch a few new projects. If you can gather a crew to take on the construction contracting sector, I guarantee the brothers' financial problems will be completely solved. Hearing this golden opportunity, Tianyu's face instantly bloomed like a flower. Thank you so much, Zai. I must announce this good news to the brothers right now. But your side needs to complete the paperwork swiftly. Even though I can back you up, there are dozens of companies out there scrambling for it. The level of fierce competition is no joke. I understand clearly. I'll finalize the paperwork as soon as I get home. Agreed, I'll order Secretary Sun to prepare a detailed file on the bidding items, plus the backgrounds of the competitors, and send it over for you to study. A while after Tianyu had disappeared from sight, great-grandfather and third uncle finally began to stand up to take their leave. Lan Zai's grandfather hurriedly held them back. Brother, it's rare for you to visit. Why retreat so early? Stay for a few more days. Great-grandfather complained, oh brother, ever since the division of assets, my family's expenses have been astronomical. Lately, we snagged a few real estate deals, so I've been up to my neck in work all day long. After saying that, great-grandfather shifted his tone to criticize, but on the other hand, Zai's parents really don't know how to think. A father like you can't even discipline them. It's their biological daughter's lifelong major event, yet they couldn't even bother to show their faces, vanishing without even a single phone call all day. Lan Zai's grandfather could only smack his lips and sigh. They went on an archaeological dig, crawling into the middle of nowhere. Losing phone signal is totally understandable. Hearing that, Lan Zai's third uncle chimed in. Second uncle, nowadays archaeology is a money-making profession. The income is so huge your hands would get tired counting it. Then he began a long speech about his passion for antiques. Where does the core value of archaeology lie? It is exactly the privilege to touch priceless treasures with your own hands. Do you know how massive the financial power of a commercial antique is? A tiny Qinghua porcelain bowl is already quoted at 230 million, and that's just a small item. What if they dig up a few pieces? Wouldn't they be crushed by money and become filthy rich? Hearing the descendants' delusions of grandeur, the grandfather roared in frustration. Money making my foot. They still have to hold out their hands to beg Zio Kian to send them their monthly living expenses. If they hadn't given birth to a daughter with a magic touch for business, they would have definitely starved to death and dragged themselves back home to leech off us ages ago. Hearing her grandfather expose her parents, Lan Kian could only laugh awkwardly to save face. Grandpa, you're doing them an injustice. My parents have excavated quite a few valuable items. HMPH, those tiny achievements of theirs aren't even equal to the spare change your company makes in a single day. A while later, when the lively chatter ran dry, Lan Zai's third uncle and third aunt also quietly said their goodbyes and left. Right at that moment, third uncle's beloved phone rang loudly, and he picked it up instantly. From the other end of the line, a panicked tone echoed, Boss Lan, there's a huge emergency regarding the final design of the Phase 2 project. Mr. Man's side changed their minds again and wants to negotiate directly with you immediately. Third uncle decided resolutely, approved, pick up the phone and call the interpreter. I will direct remotely over the phone right now. However, the other end delivered bad news, Boss Lan. The company's interpreter had personal matters and already took a leave of absence for the whole week. Third uncle frowned in annoyance, took a leave of absence. Why take off exactly when the project is in the thick of it? How dare you sign off on their paperwork? I'm completely innocent, Director Lan. You personally signed and approved it this afternoon. The uncle with a goldfish memory could only laugh awkwardly upon hearing that. Oh goodness, how did I completely forget about this? Whatever, just tell Mr. Man to call me directly. After all, I have years of studying abroad under my belt. How could these trivial conversational phrases stump me? The employee on the other end was still trembling like a leaf. But Director Lan, this matter involves a ton of specialized vocabulary. Do you need me to dispatch someone to assist you? No need to complicate things. Tell him to pick up the phone and call me directly. Understood, Director Lan. I will connect the line with Mr. Man instantly. A few seconds later, the beep of the connection rang out. He solemnly uttered a textbook-style greeting, "Hello, Mr. Man." On the other end, the foreign partner Mr. Man immediately fired off a string of broken English. "Oh, Mr. Lan, let's start the meeting. Where is the interpreter?" Rough translation. "Mr. Lan, let's get straight to business. Where did your interpreter wander off to?" Third uncle, bearing the title of an IELTS 8.0, could only squeeze out a few clunky words. "Don't wait for him, let's started." Rough translation. "Don't mind him, let's just go ahead and proceed." Immediately, the partner unleashed a rap of specialized English that made third uncle's head spin. "Mr. Lan, I have three main opinions on this project. First, the bearing wall design of the building needs to add new materials among the main structures. Titanium alloy is a good choice." Rough translation. "Mr. Lan, I have three core proposals for this project. First, the load-bearing wall design of the building must be reinforced with advanced materials in the core structure. Titanium alloy is a quite excellent option." Catching bits and pieces, third ant became frantically curious. Wait, what's going on? What is that foreigner babbling about?" Third uncle broke into a cold sweat. It was all incomprehensible jargon, his ears were buzzing, and he didn't understand a single thing. He probably bought that IELTS 8.0 certificate back in the day. Being this clueless is just speechless. Seeing third uncle's pale face, third aunt teased, "Oh my God, my little brother is a director, yet his foreign language skills are this full of holes." Standing awkwardly outside and overhearing the conversation, Lan Kian immediately offered a plan to bail him out. "Second uncle, how about I pick up the phone and call Tianyu over to save the day? This translation stuff is exactly his forte." Third uncle still hadn't dropped his snobby attitude, squinting in suspicion that Tianyu guy. Does that brat actually know foreign languages? Lan Kian flashed a flawlessly confident smile. Yes, that huge port project last time was also sealed thanks to his smooth steering. You can just rest easy and wait. Third uncle was out of options and could only nod in compromise. Fine then, summon him here quickly. Taking this chance, let's see if this future son-in-law has any real talent or is just good at running his mouth. Lan Kian replied brightly, "Okay, it's a deal." Saying that, she immediately dialed Lan Zai's number. As soon as the phone buzzed, Lan Zai, who was wearing earphones, picked it up. "Hello, Zai Zai speaking. Sister Kian, is there an emergency? Turn the car around and bring Tianyu back here for me right now. What's going on that you're rushing like the house is on fire? I was just about to take Tianyu for a breezy joyride. Second uncle is stuck in an emergency meeting and desperately needs an interpreter. See to it that you bring Tianyu back here immediately. This deal affects the very livelihood of our Lan family." After hanging up, Lan Zai turned to look at Tianyu. She smiled triumphantly. "Tianyu, your moment has come and nothing can stop it. It's time for you to show off your special skills." The camera pans to a cafe. Tianyu and Lan Zai were seated at a table, racking their brains for a plan to save the uncle's translation crisis. Lan Zai was on a video call with Sister Kian. "Sister, driving back now would take 20 minutes. Tianyu and I have pulled into a cafe with strong Wi-Fi. How about we just create a group chat right now? Having the meeting online through the screen is the most convenient way." On the other end, Lan Kian turned to suggest to third uncle, create a group chat. Just add Zai Zai's and Tianyu's accounts, and you're good to go. Third uncle agreed without hesitation. Okay, piece of cake, let me handle it. Right away, he opened the WeChat app and dragged Tianyu into the group conversation. The foreigner with the pitch-black profile picture immediately typed a line in English, hello. Is the translator here? Rough translation, hello everyone, is the interpreter present yet? As soon as Tianyu glanced at the message, his brain instantly activated the built-in automatic translation software in his head. After loading his hack energy, he immediately replied to Mr. Man on the other side, hello Mr. Man, I am indeed the interpreter. Mr. Man happily messaged back, absolutely fantastic, then let's kick off the meeting right away. Mr. Man, please tell me the amendment, I will translate it for Mr. Lan. Rough translation, Mr. Man, please list the details that need amending, I will relay them to Director Lan. Mr. Man agreed, okay. I suggest overhauling some of the construction materials and injecting some next-generation resources to reinforce the project's lifespan. After hearing that, Tianyu immediately reported to Third Uncle, the partner requests a revamp of some core building materials. Third Uncle on this side frowned and asked critically, changing materials, what's the specific intent? Tell him to lay out the details. The scene cuts back to the Highlands coffee shop after the remote conference concluded. Tianyu unloaded his burden, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, it's finally over. Spewing English this whole time almost dislocated my jaw. I'm truly exhausted. Seeing him venting and complaining, Lanzai smiled radiantly to encourage him. After this incident, Third Uncle will definitely be wide-eyed and admire you completely. Exactly as expected, after witnessing Tianyu's IELTS 9.0 English barrage, Third Uncle praised him profusely. The uncle truly didn't expect this kid Tianyu to hide his skills so well. His foreign language fluency was even smoother than the professionals. It looks like this time our Zai has struck absolute pure gold. Next time we cross paths, I definitely have to pour Tianyu a few glasses of wine to let loose. After everything was settled, Lanzai and Tianyu started getting ready to leave. Tianyu gallantly offered, it's getting dark, you just drive home first, I can just catch a taxi and cruise back myself. Hearing that, Lanzai carefully reminded him, those files related to the Shah Bang's project, remember to send them over to me early. Tianyu broke into a bright grin, replying extremely decisively, understood, boss. Tianyu, acting like a true gentleman, stood watching Lanzai settle into her car. Then the guy swiftly hopped onto his bicycle, heading straight home to catch some sleep and restore his dignity. Having just shed the messy burden, the guy let out a breath of relief. Phew, finally pulled the thorn out of my eye. Fondling his beloved phone in his hand, he muttered to himself, should I call and break this good news to Xia Liang first? Just as he was about to dial the number, the screen lit up. It was an incoming call from President Gu. He paused for a few seconds to load his brain. Isn't President Gu the mother of that little boy I heroically saved the other day? What could the madam possibly be calling me for at this hour? After weighing it for a moment, he swiped the screen to answer the call. From the other end of the line, a warm female voice spoke up, hello, is this Tianyu's number? Tianyu replied calmly, hello President Gu, has your health been good lately? Do you have any instructions in contacting me? The situation is this, little Kiang has been discharged from the hospital. I plan to throw a proper banquet to treat you, and while we're at it, have the boy acknowledge you as his godbrother. Oh my, President Gu, why be so formal and elaborate? Me stepping in to save Kiang was just doing a good deed in passing. It's not worth you making such a big fuss over. Tianyu, I truly want to repay your kindness. Please just do me a favor and accept. I've already booked a VIP banquet table. Just consider it giving face to this old woman this once. I've already lowered myself to say this much. Seeing her invite him so enthusiastically, he had to soften up and nod. All right then, I guess I must obey your command. All right, exactly at 6 o'clock tomorrow at dusk, I will dispatch a luxury car to pick you up. Understood, it's a date. See you tomorrow evening. Finishing his sentence, he immediately hung up. The guy's face at this moment looked pitifully haggard, exactly like he had just wrestled with a mountain of deadlines. He looked up at the ceiling and groaned, why is drama racing to fall on my head lately? Can't I just get a ticket to relax for a few days, God? I'm completely drained, like a crushed banana. Well, to hell with the world, I'll just drag my body home and take a nap first. Then he safely landed at his private residence. The moment his back hit the soft mattress, he snored straight through to the next morning. As the dawn of a new day stretched and woke up, Tianyu still wore an expression of severe sleep deprivation, yawning endlessly. Seeing his precious son's demeanor, the father curiously spoke up, "You're home. What time did you party until before dragging yourself back last night?" The guy scratched his head and replied with a deadpan face, "It was only past 11 at night. What are you interrogating me about this for, Dad? Your old man is naturally worried sick about your romantic expansion career. What else?" His brain still failing to load, Tianyu dazedly retorted, "What the heck is a romantic expansion career?" The father slapped his thigh, laughing with dark implications, dropping the curtains at just 11 o'clock. "My dear son, it seems your combat stamina burns out too fast." Hearing this, Tianyu suddenly panicked and realized, so his goofy dad was stressing over his manly prowess. Fearing his son suffered from erectile dysfunction, the father quickly added, "Dad is holding a secret recipe left behind from your grandfather's era right here. Guarantees endurance and strength. Drink it, and you'll be as vigorous as a fierce tiger." Tianyu was horrified and waved his hands frantically, his face turning red as a ripe gak fruit in defense. "Oh, come on, that's not it, Dad. Where is your imagination going? Zio Zai and I are still very pure, we haven't crossed the line yet." Hearing that, the father's face deflated like a wet rice cracker. "You've already strolled all the way into their lair to introduce yourself, yet you still refuse to deliver the finishing blow. What gives? Are you really my genetic offspring after all? Why are you so green?" Tianyu irritably snapped back, "Green and weak what? I'm someone who lives with discipline and principles, you get it, Dad." Having cold water poured on him by his son, the father still thick-skinnedly defended himself. Yeah, you're so full of principles. Your old man is getting on in years, but his personality isn't proper at all, truly pushing things too far. I'm totally done with this overbearing dad." Tianyu was speechless at this point, only able to smack his lips in boredom. Why is my destiny tied to a dad who is this super silly and persistent? Truly a ... moment. After a session of tragicomic banter, he had to sneak away smoothly. "You just sit there, Dad, I'm going to wash up. I have a ton of things to worry about this morning." The father naturally didn't let him off, calling out sarcastically, "Sheesh, acting like a public figure, so busy indeed." Transitioning the scene to a high-end residential area exclusively for money-flooded tycoons. Tianyu was walking briskly, trying to find President Gu's manor. The guy kept walking while gluing his eyes to the directions on the Google Maps app. Upon arriving at the destination, falling into his sight was a magnificent, resplendent castle bearing strong touches of Western royal architecture. Just as he was about to lift his foot and step through the gate, an aggressive security guard rushed out to block his path, raising his voice to interrogate, "Hey, stand still right there. Where do you think you're going, kid?" Tianyu replied quickly, "I'm here because I have an invitation from President Gu." The security guard with flashy blonde hair tied in a ponytail smirked in contempt, hurling insults. "President Gu invited your type. Why don't you grab a mirror and look at your own face? A noble place like this, and a ragged beggar like you actually dares to sneak around." Tianyu glared angrily and shouted, "What is the meaning of your attitude? Using your position to look down on others?" The blonde security captain sneered provocatively, "I just like looking down on your face, so what?" He bugged his eyes out to threaten, "If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of my sight. This place isn't somewhere a snot-nosed brat like you can cause a scene." Tianyu's face was stone cold, his eyes sharp as daggers shooting straight at his face. The captain laughed uproariously in mockery. "Heard a rumor that you were bragging about being President Gu's VIP guest. If you got the guts, dive in and make a living then." He bent his back and pointed a finger at his fleshy cheek in provocation. "Dive in, punch hard into this front yard and let's see." Getting scared, don't dare to make a move." Tianyu didn't bother wasting words, immediately gifting the captain a 1,000-pound punch to the face, sending him flying backward, his face contorted in heavenly pain. The captain was knocked out flat on the ground, his hands clutching tightly onto his cheek that was swelling up like a tomato. Both shocked and screaming in resentment, "Oh damn you bastard, you got the nerve to slap my face." Looking at the fake teeth covered in fresh blood falling loosely into the palm of his hand, he roared in heartbreak, "Oh my God, my premium imported porcelain crown tooth worth 8,000 yuan. Where are my brothers? Beat the living hell out of this guy for me." Instantly, 3 burly bodyguards wearing black suits lunged menacingly, to surround Tianyu like a pack of wolves. A tall and large guy glared and bullied, "Brat, who are you to have the tiger's guts to lay a hand on our boss?" Tianyu shook his head in boredom, speaking coldly. "Totally blind to even the most basic rules of conduct with guests, your boss should take the initiative to write his resignation letter right now." The captain went crazy, urging his lackeys, "Why the hell are you reasoning with him? Charge in and beat him to a pulp for me." Tianyu slightly curled his lips, dropping a freezing sentence. Truly the type of people who don't know their own limits. Being a boss like this, you're literally leading your underlings straight into the gates of death. The fierce bodyguards screamed and charged in like moths to a flame. Tianyu's eyes, glinting with a cold, sharp ray, briefly glanced to the corner. With lightning speed, Tianyu swung his arm and delivered a heavenly blow to the nearest bodyguard. With just a few sharp moves, Tianyu was standing leisurely dusting off his hands, leaving behind the two large bodyguards who had been sent flying in all directions. The tide of the battle was reversed in the blink of an eye. The remaining bodyguard fearfully raised both hands to surrender, his face pale and sweating like he was taking a bath, screaming tragically, "I surrender, please spare my life, good sir." The blonde captain gnashed his teeth, cursing his useless underlings. "You little brat, river water doesn't interfere with well water between you and me. Why did you seek out my turf to cause trouble?" Tianyu casually opened his mouth and said, "Didn't I declare it clearly already?" The guy leisurely picked his nose, replying in a lazy manner, "It was President Gu herself who invited me over to hang out." The captain stuttered, not believing his own ears. You're saying President Gu personally invited you?" Right at the boiling point, Madame Gu stepped out, raising an authoritative voice. "Exactly, this young man is my distinguished guest." She flashed a deeply awkward smile, speaking slowly, "I'm so sorry, Tianyu. These lackeys are doing their jobs too sloppily. I must discipline the household rules again." Having just been arrogant a few minutes ago, upon hearing Madame Gu's prestigious name, the security guard flipped faster than flipping rice paper. He frantically kowtowed repeatedly, his voice trembling violently. "Yes, President Gu, it was this lowly one being blind as a bat, having eyes but no pupils. Please open your oceanic generosity and forgive me, President." To vent the anger on behalf of Tianyu, President Gu said sternly, "It seems lately I've been too lenient on you people, so you've ended up running amok, haven't you? As for how to discipline you, I am handing over the absolute power of life and death for Tianyu to judge. Tianyu, how do you want to handle them?" Knowing his life was as thin as a sheet of paper resting in Tianyu's hands, the security guard's face drained of every drop of blood, hurriedly prostrating on the ground weeping and wailing, looking utterly miserable. "Big bro, please raise your hand high but strike softly, spare me a path to live. It's because this body of mine was blind and couldn't recognize a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. My family has an old mother and a young child. If I lose this fishing rod for food, my family will starve to death, big bro." Tianyu's nature was inherently generous, not bothering to nitpick with these small fries. He got straight to the point. "Fine then, out of respect for the president speaking up, I will make an exception and not rob you of your rice bowl. The only problem is, if I don't give you a lesson you'll remember for a lifetime, I just can't swallow this lump of anger." Grabbing onto a life preserver, the guy hastily seized the opportunity. "As long as you don't strip my staff however the big bro wants to torture me, I will grit my teeth and endure it." Tianyu stroked his chin and broke into a highly devilish smile. Let me calculate this. Ah, here it is, just strip completely naked and stand guarding the gate for a whole week, and that'll do it." Upon hearing that, the guy turned into stone on the spot, tearfully asking back, "Yes, strip completely naked." Hearing this highly entertaining punishment, Madame Gu also had to advise against it. "Tianyu, making him do that might smear the face of our neighborhood too much." The guy stroked his chin again, pretending to ponder, and then finalized, "In that case, I will grant you amnesty to wear solely a pair of boxers." Wait, the big bro's aesthetic taste sounds a bit too salty, doesn't it? Tianyu barked back, "No bargaining. Me not kicking away your rice bowl is already 3 lifetimes of merit for your family." Madame Gu also threw in a sentence, "Just obey Tianyu's orders. You yourself should also self-reflect on your working attitude." His face looking like a funeral, the guy had to swallow the bitter pill. "Understood, madam." Just a few minutes later, in a corner of the campus, the security guard was shirtless, exposed to the elements. Wearing exactly 1 pair of boxers, showing off his toweringly hairy legs right next to his greasy beer belly, creating an incredibly offensive picture for the eyes. Witnessing the masterpiece he had molded, Tianyu rubbed his chin sarcastically. Wonderful, it looks just like a piece of contemporary art sculpture. If I took it to a competition, I might even win first prize. At this moment, Madame Gu spoke up to invite him. Tianyu, let's go inside. Yes, ma'am, and as he stepped through the door, an extravagant interior sparkling with gold immediately caught his eye. Tianyu secretly marveled at the lavishness and immense wealth of the Gu family. She threw the room door wide open and called out, Kiang, come out and see who's here to celebrate with you. As soon as he spotted Tianyu, little Kiang jumped for joy. Oh wow, it's the great hero Qi. Great hero Qi, please accept me as your disciple. Tianyu was completely dumbfounded, thinking to himself, is this brat delusional from watching too many martial arts movies? Right then, Madame Gu came to the rescue by explaining, my boy has been heavily addicted to wuxia novels since he was little. Please overlook his naivety, Tianyu. Kiang blinked his big, longing eyes and shouted, Master, let's go blow out the birthday candles. Tianyu, who was naturally awkward at coaxing kids, just mumbled a quick agreement to get it over with. He muttered inwardly, I am definitely the natural enemy of these hyperactive little brats. The master and disciple had just closed their eyes and clasped their hands in prayer for a few seconds when the boy suddenly remembered, wait a minute, second sister isn't home yet. I want to wait for second sister to come back before blowing out the candles so it'll be more fun. Your second sister just finished her tutoring class. She's probably on her way home right now. Tianyu froze for 5 seconds. He racked his brain, second sister. Could it be that heavily made-up little girl from the other day? She was so short she looked like a primary schooler. Truly unbelievable to think she is already in 10th grade. Before long, Sen Han Ning, Kiang's older sister, appeared right at the room's doorway. She announced loudly, Kiang, wishing my baby a brilliant birthday. Here is your present. Receiving the gift box, the boy jumped up in pure bliss. Oh wow, it's the limited edition of The Legend of the Condor Heroes with Jin Yang's handwritten signature. Only second sister understands me best. After the gift giving, she finally glanced over at Tianyu, paused and asked, oh, Tianyu is here too. Tianyu had to force a stiff smile and reply, ah, hello kiddo. Meanwhile, alarm bells were ringing in his mind. I'm so dead. Damn it, I completely forgot this girl's name again. What was she called? Right at that moment, little Kiang cheered excitedly, second sister is back. Then let's light the candles, happy birthday to you. The whole family clapped and sang the birthday song together. Tianyu, with a long face like he had just lost his life savings, forced himself to sing along, questioning himself. What the hell is going on and what kind of clownery am I doing in this place? Amidst the warm, familial atmosphere, as Kiang blew out the candles, only Tianyu stuck out, looking exactly like a wax statue with a face full of helplessness. When the party ended, Madame Gu warmly spoke up, Tianyu, I am truly grateful that you took the time to come and celebrate Kiang's birthday with us. Tianyu replied tactfully, changing the pace and playing with kids once in a while is also a pretty cool memory, ma'am. Madame Gu got teary-eyed and confided, usually, I'm buried in work, so the time I can spare for the kids is extremely tight. Kiang's kidnapping last time made me deeply regret and blame myself. Today, thanks to your presence, the boy smiled so brightly. The heavy burden in my heart has been lifted by half. I heard rumors that you've been having some friction with the Qing gang lately. If you need my influence to step in and clear the mess, just say the word. Tianyu was slightly startled, frowning as he asked, even the clash with the Qing gang has reached the president's ears. Well, I might as well lay my cards on the table with you, madam. The other day, my side did have a physical altercation with that bunch, but the incident has been settled amicably. I guarantee the Qing gang will vanish and won't dare show their faces to cause trouble anymore. Madame Gu nodded, then I can rest easy. Tianyu scratched his head in frustration and explained further, the catch is that my sworn brothers are currently homeless and unemployed. An older sister I know told me there's a lucrative construction bidding project we could take on. But the tricky part is, when it comes to business licenses and starting a company, I am completely clueless. I don't have a single drop of knowledge about it in my head. Hearing that, Madame Gu enthusiastically patted her chest, just throw all those paperwork issues to me. As the president of the Chamber of Commerce, handling these startup procedures is just a snap of my fingers. Tianyu was thrilled, smiling from ear to ear. Oh, then thank you 1,000 times, madam. By the way, opening a company requires injecting capital. Roughly how much charter capital are you planning to declare? At the same time, in another setting, Lan Zai was lounging on her bed in a tight-fitting nightgown that fully flaunted her hot curves. She fiddled with her beloved phone and muttered, "Oh shoot, I was so busy talking earlier that I forgot to remind Tianyu about the business registration capital. I wonder if that guy has enough money on hand." No sooner said than done. She immediately dialed Tianyu's number. "Hello, Tianyu speaking. I just remembered that setting up a company requires a capital deposit. Has your side gathered enough cash?" On the other end of the line, Tianyu replied gloomily, "I actually just finished discussing this with President Gu. She said that if I want to open a manpower brokerage company, then the absolute minimum capital fund must be 2 million. Where on earth am I supposed to dig up such a massive chunk of money now, sis?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lan Zai calmly dropped a sentence as light as a feather. "Just 2 million, let your sister sponsor this pocket change for you." It was truly unbelievable. 2 million yuan was equivalent to over 6 billion Vietnamese dong, yet such a colossal figure was merely pocket change in the eyes of this boss lady. Indeed, the demeanor of a rich woman. Tianyu broke a sweat upon hearing it, secretly bowing in admiration. Thinking about it, this sister really had nothing but money. Lan Zai didn't forget to remind him, "Remember to drop by my house tonight to pick up the money." Tianyu hastily agreed, "I am eternally grateful to you, Sister Lan Zai." After Tianyu hung up, Madame Gu inquired, "Is everything sorted out, Tianyu?" He replied calmly, "The capital issue has been smoothed over, ma'am. A friend just agreed to lend it to me." "That's wonderful. Tomorrow morning, I will dispatch my secretary to take you to complete the procedures. Everything will surely be quick and neat." "I am extremely grateful for your help, ma'am. By the way, madam, does little Kiang have any schedule this afternoon?" "It's the weekend, so the boy is just playing at home. Why do you bring him up?" "Well, Kiang already called me master, and you've enthusiastically supported me like this, so it's only right that I offer a small return gift. Since Kiang is free this afternoon, I plan to teach the boy some basic martial arts moves to improve his health." "Really, that would be fantastic. This boy was born with a weak constitution, so if he could learn a little martial arts to strengthen his body, that would be wonderful." Having said that, Madame Gu hurriedly walked to her grandson's room and called out to Kiang very affectionately. "Originally, I planned to take you to the park to play this afternoon. But Master Tianyu just offered to impart some martial arts moves to you. Now you decide yourself whether you want to go to the park or stay home and practice martial arts. You can only choose one option, okay?" Upon hearing this, Kiang's eyes lit up. The boy answered decisively without a moment of hesitation, "Practicing martial arts, of course. I really want to be instructed by master." Seeing Kiang's eager demeanor, Tianyu and Madame Gu both smiled in delight without prior agreement. Under the fiery red sunset, the master and disciple enthusiastically practiced beginner martial arts stances, looking quite like true martial artists at a glance. Seeing that his disciple showed quite some potential, Tianyu encouraged him, "Excellent, Kiang. Just one afternoon of practice, and your punching power is already quite solid." Little Kiang also replied sweetly, "It's all thanks to master's dedicated teaching." Witnessing Tianyu's zeal, Madame Gu warmly invited, "You've expended a lot of effort today. Please stay and have an intimate family dinner with us tonight." The young man immediately declined politely, "Oh, it's nothing major, ma'am. This is my duty. Besides, I accidentally made another appointment for tonight." The martial arts instruction session for Kiang came to an end. At this time, Madame Gu was also preparing to take her grandson back. "It's getting late. I'll take Kiang back first." The mischievous little student waved his hand, "Goodbye, master." "Where are you heading? Do you need a ride for part of the way?" Tianyu elegantly refused. "No need to trouble you, ma'am. My place is just a short distance from here. A quick stroll will get me there." "That works too. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll have my secretary pick you up to do the paperwork." "Understood. I am extremely grateful to you, ma'am." Tianyu stood watching the grandmother and grandson get into the car. The vehicle slowly started and faded into the stream of passing traffic. At that exact moment, Tianyu took out his phone and dialed Lanzai. Listen, Lanzai, all the hurdles on my end have been smoothly resolved. Tomorrow morning, President Gu will dispatch her secretary to pick me up personally to handle the paperwork. Where are you right now? Where should I go to meet you? From the other end of the line, Lanzai was lying lazily on her bed hugging a pillow, whispering back, I'm at the Land family villa, hurry over here. Today, a business partner gifted our family dozens of king crabs, and the whole house is getting a headache trying to figure out how to finish them all. Hearing about food, Tianyu's eyes sparkled, his mouth watering nonstop as he hastily stammered, oh my god, hairy crabs. Absolutely top-notch. Wait for me a sec, I'll fly over right now. Tempted by his favorite delicacy, this young man cared nothing about the 20 kilometers of winding mountain roads, sprinting at full speed straight to Lanzai's house. In just a flash, he was standing in front of the Lan family mansion's gate, having just knocked to announce his arrival. Lanzai personally came out to welcome the guest. As soon as she saw Tianyu, she waved happily. Tianyu, you're here. Why is your whole body drenched in sweat like that? Soaking in sweat, Tianyu panted as he replied, I just ran straight across the mountain to get here. I have an urgent matter to discuss with you, Sister Lanzai. Lanzai immediately teased him, what urgent matter? I bet you just heard about the hairy crabs and started drooling, rushing over here to mooch a meal. Hurry inside and enjoy, the crabs are fresh out of the pot and still steaming hot. The young man stared wide-eyed at the tray of fragrant, steaming crabs, gulped down his saliva and spoke up, then I won't hold back as a guest. Right after saying that, he swooped down on the banquet table, grabbed a giant crab claw and cracked it with a snap, revealing the pristine white meat inside. He eagerly popped it into his mouth and chewed voraciously, his face looking so blissful that anyone watching would salivate. Even Grandpa, who was sitting imposingly on the carpet, munched on his crab and nodded in praise. The food is good, but it still falls far short of my 50-kilo sea crab. Witnessing Grandpa's satisfied expression, Tianyu silently judged, it's truly hard to believe that a dignified senior like him could have such a refreshing moment. After some small talk, Lanzai got back to the main point. Oh right, sister, please lend me 2 million yuan. Tianyu was stunned upon hearing this, his face looking utterly dumbfounded as he sighed inwardly, borrowing money but diving straight into the ground like that. Sister Lan Kaian immediately questioned, why borrow such a huge amount of money out of nowhere? Did you forget that Tianyu is preparing to establish a business? The bare minimum capital is 2 million. So it's for that construction bidding project. Agreed, I'll transfer the money over in a bit. Since this is Tianyu's business, if I can help with this trivial matter, of course I will. Right then, Grandpa, who was watching the news on TV, suddenly sighed and complained, TV programs these days are sick and boring. Young man Tianyu was still frozen for 5 seconds, pondering to himself, does this family do everything so generously? The amount is up to 2 million yuan. My dad butchered pigs continuously for 40 years and probably hasn't even saved up that much money. Suddenly, thunder clapped loudly outside, followed by a torrential downpour pouring down. Tianyu cast his gaze out the door, exclaiming in surprise, why is it suddenly raining so heavily? Grandpa watched the weather forecast and said casually, the station reported a storm making landfall tonight. High chance it will rain persistently for many days without stopping. Tianyu stared blankly at the curtain of rain, looking thoughtful as he spoke. The weather lately is really weird. It was clearly sunny just this afternoon. Later, seeing the rainfall getting thicker and thicker, Lanzai then offered a suggestion, hey Tianyu. The storm is too fierce, why don't you crash here for the night? The young man's heart skipped a beat, his face turning bright red as he stammered, oh my. How could that work? Your house is full of women. As a man, staying overnight probably isn't very appropriate. Grandpa immediately stepped in to push the ship along. Tianyu, why should a manly guy be so picky about such trivial things? My granddaughter personally invited you to stay, so why are you refusing? The young man tried to maintain his image as a serious youth. No, that's not it, sir. Aren't you worried at all about me sharing a room with your granddaughter? As soon as he finished speaking, Grandpa swung his hand and rewarded the boy with a wake-up punch, yelling conveniently, what a coward. Seeing that scene, the two Lan sisters could only widen their eyes in shock. Grandpa continued scolding the hypocritical Tianyu, Sooner or later, you'll be the worthy son-in-law of the Lan family anyway. Why would I care about such petty things? You two are acting exactly like children. Or is this engagement just a theatrical play to trick me? Hearing this, both of them broke out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking, oh no, is the cover blown? You're joking around too much, sir. How could we dare joke about a lifelong commitment? Yes, yes. If it's not acting, you're both grown adults. Why are you so timid in love like primary schoolers? Realizing that Grandpa had already paved the way, the young man simply went with the flow. Since you've given your consent, sir, I will shamelessly stay over then. Hearing that, Lanzai was probably rejoicing internally, her face flushing a deep red. Not stopping there, Tianyu dropped another critical line, tonight I'll sleep in Zai's room. After all, it's not our first time. Hearing that sentence, Lanzai was so embarrassed that her face turned pale. She hurriedly stuttered, Tianyu, what nonsense are you spouting? Grandpa smiled so widely his eyes vanished, feeling smug that his provocation worked so well. Haha, this little devil, you don't have to spell it out so bluntly like that. Sister Lan Kyan, standing nearby, also felt awkward and had to tactfully scold. It's all because you instigated him that Tianyu said that, please tone it down, sir, or you'll scare our precious grandson-in-law away. Tianyu, just sleep here tonight. From now on, consider this place your home, no need to be polite. The screen switched to the scene inside the bedroom. The young man and woman were curled up in two corners of the bed, so shy that their faces were burning red, looking exactly like two kids. Tianyu appeared calm on the outside, but his inner world was a storm, unable to believe Grandpa was bold enough to lock him and Lanzai in the same room. The young man spoke in a warm, affectionate tone, changing his pronoun address entirely, Lanzai. It's late, I'll lay out a mattress on the floor and that'll be fine. You should get some sleep early too. Lanzai maintained her gentle lady demeanor, just nodding softly without speaking. Tianyu asked gently, I'll turn off the lights, okay? Right at that moment, Lanzai seemed to throw away all her modesty and spoke up. The tile floor is very cold for Tianyu to sleep on. Why don't you come up and share the bed with me? The young man still intentionally played dumb. How could that be appropriate? I absolutely won't let you sleep on the floor. How about we both lie on the bed and split the space in half? That solves it. Tianyu rejoiced inwardly. This deal is pretty sweet. After all, it's just crashing for one night, pretending to ponder for a few seconds. He nodded, that method is reasonable too. After speaking, the handsome young man and beautiful girl awkwardly shared a single mattress, each huddled on one side, dividing the blankets and pillows. Young man Tianyu, honored to lie next to a beauty for the first time, was screaming internally. How the hell could anyone close their eyes in such an intensely tense situation? Whether Lanzai was experienced or not was unknown, but her aura seemed much calmer. She secretly counted Tianyu's erratic heartbeat. The dashing guy had to grit his teeth to suppress the restlessness in his heart, his whole body burning hot. It was absolute torture. Right then, Lanzai used her age advantage to suddenly turn around and tightly embrace Tianyu, whispering in a sweet voice, my handsome Tianyu. The normally strong young man was now as obedient as a puppy. Lanzai, what's wrong with you? Lanzai teared up and whispered, Tianyu, can we push this relationship a little further? A little further? I'm so sick of this fake lover's charade. If you became my official, rightful boyfriend, how wonderful would that be? Zai. Just as their lips were mere millimeters from locking together, paving the way for a fiery, passionate scene. Grandpa's voice boomed from the hallway, totally ruining the climax. The TV lost its signal. Tianyu, come over and help Grandpa tinker with it. The two of them, who were overflowing with emotions, suddenly lost their mood entirely, groaning in unison with deep resentment. Oh, Grandpa. Grandpa read the situation and chuckled loudly. Oh my, how embarrassing, you two just keep going, I won't bother you anymore. At that moment, Tianyu and Zai only wished the ground would swallow them whole to escape the humiliation. Tianyu lost all his inspiration, muttering dejectedly, well, I'm going to lay out a mat on the floor. Lanzai, her face still bright red, replied in a tiny voice, yes, and just like that, the night was over until dawn. Sister Lan Kyan stuffed a credit card into Tianyu's hand, instructing him, Tianyu, quickly take this card. The balance inside is a flat 2 million yuan, and the pin is exactly Lanzai's birthday. For the first time, Tianyu possessed a massive fortune, smiling broadly from ear to ear. He hurriedly replied, "I acknowledge Sister Lan Kaian's kindness. I swear I will grind hard to pay off this debt in the shortest time possible." Sister Lan Kaian crossed her arms and switched to a solemn tone. "You're overcomplicating things again. Why be so polite? You must engrave in your heart that you are the precious son-in-law of the Lan family. Giving you this 2 million yuan as startup capital is only natural." The righteous hero Tianyu declared firmly, "Please don't say that, Sister Lan Kaian. I will never accept living under a woman's roof and clinging to her skirt. I will definitely settle this loan fairly." Sister Lan Kaian covered her mouth and smiled subtly. "Very good, a man should have such character. Tianyu, you can relax. I will also be absolutely strictly fair with you. If you default on this 2 million yuan, I will hire thugs to camp out at your door and hound you until every last penny is collected. So intense, if they show up every day to collect debts, there's nowhere to run." Exactly when Lanzai walked over carrying breakfast, conveniently coming to Tianyu's rescue, Sister Lan Kaian stopped teasing him. "Tianyu, try this. This is crab meat stuffed buns, making use of the leftover king crabs from last night." Tianyu wrinkled his nose to sniff the enticing aroma, took his chopsticks to grab a piece of the bun, crab-stuffed buns. "This is the first time in my life getting to taste such a unique dish." Our Tianyu took a bite. The rich, creamy aftertaste of the king crab flooded his mind, making him blurt out an exclamation. "Oh wow. Earth-shattering deliciousness. As expected of the Lan family, just barely dawn and the top-tier chef has already served up such an excellent breakfast." Hearing that, Sister Lan Kaian immediately corrected him. "Where would our house dig up a super chef? We only hire outsiders to cook when we host big banquets. This plate of buns is a masterpiece kneaded by Xiaozai's own hands." Tianyu widened his eyes in astonishment, asking to confirm, did Xiaozai really go into the kitchen herself? "With this princess-like demeanor, I didn't expect you to have such culinary talent." Hearing that, Lanzai's face darkened instantly. "It's over," the young man was glared at intensely. "Tianyu, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to rebel against the boss of the house?" "Oh wait, I admit my mistake." Right away, Sister Lan Kaian smoothed over her younger sister's image. "Tianyu, don't just look at Xiaozai racing supercars and hitting up loud bars all day. In reality, when she returns to her nest, this girl is a resourceful beauty who knows extremely well how to manage household chores." Hearing her sister expose her, Lanzai turned red with embarrassment and tried to stop her. "Sister Lan Kaian, please say less. My edgy image is completely shattered." Only then did Tianyu sincerely express, "A woman who is excellent at domestic affairs and knows how to care for her family like Lanzai. It's truly beyond my imagination, but I am actually extremely fond of it. It's precisely that gentle, home-oriented trait." Those casual words made Lanzai's heart flutter wildly. At that same time, Grandpa was practicing Tai Chi in the garden. Tianyu stepped out onto the porch, stretched his arms, and looked up at the blue sky, marveling, wow, true that the storm came fast and dissipated quickly too. After just one night, the dark clouds have given way to brilliant golden sunshine. "Good morning, Grandpa. I would like to excuse myself to run some errands. Try to resolve the company paperwork quickly. Our side's project isn't idle enough to wait long." "Yes, sir, I guarantee I will speed up the process as much as possible." Inside the house, Lanzai was dialing stylist Zhang. "Hello, Xiao Zhang, book me an appointment with the hairstylist. I need to change my style into a mature, gentle, and resourceful lady." It seems the young miss was determined to undergo a complete makeover just because of young man Tianyu's casual remark. The camera shifted to the next day. Tianyu was standing in front of the Business Registration Bureau's lobby as per Madame Gu's instructions. He picked up his phone and called the president. "Hello, President Gu, I am standing at the entrance of the agency you mentioned." From the other end of the line, Madame Gu instructed, "Tianyu, just head straight inside. My secretary Song, wearing a bright red suit, is waiting. I have already assigned him to complete all the paperwork. You just need to sign your name and it's done." Receiving the information, he answered cheerfully, "Perfect. Thank you so much, President Gu, for taking the trouble to help." He casually stuffed his hands in his pockets and strode confidently into the main hall. Glaringly obvious right in front of his eyes was a guy wearing a striking red suit, exactly as Madame Gu had described down to the centimeter. Their eyes met with fiery sparks. The young man showed a disdainful attitude, cursing inwardly, "What hole did this country bumpkin crawl out from, standing in my way for what purpose?" On this side, Tianyu with his clueless face was also muttering calculations. A suit this loud read, "It's definitely him." Then he openly struck up a conversation, "Are you Secretary Song?" The man jutted his chin and answered in a snarky tone, "That's me. What do you want with me? Our agency doesn't need to install electrical wiring." Tianyu suddenly envisioned himself wearing an electrician's uniform, questioning himself, "Does my appearance look so peasant-like that I resemble an electrician? I don't know which nerve this guy snapped." He immediately clarified his identity, Secretary Song, "I am Tianyu, dispatched here by President Gu to handle the company establishment procedures." Upon hearing the name, the secretary jolted, stammering in shock, "Why? You are the benefactor Tianyu who saved the Gu family's young master." At this point, Tianyu could only show an expression of utter helplessness, at a loss for words and not bothering to explain further. The lowly lackey panicked and instantly did a 180, switching to a sweet attitude, "Young Master Chi, please forgive this humble one. I truly have eyes but fail to see." Tianyu let out a long sigh, "Oh God, why is it that wherever I go, people label me as a broke, destitute orphan?" Hearing that, he clasped his hands in apology and offered dedicated advice. "Please allow me the audacity to offer a small piece of advice to young Master Chi." Tianyu let out a frustrated sigh, "Let's hear what you have to say." "This torn sportswear completely destroys your luxurious aura. I advise you to retire this fashion style from now on." "This outfit is my favorite uniform. How does it ruin my aura?" Before he could finish his sentence, the secretary pulled out his beloved phone, snapped a photo, and said, "Let me take a picture so you can verify it yourself." The guy held out the screen. "Admittedly, your appearance right now looks exactly like those rural punks." Glancing at the photo, Tianyu had to click his tongue and admit, "Gotta agree it does look pretty tacky." Next, the guy handed a file of documents to Tianyu and reminded him, "Young Master Chi, I have already pulled strings to complete all the steps. Just fill your name in here and go over to that counter to pay the fee, and the company setup procedure will be considered smooth sailing." Tianyu took the papers, smiling brightly, "Perfect, sorry for the trouble." After an exhausting wait in line to complete a mess of complicated paperwork, a few hours had passed. Tianyu, lounging on the bench, turned to ask the secretary, "With all this done, the company is officially born, right?" Secretary Song patted his chest, guaranteeing, "As long as no malicious person gets in the way, the paperwork will be stamped and approved within 7 days." Seeing everything go smoothly, the boy cheerfully offered, "Let's go, I'll treat you to a proper meal this noon." At the same time, at the business registration office, the head of the agency was glued to Tianyu's hefty application file. Suddenly, a tough-looking guy spoke up with a gruff voice, breaking the silence, "Brother Chi, that brat who just submitted the application to open a company is named Tianyu, right?" The director chuckled and nodded, "Spot on, that kid really is a bamboo shoot growing taller than the old bamboo. Tianyu is still green in age, but dares to throw 2 million to set up a construction company. His audacity is not to be underestimated." So this was Ping Jia, the dark boss manipulating the Qing gang from behind the scenes. The old man smirked maliciously, "Yeah, I gotta respect his boldness too. Therefore, just hand Tianyu's pile of documents to me so I can personally scrutinize them carefully. What do you say?" The director nodded profusely in agreement. "This young man is a rare gem, and now to have you personally inspect it for him, it's truly a blessing from 7 generations of ancestors." Ping Jia snatched the file of documents, dropping a sentence full of hidden meaning, "You just rest easy. I guarantee I will welcome this brat Tianyu thoroughly down to the roots of his hair." Having completely processed all sorts of documents, Tianyu returned to regroup with Xia Liang. Catching wind of the new strategy, Xia Liang dropped his jaw in shock. "What? Set up a business?" Tianyu rested his hands on his knees, declaring forcefully, "Exactly, I have neatly taken care of the money and procedures. When the time is ripe, we will take over the entire bidding project of the Lan family. The brothers' livelihood worries will be permanently solved from now on." Hearing the declaration, Xia Liang's entire body trembled uncontrollably from excitement. He choked up and swore, "Tianyu, from this moment on you are my flesh and blood. The entire Xia gang swears to obey your commands. Even if we have to cross mountains of blades or seas of fire, we will absolutely never step back." All hail gang leader Chi, all hail gang leader Chi. Another quiet day passed by. The clock hands now pointed to the 5th of August. Chi Tianyu's mother was strolling through the market for groceries when a vendor eagerly asked, "Recently there's a huge rumor going around that the precious son of the pork stall owner is about to become a director. I heard he set up a construction company with a massive capital of 6 million. The next 3 days quietly passed in a peaceful atmosphere. In the middle of the classroom, Chi Tianyu and his tight-knit squad were gathering to gossip. Cheng Dong fired the first shot. Chi Tianyu has evaporated and gone missing lately. Just as expected, he's busy taking care of his grand enterprise. He promised me that as soon as the company opens, he'd give me the vice president position. Any ladies dreaming of becoming a tycoon's wife better pull a number and line up right now." Disappearing for another 2 days, the news of Chi Tianyu's startup finally flew to the police station. "Captain Yu initiated, Xiao Luan. Did you catch the news that the kid Chi Tianyu you're close with is about to be promoted to director?" Xiao Luan smiled radiantly and chimed in, "Of course I did. That kid truly is an outstanding role model. If only my career seniority were a bit higher, I probably would have quit my job to become his legal representative too." Another 5 days silently passed. Today was already the 15th of August. A whole 10 days had flown by since Chi Tianyu submitted his application. The frame shifted to Chi Tianyu's private residence. Xu Ping was visiting his house, the girl complaining sluggishly. "Oh God, I finally dragged myself home. I don't know what kind of wrong medicine the TV station took, suddenly starting a documentary project and even pushing me to be the MC, it's pure torture." Chi Tianyu cheekily flattered her. "This means Sister Xu Ping is about to be promoted to a boss, doesn't it? He, from now on, call me the powerful editor. In the future, the national news program might even be entirely monopolized by me." The young man chimed in with his flattery, "The editor-in-chief of the news bulletin forever. That title sounds extremely badass, huh?" The words barely escaped his mouth when Chi Tianyu's mother loomed over, landing a painful blow. "What the hell kind of title? Xu Ping's career is shining brightly, while that damned company of yours has vanished without a trace. Not only that, you skip school and plant your roots at home all day. Hasn't even wiped his nose clean yet and wants to imitate businessmen." Hearing his mother sing her usual tune, Chi Tianyu hastily argued back, "Why are you getting so worked up, Mom? The document approval stage is complicated. Whenever they finish reviewing it, they'll proactively contact me right away." Xu Ping smelled something unusual and advised Chi Tianyu, "According to standard procedure, reviewing the files only takes about 7 days. Yours has been hanging for half a month already. You even know that people are weaving all sorts of wild stories out there. Some say you opened a ghost company, others accuse you of illegal fundraising, and some even slander you as a scam boss." Chi Tianyu finally snapped out of it, realizing the situation had gone south, and muttered, "Now that Sister Xu Ping mentions it, I'll immediately head over there to interrogate them and get to the bottom of this." Xu Ping immediately volunteered, "Let me escort you there." The screen transitions to the Corporate Registration Bureau. Chi Tianyu and Xu Ping are standing at the reception counter. Chi Tianyu asks the clerk in a panic, "What do you mean the files can't be found?" The female clerk replies with a cold attitude, "Our computer database doesn't have any documents registered under the name Chi Tianyu." Chi Tianyu feels like he's been struck by lightning and frantically clarifies, "I clearly paid the full 2 million fee that day. How could the files just vanish into thin air?" The clerk types a few keys to double-check the data and concludes, "I have reviewed the entire cash flow, and the 2 million payment you just mentioned has absolutely no receipt saved in the system." At this point, he is truly in deep panic, muttering to himself, "What the hell is going on? Could there be a loophole in the paperwork done by Secretary Song?" He presses further to verify, on August 5th, was there really no transaction of a 2 million yuan fee? The receptionist keeps her eyes glued to the screen and replies, "There was a company registered on that day, also operating in the construction sector. That business is named Qingbang Zhumu, and the legal representative is Peng Yuzhai." Upon hearing that familiar name, he grinds his teeth and curses, "It's those Qingbang bastards again." Xu Ping sees his intense reaction and immediately asks, "Chi Tianyu, did you figure something out? It seems some force has stolen all my money and documents, then swapped the name to Qingbang. Why would it become Qingbang? How could such an absurd thing happen? How are we going to resolve this now? A petty faction like Qingbang doesn't have the capability to pull off something this massive. There must be a powerful black hand backing them up. I need to head back to Sha Bang for an urgent meeting with Sha Liang. We need a long-term strategy for this. I have a filming schedule at the TV station this afternoon. You guys must stay highly vigilant when taking action. Immediately, Tianyu sounds the alarm to summon all the brothers of Sha Bang for an emergency meeting. Sha Liang offers a suggestion. Tianyu, how about we find President Gu to gather some intel? She's been navigating the business world for years. She'll definitely have deeper insights than us. Tianyu finds Sha Liang's strategy quite reasonable, so he nods and executes it right away. Meanwhile, the female president is hugging her knees at home with a haggard face and a broken spirit. Her phone rings, and the screen displays the name Tianyu. President Gu sluggishly reaches out to pick up the phone. She presses the answer button with an extremely sorrowful voice. "Hello, is this Tianyu?" From the other end of the line, Tianyu speaks. "President Gu, last time your secretary's song took me to submit the company documents, but now there's a huge problem over there." Hearing this, President Gu sighs and replies, "Tianyu, I hold the position of the Chamber of Commerce president. Us interacting too closely will affect my reputation. From this moment on, it's best we cut off all contact." Right after delivering those heartless words, she hangs up abruptly, leaving Tianyu frozen, his mind spinning, unable to comprehend the situation. Sha Liang notices his weird expression and asks, "Why do you look so dumbfounded?" Tianyu stares at his phone screen and mutters, "President Gu suddenly wants to cut ties with me." Her tone was full of fear, exactly as if she was being controlled by someone. Sha Liang immediately makes a bold decision. "We have to go there and check. There's an 80 or 90% chance that her being threatened is orchestrated by the force backing Qingbang. We must meet her in person to extract information by any means. Yeah, let me make the trip myself. You guys stay home so a large crowd doesn't scare her out of her wits." Driving straight there, he quickly arrives at President Gu's private residence. He crouches and hides in the shadows of the main gate, waiting for the right moment to sneak in. As soon as he slips through the gate, he glances to the left and spots a few very familiar cars, muttering, "These are clearly the cars parked at the Qingbang headquarters the day we went to cause trouble, aren't they? Why are they sitting right in front of President Gu's house now?" At that exact moment, a fierce argument echoes from the living room. "I have obediently followed Qingbang's orders. What more do you people want?" Tianyu secretly ponders. As expected, the hunting dogs of Qingbang are staking out in President Gu's house. Tianyu peeks through the door crack, astonished to find President Gu and the vice leader of Qingbang engaged in a heated argument. The blue-haired guy speaks in an insolent tone, "My brothers and I are just being overly cautious. I hope President Gu can generously overlook this. You can rest easy, your two precious darlings are being served very thoughtfully by my brothers." Hiding on the porch, Tianyu immediately pieces everything together, so the Qingbang scum despicably kidnapped Qiang and his sister to threaten President Gu. The vice leader emphasizes further, "You better cooperate with us to wipe out Sha Bang and conveniently uproot that brat Tianyu. Once the mission is complete, I promise to return your children to you without a single hair harmed. You guys step outside and keep watch. Let me have a little heart-to-heart with President Gu." The lackeys are very tactful, obediently stepping outside according to their boss's order. Wenmin, this space is now ours alone. He smirks while closing in, backing President Gu into a corner. His massive, hulking body bends down, blowing his breath right into the female president's face. She is so terrified that she trembles. What are you trying to do?" He spews sickening, perverted words. "Wenmin, I Wu Feng, am absolutely not as ordinary as those men out there. I judge women not by their looks, but by the beauty of their souls. Serve me obediently, and you will become the most fulfilled woman on earth." After finishing his sentence, he pounces on President Gu like a starving tiger on its prey, attempting his vile deeds. He puckers his lips, intending to plant dirty kisses on her. President Gu, a frail and weak woman, helplessly resists, only able to cry in utter despair. Right at that life-or-death moment, a dark shadow swiftly looms right behind him. It's none other than Tianyu. He says nothing, swinging his shoe heel and landing a thunderous blow right on the guy's filthy snout. Taking the critical hit head-on, the pervert is dazed, stumbles and faceplants hard onto the floor. President Gu is scared out of her wits. her legs giving out as she collapses onto the tiles, her mouth trembling as she calls out, Tian. Tianyu. Tianyu immediately comforts her. Stay calm, with me protecting you here, no one will dare to touch you. The vice leader scrambles to his feet, glaring and roaring, which son of a bitch dares to play dirty with me? The moment the words leave his mouth, the tip of Tianyu's shoe mercilessly crashes down on the top of his head. A smashing blow carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, crushing his face against the tiled floor. Foam pours from his mouth before he sinks into a deep coma. After cleaning up the scum, Tianyu dials Sha Liang on his phone. Sha Liang, block the door, don't let a single soul escape. Before he can hang up, Sha Liang kicks the door open and walks in, hands in his pockets, reporting with an extremely cool demeanor. Rest assured, I've already wiped them clean outside. Out in the yard, the Qing Bang lackeys have been knocked out by Sha Liang, lying flat in heaps. Now Tianyu finally concludes, let's head out to rescue Qiang. Sha Liang looks confused and asks, how the hell do we rescue him now? We don't even have a clue about the coordinates where the kid is being held. What do you think those punching bags out there are for? Just drag them in one by one and beat them up. They'll spill the beans eventually. As for the next step, I've already planned the script. Xiao Zhu, open your WeChat, prepare all the tools I just messaged you. President Gu, please stay strong. I swear to bring Qiang back safe and sound. President Gu bursts into emotions, covering her face and sobbing out loud. Tianyu ties up the second boss, hangs him dangling from a tree branch, and begins the interrogation, forcing him to speak. Sweating profusely, he trembles in terror and stammers in response. I'll confess everything. Pretending to be deaf, Tianyu nonchalantly asks back, so you refuse to confess. Xiao Zhu, start serving him. With that said, Zhu Ji struggles to carry a huge basin of crayfish in front of the hanging man. The second boss's face wrinkles in panic, his stomach tying in knots. Hey, I already said I would tell you everything. Bothering not to reply, Zhu Ji dumps the entire basin of lobsters onto him. The swarm of shrimp vigorously uses their claws to pinch him, making him writhe in agony, screaming tragically. I'm telling the truth, please stop the torture. Seeing this, Tianyu finally signals his subordinate to stop. The second boss obediently spills all the secrets. Qiang and the others are being held in a warehouse on Hikaio Road with about 10 guards. Please spare me, I will lead the way to rescue them. After listening, Tianyu wears an icy expression and replies, want to slip away? Dream on. Just lie there like a good boy and wait for the police to come and cuff you. Wait, why call the police? I only did bad things because circumstances forced me to. By the time the interrogation of the second boss concludes, the clock just strikes 11 at night. Tianyu and his brothers are hiding behind the tree canopy near the wall corner, right by the area where the two siblings are being held. Sha Liang speaks in a hushed voice. What's the plan now? Do we just kick the door in and storm them? With an indifferent expression, Tianyu stops him. Calm down, they are holding hostages, acting rashly right now is very risky. The items I asked you to prepare earlier, did you bring them all? Everything is in here, but what are these clunky things for? Sha Liang wonders. Hurry up and put this outfit on. Wearing a bewildered face, Sha Liang still hasn't wrapped his head around the plan, muttering. Weird, why is there a whole bunch of wigs? A moment later, Sha Liang finishes putting on the wig and equips a pair of pitch-black sunglasses. His appearance right now looks exactly like the second boss molded from a cast, the only issue being the voice. Tianyu smiles triumphantly. Just walk in proudly and boldly state that the superiors requested to move the hostages elsewhere, and that's it. Putting his complete trust in Tianyu, Sha Liang nods. All right, I'll listen to you. Inside the cell, a few guards are gathered around playing cards when they suddenly spot a figure walking towards them from a distance. They jolt in alertness and yell loudly. Who goes there? The one who just arrived has the shape of the second boss, but inside it is Sha Liang. One of the gullible guards quickly clasps his hands in greeting. Has the second boss arrived? Sha Liang tries to pinch his voice to sound similar, calmly replying, You've worked hard, brothers, the superiors just changed the plan, I'm here to escort the hostages. Yes, sir. We will bring them out right away. Suddenly an ear-piercing shout rings out, wait a minute. It turns out the one who just called out is Wei Gu Ying, currently high on drugs. He hiccups and rambles. Haha, the second boss is here, come over and have a few drinks with me. Sha Liang tactfully tries to decline. Ruan Guo Ying, I'm busy with important business today, I can't drink with you. A lackey seeing this quickly explains. Hope the second boss forgives us, the third boss insisted on coming so we were helpless. No problem, I'll take them away and be out of sight soon. You guys keep a close eye on the third boss, don't let him run wild. Yes sir, please wait a moment, I'll bring them out immediately. While waiting, Sha Liang slightly glances at the intoxicated Wei Guo Ying, silently evaluating. I didn't expect Ruan Guo Ying to be here. Absolutely cannot reveal any flaws right now. He's so high on drugs to this extent, he definitely won't be able to see through my real identity. At this moment the guard leads the hostages out, respectfully saying, Second boss, they are here. You just hold on to this chain, even if they grow wings they won't be able to escape. Qiang and his sister are tied tightly together with a filthy dog chain. Both of their faces clearly show shock after the psychological trauma, their bodies covered in pitiful bruises. Seeing the two siblings miserably tortured, the fire of anger flares up violently in Sha Liang's heart, his hands clenching like pliers, grinding his teeth and cursing internally. These animals, seeing that his attitude seems a bit off, the guard naively asks, Second boss, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Sha Liang hastily lowers his head, hiding his emotions. It's nothing, hand them over to me. Right then, Wei Guo Ying goes crazy again, letting out a shrill laugh of a madman. Ha ha ha, this girl looks quite tasty, how old is she? Second boss, I also have a girl at my place, let us brothers have some fun together. Sha Liang's face instantly darkens with gloom. Gathering all his strength, he launches a skyward uppercut straight at the other guy's chin, sending saliva flying everywhere, emphasizing every word. Take your filthy hands off. The guard standing nearby cries out in panic. Second boss, have you lost your mind? Without saying another word. Sha Liang focuses his strength to snap the chain, binding the two siblings at lightning speed, instructing them. I am a brother of Tianyu, I came here to get you two out. Later when I hold them off, you two just find a way to escape, don't worry about me. The punch just now snapped Wei Guo Ying right out of his high. He clutches his aching mouth, growling, Second boss. Are you planning to hog it all? What an eyesore, today I must teach you a lesson on behalf of the big boss. Sha Liang immediately strips off the wig and sunglasses, deciding to show his cards to them. The foolish lackey finally realizes the truth now, stammering in horror. You are the boss of Sha Bang. Wei Guo Ying lunges forward to kick off the fight, shouting loudly, Second boss, take this. The guard hastily calls his accomplices to flee. Meanwhile, Sha Liang stands firm in a defensive stance, ready to face the battle. The two siblings take advantage of this golden opportunity to slip away. Seeing Wei Guo Ying seeming to lose strength, the lackeys offer, Third boss, let us lend a hand. With a shattered jaw, Wei Guo Ying loudly brushes them off. This is a grudge between me and the second boss, nobody is allowed to interfere. Hurry and catch that little girl back here. One guy hurriedly replies, Third boss, he is not the second boss. Stop making excuses to cover up for him. This arrogant second boss needs a beating. You guys hurry up and chase after that little girl for me. Hearing this, the lackeys look at each other in bewilderment, whispering to themselves that this third boss must have truly damaged his brain. Whatever, let's just go catch the person first to be safe. At the same time, Sha Liang and Wei Guo Ying are clashing fiercely. Sha Liang throws a 1,000-pound punch, but Wei Guo Ying is no slouch either, easily raising his hand to block it neatly. Using all his might, Sha Liang manages to knock the enemy's arm away. He quickly calculates in his head, ever since Ruan Guo Ying went crazy, his martial arts can be considered trashed. Now he is just a big guy with brute strength greater than normal people. If confronting head-on one-on-one, the victory will definitely belong to me. The one-eyed guy suddenly drops a compliment. Your martial arts are slightly better than before. Let's see how you deal with my true strength now. Hearing this, Sha Liang immediately heightens his vigilance, taking a few steps back to take a defensive stance. Suddenly, a streak of lightning flashes past his ear, full of killing intent. His intuition telling him something bad is coming, Sha Liang breaks out in a cold sweat, muttering, I'm doomed. What is this? Before he finishes his sentence, Wei Guo Ying leaps up with an extremely vicious knee strike straight at his opponent's chin, roaring, Heaven and earth clash punch. Taking the fatal blow head-on, Sha Liang's body is sent flying backwards, crashing through a solid section of the wall. Suffering heavy damage, he coughs up a large mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground in excruciating pain. Lifting his wounded face, he secretly assesses, truly a freak of nature. After taking drugs, this guy's strength is even more brutal than before. I underestimated the enemy. Standing far away, Wei Ying drops a sarcastic remark. Second boss, why are you so weak? Go home, suck on your mother's teat, and practice some more. Instantly, a stream of blood squirts directly into his eye. It turns out Sha Liang used his own blood as a tool to obscure the enemy's vision. Seizing the moment, he dashes as fast as lightning, swinging a destructive uppercut that dislocates his jaw. The sheer power of the strike sends dust flying blindly. Wei Ying, under the influence of drugs, truly possesses an indestructible Vajra body. Despite taking such a painful hit, he still has the strength to laugh mockingly. Commendable for that blood-spitting hide-and-seek trick. Your tricks are good, but your arm strength isn't even enough to scratch an itch. Watch this ultimate rapid-fire cannonball move, striking 5 or 6 times per second. But before he can execute the move, from behind, Kiang delivers a divine kick, kicking straight into his weak spot without missing a millimeter. The pain surges straight to his brain, making his eyes roll back, his mouth agape as if his jaw is about to drop, screaming miserably, "Oh, my family jewels." Witnessing that scene, Sha Liang's jaw drops in astonishment. Kiang. The man clutches his lower body in a comical posture, gritting his teeth and hissing. What crack did this little brat crawl out from? Seeing the disobedient boy, Sha Liang scolds in frustration. What are you doing back here? I told you to just put your head down and run. Bearing the rich demeanor of a little gentleman, the boy clenches his fists, speaking boldly. Abandoning a comrade is not the principle of a hero. Hearing this makes his ears ring. Wei Ying retorts, "Hey kid, this backstabbing trick is nothing close to being a gentleman. Today I will broaden your horizons about martial arts." He drops arrogant words and immediately lunges forward, making Kiang stand frozen like a statue, unable to dodge in time. Right at the moment death approached, Tianyu appears like a god. He rushes in, using his entire body weight to pin the criminal flat against the ground. Tianyu locks his 4 limbs tight, making him unable to budge even an inch. Seeing the silhouette of his benefactor, Kiang's face lights up brightly. It's Master Tianyu. Eating dirt, Wei Ying resentfully asks. What kind of brat are you? He tries to crane his neck to look. Peering clearly right before him are the razor-sharp eyes of Tianyu. His facial expression instantly turns pale, and then he runs for his life, screaming loudly as he flees. A ghost, someone save me, there's a ghost. Seeing the enemy running for his life, Sha Liang inquires, he bylade, should we chase him? Tianyu waves his hand. No rush, you take Kiang to meet the brothers first. The boy's sister is also there. Leave Ru and Ying to me. Wei Ying is running headlong, dodging into a narrow alley. With terrifying movement speed, Tianyu is sticking right behind him. When he turns his head to look back, he is so scared his limbs give out. He frantically swerves left to shake him off. But with just one long stride, Tianyu blocks his retreat, his tone icy cold. Where do you think you're escaping to? Ghost boss, please don't follow me anymore, spare my life. Tianyu leaps into the air, speaking calmly. Stay calm, I won't take your life. Finishing his sentence, he delivers a kick that plasters the guy against the wall. The villain can only clutch his stomach and groan tragically. Tianyu adds, but I need to clear up a few things with you. Wei Ying's face turns as green as a banana leaf, hastily pleading. Mr. Ghost Boss, you can ask whatever you want. Just keep this life intact, I will confess absolutely everything. Don't rush, follow me back and we'll talk slowly. Take the rope and tie yourself up. Yes, I'll tie myself right now. Tianyu stands with his arms crossed, his eyes carefully scanning to prevent this guy from trying any tricks. He obediently takes the rope and wraps it around his own hands, even biting down on the rope to pull it extra tight. The clock strikes near 1 in the morning. Kiang and the group are still anxiously looking out for Tianyu, just catching a glimpse of the familiar figure. The little boy cheers joyfully, the master is back. Carrying a dazed Wei Ying on his shoulder, Tianyu smiles. It looks like everyone has gathered, that's great. Let's head back. At the private mansion, President Gu is pacing anxiously around the room, restless and unable to sleep. She thinks to herself, they've been gone for so long, who knows if Tianyu's group encountered any trouble. Right then the familiar voice of Tianyu rings out from outside the door. "President Gu, we have returned." "President Gu, your two children are safe now." President Gu feels as if a heavy burden has been lifted off her. Bursts into tears, rushing over to hug Qiang Qiang tightly, her voice choking up. "I thank you 1,000 times, Qi Tianyu." Hearing this, Qi Tianyu humbly explains, this successful rescue is largely due to Sha Liang's efforts. He charged into the tiger's den alone. The one you should be thanking is him. President Gu looks up at the muscular man in surprise, speaking up, "Mr. Sha Liang." Before she can finish her words, Sha Liang waves his hand to interrupt. "No need to be polite, I'm not exactly a virtuous person either. Just consider what happened today as my way of atoning for some of my past mistakes over the years. Mr. Sha, don't belittle yourself. If Sha Bang ever faces any difficulties in the future, please come to me. No matter how many mistakes you made in the past, knowing how to turn back is the most precious thing. President Gu is too polite. A person like me truly cannot bear such a great favor." Seeing the two of them pushing back and forth, Qi Tianyu chimes in. "Sha Liang, the past is in the past, let it go. As for President Gu's gratitude, you should feel free to accept it." Seeing this, Sha Liang resigns himself and nods in agreement. "Yes, well then I will accept President Gu's sincerity." Witnessing the shift in Sha Liang's temperament, Qi Tianyu feels a surge of joy. He thinks to himself, perhaps this single word of acknowledgement is worth more than 1,000 pieces of gold to Sha Liang. Next, he bids farewell. "It's late now, we will take our leave so the family can rest. Those people from Qing Bang certainly won't dare to cause any more trouble." By then, it was already dawn. On the way back, Qi Tianyu turns to ask Sha Liang, "How is the wound around your eye? Do you need to stop by the hospital for a checkup?" Sha Liang chuckles, brushing it off. "Don't worry, it's just an external scratch, nothing broken on the inside. But I'm wondering, what's the point of dragging these two Qing Bang punks back here?" Qi Tianyu rubs his chin, pondering. The one pulling the strings behind Qing Bang has always been a massive mystery. If we want to expose the truth, we must pry these two guys' mouths open for intel. Leave the interrogation to a professional like me. Then I'll hand the stage over to you. Yawns, it's very late. I have to go back and get some sleep. Yeah, you go rest. I've been having trouble sleeping lately anyway. I'll use this time to have a little chat with those two to see what they confess. Deep inside the underground sewer, rats scatter everywhere. In this place, the second boss is tied tightly next to a sweltering hot steam pipe. He wakes up groggily, frantically looking around in panic. What corner of the world am I in? Why am I tied up in this godforsaken place in the middle of the night? From the opposite side, Sha Liang leisurely walks over. Hands stuffed in his pockets, speaking calmly. "Calm down, I just want to chat for a bit. Sha Liang, why did you drag us to this sewer hole? Where the hell is this place? Perk your ears up and listen. What do I want to do? I just brought you here and your liver has already shrunk in fear. Let me enlighten you. This is the old boiler room of the Hai Gang factory. 80 years ago, it was abandoned due to a construction flaw, but the basic functions can still be used somewhat." Hearing Sha Liang's explanation, the second boss sweats buckets, stammering, What? What the hell are you blabbering about?" Sha Liang just coldly stares deeply into his face. Then he loudly orders, "Zhu Hong, add more coal." Zhu Hong, standing right beside him, immediately obeys. He scoops a massive shovel of coal and tosses it straight into the furnace. The fire instantly flares up violently, glowing red-hot. The soaring temperature makes it unbearable for the second boss, who squeals like a roasted pig. Hot, it's so hot I'm going crazy." On the contrary, Wei Gu Ying, standing next to him, doesn't look uncomfortable at all, even grinning widely. Ha ha ha. The second boss is about to be cooked alive, howling tragically. "I'm burning to death, please show mercy." Sha Liang casually advises, "Just answer obediently and you wouldn't have to endure this meat-roasting scenario." "Stop the furnace, what do you want to know? Who is the one backing your Qing Bang?" I can't say. If that person knows I blabbed, my entire family back in my hometown will surely face a deadly disaster." Hearing that, Sha Liang sneers. Well, quite the filial son, Zhu Hong, keep adding coal. Zhu Hong doesn't hesitate, tossing another heaping shovel of coal into the furnace. The terrifying heat makes the second boss look like he's about to emit smoke, groaning and begging. "Save me, please let me go." Seizing the opportunity, Sha Liang presses on. Who exactly is the boss behind Qing Bang? I really don't dare to speak. Just then Wei Gyu Ying's high kicks in again, his eyes rolling back, rambling. Second boss, your endurance is too poor. They are kind enough to treat us to a free sauna, yet you are squealing like a slaughtered pig. What's up with that? Seeing this, Sha Liang wonders in his mind. This Ryuen Gyu Ying is truly as tough as an ox, with such a scorching temperature. How is he still unfazed? Having thought that, he launches a psychological attack. If you guys insist on keeping your mouth shut, then I'm going back to sleep. Just stay here and slowly enjoy the warmth. Wei Gyu Ying suddenly becomes unusually sober, hurriedly calling him back. Hey, hold on, this is the legendary copper pipe sauna. Roasting all night, even immortals would turn to ash. Who entertains guests with such violence? You're curious about who our big boss is, right? Perk your ears up and listen closely. Sha Liang asks eagerly, who is it? Wei Gyu Ying answers ambiguously. I don't know his full name. I just overheard once when the big boss was on a phone call, the manager addressed him as Ping Jia. Hearing this title, Sha Liang frowns and ponders. Ping Jia, which big shot is that? I've been roughing it out in the underworld for nearly 20 years. I hold all the intel of the black and white paths in the palm of my hand, yet I've never heard of this name before. Afraid of being implicated, the second boss frantically denies everything. All those words were made up by that madman, they have nothing to do with me. I haven't uttered a single word this whole time. Seeing that this guy is still stubborn, Sha Liang smacks his lips and sighs. Well, the night is already late. You just stay comfortably right here. Ryuen Gyu Ying has been sincere, so I will move him to a cooler room to catch up and chat. A coward like the second boss immediately takes the bait, shouting out in panic. Wait a minute. I will expose the real name of Ping Jia, and I'll spill all his shady dealings with Qing Bang too. But you have to promise not to reveal my identity. Just pin all the blame on Ryuen Gyu Ying and it's done. In broad daylight, Tianyu invites Sha Liang to go outside for some exercise to stretch their muscles and bones. Tianyu speaks up. What were the results of last night's interrogation, my friend? Sha Liang smiles brightly, replying, he spilled everything, not leaving a single word out. The one manipulating everything behind the scenes is Zhou Xiaoping. That guy Peng Jiayu, who we thought was the boss of Qing Bang, turns out to be nothing but a puppet backed by Zhou Xiaoping. Zhou Xiaoping, is it that fake billionaire who often goes on TV to preach morals? Spot on, that's exactly the guy. Wu Feng has confessed all his dirty operations. Let's hurry and take the evidence to the police. With his bottomless pockets, I'm afraid reporting to the police would just be a drop in the ocean. So how do we solve this now? At least knowing the face of our enemy makes it easier to deal with. We will find a way to collapse his entire empire from the inside. The scene shifts to the underground world, filled with schemes and tricks. This place is a gathering spot for all sorts of heavyweights, from genuine gangsters to hired assassins. Right now, the leader of Qing Bang is escorting Ping Jia here, seeming to be calculating some shady plot. They both stop in front of a gloomy shop, with a skull and crossbones hanging outside, looking absolutely spine-chilling. The fortune teller speaks in an effeminate, flattering voice. Oh my Ping Jia, what ill wind brought you down to this rat hole? Ping Jia coldly cuts off the greeting. Dispatch your two most notorious assassins to me immediately. Hearing this, the fortune teller smirks, revealing a set of missing teeth, smiling cunningly. Oh, who is so tired of living that they dare to pull the tiger's whiskers? In the dim light, Ping Jia's face clearly reveals a sinister expression. It's just a high school brat. The fortune teller cackles. Ha ha ha, Ping Jia sure loves to joke. With a status like yours, you had to go out of your way to find me just to clean up a high schooler. Peng Jiayu, you just watch this video and you will understand. Immediately, the leader pulls out his phone, plays a clip, and respectfully says, please take a look, Hu Jia. The fortune teller just glances at the video showing those absurd scenes, and cold sweat starts pouring down his forehead. Good heavens, what kind of creature is this? What kind of deity is this brat in the video exactly? Ping Jia replies, his background is still a question mark. I only know he's so monstrous that he can block bullets with his flesh. Hu Jia, do you have any brilliant ideas to send him on his way? The fortune teller breaks into an incredibly creepy smile. Easy as pie, as long as you hand his corpse over to me for research. With 70 years of experience in taking lives, I've been practicing killing since birth. I have more than enough dirty tricks and underhanded schemes. Then it's a deal. Once the job is successful, just send your account number. I will transfer the funds without missing a single cent. With the deal settled, they both immediately turn on their heels and leave. On the way back, the leader is still half believing and half doubting. Ping Jia is that old who reliable in his work. That brat Tianyu is no ordinary target. Ping Jia wears a stone-cold face, replying, "No need to worry, that old man is also a monster." It turns out the two dark shadows standing hidden behind the fortune teller are the result of practicing dark arts to the point of qi deviation, causing their bodies to deform disgustingly, no longer resembling humans. The fortune teller stares at the ground, clearing his throat and calling, "Jiang Long, Fu Hu, I'll have to trouble you two to take action for this mission." At the same time, Sha Liang and Qi Tianyu are taking a stroll to catch the breeze. Suddenly Sha Liang speaks up, "Qi Tianyu, I have to go work a part-time job to make a little extra cash today. I'll head off first." Qi Tianyu was dumbfounded, asking in surprise, "You even have to work a part-time job?" Sha Liang scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. "Well, I have to earn a living to feed a whole bunch of useless brothers, don't I? So getting a part-time job to make ends meet is a must." "Yeah, that makes sense. So where do you work?" Sha Liang pointed to the glamorous building behind him, "Right here." Qi Tianyu's curiosity was piqued, and he said excitedly, "Wow, let me go in and see how fancy your workplace is." Having said that, Sha Liang led Qi Tianyu into an extremely luxurious club. After that, he changed into a dashing suit, looking absolutely handsome and stylish. No one would have guessed he used to be a bloodthirsty gangster boss. Qi Tianyu nodded in praise. "The uniform looks pretty sharp, so what kind of business does this place run?" Sha Liang smiled, his eyes narrowing. "This is a high-end entertainment venue for ladies, specializing in serving the stress relief and socializing needs of upper-class women." Qi Tianyu asked again, "So what is your job, guarding the door?" Sha Liang looked smug, puffing out his chest to reply, "My main job is entertaining guests. Plenty of rich ladies are head over heels for my rugged looks." Just then a female manager walked out graciously. "Little Liang is here for work." Sha Liang bowed politely. "Hello, Director Bai." She scrutinized Sha Liang's face and gasped, "Oh my, what happened to your eye? Why is it all bruised?" Sha Liang hurriedly explained, "It's just a small scratch. I was a bit careless yesterday, but it doesn't affect my good looks at all." Hearing that, the female boss pouted and scolded him. "How could it not? Even though many customers like your rugged vibe, our standard here is high-end luxury. If you welcome guests with a scarred face like this, it will ruin the club's premium image." "I'm so sorry, Director, it was my carelessness. All right, it's just a small accident. I won't bother punishing you." "But who is this handsome guy with you? His looks are top tier too." Sha Liang quickly introduced him. "Oh, this is my brother." Seeing how incredibly attractive Qi Tianyu was, the boss had an idea. "How about this? You ask your friend to cover for you today, and I'll add all his tips and bonuses to your salary." Hearing the proposal, Sha Liang turned to ask, "Qi Tianyu, what do you think?" Being easygoing by nature, Qi Tianyu agreed immediately. "Sure, I'm just filling in anyway. I'm willing to help you out. Besides, I'm free today." Seeing the fish take the bait, the female director was overjoyed and shoved a uniform into his hands. "You're such a straightforward, handsome guy. Hurry up and go change your clothes." Qi Tianyu was curious and asked for details. "Director, what exactly is my job after I get dressed?" "Oh, it's a piece of cake. Whenever a guest walks in, you just need to smile. Say, 'It's an honor to welcome you, beautiful lady.' Then kneel on one knee and gently kiss the back of her hand, and you're good to go." Hearing that, Qi Tianyu froze for a second, but deep down he was thrilled. Kissing a woman's hand? This is a goldmine for farming energy. The fat is dangling right in front of the cat's mouth. It would be a crime not to eat it. Qi Tianyu stood guard at the main door, starting his shift. A lady wearing a gorgeous yellow dress was the first customer. Qi Tianyu bowed at a 90-degree angle, speaking in a very professional tone, warmly welcoming the lady's arrival. Then he politely lifted the lady's hand and placed a courteous peck on it. The system immediately dinged with a notification. "Successfully collected 5 energy points. Current available energy is 112. Qi Tianyu was overjoyed, calculating in his head. "Awesome, this function still works perfectly. This method really reaps a ton of points." Received 4 more energy points. Received 10 energy points. Received 2 more points. 5 hours flew by. Thanks to good luck, he only encountered big spenders racking up a hefty amount. His energy points soared to 311. He thought excitedly, hit the jackpot. I've never been this rich in energy since I was born. The old features used to cost around 10 points per use, but their effectiveness and duration were too pathetic. I wonder if, with this massive capital, I can exchange it for some overpowered skills. Instantly, a system panel flashed open, receiving request from host, opening the function menu. Tianyu widened his eyes, exclaiming, "What kind of magic is this?" Defense system level 1. Exchangeable skills. Strength enhancement for 30 minutes costs 20 energy points. Skin hardening for 10 minutes costs 20 energy points. Speed enhancement for 30 minutes costs 20 energy points. Vision enhancement for 2 hours costs 15 energy points. Autopilot for 1 hour costs 15 energy points. Vacuum breath holding for 1 hour costs 20 energy points. All language mastery for 40 minutes costs 10 energy points. All academic mastery for 40 minutes costs 10 energy points. Network hacking for 2 hours costs 10 energy points. System upgrade costs 250 energy points. Remaining energy points. Thank you for your interest. After reading the list, Tianyu could only marvel. This is absolutely top tier. But what exactly does this system upgrade do? System popped up an annotation. Upgrading the system will elevate the host's power to a new level, while simultaneously unlocking countless new features and novel ways to farm energy. After reading the description, Tianyu began to weigh his options. Really? 250 points is quite steep, but my current skill set is too useless in big fights. What if I encounter an enemy even more formidable than Ryu and Gyu Ying? How could these trashy skills stand a chance? If that's the case, let's just go for it. Activating the system upgrade process. The system sounded a notification. Upgrade request confirmed, energy deducted, system is updating, please wait, upgrade complete. Tianyu is at level 11, equipped with a fountain pen to activate the touch system. Vitality +1, HP 500, image points 200, strength 17, endurance 12, agility 15, intelligence 11, perception 11, available attribute points 11, level 1 defense system skill inheriting all features of the old version. Level 1 stat enhancement consuming 10 energy points, all stats become 12, remaining points 61. He continued to ponder and analyze. My body stats now appear exactly like a status menu in a video game. Does this available attribute point mean I have the right to manually enhance my own power? Each point can be added to any stat, or exchanged for 100 max HP or image points. That's pretty cool. Looks like I need to study this carefully to see how to allocate points most optimally. The scene shifted to a bustling street right next to Xia Liang's workplace. The two assassins sent by the old fortune teller had caught wind of Tianyu's trail. Fu Hu muttered, "Jiang Long, according to the old tiger, the prey is lingering somewhere around here. I smell a terrifying surge of power radiating nearby. Let the hunting game begin." At this time, Tianyu was still busy tinkering with the new system. He asked, "How do I increase the level behind my name?" The system replied, "Use points to exchange. Every time you level up, all stats will increase by 1 or you will receive 1 free point." Understanding the rules, he immediately ordered, "Then open the current exchange menu for me to see." Exchange menu, leveling up once costs 50 energy points, learnable skills, view opponent's stats costs 10 points, lightning speed costs 70 points, invisibility costs 200 points, methods to collect energy, touching women, engaging in combat and defeating strong opponents, remaining energy 61. Looking at the notification board, Tianyu thought delightfully, "Excellent, now besides touching women, I can also earn points by throwing punches. I won't have to bear the stigma of a pervert going around groping people anymore. System, level me up once first, then buy the stat viewing skill." The system immediately announced, "Successfully leveled up, stat viewing skill learned." Right after activating his new move, he was overjoyed like he had struck gold. "I can feel it, my stats have been noticeably boosted. Now I can even see other people's stats. I must drag Xia Liang out to be my guinea pig right away. Xia Liang, come here, I need a favor, what is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tianyu used his cheat ability to scan him. Xia Liang's stat panel appeared, level 7, HP 700, image point 0, strength 13, endurance 19, agility 8, intelligence 7, perception 7, available attribute point 7. After scanning his friend's stats, Tianyu nodded, thinking to himself, His endurance is sky-high. No wonder this guy gets beaten like a ragged blanket but still clings on like a leech. Xiaoliang also has free attribute points. How do I help him activate those points? Seeing Tianyu just standing there in a daze, Xiaoliang waved his hand and asked, "What's wrong with you? Why did you call me over?" Tianyu hurriedly waved his hands, laughing jokingly. "No, it's nothing, just admiring how bulky you are." Hearing that, Xiaoliang grimaced, cursing internally, "Are you short-circuiting?" At that very moment, someone oozing murderous intent walked straight into the club. A staff member hurried out to stop him. "Please stop right there, gentlemen. This is an entertainment venue for ladies. Please turn back outside." Before he could finish, Fu Hu swung his arm and sent the staff member flying, sticking him straight to the ceiling. Tianyu and Xiaoliang were startled when they heard the loud screams. "What's going on?" The apple-nosed Fu Hu turned to his partner and said, "Found the target, Jiang Long. That little brat is exactly Tianyu." Tianyu locked his eyes on the two men in front of him, wondering in his head where this freakish duo popped out from. Their stats were truly absurdly high. Although Xiaoliang had turned over a new leaf, his deeply rooted hot temper remained the same. He immediately roared, "What the hell are you guys trying to pull here? Are you tired of living, showing your faces here to start trouble?" Tianyu noticed his friend was losing his cool and immediately intervened. "Xiaoliang, don't be reckless. These opponents are no joke." Sensing the rare caution in Tianyu's voice, Xiaoliang began to frown in calculation. Exactly how terrifying is the background of these two guys to force Tianyu to be this careful? The dwarf on the opposite side, gripping a wooden club, arrogantly shouted, "All your yapping won't do you any good. Surrender your lives." Saying that, he swung his weapon and aggressively charged forward. Witnessing the enemy's reckless offensive, Tianyu assessed inwardly, acting all arrogant, only to expose such a massive fatal flaw. Immediately, Tianyu and Xiaoliang exchanged a knowing glance, then simultaneously launched their counterattacks. Two powerful fists slammed straight into the dwarf's face, but it didn't seem to faze him at all. He even mocked them nonchalantly. "Is that all? Claiming to be martial artists, but your strength is so weak. You little brats." Sure enough, his health bar only dropped by a tiny sliver. As soon as the taunt dropped, the guy casually swung his weapon, drawing a lightning-fast arc. The unexpected strike made Tianyu take the full brunt of the damage, instantly vaporizing more than a third of his HP. Thanks to a sturdier defensive shell, Xiaoliang's damage was kept to just 154 HP. Having just repelled his opponents, the dwarf smugly lifted his chin. "Stop having unrealistic delusions. One look and I can tell you're just a bunch of amateurs. Jiang Long, hold off on attacking. Let me use these two brats to stretch my muscles for a bit." His accomplice replied indifferently, "Do whatever you want." Clashing with a villain wielding such demonic power, Tianyu broke out in a cold sweat, inwardly marveling at how overwhelmingly dominant the guy's arm strength was. His bones felt like they were about to shatter into pieces. "Damn it, I need to quickly come up with a countermeasure, or I'll lose my life right here." Right, there's still the system's stat allocation. As long as I upgrade my attributes, it's highly likely I can turn the tide against this meathead who only knows brute force. System, dump all available attribute points into agility for me. Tianyu's stat screen instantly popped up, his base agility jumping from 18 to 28 after draining all his accumulated points. The system also quickly reported the completion of the upgrade process. A blazing surge of power began to boil through Tianyu's veins, making him look just like a primal version of a Saiyan warrior. Upon completing the enhancement process, he became acutely aware that his flexibility had multiplied, and even his breathing had become much more rhythmic and clear. The dwarf ahead also vaguely sniffed out the abnormal change. He sneered, "Your aura has exploded quite a bit, hasn't it? Now this is more interesting to play with. Come at me, little brat. Let your grandpa see what your so-called true power looks like." As soon as his words fell, Tianyu's figure vanished from his original spot, appearing like a phantom right behind the enemy in the blink of an eye. With wind-tearing speed, he grabbed the guy's skull and mercilessly slammed it down onto the floor, creating a deafening crash that shook the room. The impact of the slam shattered the wooden floorboards, yet thanks to his iron-like skin, the dwarf still had enough energy to open his mouth and taunt, "Not bad speed. But no matter how fast you are, don't ever dream of defeating me, you idiot. These pathetic scratching attacks of yours won't even scrape my skin." Hearing those arrogant words, Tianyu bitterly realized that this scoundrel was indeed an extremely tough steel fortress. This scum's endurance was far too resilient. Compared to my current arm strength, I fear that even if I fight until exhaustion, I might not even chip away his health bar. If I had anticipated this sooner, I would have saved some points to boost my attack stat. In that tense moment, Sha Liang suddenly tossed a weapon from the backline along with a loud shout, Tianyu, catch. He reached out and caught the iron staff with a skillful flair. Having only evaluated his new toy for a few seconds, the system had already popped up a notification confirming the collection of the crude iron staff weapon, granting a +10 bonus to the strength stat. Tianyu was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, it's just a piece of scrap metal, but it actually buffs damage by 10 whole points. In the distance, Sha Liang was grinning from ear to ear with excitement. Stepping into the underworld, unarmed takes all the fun out of it. Tianyu nodded slightly in agreement. Well, that does sound quite reasonable. Seeing that his opponent had just equipped some extra firepower, the dwarf resorted to his biting sarcasm again. You're cracking me up. Are you delusional enough to think that piece of scrap metal will save your life? Before his mockery could even leave his mouth, Tianyu smacked him with the staff, making him see stars as the sound of bone breaking echoed crisply. The dwarf clutched his swollen, red nose, blood spurting everywhere, tears and snot smearing his face, while his health bar instantly evaporated by a neat 200 points. Gripping the iron staff tightly, Tianyu's face lit up. Even if the damage is just a mosquito bite on stainless steel, as long as I can smash your head in, I'm happy. Saying that, he used his momentum to charge straight ahead to maintain his overwhelming advantage. The young man's figure darted forward like a tornado. An earth-shattering swing of the staff sent the dwarf flying, suspending him midair. The enemy only had time to let out a few choked groans as his health bar painfully dropped by nearly another flat 100 points. Tianyu refused to yield, following up with a ruthless smash. Unfortunately, this strike glided past smoothly like a passing breeze, merely shaving off a measly 3 points of his HP. The electronic panel popped open, announcing that the boss's HP had dropped by a quarter, ending the first phase. The reward received was 100 experience points, officially entering the second phase. The aura radiating from Tianyu's body continued to boil fiercely. The personal info frame clearly displayed. Tianyu reached level 13. Current experience bar is 1,200 out of 115 points. Tianyu was as happy as if he had struck gold. So fighting also has a mechanism of dropping loot in stages. He leveled up in the blink of an eye, and the HP he lost earlier was also fully restored like new. Beaten black and blue, the dwarf gnashed his teeth, glaring viciously at his enemy. You little brat, you like competing in speed, right? Great, today I'll entertain your moves to the very end. Saying that, he aggressively ripped off the heavy ring he was wearing and threw it onto the floor with a thud. The ridiculously heavy ring hit the ground, creating a resounding tremor that nearly collapsed the wooden floor. Instantly, the guy's agility stat stacked up by 16 points. The system's notifications chimed in unison. The boss has transitioned into Phase 2. Breakthrough objective. Force the boss's health bar down to the 2/3 mark to trigger Phase 3. Loot. 1,500 experience points and 1 defense armor point. Tianyu frowned as he evaluated a breakthrough objective. This dwarf's mobility has suddenly skyrocketed. Looks like this challenge is going to be tough to chew. While lost in thought, the dwarf seemed to pop up from under the ground, closing in right in front of Tianyu's face. That terrifying agility rendered him completely helpless, only managing to exclaim, "This is too surreal, I can't dodge it." Tianyu took the full brunt of the enemy's combo kicks. The vicious strike caused his health bar to plummet, wiping out a whole third of his HP. With only 2/3 of his health bar left, Tianyu hissed, clutching his aching body. He hastily retreated to create a safe distance, his brain straining to analyze. Taking 2 more earth-shattering hits like just now will definitely log me out for good. Right now, I only have 2/3 of my HP left. Although the new version of the system integrated all the old features, his current energy reserves couldn't bear the cost of buffing his damage by 10 times. The system suddenly sounded a warning, detecting a threat to the user's life, automatically deducting 20 energy points to amplify the speed stat by 10 times. Effect lasts for 10 minutes. Tianyu's agility stat instantly skyrocketed to the 290-point mark. An overwhelming pressure erupted, eclipsing everything around him. A chill suddenly ran down the dwarf's spine, sending him into absolute panic. Where did this demonic power come from? Only now did Jiang Long feel the Grim Reaper knocking on the door. He panicked and screamed, "Fu Hu, drop that nonchalant attitude. Kill him right now. Letting him live for another second will bring disaster." Seeing that terrifying transformation, Sha Liang was secretly overjoyed, but also broke out in a cold sweat. This murderous aura that makes people shiver uncontrollably, is this really my friend Qi Tianyu? In the blink of an eye, Qi Tianyu dashed forward at a speed that tore through space itself. That movement was beyond their line of sight, leaving the two assassins with no time to react, only able to gape in bewilderment. He evaporated. In that silent split second, Qi Tianyu was securely positioned behind their backs. He swung the iron staff, executing a flawless sweep that made the opponent's health severely plummet. The dwarf caught on too late, only able to squeal in pain, "Oh mother, it hurts." His attack stat is clearly rock bottom. Why does a single smack pierce right to the bone? Jiang Long, thanks to his sharper vision, immediately explained. This isn't the accumulated damage from a single strike. In that split second, he landed at least 20 hits on us. Truly horrifying, with this speed of 20 strikes per second, Qi Tianyu's caliber has reached a new height. He is now an invincible force. Jiang Long gulped, forcing a calm demeanor to direct, "Fu Hu, we can't hesitate anymore, bring out our trump card." Bloodline sacrifice. As soon as the command was given, grotesque tentacles sprouted from his weapon, stabbing into his body to siphon his flesh and blood. The villain's power stat immediately soared to 300. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, all the color drained from Sha Liang's face. He cried out in terror, "A demonic aura is burning on that guy's scythe. What kind of evil energy is that? How can such a thing exist in this world?" Qi Tianyu also couldn't hide his shock, 300 damage points. Oh boy, looks like this battle is no longer going to be fun. That demonic weapon is truly too bizarre. I cannot let my guard down. Should I fight to the death right here or retreat to defend and further evaluate the situation? Amidst his hesitation, the system chimed again with a report. The battle has officially entered Phase 3, bagging 1,500 experience points and increasing armor by 1 point. At the same time, the blood in Qi Tianyu's body surged fiercely, and he realized his health bar was fully replenished once again. Since the situation has come to this, I might as well launch a preemptive strike while the iron is hot. Time is limited, I must finish this quickly and decisively. Thinking and acting as one, he immediately executed his instantaneous teleportation movement. Jiang Long's face turned as black as coal, roaring furiously, "Damn it, that little brat went invisible again." The very last word barely left his mouth when he took a full, concussive uppercut from Qi Tianyu. His body was sent flying high up, and the mask covering his face also shattered along with the momentum, revealing a face that looked quite dim-witted. Seeing Qi Tianyu executing a reckless, life-risking fighting style, Sha Liang worriedly warned, "Qi Tianyu, watch your safety." In another development near the stairs, the crowd was hastily evacuating to escape the fierce vortex of combat between the powerhouses. "Don't use the elevator," Sha Liang yelled loudly to direct everyone. "Everyone, stay calm and move through the emergency exit at the back." Director Bai was still dazed by the incident, frantically grabbing Sha Liang. "What exactly is going on? What am I going to do with my property now?" Sha Liang looked extremely flustered, replying, "I'm sorry, Director Bai, I don't know how to explain this to you. Just pretend there's a terrorist attack going on and armed forces are sweeping the inside." Returning to the clash, Jiang Long hurriedly consulted his accomplice, "Fu Hu, this brat's movement is too surreal, I've completely lost track of him. Quickly use that move." The dwarf tightened his facial muscles, nodding decisively, "Yes, sir." Immediately, he pressed down hard on the hidden mechanism beneath the carved dragon scales on the weapon's shaft. Then, he forcefully planted the scythe into the floor, his mouth starting to mutter some bizarre ancient magic. Watching that weird behavior, Qi Tianyu narrowed his eyes in deep suspicion. What trick is this madman planning to pull now? Before his thoughts could finish, an earth-shattering shockwave swept through the surroundings, turning the entire foundation into rubble. If observed from the outside, the high-rise building looked as if it had just been split in half by an invisible axe. The female director stood frozen in place, helplessly slapping her thigh and wailing, "Oh my God, my entire property is gone." Amidst the thick dust and smoke, Jiang Long had caught Qi Tianyu. He grabbed the boy by his collar, suspending him in midair. He growled in satisfaction, I've caught you now, you little brat. He raised the blood-soaked death scythe high, roaring savagely, "Go meet the king of hell." Two of Tianyu's arms trembled violently, cold sweat drenching his back. But right at the brink of life and death, he suddenly unleashed a dirty trick, using two fingers to stab straight into his opponent's eyes. Taking the full brunt of the dirty trick, the villain collapsed to the floor, clutching his face tightly and screaming miserably, "Ah, my eyes." Tianyu propped himself up on the ground, shrugging nonchalantly. "I voluntarily surrendered myself to you. That was the only way you'd drop your guard. Who would have thought an old man like you would take the bait so easily? This weapon of yours is pretty handy to hold, isn't it? Allow me to confiscate it as my own." The dwarf watched the situation flip in an instant and panicked in terror. It's really over, the blood scythe has fallen into his hands. Right after snagging the hot item, the system interface immediately updated, successfully equipped the bloodthirsty scythe, damage stats skyrocketed to 100 points. Passive skill automatically drains 30% of the health bar to buff attack power to the 300-point threshold. Tianyu nodded in satisfaction. It truly is a godsend treasure. Covered in injuries, Jiang Long frantically urged, "Fu Hu, quickly take action and send him off." The dwarf flinched, stammering in fear, but he is holding the bloodthirsty scythe now. How am I supposed to withstand his damage anymore? Seeing his cowardly companion run away, Jiang Long roared bitterly, "You useless trash, I'll send him off myself." As soon as the vow ended, he sprang towards Tianyu, intending to unleash his final killer move. But Tianyu seized the opportunity with sharper reflexes, swinging the scythe he just stole and cleaving straight into the opposite shoulder. A sharp, clean slash severed the villain's arm off in absolute shock. He collapsed to the wooden floor, writhing and screaming from the flesh-tearing agony. Standing before the two crippled men right now was a Tianyu wielding unstoppable destructive power. Just then, the mobile police force also kicked the door in, Team A reporting. "We have approached the scene." The leading officer froze in astonishment when his eyes fell upon the young man Tianyu, whose face was stained with blood. The law enforcement officer stared wide-eyed and asked, "Is that Tianyu? Why are you involved in this?" Tianyu smirked, giving a casual smile. "Officer Yi, your team finally decided to show up. The agency received a report about a riot involving a bombing in this area, so what exactly is the real story? To be honest, I'm completely clueless too. These two lunatics suddenly rushed out of nowhere demanding my life, and that bomb crater over there was also a masterpiece from their weapon. You should quickly go to the hospital to treat your wounds first. Drop by the police station later to file a report, and everything will be fine." "Yes, sir, I'll leave this battlefield to you to clean up, Officer Yi." Tianyu walked down the stairs and was dumbfounded to see Dong Yu waiting there along with Sha Liang. He couldn't help but ask her, "What wind blew you here, Dong Yu?" Dong Yu shrugged. "I was just passing by on my stroll, saw the crowd in a panic, so I dropped in to see what the fuss was about. Bumping into Sha Liang at the door, I immediately knew you were lingering around here too. Look at you all covered in blood. Hurry up and drag yourself to the clinic for a checkup. I don't have a single scratch on me. I'll be as good as new after dumping a bucket of cold water on myself at home." After dropping those words, the young man fell into silence. The deathmatch just now was truly immensely dangerous. I almost went to see my ancestors. Leaving those two freaks for the authorities to handle is the best plan. Anyway, if I accidentally took their lives, I'd be exhausted with the mountain of paperwork. That very moment, the system screen flashed red. The mission to slaughter Jiang Long and Fu Hu has failed. Tianyu glanced over the message, muttering to himself, "Although I missed out on the final blow reward bag, the mountain of bonus points I farmed through the phases is more than enough to keep me fed." Dong Yu's clear voice shattered his quiet atmosphere. "Tianyu, what the hell are you doing just standing there blankly? Hurry up to the hospital to get your body checked." As soon as Dong Yu finished her nagging, Tianyu suddenly felt his head spinning. "How strange, why am I suddenly feeling so dizzy? What's wrong with my body?" Energy source severely depleted, automatically deducting 16 points. If energy is not replenished in time, the user will die in exactly 3 minutes. The sudden violent illness made Tianyu groan in pain. Seeing this scene, both Dong Yu and Sha Liang panicked and shouted, Tianyu, what's wrong with you?" Clutching his pale forehead, Tianyu bitterly realized, "So sparing those two villains cost me my critical compensatory energy source." He weakly turned his head, faintly calling Dong Yu's name. She replied in a panic, "What's wrong? Where does it hurt? I am completely out of options, I have to offend you now. And so, on the thin line between life and death, the fearless young man executed a reckless move, igniting a tragic disaster. An absolute disaster of an action that the long-term singles club always yearned for. He aimed accurately at her soft lips and locked onto them. Immediately, the system rang out with good news, successfully absorbed 20 energy points. The user has temporarily passed the critical stage. Only then did Tianyu reluctantly pull his lips away. The couple stood frozen, looking at each other. The space was filled with such intense awkwardness that even passers-by would feel shy on their behalf. Tianyu stammered, frantically looking for an excuse. Dong you. I swear this was just a life-saving reflex in a desperate situation. Calm down and listen to my explanation first. Dongyu's hands were trembling violently. She raised her hand, her voice shaking with every beat. Tianyu. You despicable scum. Right after that, a resounding slap that made him see stars landed squarely on the young man's cheek, instantly snapping him fully awake. After throwing the slap, the girl burst into tears and ran for her life, not forgetting to hurl insults. You bastard hooligan. Sha Liang stood by as a helpless spectator from start to finish, only able to shake his head in frustration. Tusk. Oh Tianyu, my friend, I'm telling you honestly, you're absolutely clueless when it comes to courting women. I always thought you were some kind of love expert, but forced love never has a happy ending. With that rash behavior of yours, you'll only reap bitter consequences. With 5 finger marks still red on his cheek. Tianyu rolled his eyes, sighed in frustration. I was pushed into a corner too, it's not like I enjoyed it. Not long after, Tianyu had finished coordinating with the police to complete the case files. As for the fate of Jiang Long and Fu Hu, this duo chose to commit suicide in their cell to silence the trail. The authorities were completely helpless in extracting any further valuable information from the 2 corpses. At the business licensing office, Tianyu was reviewing some documents. The female specialist politely informed, Mr. Qi, according to the data you submitted, our system has clearly shown fluctuations in the file records. Tianyu immediately pressed, so you're saying that as long as I have that file in hand, I can reclaim my company's operating license. Correct, but access is limited to the agency's internal network, and leaking data outside is strictly prohibited. Talk about luck, I happen to know an expert more than capable of digging out that kind of secured stuff. No sooner said than done. Tianyu turned on his heel and dashed straight to the budget internet cafe right next door. He decisively loaded 20,000 into the machine and immediately ran a string of malicious code to infiltrate the network. Watching the young man's fingers dance across the keyboard, working technological magic. The assistant standing behind him could only stare wide-eyed and slack-jawed, repeatedly praising Mr. Qi. I never knew you had hidden skills as a super hacker. Hearing the flattery, the young man played it humble. I wouldn't dare claim the title of hacker, just picked up a few petty tricks. Simultaneously, a notification flashed on the virtual screen. Super hacking skill activated for 30 minutes. Immediately after, Tianyu successfully retrieved all the original business data. On Sha Bang's side, things also went incredibly smoothly as they landed the bidding contract for a lucrative project. Now leaning back in his chair and lightly brushing his fingers over the keyboard, he pondered vaguely. Even though all the mess had been cleaned up, deep down in his heart lately, there lingered an indescribable unease. Boss Ping, right? Just wash your neck and wait. Today, on behalf of justice, I'm going to send you on your way. Without a moment's hesitation, he burned 10 energy points to activate Tech Genius mode, swearing to expose every dark corner of that old scumbag's illegal business empire. At the underground organization's lair, the remnants of Jiang Long and Fu Hu's gang were huddled plotting. By any means necessary, we must bathe in the blood of those who killed Jiang Long and Fu Hu. In the middle of their heated discussion, a pale-faced henchman burst in frantically to report. It's all over, big bros, Boss Ping's empire has been completely exposed. Armed forces are on their way to clean out our den. The shaven-headed man in red frantically clutched his head. Damn it, run for it, brothers, I'm not ready to eat prison food yet. Before they could take a step, a special forces unit, guns at the ready, kicked the door in and stormed inside. Hands on your heads, tonight not even a fly will escape the net of justice. Simultaneously, at Tianyu's family home, the whole household was gathered around the dinner table, intently watching the evening news. The anchor enthusiastically reported an exclusive. The police have just scored a major victory by successfully netting a highly organized crime ring. The godfather backing this black-clad organization, Zhou Xiaoping, has officially been placed in handcuffs. Tianyu's father took a bite of rice and clicked his tongue, commenting, "This Zhou Xiaoping guy is a familiar face on TV, looks so gentle and decent, who knew he'd be so rotten inside?" Hearing his parents lament, Tianyu chimed in, "That's what they say, Dad, you can draw a tiger's skin but not its bones, you can know a person's face but not their heart." After a satisfying meal, the young man dragged himself back to the school studio to resume his student life after endless days of skipping class. His best buddy Cheng Dong, seeing him for the first time in forever, rushed over joyfully grabbing his hands. "Oh my God, what possessed you to crawl back to class today, big bro?" Tianyu raised an eyebrow in greeting. "It's you again, Cheng Dong." As they were chatting, a voice as pure as birdsong rang out calling his name, Tianyu. It turned out to be the call from his sworn little sister, Sen Han Ning. Spotting the girl, Tianyu quickly asked, "Aren't you Qiang Qiang's older sister, Sen Han Ning? What are you doing on this campus?" The cheeky girl pursed her lips. "Tianyu, do you have the memory of a goldfish? I transferred here, remember?" "Ah, now I remember. I once swore to President Gu I'd take good care of you. So have you figured out where your classroom is yet?" Before Tianyu could close his mouth, the troublemaker Cheng Dong whispered loudly in his ear, "Hey dude, are you familiar with the criminal code about doing time for messing with a minor?" Tianyu panicked, clarifying hastily, "What kind of garbage is in your head? Me and her are innocent, just sworn brother and sister." Sen Han Ning, tagging along behind some brother, escort me to my classroom. Cheng Dong stood petrified, bitterness rising in his heart. "My brother in life and death. The gap of friendship between us is growing wider and wider." Out of nowhere, Dong Yu suddenly appeared right behind Cheng Dong, radiating a bone-chilling aura. "Cheng Dong, whose kid is that girl?" Cheng Dong was scared to tears, sniffling as he confessed, "She's Tianyu's precious adopted little sister." Dong Yu glared with eyes sharp as a knife, grilling him angrily. "Adopted little sister? What kind of shady relationship is that?" Right at that moment, Miss Tian also materialized like a specter behind the two youths, making them jump. "What are you all gathered here gossiping about, causing such a commotion in the hallway? The morning self-study bell is about to ring. Everyone disperse and get to class immediately." Receiving that command, the whole crew sulkily dragged themselves back to their places. The scene shifted inside the classroom. The guys continued their unrestrained chit-chat. "I just caught the news. Zhou Xiaoping's drama is reaching its climax. Now his entire fortune is wiped out, completely exposed." Tianyu put on a clueless innocent face and interjected with a totally oblivious remark, "What scandal is Zhou Xiaoping caught up in?" Cheng Dong looked at him with utter contempt. "Qi Tianyu, whose bed have you been hiding under lately? You're clueless even about the shocking event of Zhou Xiaoping." Tianyu feigned calmness. "Give me the summary then." Rumors are flying that some super cyber thief, a white-hat hacker talent, directly dumped Zhou Xiaoping's accounting books and records into the task force's email. The government also seized a sweet sum of black money, up to 100 million for the state treasury. Just hearing it sounds satisfying. Tianyu frowned, confirming the number. "How much did they confiscate?" Cheng Dong gleefully held up one finger and winked. "A neat 100 million. Don't know how that sinister old man gobbled up and hoarded so much cash." Tianyu froze, his mind racing. Clearly the total account showed 216 million. How did 116 million just evaporate on the news? The gossipmongers in the back row were still clicking their tongues in awe. That hacker is seriously hardcore, breaching an international banking system like it's nothing, and dragging out piles of top-secret client info. Someone on that level, if short on cash, probably just browses the bank website for a few minutes, and the account balance skyrockets. Irked by this, Cheng Dong threw a wrench in. A righteous hacker like that is the real deal. What they seek is technological art. Money is just trash, get it, ladies. Tianyu, fed up to the neck with these guys with women's mouths, hurriedly shut the topic down. "Shut your traps. Whatever the government confiscates is the government's business. It doesn't affect your instant noodle money one bit. Best you behave, clean yourselves up, and get ready to walk into that exam room." Cheng Dong suddenly lit up with a thought, turned curiously, "And by the way, where did your childhood sweetheart of a little sister vanish to?" A while later, Tianyu headed to the staff room to see Miss Tian. Scanning around and not finding her, he had to ask a male teacher, "Hello, sir, do you know where Miss Tian is?" The teacher calmly replied, Ah, Miss Tian just took that girl back to the teacher's dormitory. Tianyu scratched his head, turned to tell Dongyu, you head back to class first. I'm just popping over to the teacher's dormitory for a moment. At the residential area, Tianyu ran into his sworn little sister again, the girl not missing a chance to mock. Why are you only crawling here now? Did some pretty sister cast a spell on you, so you just dumped me aside, right? His mouth leaped ahead of his brain. Tianyu denied vehemently. What nonsense are you spitting? How can you be sure I was off fooling around with some beauty? The girl pouted disdainfully. I secretly overheard your homeroom teacher gossiping with a gorgeous lady. It's that woman stuck right by you earlier, isn't it? I scoped her out head to toe. Her interface is passable. But through my aesthetic eyes, that woman with you earlier has way more husband and wife chemistry with you. Hearing that, Tianyu's face darkened, and he sternly lectured the little brat. A snot-nosed kid like you. What do you know about anything to flap your gums? The girl tilted her face up, pretending to be worldly wise, glaring at him before exploding. This lady here is already 16 years old. All those love principles, you know, I'm well versed in them too. Quit treating me like a child. You men are all cast from the same mold. Your eyes light up seeing a hot girl, your feet just can't move right. Witnessing this young grandma spewing a sky full of philosophy, Tianyu was totally stunned. He quickly pressed, where did you learn such ridiculous theories from? The last word hadn't left his lips when Miss Tian cut in with a blunt tone. I taught her that myself. At that moment, she was wearing a homely apron. She was still gripping a shiny butcher knife in her hand, the scene heavily suggesting she was in the middle of cooking something. Saying that, the teacher dragged the young man into the inner room to interrogate him about his studies. In the kitchen space, the two began chatting lightly, Tianyu probing, that little mischievous imp didn't cause you any trouble, did she? The teacher laughed. What trouble? Han Ning is very polite and well-behaved. All my colleagues in the faculty council adore her. Tianyu vaguely smelled danger, his face as dumb as a goose, stammering unable to form a sentence. Ah, about that, Miss Tian. Miss Tian clicked her tongue and continued. Earlier I heard Han Ning accidentally let slip that you've already started your career. Something about being a director at a design company. Running a whole enterprise like that, where do you find the time to manage it all? Tianyu threw his face up, replying with the authority of a domineering CEO, I only get involved in major projects. The petty stuff shouldn't keep me too busy. Right at that moment, the little girl eavesdropping outside the window slipped, face planting onto the floor. Tianyu, unable to catch up with the situation, panicked and called out, Send Han Ning. The girl rubbed her nose, whining, boring. I was pricking my ears up forever and didn't dig up any soap opera plot. Plus, I got disaster from falling flat on my face. Noticing Miss Tian sweating profusely, Tianyu gallantly proposed, Miss Tian, how about I take over this pan, you go out and keep Sen Han Ning company. The teacher's eyes rounded in surprise. A player like you actually knows how to wield a wok. Tianyu rolled up his sleeves, swelling with pride about his family heritage. Why couldn't a man like me cook? As for my skills, wait till the food hits the table, just try it and you'll see. Miss Tian stood aside watching Tianyu expertly slicing meat, dizzy with admiration, secretly impressed. His knife work is quite a show. In a flash, a lavish spread of delicacies full of color was neatly arranged. Tianyu rubbed his palms together, a smug look on his face. My skills are pretty outstanding, mission accomplished. The girl Sen Han Ning's eyes sparkled like headlights, saliva dripping as she marveled, a masterpiece on earth right here. After devouring the meal, Tianyu politely asked Miss Tian's permission. Now that the lunch break is over, may I retreat back to my classroom to stuff my brain with knowledge? Miss Tian immediately threw out bait. Why don't you root yourself here and study for the exam? Try your hand at that stack of mock tests. Looking at the mountain of boring, nauseating exam outlines, Tianyu scratched his head stalling. How about I spare those papers, miss? Miss Tian sharply corrected him. You better grind away. Lately, you've been too busy playing to remember your books. Let me test your ability and see if your scores have dropped miserably. Tianyu had no choice but to swallow the bitter pill. Yes, I'll do it, okay. While his hand danced the pen on the white paper, he thought to himself, I can't keep leeching off that cheating system forever. Somehow I have to manually absorb some gray matter myself. Luckily, from using the system's translation tool before, some sentence patterns and vocabulary scanned through his brain still faintly lingered. The clock ticked a few hours by. Tianyu yawned, stretching to relieve his aching, numb spinal bones. In another corner, His sworn little sister had long since drooped her head on the table, sleeping soundly, a puddle of drool spreading across the table corner. Glancing at the little brat, Tianyu whispered to himself, "This little pig is dead asleep." Gotta admit, grinding exams raw without the speed buff tool is seriously slow as a turtle. "Miss Tian, I'll take my leave now then." Unclear by what means, Miss Tian had already closed in right in front of him, gently raising a finger to her lips with a SHH for silence. Tianyu carefully lifted the girl, placing her neatly on the soft mattress. Only then did the teacher whisper softly, "There's still afternoon class, get back to your classroom and prepare." Tianyu nodded along with a sound, just to fulfill the obligation. However, the very next second, whether by devilish mischief or a dark scheme, he suddenly slipped and lunged towards the teacher, luckily slamming the brakes just before an accident occurred. Even so, the current state was both man and woman locked in a position of eyes entangled with eyes, heartbeats merging in rhythm. Tianyu feigned an innocent shyness, his face blushing like a tomato, whispering Miss Tian. Miss Tian cooed back softly, "Be quiet, or Sen Han Ning will wake up." And what followed was a scene that consumed no small amount of the fourth wall's saliva. "Miss Tian, keep it down, quit nagging, hurry up or I'll be late for the podium." The little sister, in the guise of a tender rabbit, supposedly in deep sleep, suddenly sprang up, dropping a bombshell. I just knew there was something fishy going on. Tianyu jumped like a leech hit with lime, blurting out loudly, "Sen Han Ning, you were awake." The young lady propped her chin, tilting her face arrogantly to the sky. "My ultimate technique of catching cheaters with eyes closed has reached grand perfection." Tianyu frantically tried to explain, "You misunderstood, Han Ning, the floor was slippery, I just tripped." Miss Tian also rushed to defend, "Exactly, just a workplace accident." Unfortunately, the girl just crossed her arms over her chest, judging coldly, "Save your excuses, I know the drill all too well." Thankfully, Tianyu's phone rang to the rescue. He hastily picked up, "Hello, Sha Liang calling." The beeping sound from the other end relayed, "Hey Tianyu, that huge scandal of Zhou Xiaoping flooding the papers, that was your masterpiece, wasn't it?" Whole gang down their nose all about it. As soon as the car garage boss and the Hong Thien sauna side received the dire news of Zhou Xiaoping's downfall, they voluntarily reconnected with our brothers, handing over the protection rights of those landing spots to Sha Bang for management with both hands. Hearing the victory report, Tianyu grinned cheerfully, "Absolutely perfect, a spectacular comeback." Sha Liang immediately threw out an invitation, "Qi Tianyu, free tonight. Today is Sha Bang's great victory day. How can we brothers ignore a grand drinking party?" Tianyu felt a bit conflicted inside, hesitating. This plan sounds intense. "No hiding from you. Earlier I accidentally pissed off Dong Yu over something. Tonight I've locked in a date to take her out to properly apologize." With the skills of a true player, Sha Liang instantly threw out a rescue plan, a trivial mosquito matter. "I'll drive right to the school gate to pick up our sister-in-law, then the whole crew gathers for a feast to welcome her. After the party, the boss personally escorts the madam back to her palace, one arrow hitting two targets." Accidentally overhearing the conversation, Miss Tian, standing right behind, was likely burning with jealousy, murderous aura densely surrounding her. Sensing this dangerous atmosphere, Tianyu had to hastily speak to end it. "All right, just arrange it like that. Things are super tense over here, I'm hanging up now." The sworn little sister again put on an innocent face and asked a question like a slap of water to the face. "Tianyu, why does Uncle Sha Liang keep calling Dong Yu sister-in-law? Just how many girlfriends do you have exactly?" Hearing this, Tianyu felt so miserable he could only drop one line, "I beg you, just keep quiet for me." The afternoon shadows gradually fell, the sky began to darken. Sha Liang and Huang Zhuo were smoothly driving towards the school gate to pick up Tianyu. Huang Zhuo scratched his head confused. "Brother Liang, it's pitch dark now, who's still lurking around here?" Sha Liang immediately lectured, "How can you be so dim? How could a low-ick understand the business of a top student? Do you know what evening self-study is? When the sister-in-law appears soon, you guys better be polite and respectful, got it? Absolutely forbidden are those eyes that light up seeing a beauty. She's our sister-in-law, don't let the cat get the cream and develop bad habits." Seeing the stream of students flooding out the gate, Huang Zhu eagerly shouted, "Brother Liang, look, the students are pouring out, class must be over for sure." "Brother Liang, look over there, that girl is Qin Zhu, isn't it? Who's that scruffy guy walking next to her?" "So that's little Zhu." Suddenly, a guy with a brightly dyed coxcomb hairstyle swaggered over to block Qin Zhu's path. He mocked, "Oh wow, isn't this little Qin Zhu?" I thought from afar it looked suspicious. Turns out it really is you, you wretched woman. Sensing the hostile atmosphere, Qinzu asked nervously, Mao Qi, what are you trying to pull? Taking in the whole drama, Sha Liang turned to ask Huang Zhu, who's that guy? Looks like he's Mao Qi, a notorious thug around this area. Rumors on the street say he and Qinzu had some messy romantic history before. On the opposite side, Qinzu showed a decisively rejecting attitude. Things between us ended ages ago, please stop following me. This Mao Qi guy was previously beaten to a pulp by Tianyu, still nursing a grudge in his heart. He immediately cornered her menacingly, I've shed blood for you before, you think just saying it's over makes it that easy. Be smart and cough up a decent compensation, then we go our separate ways, no debts owed. Huang Zhu, seeing things escalating, couldn't hold his tongue. Qinzu is being bullied that badly and that sissy guy with her is silent as a clam. Brother Liang, shouldn't we step in and teach him a lesson? Sha Liang kept his indifferent face, completely void of sentiment for past affairs. He waved it off, forget it, don't play the hero. Our only purpose today is to pick someone up. The grudges between me and her faded into the past long ago. Qinzu struggled in despair, snapping, Mao Qi, let go of me right now. That despicable scoundrel flashed a disgusting, mocking smile, that's it, struggle more, the more you resist, the more excited I get. As soon as the words left his mouth, a slap cutting through the wind flew from nowhere, landing squarely on his face, the sound ringing out crisply, making him see stars. He staggered, clutching his swollen cheek, grinding his teeth before roaring in fury, who the hell had the guts to slap me? It turned out Dong Yu, seeing the injustice, couldn't stand idly by and stepped out to rescue her friend. She thundered firmly, release Qinzu now. Finding it offensive, he immediately spewed insults, you nosy little brat, don't you want to live in peace anymore? Just then, Tianyu appeared imposingly like a god, his face ice-cold as he retorted, who did you just say you wanted to lay a hand on? Seeing Tianyu's face, the guy jolted, stepping back in retreat, his voice involuntarily trembling, you're Qi Tianyu, the one who single-handedly crushed Sha Bang. Without anyone noticing when, Sha Liang was already standing imposingly behind them. Hearing that guy spout nonsense, he immediately roared, what the hell do you mean single-handedly crushed Sha Bang? Watch your words carefully, me and Qi Tianyu are the type of heroes respecting heroes. We fought and became friends. Now we're sworn brothers through life and death. Have your rotten ears heard that clearly? That Mao Qi guy facing Sha Liang turned utterly pale, his mouth stuttering in fear, Sha Liang. Sha Liang frowned in annoyance, jerking his chin commanding, if you know what's good for you, get out of my sight, don't stand there polluting the air. The small fry upon hearing that were so scared they nearly wet their pants, scrambling frantically to run for their lives, their mouths still endlessly pleading, yes, right away, we'll scram now. Qinzu, looking haggard, her beauty somewhat faded, seeing her former flame, softly called out Sha Liang. Thank you so much, truly. Sha Liang brushed past her like a cold wind, leaving behind an indifferent line, we've gone our separate ways. You don't need to bother uttering these meaningless words. Let's go, sister-in-law, our victory celebration party is calling. With that, the whole group cheerfully chatted and laughed as they walked away, leaving Qinzu standing there forlornly, her heart tangled with endless regrets over the ruts of the past. Immediately after, Huang Zhu turned the steering wheel, chauffeuring the whole crew straight to a luxurious restaurant booked earlier. After a stretch on the road, the car smoothly stopped right at the rendezvous point. What struck their eyes now was the extravagant splendor of Dai Tu Restaurant, one of the most renowned culinary destinations in bustling Hong Kong. Seeing Sha Liang's willingness to splurge, Tianyu nodded in praise. Sha Liang's been quite refined lately, willing to spend on a high-class restaurant. Sha Liang clasped his hands behind his back, putting on the airs of an old man as he replied, this is basic etiquette. You now bear the title of CEO of an architecture firm. How could we possibly drag ourselves to some embankment to drink? Where's the dignity in that? Right after, Tianyu gently took Dong Yu's hand, his voice dripping with sweetness, Dong Yu, give us a smile. All this grandeur today is dedicated entirely to you. Dong Yu, with her pink cheeks intoxicated, shyly let out a soft HMPH. 1, 2, 3 cheers, 1, 2, 3 drink. Dong Yu, feeling heartache, gently advised Tianyu, hold back a little, don't drink too much, it's bad for your health. These few drops of beer are nothing, let me at 3 more cases, I still won't be fazed. Just as the drinking table was rocking to the roof, the group at the next table suddenly started cackling loudly in Japanese, so noisy it was brain-splitting. grating on the ears like frogs croaking. Sha Liang furrowed his brow in annoyance, grumbling irritably, "Where the hell did these Japanese dwarfs crawl out from, screaming their heads off? Seriously lacking manners." The Japanese guy slurred out a string of garbled native tongue. The Chinese man sitting next to him also laughed along obsequiously. Sha Liang felt his ears buzzing, like a duck listening to thunder, and muttered resentfully, "What alien language are they babbling, I wonder?" Our multilingual youth immediately flaunted his translation skills. "They're gushing about how pretty Dong Yu is, and mocking me for not being qualified to be with you." Dong Yu, however, thought Tianyu was drunk and talking nonsense. She pouted, "Tianyu, you're bragging again. They're chattering in Japanese and you understand." Tianyu, face still dead calm, retorted, "I swear they just said that." Seeing this, Sha Liang slammed the table, making it tremble, roaring to assert dominance. "You bunch of dog-mouthed scum, not opening your eyes wide to see whose territory you're sitting on. Who did you just have the gall to say isn't worthy of my sister-in-law? Wherever hole you crawled out of, crawl right back. This place doesn't harbor uncivilized scum." The Japanese guy, who was just chirping in a foreign language, suddenly spewed fluent Vietnamese like a native. "Damn it, we are brothers of the Than Long gang, you dare touch us." Thanks to his time rolling around in Vietnam, Sha Liang fully understood that curse. He jerked his chin, retorting, "I don't care if you're dragon or snake, if you mess with Sha Bang brothers, get ready to eat pig feed." The Japanese guy pounded his chest loudly, flaunting himself as a genuine gangster, insolently declaring, "Daring to tug the tiger's whiskers of the Than Long Hui, your life is over." Saying that, he ripped open his shirt buttons, flaunting a giant coiling dragon tattoo across his chest, then screamed, "Brothers, come out and mince him for me." A few henchmen, built like bodyguards but with hollow brains, also chimed in, tearing their shirts open, flaunting their greasy fat bellies, an eyesore to behold. Itching for action for a while, Sha Liang cracked his neck, his face clearly showing a keen eagerness to brawl. "Just when I was feeling pent up, perfect chance to use your worthless lives for some post-meal exercise." In a blink, a scrawny guy, thin as a toothpick, fiercely lunged forward to launch a preemptive attack. Unfortunately, Sha Liang just lightly raised one arm, easily diffusing that pathetic shrimp punch. Without holding back, he unleashed a thunderous kick, punching straight so that the guy's face deformed, caving in like a deflated ball. The force of the punch was so immense, the guy's entire body was launched into the air, flying a good 10 meters away. Two burly thugs, seeing their comrade getting wrecked, rushed in together to assist. Sha Liang moved nimbly, landing a swift uppercut that caved the fat guy's beer belly right in. Then, using the momentum, he swung his fist, smashing sideways into the face of the fierce black guy. Smoothly finishing up, he dusted off his hands and shoved them in his pockets, dropping a cool line, "So boring I can't even comment, thought they had something, turns out they shatter at a touch." Witnessing the brawl, Tianyu subtly reminded Sha Liang, "Just rough them up enough to warn them. Careful not to smash up the restaurant's furniture, that'd be trouble." At that very moment, Dong Yu, not paying attention, accidentally grabbed Tianyu's beer glass and tilted her head back, downing it in one go. Tianyu exclaimed in alarm, "Dong Yu, what did you just drink? That's not fruit juice." Dong Yu then jolted in shock, stammering, "Oh no, I grabbed the wrong one, I drank your whole glass." Tianyu stared at the empty glass, his face dumbfounded. "I've got to hand it to you, down the whole large glass in one gulp. How's your stomach feeling now? Have you ever even sipped this stuff before?" Dong Yu's cheeks were already flushed crimson, her eyes beginning to glaze over from the beer. She mumbled, "My drinking ability isn't that bad after all." Tianyu looked wearily at her swaying figure, totally at a loss. "You're dead drunk and still bragging about tolerance." After cleaning up the trash, Sha Liang trotted over, winking at Tianyu, "Big bro, stay calm. We brothers already scripted this scenario. Right across the street, there's a luxury hotel. I already booked the best VIP room for you two to get cozy. Between brothers, no need for formalities." Tianyu broke out in a cold sweat at his buddy's excessive thoughtfulness, secretly impressed, truly a good brother, steering the ship without the slightest deviation. After fumbling around for a while, Tianyu managed to haul Dong Yu into the booked room. He whispered, "Dong Yu, rest here tonight. I'll swing by early tomorrow morning to pick you up." Dong Yu, having completely lost her reasoning by now, just collapsed into Tianyu's arms, murmuring softly, "Tianyu, kiss me." Tianyu was shocked by her bold invitation, his face as red as a ripe gak fruit. He stammered, "This, how can I?" Then he pinched his own hand, gritting his teeth as he chanted a mantra, Qi Tianyu, you absolutely cannot let the beast overpower the man. You cannot play the game of fishing in troubled waters when she's unconscious. 1,000, 10,000 times no. But desire defeated reason, and from that night on, Dong Yu officially turned a new page in life. The system sound chimed to notify. Pristine flawless body, superior S-grade quality, accumulated energy plus 300 points. The bright dawn of the following day. Sunlight filtering through the window gaps jolted Dong Yu awake from her drunken stupor. As soon as she turned around, her face smashed right into Tianyu. She shrank back in fright, screaming, Qi Tianyu, what the hell is this? Why are you sprawled out on my bed? That fake good guy Tianyu panicked and explained, it's because you got dead drunk yesterday. I helped you into the hotel and then somehow, I foolishly crossed the line. Hearing that, Dong Yu pretended to sob and wail, but inside she was over the moon. Hoo-hoo, you've taken my girlhood, you have to make it up to me. Tianyu, naturally well-versed in the art of coaxing the fairer sex, hurriedly soothed her. All right, I did it, I'll own it. I'll definitely shoulder this responsibility to the end. So it's settled then, now let me take you back to the dorm first. I have urgent business early this afternoon and need to swing by the construction site for an inspection. At the construction area that Tianyu's corporation had just won the bid for. Sha Liang introduced him with a booming voice, Qi Tianyu, let me introduce you. This is my fellow disciple, originally teaching at a university, but I lured him over to be the chief commander for this project. Pleased to meet you, President Qi. My name is Dong Yu Huan. I hope we'll have a pleasant cooperation in the time ahead. Tianyu glanced at the guy's burly guardian-like physique and thought to himself, whoa, this guy is towering, must be at least 2 meters tall. The chief commander continued, the reason we had to trouble President Qi to come here today is because the project has hit a rather significant snag. The people from the Chenxi group are playing the game of hoarding all the materials, completely cutting off the supply chain so we have nothing left to build with. Hearing the report, Tianyu stroked his chin in puzzlement. Chenxi, you say? If I recall correctly, that corporation went bankrupt ages ago, didn't it? Rumor has it some international corporation pumped in bailout money, helping them rise from the ashes. Grasping the situation, Tianyu immediately gave the order, I understand, let me personally go and settle the score with those Chenxi people. The guy standing there was indeed Chen Yunting, the result of excessive drug abuse making his body as decrepit as a dried-up corpse. He tottered over, carrying a lunchbox to offer to the boss of the Qing gang. Peng Yuzhai. Brother Ping, I've brought the good liquor back. We brothers keep pulling these petty tricks to harass Qi Tianyu, but it seems this kind of scratching an itch is totally useless. The boss, looking as haggard as a drug fiend at that moment, waved his hand dejectedly. All my right-hand men have been caught and had their tickets torn up. The few scattered lackeys left aren't even a handful. Or how about this? You dash over to the Ba Kai Lak area and sniff out that Gai Ying Hu for me. Maybe that underworld guy is also starving, needing a job to scrape by day to day. Tianyu drove to the old address of the Chenxi group, stunned when he saw the unfamiliar scene. Did Chenxi's company move somewhere else? The polite receptionist replied, Sir, this building has now been transferred to a real estate exchange. Tianyu quickly pleaded, then do you know where the Chenxi side relocated to? The receptionist suddenly switched to a snobby tone, I don't have the free time to provide information. What's a snot-nosed student like you doing prying into adult business? Take your school bag home and cram some knowledge, don't loiter here obstructing work. Hearing this, Tianyu's blood boiled. He shoved his hands into his pockets furiously, striding away and grumbling, fine then, if you're hiding it, I'll just barge in and ask your boss directly, that'll be quicker. Seeing this, the woman panicked and shrieked, security, grab that little bastard for me. Which fool, tired of living, dares to come and cause trouble here? Tianyu suddenly broke out in a sweat facing too tall, imposing figures standing guard in front of him like temple guardians. But absurdly enough, those two so-called guardians were actually his old acquaintances Liu Xiao and Zhuang. Tianyu froze for 5 full seconds before asking, hey, what are you two doing in this dump? Weren't you on the Lam family's security payroll before? Zhuang scratched his head with a grin. Well, this property is also under the Lam family's management, you know. The receptionist still hadn't caught on, just pointing and yelling, you two security guards, what are you standing there like dummies for? Get this ragged brat out onto the street quickly. The two Liu brothers glared at the woman like she was an alien. Are you blind or just talking nonsense? This is the future son-in-law of the Lam family. If you dare disrespect the Lam family son-in-law, pack your stuff and get out this very afternoon." Hearing this, the woman's mouth dropped open as if she'd swallowed a fly, stammering, You are the eldest Mrs. Boyfriend, that Tianyu." Young Tianyu flashed a meaningful smile, nodding in confirmation, absolutely correct. Right at that moment, Lanzai gracefully walked out from inside, smiling as she said, "I was just wondering who had the nerve to come here and cause a ruckus. So it's my precious little brother." The moment he saw the beauty, the young man's eyes crinkled up as if he'd hit the jackpot. He flattered her obsequiously, "Zai dear, that new hairstyle of yours is absolutely gorgeous." Hearing the flattery, the girl was visibly pleased. Her cheeks blushing shyly, Lanzai asked with a smirk, "You don't visit the temple for no reason. Surely something serious made you trot all the way here, right? Spill it. What do you need big sister's help with?" Tianyu scratched his nape with an awkward laugh. "The thing is, my material supply source is being sabotaged. I vaguely heard the Chenshi group has a hand in it, so I intended to come and question them, but who knew I'd run right into you being the boss here? Playing the market manipulation game, are they? I heard some gossip earlier that Chen Yunting's gang recently received a chunk of money funneled from abroad. I didn't expect them to blow it all on this childish revenge scheme. That corporation is now just a shell, definitely a ghost company. Digging out their lair is probably harder than finding a needle in a haystack." Hearing the analysis, Tianyu snapped his fingers, concluding that he had pinpointed a suspected location as their den. Without delay, the two immediately sped off to a magnificent hotel. Lanzai looked around and asked in confusion, "Wangtian Hotel, huh? Isn't this the wretched place I was locked up in last time?" Tianyu then explained in detail, this place used to be jointly owned by Chen Shi and the Qing gang. But since Brother Ping got busted, the Sha gang brothers have snatched this prey entirely. Whoever runs this hotel must have some clues. With that, he casually strolled into the lobby and spoke up, "Old Zhang, business going well lately?" The man immediately beamed upon seeing him, shaking his hand warmly. "Oh my, President Qi gracing us with your presence, what an honor. I just stopped by to ask you for some intel. You know the whereabouts of Chen Yunting?" The moment he heard that name, old Zhang frowned with indignation. "That damn bastard used to bully and oppress us brothers terribly. The underworld grapevine says he's been holed up in some nightclubs lately. President Qi, you absolutely must enforce justice on heaven's behalf and avenge us." Tianyu patted his chest with the air of a true boss, firmly guaranteeing, "Old man, just throw your worries away. Once I catch him, I'll properly crack his bones." Afterwards, he turned and asked Lanzai, "Do you know the way to that nightclub?" Lanzai sneered, "That place. Nothing unfamiliar, a notorious landing pad for junkies and ravers." By the time they got there, night had fallen. Tianyu looked at his watch and made a plan. "It's too late. I just need to send 2 of my boys to loiter here and scout. That'll be fine." "It's late, let's pull out." Just then, Tianyu's father, waiting impatiently at home, anxiously called to interrogate him. "Which corner are you fooling around in that you haven't dragged your face home yet?" The boy hurriedly defended himself. "I just took Zai home. Now I'm gunning the throttle and almost at our front gate, Dad." The father then informed him, "Your aunt went back to the countryside, and tonight both your dad and mom are stuck on the night shift, so definitely no one's home." "Huh, so where do I take shelter tonight? I didn't bring the gate key with me." "Dad gave your teacher a heads up. Tonight, go over to Xu Ping's place to crash for the night." Hearing the instruction, the young man froze for a moment with a face caught between crying and laughing, but thinking it over, he had no way out and had to bitterly accept this unlucky arrangement. Oh boy, in a flash, the young man was standing right in front of Xu Ping's door. He knocked and called inside, "Sister Xu Ping, are you in there?" In less than a beat, Xu Ping nonchalantly came out and opened the door, her body casually draped in just a tiny towel, showing off her hot curves. She smiled, "Darling, you're here? Oh no, this means 300 energy points are about to fly away again." Our young man's face turned as red as boiled shrimp, stammering speechlessly. Why are you dressed so scantily like this?" The girl blinked, feigning innocence. "Oh dear, I was in the shower when I heard you yelling loudly. Was I supposed to make you wait? I had to rush out to open the door. My parents both went on vacation, so you can use their room for tonight." "Oh, I forgot. Have you had anything to eat yet, Tianyu?" Tianyu scratched his head, embarrassed. "I've been spinning like a top all day. Seems like I'm starving to death already." "Then sit here and wait a bit. Let me go put on some more clothes and heat up some food for you in the kitchen. Tianyu forced a smile. That's too much trouble for you, Sister Xu Ping. With that, Xu Ping turned and went into the kitchen to display her domestic goddess skills. In no time, she beamed as she brought out a tray of steaming hot food. Here, taste and see if my cooking suits your palate. Tianyu fixed his eyes on the fragrant dish, gulping audibly, his face full of craving. He picked up a bite with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth, his face instantly lighting up with delight, mouth constantly praising, my, this is the taste of earthly paradise right here. Xu Ping cast a sulky glance and spoke, ever since you got that fresh young mistress Lanzai, you've completely forgotten this older sister here, never bothering to show your face to visit me. You're wrongly pinning that on me. I'm constantly going back and forth to your place, you know. Xu Ping continued her lament. Honestly speaking, Lanzai is top-tier stuff, incredible family background, gentle temperament, and devastatingly beautiful. You two as a couple are truly a match made in heaven. When you two walk down the aisle later, I'll definitely bring a thick red envelope to bless you. Hearing that tone, Tianyu frantically waved his hand. Sis, please don't say such bitter words. Suddenly, Xu Ping burst into tears, sobbing like a child. You're already hand in hand with someone else. What crime is there in me being a good person and wishing you well? Tianyu gritted his teeth and uttered word by word, we really can't continue this tangled mess anymore. If so, then what exactly is this thing between us? Facing this tough question, Tianyu was tongue-tied, unable to squeeze out a single word to counter. After her crying spell passed, Xu Ping choked up and reminded him, you once admitted with your own mouth that you had feelings for me. You cast your bait towards me while embracing other beauties, so your liking is that cheap after all. For heaven's sake, Sister Xu Ping, you wrong me deeply. Lamzai and I are just a fake love contract. There isn't a shred of genuine feeling. As if hitting the jackpot, the girl immediately switched tactics. What I meant was that messy satellite harem around you. I don't care specifically about Lamzai or not. I don't care if that girl is Lamzai, Dongyu, or Tianjia whatever, you cut ties with all of them for me. The moment the words left her mouth, she immediately wrapped her arms around Tianyu's face and initiated a passionate kiss. And of course, the steamy, stormy scene of clouds and rain that followed is well known to everyone, he. Xu Ping added one more line asserting ownership. Qi Tianyu, from this moment on, you belong to me, understand. The very next second, the system's ting-ting sound inadvertently rang out. Pristine perfect body like a blank sheet of paper, S-grade quality, energy fully charged, 300 points. The sun rose the next day. The petite figure of Sen Han Ning skipped happily onto the construction site. The little girl chirped loudly, hey old uncle, has my Tianyu been lurking around here? You little brat, why did you suddenly show up in this godforsaken place? And who did you just call old uncle, huh? The little girl tilted her head, puzzled, oh my, so Tianyu isn't here. At this hour, he's packed his books and gone to school. And why did you skip school and run around to this dump looking for him? Damn it. Huh? I got hold of some juicy, nasty intel that Tianyu was fooling around with that sister Lanzai last night. I even planned to come here and catch those two adulterers red-handed. Hearing this, Sha Liang nearly dropped his jaw, sweat pouring like a shower. He muttered in his head, where on earth did this brat dig up this fake sidewalk gossip? What a piece of trouble, I must punish her to cure her of this meddling habit. Hatching a dirty scheme, Sha Liang jerked his chin towards a row of dilapidated shacks and tricked her. Those two lovebirds are wrapped around each other in that room there. Go in and catch them if you dare. Sen Han Ning, naive and inexperienced, swallowed it hook, line, and sinker, her face haughty as if she'd struck gold. She laughed heartily, ha, this time I'll ambush them and leave those two speechless. Without a second thought, she kicked the door open and charged in, shouting in delight, you're busted, surrender now for a clean deal. But tragically, what appeared inside were several scruffy, bearded construction workers, half asleep, each of them yawning long and wide, wearing nothing but wrinkled shorts. Witnessing that eye-scorching scene, the little girl wished she could instantly gouge her own eyes out. By pure reflex, the little girl quickly covered her face and screamed miserably, what kind of demonic thing is this? I'm blind, my eyes are ruined. After her shriek, the girl picked up her heels and fled like smoke, leaving Sha Liang clutching his belly in triumphant laughter. The young man didn't forget to add a sarcastic remark. Let that be a lesson for your crime of being a busybody, poking your nose into other people's business. The lens then glided to the school grounds shortly after. Han Ning stole a guilty glance at the clock, her face scrunched up, muttering, "Oh crap, the drum just sounded for the third period already. Even with the teacher covering for me, if she blabs to Aunt Gu, my life is basically forfeit." At the same time, two punkish guys passing by locked their target onto the little girl. The one with gelled hair pointed and nudged, "Boss, look over there. Why is there a little lowly wearing our school uniform standing there?" The boss guy parted his lips into a lewd grin. Well, probably a fresh fawn just transferred, chubby and cute indeed. "Let's go over and try our luck, see what happens." His underling's jaw dropped upon hearing this. "Give it a rest, man, your taste has sunk to grazing on such young sprouts now." The boss puffed up his chest with philosophy. "What does a blockhead like you understand about art? Lowlies are the true love of life." The underling was utterly speechless. "Boss, please stop using that serious face to spout such perverted things. At this rate, you're bound to be handcuffed and eating jail food someday." No sooner said than done. He sauntered over to the little girl and spoke in a sickeningly sweet voice. "Hey cutie baby, can you spare 5 minutes to chat with big bro?" Han Ning took a step back cautiously. "Who are you, mister?" "Just sweetly call me Big Brother Zia, so think we can become soulmates." "Soulmates, huh? Absolutely spot on, baby." Han Ning felt nauseous hearing this, waving her hand to brush him off. "Scram, just looking at your face kills the mood." But the guy's shamelessness had reached cosmic levels. He insisted, "Nonsense, I swear we were born for each other. Do you obsess over those flashing kirins? I have a whole jar of top-notch toys at home." Han Ning curled her lip in brutal disdain. "You've got second-year hair on your head and you still play those childish things. Stop bothering me, get out of my way please." Coincidentally, Cheng Dong and Tianyu, catching the breeze on the balcony, caught the entire drama in their sight. Cheng Dong elbowed him. "Hey Tianyu, isn't that little girl in the yard your precious little sister? There are two random jerks blocking her way and harassing her." Swallowing a massive snub, the fake intellectual Four Eyes felt humiliated. His face darkened with threat. "Hey you brat, what's with that rebellious attitude? I'm kindly offering to be friends, that's 3 lifetimes of blessing for you, and you still dare to act all prissy with me." As he spoke, he grabbed Han Ning by the collar, pulling his menacing face close and snarling. "Don't not know your place." And then instantly, he received a heaven-sent slap that twisted his mouth crooked. She ground her teeth audibly and hissed a threat, "Let go." The four-eyed guy was enraged, his fury boiling up to the crown of his head. He raised his hand, ready to beat the little girl to a pulp. Right at that moment, Teacher Tian rushed over in a panic and shouted loudly, "Put your hand down right now, I said. The bell rang ages ago. What are you students doing crowding around here for?" Han Ning was overjoyed the moment she caught sight of Teacher Tian's figure. But the four-eyed guy, relying on his powerful background, arrogantly cussed back, "A lowly teacher like you, what right do you have to meddle in my business? Do you know what position my old man holds? One phone call from me and you'll be hugging a cardboard box out of this school in a minute." He hadn't even closed his mouth when a voice cold as ice boomed from behind him. "You little brat, done barking yet?" The four-eyed guy's heart skipped a beat in terror. He frantically turned his head to see which bastard dared to tug the tiger's whiskers. Unfortunately, before he could clearly see the face, he was treated to a jaw-crushing punch, blood gushing out messily. At this point, he trembled like a wet dog, stammering as he backed away. You are Chi Tianyu. Where the hell did you pop out from? What's this grudge to you? You bullied my little sister, and on top of that, dared to yell at my teacher. What's wrong with me using that right to crush your throat?" The four-eyed guy, upon hearing this, bitterly ground his teeth and twistedly mocked, "Oh, so you're sponsoring a teacher too, huh? Your taste is pretty salty." Hearing that, Tianyu clenched his fist until it cracked, his blood boiling furiously. "You dare spout that filthy nonsense? You little bastard, you want your household registration moved to hell, don't you?" Suddenly, Cheng Dong, putting on a dark, menacing air, slowly stepped forward to block him. "Tianyu, put your hand away, leave this trash to me. This scumbag dared to act up with our teacher Tian. All the brothers of class 11A3 swear to pulverize him." Saying this, Cheng Dong waved his hand to signal the attack. "Brothers, charge, beat him crippled, then throw him out on the street for the dogs." In the blink of an eye, a fierce gang of youths swarmed over like a pack of starving wolves. The arrogant guy now screamed his throat raw, piercingly, "Have you bastards eaten leopard guts? My old man is the head of human resources at this school. If you dare lay a single hair on me, you're all confirmed to pack your suitcases and get out of this school. At this point, you still dare to flash your umbrella protection? Brothers, beat him to a pulp. The order was barely finished when dozens of fists rained down, pounding him into a mangled, messy heap, looking as miserably pitiful as a stray dog. Tianyu, seeing this violent scene, also broke into a heavy sweat, urgently reminding them, "Restrain yourselves a bit, guys, just beat him moderately. If he turns to paste, it'll be big trouble." Teacher Tianjia, standing there, was drenched in cold sweat, trembling as she called out, "Tianyu, stop your friends for me. I know you're angry on my behalf and venting, but bringing a mob to brawl on school grounds is beyond any rules." Tianyu immediately yelled out, "500 brothers, withdraw, Teacher Tian the Great has issued a pardon for him." The entire gang instantly pulled back their fists, each face still dark with surging killing intent, not forgetting to add a final sneering remark, "Out of respect for the teacher, we're letting you live today. Next time you dare act like a thug, I'll castrate your tools myself." The Zia guy was now battered like crushed bean paste, his face smeared with blood, in his heart hating them to the marrow, cursing silently, "You bastards, just wash your necks and wait for me." After venting his anger, Cheng Dong looked around, puzzled. Hey, where did that underling who sided with him disappear to? Tianyu shrugged. "That guy took to his heels and fled ages ago, man." Waiting for the dismissal bell, the four-eyed brat immediately took his pig-like face home to whine to his old man. "Daddy, you have to get justice for me." After hearing the fake report from his precious son, the bald man immediately defended him firmly. "That wench Tianjia has eaten leopard guts, daring to incite students to gang up on my son. I'll give her and those little brats a one-way ticket on the superfast roller coaster. Truly, like father, like son." Dawn broke the next day at the school. Inside the principal's office, the bald man was screaming and making a scene. "Hey principal, this mess is so loud. If the news gets out, the reputation of our Xizang school will be shattered to bits." The bald-headed principal was still calmly sipping his tea. "Oh please, it's just a few kids with itchy feet and hands. Such trivial matters are nothing new. Teacher Zia, ease up on spoiling your darling son. We must discuss things based on evidence here." The bald man immediately foamed at the mouth, growling, "Tianjia, as a teacher and molder of young minds, dares to discard shame and sneak around with a student. This depraved behavior is smearing filth all over the education profession. On top of that, that wench pulled strings and instigated kids to brawl. A teacher lacking such quality, who can she possibly guide properly? If the school board doesn't take a heavy hand in punishment, the entire body of teachers, students, and even the parent association will turn their backs on this school." The principal, having this string of words fired directly at his face, was rendered speechless for a few seconds. Hesitating for a moment, he nodded. "Well, fine. What you say sounds reasonable to my ears. I will step in to handle the matter of teacher Tianjia." Old Zia, hearing the concluding sentence, curved his lips into a sinister, deeply satisfied smile. Right after that, in the teacher's common lounge, a male colleague was loudly berating teacher Tian. "You are a person standing on the podium. How could you tolerate such rash actions from the kids? And the victim is a student from a lower grade, which makes it even worse. Head teacher son, let this matter be punished to whatever degree it warrants. Please don't go easy because of my position. Teacher Tianjia, the principal is waiting for you upstairs. Regarding the specific punishment, he will speak with you personally." Teacher Tian, hearing this, could only sigh softly and nod. Dragging her heavy steps with a heart full of turmoil, she headed towards the door of the principal's office. Right then, a teacher wearing glasses turned to gossip with the bald old Zia sitting next to him. "Teacher Zia, guess how the principal will sentence teacher Tianjia?" The man bared his fangs in a sinister grin. "You still need to open your mouth to ask about something so blatantly obvious. Of course, revoke her teaching license. If scum like that isn't kicked out of the profession, what keep her as decoration? Nothing but a bunch of people ruining the school's family traditions." Just as teacher Tian took a step, a voice suddenly rang out, stopping her in her tracks. "Teacher Tian, wait a moment, I'll go with you for company." Turning her head, she immediately recognized Chairwoman Gu. Carrying her surprise, she softly wondered, "Chairwoman Gu, what wind blew you all the way here?" Next, teacher Tian proceeded straight to the office door, gently nodding to greet the principal. The person inside also quickly spoke up, inviting her in. Switching the perspective to Tianyu, this young man had just updated himself with the hallway gossip from his classmates and confirmed in shock. "What, teacher Tian is about to lose her job? Are you kidding? I was just eavesdropping in the hallway earlier." Clearly, the principal already summoned teacher Tian up to his office. Tianyu immediately concluded, I have to personally go to the principal's office for a trip. Cheng Dong, seeing this, frantically tried to stop his friend. Hold on, Tianyu, no matter how capable you are, you still carry the status of a student. What are you planning to use to argue with the principal, huh? So you're telling me to just fold my arms and watch teacher Tian pack her suitcase and leave. Right at that moment, the four-eyed guy who'd been beaten black and blue the other day suddenly popped up with the arrogant air of a superior. You guys have so much free time you just love meddling in other people's business, huh? Just stay calm, all of you bastards get ready to pack up and get out of this school. I bet none of you can escape. Catching those irritating words in his ears, Tianyu was so furious his molars clattered together, wishing he could just lunge forward and chop the guy to pieces. But suddenly, Han Ning spoke up. The cat that bites the cat hasn't been decided yet. The little girl barely finished her words before shooting a razor-sharp glance laced with smugness towards the bespectacled Deshan. Tianyu's eyes bulged, utterly stunned by his little sister's sudden appearance. That guy Deshan, although feeling a bit uneasy inside, still puffed himself up arrogantly on the outside. This brat still dares to show her face at school. Today, I'll make you permanently disappear from Xizang. The moment he finished speaking, Han Ning immediately retorted with a razor-sharp line. Dream on, are you really hallucinating that your father is qualified enough to be my opponent? Deshan, hearing this, was choked with rage, his 2 rows of teeth grinding tightly. Han Ning then leisurely added more. Brother Tianyu can just sleep with a high pillow. I've specially invited Aunt Gu to step in. Not a single soul in our group will have to face suspension. Young Deshan, having little worldly experience, boldly declared, Aunt Gu, what kind of hotshot is she supposed to be? How old is she to be compared with my dad, who holds the position of head of human resources? Cheng Dong immediately threw a bucket of freezing water to wake him from his dream, asking such a soul-crushing question. Don't tell me you're so information blind you don't recognize Gu Wenyan, the chairwoman of the Xinhai Chamber of Commerce. The information barely entered his ears when his mouth automatically widened into an O shape, screaming in panic, Wah, what? It's that woman named Gu Wenyan who controls nearly the entire economic lifeline of Xinhai. Then don't tell me you are. Han Ning very calmly tossed out a rock-solid confirmation, absolutely correct. I am indeed the precious niece of Gu Wenyan. Deshan took that full sentence right in the face, his complexion draining of every drop of blood, struck completely speechless like a person whose soul had been ripped away. The very next second, he grabbed his sandals, lifted his legs, and ran for his life, his mouth ceaselessly wailing loudly, It's over, we've really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. On the opposite side, Han Ning curved her lips in a triumphant smile. You can run to the sky, buddy, even inviting gods down to earth can't save you this time. The camera lens now panned directly to the principal's office. The principal, with his bald head, was sweating buckets, his shirt completely soaked before the unannounced visit from Chairwoman Gu. She spoke with a tone full of heavy weight, questioning, I heard through the grapevine you're planning to fire little Tian, is that right? The principal immediately panicked, waving his hands continuously, his mouth stammering to find an excuse. Oh, fire her, my foot. Where did that fake news come from? Little Tian is a precious gem of the education sector. I wouldn't dare even if I ate leopard's gall to ask her to resign. But I heard some news that a teacher named Zia filed a complaint accusing teacher Tian of shielding students in a brawl, severely smearing the school's image. Absolutely no such thing. It's all a script fabricated by that old teacher Zia to twist black into white. I swear I will severely punish that old Zia. Chairwoman Gu, upon hearing this, just released a light, calculating smile. She even leisurely added a reminder, a dedicated ferryman like Tian Jia is hard to find even with weary eyes. I hope the principal here knows how to treasure her. The head of the school, upon hearing this, nodded his head like a pecking chicken. Yes, yes, yes. Teacher Tian, standing beside him, also obediently bowed to show her respect. Chairwoman Gu, I truly engrave this favor in my heart. Teacher Tian, why stand on such ceremony? Usually I rely on you to discipline that girl Han Ning of my family all the time anyway. Concurrently, in the office of the father of Deshan, just as the old man was leisurely sipping tea and floating away with a book, his precious son suddenly burst through the door in a flustered rush to report an emergency. Dad, the house is on fire. We father and son just bumped into a massive boulder. The father immediately rounded his eyes and scolded, What's with the fuss, acting all frantic? Even if the sky falls, you must calmly explain. That teacher woman we planned to deal with yesterday, the power backing her is no joke, Dad. The father, hearing this, still tilted his face up and declared sonorously, whatever backing she has in this school, I am the biggest tree trunk. But her big shadow isn't in this school at all originally. It belongs to Gu Wenyan, the chairwoman of the Xin High Chamber of Commerce, Dad. The moment those 3 words reached his eardrums, the father instantly locked his mouth shut, unable to squeeze out half a word. That Deshan added another fatal blow. That little brat I intended to rough up the other day is actually Gu Wenyan's own flesh and blood niece. The father, a man without fear, still stiffened his neck and yelled, "Bullshit. There's no way a student with such a colossal background exists in our school without me being completely blind to the info. Definitely those snot-nosed brats lying to scare people. Let me, your father, go find the principal now and get this sorted out clearly." Deshan, witnessing his father's stubborn, unyielding attitude, could only fall into complete, helpless silence. After that, he let his legs go limp, collapsing to his knees on the floor, completely giving up before the bitter reality. Truly, personality kills good looks. Useless and delusional only leads to the dike. A moment later, the father, carrying a murderous, imposing aura, stormed into the principal's office, his big mouth booming, "Principal, where is the principal?" In that group of fighting students, there's a brat who dared to falsely claim she's Gu Wenyan's niece. Already causing trouble, yet still talking back, blatantly lying, smearing the dignity of the school, I propose expelling her immediately. The head of the school then cast a glance sharp as a dagger, coldly speaking up, "Teacher Zia. Just now, Chairwoman Gu personally graced us with her presence and discussed in extremely thorough detail your rather bumpy work style over the past period. I think the chair you're sitting on is probably no longer a good fit for you." Catching that cold, concluding sentence in his ears, the father's entire body stiffened like a plaster statue, not daring to believe his sense of hearing. While with that little brat, is she really Gu Wenyan's niece? I have no idle breath to report that information to you. From this second onward, figure out your own situation yourself. In exactly 3 days, the dismissal notice will be issued. Now, please step outside. Father Zia's legs turned to jelly as he collapsed onto the floor, his heart feeling as if it had been crushed to pieces. He felt as though the sky were collapsing on him, his insides torn apart, suffering a pain no different from a young man who had just been brutally cheated on. Shifting the perspective to Tianyu, Zia Deshan had frantically found his way there, prompting Tianyu to interrogate him. "Zia Deshan, what is this? Looking for another fight to the death with me?" He immediately threw his dignity away, kowtowing and banging his head against the ground like a pounding pestle, tearfully begging for his father's life to be spared. Tianyu indifferently tossed back a sentence, "I thought you had a backbone. Who knew you would actually show your face here to cry and beg for forgiveness? Do you expect me to turn a blind eye and let you off the hook? Let me whisper this to you, I am far from being that forgiving." Zia Deshan pleaded desperately, "Tianyu, I apologize to you 1,000 times. I was foolishly blinded by others. I beg you to be magnanimous and spare my father this time. Save your breath. I absolutely will not leave any way out for you and your father." And even if I were easygoing enough to nod, Han Ning and President Gu would never let you off anyway. Hearing these words, Deshan teared up. Then he could only beat his chest and cry out to the heavens, blaming his fate for being as unlucky as a dog's snout. Tianyu let out a sigh. If you had known this tragic ending, shedding tears now is useless. He casually turned to leave, not forgetting to toss back a piece of advice. When you drift to a new school later, tone down that arrogant attitude of yours and look after yourself carefully. A bright dawn the next day on the school campus. Fellow classmate Cheng Dong eagerly updated Tianyu on the situation. "Yesterday, I caught a glimpse of Zia Deshan packing his bags. Where on earth was his father exiled to?" "How am I supposed to know that? You have to pry it out of the principal's mouth to get the answer." Just then, the mischievous little girl Han Ning jumped into the conversation. "No need to bother the principal. I have the answer, he. "Oh, Han Ning, what corner did you pop out from?" An outstanding educational talent like his father naturally had to be transferred to Africa to spread knowledge for the development of the Dark Continent. The 2 young men, catching this shocking news, showed expressions of sheer astonishment. "Holy crap, all the way to Africa. That's brutal, what a ruthless move." Han Ning pouted and resentfully added, "Obviously. Him daring to speak nonsense to me is just a trivial matter, but his heinous crime of daring to bully Sister Jia Jia is an act that absolutely cannot be forgiven. Hearing this, Tianyu's face stiffened like poured concrete as he blurted out, "Let's hope our friend Zia Da Shan can blend in and happily make friends with the African brothers over there." As soon as the Zia father and son landed at the airport, they were engulfed in the warm embrace of the Black brothers with their radiant, sunny smiles. Well, from now on, they can freely rejoice with these friendly young men. The frame immediately transitioned to a notorious nightclub. This young man was the top boss of Qing Gang. Due to his recent excessive drug abuse, his complexion and appearance had severely deteriorated. He had barely dragged himself to the door when a guy wearing pitch-black sunglasses spoke up sarcastically, "Oh my, isn't this boss Peng of Qing Gang?" He instantly bristled with annoyance, "Get out of my sight right now, stop bothering me." Rumor in the underworld has it that the Peng family has gone bankrupt. Do you need to find a new haven, bro? Tag along with me, and you'll be well fed immediately. Who the hell do you think you are here? Suddenly, another voice interrupted. Old Peng, put away that insolent attitude. The boss of Qing Gang instantly recognized the newcomer as none other than Brother who quickly advertised the background of the sunglasses guy. The person standing before you is an enlightened great immortal whom young Master Chen exhausted his mind and effort to invite over. He possesses mystical magic, more than enough to send that brat Qi Tianyu straight to the afterlife. Catching the word magic, his jaw dropped in astonishment, completely mind-boggled. In the late afternoon after class, at Qi Tianyu's location. He was striding toward the bus stop when he accidentally caught the eye of the school goddess, Dongyu. Tianyu took the initiative to speak, "Oh Dongyu, are you also waiting for the bus to go home?" "Spot on Tianyu, but your house is just around here. Why are you trekking all the way to the bus stop after school today?" "Ah, it's just that I have a schedule to visit the grave of a distant relative who recently passed away." Hearing that, Dongyu embarrassedly lowered her head. "Oh, I'm so sorry, please accept my condolences." "It's no big deal, it's not like they were immediate family anyway." Suddenly, a super adorable little girl carrying a flower basket approached to peddle her wares. "Handsome brother, please buy a flower from me." "Flowers? I don't need any right now, please try asking someone else." The little girl persistently pleaded, "Big brother, just buying one stem as my first sale would be fine too." Dongyu, standing nearby, chimed in to persuade him, "Tianyu, aren't you on your way to a grave visit? Buying some flowers to pay your respects would be perfectly appropriate." "Oh right, that makes sense. So what kind of flowers do people usually prefer for grave visits?" "The most standard is white chrysanthemums. This flower symbolizes hidden affections. People usually offer white chrysanthemums to the deceased." Hearing this, young man Tianyu immediately seized the chance to sweet-talk her. "Our Dongyu is so wise. I didn't expect you to be a walking dictionary on flowers and plants." The girl acted dismissive on the outside, but was secretly thrilled on the inside. "Put away that sweet-talking mouth of yours. Who wouldn't know this basic knowledge?" Tianyu then quickly turned to the little peddler girl. "Hey little sister, do you have any white chrysanthemums in your basket? Sell me some." The little girl immediately flared up. "What kind of weirdo carries white chrysanthemums around to sell on the street? If you want to buy those, head straight to a funeral parlor and take your pick." The young man froze, completely speechless. And Dongyu, standing beside him, could only smile awkwardly. Well, it's true, carrying flowers for the dead to sell in the middle of the city would be incredibly bad luck. Then Tianyu scratched his head and asked, "So what do you have in your flower basket?" The little girl quickly listed them out. "I have azaleas, lilies, and exceptionally beautiful roses right here." Tianyu instantly made the deal. "Then give me one stem of red rose." Hearing this, Dongyu hastily stopped him. "What's wrong with you, Tianyu? Bringing a rose to a grave is completely wrong. You really are a blank slate when it comes to this stuff." The boy casually dropped a super smooth pickup line who said it wasn't fitting. "I bought this flower to give to you." Hearing that sentence, the school beauty's heart raced wildly, feeling as if fireworks were vividly bursting within her. Just a few seconds later, Tianyu, looking exceptionally dapper with the flower pinched in his hand, gleefully offered his blessing. "For you, Miss Dongyu, may you always be as radiant and fresh as this flower." The school goddess shyly accepted the flower branch, her cheeks flushed red with overwhelming joy, but her mouth didn't forget to pretend to be annoyed. "Tianyu, you're so annoying." Seeing that the prey had taken the bait, the little flower girl skillfully finalized the price. That'll be a total damage of 20 yuan for one rose stem, big brother. Tianyu jumped upon hearing the quote and yelled, "What the hell is this flower plated with gold or something? Why is it so pricey? Even spending 20 yuan to show off in front of a beauty makes my heart bleed." Completely speechless at the young man, a moment later the bus struggled its way there, and Dong Yu shyly spoke up. "Well, Tianyu, I'm going to get on the bus and head back first." "Yeah, be careful on your way." But unexpectedly, the moment the bus doors swung open, the burly Wu Feng loomed into view. Tianyu stared at the muscle-bound guy with a massive question mark in his head, not understanding how this guy had drifted to this place. Without a word, Wu Feng grabbed Dong Yu tightly at lightning speed and dragged her right into the bus. The very next second, the bus hit the gas and sped away. Before Tianyu could compose himself, he fell into utter panic. What the hell just happened? Wu Feng shouted a message from the bus. "Chi Tianyu, if you want to save Dong Yu's life, drag yourself to Nam Mountain." Upon hearing this, Tianyu's face instantly darkened, his veins popping out. This trick again. What kind of despicable schemes are these bastards plotting now? Immediately, he pulled out his phone to summon his brothers. "Hello, Sha Liang, gather an army right away and head straight up to Nam Mountain for me. Those Qing gang punks have a death wish today." In the blink of an eye, at Nam Mountain, Dong Yu was currently yawning out of pure boredom, prompting Wu Feng to question this strange sight. "Hey little girl, you're supposed to be a hostage. Why do you look so relaxed? We are the Qing gang mafia. Could you please pretend to tremble a bit to show some respect for our kidnapping profession?" Dong Yu replied in an extremely leisurely manner, "Forgive me, but I've experienced these scenes so many times I'm numb to them. Do you gangsters have nothing better to do? Are you out of tricks that you have to drag the school beauty, Dong Yu, up the mountain at every turn?" After Tian Yu's gang arrived at the foot of the mountain, he immediately called to threaten him. "Hey Wu Feng, I'm here. If you know what's good for you, release Dong Yu right now." Wu Feng, who was hiding in the bushes keeping watch, yelled into the receiver, "You come up here alone. Tell your lackeys to stay put down there." After hearing that, Tian Yu hung up and muttered, "Are these nobodies asking for trouble? What kind of script are they brewing up this time?" Sha Liang, standing beside him, immediately gave a warning. "Chi Tian Yu, don't underestimate them. If they went through the trouble of setting this up, they definitely laid a trap to ambush us." Tian Yu tilted his head up with excessive confidence. "Rest assured, a few of them won't be able to pluck a single hair off me." Young man Sha Liang, drenched in cold sweat, spoke up anxiously, "Hey Chi Tian Yu, I have an incredibly bad feeling about this trip." Ignoring his friend's advice, Tian Yu charged straight up the mountain peak single-handedly as agreed, and as soon as he climbed up, he loudly demanded the hostage, "Hey Wu Feng, I'm up here for a one-on-one. Where are you hiding?" Hiding in the bushes, he quickly turned to the great master and said, "Chi Tian Yu has stepped right in. We're all counting on your performance." The great master then stretched the corners of his mouth into a wicked smile enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Then he suddenly stood up right in front of Chi Tian Yu's nose. Seeing the strange creature, he frowned and interrogated him. "Who the hell are you? Where is Dong Yu hidden?" "This poor monk is named Chen Xian, sent here specifically to cleanse the evil spirits clinging to young Master Chi's body." Evil spirits? That sounds reeking of superstition, doesn't it? It is precisely that source of dark power parasitizing within young Master Chi's body. This poor monk is absolutely certain. You know exactly what I am alluding to, right? Hearing these words, Tian Yu felt a slight pang of guilt as gears turned in his head. Weird. Could this guy have grasped the earth-shattering secret of my magic pen? Immediately, Tian Yu glared and ordered, "Release Dong Yu first, then I'll discuss the philosophy of life with you later." He cheerfully replied, "Ah, young Master Chi, I am merely a wage earner. Those decisions are beyond my authority. But if you obediently and happily cooperate, I stake my honor to guarantee that Miss Dong will be absolutely safe." Tian Yu raised an eyebrow and asked back, "Cooperate? What kind of game are you trying to play? Stand still like a statue, absolutely no moving, and strictly no fighting back. Just obediently surrender your life." As soon as the last syllable dropped, a flock of blurry shadows lunged from behind, aiming straight at our Tian Yu. The young man had razor-sharp reflexes, somersaulting and turning to face the attack. With just a few basic punches and kicks, he cleanly wiped out that tangled mess with ease. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder in astonishment, truly magical, is this a ninja's clone technique? Wu Feng, watching from the bushes, also had his jaw drop. Oh my, truly peak level. Who would believe that this kind of sci-fi magic actually exists in the mortal world? Tianyu maintained a half-believing, half-doubting attitude, so he gathered his strength and punched off one guy's head to witness the truth for himself. After he picked up that severed head, the veil of secrecy was officially lifted. He was astounded to find it was merely a plastic prop, a deceitful trick to fool children, nothing more. Tianyu then lifted the tangled mess of wires, outright exposing the low-class trick of the fake sorcerer. So you used these wires to control the mannequins. You thought bringing out these cheap parlor tricks could lead me by the nose. What the hell kind of clone ninjutsu is this? In the end, it's just a band of swindlers playing hocus-pocus, faking gods and ghosts to deceive people for a living. Struck right in the guilty conscience, the fake sorcerer jumped up just like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He flared up, straining his neck to curse, "You damn bastard, you dare slander me as a swindler. Very well, then I will treat you to a real feast of ultimate skills." Urgent as the law commands, as soon as the incantation ended, Tianyu gasped when he saw a massive golden super tiger sprouting from the guy's back, looking incredibly cinematic. That fierce beast immediately pounced with overwhelming murderous intent, wanting to tear its prey apart. Witnessing that scene, Tianyu broke into a cold sweat and muttered, "What the heck? Another model fitted with lighting." In the blink of an eye, Tianyu took a full, sharply realistic physical pounce from the wild beast. The bone-deep pain forced him to scream out loud, "Ouch, that hurts like hell, are you kidding? Is this a real tiger?" What kind of mythological script was crashing down on him? At that moment, the three nobodies were still hiding well in the bushes to watch. Wu Feng and his subordinate witnessed that bizarre scene, causing their brains to just go on strike, as they cried out in shock, "What the hell is this? Did that brat Qi Tianyu take drugs before climbing the mountain? Why is he suddenly dancing and spinning around with the air so enthusiastically?" The black sunglasses shaman smugly lifted his chin. "Qi Tianyu, this is the bitter end for daring to stroke my tiger whiskers. Obediently enjoy the power of these hallucinogenic mushrooms." Holy crap, it turned out this fake sorcerer had used illegal substances to cast Tianyu into a trance without any divine magic at all. Our Tianyu had accidentally taken a full breath of it, his eyes glassy, wearing a goofy smile, his mouth babbling endlessly. In his vision right now was a human-skulled demon as big as a building, terrifying him to the point that he was sweating buckets. What kind of cheap script is this again? The monsters appearing were getting increasingly bizarre. These things clearly didn't belong to the real world anymore. Could I have been hit by an illusion technique? In the martial arts manual that Dad drilled into my head when I was little, it also mentioned a few sects adept at using mushrooms and herbs to create hallucinations to scare people. Since it's confirmed to be a hallucination, I'd rather stand petrified and get it over with. No need to waste any energy. The mind clicked, and the body immediately followed suit. Our Tianyu instantly entered a completely motionless stance. Seeing that scene, Wu Feng's brain was immensely scrambled, unable to figure it out. Damn it, what's wrong with him? Why is Qi Tianyu suddenly struck motionless like that? The exposed fake shaman resentfully plotted in his mind, could this little brat have figured out it's an illusion technique? Then he quickly urged them, "People of Qing Gang, it's your turn to make a move. You want us to go hand over our lives. How could we possibly stand a chance against that monster Qi Tianyu? Just go wild, he's currently imprisoned in a hallucination. He has no ability to fight back." "Are you sure about that, boss? Please don't trifle with my life. Take this brick and throw it at him, you'll know right away." Wu Feng conveniently picked up a rock and threw it quite hard straight at Tianyu's head. Yet Tianyu's expression remained as blank as a statue's, without a single shred of reaction. Seeing the promising situation, he joyfully cheered. "Sure enough, he doesn't feel pain. Excellent, where are my brothers? The moment to vent our anger and beat Qi Tianyu to a pulp has arrived." But wait a second, everyone don't rush up just yet. Let me be the guinea pig one more time." After bestowing upon Tianyu a few loud slaps that would make anyone see stars, Wu Feng immediately and triumphantly declared, "He's truly incapacitated, brothers." Seeing this guy dilly-dallying like a snail, the fake sorcerer angrily shouted, "Stop stalling for time. If you keep dragging this out, he'll wake up from the trance." Hearing the order, Wu Feng waved the flag of rebellion. "Deal, brothers, charge in and give him a beating to teach him some manners." Unfortunately, the psychological trauma from being fed a mouthful of defeat last time still haunted him, so he shifted his gaze to the short guy standing nearby. How about you charge in and give it one more try? As soon as the short guy heard that, he turned pale with fear and yelped. After a few minutes of mental struggle, both of them forced themselves to muster up all their courage and charged in together to attack. After a flurry of wild punches and kicks, beating him black and blue, Wu Feng was overjoyed with triumph. "Ha, I managed to beat up Tianyu. I finally gave him a sound thrashing here." The great master standing on the sidelines kept his eyes glued to his watch, his expression incredibly anxious. "This is bad, time is almost running out. I have to pump in another dose of mushrooms, or everything will fall apart. Sorry, brothers of Qing Gang, this poor monk has no choice but to send you guys into the hallucinatory world as well. Because ultimately, I am the one who will personally decipher this guy Tianyu." As soon as he finished speaking, he lit another mushroom that emitted a deep purple smoke. Wu Feng accidentally inhaled the toxic gas completely, his soul immediately floating into a magical space. After enjoying the high for a while, he panicked upon realizing something. Right up against Wu Feng's face at this moment was a stunning beauty, exactly the true love of his life. He forced himself to hold onto his reason, telling himself in his mind, "What kind of ridiculous situation is this? I was clearly beating up Tianyu, wasn't I? Why did a juicy babe suddenly pop up in this place?" Right at that moment, the beauty gracefully leaned in close, speaking in an enchanting, inviting voice. "Handsome, do you want to chat about life with me for a bit?" Wu Feng now had an epiphany regarding the truth. "Oh mother, it's an illusion technique. Did that bastard Chen Xian have the guts to ambush me too? But standing in front of such a high-quality masterpiece is a rare find. Might as well enjoy it first. We'll figure out the rest later. Holy crap." This meathead's reason officially surrendered to his instincts. He puckered his lips, ready to devour the beauty Tianyu who was standing right in front of him. In another development, the short disciple was baring his teeth, passionately gnawing on Tianyu's arm just like a puppy chewing on a bone. The fake shaman witnessed this scene and dropped an evaluation. "These Qing Gang guys are truly shameless. Even if they are high from the illusion magic, they shouldn't go as far as pouncing on and kissing a dude like that." Here is Tianyu's perspective. In that dreamy realm, he dreamt he was diving deep at the bottom of the sea, squeezed tightly by an octopus, and having his arm bitten by a mutant fish. However, firmly believing this was merely a product of the illusion technique, he still played the role of a stone statue and told himself, "This hallucination is getting more and more ridiculous. Why has all the seafood swam ashore like this?" Back at the foot of the mountain, Sha Liang, tired of waiting, irritably complained, "Why is Tianyu so sluggish these days?" "Exactly, normally he unleashes his moves and cleans things up in a few seconds. Why has it been nearly half an hour today and still no news? I have to go up there in person to see for myself. My stomach is churning as if there's a bad omen." As soon as the young man crept up to peek, he was scared half to death. Tianyu was being touched intimately and incredibly enthusiastically by Wu Feng. Sha Liang immediately clicked his tongue and judged. Who would have thought that Tianyu harbored such a wildly unconventional passion? Suddenly, Zhu Hong popped up from behind and patted his shoulder, calling his name, making Sha Liang jump as if struck by lightning. "Yikes, Zhu Hong, could you please not pop up out of nowhere like a ghost? You almost gave me a heart attack." "Boss, check out that guy over there. The dazed attitude of Tianyu and the Qing Gang punks is 99% because that guy poisoned them." Sha Liang cast his eyes over and immediately caught someone hiding in the bushes, hand tightly gripping a dark purple mushroom with the face of a true villain. Sha Liang instantly connected the dots and realized the truth. "Ah, so that's how it is, Zhu Hong, let's go jump him." Dong Zhu hurriedly grabbed his hand to remind him, "Brother Liang, hold your horses. If a monster like Tianyu fell into the trap, it proves that Guy's poisoning skills are highly formidable. It's better for us brothers to be safe than sorry. So do you have any dirty tricks to turn the tables?" In the blink of an eye, his friend pulled out an electric fan from who knows where, smirking and boasting, "We brothers will use the wind power to blow all that toxic gas right back into his face." Sha Liang immediately nodded to approve the plan, but the very moment he was about to plug it in, he suddenly paused the rhythm and said, "Wait a minute." Dong Zhu looked dumbfounded and asked for the reason. Sha Liang then replied sinisterly, "It's a once-in-a-century chance to catch a scene of Tianyu looking this pathetic. If I don't take a dozen humiliating photos, I'd really be doing our brotherhood a disservice, hehe." His life-and-death comrade Dong Zhu also gleefully chimed in, "Perfectly said, boss, just snap away enthusiastically for me. Then the two young men simultaneously raised their phones and click-clacked away, shooting up to 1,000 high-res photos, as Xia Liang happily finalized it. This much harvest is enough profit, let's make our move. Dongzhu immediately nodded, let's do it. The young man instantly turned it to the Category 12 hurricane wind setting. As swift as the wind, the dark purple gas abruptly made a U-turn, smacking straight into the face of the fake sorcerer. He missed a beat and inhaled a full gulp, immediately realizing the signal the universe sent was a bit off, and panicked, covering his mouth tightly. Damn it, why has the feng shui suddenly reversed and changed direction like this? He turned his neck and immediately met two faces so familiar it gave him a migraine. Cold sweat poured down like a waterfall as he asked himself, is it the people from Sha Gang? What kind of despicable schemes are they plotting now? Right at that exact moment, our Tianyu also officially escaped the dream world after a prolonged spell of confusion. The young man widened his eyes as big as headlights when he discovered some guy was desperately trying to cuddle him. Without hesitating for even a second, Tianyu gifted him a punch that dented his jawbone, then roared, "What kind of disgusting stunt are you pulling here?" Wu Feng also woke up from the trance at that moment, his face displaying blatant regret. Oh crap, my fairyland just vanished. What rotten luck, I was surfing on a high and got dragged back to cruel reality. Hearing that, Tianyu immediately lashed out to his face. You sick bastard, you knew perfectly well it was fake but still deliberately tried to eat it. Have you lost your sense of shame? And that other guy too, get your mouth off my arm right now. Tianyu turned his head and caught the dynamic duo clutching their stomachs, roaring with laughter like they hit the jackpot, and he boiled with anger, shouting loudly. Xia Liang Zhu Hong, when did you two punks drag yourselves up here? How long have you been snooping and watching this free movie? Xia Liang nonchalantly judged, just enough for 5 minutes of watching you guys rub against each other with love. A whole 5 minutes, hearing this information, Tianyu was so furious he could burst a blood vessel. I was being forcibly kissed for 5 whole minutes, and you just stood there with your arms crossed watching. What treacherous friends. Xia Liang tilted his head teasingly. I gave you a warning, but you didn't listen. This time consider it my chance to admire your goofy face for once, ha ha ha. I'm going to die of anger. You son of a bitch, I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Finishing his sentence, Tianyu leaped and dashed like an arrow toward the fake shaman Chen Xian. Witnessing the overwhelming murderous intent, that guy was scared out of his wits and shrieked, "Don't come any closer. This master has a divine artifact for self-defense. Whatever scrap metal you have, pull it all out, I can handle it all." Very well, you chose the path to your own death. Right at that moment, he muttered an incantation to trigger the net trap that had been laid who knows when. By the time Tianyu caught wind of the anomaly, he was entirely scooped up by that net. Chen Xian tilted his head up and trash-talked, "This is the ultimate skill, the immortal binding rope." But Tianyu merely let out a half-smile, "Immortal binding rope my ass. Ultimately, it's just a torn net meant for scooping up fish." Chen Xian immediately threw out a malicious laugh. "The game has only just begun, child. Activate the Thunderbolt technique." In the blink of an eye, a high-voltage current zapped through, making Tianyu glow as bright as a torch, his hair standing straight up on end. He rolled his eyes back. What the hell, this is clearly an electric net. What does this have to do with magic? Seeing that scene with his own eyes, Xia Liang panicked and squealed like a pig being slaughtered. The bright yellow electric sparks flashed blindingly, lighting up an entire section of the hill. Wu Feng, standing by watching the drama, also had his jaw drop. "Holy crap, I didn't expect you to play dirty and use an electric net. Grandmaster Chen is truly deep, ruthless, and vicious." Chen Xian immediately bristled and adamantly denied it. "How many times have I corrected you? This is an authentic magic artifact. It has absolutely nothing to do with electricity." At the same time, he muttered smugly, "Ha ha ha, taste the 200 volts of electricity. Tianyu, you're about to be turned into charcoal this time." Tianyu's teeth were now clenched tightly together, grinding loudly, his whole face stiffened with extreme rage. Immediately after, he shot a look carrying a terrifying pressure. In the blink of an eye, he exploded with inner strength, using his bare hands to rip the electric net into a pile of scrap, to the absolute horror of Chen Xian. Tianyu landed, in a pose that couldn't possibly be any more badass. Then he glared at him like a wild beast wanting to devour its prey. The fake sorcerer Chen Xian was so frightened that his face lost all its color, and he shrieked in panic, "It's ripped completely in half. but this was steel-reinforced wire. In this case, this little brat's body is definitely being possessed and disrupted by a vengeful ghost child. The dragon-subduing magic crafted by this poor monk has failed, so I have no choice but to unleash my ancestral handmade trump card. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued to mouth and mutter a few soul-summoning incantations. Completing the chanting process, he instantly brought out a whole bucket of black dog blood and splashed the entire bucket onto Tianyu, then rambled off another command. Vengeful spirits disperse, evil demons scram. Tianyu suddenly developed an incredibly inexplicable expression. He looked down at his sticky state, covered in this blood-red liquid. Unable to bear it any longer, he had to let out a few curse words to satisfy himself. Chen Xian was thrilled with the delusion that he had achieved a great feat. Nice, very nice, it's working. He's flailing around, the devil inside him is struggling to fight back. Tianyu strained his neck and questioned him, "What the hell is this gross mixture you just dumped all over me?" Afterward he flew into an extreme rage, letting out a roar that echoed through the mountain forest. "What animal's blood is this that reeks so terribly? Did you ferment this dog blood from the Stone Age or what? It smells more rancid and putrid than a cesspit. Did you eat a tiger's gall to have the guts to play such a filthy, low-class trick on me?" Chen Xian finally snapped out of his delusion, stammering, "Holy crap, so you're struggling over there because it smells too bad. What the hell did you think was wrong with me?" Old Chen Xian kept his bewildered look and wondered, how on earth did it backfire? Maybe because the dog blood had passed its expiration date, so its exorcism magic faded away. "Cut the nonsense right now, cough up Dongyu quickly. I need to drag myself home to scrub off this filthy mess." Hearing the warning, he frantically bowed and begged, "Great hero, please show mercy and don't beat me. Dongyu is tossed behind the cliff over there." "I acknowledge your sincere confession." Having said that, Tianyu immediately swung a punch straight into his snout and added, "But a bastard like you has to eat a beating even if you're obedient." Chen Xian frantically sobbed and kowtowed, begging for his life. But Tianyu still struck coldly without a shred of pity. The warm-up slap caved in his mouth and knocked out several of his teeth. The second strike made his face cave in like a crater. And the final blow slammed straight down on the top of his head, rendering his appearance so deformed that even ghosts and demons would be repulsed. After being beaten to a bloody pulp by Tianyu, Chen Xian lay flattened on the ground in an indescribably miserable state. Tianyu smirked triumphantly, carrying the bucket of dog blood and grabbing a few of Chen Xian's scattered mushrooms. He shoved the mushrooms neatly into the guy's mouth and conveniently slammed the steaming, foul-smelling bucket entirely onto the opponent's head. As he did this, Tianyu leisurely finalized, "This bunch of mushrooms and dog blood, I'm returning them to you completely intact." Seeing this brutal tit-for-tat retaliation, the three young men were as if struck by a paralyzing spell, standing frozen in place. The whole group secretly thought this handling was somewhat a bit ruthless. Wu Feng was just about to clear his throat and chime in when Sha Liang glared at him and snapped, "What are you mumbling about? If you know what's good for you, hand over Dongyu right now." The guy was so terrified that his tongue tied, hastily replying, "Yes, yes, I'll bring her out right away." At that very moment, the graceful silhouette of Dongyu appeared. She was overjoyed upon seeing Tianyu. The heavy burden lifted from his heart. Tianyu let out a soft sigh of relief, seeing that Dongyu was safe and sound. The next scene was truly heart-melting, as the two held hands tightly, exchanging affectionate gazes right in the middle of the bathroom. But the dreamy atmosphere suddenly shattered when she inhaled a pungent stench and cried out in panic. "Oh my God, Tianyu, what on earth did you smear on yourself to smell this horrifying?" Tianyu jolted in realization, slapping his forehead with a groan. "Oh, I'm doomed. This is the exquisite scent of dog blood fermented for 49 days. Sha Liang, I need to wash my body right this instant. Get over here and give me a hand." Tianyu shouted, and Sha Liang obediently complied. A moment later, when the group reached the parking lot, Tianyu carefully instructed Dongyu, "Please get in this car. Zhu Hong will escort you safely all the way home. Sha Liang and I will drop by a nearby motel to wash up and smell nice before heading back." Dongyu gently consoled him, "It's okay, Tianyu, I don't mind this little smell at all. Let's just go home together." However, her hands covering her nose so tightly she could barely breathe completely betrayed her words. Looking at her state, Tianyu could only scratch his head and explain, "Dongyu, I'm not just worried about you, but this car belongs to the brothers at the construction site. If I carry this foul stench inside, it'll ruin the car, and I'd feel terribly guilty. Just rest assured, Zhu Hong is the most decent guy in our gang. Safety is guaranteed on every mile. Though she verbally agreed, Dong Yu's face drooped, clearly showing her disappointment. Tianyu, what are you saying? Of course I put my full trust in your brothers. After the instructions were given, Zhu Hong slowly drove off, turning back to say, then you two stay here, we'll head back first. Yeah, drive safely. As soon as the car disappeared from sight, Tianyu slapped his thigh as he remembered something huge. Damn it, I forgot to grab a change of clothes. If I put this outfit back on after showering later, won't it be just like not showering at all? Fortunately, Sha Liang calmly pulled out a black plastic bag and said, I brought some clothes with me. If you don't mind, just wear them for now. Tianyu breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, that works. Walking for a while, Tianyu felt a bit uneasy and turned to ask, Hey Sha Liang, aren't you wondering what this stench I'm emitting is? I don't want to hide anything from you either. The truth is, my nose is immune to smells. Good heavens, you can't smell anything at all. Exactly, ever since I was born I've lost both my sense of taste and smell. Eating to me is just sensing whether the food is hard or soft, hot or cold. Tianyu blurted out in awe, so whether you eat delicacies or garbage, it makes no difference to you, right? Sha Liang shrugged nonchalantly, yeah, you could say that. And that's exactly why Before the guy could finish his sentence, both spotted a decent-looking motel up ahead. Tianyu gestured with his chin towards it and finalized, let's just go in here, take a quick shower and get going. Upon pushing the door and stepping into the lobby, a male receptionist eagerly bowed in greeting. Tianyu got straight to the point, we need to rent a room just for a quick shower. However, when the strong stench from Tianyu wafted over, the receptionist grimaced and took a few steps back. Oh my God, what kind of disaster did this guest just go through to smell this horrific? Sha Liang quickly came to the rescue, chuckling as he replied, my friend here is a bit unlucky. He accidentally slipped into a septic tank, so he had to rush over here to find a place to shower. Seeing that the hotel was currently lacking customers, the receptionist gritted his teeth, pinched his nose, and nodded in agreement. In a flash, Tianyu was standing in front of room 317. Sha Liang tossed the clothes to his friend and urged, here, take the clothes and go scrub yourself thoroughly. Hurry up so we can go home. Tianyu happily thanked his good buddy, then darted into the bathroom to scrub away that lethal scent. A short while later, our male lead stepped out wearing a tank top, hands on his hips, looking quite dapper and dashing. But little did he know, in the high-rise building opposite, purple-haired assassin was staring intently at his every move. Instantly, he raised his M700 sniper rifle, locked the target right between Tianyu's forehead, ready to give him a one-way ticket to meet his ancestors. The corner of his mouth twitched, revealing a sinister, bone-chilling smile. Once the crosshairs were perfectly aligned, he coldly pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through the air, whizzing straight towards the window where Tianyu was standing. Outside, Sha Liang jumped in shock upon hearing the deafening sound of a gunshot. He turned pale with fright, rushed over, kicked the room door open, and roared, Tianyu, what happened inside? Meeting his eyes was the scene of the glass window shot into 100 shattered pieces. And thanks to the overly generous main character Halo, Tianyu only suffered a minor injury to his arm. Obviously aimed at the head, but the bullet went into the arm, truly the magic of fate. He immediately roared a warning, Sha Liang, get down on the ground now, there's a sniper outside. Hearing that, Sha Liang gaped in astonishment, a sniper rifle. What the hell is going on? Why is there a professional assassin in this area? How is the wound on your arm? Tianyu smacked his lips and replied, it's nothing, just a minor scratch on the skin. Who on earth hates you so much to hire a sniper just to take your life like this? The people who want to send me to heaven in this land can be counted on one hand. It's just those few familiar faces. Sha Liang frowned and asked further, so how do you plan to handle this now? Just call all the brothers to gather here. I will personally go and grab that sniper by the neck. After speaking, he immediately channeled his energy to activate his olfactory enhancement skill, or in layman's terms, a dog-sniffing nose. In just a blink of an eye, he caught the faint scent of gunpowder wafting down from the mountaintop. Without half a second of hesitation, Tianyu sprinted like the wind to the top of the hill to track the trail. Sure enough, he saw a figure lying flat on the ground in a sniping position. With lightning speed, he rushed over, intending to deliver a fatal strike to subdue the enemy. However, after delivering a thunderous elbow strike to the back of the opponent's neck, Tianyu was dumbfounded. The thing lying on the ground was just a mannequin. He retreated a few steps in panic, realizing he had stepped into the sophisticated trap of these bastards. Just then, another bullet flew from a blind corner as quick as lightning. Tianyu relied on his conditioned reflex, immediately channeling internal energy to harden his entire body. Who would have thought that lead bullet would still pierce through his steel defense, embedding straight into his shoulder. Bright red blood immediately splattered everywhere. Suppressing the bone-piercing pain, Tianyu asked himself in shock, my iron skin skill was actually pierced. What the hell kind of weapon is this? But in return, the assassin's hiding spot was completely exposed. Tianyu went mad, multiplying his strength tenfold, lunging forward like a wild beast. A 1,000-pound punch from his uninjured arm struck down, completely smashing a massive ancient tree to pieces. The murderous aura he emitted was so strong that it shook the entire forest. The power of the male lead was indeed nothing to joke about. Ironically, Tianyu was hit with another splash of cold water when he realized the thing he just smashed was yet another trap. On the tree was only a gun rigged with an automatic tripwire. He slapped his forehead and groaned. That shot just now was triggered by an automatic mechanism. I'm so pissed to be taken down by such a bullshit trap, it hurts, and it was a useless waste of energy. Refusing to give up, Tianyu continued to flare his highly sensitive nose to sniff around. The skill duration was still active. Besides the scent of the mannequin pile, there was still the lingering scent of another person, and that smell was gradually moving down to the foot of the mountain. The scent definitely originated from this area. Then it suddenly cut off right at the dirt road, highly likely that he hopped into a car and escaped. Only then did Tianyu slowly absorb the agonizing pain transmitting from his shoulder. With a bullet hole piercing my shoulder like this, I need to find a hospital for emergency first aid right away. The camera shifted to the depraved bar. The assassin with the cunning eyes had settled down in his lair. He still carried his heavy-duty toy on his shoulder, his face cold and devoid of any emotion. As soon as he saw Chen Xian with his head wrapped in white bandages like a mummy, he spoke up sarcastically, "Oh my, brother Xian, it seems you got beaten to a pulp, huh? What kind of master has the skills to reduce our boss to such a battered state?" Chen Xian snorted coldly in anger, "Brother Bao, please shut your mouth. That brat Qi Tianyu is no pushover. Who told you to be greedy? Having such a big score yet trying to swallow it all alone without sharing with me, getting beaten black and blue now is what you deserve." The purple-haired assassin, also known as Brother Bao, pulled out a photo with a smug expression. "I secretly tailed you that day, purely to watch you make a fool of yourself. Take a close look. The guy who just beat you up, is it the kid in this photo who just ate one of my lead bullets?" Chen Xian looked at the photo, his jaw dropping and eyes wide in astonishment. "Brother Bao is truly a master. You actually managed to shoot that bastard. As long as you cut back on your habit of acting alone, if you and I join forces in this world, there won't be a single mission that fails." At this point, Chen Xian gritted his teeth and yielded. "Fine then, Brother Bao, I promise no more solo missions. Let's join hands and teach that brat a lesson he'll never forget." The screen transitioned to the hospital, where Sha Liang was resting both hands on his hips, grumbling, "I just took my eyes off you for a second. How did you end up catching another bullet, Qi Tianyu?" Tianyu maintained his nonchalant attitude. "That assassin had too many dirty tricks up his sleeve, so I got a bit distracted. But luckily the bullet only grazed the flesh, didn't touch the bone, bandage it up, and I'll be running around normally." "Qi Tianyu, these people who want your life just keep showing up in droves. Are you planning to find somewhere to lay low for a while until things cool down? Or can I even hide? If I disappear without a trace, they'll inevitably target my relatives and friends to force me out anyway." Hearing that, Sha Liang scratched his head in frustration. "So what's the plan now? Are we just going to sit back and wait for them to assassinate you every day? I see you're pretty battered yourself. If you want to pull weeds, you have to pull them by the roots. Just finding the mastermind who threw money to hire the assassins will solve everything." Thinking so, Tianyu quickly asked, "Those subordinates of the Qing gang who follow Chen Xian, do you know their whereabouts?" "That's a piece of cake. They're hangout spots for partying. I also drop by often for entertainment." Tianyu joyfully slapped his thigh. "Awesome, then let's get to it. Tonight, at all costs, we must pry their mouths open to dig out the hideout of those two assassins. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wu Feng slammed the door and burst in, his face drained of all blood, crying pitifully, "Oh Lord, have mercy on us. We're so terrified of that furnace, we confess absolutely everything." Witnessing this chaotic scene, Sha Liang turned to scold Zhu Hong. "What kind of guarding is this? Why did you let them barge straight into the hospital room like it's a no-man's land?" Zhu Hong wore a helpless face and explained, "I couldn't help it, boss. They just kept insisting on turning themselves in to brother Tianyu. I couldn't stop them no matter what." Wu Feng then panted and said, "If you want to find those two assassins, they are currently stationed at the depraved bar. As for the money to hire the assassins, it was paid personally by our boss. That's all the information I have." Hearing this, Tianyu's face darkened. He pressed on, "Is your boss Peng Yuzhai? The Peng family has already gone bankrupt. Where did he dig up a mountain of cash to hire professional assassins? Tell the truth, is that brat Chen Wen-ting pulling the strings behind the scenes?" Wu Feng sweated profusely, his mouth stammering, "About this I swear I am completely clueless, boss. I've spilled their entire hiding spot. You, please just go there yourself and interrogate them." Seeing that Tianyu didn't bother pressing further, "I'll let you off the hook this time. Sha Liang, call the brothers to prep their gear. We're heading to the depraved bar to capture those two bastards." After receiving the order, Sha Liang looked at his watch and sighed heavily. "Oh Tianyu, it's 3 in the morning now, man. The brothers have been grinding all day and are exhausted. They're already in bed snoring. How about we wait until dawn and figure it out then?" Tianyu smacked his lips and yielded, "Yeah, all right, that makes sense. Let's just go hunt them down tomorrow then." At the same time, at the depraved bar, the purple-haired assassin was drinking wine and bouncing his leg. "Brother Xian, didn't you say you sent someone from the Qing gang to deliver the challenge letter? How the hell have we been sitting here all night without seeing even a single mosquito fly by?" Chen Xian yawned incessantly, sluggishly replying, "Looks like we got stood up by him." The next day, when the sun was high at 12 noon, Chen Xian sluggishly spoke up. "Brother Bao, it's already lunchtime and they're nowhere to be found. We can't just keep waiting like sitting ducks forever." The purple-haired guy rubbed his chin in agreement. "You have a point. That little brat must be scared witless. Let's go, we'll drag ourselves out to find him." Cutting to the apartment of the muscular young man Sha Liang. The sleepyhead opened his eyes, glanced at the clock and panicked, "Oh crap, I slept all the way until late noon." Sha Liang frantically dashed over to Tianyu's room, seeing his friend still snoring loudly, grabbed him and shook him vigorously. "Tianyu, wake up now. Didn't you arrange for the brothers to flatten the depraved bar and interrogate them?" Our Tianyu rolled over, let out a yawn and casually replied, "I laid with my hand on my forehead and thought it through carefully last night. Their job is to hunt me, so why should I exhaust myself going there? Just sleep peacefully here. They'll surely come walking into their own deaths later anyway." Sha Liang grimaced like a monkey eating ginger, muttering, "I think you're just making excuses to laze around and sleep in." Tianyu ignored his grumbling buddy, waved his hand and instructed, "Sha Liang, you just go out and set the trap exactly as I planned. Just sit back and wait. They'll walk right into our net." And just like divine prediction, only a moment later, the two foolish assassins found their way to the door. Chen Xian thumped his chest and firmly asserted, "There's no way it's wrong. The construction site governed by the Sa gang is exactly this place. If Tianyu skipped school, it's 100% certain he's holed up here." The purple-haired guy didn't say a word, immediately pulling out his M700 sniper rifle and assembling it masterfully. He was armed to the teeth, body armor and gadgets fully equipped, missing absolutely nothing. After getting fully prepped, he slicked his hair back to strike a dapper pose and declared, "Let's go, time to send that brat Tianyu down to have tea with the king of hell. Brother Xian, throw the poison gas bomb in first, make them all pass out into hibernation. I have pinpointed Tianyu's location." Chen Xian quickly pulled out a smoke grenade, but his mouth kept bragging that this was his family's secret weapon. Channeling his internal energy for a moment, he swung his arm and threw the bomb straight through the window. In an instant, a thick curtain of purple smoke billowed up, densely covering the entire space of the room. Seeing the immediate effect, Chen Xian chuckled foolishly, "Brother Bao, look. This whole house is flooded with poison gas. Great job. Tianyu's head will definitely explode." Saying that, the purple-haired guy rested his eye on the scope, locking tightly onto the target sitting obediently by the windowsill. But the strange thing was, the two of them had been talking loudly this whole time, yet the prey remained motionless like a statue. Could it be that two top-tier assassins didn't find this scene unusually suspicious? Without giving it another thought, the assassin pulled the trigger, and the lead bullet pinned straight into Tianyu's forehead. The prey instantly collapsed onto the table, blood splattering everywhere. Chen Xian eagerly leaned forward and asked, "How is it, Brother Bao, all smooth?" The purple-haired guy smirked triumphantly, "As easy as pie, I took care of it cleanly." Hearing that, Chen Xian laughed with delight, rubbing his hands together. "That's just fantastic. Let's quickly go in to collect the body and clean up the battlefield." But just as the two were about to rush in, the purple-haired guy suddenly raised his hand to stop him. "Hold on a second, there are still a few of them swarming inside. This is a golden opportunity to eradicate their whole gang by the roots." After speaking, he coldly pulled the trigger 3 consecutive times. Bang, 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 3 bullets lodged accurately into the 3 young men Sha Liang, Zhu Hong, and even the young man who mistakenly bought a fake dummy online. Only then did the assassin lower his gun, arrogantly declaring, "Everything is done. I've sent the entire Sa gang on their journey to the west. Let's go in and clean up the remnants." And just like that, the 2 fools swaggered right into the enemy's lair. Chen Xian showed sheer joy on his face, tilting his head back to laugh maniacally. "Ha ha ha, a perfect success. From now on the name Sa gang will be completely wiped out from the underworld." The assassin also patted his chest to praise himself. "I already told you, once you and I team up, trivial matters like this are resolved in a heartbeat." However, before his smile could fade, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine as he noticed something was off. That bright green head of hair of Sha Liang lying face down on the floor, looking closely, was just a plastic toy. His heart skipped a beat. He stepped back and screamed out, "We're dead meat, they're all fakes. We fell into a trap, let's scram quickly." Right at that moment, the door of the adjacent room suddenly rustled, emitting spine-chilling friction sounds. And then 2 tall figures, both familiar and unfamiliar, wearing gas masks proudly stepped out, saying in a mocking tone, "Since you went through the trouble of coming all the way here, why tuck your tails and run? We just borrowed your mannequin trick for a test drive. Who would have thought it could fool a bunch of idiots?" The purple-haired Brother Bao gnashed his teeth loudly, straining his neck as he roared in extreme bitterness, "Brother Xian, there's no way back now. We have to risk our lives against them today." Finishing his words, he snatched the pistol from his waist, pointing the pitch-black barrel towards Tianyu. He immediately yelled, "Sha Liang and brothers, be careful," while waving his hand signaling Zhu Hong to release the poison gas valve. Understanding perfectly, Zhu Hong hurriedly threw the door wide open for the deadly gas to violently surge in. Trapped in the enclosed room, Chen Xian panicked and cursed, "You despicable bastards, you dare use my own poisoned smoke to lock me in." Necessity is the mother of invention. He dug into his pocket and pulled out 2 pitch-black pills, urging Brother Bao to chew one immediately, boldly bragging that this thing could neutralize all kinds of illusions. With no presence of mind left to doubt it, the 2 guys squeezed their eyes shut and quickly gulped down the pills. Tianyu then leisurely peeled off his mask, smiling sarcastically, "Not bad, huh? Seems you do have some skills. All right then, since you've laid out all your toys, let's have a showdown to our heart's content." The one-eyed Brother Bao widened his single eye, resentfully twisting the words, "Tianyu, what's the meaning of you using our own tricks against us? You're looking down on our level way too much." Chen Xian, standing next to him, also jutted his chin in support. "There's no way it's going to be that easy. Today, I will open your eyes to see just how terrifying our assassin alliance is." Saying that, he clasped his hands together and shouted out, "Clone." Immediately, from a hidden corner behind Tianyu and Sha Liang, a bizarre dark shadow wielding a weapon lunged forward. It turned out to be exactly Tianyu's mannequin that they had just shot at earlier. This puppet was now wildly swinging a knife, slashing frantically at the real Tianyu like a madman. He frowned, finding it strange, muttering in his head, "Wait, this is obviously the prop I ordered, isn't it? How can it suddenly move like it's possessed by a ghost?" On the other side, Chen Xian was gesticulating, using his mutant ability to control the dummy, laughing triumphantly. "What's the point of displaying so many scapegoat effigies in your house? I have to send my deepest thanks to you guys." Right at this moment, from the darkness, 4 or 5 other puppets dashed out, forming a semicircular formation aiming to gang up on the two of them. Seeing the disadvantageous situation, Tianyu silently cried to the heavens, "Oh crap, I was too careless, totally forgot that this random punk has object manipulation skills." Because of just 1 second of distraction, Tianyu was taken advantage of by the one-eyed assassin, taking a bullet that pierced straight through his shoulder. Sha Liang, seeing the situation take a dizzying turn, screamed out his buddy's name. Meanwhile, the one-eyed brother Bao domineeringly lifted his face. "Come on in, let me see what other clown tricks you guys have left to perform." His old shoulder wound was still bleeding, and Tianyu had to grit his teeth to endure another critical gunshot, the excruciating pain instantly shooting straight to his brain. With a lump of anger choking his throat, he roared out in frustration, "You damn bastard, did my shoulder dig up your ancestors' graves or something? Why do you accurately aim at that exact spot to fire every freaking time, you scum?" That assassin scratched his head with a fake smile. "Oh dear, be understanding. Haven't held a pistol in a long time, so my skills are a bit rusty." For the next shot, he smirked cruelly, "I promise on my honor to blow your head to pieces." As soon as he finished, his finger pulled the trigger at lightning speed. At the exact moment, the bullet zoomed over. Tianyu leaned back and twisted like in the Matrix, dodging incredibly gracefully, no less than in an action movie. The bullet grazed past his cheek, plowing a bleeding streak. But our male lead still slicked back his hair to look dashing, provoking the opponent, "Seems like you're cross-eyed, missed again." The purple-haired assassin shook his head in dismay, sighing and blaming himself. "I admit my skills have really dulled lately." Suddenly he went mad, pulling the trigger for 3 rapid-fire shots, gritting out word by word, "I'm tired of playing hide and seek. Go see the king of hell and get out of my sight." The 3 bullets spiraled into each other, creating an insane vortex, tearing through the wind and hurtling straight towards Tianyu. Without a bit of hesitation, Tianyu immediately turned his iron skin passive to the maximum. Instantaneously, all 3 bullets converged and lodged straight into the middle of his forehead. Witnessing that glorious moment, Chen Xian howled with joy like he had won the jackpot. This time he's really kicked the bucket. He grinned widely, but the one-eyed assassin got goosebumps and quickly poured cold water on it. "Don't crow too early, something seems off. What the hell is going on? Does this guy have a body of bronze and iron, or is he a monster from somewhere?" The terrifying part was, Tianyu took all 3 bullets to the skull but still stood solid as a rock, his expression unchanged. Next, he leisurely raised his hand and pried the flattened bullets off his forehead, casually commenting, "Nice aim, your marksmanship isn't half bad. But now it's my turn." After saying that, Tianyu lunged forward like a phantom, closing in on the target. The one-eyed guy was terrified out of his wits, face completely bloodless, screaming out, "A pistol just tickles him, I have to use the sniper rifle, try to hold him off for a bit." Hearing the call, Chen Xian immediately unleashed his skill fusing human and dummy, creating a monster looking bizarre beyond imagination. Tianyu cast a half-glance at the thing, sneering disdainfully, "You really think you can scare me with these few pathetic tricks?" In just a blink of an eye, he threw a 1,000-pound punch, smashing the monster to smithereens into a pile of scrap. Chen Xian gave a morbid laugh, smugly showing off that it was just a decoy trick. He was still hiding his ultimate technique. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out a weird rope, tightly wrapping it around Tianyu's waist. He boasted loudly that this was the immortal binding rope, an invincible super sect heirloom treasure. Hearing that, Tianyu was startled and panicked, asking back, "What the heck is this? Planning to play the high-voltage electrocution game again?" Chen Xian's blood boiled with anger, holding tightly onto the switch. "I've told you time and time again, this is a treasure, not an electrical wire." Saying that, he pressed the button with an incredibly decisive click. Immediately, a 500-volt electric current surged straight into Tianyu's body, shocking the young man into a jerky dance. Then Chen Xian also yelled to urge him, "Hurry up, Brother Bao, I'm about to lose my grip on this beast." In the other corner of the room, the one-eyed guy was sweating profusely, hands fumbling to assemble the sniper rifle. And at the exact moment, he locked the magazine into place. He laughed maniacally, roaring with delight, "There's a bullet in the chamber, Tianyu, I'm sending you to meet your maker." However, when the 2 guys turned back around, Tianyu's figure had evaporated from their sight who knows when. Chen Xian was stunned, stammering and muttering, "Huh, what on earth is going on? Just a second ago he was still tied up by me." Little did he know Tianyu had been hovering above his head for a while, eyes glowing a brilliant bloodthirsty red. And then an icy voice echoed from the ceiling, "I'm right here." The two bogus assassins jolted, so terrified they almost dropped their souls. "Oh my God, since when did you sneak up behind our necks?" Just a split second later, Tianyu made his move, grabbing the two guys by the head and slamming them hard against the floor, creating a booming sound that shook the whole room. Both of them now lay flattened like cockroaches, only able to whine and moan in despair, in an indescribably miserable state. After cleaning up the two clowns, Tianyu waved his hand and told Sha Liang, "Tie these two punks up for me." Sha Liang panicked upon seeing the blood from the wound on Tianyu's shoulder gushing out and dyeing his entire arm red, asking in dismay, "Is your shoulder okay? It's completely covered in blood." "Oh right, it's pretty intense," Tianyu nodded in response. "I'm going to bandage it up a bit. You stay here and take good care of these two VIP guests." As soon as he saw Tianyu's figure disappear, Sha Liang instantly changed his expression, putting on an extremely sinister smile and saying, "My boss is out, so now let's have a little chit-chat for fun, shall we?" Hearing that hair-raising sentence, the two assassins trembled in fear, screaming in panic, "What? What are you trying to do? Don't come over here." And so, echoing throughout the deserted construction site, were agonizing and miserable screams. After being beaten black and blue, Chen Xian, who was tied up folded like a meat roll, couldn't endure the beating anymore and had to spit out the truth. It was Chen Wenting. That guy was the one who forked out the money to hire us to take Tianyu's life. Sha Liang slammed the table and interrogated, "How many assassins did Chen Wenting spend money to hire in total?" The one-eyed guy stammered fearfully. "He scattered bounty money in the underworld. Out of the entire network, 20 guys took the job. I'm ranked 4th. Aha, so there are 18 more guys lining up waiting to come here and claim his life." The assassin cried and begged, "We have spilled everything we have. Please untie us and let us go." Sha Liang coldly replied, "Your matter of life and death is not for me to decide. Wait for Tianyu to come back and see how he wants to handle it." Right at that moment, Tianyu suddenly appeared and spoke up to intervene. "All right, that's enough, Sha Liang." Sha Liang turned around in surprise. "You bandaged it up that fast." "Yeah, it's all done," Tianyu nodded and said, "Let them down first. I have a few things to question them about." Sha Liang obediently complied, as soon as they were untied. Chen Xian clumsily crawled up and asked, Tianyu, "What do you want us to do for you?" Tianyu didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "Do you guys have any way to stop the remaining 18 assassins?" The one-eyed guy confessed honestly, "Even guys of our caliber like me and Chen Xian were beaten to pulp by you, so those small fries would probably run for their lives just hearing your name. But the problem is there's one person left, the rank 2 assassin, codenamed Yingsu. She is an incredibly vicious and unpredictable assassin. To get her to make a move, you have to stack up a full 2 million yuan, otherwise don't even dream about it." Tianyu dusted off his hands with the demeanor of a true gangster. "I don't give a damn about your Yingsu or whatever. I'm just too lazy to invite trouble onto myself. How do I force Chen Wenting to take down that bounty?" The one-eyed guy explained further, "The rule of the underworld is that once a bounty is posted, it cannot be withdrawn, but there is still a loophole to cancel it." Hearing this, Chen Xian turned pale and scolded, "Brother Bao, shut your mouth. Are you planning a mutiny?" Tianyu shot Chen Xian a glare as sharp as a razor, ordering the one-eyed guy, "Go on, I'm listening." "The only way is to send Chen Wenting to the other side. When there is no one left to pay, the assassins will automatically disperse. Tianyu, do you have the guts to kill someone?" Tianyu frowned. "You mean you're instigating me to chop up Chen Wenting?" The assassin shook his head vehemently. "No, Chen Wenting is just a puppet. The one who actually holds the safe of the Chen family is that old man Chen Jiazi." Upon hearing this name, Tianyu's eyes lit up. "So it's him." He smacked his lips. "I don't know what grudge you guys have against Chen Jiazi, but I can't do that hired killing stuff. I'm done asking, you guys can get out of here." Hearing the decree of pardon, Chen Xian was overjoyed and ran for his life, absolutely not daring to look back even if it killed him. Seeing the one-eyed guy still rooted to the spot, Tianyu asked curiously, What is it? Are you planning to take root here?" The one-eyed guy answered seriously, Tianyu, you are truly someone with a promising future. If you ever need to eliminate anyone later on, just give me a call. I slipped a contact card into your pocket. Whenever you need it, just dial the number. After saying that, he also turned around and slipped away quickly, leaving the space to return to its quiet state. Tianyu then said, "Hey Sha Liang, I'm heading back first." But Sha Liang reached out to stop him, shoving a military-grade weapon into Tianyu's hand and warned, Tianyu, keep this on you. You can pull it out to defend yourself if you run into those assassins." "Good lord, you're still carrying these dangerous toys around." Tianyu stared in disbelief, while Sha Liang lifted his chin. "This is high-quality, top-tier stuff." Tianyu was speechless at his best bro and urged, "Just wrap it up tight for me, will you? If I carry this menace out on the street, people will think I'm a terrorist and run for their lives." "Okay, stay safe on your way back." A short while later, Tianyu was casually sitting on a bus. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, a young man with curly hair strolled over to him. With both hands in his pockets, the guy tilted his head arrogantly and asked, "Are you Tianyu?" Tianyu raised an eyebrow at the stranger. "Who the hell are you?" The curly-haired guy smirked. "I'm the bomb, ranked number 9 among the assassins." Hearing the word assassin, Tianyu let out a long, heavy sigh and said wearily, "Another assassin. Are you planning to take me out right now, or do you want to sit down and negotiate a price?" The guy acted all mysterious and coaxed in a low voice, "Just hold out your hand, I have a small gift for you." Without a single shred of suspicion, Tianyu obediently opened his palm. I would have thought that the thing the guy shoved into his hand was a grenade with the safety pin already pulled, pure insanity. Tianyu stared wide-eyed at the grenade sitting in his hand, his soul practically leaving his body. And boom, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The shattered bus was hurled into the air. Thanks to the protective aura of the main character, Tianyu hadn't been sent to meet his ancestors just yet. He grimaced, thinking to himself that even though he had channeled his energy to form a defensive shield, his hand was still bleeding from the blast. That bastard, was he trying to drag me down to hell with him? Lying amidst the scrap metal, Tianyu suddenly remembered his mission to save the other passengers. Right at that moment, the curly-haired assassin appeared out of nowhere. He stood triumphantly on the roof of the crushed bus, looking at Tianyu like he was an alien. "My God, you're still alive. Are you out of your mind? Throwing bombs in a crowded place like this, don't you have any morals?" The guy shrugged in a highly punchable manner. "My bad, I work based on vibes. I just do whatever I feel like, there's no specific plan." "Also save your breath trying to find survivors," he added. "There were 3 old folks and the driver on the bus earlier. I already sent them all offline." Hearing those arrogant, blood-soaked words, the flames of fury ignited in Tianyu's heart. He drew his Grim Reaper's cold weapon and charged forward like a hurricane. But right in front of his toes, the assassin quickly tossed a smoke bomb. Accompanied by a mocking remark, "Patience is a virtue, why so hot-headed?" Ignoring the blinding smoke, Tianyu slashed furiously in a blind rage, determined to fight the guy to the death. Unfortunately, this assassin was incredibly agile and dodged every single attack. Seeing how insanely tough Tianyu was, the guy decided to bring out the big guns and pulled out a super sticky bomb. Throwing it with pinpoint accuracy, the bomb stuck firmly to Tianyu's shoulder. The guy calmly turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to toss back a taunt. "See you in the next life, Tianyu." Exactly 1 second later, an earth-shattering explosion erupted right on his shoulder. The massive shockwave tore Tianyu's arm to shreds, causing him so much agonizing pain that his eyes rolled back. Surviving the terrifying aftershock, he collapsed to the ground, his entire body drenched in blood, lying motionless without a twitch. It was only then that the rescue team rushed to the scene. Someone spotted him and yelled, "Found one! There's still a person on the roof of the bus," reporting 3 casualties. Meanwhile, inside the emergency room, 2 doctors were pouring all their efforts into pulling the young man back from the Grim Reaper's grasp. "Young man, can you still hear me?" Blessed with the plot armor of a beloved male lead, there was no way Tianyu would kick the bucket so easily. He wearily fluttered his eyes open, faintly catching the sound of the TV in front of him. According to the morning news, a bus became the target of terrorists, claiming the lives of 4 people and leaving 1 victim in critical condition. The perpetrator is still at large. All citizens are advised to stay on high alert. Turning his head, he saw Sha Liang standing with his arms crossed, clicking his tongue and asking, Well, you're awake, huh?" I glanced at the news, saw the targeted bus looked exactly like the one you took, and knew right away something bad happened. I've kept this from your parents for now. Do you want me to call them over? It's better that you hid it. Whatever you do, don't breathe a word of this to my parents. I know. I already spilled everything about those assassins to the authorities. They've nabbed Chen Jiazi. That old geezer is drinking tea at the police station right now. A knock on the door startled Tianyu. Sha Liang shrugged. Must be the men in blue. They've been on standby waiting for you to open your eyes. They have a lot of things they need you to clarify. Unexpectedly, the two figures who pushed the door open scared the living daylights out of both Tianyu and Sha Liang. Tianyu's eyes widened like saucers as he roared. Chen Jiazi, Chen Yunting, what the hell are you two doing here? Sha Liang also shouted, what is the meaning of this? Weren't you two being interrogated? Where are the cops? How did this old man get all the way here? Police officer standing nearby sternly spoke up. Unfortunately, Mr. Sha Liang, regarding the assassin case you reported, our side found absolutely no evidence whatsoever. Tianyu glared daggers at them. Then what is your purpose in coming here? The sly old fox Chen Jiazi motioned for his son to close the door. With his hands clasped behind his back, he leisurely enunciated every word. Tianyu, cool your jets, young man. I took the time to come here just to negotiate a few minor conditions. Tianyu snapped, spit out whatever you want, cut the crap. Old Chen boldly stated his price. Just hand over the Sha Gang project to me, and that bounty on your head will naturally disappear. Hearing this, Sha Liang's blood boiled. He was about to lunge forward and beat the crap out of the old man, but the geezer's face remained as thick as a brick wall as he continued to spit out threats. What if I feel like adding a few more names to the hit list? Wouldn't that be fun? For instance, Lanzai, Tianjia Shuping, or maybe Dongyu. Seeing his beautiful confidants being used as threats, Tianyu flew into a raging fury. He sprang up, delivered a devastating punch right into the despicable old man's face, and roared, I dare you to write even one letter. Clutching his swollen cheek, old Chen bitterly retorted. With just one text from me, the hit order will be activated instantly. Hit me again if you dare. The more he listened, the more he wanted to go crazy. Tianyu just wanted to curse him out to vent his anger, but he had to hold back because the old man had grasped his Achilles heel. Old Chen slowly delivered his final ultimatum. I generously give you exactly 24 hours to think it over. Let's go, Yunting. As soon as the father and son Du from the Chen family was out of sight, Sha Liang anxiously asked, what's the next move? The authorities are useless. Are we really just going to hand ourselves over on a silver platter? Chen Jiazi, you're the one who pushed me into a corner. Saying that, he grabbed his phone and called the assassin Yu Qingqi directly. Hello. I've made up my mind. Send Chen Jiazi to meet his maker for me. The scene shifted to a bus stop, where the one-eyed assassin was talking with Sha Liang. Hey Sha Liang, why is Tianyu absent? Tianyu is covered in injuries, so I had to come in his place to meet you. Okay, let's hit the road then. Sha Liang blankly asked in return, hit the road to where? The assassin nonchalantly replied, to take Chen Jiazi's life, of course. Sha Liang was dumbfounded. We're just gonna waltz in and handle him right now. I thought we had to negotiate a price or finalize a contract first. Let me reiterate, I want to join your gang. I'm doing this job entirely for free, consider it a lucky initiation gift. Hearing this, Sha Liang broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself that this guy was truly too unpredictable and he had to keep his guard up. Then he asked, I still haven't caught your name. The assassin smirked, Yu Qingqi, known in the underworld as the one-eyed leopard. At the same time, on Tianyu's side, Zhu Hong was anxious. Boss, is it really safe to let Brother Liang go solo? Tianyu clicked his tongue. I wanted to fight side by side with him, but my battered body can't even move. I already sent De Zhuang and Zhuang to tail him and provide backup. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. The system detects that the host's healing progress is crawling like a snail. Do you want to activate the ultra-fast recovery mode? Tianyu's jaw dropped in shock. He didn't expect this system to have such a miraculous function. In another development, the two muscular brothers of the Liu family were hiding in the bushes to monitor the situation. De Zhuang turned and threw out a naive question. They went upstairs, what's the plan now, boss? Liu Xiao waved his hand. We just tail them, what else? Clambering up to a towering spot, Sha Liang asked curiously, why did we crawl all the way up here? The one-eyed guy replied, if you're playing the sniper game, you gotta take the vantage point with the best angle. But just as he finished his sentence, a lingering, ghost-like voice suddenly echoed, I guessed right, you bastards would definitely show up here. Sha Liang gnashed his teeth, his stomach tying in knots as he inwardly groaned that they were screwed, having walked right into an ambush. He had thought this was a trap intentionally set by Yu Qingqi. The uninvited guest was none other than the curly-haired assassin. He pulled out 2 grenades and roared, "You traitor of the dark shadow, go straight to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, he lobbed the 2 explosives right at them, scaring Sha Liang out of his wits. Terrified to the point where his eyes almost popped out, his mind screamed, "What kind of freakish underworld is this?" In a flash, Yu Qingqi lunged forward, pushing Sha Liang flat onto the dirt and shouting, "Get down now." A split second later, the 2 mines exploded, bringing down a terrifying rain of bricks and stones while dust clouded the air. Amidst the chaos, Sha Liang still looked bewildered, only managing to drop his jaw and utter a "Huh. Aren't you and that guy from the same faction?" Yu Qingqi spat in disgust and replied, "As of this moment, I've already been listed as a traitor to the Dark Shadow organization. Where would I get the right to be in the same boat as him? I'll assemble this sniper rifle as fast as I can. Try to buy me some time." Hearing this, Sha Liang winced like a monkey eating ginger. "Why didn't you just assemble it at home before dragging yourself out here for safety, for crying out loud?" The curly-haired assassin pulled out another stun grenade, wearing a smug expression as he prepared to throw it. But the only response he got was a blunt phrase from Sha Liang, "In your dreams." Saying that, he grabbed a random rock nearby and hurled it straight at the curly-haired guy's hand. The godlike throw made the guy clumsily drop the explosive, his face contorting in extreme, piercing pain. Immediately, the stun grenade dropped to the ground and exploded, emitting a blinding light that temporarily blinded everyone present. Yu Qingqi seized the opportunity, raised his newly assembled rifle to aim precisely, and casually praised, "Not bad, Sha Liang." By this time, the head of the curly-haired assassin was already locked in his crosshairs. With an ear-splitting bang, the bullet tore through the air, piercing straight through the enemy's head. The assassin collapsed in resentment, his body growing cold amidst a pool of crimson liquid splattered on the ground. Standing nearby, Sha Liang was still dumbfounded because it all ended so quickly, blurting out, "So that's it, he's gone just like that." The small fry assassin went to meet King Yama in utter bewilderment, an anticlimactic end that left people completely speechless. Yu Qingqi blankly dropped a line, "Life and death are decreed by fate, that's just how the assassin world works. Our hiding spot is compromised, we have to strike fast and retreat fast." Having said that, he immediately picked up the gun, pressing his eye close to the scope. But a blink later, he realized things were going south and panicked. "Crap, Chen Jiazi has already fled the area." Sha Liang got impatient. "So what do we do now? If we don't pull out the weeds by the roots today, he'll definitely hunt down Tianyu to settle the score." The sniper quickly analyzed the situation. "Since there was one guy waiting for us at this vantage point, I bet they've stationed troops at all the other sniper spots too. Target spotted, it's Ku Yi, rank 17th. He's calling for backup. Let's try this bullet containing a bug." Yu Qingqi muttered as he loaded the specialized ammo into the chamber and pulled the trigger. On the other side of the battlefield, Ku Yi was busy reporting that the curly-haired guy had bitten the dust when suddenly a bullet drilled straight into the door, grazing past him. And then a magical phenomenon of physics occurred. The bullet ricocheted, causing the listening device to pop out and stick firmly to Ku Yi's trouser leg. On the other end of the line, old Chen Jiazi heard the gunshot and panicked. "What's going on? Why is there a gunshot?" Ku Yi frantically replied, "I'm being sniped, luckily the bullet missed." Old Chen immediately issued an emergency retreat order. Ku Yi obeyed, running away as fast as his legs could carry him, completely unaware that a bug was stuck to his leg. After running for a bit, he reported back, "They aren't chasing me, it looks like I successfully shook them off." Old Chen Jiazi relayed the order, "I've retreated inside the villa, quickly move to the next ambush coordinates." Having secured the crucial clue, Yu Qingqi turned and gestured to Sha Liang, "Got a signal, Chen Jiazi is holed up in the villa." "Hurry up," saying that, the two of them bolted. Meanwhile, the Liu family brothers were still hiding in the bushes, taking in every single movement. Seeing the target squad relocate, the two stared at each other. "Why did they slip away? We need to call and report to Tianyu right now." Immediately, the cell phone rang loudly. Zhu Hong picked up the phone looking half asleep, as a rushed voice came through the other end. "Hello, is this Zhu Hong? Where's Tianyu?" The young man could only force an awkward smile and mumbled, he just snuck out. Hearing this, Liu Xiao felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Snuck out. He's covered in wounds. Where the hell could he drag himself to? We have an emergency situation to report to him. Zhu Hong sighed helplessly. How was I supposed to stop him? He said he had to go settle a score, and then he dashed off like the wind. You guys over there just figure it out yourselves. After hanging up, Liu Xiao's face turned as pale as a ghost. We lost contact with Tianyu. We're really screwed now. Zhuang panicked. So what's our move now, boss? What else can we do? Get off your ass and go after them, hurry. The camera shifted to the Chen family's villa compound. Yu Qingqi and Xia Liang were laying low from a far distance. He pointed, that villa over there is the Chen family's lair. Xia Liang frowned in doubt. Standing this far away, can you even hit the target? Yu Qingqi clicked his tongue. We need to inch a bit closer, but all the good spots have been taken over by his lackeys. Xia Liang asked naively again, are the rest of the assassins just like that curly-haired guy earlier, laying in wait for us to fall into their trap? Spot on, we have to clean up those small fries first. Unfortunately, lying right on the tree branch behind them was a dark figure stalking them. It was none other than the 17th-ranked assassin, Ku Yi. He pulled out his phone and secretly reported, "Hello, I've caught the rat by the tail." A voice rang out from the other end, "Good, I've sent backup. Make sure you capture them alive." Just a blink later, 2 or 3 more ghostly dark figures popped up around them. However, Ku Yi didn't bother waiting for his teammates. Gripping his weapon, he charged straight ahead, unleashing a lightning-fast lethal strike. 3 blades, sharp as water, were poised to pierce right through Yu Qingqi's back. Right at the moment the Grim Reaper waved hello, the Liu brothers descended from the heavens, using their bronze, iron-like bodies to block the fatal sneak attack. Witnessing that godlike scene, Yu Qingqi's jaw dropped to the floor, blurting out, "What the hell is this? It's unbelievable." The tanned Liu Xiao wore an incredibly badass expression and scoffed. "You're blessed by 7 generations of ancestors that Tianyu sent me for backup, otherwise you'd be stabbed to death without even knowing why." In the other corner, Ku Yi was visibly bitter that his lethal strike had misfired. He jerked his chin, signaling for his 3 core disciples to charge forward and fight to the death. Sensing the danger, Yu Qingqi readied his gun and yelled, "Let's fight, brothers." Xia Liang didn't flinch at all. He built up momentum and flew forward, delivering a face-denting punch to one guy. Another guy swung a knife right into Zhuang's face, but unfortunately, that slash was merely a scratch on the metal surface. Zhuang grabbed the small fry alive, slammed him onto the dirt, and beat the living daylights out of him. Yu Qingqi ruthlessly pulled the trigger, firing 2 consecutive shots, drilling holes through the shoulders of 2 assassins in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the villa, a subordinate sprinted in to report. "Boss Chen, they broke the door and forced their way in." Hearing this shocking news, old Chen panicked, breaking out in a cold sweat that drenched his shirt. After a wild melee, Zhuang stood panting heavily. Finally, they had cleaned up all the lackeys. But as bad luck would have it, Xia Liang had accidentally taken a knife wound and collapsed to the ground. Liu Xiao screamed in panic, "Xia Liang, what happened to you?" Xia Liang clutched the bleeding hole in his ribs, gasping weakly. "I took a knife to the gut, but I can still hold on." "Hold on my ass. Zhuang, carry Xia Liang to the medical station right now. Leave this mess for me to handle." Waiting until Zhuang and Xia Liang were out of sight, Yu Qingqi cleared his throat. "It's all sorted out, brother Liu. It's time to take Chen Jiazi's life before the old man grows wings and flies away." Liu Xiao nodded in agreement. Right at the moment, the two were formulating their strategy. A dark shadow darted swiftly across the adjacent hill, carrying an overwhelming murderous aura. Liu Xiao keenly smelled the scent of death and shouted at the top of his lungs to Yu Qingqi, "Get down now." In a flash, the dark figure streaked past like a shooting star, sweeping a blade that sliced the sniper rifle in half as smoothly as cutting a melon. Witnessing the magic trick that had just occurred, Yu Qingqi's soul left his body. His face turned pale with shock, unable to believe his eyes. At this moment, a guy looking exactly like the legendary Tai Dao holding a guando was babbling on about some fancy assassin titles. Ignoring all reason, he lunged forward at wind-breaking speed, sweeping a godlike slash. Fearless, Liu Xiao immediately raised his armored arm to block the strike. But Liu Xiao had miscalculated a step. How could his metal casing rival the enemy's water-sharp blade? A deep, gaping crack clearly appeared on his arm. He let out a gut-wrenching scream, a stifled sound that echoed through the empty space due to the agonizing pain. Realizing the enemy was much tougher than expected, Yu Qingqi immediately pulled out the handgun tucked in his coat. Seeing this, the assassin Tai Dao stepped on the gas to close in, ready to send him to the afterlife. Yu Qingqi quickly pulled the trigger, emptying a whole magazine continuously right into the enemy's face. Unfortunately, the guy swung his guandao at lightning speed, spectacularly splitting every single copper bullet in half, leaving everyone speechless. In the very next second, he executed a deadly sweeping curve that slashed right across Yu Qingqi. Watching his comrade fall helplessly, Liu Xiao gnashed his teeth, his anger boiling all the way up to his head. Tai Dao landed smoothly, shooting a razor-sharp glare straight at him. Then he swung his blade, delivering an earth-shattering blow onto Liu Xiao's fist. At a glance, Liu Xiao's arm looked as if it was about to be split in two. But Tai Dao suddenly realized something was wrong. His guandao was tightly stuck and couldn't be pulled out no matter what. Knowing he'd fallen into Liu Xiao's trap, he growled furiously. "This bastard has the audacity to clamp my precious sword with his bare hands." Instantly, red blood vessels clearly bulged in Liu Xiao's eyes, and he let out a mind-shaking roar. Then he squeezed out the last bit of his vitality, using his iron head technique to smash a heavy blow right into the enemy's forehead. A chilling crack rang out as Tai Dao's skull fractured. Having successfully sent the tough enemy on his way, Liu Xiao was completely drained of stamina and exhausted. He staggered a few steps, then collapsed to the ground, fainting dead away. Inside the villa grounds, a bald subordinate picked up the phone and jumped in fright. What the hell? The enemy side was completely wiped out by Tai Dao. Understood, I've got the info. I'll arrange it right away. He turned and reported to Old Chen, reporting to Boss Chen, those brats have been eradicated by Tai Dao, we don't need to run away anymore. Old Chen was overjoyed upon hearing this. He truly lives up to the name Tai Dao. The mountain of money I spent to hire him was totally worth it. So where is he now? The lackey scratched his head. Well, his skull got smashed by the opponent too. He's currently on an ambulance to the hospital. Our side managed to tie up 2 of them. How do you plan to reward them, boss? At this moment, Liu Xiao and Yu Qingqi had been tied up as tight as 2 spring rolls. The moment Old Chen laid eyes on Yu Qingqi, he saw red. Isn't this Yu Qingqi? I poured tens of thousands of yuan to hire you, yet you dare play the role of a traitor. Give me the gun. I have to personally finish off this ungrateful bastard. Immediately, a lackey handed a gun right into the old man's hands. Old Chen stroked the grip of the gun, looking ecstatic. I haven't touched this toy in ages, but the feeling is still as excellent as ever. Having spat out his last word, he pulled the trigger with a click, without the slightest hesitation. Yu Qingqi took the bullet head-on, letting out a roar of extreme agony, inwardly crying out that he was doomed. Is my life really going to end in this dump? Seeing this, Old Chen smugly lifted his face, missed the heart, then have another one. Then he fired another shot straight into Yu Qingqi's shoulder, a display of fake marksmanship that was hard to watch. Yu Qingqi could only give up and wait for death. Thinking to himself that his name was definitely crossed out of the Book of Life this time, having just taken a knife, he now had caught 2 copper bullets. Blood gushed out of his veins profusely, and his mind began to sink into the void. But right on the boundary between life and death, Tianyu landed majestically like a god of war. His expression was filled with cold, murderous intent, clearly revealing his bulging muscles just like a Greek god. As soon as he saw his figure, Liu Xiao rejoiced like he'd found his savior. Meanwhile, Old Chen's jaw dropped to the floor, panicking and screaming, Tianyu, what kind of illusion is this? How could you recover so ridiculously fast? At the same time, a few lackeys charged out, shouting, Stop him, protect Boss Chen. But the moment one guy closed in, Tianyu swung his leg and kicked his skull in. Without stopping, he pivoted and unleashed another kick, sending a bald guy flying into the wall like a ball. Witnessing that violent scene, Old Chen was so terrified he wet his pants, stammering, Chi Tianyu, what are you trying to pull? If you take one step closer, I'm calling for backup. Tianyu replied nonchalantly, if you're so capable, then call all you want, I'll take them all on. Old Chen still tried to force himself to throw out threats. You really are blind to the danger. I'm really pressing the panic button right now. Saying that, he trembling pushed the button to broadcast and so signal to the entire assassin network. It was only then that Tianyu shifted his eyes to Yu Qingqi, asking with a razor-sharp look, "Hey Yu Qingqi, as long as Chen Jiazi bites the dust, the hit order will automatically disappear, right?" Spot on. If the employer stops breathing, the hit order becomes scrap paper. That's the unwritten rule of the Dark Shadow. As soon as the words fell, Qi Tianyu moved like a phantom tornado. His hand turned into a soul-reaping spear, piercing through Chen Jiazi's chest, sending the old man to the afterlife in the blink of an eye. The moment Chen Jiazi's hands dropped limply, the entire squad of assassins ambushing around the villa received the notification. A commander yelled, "Chen Jiazi kicked the bucket, the mission is a bust, the whole team retreats." In a flash, the bloodied assassins suddenly turned tail, scrambling away like a broken hive of bees. Tianyu turned around and asked, "They've all fled?" Yu Qingqi nodded. Exactly. Once Chen Jiazi is dead, the hit order is trash. With the money gone, those hired blades have no reason to work for free. While speaking, he pulled out a card with a bizarre symbol and tossed it onto old Chen's corpse. Yu Qingqi explained, "By leaving this seal behind, the cops will automatically assume the Dark Shadow is the culprit. They won't come after you. Just to be safe, we still need to burn Chen Jiazi's body to ashes to clear the scene." Glancing at his blood-soaked wounds, Tianyu stopped him. "You've lost a liter of blood. Stop worrying about everything. I'll take care of burning the body and hiding the evidence. Hurry up and carry Liu Xiao to the hospital first." Bearing the title of a notorious assassin, Yu Qingqi reminded him, "Don't scrub the scene squeaky clean, that will make the cops more suspicious. I'm also a member of the Dark Shadow, just leave my blood right where it is. All you need to do is wipe away Liu Xiao's bloodstains and your shoe prints. That's the standard procedure. Make it look like an internal purge within the Dark Shadow Guild. You just call a car and take Liu Xiao to the hospital. My identity is taboo in crowded places. I'll go find an underground clinic around here, and I'll be fine." Hearing this, Tianyu felt somewhat apologetic. He asked, "What was your name again? Didn't you want to join my gang?" The one-eyed guy replied instantly, "Yu Qingqi, known in the underworld as the One-Eyed Leopard." "Yu Qingqi, huh? Welcome to the Sha Gang. From this moment on, we are life-and-death brothers." A short while later, at the Central Hospital, Zhuang was pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot pan, frantically asking, "Doctor, can my brother's arm still be saved?" The doctor let out a long sigh. "I'm truly sorry. His muscles and bones are shattered, and the wound is severely necrotic. We have no choice but to amputate this arm." Hearing words that felt like a lightning strike to the top of his head, Zhuang staggered in emptiness. He stammered, questioning, "Why? Why is it so tragic? If my brother loses an arm, does that mean his career in security is completely ruined?" Tianyu quickly rubbed Zhuang's shoulder to comfort him. "Zhuang, calm down first." Then he turned to ask the doctor, "Money is not an issue. Please do everything in your power to save it." But the doctor only replied regretfully, "This arm is beyond saving. But if your family has the means, we can graft the most advanced prosthetic hand for him. I guarantee his daily activities will be as smooth as if he never lost it." At this point, Tianyu looked over at Zhuang inquiringly, and the young man had to grit his teeth and nod in agreement. Tianyu made the final call instantly. "Then we entrust everything to you, doctor. Please proceed with that plan." Time flew by in a flash, and a few weeks had already passed. Now, the whole brotherhood was gathering around for a lively weekend drinking party. As soon as Tianyu arrived, he cheerfully shouted, "Oh wow, looks like all the brothers have regained their dashing forms." Sha Liang and Yu Qingqi were in the hospital the longest, huh? Sha Liang patted his chest loudly. "These few minor scars are just like mosquito bites." Tianyu continued to ask, "And is Liu Xiao's prosthetic arm working smoothly?" The guy hummed, smiling with his eyes closed. "This piece of tech is amazing to use. It's got quite a few cool modes." Seeing this, Tianyu brightened up significantly. Immediately after, the whole gang clinked their glasses together, cheering loudly. "Cheers to the downfall of Chen Jiazi and his lackeys, bottoms up." The aftermath of the night of heavy drinking was that the next morning, Tianyu dragged himself to class looking as exhausted as a dead fish. He fiddled with an assignment and inwardly felt smug that his brain could finally process all this knowledge without having to rely on that system. Having sent Chen Jiazi to the afterlife, the storms in the Sha Gang had also completely died down. Finally, the male lead was able to enjoy his peaceful days warming a school seat. Unfortunately, the peace didn't last long before his beloved phone jolted him awake with a loud ring. Tianyu pulled out his phone, and upon seeing the two words Lanzai sitting prominently on the screen, he broke into a cold sweat, knowing right away it was an omen of an incoming storm. As soon as he hit answer, a voice as sweet as rock sugar poured into his ear. "Hello, darling, are you busy tonight?" Tianyu sweated bullets and asked cautiously, What are you up to this time?" The girl dropped a harsh ultimatum. "There's a grand ball tonight, and I'm currently short a partner. If you're free, you'd be a perfect fit." Hearing this, Tianyu jumped in surprise. "A dance partner, but I don't know the first thing about dancing." No matter what excuses he made, Lanzai threw back an ironclad sentence. "It's settled. I'll pick you up after school." Tianyu was utterly bewildered, but the girl had ruthlessly hung up the phone, leaving only the sound of a heartless dial tone behind. The young man looked dazed, having no idea what was going on, and could only let out a long, heavy sigh. In the very next second, the school beauty Dongyu dropped a question that sent a chill down Tianyu's spine. "That call just now was from Lanzai, wasn't it?" Tianyu frantically denied it. "Oh, that's not it, Dongyu, listen to me explain first." But before he could explain, he was beaten black and blue by his better half, only able to scream and cry to the heavens. The off-work bell rang, and sure enough, Lanzai drove her supercar right to the gate to wait for Tianyu. Seeing his swollen face, she asked curiously, "Tianyu, what happened to your ear?" Rubbing his red ear, he replied in a depressed, blunt tone, "Just a yellow jacket sting." The screen transitioned to the courthouse area. President Gu Wenyan was buried in a pile of files. The young man in white standing next to her announced that there were still 3 stacks of documents waiting for her approval. A moment later, she handed the stack of documents to her bodyguard to hold so she could visit the restroom. President Gu had just turned the knob and stepped inside, the door lock clicking shut. Following closely behind, a female janitor pushed her cleaning cart and squeezed inside. However, this person had a cold, sharp expression with a gaze full of murderous intent, exuding a dangerous aura. After finishing her business, President Gu stepped out to the sink to wash her hands. At this exact moment, the female assassin disguised as a janitor gently drew a razor-sharp knife from behind. Immediately after, an ear-piercing scream from President Gu tore through the silence. The burly bodyguard standing guard outside jumped in shock, instantly using his strength to bust the door open. His eyes widened in horror at the tragedy. President Gu had taken a knife straight through her chest. The bodyguard panicked and roared, "President Gu." He frantically dialed his phone. "Hello, emergency, there's been a stabbing at the courthouse, please dispatch an ambulance immediately." At the same time, he gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, who was bold enough to make a move?" Instantly, his eyes caught the wide-open window. He immediately pictured the culprit rappelling down to escape through this route. Looking down, he just barely caught sight of a woman's back fleeing as fast as her legs could carry her. Unfortunately, the distance was too great. Even with wings, he couldn't have caught up. Just a few minutes later, the medical vehicle arrived with blaring sirens, swiftly rushing President Gu to the hospital. At this moment, little Kiang was crying his eyes out beside his dying mother. The on-call team quickly rushed the patient's stretcher straight into the special emergency ward. The little girl Sen Han Xiang was also on standby there, sobbing hoarsely, "Auntie Gu Ha, you absolutely must not give up." The operating room doors closed coldly, and a breathtaking race to save a life began. Right at that moment, a helicopter landed with a loud thud on the hospital's rooftop. Stepping out of the cabin was an old man named Sen Dongyi, radiating an incredibly terrifying and oppressive aura. Waiting below was a prominent figure who warmly welcomed him. "It is an absolute honor to receive Elder Sen." This person was none other than Director Liu Gang. Elder Sen immediately spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. "How is Yun Yun's condition? Are her injuries life-threatening?" Liu Gang broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly replied. "Reporting to Elder Sen, Mayor Gu's stab wound is extremely critical. We have mobilized all leading experts to salvage the situation." In another development, Lanzai was dressed to the nines in an absolutely gorgeous evening gown. With rosy cheeks, she marveled, "Wow, this dress is phenomenal, I'll take this one." On this side, Tianyu had just slipped into a breathtakingly handsome blue suit, but Lanzai shook her head and judged. "Tianyu, go change into another one. This color clashes too much with my dress." The young man started to get annoyed and snapped. "Enough already, Lanzai, we just browsed the racks and you've already burned through more than 100,000 yuan. The young lady wouldn't back down, immediately retorting, "What do you know? Attending such a high-class event wearing an outfit worth less than 100,000 yuan, where would we even hide our faces?" Hearing that, the young man could only let out a long sigh. All right, whatever you like." Anyway, it wasn't coming out of his wallet. However, suddenly, Tianyu's chest began to pound incessantly like a drum. He muttered internally in shock, "What kind of weird phenomenon is this? Why is my heart beating so wildly?" Lanzai, standing nearby, noticed his strange expression and became anxious. Tianyu, did you catch a cold? Why are you suddenly shedding tears?" Tianyu wiped away his tears in bewilderment, stammering, I don't really know either." Suddenly, a heart-wrenching sorrow washed over me, feeling as if the most important person in my family just passed away. It's truly bizarre, I don't understand it at all. Tianyu immediately activated his life-detecting feature, combined with super olfaction. And then he was stunned to receive earth-shattering news. President Gu was currently lying on the operating table, her life hanging by a mere thread. Lanzai frantically pressed him, "What's wrong with you? What on earth happened?" With a pale face, Tianyu stammered, President Gu has met with a disaster." Lanzai's jaw dropped as she asked hurriedly, "President Gu, do you mean Gu Wenyan from the Xin High Chamber of Commerce? That's her." Lanzai continued, "What happened to her?" Tianyu answered bluntly, "Someone stabbed her right through the heart." Hearing this, Lanzai was utterly shocked, frozen like a statue, unable to believe what had just entered her ears. Right after, Tianyu spoke apologetically, "I'm sorry, Lanzai. It seems I have to break our promise for the ball tonight." The little lady waved her hand and laughed it off. "It's nothing, it's just a dance party. I'm bored and don't want to go anymore anyway. Let me drive you to handle your business." Faced with the Beauties' decisiveness, Tianyu was momentarily stunned. And then Lanzai's car quickly glided through the night, heading straight for the hospital. Sitting in the car, she couldn't help but wonder, "By the way, Tianyu, how did you know President Gu was in danger?" Tianyu improvised and wove an excuse. "This involves cultivation secrets and the martial arts world. Even if I explain it, you won't understand." The beauty curiously prodded further. "If that's the case, Tianyu, what if one bad day I get into trouble? Would you be able to sense it?" Our male lead patted his chest and firmly affirmed, "That's obvious. I would pick up the signal immediately and rush over to protect you." That sweet sentence made Lanzai's cheeks flush red. She shyly lowered her head. In a flash, the two were striding down the hospital corridor. The kids were visibly overjoyed the moment they saw Tianyu's figure. Calling out brother Tianyu's name in unison. "Oh master, what wind blew you all the way here?" Tianyu replied in a deep voice, "I'm here to snatch President Gu's life back." Right then, a hoarse, oppressive voice rang out. President Gu's father yelled with a stern face, "You there, stop right there." Tianyu raised an eyebrow and asked back, "May I ask who you are?" Elder Sen slowly stood up straight and spoke imposingly, "I have mobilized all renowned doctors to save little Wen Yan. Don't go in there and get in the way." Hearing this, Qiang anxiously spoke up. "Master, this is my grandfather." Grasping his identity, Tianyu boldly addressed him, "So it is Elder Sen. Right now, President Gu's condition is hanging by a thread. I implore you to let me inside to lend a helping hand." Glancing at Tianyu's youthful face, Elder Sen frowned in annoyance. "Where did a brat like you pop out from? What right do you have to arrogantly dismiss the doctors as useless while claiming to be skilled? What reason is there for me to entrust my daughter's life to you?" Qiang and Sen Henyu frantically defended him. "Grandpa, he's my martial arts master, he has magic." "That's right, Grandpa, it was brother Tianyu who pulled Qiang out of the sea of fire last time. He definitely has a way to save Auntie Gu." Elder Sen scoffed disdainfully, "What martial arts magic? It's all just cheap parlor tricks. You think you can snatch a life from the king of hell with a few flashy moves? Hey kid, if you're so confident that you have heaven-defying abilities, then show off a bit to open this old man's eyes." Tianyu replied without flinching. "Very well, if Elder Sen wishes so, please forgive this junior for offending you." In a blink, his eyes glinted with a clairvoyant light, sweeping across and completely seeing through Elder Sen's internal organs as if looking through glass. After just a single glance, he pointed directly and boldly spoke, "Has your lower back been aching nonstop lately?" Elder Sen nodded and said, "It's just an old man's ailment. I've poured heaps of gold and money into it, but haven't been able to cure it completely." Tianyu smiled confidently and concluded, "That's because you haven't had the fate to meet me yet." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his hand and delivered a hammer-like smack right onto Elder Sen's spinal cartilage, the force so immense that veins popped on the old man's forehead. Instantly, Elder Sen's bones let out a terrifying cracking sound. The flesh-tearing pain made the old man unable to hold back, letting out a screech that echoed through the hallway. Then the old man fell flat on his back. Seeing this, Kiang was shocked and bewildered. "Master, why did you beat my grandpa up like this?" Tianyu also broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "Oh crap, did I use a bit too much force?" Who would have thought that Elder Sen suddenly leaped up, his bones and muscles flexible and surging with vitality like an 18-year-old lad. He joyfully slapped his thigh. "How miraculous, it's completely healed. It's unbelievable, the chronic pain has vanished without a trace." He immediately turned and gave Tianyu a thumbs up in praise. "Your talent is truly outstanding." Suddenly, the operating room door cracked open, and a doctor walked out with a heavy expression, speaking up. "May I ask if the relatives of patient Gu Wenyan are present?" Elder Sen scrambled over. "How is the situation, doctor? Did my daughter Wenyan pull through?" The doctor sighed and uttered the worst. "The entire medical team poured all our efforts into it, but unfortunately, her injuries exceeded the limit. We were forced to helplessly stand by." The words struck down like a fatal blade. Everyone was stunned and dazed, no one daring to accept such a painful truth. Elder Sen lost his mind, charging forward to grab the doctor's collar and roared, "Doesn't your hospital gather the golden hands of Xin Hai? Why would you let my daughter suffer a premature death?" The doctor frantically explained, "1,000 apologies, Elder Sen, modern medicine still has insurmountable barriers. President Gu's heartbeat has permanently stopped. Based on biological standards, she has passed away." Finishing his words, he slowly handed the death notice to the collapsing father. In that moment, Elder Sen seemed to turn to stone, his entire body paralyzed and unable to move. The person in the white blouse sympathetically handed over the death certificate, his voice sorrowful. "This is the document confirming the passing of Ms. Gu Wenyan. I hope the family can try to suppress their grief." Kiang and Sen Hanyu hurriedly rushed into the emergency room, their gut-wrenching wails echoing tragically. Elder Sen stood rooted to the spot, refusing to believe the cruel reality unfolding before his eyes. Suddenly snapping out of his daze, he whipped around and clung to Tianyu's arm, pleading earnestly, "Grandmaster, you hold miracles in your hands, right? Please, have mercy and save Wenyan." The young man immediately affirmed, "Elder Sen, rest assured, the very reason I am here is to drag President Gu back from the realm of the dead. That doctor's diagnosis wasn't wrong. President Gu's life force has indeed withered away. I absolutely cannot pick up any vitality from her anymore. Even so, is there any rule forbidding the deceased from returning from the underworld?" Hearing those words, which felt like a life preserver, Elder Sen buried his face and sobbed, his old tears falling endlessly. Right after, he spoke boldly with the demeanor of a general. "Elder Sen, please tell this doctor to go inside and lend me a hand. Can you handle that?" "Completely within my power. I will use all my privileges to mobilize the entire Xin Hai medical system to serve you." The doctor grimaced and snapped upon hearing this crazy theory. "What insane stunt are you pulling here?" Tianyu's face didn't change color, spitting out each word with authority. "I will force the Grim Reaper to return President Gu's life." Right at that moment, the system's voice rang out clearly, detecting the host's intention. "Do you want to unlock the transcendent medical god ability? Acquiring medical knowledge that surpasses all eras will cost 200 energy points." Hearing the exorbitant price, Tianyu cried silently in his heart, "So cruel, why does this system charge such cutthroat fees?" At this time, Kiang and Sen Hanyu had been ushered out of the surgical area by the staff. Having just finished explaining, he begrudgingly spent 200 points to activate the transcendent medical god skill, his hands swiftly putting on gloves as he shouted boldly, "Everyone brace yourselves. The surgery officially begins." Finishing his sentence, he hastily threw on a surgical gown and strode majestically into the room, leaving the two doctors staring at each other in bewilderment. Who does he think he is? The heart has stopped beating, what's there left to operate on? The hospital director hurriedly ran over to intervene. Please be understanding. This Grandmaster is a distinguished guest personally invited by Elder Sen. I hope everyone can put their egos aside and do their utmost to cooperate with him. The doctor with sliding glasses smirked mockingly. How ridiculous. A figure of Elder Sen's stature is actually foolish enough to believe some street quack. The nurse standing nearby also clicked her tongue in agreement. Then let's just play along. Later, when he can't cure her, his fraudulent true colors will naturally be exposed. Saying that, the shrewish woman crossed her arms and asked snarkily, So, esteemed Grandmaster, what kind of help do you need from us mortals to summon a dead person's soul? Tianyu calmly ignored her attitude, instructing, Please go outside and ask Elder Sen to arrange for 10 women with the same blood type as Ms. Wen Yan to come in here. Right then, the nurse pouted and retorted, Are you planning to set up a formation and build an altar to worship here? The male lead simply and neatly spat out a phrase, Bloodline Connection Network. Upon hearing that term, the bespectacled doctor turned pale in panic. Are you crazy? You plan to transfuse blood back and forth between living people and a corpse. Tianyu began to calmly explain. The lower part of the human brain plays the role of maintaining life by regulating blood circulation. He requested the use of 10 living bodies to create an external artificial circulation loop to pump blood and nourish President Gu. As long as this method is applied, even if her organs are rotting, there is still a glimmer of hope for her to open her eyes. The young doctor couldn't take it anymore and flew into a rage. You psycho. Have you foreseen the risk of cross-infection that could kill everyone in this room? Not to mention, what if she actually wakes up? Is she supposed to spend the rest of her life leeching off those 10 bodies? Tianyu glared overpoweringly. Only this method will help us buy golden time to restore President Gu's damaged heart. I absolutely do not agree. This behavior severely violates medical ethics. You are gambling with 10 human lives. Just then, Elder Sen pushed the door open and entered like a deity, roaring, Who dares to stand in the way? A staff member hurried over and reported, Grandmaster, the 10 blood donors are ready. Elder Sen confirmed in a growl, the amount I compensated them is astronomical. They are completely sober and voluntarily donating their blood. No one is being forced. He shot dagger-like glances around. Does anyone have a death wish and dare to open their mouth to interfere again? I will ruin that person's medical career tonight. Faced with the superior's show of power, the group of doctors and nurses cowered, staying dead silent and not daring to breathe heavily. Tianyu clapped his hands and ordered, Deploy immediately. 10 blood donors, proceed to extract 300 cubic centimeters of blood from each person. Perform surgery to isolate Gu Wenyan's heart. Use artificial tubes to extend the path of the blood vessels to the outside environment. Clearly separate the arterial and venous systems, then directly pump fresh blood into the arterial line. A young lad looked dumbfounded and asked a silly question. Does the Grandmaster mean using bare hands to squeeze the pump? Tianyu scolded angrily, Do you even have to ask? If I had state-of-the-art machinery on hand, would I need you all crowding around like scarecrows? The pumping rate is 90 beats per minute, and you must rotate exactly every 10 minutes. The doctor from earlier, despite his chaotic insides, had to resentfully comply under the pressure. He channeled all his muscle strength to squeeze hard on the giant blood collection bag. A tangled array of tubes was threaded directly into the patient's empty chest cavity. Following each rhythmic pump of blood by the medical staff, the bright red, oxygen-rich blood vigorously flowed into Gu Wenyan's ice-cold corpse. The tissue cells that were about to perish from oxygen starvation were suddenly bathed and burst with intense vitality. A miracle had truly occurred. A lifeless corpse was gradually showing signs of resurrection thanks to being infused with life force. The short-sighted doctor still harbored a disdainful gaze, muttering in his mind, fishing someone back from the underworld isn't just about pumping oxygen and circulating blood. Corpse left for so long without blood circulation would already have its blood vessels congealed into chunks. The body's defense barrier is in tatters. Bacteria and germs will compete to invade the bloodstream, invariably leading to an incurable blood infection. Before he could finish gloating, Tianyu issued a sharp command, immediately infuse a mixture of doberlicet and high-strength antibiotic cobalamin into the veins. Hearing the names of the drugs, the doctor felt as if struck by lightning, breaking out in sweat. What the hell, could it be this guy actually calculated this tricky move in advance? Is he a scammer or a reincarnated medical god? Thanks to the intervention of the extremely potent drug mixture, the blood poisoning condition was repelled at a dizzying speed. The harmful bacteria were quickly suffocated and vanished into nothingness. The stagnant cell clusters also gradually awakened and restarted their metabolic processes. Dozens of toxins and residues in the blood vessels simply flowed along the veins and poured outside. At this very moment, Tianyu's eyes were as sharp as knives as he boldly directed the turning point. Channel this entire stream of toxic blood directly into those 10 living bodies so they can act as natural filters. Connect the output of the dirty blood to the donor's veins. Simultaneously, let the arteries of those 10 people continuously supply clean blood. And thus, an unprecedented biological circulation matrix connecting 11 lives officially took shape. Although Ms. Gu's original heart had permanently stopped beating, thanks to this grand circulation loop, the other organ systems in her body would gradually be awakened. The withered lungs were now supplied with oxygen by 10 other pairs of lungs. The kidneys that had gone on strike were now backed by 10 other kidneys working tirelessly to filter out toxins. The warning signals of severe damage also followed the venous flow and swam into the bodies of the blood donor team. The defense mechanisms of the 10 living people instantly reacted with extreme intensity. They collectively produced a massive amount of nutrients and stem cells to cope with the emergency. And this abundant restorative energy, 10 times that of an average person, leisurely flowed back through the arteries to replenish Gu Wenyan's body. Without warning, President Gu suddenly jerked and coughed dryly, a pale fluid seeping from the corners of her mouth. Witnessing this earth-shattering scene, the two doctors nearly dropped their eyes out, so terrified they were rendered speechless. What kind of demonic event is unfolding before our eyes? Is Ms. Gu starting to breathe on her own? Can a freezing cold corpse actually come back to life? Despite the surrounding chaos, Tianyu remained as steady as a rock. He shouted loudly, "Absolutely do not stop pumping blood. Her life is now in your hands. Keep a steady rhythm of 90 beats per minute. Absolutely do not let it interrupt. Quickly insert the breathing tube into the patient's trachea, activate the ventilator, and maintain the breathing rhythm. Excellent, just keep it up like this. Everyone, prepare yourselves mentally. This process of borrowing an external immune system to regenerate the body will last for a full week." Hearing the words "a full week," the bespectacled doctor nearly fainted, his face turning as green as a banana leaf. Tianyu continued instructing, "Go outside and tell the director to urgently mobilize more doctors and blood donor groups to divide into shifts and stand guard. Proceed to sterilize this entire room to the highest degree to absolutely prevent cross-infection. Just nurture her body back to health first. We can proceed with an artificial heart transplant later. It won't be too late." At that exact moment, Elder Sen pushed the door and entered, his eyes brimming with hope. "Grandmaster, how should we proceed next?" Tianyu gently brushed it off. "The most important thing right now is to practice patience. Oh right, with the Sen family's economic prowess, send out people to hunt for a compatible heart. No matter what, a real, genuine heart still beats artificial ones by a mile." Elder Sen nodded joyfully, and repeatedly, "Of course, I will have people turn this land upside down to find one." Kiang finally peeked his head in at this moment, asking shyly, "Master, will my mother really come back to me?" Tianyu rubbed the boy's head, smiling confidently, "That is a certainty, you don't need to worry." However, because her brain was deprived of oxygen for too long, there is a high chance there will be a few minor glitches when she wakes up. Hearing about glitches, the boy's eyes grew red and he asked frantically, "Brain damage? Then what will happen to my mother?" "If lucky, it's just temporary amnesia. If a bit unluckier, she could be paralyzed on one side of her body." Receiving the answer, Kiang cried pitifully, engulfed in extreme fear. Tianyu quickly soothed him, "Be good now, I merely said it's a possibility. And even if she truly is paralyzed, I have ways to cure her so she can run and jump normally." Before long, the myopic doctor stormed straight into the director's office to whine and complain. "Is Elder Sen planning to squeeze us dry this time? Sophisticated surgical experts like us are being dragged down to do this crude manual pumping trick, and we have to maintain a crazy pace of 90 beats a minute. My arm is about to fall off." Even more nightmarish, is that he's forcing us to pump blood continuously for 7 days and 7 nights. The director let out a long sigh. I know, Elder Sen has poured in a ton of sponsorship money, but if human strength is squeezed dry like this, where will our hospital find the manpower to hold up? Say, department head, from your perspective, how should we deal with this? After a few seconds of calculating consideration, the bespectacled doctor narrowed his eyes and said calculatingly, personally, I think this project must not be abandoned at any cost. We must stick it out to the end. In case it succeeds, our hospital's reputation will skyrocket thanks to this dead resurrecting technique. Our scientific reports will sit prominently on the front pages of the world's top medical journals. Our names will enter textbooks. The director stared at him wide-eyed. Are you that passionate about fame? Then what were you doing running in here and complaining just now? The young doctor explained, the treatment process lasts a whole week. The manpower of our hospital will definitely collapse halfway through. I hope you can use your title as director to summon manpower from neighboring hospitals to assist. We need a massive team to push our nation's medicine to the pinnacle of glory with this regeneration technology. The director found it pleasing to the ear, his eyes shining with determination. Good idea, I approve. Go ahead and implement it. A moment later, Tianyu put his coat back on and stepped out to the waiting lobby. Lanzai rushed over and asked caringly, has President Gu passed the critical stage? The young man nodded wearily. She has crossed the boundary of life and death. She will probably open her eyes in about 7 days. Just as he finished speaking, Tianyu's face suddenly went blank. The next second, the guy collapsed onto the cold floor, his limbs turning to jelly. Witnessing this frightening scene, Lanzai screamed in terror. She rushed over, hugging him tightly and tearfully asking, what is happening to you, Tianyu? The male lead gasped for air like a beached fish, cursing inwardly, I'm doomed. My energy has hit rock bottom. Red alert again. Tianyu weakly looked up at Lanzai with lifeless eyes, struggling to whisper an apology. In the blink of an eye, he lunged up and pressed his lips onto hers in a passionate kiss. Lanzai panicked and shoved him away forcefully, screaming loudly, oh my God, what are you going crazy for, Tianyu? Pushed backward, his head slammed onto the ground, swelling up into a lump. He lamented internally that he was a goner this time. Just touching lips wasn't enough. His body was still completely paralyzed. Tianyu faintly used his dying breath to express, Lanzai, please stay calm and listen to me. I'm really about to meet the king of hell. The naive girl widened her eyes. What, you're dying? Did you catch an incurable disease from the emergency room? Tianyu gritted his teeth and confessed the truth. I have a bizarre congenital syndrome. If I don't have physical contact with a girl, I will die of exhaustion. But who would believe such a blatantly deceptive excuse? Lanzai stood up angrily, turned her back, and walked away, not forgetting to look back and curse, you perverted lech, go ahead and die. Tianyu was terrified and squeezed out every ounce of his strength to roar, oh my God, Lanzai, if you leave, I will lose my life right here. Only then did the young lady halt, her cheeks flushing red as she hesitantly turned her head. Are you telling the truth? Then to what extent do you want to make contact? The bedridden lad immediately tried to justify himself. I swear to you, there's a mysterious power existing in my body that forces me to absorb female yin energy to sustain my life. If my energy runs dry and isn't recharged, my life will immediately wither away. Lanzai blinked after hearing this. Wow, is it that magical? So according to you, how far do we have to go before your gas tank is full again? Tianyu immediately seized the opportunity. Just help me into the car first, then we'll figure it out. And what was bound to happen happened. No one knew what kind of martial arts exchange took place inside. They could only see Lanzai's car rocking and bouncing rhythmically in the dead of the silent night. The system's voice also rang out reporting, survival energy has been increased by 200 points. After a storm of passion, the young lady adjusted her elegant dress, her rosy face shyly asking in a low voice, how is it, O great immortal? Are you full of energy yet? The young man Tianyu pretended to frown in complaint. The words you use sound so unfair, making me out to be worse than those lecherous scoundrels who specialize in deceiving innocent girls. The beautiful Lanzai seemed to be thoroughly enjoying herself and boldly gave the green light to continue. Going home at this late hour will only get me scolded by my grandpa. How about we pull into some hotel? Hearing the word hotel, Tianyu turned pale and stammered evasively, what, go to hotel? I feel a bit sore already. The young lady immediately pulled a long face and glared. What kind of man is so sluggish? You've crossed the Rubicon, so you must press on. Let's go quickly. Tianyu, having just been squeezed dry of his labor, whimpered and cried foul. It's not that I have any complaints. It's just that my body has been so weak lately. How could I possibly satisfy you? Despite all his complaining, the tough lady lands. I absolutely refused to let him off, insisting on going. Hurry up. He truly had met a formidable opponent. Without delay, she stepped on the gas pedal. The exhaust pipe roared to the heavens, preparing to head straight for the hotel. But before she could speed off, she panicked upon seeing a familiar figure standing with arms crossed right in front of the car. Lanzai was scared out of her wits when she recognized her grandfather's majestic face. Elder Sen then cleared his throat, displaying an inscrutable expression. I was wondering what kind of dancing you two were doing all night long, and what nonsense are you hiding in the car doing? The granddaughter trembled and probed, Grandpa, how long have you been standing out here observing? The old man stroked his beard and casually dropped the words, roughly speaking, it must have been over 20 minutes, my dear. That answer made the lovebirds drop their jaws in horror, shouting in unison, does that mean you took the whole sequence of events into your sight? Elder Sen shot them a sharp glare and scolded, when you kids fool around without wearing protection, it's very easy to get pregnant. Do you understand the consequences? Tianyu panicked and flailed his arms, intending to explain and clear Lanzai's name. However, Elder Sen clasped his hands behind his back and chuckled. Young men and women in love crossing the line is a normal part of nature, but I remind you that you must use safety measures. What if little Zai carries your flesh and blood? What will you do? Tell her to get an abortion. Do you realize how cruelly scraping and vacuuming will devastate a girl's body? Tianyu, with the daring and responsible spirit of a real man, patted his chest and promised, if little Zai truly has good news. I swear I will take her home as my bride and take care of her for the rest of my life. Hearing those sweet lies, Lanzai's face flushed bright red to her ears. With tears glistening in her eyes, she played the role of a young maiden immersed in happiness. Elder Sen believed it wholeheartedly, nodding with satisfaction. Good, you have great ambition. Well, I won't be a third wheel anymore. Didn't I just hear you two were planning to head to a hotel? Go quickly, try your best to pop out a chubby great-grandson for me. Elder Sen truly deserved the title of the most understanding grandfather in the solar system. Tianyu's tears streamed down both cheeks at that moment, crying out in his heart, Grandpa, if you love your grandson, please stop this girl for me. My back is really about to snap in half. And so the sports car sped straight to the Love Hotel. That night the system announced joy 4 times, energy points dancing nonstop. Detected hosts Yang energy critically depleted. Would you like to consume points to activate full stamina? Tianyu, with dark panda-like circles under his eyes, hurriedly ordered, activate it quick. I'm about to be sucked dry into a mummy. Women's hearts truly are unfathomable. Last night she was still shy and bashful, yet today she went 5 relentless rounds without a hint of fatigue. The scene shifted to the next morning on the school campus. Tianyu dragged each heavy step, his complexion gloomy like a storm cloud, his spirit wandering lost and disoriented. His childhood buddy Chengdong, upon seeing him, panicked and asked, why do you look so wrecked? Your face is pale as a waterlogged ghost. Looking at you now, you're no different from a walking corpse. Tianyu could only bitterly recount the earth-shattering battle from last night. Chengdong listened with drooling envy, smacking his lips and grumbling, truly a case of one who eats can't chew it all down, while the one who craves can only lick his lips with nothing. Tianyu let out a sigh and fired back. How could that craving person ever understand the suffering of one stuffed to the point of a ruptured stomach? Oh, I almost forgot. Have you caught the hot news yet? Some flashy guy just brought a supercar to the TV station to propose to Sister Xu Ping. This news jolted Tianyu wide awake, startling him as if stung by a bee. Chengdong hastily shoved his phone screen in front of his friend, rambling on, I won't beat around the bush anymore, see for yourself. The news is blowing up all over the internet. Tianyu glanced at the screen, shocked, and read aloud, what the hell is this? Xinhai entertainment industry heartthrob Leng Feng mobilized 100 supercars for a bridal procession, proposing to famous female MC Xu Ping. What's the background of this Leng Feng guy? Street rumors say he's a newly risen star. His family background is massively powerful. Seems his old man is some notorious big shot. Hearing this, Tianyu immediately dragged Cheng Dong straight to the TV station to scout the situation. His chubby buddy also excitedly hoisted his butt and ran along. On the way, Tianyu spotted a long line of dazzling, glittering supercars, pointing and asking, "Is that the motorcade of that Leng Feng guy?" Cheng Dong nodded in confirmation, spot on. Online news says Sister Xu Ping is busy filming a program today, so that guy is still waiting outside the gate without being able to approach. Anyway, what trick are you planning to pull? Even if you chase him away, what good would it do? Sister Xu Ping has long reached the age to step onto the bridal sedan. Tianyu frowned and twisted. What exactly do you mean by that? Cheng Dong analyzed philosophically. You selfishly forbid her from seeing others, while you yourself are philandering around from one girl to the next. Isn't what you're doing tantamount to burying her youth? Tianyu defended himself bitterly. I don't have bad intentions. I just want to screen his character on behalf of the family. What if this Leng Feng guy is a total scumbag? Cheng Dong shook his head, fed up with his troublesome friend's nature. If you're going to two-time like this, you'd better just clasp your hands and pray that all the guys hitting on them are bastards, to save yourself the trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, Tianyu with his sharp eyes spotted a sleek young man with styled gel, hurriedly tapping his friend's shoulder. Dong Zai, take a look at this. Is that blondie over there Leng Feng? Cheng Dong squinted and confirmed that is definitely him. At the same time at the studio, the chubby director flattered, "It's so late and you're still staying, Xu Ping, you work too hard." The beautiful female MC smiled and replied, "It's nothing, it's all part of the job, you should also head home and rest early." By the way, that young man making a scene all day outside the gate is still patiently sticking around. Do you need me to call security to throw him out of your sight? Xu Ping winked with a meaningful smile. You don't need to bother. I'll handle these trivial matters myself just fine. The director carefully added, if that Leng Feng guy dares to act like a thug with you, just pick up your phone and call the station's hotline. Got it? Xu Ping nodded gently with a hum. Meanwhile, outside on the grounds, the two paparazzi were strenuously climbing the wall to break in. Cheng Dong was clinging on, exhausted and groaning. Tianyu, help me. My legs are too short, I can't climb, pull me up. Tianyu gritted his teeth, pulling the lump of flesh up, while grumbling, useless. Dragging you along was truly the stupidest decision of my life. Having landed successfully, Tianyu strode forward with a thuggish swagger to pick a fight. Is this chubby-faced bro here Leng Feng? Prick up your ears and listen clearly. If you're smart, you'll stay far away from my sister Xu Ping. I forbid you from hovering around her. The playboy Leng Feng curled his lip and laughed. Where did you pop out from, little bro? Does me chasing Xu Ping have anything to do with your bowl of rice? How dare you say it has nothing to do with me? I am I am her very own flesh and blood little brother. Hearing that identity, Leng Feng immediately changed his attitude, smiling brightly like a flower. Oh heavens, so you are my future brother-in-law. Rest your 100,000 hearts assured, I promise to pamper your sister like a queen. Cheng Dong, hiding behind, nudged with his elbow and whispered, why are you backing down? Fight to the end, man. Tianyu's face fell. He confessed sadly, Dong Zai, what you said earlier woke me up. I truly have no right to protect her and give her complete happiness. If her destiny has knocked on the door, what reason do I have to sabotage it? The guy Leng Feng kept his cheerful smile, fawning, future brother-in-law, don't be shy, sooner or later our two families will become one. Tianyu brushed it off coldly, drop it, don't go claiming I'm your brother-in-law. I personally came here to scrutinize whether you're qualified to enter my family's door. All right then, I never expected someone like Xu Ping to have such a thoughtful little brother protecting her. Once we get married, you can just join my company. I'll support you comfortably for your whole life. Cheng Dong, standing nearby, heard this and his eyes widened with envy, muttering, Tusk, look at that smug face. He's definitely a sanctimonious hypocrite. Must warn Sister Xu Ping to stay away from him. Immediately after, Leng Feng pulled out his flashy phone and waved it. Hello, Uncle Zhang. Book a VIP room at Tian Huang restaurant for me. Today I want to treat my brother-in-law to a grand feast. Oh, and that chubby lad, you come along for fun too. The moment he heard the word treat, young Cheng Dong instantly flipped his attitude like a pancake, eyes bright, cheering, wow, big brother-in-law is so generous. You are truly a great man among men. Sister Xu Ping marrying into your family would be a blessing 10 lifetimes in the making. Tianyu was speechless, glaring at his friend who flipped sides so blatantly. Just then, a golden voice spoke up from behind. So my dear little brother decided to sell out his sister in exchange for a drinking session. Don't you feel a single pang of conscience? Tianyu spun around in panic, facing Xu Ping's sharp gaze, his heart racing, legs trembling, stammering, "Not at all, Sister Xu Ping, I just thought." Xu Ping coldly cut him off. "You thought instead of worrying about this old spinster of a sister, you'd rather chase after those hot younger sisters of yours, isn't that right?" The youth hurriedly shut his eyes tight, waving his hands. "I'm so wronged. A sister as talented and beautiful as you. I was just afraid of delaying your boat's journey." The girl angrily refused to even look at his face. Seizing the golden moment, Lang Feng knelt on one knee holding a bouquet of fresh flowers, glibly pleading, "Miss Xu Ping, I've been standing here planting a love tree all day. Please accept to have dinner with me." Xu Ping without hesitation agreed immediately. "Yes, I accept. A man as talented and handsome as Lang Feng, which girl wouldn't be swayed?" Every word spoken pierced Tianyu's heart like 1,000 arrows. He stood frozen, unable to believe his own ears. The guy Lang Feng now also started to grow suspicious, scanning his eyes. "Hey, what's with you two? Are you really blood-related or not?" But he quickly dismissed it, cheerfully waving his hand to invite. "Anyway, forget it. Let's head over to Tian Huang quickly. We can sip and chat at the same time." Cheng Dong was trembling with delight all over, the complete opposite of Xu Ping's and Qi Tianyu's funeral-like expressions. A short while later, all four were seated in the lavish, magnificent space of Tian Huang restaurant. The moment he stepped in, young Master Lang Feng started bossing around to show off. Manager Zhang, "Just serve the usual as before. A portion worth about 1,000 yuan per person is fine." Then he feigned concern and asked, "Can everyone here eat seafood? Does anyone have any food allergies?" The fat guy Cheng Dong swallowed his saliva audibly, grinning from ear to ear. "Brother-in-law, just feel free. For a meal costing 1,000 yuan each, even if I break out in hives from an allergy, I'd gladly finish it all." Qi Tianyu truly ran out of words at his best friend's shamelessness. Xu Ping deliberately lit a fuse, speaking flirtatiously. "Oh dear, Lang Feng really knows how to pamper a woman, so unlike a certain someone all empty talk and promises, who has never once taken me to eat at an expensive place like this." Lang Feng puffed his chest with pride, thumping it and pledging, "As long as you like it. From now on I'll escort you here to dine every single day." Knowing full well Xu Ping was aiming her barbs at him, Qi Tianyu's face darkened like peat ash. He clenched his two fists tightly, grinding his teeth audibly until they nearly cracked, so furious he almost coughed up blood. Just as the atmosphere was tense, the blonde romantic gallantly extended his hand, inviting everyone to lift their chopsticks. Cheng Dong's eyes twinkled brightly like headlights, not bothering to hide his gluttonous nature, joyfully exclaiming, "All my life till now I've finally gotten to taste such exotic delicacies at a genuine Japanese restaurant, truly an eye-opening experience." Right at that moment, Xu Ping and Qi Tianyu were sitting side by side, their two gazes clashing sharp as swords and spears, making the surrounding space suffocatingly oppressive. Sitting next to them, Lang Feng stared wide-eyed at that scene, his mind completely clueless and bewildered. Soon after, a series of expensive delicacies were served one after another, the elaborate presentation and rich aroma making everyone's stomachs rumble with craving. The Cheng Dong fellow brashly grabbed a skewer of meat and stuffed it into his mouth, then opened his eyes wide in exclamation, "Oh heavens and earth! A flavor this sublime is truly worthy of the price tag of 1,000 yuan." With a stomach full of confusion, Lang Feng timidly spoke up. Miss, may I ask a little question? What exactly is the relationship between you and that kid over there? You two look nothing like siblings at all. On the contrary, you seem exactly like a pair of quarreling lovers." Xu Ping hastily raised her voice to deny it flatly. "No such thing. He is precisely my younger brother. It's just that we siblings have been having a little friction lately." In a flash, all the food on the table was completely swept clean. Cheng Dong, while patting his belly swollen like a balloon, wore an expression of extreme satisfaction. "Today I truly had a fantastic full meal." Sitting beside him, Lang Feng also flashed a bright smile and chimed in. "Tonight truly was an extremely enjoyable outing. Miss, next time let's go out together again, shall we?" Xu Ping then answered with a flirtatious tone, "Sure thing, handsome bro." This flirting display made Qi Tianyu, standing nearby, darken his face in jealousy and anger. Suddenly Xu Ping stood up abruptly, dropping words full of provocation. "What's the matter, little brother? Weren't you the one insisting on finding a boyfriend for your sister so her youth wouldn't go to waste? So now making that sulky face, are you planning to throw a tantrum? Tianyu hastily denied it, flustered, not at all, why would I bother getting angry? Hearing that, Xu Ping added a razor-sharp line, oh, not angry, huh? Well then, isn't that just fantastic? Mr. Leng Feng, it's not too late yet, how about the two of us sneak off for a little stroll? This invitation made Tianyu jolt up as if electrocuted. Leng Feng was equally surprised, eagerly replying, sneak off together. That would be absolutely wonderful, I can't believe the young miss is so bold. Finally, Tianyu reached his limit of tolerance. He slammed the table with a loud bang and snapped, hey, Sister Xu Ping, what exactly are you trying to pull? The clock has already struck past 10 at night, and you dare say it's early and still want to go out and frolic. What if something dangerous happens? Do you even understand? Xu Ping kept her attitude utterly indifferent and replied, grown-up business is best left alone by kids, and anyway, you hardly care at all. Every single word entering his ears made Tianyu so angry he nearly choked on his own blood. But in the end, he could only let out a long, resigned sigh. The young master silently turned around and walked away, leaving behind a sulky remark, fine, do whatever you want, let's go Dongzai, we're heading back. Seeing his visibly upset demeanor, Xu Ping's heart also swelled with a feeling of hurt and self-pity. The moment they stepped out the door, Cheng Dong immediately acted high and mighty, lecturing, the old folks' sayings are never wrong. No matter how talented a hero, he still falls at the beauty's gate. Who would have thought a tough guy like you, Tianyu, would ever be so miserable over love? In all my born days, I've never seen you so openly angry, looking just like a little teenage girl throwing a tantrum. This mocking remark only added fuel to the fire. Tianyu yelled out, damn it all, the root cause is you, that blasted Dongzai, constantly yapping in my ear. Initially, I just planned to beat up that Leng Feng guy senseless and settle it clean. Now suddenly everything is such a ridiculous mess. Cheng Dong stammered in defense, hey, blaming me like that is totally unreasonable. I was merely speaking the honest truth. If you don't resolve this tangled mess decisively today, then sooner or later tomorrow or the day after, you'll still have to face it. Hearing his good friend's analysis, Tianyu let out another long, weary sigh filled with frustration. Right at that moment, Cheng Dong got an itchy mouth and asked a rather foolish question, hey buddy, I was honestly shocked to see Sister Xu Ping react so intensely. Wasn't it just a secret crush from your side? Just how far exactly has your relationship jumped to? Tianyu had no choice but to confess honestly, well, that night I came over to her house. She had just finished bathing and was smelling all fragrant, and the house was completely empty, so that shady, unspeakable thing just happened. Cheng Dong heard the entire story and froze for a full 5 seconds, his whole body stiff, as if his acupoints had been sealed. Snapping out of his shock, he immediately cried out in panic with a face of utter disbelief, heavens and hell, that adult thing really happened. Tianyu, so you've already bid farewell to your boyhood. Tianyu didn't bother to answer, only kept silent and sighed, silently confirming that what he just said was exactly right. Once he had digested the information, Cheng Dong almost bowed down to the ground in utter admiration. That's just surreal, Tianyu, how dare you surpass me and tear off the tag first? Then you're definitely a terrible guy, the rice is already cooked, and you still dare to utter words as if you're unwilling to take responsibility for Sister Xu Ping's life. Tianyu, normally you're full of guts, how come now you're shrinking back as cowardly as a fiddler crab? Tianyu only then stammered out his explanation. It's because me and several other girls also accidentally did that shady thing already. Upon hearing this, Cheng Dong's facial expression shifted directly from stunned to utterly blank and mindless. He frantically interrogated, who else? Tianyu then blurted out a long string including Dong Yu, Lanzai, and Xu Ping. Cheng Dong's complexion now was ashen like the bottom of a pot, completely speechless, only managing to squeeze out one sentence, I am truly kneeling before you now. Tianyu had to lower his voice to plead, Dongzai, give me some advice, in short, what am I supposed to do to solve this mess? Cheng Dong cursed straight to his face without missing a beat. A trashy man like you is best off shaving your head and becoming a monk to clear your debts. Stop lurking around outside spreading misery to good girls. Tianyu immediately objected upon hearing this, thinking that vegetarian wooden fish banging idea was truly too ridiculous, lacking any feasibility at all. Chengdong could only smack his lips and lament, "It's my fault entirely. I shouldn't have used an ordinary person's thinking to view a freak of nature like you, Tianyu." "Well then, just follow whatever your heart tells you. Starting from this second, I swear I will never stick my nose into your love affairs again." The moment the words, "follow your heart," entered his ears, Tianyu suddenly fell into deep contemplation. Very quickly after, with the demeanor of a gangland boss, he declared a sentence firm as nails, "Decision made, I have to go beat up that Leng Feng." Chengdong enthusiastically raised his fist to encourage, "Go all out, buddy." But then he sorrowfully let out a sigh, "This guy truly is a complete lost cause. Please don't corrupt the minds of children. I sincerely hope little Kiang won't be infected by his philandering habits later on." The lens cut directly to a karaoke room, extremely booming and noisy. At that moment, Xu Ping was clutching the microphone tightly, pouring her soul into sorrowful lyrics. "On the road ahead, the one walking with you will no longer be me. Do you feel a little less melancholy in your heart?" Leng Feng, sitting beside her, immediately buttered her up. "Ha ha ha ha, who would have guessed our young miss here, besides being charmingly eloquent, also possesses such a golden singing voice." Xu Ping narrowed her eyes into a beaming smile and replied politely, "Mr. Feng, you flatter me too much. By the way, Mr. Feng, the clock has struck past 2 in the morning. I still have to go to the TV station for work tomorrow. I'll take my leave first." At this exact moment, Leng Feng immediately removed his mask, revealing his true scumbag nature. He blurted out, "Please don't rush off, young miss. The script has reached its climax. There's no need for you to keep up this prim and proper act any longer." Xu Ping stared wide-eyed in surprise and retorted, "What the hell are you rambling about, Mr. Feng? I'm going home." Suddenly, the guy stuck his leg out blocking the way, causing Xu Ping to nearly trip. The moment Xu Ping turned her head back to look, she was terrified to the extreme by the image that slammed right into her sight. That damn scoundrel, Leng Feng, had already unzipped his pants from hell knows when. Simultaneously, he flashed a lewd grin, spewing filthy words, "I know full well that deep inside you're craving that thing like crazy." Xu Ping screamed out in panic, "What insane nonsense are you barking? Get the hell out of my sight." Ignoring the warning, Leng Feng pounced, tightly restraining her, his mouth still spewing teasing, "Things have already come to this, why exhaust yourself playing the innocent jade maiden?" Xu Ping was locked tight by both his arms, her last shred of strength to resist completely vanished. Next, he violently pinned her to the ground, plotting to carry out his depraved and filthy act. Tears of terror streamed down Xu Ping's cheeks. She screamed desperately for help in utter helplessness. Exactly at that precarious life-or-death moment, a deafening noise exploded. The karaoke room door took a brutal kick and flew completely off into the corner of the wall. The blonde guy Leng Feng broke into a cold sweat from fear. The moment he turned his head, his limbs went weak, discovering the person who had just kicked the door in was none other than Tianyu. Tianyu spoke in a deep, murderous tone, his eyes cold as frost. "Let go of Xu Ping right now." After speaking, Tianyu swung his leg, delivering a vicious kick, as powerful as superstar Ronaldo's. Planted directly into the guy's fatal weak spot, making the two quail eggs down below seemingly smashed to pulp. Xu Ping stared blankly at Tianyu, asking in shock, "How did you suddenly appear here?" The young man lowered his voice to a gentle tone and said, "I came to take you home." Leng Feng writhed on the floor, his face scrunched up like a dried date, screaming and cursing, "You damn bastard, why did you strike so brutally? Right from the start I smelled something fishy. You two aren't really blood siblings at all. It's 100% a pair of lovebirds throwing a tantrum at each other. That Miss Xu Ping deliberately acted flirty with me was solely to make this punk jealous, correct or not." Hearing him expose this, Xu Ping's cheeks flushed bright red with embarrassment, murmuring in her heart, "Lovers, had she and Tianyu even reached that stage yet?" Suddenly Leng Feng staggered to his feet with an extremely menacing face. "Don't dream of fooling me with your childish tricks. I bet my life this punk Tianyu has been sneaking around outside, maybe even knocked some girl up, for all we know. And then putting on a play about how he was afraid of wasting Xu Ping's youth, all just disgusting hypocrisy. But now that I've stepped up, Xu Ping will be under my protection. I am fully capable of giving her a comfortable life." Yet right at the critical boiling moment about to seal the deal, you little brat had to pop out from nowhere and ruin everything. Just what the hell are you scheming? Pricking his ears to listen to this nonsense, Tianyu just let out a weary sigh and then calmly opened his mouth. I'm warning you just this one time, prick your ears up and listen clearly. Firstly, you are completely unqualified to stand by Xu Ping's side. Secondly, Xu Ping is my woman. She only needs my love, and that's more than enough. Hearing these declarations of war, Lang Feng only then realized he had been nothing but a puppet for those two to amuse themselves with all along. He was furious enough to puke his guts, roaring, "You two dare use me as a monkey show for entertainment." As soon as he finished, the guy grabbed his phone and dialed his gang waiting outside, determined to beat Tianyu to a pulp. In a flash, 3 fierce-looking thugs with machetes in hand kicked the door and rushed in. The bald-headed one aggressively pointed, demanding in a menacing voice, "Which brat is tired of living and dared to touch a single hair on young master Lang Feng of our gang?" Lang Feng immediately pointed straight at the 2 people, screaming orders, "Chop this adulterous couple to pieces for me." 2 thugs immediately raised their machetes and charged straight forward. Tianyu's movements were lightning fast. He sidestepped and gifted Lang Feng a kick to the ribs as an opening present. Simultaneously, the bald man frantically swung his blade, chopping down a deadly strike from above the head. Tianyu calmly tilted his shoulder slightly, easily dodging that fatal blow as casually as a stroll. Without hesitation, he launched a sweeping kick straight into the temple, causing the bald thug to collapse face down onto the floor without even a chance to yelp. Covering in the corner of the room, Xu Ping's eyes brimmed with tears as she witnessed the youth's supreme verbal martial arts and top-tier fighting skills firsthand. At that very moment, another guy from a blind spot lunged forward, attempting a sneak attack. Tianyu turned his head back in alarm. What followed was an extremely haunting scene of bloody carnage. Tianyu frantically looked at Xu Ping, demanding, "Are you hurt anywhere?" As it turned out, he had used his scrawny body and bare arm to block the razor-sharp blade to protect Xu Ping, yet Tianyu's expression was still utterly nonchalant, without the slightest wince, his aura exuding supreme coolness. His arm was slashed with a deep gash, blood pouring out continuously, seemingly deep enough to nearly sever the flesh in 2. Witnessing that horrifying bloody scene, the girl panicked and let out a terrified scream of extreme shock. Immediately, the 2 remaining thugs laughed savagely with triumph, charging forward shouting, "The little punk got slashed, guys, rush in and chop him into 100 pieces." However, how could Tianyu fall to few mere bugs like these? He immediately activated his ability to fortify his body into an indestructible diamond state. The 2 blades swung down, slashing into his flesh at that moment, instead, let out a sharp clanging noise just like hitting a solid block of iron, then snapped broken into 2 pieces. The bald man stood watching with his soul nearly leaving his body, his 2 eyes bulging out, unable to digest the absurd event that just happened. Tianyu very generously threw in a bonus kick straight to his stomach, making the thug see all 9 layers of clouds in agony. Lang Feng, cowering far away, screamed out commands at the top of his lungs, "What kind of stupid game are you idiots playing? Clearly you cut him and he bled just now. Why the hell did you stop?" One henchman trembling stuttered in reply, "Boss Lang Feng, this punk's body suddenly turned as hard as solid cold steel. Our knives couldn't even scratch it." "What do you mean can't cut through? What kind of demonic crap are you 2 babbling about?" At this moment, a tattooed guy with green hair standing nearby offered a theory. "This brat is 100% a martial artist, definitely practiced hard qigong." Lang Feng shouted furiously in frustration, "What the hell kind of evil cult crap is hard qigong?" As for Tianyu, the youth didn't bother at all, simply flicking his arm, adding a palm strike as if shooing a fly. Instantly, one thug was hurled backwards by the palm force, planting his head straight into the tiled floor, unconscious and lying dead silent. After this series of insanely cool moves, Tianyu, carrying a menacingly murderous expression, closed in on his opponent step by step. Lang Feng by now had shrunk his liver in terror, trembling and stammering, He is coming this way, you guys hurry up and stop him for me." Hearing the order, the green-haired guy risked his life charging in with his machete, slashing madly in a chaotic storm of missed strikes. Tianyu didn't even bother dodging, simply using his bare hand to grab and then cleanly snapped the guy's pathetic blade in half in an extremely decisive manner. The green-haired guy witnessing that had his soul fly away, his mouth screaming out in shock, "Motherfucker, what kind of freakish thing is happening here? Is this guy even human anymore?" Tianyu lazily opened his mouth, directly gifting him a 1,000 catty punch that made the guy clinically suffocate and collapse right on the spot. Lang Feng was so scared his legs gave out and he collapsed onto the floor, clumsily retreating and waving his hands. You stay back, you hear me." Tianyu maintained an emotionless face like an iceberg, dropping a threatening warning, starting from this very moment. "I forbid you from ever lurking around or harboring any filthy fantasies about Xu Ping. Otherwise, I'll send you straight to meet King Yama, got it?" The coward Lang Feng, hearing this intimidation, shrank back like a little puppy, frantically nodding nonstop. "Yes, yes, yes, please great master spare my dog life." After settling everything, Tianyu turned around and called softly, "Sister Xu Ping, let's leave this damn place." The girl only then regained her senses, timidly nodding and following along. Along the road back, Xu Ping couldn't hide her unease and asked about the condition of Tianyu's arm, whether the cut was deep. The young man still answered nonchalantly, "A scratch like a mosquito bite is nothing. My skin heals fast, sis, don't worry." "How can it be fine? The blade cuts so deep like that. We must go straight to the hospital immediately." Seeing the sister's resolute attitude, Tianyu could only click his tongue and obey. In his heart, the guy quietly calculated, "Anyway, it's on the way. Borrow the doctor's bandage to save the spiritual power needed for self-healing." Early the next morning, in the hospital hallway, the beauty Xu Ping anxiously blocked the doctor to inquire, "How is the situation, doctor? Is little Tianyu from my family going to be all right?" The physician smiled and replied, "Nothing serious. Though the cut was deep, it didn't touch the bone. Later we'll disinfect and apply medicine carefully, then rest for about a fortnight and he'll be hopping around again." The young doctor, while advising, skillfully wrapped stark white gauze around Tianyu's bleeding arm. The man in the white coat didn't forget to add, "Hey young man, for the next few days try not to move your arm too much. Remember to eat and rest properly." Tianyu acted very obedient, nodding meekly to acknowledge. After taking care of everything, he turned around and whispered, "Sis Xu Ping, let's leave the hospital. I'll escort you right to your door." Hearing this attentive suggestion, Xu Ping's heart suddenly fluttered with an indescribable sweetness. When the car pulled up at the apartment building lobby, the girl gently said, "Tianyu, you've worked hard bringing me here, that's enough. I can walk up to my room myself." Tianyu scratched his head and replied, "Yes, ma'am, you go on up then, I'll head back too." But right at the moment the guy was about to step away, the girl flusteredly called after him. The guy turned back dumbfounded and asked, "Is there anything else you need to tell me, pretty sis?" Xu Ping then lowered her voice, tinged with sadness, saying, "The incident tonight, honestly both of us lost control and acted way too impulsively. Maybe the two of us should give each other some private space. During this phase, it's best if we don't meet face to face just yet." The brash youth Tianyu heard these cold words and froze for a full 5 seconds, only able to mumble in his throat, unable to force out a single word. Seeing that, the girl hurriedly salvaged, adding, "I promise that troublesome incidents of this kind will absolutely never happen again. Both you and I really need a pause to reconsider this complicated relationship." Tianyu listened pensively, then reluctantly nodded in acceptance. Nevertheless, he didn't forget to firmly instruct, "If by any chance that deadbeat Lang Feng dares to show his face to cause trouble again, you must immediately dial me." Xu Ping obediently nodded in confirmation. After finishing, Tianyu turned his back and strode straight away. The girl standing there watching his retreating figure didn't forget to salvage by reminding the brash young man to stay safe on the road. Rolling his eyes, the guy dragged his exhausted body all the way to the gate of his beloved home. Just as he pushed the door open and stepped inside, greeting Tianyu was the murderously furious face of his esteemed father. Tianyu jolted in fright, his heart pounding as he stammered, "Oh, Dad, it's so late. Why haven't you dragged your butt to work yet?" His father immediately growled, interrogating his precious son, "Spill it. Where the hell were you messing around last night to only show your face at home at this hour?" Our boy Tianyu frantically scratched his head, smoothly making up a lie that Sister Xu Ping's television station had a sudden problem, so he had to rush over to play the hero saving the beauty. Hearing this bullshit, his father's face darkened even more. "You're lying. Then why did I hear Dongzai spreading rumors that some random punk was hitting on Xu Ping, and you got jealous and beat him to a pulp, huh?" At this point, Tianyu could only grit his teeth and curse in his head. Asterisk that big-mouthed Dongzai. He just can't quit his tattletale habits. Not stopping there, his father glared sharply at his son's bandaged arm and interrogated, "And what the hell is that on your arm?" The young master flinched again and stammered a cover-up. "I swear it was just a tiny, accidental scratch, Dad. You don't need to worry about it." Knowing full well his god-awful son was acting, the father yanked his arm and shouted, "Hold it out so I can check right now." In Tianyu's stomach, red alarms were blaring. "I'm dead meat for sure. If the old man sees this massive slash, I'm definitely getting beaten to a pulp." However, at the exact moment, his father grabbed the gauze to peel it off. Tianyu quick-wittedly channeled his hyper-regeneration ability at maximum frequency. The result was that, when the bandage was completely removed, the flesh underneath was smooth without a single scratch, making his father curse in annoyance. "You little brat, you dare make a fool out of your old man. You obviously just tore your sleeve, yet you acted all dramatic wrapping it up like a dying wounded soldier." Early the next morning, in front of Tianyu's house, his best bro Cheng Dong was shouting through a megaphone from the street below, "Drag your carcass down here quickly, it's already 7:30. Don't tell me after punching Leng Feng last night, you pulled Sister Shu Ping in for another 300 rounds until the morning light." Tianyu leaned out the window, angry enough to burst, and yelled down, "Cheng Dong, what kind of early morning delusion are you having, you troublemaker? Who the hell is fighting 300 rounds here? I'm bringing my butt down right now." Cheng Dong immediately opened his foul mouth to tease him. "Oh, come on, take it easy, buddy. I'll write a sick leave note for you." The content will clearly state that Tianyu was busy riding the clouds all night, so he asks for a day off to rest, lest he ascend to heaven from exhaustion, he. Just as he finished his maniacal laugh, a basin of foot-washing water was poured straight down from upstairs, splashing fully onto his smug face. Tianyu growled threateningly, "Is it because I haven't disciplined you in a while that your skin is itching for a beating, huh?" Cheng Dong was now soaked like a drowned rat and had to bitterly look up, begging Tianyu to throw down a dry set of clothes for him to change into. After changing, the mismatched duo walked side by side to school. Tianyu didn't forget to glare and warn him, "You better sew that dog mouth of yours shut. If I hear you spreading nonsense rumors again, don't blame me for making you taste the salt of the sea, got it?" Cheng Dong cowered instantly, hastily waving his hands and swearing, "You can entrust your life to me, my mouth is cemented shut." "Oh, wait a minute. Did you go too far when you dealt with that Leng Feng guy last night?" Tianyu replied nonchalantly, "I just gave him a gentle warning, casually kicked him once. It's not like I beat him savagely. Besides, I also took a full blade from his underling." Hearing the part about getting slashed, Cheng Dong panicked and asked, "So are you missing any chunks of flesh?" "Worrying for nothing. I have special abilities in me, so these petty little wounds heal without a scar in a flash." Cheng Dong squinted at his friend, clicking his tongue in reminder, "Let's just hope your god-tier kick doesn't leave any severe aftereffects. Otherwise, if his gang comes to settle the score, you and I are definitely packing up our books and moving back to the countryside for good." Tianyu thumped his chest and boasted confidently, "Even if you lent that coward 10 more guts, he wouldn't dare show his face." The moment the words left his mouth, a specialized vehicle suddenly sped over and braked with burning tires right in front of them. Seeing the police vehicle, Tianyu muttered to himself, "Why is a police car suddenly blocking the school gate like that?" In the blink of an eye, a steel rose of the police force stepped out of the car, approached him, and coldly interrogated, "Hello, may I ask if you are Tianyu studying here?" Tianyu nodded, confirming his identity. "That's exactly me. Is there something you need help with, miss?" "We received a report that you committed violent assault causing second-degree severe injuries. Please get in the car and come to the station to cooperate with the investigation." With a face as stiff as a wax figure, Tianyu muttered under his breath, "What the hell do you mean by second-degree disability? I swear I only kicked him once, as lightly as a fly landing." Cheng Dong, standing off to the side and seeing this surreal turn of events, slapped his forehead and groaned, "Oh, buddy, I told you your mouth is cursed. Well, let's just consider today a skipped school day for the both of us." Tianyu glared at his friend. "What are you yelling for? They're arresting me, not putting a yoke on you. If you want to study, drag yourself to class and write an absence note for me, that's it." Hearing that, Cheng Dong could only obediently nod with a face so melancholic it defied words. And just like that, the brave young man had to quietly get in the car to comply with the law. Sitting in the car with nothing better to do, he started to flirt. "Hey, beautiful lady, Since when have you been working in this district? How come a player like me has never admired your beauty before? I just received my transfer order to this precinct a few days ago. But hey kid, judging by this flippant tone of yours, I bet you're a VIP at the police station, right? At such a young age, instead of focusing on your studies, why do you always like to instigate fights? Tianyu scrambled to correct the narrative. I'm so innocent, miss. I don't have the free time to look for trouble. It's all because that pervert tried to do something nasty to my sworn sister, so I was forced to throw a kick. I swear this was completely legal self-defense. The female police officer sharply retorted after hearing him. Oh, so in summary, he had intentions to assault but was stopped by you before he could act. Is that right? Not a single deviation from the truth, miss. You absolutely cannot falsely accuse a law-abiding citizen. I'm a familiar face to all the neighborhood watches around here who doesn't praise Tianyu as a shining example, an expert in saving lives. The female cop shrugged and concluded, all right, no need to act, just behave and go back to the station to file a report first. I'll send someone to clearly verify the details you just provided. Only a moment later, the specialized vehicle parked abruptly in front of the police headquarters. As soon as he stepped through the door, he ran right into the blonde Leng Feng. Tianyu, with his foul mouth, immediately started mocking him. Oh my god, I thought it was someone else, but it turns out to be young master Leng Feng. I just scratched your itch with one kick last night, and today you've already got a second-degree disability certificate. Leng Feng gritted his teeth so hard he almost shattered his jaw, growling in response. Tianyu, your time is up, and you're still stubbornly throwing out challenges to me. Hearing the threat, Tianyu thumped his chest and spewed moral philosophies. We'll have to wait and see whose time is up. You'd better think twice before you speak. The root cause of the incident was that you acted like a pervert with Xu Ping first, so I had to represent justice to punish you. Not to mention, you also ordered your lackey to hack me with a machete and draw my blood, see? Me punching you falls entirely within the framework of legitimate self-defense. Just one kick. Do you have any idea what kind of tearing pain my body had to endure? Having said that, he angrily threw his medical record straight at Tianyu, shouting, open your eyes and see for yourself. Tianyu flipped through the paper, and what struck his eyes was the doctor's glaring diagnosis: necrosis of both testicles. For a reckless youth to launch a kick that shattered someone's balls was indeed a bit cruel. Wearing a dumbfounded, innocent face, the guy shrieked, holy shit, I can't believe your family jewels are that fragile. I just gave a light heel tap and they're completely crushed. Two streams of hot tears burst from Leng Feng's eyes like a dam releasing a flood. Choked with resentment, he roared, light tap, my ass. That powerful kick of yours felt like it wanted to take my life. It's 100% clear you plotted to cripple my ability to be a father. My Leng family has had only one male heir per generation for 3 generations, and now you've completely cut off my bloodline. Pay me back with your life. Hearing this, Tianyu felt a bit of pity but could only shrug. The situation was truly unbelievable. It obviously started with your own horny, perverted behavior first. Why should I take the blame? Leng Feng, bitter to the extreme, screamed, one thing has nothing to do with the other. I admit I schemed to do something bad to Xu Ping. If they force me to cough up money to compensate for her honor, I'll nod immediately. Even if they throw me in a cell, I'll accept it. But your crime is causing permanent, irreversible damage to my body, destroying my reproductive function. How can a few pennies wash away this karma? Tianyu frowned and shot back, so how do you want to settle this deal right now? The prodigal son immediately wailed and cried, just like a 3-year-old child. I demand the law throw you in the slammer, forcing you to pay a heavy price for your bastard behavior. Hearing these words reach his eardrums, Tianyu's blood boiled. He adjusted his attitude and fired back right away. Hey you, did you smoke too much meth and start hallucinating? The entire drama from A to Z was fully captured by the camera in the karaoke room. I am completely legally justified here, so the scenario of me being locked in an iron cage will never happen. Well, fair is fair. No matter how despicable you are, I still bear some responsibility because my foot accidentally crushed your balls. Now drop your pants and let me take a look. I'll show off my medical skills to restore them for you. Hearing this perverted proposal, Leng Feng's face turned as black as mud. Immediately after, he let out a long, piercing roar that seemed like it would bring down the entire police headquarters. You insolent little brat, what kind of evil bullshit are you babbling about? I already dragged myself to a top-tier hospital to get it all checked out. What the hell gives you the right to boldly guarantee you can heal it? Tianyu fired back with an arrogant and conceited demeanor. I can pull someone back even with one foot in the coffin. What's a petty little erectile dysfunction like yours to me? Lang Feng grew increasingly enraged to the point of coughing blood. He roared madly, Gu Zai, you, get your asses in here and teach this brat a severe lesson for me. Hearing him call his gang, our boy Tianyu casually cracked his knuckles, exuding an extremely excited aura. You ate a sterilization kick, and you still haven't realized the truth. Your skin is itching for a full-course beating again, right? Lang Feng loudly challenged him back. I'm fully loaded with VIP toys this round. You better wash your neck and wait for the day you go into the grave. In the blink of an eye, the duo of henchmen appeared menacingly in bulletproof vests and iron helmets covering them from head to toe, looking exactly like genuine special forces. Tianyu swept his gaze over the two beefy guys, smirked in disdain, and retorted, So it turns out this is your trump card, huh? Lang Feng tilted his face up to the sky and bragged, This is top-tier riot gear. Even if you brought guns and ammo, it wouldn't even scratch us. Forged from ultra-durable materials that defy all types of ammunition. From taser guns to electric batons, it's all the most state-of-the-art equipment available today. Tianyu was too lazy to argue, dashing swiftly toward the guy holding the riot shield, and sarcastically asked, Oh, so this is the invincible, god-tier shield you were boasting about. The shield-bearer was terrified, sweating through his clothes, silently screaming and cursing in his head, Oh mother, what kind of demonic speed is this? As soon as the sarcastic words ended, Tianyu delivered a heaven-shaking punch that completely shattered the sturdy shield into countless falling pieces. Lang Feng witnessed that superhuman punch and felt as if his chest tightened, completely refusing to accept this horrifying reality. Realizing the opponent was far too overpowered, the hulking bodyguard hastily pulled out his self-defense weapon to engage. You're definitely logging out of life this round. Tianyu didn't even bother to care, thumping his chest with contempt. Those lame electric toys and guns are useless against me. Let me open my eyes wide and see what other cheap tricks you guys can pull off. Just as he boasted to the heavens, the naive young man took a full blast of stinging gas straight to the face from the opponent's pepper spray. This state-of-the-art equipment really brought about a far too novel experience. Tianyu was poisoned, his eyes stinging and bloodshot red, roaring in frustration, Screw you, you coward, you dare use such dirty hidden weapons. At this point, the female police officer's patience was completely drained. She yelled out, Everyone put your weapons down. What the hell kind of monkey business are you all doing here? This is a law enforcement agency, you know. Suddenly, half joking and half serious, Tianyu staggered forward. And then what had to happen happened. Two pairs of lips locked tightly together. A reluctant kiss that consumed quite a bit of saliva happened for the nth time. The beautiful policewoman's cheeks were as red as tomatoes, both shy and furious as she yelled, Tianyu, what kind of hooligan trick are you pulling? The kid took the opportunity to hastily explain, I'm innocent, beautiful. It was an unavoidable accident because they sprayed me blind with pepper spray. Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice full of deterrence echoed over, Enough of this chaos. Causing a noisy brawl right in the middle of a police station, what kind of respect for the law is this? It turned out to be Lang Feng's father. With his dyed bright blonde hair genetically identical to his son's, no one could mistake him. The old man immediately shouted and shooed all the lackeys outside. The rebellious son still maintained his resentful attitude, complaining to his dad, This little brat is about to rot in jail, and his mouth is still stubborn. He even bragged he could restore my family jewels. He truly spouts bullshit without shame. Catching the core keyword, the father's ears instantly perked up like antennas. The old man glared threateningly and asked, So you're the little punk who dared to cut off the Lang family's reproductive line, right? Tianyu maintained his calm demeanor and replied, Although I admit my kick was a bit overpowered, it was completely an unwanted accident. If you don't mind, sir, I am ready to show off my skills to salvage your son's ability to be a father. Hearing this, the father roared in anger, speaking nonsense. You insolent little brat. Captain Wu, where are you? Shackle this kid and throw him in a holding cell for me immediately. Captain Wu could only scratch his head, forcing a placating smile. Director Leng, please calm down. Why don't you lend an ear and hear Brother Tianyu out on his plan? A kid who dares to confidently claim he can heal your precious son is definitely not a fraud. The father grew even more furious. Captain Wu, You carry the title of the head of a law enforcement agency, yet you listen to the deceitful words of an inexperienced little brat who still smells like milk. Captain Wu hastily defended him. This Tianyu is by no means a nobody. He's actually a regular at the bureau, having lent a hand to help us dismantle quite a few major criminal cases. Just a few days ago, President Gu of the New Sea Alliance was unfortunately mortally assassinated. Thank God this kid stepped in to pull her back from the dead. Hearing such a miraculous report, the blonde-haired old man started to feel a glimmer of confusion in his heart, half believing and half doubting Tianyu's true identity. Tianyu, standing in the corner, was flashing an incredibly charming, roguish half-smile. Next, the old man shifted his direction to interrogate him. "Brat, do you guarantee you can truly restore Leng Feng's manhood?" "That's obvious. I won't just reattach his gear, I'll upgrade it to be several times more majestic than the original." The father, finding the sweet words appealing to his ears, clicked his tongue and turned to advise his precious son. "Since we're already riding the tiger, how about we just take a gamble and see?" How could Leng Feng dare to defy his father's orders? He dejectedly replied, "I guess I have no choice. I'll just close my eyes and let him examine it." The guy immediately turned and aggressively questioned Tianyu. "So what kind of medicine are you planning to use to cure me?" Tianyu answered bluntly, "Pull them out so I can check the damage first." Hearing this perverted request, Leng Feng was so embarrassed his face turned purple. He stammered back, "What the fuck? You're making me drop my pants and show my junk in broad daylight." Tianyu, carrying a temper as hot as Zhang Fei's, yelled back, "What the hell are you shy about? Who asked you to expose your ass? Just spread your legs wide for me and we're done." As soon as the words, "spread your legs wide," reached his ears, Leng Feng froze like a brainless idiot. But with no other choice left, he had to swallow his pride and voluntarily expose his sensitive area for Tianyu to diagnose. While staring intently at that critical spot, Tianyu gave instructions, "Spread them a bit wider." The police officers stationed around witnessing this ridiculous farce were completely speechless, having no idea what to even comment. The female police officer leaned close to Captain Wu's ear and whispered, "Brother Wu, if this sensitive scene leaks out, our agency will lose all its honor and prestige." Captain Wu forced a grimacing smile to comfort her. "Nobody's dying, don't worry. Our duty is to forge peace between both sides, right? Just take a look. Aren't they cooperating extremely well to resolve their conflict? Comrade, just cast your worries aside. This freak kid Tianyu will definitely clean up everything somehow." Hearing her boss's verdict, the girl's face went blank, completely powerless and not knowing how to argue back. Tianyu ignored all the gossip, still attentively scrutinizing every tiny detail of Leng Feng's little bird. The young policewoman was truly out of options with this absurd atmosphere, so she pretended to be busy and quickly slipped out to escape the madness. After fumbling and inspecting for a while, Tianyu finally located a god-tier angle to evaluate his opponent's goods. The young man quickly buffed his clairvoyance ability to see through everything. After he had looked to his heart's content, Leng Feng anxiously spoke up to ask how the situation was. Tianyu clicked his tongue, shaking his head in pity to announce the diagnosis. "It's only because I kicked a bit too hard. The left ball is completely ruined due to blood clotting, and the right one is cracked right down the middle." The bad news dropped like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky. Leng Feng's face darkened like the eve of the Lunar New Year, trembling as he stammered, "Cracked? It's really cracked? Is there any way to save it?" Tianyu remained as indifferent as ever, slowly explaining, "The right one can get a few stitches and modern medicine can still intervene to keep it alive. But the left one is completely wrecked. Even the Jade Emperor couldn't fix it." Leng Feng was in absolute panic, all color draining from his face. He screamed in terror, "Don't tell me I have to bear the fate of a one-ball warrior for the rest of my life. You clearly promised to cure me completely, but now bearing this defective body, what face do I have left to keep on living, heavens?" Tianyu kept his calm demeanor, patting him on the shoulder to comfort him. "Stay calm, science still has solutions. The first solution is to find a transplant replacement." Hearing the word transplant, Leng Feng's eyes went wide in stupefaction. "That kind of accessory can also be transplanted?" "Of course it can. As long as we find a compatible donor, once it's assembled, the machine will run smoothly and quietly again. However, there is a minor catch." Leng Feng frantically demanded, "What catch? Say it now." Tianyu slowly analyzed. If you use transplanted goods, the next generation born will only carry half of your bloodline. The remaining 50% chance is that the child will inherit genes from the owner of that ball. Hearing this soul-shaking news, how could Leng Feng swallow his anger? He roared, "Are you saying that after modding my parts, the child I have will call the donor its biological father?" Tianyu patiently explained, "Calm down, young man. Strictly speaking biologically, it's not your biological child, but giving birth is not as great as raising it. As long as you love the child, it's fine. Besides, the odds are 50-50, and after all, your own genuine part is still running fine." Leng Feng yelled loudly, "Absolutely never. This idea is too ridiculous to bear. Dig around and see if you have any other brilliant ideas." Moving on to Plan 2, your balls will escape the fate of being cuckolded, but it comes with a side effect that's a bit tough to swallow. He was burning with impatience like a cat on hot bricks. "Whatever the trick is, just say it straight out, why keep it a secret?" Tianyu revealed, "That is to upgrade your remaining gem, forcing it to unleash enough power to shoulder the workload of the lost one as well." Finding this agreeable, Leng Feng was already consenting in his mind, immediately asking, "So what is the side effect you mentioned?" Tianyu suddenly turned serious. "I have more than enough power to mod your ball to be stronger, but a mortal body has its endurance limits. If you party recklessly, it will go on a permanent strike. Therefore, if we finalize this method, you will be forced to restrain your daily bedroom pleasures." Just hearing the ban on lust, Leng Feng suddenly felt the sky collapsing, losing all his mood. The old father immediately spoke up to discipline his prodigal son. "Lock in method 2 immediately, son. Just endure it and keep your zipper up a bit and it'll be fine. Otherwise, bringing a stranger's genes home to raise would be a massive disgrace to our family." Leng Feng cried pitifully, whining and complaining that forcing him to abstain from that was no different from slicing him to death. "I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back." Hearing his son singing a complaining tune, the father's anger instantly flared. He glared and shouted, "Has anyone ever died from abstaining? It's just suppressing some of those mortal desires. What's there to throw a fit about? Ever since the day your mother joined our ancestors, your dad here has also been fasting and dreaming for all these years. Yet my physique is still robust and muscular. An inexperienced punk like you should learn to cultivate your mind and character, cut down on your promiscuous partying outside, and burning the family's money." The problem was that the spoiled son, at the peak of his youth, was still shamelessly whining. "I beg you, Dad, our family's money is piled up like a mountain. Just throw some cash and find me a top-tier supply to patch it up and we're done. Besides, the descendants born will still carry half of my bloodline. As long as our family keeps our mouths shut and doesn't do a DNA test, we just assume it's the eldest grandson of the Leng family by default. Who would ever know?" The moment the words left his mouth, Leng Feng took a star-seeing slap right in the face from his beloved father. Taking an unjustified slap, the clueless son tearfully asked a spectacularly stupid question. "Hey, why did you suddenly get physical with me, Dad?" Father was fuming mad, pointing his finger right in his rebellious son's face and scolding him relentlessly. Has this Leng family lost its mind that we would take our blood, sweat, and tears to sponsor the bloodline of another guy's family? No haggling or arguing allowed on this matter. We proceed exactly with plan number 2. Seeing the atmosphere reeking of gunpowder, Captain Wu rushed out to intervene, pulling the father's arm to advise. "Uncle Leng, please calm your anger. This is a police station, not a market. Try to keep a cool head and don't make such a scene." At that moment, the father rubbed his forehead in deep distress, turning to look at Tianyu for help. "Young man, do you have any other brilliant plans? The 2 methods you just mentioned have really pushed me into a corner." Right in the heat of the moment, Tianyu had a stroke of genius. He probed, "Hey, earlier your dad just confided that since your mom passed away, the old man has had to endure the lack of making love for quite a long time, right? I just got enlightened with a super unique trick, guaranteed to smoothly resolve the needs of both you and your dad." Hearing this part, Leng Feng also seemed to catch a faint whiff of the truth being unveiled. Tianyu dropped the suspense and got straight to the core issue. "Mr. Leng, your greatest desire is for the family line to have an heir, while your precious son is passionate about bedroom sports. Suppose we uproot your gem and patch it over to Leng Feng, then his parts that are currently on strike will definitely run smoothly again." Hearing this shocking proposal, the father paused for a few seconds and then decisively nodded his head. "Approved, we'll do exactly that." Tianyu turned to instruct Leng Feng, "Tomorrow, head straight to the central hospital. I will personally direct this surgery. Leng Feng at this point could only nod like a chicken pecking at grain. With everything settled, the Leng father and son turned on their heels and left. Tianyu quickly pulled out his phone and dialed, "Hello, Senior Sen, this is Tianyu. I urgently need a sterile operating room. Could you do me a favor and schedule one for me?" A few days passed, and Tianyu arrived at the hospital lobby as appointed. Glancing into the ward area, he accidentally caught sight of President Gu laughing happily next to Sen Han Ning. That warm scene made his heart flutter with joy as well. Right after that, Tianyu slipped into blue medical scrubs, officially taking the scalpel to proceed with the accessory exchange operation for Leng Feng. After several hours of sweating profusely, he finally succeeded in perfectly suturing the protective casing of the treasure. After 10 hours of grueling labor in the operating room, darkness had enveloped the area. The system suddenly emitted a notification sound. 600 energy points had evaporated. Tianyu, his limbs completely exhausted, sat slumped on the cold floor and let out a miserable sigh. This scalpel gig cost a whole 600 points. It was lucky that Zai squeezed him dry all night the other day, allowing him to accumulate several thousand points as backup. Otherwise, he would have drained both his capital and interest this time. Stepping into the new day, young Leng Feng finally woke up feeling refreshed. Tianyu dropped by the hospital bed and caringly asked, "How's the body feeling, bro? Is the incision site still sore?" Leng Feng's face was beaming like he struck gold, smiling as he replied, "Tianyu, your skills are seriously overpowered. It's only been one day and I'm already feeling the heat inside. My legs are restless. When do I get to pack up and go home?" Honestly, what could you say to this eager young stallion, demanding to get wild before he was even fully healed? Our guy Tianyu calmly stepped closer and whispered a warning, "You can bounce whenever you want. The stitches are all dissolvable, so you can skip the annoying stitch removal process. However, when engaging in vigorous activities, tone it down a bit, or you'll suffer if the stitches burst." Hearing that, Leng Feng was thrilled to the core, jumping up and cheering loudly. "Absolutely fantastic, this young master is about to cut loose. Tianyu, oh wait, now I have to respect you as Divine Dr. Qi. From this moment on, you are my absolute best bro. If you run into any trouble in the future, just give me a holler." The father standing next to him witnessed this with tears falling from both eyes. He quickly pushed his son's shoulder to encourage him. "Go forward, young man, rise up and scatter the seeds for the Leng family. The prestige of this father rests entirely on your shoulders." With a father who has that kind of mindset, who could blame the son for being spoiled? All of a sudden, Tianyu's phone rang again. As soon as Tianyu brought the phone to his ear, a panicked voice hurried from the other end of the line, "Come over here and save us. Brother Liang is about to be beaten to a pulp by his own biological brother at the construction site." Hearing the terrible news hit, Tianyu didn't waste half a second thinking. He threw his legs over his neck and dashed straight to the scene. Rewinding the timeline back 2 hours, Sha Liang's Brotherhood was proudly admiring the mega project that was about to be topped out. Right at that moment, a sharp-eyed kid in a blue shirt spotted a dark shadow sneaking behind a wall. The guy who just showed his face was none other than Sha Liang's older brother. He smirked in greeting, "Hello, my blood brother. Since the day I handed Sa Bang over to you, it seems your business path has really taken off, hasn't it?" Sha Liang jumped in shock, taking a step back. He stared in surprise and asked, "Hey brother, when did you get out of prison?" His brother wore a mocking expression and shot back, "So what? Your blood brother just finished his sentence and you don't plan on rolling out the red carpet to welcome me." Sha Liang frowned, his face turning rigid as he snapped, "The Sa Bang of today has shaken off the mud and stood up. An ex-con like you had better get out of my business territory to keep the water clear." Surprisingly, his brother also possessed a hidden special ability. He instantly channeled his energy, exploding his strength tenfold. He grabbed straight onto Sha Liang's arm and twisted it sharply, causing the joint to snap and bend instantly on the spot. Sha Liang took the full brunt of the flesh-tearing pain, throwing his head back and letting out a tragic scream that echoed across the entire plot of land. Seeing their boss taking a hit, his subordinates immediately grabbed whatever sticks and spears were around and rushed in, ready to risk their lives. The brother, named Sha Lai, immediately activated his iron sand palm ability to protect his flesh. A barrage of wooden bats rained down on his head, but they all shattered into pieces, while Sha Lai remained as unyielding as a stone statue. Sha Liang saw that unscientific scene, his head full of question marks about his brother's absurd strength. Could it be he was also blessed by the gods like Tianyu? After overwhelmingly soloing a whole squad of builders, Sha Lai tilted his chin and boldly declared, "Listen up, I am Sha Lai, and from this moment on, the top seat of the Sha gang must be returned to me. My little brother is still as impulsive as ever. If you had just known your place and submitted, I wouldn't have had to resort to violence. The Sha gang is full of greenhorns these days, huh? Where did all my old followers wander off to?" Sha Liang gritted his teeth and shot back, "Those guys are all doing time behind bars. The current foundation of the Sha gang was built single-handedly by my own blood, sweat, and tears. Which prison are they locked up in? I'll go bust them out." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sha Lai followed up with a straight punch to the face, dislocating Sha Liang's jaw. Sha Liang held his face, taking the blow, his eyes widening in panic as he blurted out, "Bust them out. Don't tell me you're planning to play the warlord and raid a prison." At that hair-raising moment, Tianyu strode forward with main character energy, raising his voice angrily. "Who the hell has the guts to come cause trouble in the Sha gang's territory?" Sha Lai smugly tilted his face to the sky and arrogantly questioned, "Where did this brat crawl out from?" The young man, Tianyu, answered decisively, "My name doesn't matter. I just need to know if you're the one who laid hands on Sha Liang, right?" Without waiting for the other party to open his mouth to confirm, he rushed forward like a tornado and launched the opening strike. Sha Lai curled his lips into a smug smirk, his sharp eyes realizing that Tianyu also possessed superpowers. Both young men flexed and activated their muscular strength at the same time, ready for an eye-catching martial arts showdown. Their two fists smashed into each other, causing a violent shockwave like a bomb explosion. The aftershock of the collision forced both of them to slide back a long distance. In a split second, Tianyu saw through the fact that the guy in front of him had the exact same power as himself. He immediately pressed, "How did you manage to get this kind of power?" Sha Lai arrogantly patted his chest and replied, "It's not a brat like you's turn to snoop into the origins of this yet." His mouth had barely closed when Tianyu rewarded him with a straight punch to the face to cure his insolence. He then flashed a triumphant smile, inwardly evaluating the superpower might be on par, but in terms of actual combat, this amateur is clearly just small fry. Right away, Tianyu dashed like a phantom, channeling his strength into a fiery uppercut to Sha Lai's abdomen. At the exact moment of physical contact, he managed to summon a protective layer of armor over his body. A dry cracking sound rang out, and Tianyu's hand went numb all the way to his brain. He grimaced and groaned, "Wow, your bones are pretty tough. Hitting it feels like smashing my hand into a solid block of iron. My finger joints feel like they're fractured, the stinging pain is indescribable." I was completely astonished to realize that this gangster actually possessed the ultimate iron shirt technique. Sha Lai grinned with utter satisfaction, mocking him, "Looking at you, it seems your supernatural skills aren't quite smooth yet. Compared to me, you're still way too green." Having barely bragged for a few seconds, our Tianyu took off the brakes and activated his power system to the max. His entire body radiated a surging murderous aura, and his pupils were dyed a fiercely oppressive crimson red. Sha Lai's heart skipped a beat, his face turning pale as a ghost, and he screamed in fear, "What kind of demonic power is this?" Tianyu merely cast a nonchalant, deathly glare, which was enough to make his opponent tremble into a state of utter panic. Sha Lai shivered uncontrollably, muttering in his throat, "So this is how it is. It's the blessing of 3 lifetimes to clash with someone of the same caliber. Thanks to this, I finally understand the operating principle of this power stream." Tianyu couldn't be bothered to argue, leaping forward to beat some sense into this gangster. Sha Lai still stubbornly talked back, "You're just wasting your energy, brat. Don't even dream of piercing through my super steel armor." However, just a second later, Tianyu's 5 fingers channeled a sharp kai like a drill bit, sinking deeply into Sha Lai's shoulder, causing him so much pain he instantly shut up. Tianyu squeezed tightly while enlightening this half-baked gangster that every power has a fatal weakness. "Just calm down, I have no interest in taking your life. As long as you're smart and confess honestly, you'll be safe and sound." Sha Lai's teeth chattered, and he tremblingly asked, What are you trying to interrogate me about?" Tianyu laid his cards on the table immediately, pressing him about where the source of his superpower came from. Sha Lai immediately acted remorseful and cooperative. "Bring your ear a little closer, I'll whisper it to you." Tianyu was gullible enough to lean in, and the moment he bent over, this cunning guy pulled a dirty trick, grabbing a handful of sand and throwing it straight into his windows to the soul. Tianyu clutched his stinging eyes, roaring in pain. Seizing the golden opportunity, Sha Lai instantly activated his super speed ability. He bolted like the wind, running for his life without even bothering to look back. Tianyu then rubbed his eyes and grimaced, turning to ask the underlings, "Do you guys have any idea which way that guy Sha Lai might have slinked off to?" Sha Liang immediately replied, "Earlier he interrogated me about the whereabouts of the original Sha gang big shots. It's highly likely he's planning to go summon those veterans." "So where are those veterans stationed right now? Where does he have to go to find them?" Sha Liang answered that it was an isolated maximum security facility located in the western part of the city. Frankly speaking, it's the slammer designated for locking up the most hardcore gangsters in the region. As night fell at the western security facility, 2 guards were patrolling when their flashlight beams suddenly swept across a bizarre phenomenon. In the blink of an eye, both guards were brutally beaten down, their bodies covered in tragic bruises. Sha Lai stood tall in the middle of the yard, tilting his head back and laughing triumphantly to the heavens. At the same time, the alarm sirens blared ear-piercingly. "All units pay attention. Intruder detected. Request immediate deployment of combat formations." Ignoring the wailing sirens, Sha Lai madly smashed his way into the center, swinging his fists at anyone he met and beating up anyone who stood in his way. Just as he dragged himself before a thick steel door, he bellowed, "Oh comrades, your big boss is here to take you home." He gathered all his muscle strength and tore the steel door apart barehanded, as easily as tearing paper. By the time Tianyu and Sha Liang rushed to the scene, they could already smell the heavy stench of disaster. The tough guys who had been wearing out their pants behind bars saw Sha Lai's figure, and their eyes lit up like they had struck gold. Sha Lai immediately reached into his pocket and pulled out an item. It turned out to be a handful of cheap counterfeit fountain pens. He tossed them straight to the lackeys and loudly declared, "Take these and use them, brothers. It's time for our brotherhood to reclaim our notorious reputation in Xinhai." Right at that moment, the special task force swarmed in, crowding a corner of the yard. The commander loudly ordered, "Everyone put your hands up and surrender. All resistance is strictly forbidden." Seeing the overwhelming formation, not only did Sha Lai not back down, but he grinned arrogantly and shouted, unleashing his maximum power. Instantly, the entire gang of lackeys chimed in, howling like a troop of monkeys. At that exact moment, Tianyu rushed into the scene, and a gruesome picture struck his eyes. Numerous guards were lying scattered and groaning on the floor. He frantically bombarded them with questions. What on earth happened here? One dying comrade struggled to squeeze out every word. Some rebels smashed the prison. They set all the inmates loose. Without further hesitation, Tianyu immediately activated his scum-clearing mode. He was stunned when his radar swept and found that apart from Sha Lai, there were 7 other gangsters harboring superpowers. It left him truly speechless. He let out a long sigh, concluding that a pursuit was now impossible. "Our side is outmanned and outgunned. There's no way we can match that pack of monsters." Unexpectedly, from a dark corner, a guy fully covered in a black hoodie casually walked out and sighed. Who would have thought that misplacing a few pens would leave such shocking consequences? Tianyu was scared out of his wits, jumping in surprise as he interrogated, "What kind of deity are you? How did you manage to uncover the secret about those fountain pens?" The hooded guy smirked profoundly and dropped a bombshell, "Because we are the very ones who forged those pens, of course." Hearing this, Tianyu felt like he was struck by lightning, his whole body going numb from absolute shock. The mysteriously styled young man continued, "Just stay calm. We have been monitoring your profile for a long time. As long as you stay on the right path, we don't have the free time to revoke your powers. Anyway, those trinkets are just rejects to us." Tianyu curiously probed, "So did you take the trouble to personally come here today to cripple Sha Lai's martial arts?" "Spot on. Because of loose management last time, a few pens got scattered and picked up by these wandering ghosts to wreak havoc in the underworld. We had to come clean up this trash." Grasping the situation, Tianyu finalized, "I'll fight side by side with you." Saying that, he turned around and told Sha Liang and the team to disperse and head home first. Meanwhile, at a dimly lit nightclub, Sha Lai was getting intimate and handsy with a hot babe sporting a smoking figure. He fed her sweet nothings, coaxing that in this life and the next, "I will only cling to you." Anyway, we now hold a fortune that wouldn't dry up even in 3 lifetimes. It turned out his lackeys had used the power from the fake pens to carry a whole ATM booth back to their hideout. You really have to give up trying to understand their level of recklessness. Upon prying open the safe, a mountain of money poured out, enough to make their hands tired from counting. Sha Lai immediately ordered them to call for hostesses, gathering all the call girls from big and small clubs in the city to serve them. He and his comrades needed to recharge their batteries. At this time on the perimeter, Tianyu's squad had just landed. The guy in black scanned his radar and reported, the tracking signal indicates that all 8 superpower bulldozers are gathered in this joint. As he pushed the door open and stepped in, Tianyu's eyes widened when he saw a bunch of scantily clad hostesses lying sprawled all over the carpet. It turned out those 8 villains were frantically draining their stamina to absorb mana. Witnessing this debauchery, a cold chill ran down Tianyu's spine. They're running amok and gathering energy like this. Can just the 2 of us handle 8 fully charged beasts? In the blink of an eye, the hooded guy casually snapped his fingers, and Tianyu's system instantly pinged, notifying his account of 100,000 power points. Simply speechless, who could possibly beat someone playing a game backed by the very rule maker? Tianyu was utterly astounded to suddenly be loaded with such a massive amount of power. The guy in black smiled faintly and asked, "Is pumping 100,000 points enough to use? You open the floor first, if it gets too tough, I'll take over." Sha Lai now tilted his face and laughed with disdain. "Wow, clinging like a leech all the way here. Today, I have the backing of my whole gang. This land of Xinhai will sooner or later fall into my hands. Did you drag your corpse here to beg for a ticket to hell?" Tianyu was too lazy to banter, waving his hand to activate maximum power output. In a flash, he transformed into a furious battle machine, burning with a murderous intent that showed no mercy to any enemy. Seeing that, Sha Lai felt a bit intimidated, jerking his chin to order a lackey to test the enemy's strength first. What a chilling brotherhood. Right then, a nerdy guy wearing glasses activated his wind-tearing acceleration mode. Tianyu secretly found it strange. Super speed upgrade. Could it be this guy's superpower follows a different developmental branch than mine? A split second later, the 4 eyes' legs flashed with a purple hue. He dashed off with the speed of a fleeing ghost, his silhouette flickering in and out of sight miraculously. In just a blink of an eye, he circled behind Tianyu, intending to launch a cowardly preemptive strike. But thanks to his godly reflexes, Tianyu countered with an earth-shattering blow straight to the mouth, making the scholarly guy faceplant and plow through the floor. Seeing his core disciple hit the floor, Sha Lai hastily rallied the rest of his comrades to gang up on Tianyu. A bulky brute rushed in, only to immediately eat a punch from Tianyu that blew a hole right through his shoulder. Astonishingly, he instantly flexed his rapid regeneration superpower, and the punctured flesh closed up as quickly as if he had never been injured. Suddenly, Tianyu was ambushed from behind by a muscular brute who put him in a chokehold and locked his arms, making him completely unable to budge. Exploiting the opening, another guy activated his berserk state and delivered a ton-heavy punch that nearly flattened Tianyu's face. Riding the overwhelming momentum, he had to tank a vengeful rain of blows. His entire back was slammed into the tiled floor, shattering it to pieces. Tianyu's skull began to emit cracking sounds like a red alert. Sha Lai arrogantly roared, "Tianyu, today is your death anniversary. Brothers, charge in and send him to meet the king of hell." Instantly, the mob of thugs swarmed in like a broken beehive, aiming to chop their target to pieces. Even though he had eaten enough blows to swell his face up, Tianyu calmly tracked the murderous intent from every piece of scum around him. At the decisive moment, the cunning Sha Lai seized the chance and lunged forward to claim the killing blow. Channeling his energy until his face turned red, he followed up with a fatal, wind-tearing punch aimed straight at Chi's skull. Tianyu, yet the young man merely tilted his shoulder and smoothly danced out of the way, dodging it effortlessly. Sha Lai frantically realized he had just misstepped onto death's doorstep, fully aware of the bitter end awaiting him. Not missing a single millisecond, Tianyu instantly swung his leg, retaliating with a peak-inner dragon kick. Taking the stormy kick head-on, Sha Lai flew backward up high, his body violently smashing into the concrete ceiling with a deafening thud. Seeing their boss get pummeled, the little demons standing below all felt a chill run down their spines, the blood completely draining from their faces. The next second, Tianyu gathered his kai into his dantian and leaped forward, closing in on Sha Lai as fiercely as a hurricane. He followed up with a razor-sharp hand seal, chopping straight into the vital point at the back of his opponent's neck. Instantaneously, Sha Lai spat out a mouthful of blood and permanently logged out of the earth. His soulless corpse dropped heavily onto the floor, sprawling out knocked cold in absolute terror, his two eye sockets staring wide open, unable to close in time. A bald guy witnessing the boss's eradication was scared out of his wits, his mouth stuttering as he couldn't believe this bitter truth. How did the big boss get wiped out so quickly and neatly? An orange-haired guy panicked and suggested, "How about we brothers also slip away to be safe?" That guy standing there with his arms crossed, what if he's even more overpowered than Tianyu? We'd eat a full combo. Nevertheless, the bald guy with fiercely knitted eyebrows roared, "Today we all possess limitless power. What the hell are we afraid of? Charge in and grind his bones to dust." Having said that, he threw his life to the wind and rushed headlong for a showdown. Confronting the madman, Tianyu remained perfectly calm without changing his expression, slowly raising his hand to cast a highly mystical finger technique. At the exact moment of collision, the bald guy's entire skeletal frame simultaneously emitted hair-raising cracking sounds. He tasted a gut-wrenching pain, throwing his face to the sky and howling tragically. Having cleared the obstacle, Tianyu cast an ice-cold gaze toward the lackeys, asking in a deep voice, "Whoever else wants to experience a thrill, line up and step right up." The remaining remnants had their souls scared into the clouds, simultaneously dropping to their knees on the floor with their tails between their legs, ceaselessly kowtowing and begging for their lives. Seeing that the small fry's spirits were broken, Tianyu turned his head to report to the guy in black that the cleanup phase was fully completed. But right in that moment of negligence, a familiar, fiercely vengeful gaze suddenly bore straight into the back of Tianyu's neck. Sha Lai's corpse, which was thought to be stone cold, suddenly sprang up like a spring, shrieking frantically, "All you brothers hurry up and channel all your inner energy into pumping me up." Tianyu hadn't even had time to process what kind of freakish script was playing out in front of him. Sha Lai had already gathered all his borrowed power, unleashing a punch with an earth-shattering force aimed straight at his target. Taking the fatal blow head-on, Tianyu was thrown away like a doll with broken strings, smashing through several concrete walls in succession. After the critical collision, he was instantly knocked out. His eyes rolled back white as he fainted upon the rubble. Sha Lai slowly dragged himself over, tilting his head back to burst into a manic laugh. "Ha ha ha, stupid Tianyu. This is a fitting lesson for someone who dared to pluck the tiger's whiskers." As he finished speaking, the villain intended to follow up with another destructive stomp. But instantly, a hooded young man appeared out of nowhere, swinging his leg to successfully block his finishing move. Sha Lai growled in frustration, "Who is this brat?" The black-hooded young man calmly dropped an incredibly charismatic provocation, "Knowing won't do you any good. If you've got the guts, step right up and take my move." Used to boasting loudly, Sha Lai hastily put on airs, "I am holding the combined energy of a whole gang in my hands. Do you think this grand boss is scared of you?" Ending his arrogant words, he gathered all his vital energy and threw a punch that packed power no less than his previous strike. The gust of wind blew the hood off the young man in black. But he still calmly smiled, appearing without a single hair out of place. Even tossed out a sarcastic remark, "What kind of fighting is this? It feels like a mere scratch." Sha Lai gaped, realizing the person in front of him was no ordinary guy. How the hell is he completely unscathed? This is clearly a punch that was boosted dozens of times over. The mysterious man then shed his outer coat, calmly speaking up, "If you are so enthusiastic, let's boldly throw a few forms to see who is superior." Sha Lai instantly broke out in a cold sweat, frantically backing up to set up a defensive stance. In a split second, he madly swung dozens of rapid-fire punches. But the white-shirted young man merely tilted his body slightly, dodging the blows as lightly as a feather. The guy skillfully caught the right rhythm, throwing a dominant punch that crashed straight into Sha Lai's body. Although the strike's force was enough to push Sha Lai sliding backward, the white-shirted young man also quickly realized the enemy's defense was as solid as a block of metal. He tilted his neck back and laughed victoriously. "I have completely absorbed all the superpowers from my brothers. You're out of room to act tough now. Right now, not only am I 10 times stronger than that brat Tianyu, but I've also monopolized super speed, indestructible diamond body, and super regeneration. Having shown off his power, he crashed forward like a tank, throwing a perfectly straight punch aimed right at the white-shirted young man's face. Tragically, that move was just like a crab building sandcastles, completely useless against an opponent far beyond his league. The white-shirted young man curled his lip in a faint, mocking smile. "Is this all the tricks you've got?" Ending his sentence, he started to gather Kai in his dantian. "I'll be generous enough to leave you a way out. Honestly confess where that power drifted here from." Sha Lai, with his ultimate delusion of power regarding his armor, stubbornly jerked his chin. "I wouldn't confess even if you dared me to." Immediately, the white-shirted young man unleashed a palm strike, carrying a terrifying shockwave that swept away everything. The unlucky Sha Lai instantly evaporated from the map in just the blink of an eye. His entire body was incinerated into a pitch-black lump of coal, disfigured to the point of being totally unrecognizable. A while later, Tianyu weakly opened his eyes. He dazedly wondered to himself how long he had been knocked out for. Where did that hidden expert vanish to? Glancing to the side, what struck his eyes was a charred corpse, the bizarre thing being that the mop of hair on its head was completely unharmed. Tianyu dropped his jaw. Is this Sha Lai? Why did he get roasted into a burnt suckling pig like this? He nosily extended a finger to poke it lightly, and instantly that lump of coal collapsed, crumbling into a pile of faint ashes. Tianyu was scared witless and backed away, unable to believe the surreal scene just laid out before his eyes. While in another corner, Sha Lai's small fries were flailing and screaming, "It's burning, we're going to burn to death." Feeling as if their flesh was being boiled, the lackeys had their galls ruptured, screaming wildly, and pushed each other out of the way to flee the scene for their lives. Tianyu now held his head, his mind a jumbled mess. Sha Lai's faction was considered wiped out, while that mysterious expert just left behind a messy battlefield and vanished without a trace. What if the guards rushed in right now? 100 mouths wouldn't be enough to deny the crime. Anyway, the witnesses had all evaporated completely, so slipping away from here early is the best policy. Early the next morning, at the construction site camp, Sha Liang's brotherhood had just pulled the door open and burst into joy when they saw Tianyu casually strolling back in one piece. Sha Liang hurriedly fished for news. "Did yesterday's situation get handled smoothly, little brother? But why do you look so beat up?" In response to that curiosity was merely a drawn-out sigh from Tianyu. Right after that, he dragged out the whole story of last night's thrilling events and spilled everything so the Sha gang brothers would clearly understand. Having caught up on the developments, Sha Liang fell into deep thought. Even if he was a piece of scum, the blood flowing in his veins still makes him my biological brother. I reckon I'll go find a decent plot of land to bury him to fulfill our brotherhood. A scar-faced tough guy chimed in. The people who joined him were also veterans who once did us the favor of guiding us. Although they pushed us onto the dark path, the tragic thing is that back then they shared their bowls of rice and scraps of clothes when we were hungry and stranded. Hearing their heartfelt words, Tianyu finalized, "All right, you brothers just decide what's reasonable and fair, handle their funerals properly." Outside the graveyard, Sha Liang stood rooted to the spot with a rare expression of quiet sadness. Catching that thoughtful expression, Tianyu immediately leaned in and asked, "Is something on your mind, Brother Liang? This is the first time I've seen you so gloomy. Don't tell me you're weeping for that guy Sha Lai. It just saddens me to think of my two parents. Before I knew it, it's been nearly 20 years since I returned to my hometown. Now that Lai rests in peace, I don't even know how to open my mouth to inform the old folks." Tianyu tapped his shoulder and advised, "If you're longing, just pack your bags and head back. What's there to hesitate about going back to meet your own flesh and blood?" Sha Liang lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and choked up as he recounted, "During my first year of hustling, I did awkwardly show my face back home. But when the old man discovered I joined a gang, he'd rather take a stick and beat me half to death than ever let me show my face past the village gates. Ever since that time, I just buried myself in the world of swords and blades for dozens of falling leaf seasons, never daring to bring that gangster label back to my hometown." Tianyu heard this and comforted him. "Regardless of how muddy or stained your past was, now you've washed your hands of it and are doing legitimate business. You're more than capable of holding your head high and returning home to show filial piety to your parents." A disciple also chimed in, "Spot on, boss. We brothers are doing honest business and paying taxes properly now, you can rest assured and go home." Seeing his brothers give such reasonable advice, Sha Liang nodded slightly and made up his mind. In another development, Tianyu actually dragged himself to school. This young man probably strolls through the school gates once a month at most. He turned to ask Dongyu, "Has class monitor Qin Zhu been skipping classes for long? Lately, I haven't seen a trace of her at all." Dongyu pouted and replied with visible sulkiness, "Do you even have the right to ask that? There are 5 school days a week, and you only show up for half a session. The rest of the time you just evaporate to who knows where." The master of excuses hastily used his silver tongue to defend himself. "Oh, come on, aren't I busy on the path of building my career? This is a priority case, so there needs to be some flexibility." Dongyu clicked her tongue and continued, "Qin Zhu submitted a leave application last week. I heard her dad at home racked up massive debts, so she had to put aside her books and rush out into the world to grind and pay them off." Hearing the bad news, Tianyu's heart ached as he pondered, "The heavens are truly unfair. For such a sweet and obedient girl to end up being pushed to this dead end by the tide of life." Switching the lens back to Sha Liang, the once brutish, muscular gangster was now sporting a super flashy mink coat, exuding the aura of an upper-class tycoon. The lackeys saw their boss changing styles and widened their eyes in admiration. "Whoa, brother Liang, changing things up today and not wearing your traditional tank top anymore." Sha Liang clicked his tongue and replied, "Look at this weather. Are you guys gonna make me go bare-chested in a tank top playing fashion beats weather all year round? Let's go, brothers, we'll swing by the mall to buy some stuff. 20 years before showing my face to visit the old folks, it'd be too shameful to go back empty-handed." And so the whole battalion snaked their way straight into one of the most luxurious shopping districts. At a storefront, a girl with slender curves was bent over, meticulously sorting through each carton of goods. Suddenly, a man with a highly thuggish face and a scruffy beard pushed the door open and stepped in. He locked the door from the inside and raised a sinister tone, "Ziozu, what stage are you at with the warehouse inventory?" It turned out the busy girl was none other than Qin Zhu. The little girl lifted her pure face and politely replied, "Sir Manager, I have finished checking the 295 boxes of inventory. Compared to the monthly quota, this batch meets the conditions to be returned to the supplier." The manager frowned and questioned, 295 boxes. "How did you count? My memory clearly registered 300 boxes." Qin Zhu didn't hesitate to immediately reply to this jerk. "I checked extremely carefully against the sales ledger. The exact number is 295 boxes." The manager slouched and started playing the blame game. "I remember vividly there were 300 boxes, or could it be those missing 5 boxes were snatched by you?" Qin Zhu firmly stood her ground that there were only 295 boxes in total, absolutely no mistakes. The guy suddenly grabbed Qin Zhu tightly by her collar, lowering his voice to threaten that she was the one who stole the goods. Qin Zhu was alarmed, wondering what crazy nonsense this guy was babbling about. How could I possibly steal stuff from the warehouse? Right at that moment, the manager leaned his face close to hers, resorting to a despicable whisper, "As long as you're obedient and indulge me a little, I'll turn a blind eye to you mistakenly taking things." He he he. Utterly terrified, Qin Zhu screamed out, "I didn't steal anything, let go of me right now. Whether you stole it or not isn't up to your mouth to decide. Who in this world has the free time to believe the words of a brat who just dropped out of high school like you? I only gave you a job out of pity seeing you have some looks. Otherwise try stepping out into society and see if anyone would bother taking in someone like you. Just obediently satisfy my wishes, and I will act blind and unseeing of this matter." He he he. Parallel to this outside, Sha Liang was still scratching his head and pulling his ears because he hadn't finalized a satisfactory gift. An underling chimed in to offer a plan. "Why doesn't the boss buy a few sets of clothes to gift your mom?" Sha Liang nodded and said that sounded quite reasonable. "My mom isn't savvy about buying things online, nor has she ever stepped foot into the city. Bringing home a few new outfits will surely make her beam with joy." Another guy pointed toward a nearby boutique. "The clothes in this shop look pretty decent, boss. Elegant yet comfortable forms, extremely suitable for your auntie's age." Just the moment Sha Liang raised his hand, intending to push the shop door, a panic scream suddenly echoed from inside. "Manager, I beg you not to act like this." And in a split second, He instantly recognized that familiar tone belonged to Chinzu. Inside, the terrible manager was sticking out his filthy hand, intending to grope her, a goofy smile on his face. "Just stop your useless resisting, babe. Just consider it repaying the favor I granted you. You must know how to pamper me and make me a bit happy, hee hee hee." Without needing another half-second to think, Sha Liang launched an earth-shattering kick, shattering the door into 100 pieces, looking as magical as those surreal Indian action movies. The manager froze for a few seconds, then startlingly spun around, jerking his chin to ask, "What crack did you crawl out of? Charging in here doing what? Stop being a busybody in other people's business." Catching those challenging words, the hot blood in Sha Liang's body instantly boiled over. He bolted forward, delivering an overpoweringly forceful punch that almost completely flattened the guy's face. The guy spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, stuttering to ask, What do you want?" Rushing in and beating people unprovoked, what gives? Right at that moment, Qin Zhu and Sha Liang accidentally locked eyes, both sharing a massive question in their heads about why the other person would appear in this place. Sha Liang shot a gaze as sharp as a razor at the manager, making a sign demanding he scram immediately. Not daring to delay, the man tucked his tail between his legs and bolted for his life without caring about his image. Qin Zhu was still rooted to the spot in astonishment, speaking up to ask, "Why are you here?" Because old feelings were still welling up in his heart, Sha Liang sorrowfully asked back, "Why did you dive into working in such a complicated place? Why did you abandon your studies?" Qin Zhu welled up with 2 streams of tears, sobbing as she recounted that her father got tangled up in gambling, surrounded by debts with no way to shoulder them, so she had no choice but to drop her studies halfway to earn money as a laborer. Understanding the circumstances, Sha Liang decisively spoke up, saying his construction site had a vacancy for a secretary. "From this moment on, you should come work under my wing." Hearing this, the girl was endlessly grateful, hastily wiping away her tears and continuously bowing to express her gratitude to Sha Liang. Just having stepped out the door, Sha Liang pulled out his phone to connect an important call. "Hello, is this Tianyu? For the next few days I have some business to return to visit my hometown. I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on things at the construction site." Tianyu very cheerfully replied, "It's a small matter, pay attention to safety while traveling. It's been a long time since you went back, so try to score maximum points with your folks." Speaking of which, about Qin Zhu's situation, I just took her in for the secretary position. If you bump into her in the future, cut down on the gossiping. Tianyu couldn't help but tease, "Oh wow, I just heard about Qin Zhu dropping out of school. How the hell did you two rekindle your old flame so fast?" On the other end of the line, Sha Liang blushed deeply, stuttering to correct him, "Rekindle my ass. I just conveniently lent a helping hand out of our old friendship." Standing right next to him, Qin Zhu took in all those words, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. Tianyu chuckled and replied, "All right, I get it. You're the vice president anyway. It's not my place to meddle in these trivial matters. Just pack your things and go visit your parents. I'm hanging up now." The scene shifted to the late afternoon of that day. Tianyu had just returned from school and froze for a moment at the front gate. He turned to his father and asked, "Why the hell are all our aunts and uncles gathered at our house today, Dad? Is another cousin getting roped into marriage?" His father, with a dark and gloomy face, replied, "We will talk about this later." Waiting for a while, after the relatives had all dispersed, the house finally became quiet with only the 2 of them left. Tianyu immediately asked, "The guests are all gone. Can you tell me the whole story now, Dad?" His father sadly announced, "Next month is your grandfather's 90th birthday, and he just sent a letter announcing the plan to divide the inheritance among the families." Tianyu suddenly realized, so it was about dividing the assets. No wonder the aunts and uncles came flocking in such large numbers. He asked curiously, "So according to what grandfather wrote, how will the fortune be carved up, Dad?" His father grimaced with deep resentment. "Grandfather decreed that your eldest uncle is hardworking, so he will inherit the tea garden at the old house. As for your aunt, since she is a smooth talker, he decided to pass the entire ancestral house to her." Hearing this, Tianyu wondered, "Then where does our family fit into this? What do we get?" His father gritted his teeth and replied, "We get a whole lot of nothing, son. Grandfather despises me as a useless brute who only knows how to throw punches, so he tossed me a few torn martial arts manuals of the family. Tell me if your grandfather is being too biased. After all, I am the youngest son, yet I only received a few tattered books. Today, your uncle and aunt came here ostensibly to deliver the news, but deep down they just wanted to mock me to my face. After hearing this, Tianyu advised, Dad, absolutely do not look down on those military manuals. Who knows, maybe grandfather intentionally gave you the most priceless treasure. How much can a few ragged books be sold for? Stop sweet-talking to comfort me. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Hurry up and clean up, then go to sleep. Tianyu stared at his father and firmly said, This is completely out of character for you. If you don't value those old books, why are you sitting still instead of fighting for your rightful share of the inheritance? His father looked incredibly deep in thought. Sighing, he told Tianyu, Son, there are some hidden troubles that I simply cannot lay bare to you. Tianyu pressed further, What secret could there possibly be between father and son that you can't confide in me? His father melancholically explained, I'm the only one in the family who served in the military, plus you're pursuing martial arts, so they used that bullshit excuse to shove those tattered books onto me. But what does that have to do with whether I stand up to demand my rights or not? Only now did Tianyu's father finally pour his heart out, Son, I have already stepped over the hill of my life. In my youth, I was also a notorious mercenary, slaying any demon or god that stood in my way. But the situation this time is too cruel because the opponents are my own flesh and blood. Ever since I left the army, life has thrown countless storms in my face. Fortunately, thanks to the support of your uncle and aunt, I was able to build this meat stall. Therefore, I really don't have the heart to fall out with them over a measly bit of inheritance. Hearing these words, Tianyu finally cleared up the doubts in his heart. He thumped his chest and firmly affirmed, Dad, living upright and fulfilling our moral duties is enough. If others are heartless, we still have to be righteous. That rundown house and the tea garden, we won't lose a piece of flesh if we refuse to take them. Besides, stop feeling sorry for yourself. Absolutely do not judge those old family books by their covers. They bring a terrifying value far beyond your imagination. His father let out a sigh. I hope it's as you say. I am keeping a martial arts book that grandfather gave me when I first started practicing. It just so happens I know an antique hunting expert. I'll call him over tomorrow morning to appraise it. The events continued into the next day. Seeing Tianyu lay out a lavish feast, his mother asked curiously, Tianyu, you said our family is hosting a VIP guest today, but why go through the trouble of making so many dishes? In short, who is coming over? Just then, Tianyu's uncle and aunt also poked their heads in. The eldest uncle burst into laughter. I can't believe we have the blessing to taste Tianyu's cooking skills today. What a steal. Tianyu smiled brightly and replied, Don't be so impatient, everyone. A big shot is about to appear. A moment later, the mysterious guest also revealed himself, accompanied by a voice ringing out from the door, Tianyu, I wonder if it's convenient for us to come in. Upon recognizing that this was the familiar antique expert from the treasure hunting show, both the uncle and aunt were so astounded that their jaws dropped and they froze on the spot. The young expert with myopia glasses cheerfully started, Tianyu, we owe you a massive favor this time. Not only did you score a goldmine of content for our show, but you also treated us to such a magnificent feast. Tianyu humbly replied, It's just a trifling matter. Previously, you spared no expense to bring the treasure back, so by all accounts, I should be the one indebted to you. Tianyu was also slightly flustered when he didn't see Xu Ping accompanying him. It seemed that the last time she swore never to see his face again, she was actually telling the truth and not joking. The young man Tianyu suddenly woke up from his daydream, knocking himself on the head to remind himself that he couldn't let his mind keep drifting off with these frivolous girl issues. It was truly ridiculous. Next, he warmly invited everyone to take a seat at the banquet table. Please feel free to dig in, everyone. I'll run and fetch that hot item. The eldest uncle was grinning from ear to ear now. Who would have thought that kid Tianyu would be this capable? This time, our whole family is about to be broadcast on television. Right after that, Tianyu carefully brought out that old item and declared, This is exactly the exquisite piece I tipped you off about. The expert was completely dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes several times, still unable to believe it. Is this clearly the Qi family's martial arts secret manual that has been rumored in the martial world? Tianyu confidently patted his chest and confirmed, 100% authentic. After meticulously examining every nook and cranny, the expert's jaw dropped in sheer astonishment. The wear of the paper, every stroke of this handwriting absolutely cannot be a fake. This is undoubtedly the martial arts tome circulated among the people. The ant standing nearby also jumped in shock, half doubting and pressing him. What martial arts tome? This thing is just a pile of torn waste paper that my father threw in the corner. Instantly, Tianyu brightly revealed more. Our family still keeps a complete set of identical books like this, and its real name is Military Manual. Hearing this earth-shattering news, the appraiser couldn't hold back and screamed, "Good heavens, you guys aren't joking, are you? My ancestors' graves must be smoking to grant me this blessing. I didn't expect to have the honor of touching the original copy of the Qi family's military manual with my own hands. Could it be that everyone sitting here is a descendant of the once illustrious Qi Jiangjun?" Tianyu immediately winked mischievously, skillfully steering back to the main point. "Let's put aside the past history of my Qi family for now. Expert, just give it to us straight. How much money can this pile of paper be exchanged for first?" The expert cleared his throat and shouted out a number that made everyone weak in the knees. "If you sell the whole set, the rock-bottom starting price would be around 20 million yuan. Just upon hearing the price of 20 million, the eldest uncle and aunt standing there both turned to stone, their brains paralyzed and unable to squeeze out a single word. Good Lord, a whole 20 million. Tianyu's father also picked his ears a few times thinking he had gone deaf. How could such an old, battered thing be worth a fortune? Tianyu's mother stuttered from extreme shock. 20 million yuan for real. Did our family accidentally sit on such a giant gold mine? When the banquet ended, the invited guests also set sail and left one after another. Only then did the father step closer and scold Tianyu, "Hey son, why didn't you tell me earlier and let me toss and turn in anger all of last night?" Tianyu grinned widely and retorted, "I already warned you beforehand, but you didn't even bother to listen to a single word." Immediately, the old couple jumped up and hugged each other tightly in sheer ecstasy, exactly like they had just hit the jackpot. Holding a solid 20 million yuan like this means our old age will be nothing but kicking back and enjoying life. "Oh my darling son, do you have any tricks? Help your parents study how to sell this ragged book to get the best possible price." Hearing this, Tianyu's smile instantly vanished. His face darkened as he declared, "This set of books is the very soul left behind by the Qi ancestors. Even if you beat me to death, I won't allow anyone to sell it." The father frowned in confusion and asked back, "So if we don't cash it in, are we just supposed to cling to this pile of scrap paper just to stare at it?" Tianyu immediately and patiently explained, "The reason this set of books is so expensive does not simply lie in its value as an antique, but the true essence lies in the secret martial arts techniques depicted inside. I've only been grinding through one ruined military manual of our family for 10 whole years, and I still haven't fully mastered it. Just imagine if I gather the complete set of these secret manuals to cultivate, then who in this martial world would ever be able to match me in the future?" Taking his son's logic to heart, Tianyu's father immediately did a U-turn and supported him with both hands and feet. "If you want to hone your martial arts, be my guest. Anyway, throwing those books into your parents' hands is a waste. Just keep them safe. Who knows, in 10 years their value might triple or quadruple." Meanwhile, in another direction, the eldest uncle and aunt were driving back in a huff, both of their faces as dark as a funeral due to extreme jealousy. The aunt groaned in frustration, "At best, that ancient house grandfather gave me can only be sold for 3 million. Even adding in your crappy tea garden, the total would still just be a grain of sand compared to the 20 million figure." The eldest uncle gritted his teeth, glared, and cursed out loud. Grandfather is truly too biased. A precious antique worth a whole fortune like that, yet he refused to split it up and give each family one book to share the wealth. The aunt suddenly narrowed her eyes with a sly smile. He, earlier I was quick enough to snatch the business card of that antique expert from the TV show. That expert whispered in my ear that he's willing to fork out 28 million to buy the entire set of those torn books. Catching the scent of money, the eldest uncle immediately perked up his ears and asked, "So in a nutshell, what is your scheme?" "We will secretly take the books for the transaction, toss 20 million to Chi Dahai, and you and I will split the remaining 8 million right down the middle, then take the money and live it up." Hearing this dirty script, the eldest uncle broke into a radiant and utterly smug smile. The scene cuts back to Chi Tianyu's home. Father was now grimacing with an extremely conflicted expression, saying that tomorrow morning is grandfather's 90th birthday, so our family must somehow prepare a heavily stuffed red envelope. Hearing these words, his precious son's face dropped in disbelief, retorting sharply, "How the hell were you hurling curses all over grandfather just a few hours ago, and now you flip your face so fast?" At dawn the next day, right at Chi Tianyu's grandfather's mansion. All the relatives from far and wide had gathered in crowds. The atmosphere was lively and festive in preparation for the grand birthday celebration. Tianyu's father then squeezed out a smile so fake that it gave onlookers goosebumps, loudly announcing the classic blessing, wishing you to live to 100. May your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea, and your longevity as enduring as the southern mountains. Grandfather glared at his youngest son's phony pious expression, feeling so helplessly speechless that he didn't even bother to comment. Taking this opportunity, Tianyu sidled up and asked, "Grandfather, in which corner did you stash our family's martial arts secret manuals? I'm itching to take them out and study a few basic moves." Catching this ambitious question from his eldest grandson, Grandfather was thrilled to his core, stroking his beard and answering, "I tossed them in the study. Work hard and study them properly, Tianyu. I'm placing the entire burden of reviving the Qi family's martial arts reputation squarely on your shoulders." Tianyu dashed straight into the study room right away, but after ransacking every nook and cranny until his hands were sore, there was still no trace of them. He had to run outside as fast as his legs could carry him to urgently report to his grandfather that the pile of military manuals had grown wings and flown away. Over in the other area, the eldest uncle along with the aunt were displaying faces that were incredibly sinister. Right after that, he smacked his lips and announced nonchalantly that pile of ancient books was swindled and sold off. Stumbling upon this earth-shattering bad news, Grandfather nearly had a heart attack, screaming in panic, "What the hell are you saying? Sold? Who did you smuggle the goods to?" The aunt hurriedly forced a hypocritical smile and coaxed, "Dad, just calm down, why so tense? We did business fairly and will absolutely not let Chi Dahai's family suffer any loss. Hey youngest brother, here is your share in hard cash. I guarantee I didn't skim a single dime," her mouth chattering away. She casually tossed out a bank card preloaded with the figure of 15 million. Tianyu's father saw the number and jumped up, roaring, "What kind of joke is this? Didn't we finalize it at 20 million the other day? Why has it plummeted to 15 million now? It's one thing that you guys sneakily stole the ancestors' belongings to sell, but now you have the sheer audacity to intercept and gobble up my blood, sweat, and tears money too." The treacherous woman immediately went back on her word. The appraiser examined it to death before declaring that those books were severely flawed, so the ceiling value is only that much. At first, that guy only planned to spit out 10 million. This extra 5 million is all because your older sister here talked her head off haggling for you. Hearing this, blood rushed to Tianyu's father's brain, and he furiously screamed in her face. "My ears heard clearly when the expert said the rock-bottom price would be 20 million. How the hell did it plummet so disastrously to 10 million after passing through your mouth?" Right in the middle of the scuffle, unable to bear this fatal blow, blood rushed to Grandfather's face. He staggered and then collapsed onto the floor. The old man tottered and fell right into Tianyu's arms. Without hesitating for half a second, he hurriedly activated his clairvoyant vision. Through this superhuman vision, Tianyu discovered that this case had reached a red alert state. Due to extreme frustration, Grandfather had suffered a ruptured blood vessel in his brain. Without needing to think twice, the young man immediately unleashed his telekinetic superpower. He controlled the mysterious flow of power to force all the pooled blood back right into its proper path in the blood vessel. With just a gentle wave of his hand, the crushed section of the blood vessel instantly scarred over and recovered perfectly, exactly like its original state. This magic-infused emergency treatment truly left people in awe. The father broke out in a cold sweat and frantically asked Tianyu, "Is your grandfather's condition all right?" He remained as calm as could be, leisurely replying, "Don't worry, Dad, everything has been smoothly resolved by me." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man gradually regained consciousness and faintly opened his heavy eyelids. The old man shot up, glaring and interrogating the filthy, unfilial children. "Where did you scoundrels go to disperse our family's absolute techniques?" The eldest uncle stuttered in fear. "Why, yes, I closed the deal and sold them to Master Joe from the antique show." Grandfather gritted his teeth and pressed on, "How much money did you exchange them for?" Knowing he couldn't hide it any longer, he had to spit out the truth, exactly 28 million. Tianyu's father didn't care one bit about brotherly love, landing a thunderous slap straight across the guy's face. "You bastard, you pocketed a whole 28 million from the deal, yet you boldly dared to toss me a mere 15 million. Plenty of people in my hometown are as smart as you, daring to blatantly bite off half of my money." Grandfather by the side rubbed his chest to calm his anger and stopped him. "Enough, stay your hand, Chi Dahai. The reason I gave you those books wasn't for you to use them as a money-making tool. Qi Dejiang, Qi Tianjiao, the two of you immediately take the full 28 million, march over to old Joe's place, and buy back that stuff for me right this instant. Seeing this, Tianyu eagerly stepped forward to take the mission. You don't need to worry, grandfather, just let me go in person to negotiate and buy back the books. Less than a minute later, Tianyu had busted his ass rushing to a skyscraper. As soon as he poked his head into the lobby, Xu Ping stared wide-eyed, asking in confusion, "What wind blew you here?" Tianyu panted heavily and cut her off. "Which room is Master Joe hiding in right now, sister? I have an extremely urgent matter to hold him accountable for. That group is burying their noses in video editing in room number 1 over there. Just turn right and you'll be there." Tianyu sprinted straight inside without stopping, yelling at the top of his lungs, calling the name of the expert named Joe. Mr. Joe was startled, turned his head back and demanded, "What are you doing here?" The young man boldly and firmly declared, "My family is canceling the deal. We're not selling those secret manuals anymore. I brought this stack of cash to refund you squarely. I demand that you cough up those books and return them to my family." Hearing this demand, Joe broke into a cold sweat down his spine and stuttered, "I pushed off that pile of torn books ages ago." Tianyu panicked and retorted, "Then where is it floating around now?" The antique dealer timidly confessed, "That merchandise has already been transferred to Chairman Hu of the Treasure Appraisal Association. I just finalized the handover price to him at 30 million. Catching wind of its whereabouts, Tianyu swore high and low that no matter what, he would dig that old geezer up. He flew straight to the lair of Chairman Hu. But bitterly, this old man reported earth-shattering news that he had already passed it on to Zhou Yuan Ping over at the Martial Arts Association for an astronomical price of 50 million. Tianyu continued to bust his gut running for his life to find Zhou Yuan Ping of the Martial Arts Association. But this guy indifferently dropped the bombshell that he had already smuggled the goods to the boss of the Martial Arts Association for the price of 80 million. You have to admit these profiteers are top-tier scammers, pulling a juggling act to push it all the way from the 20 million mark to 80 million. It's truly terrifying. After hustling around endlessly, Tianyu finally caught that boss of the Martial Arts Association. He furiously slammed a heavy punch down on the table and spoke loudly, "That set of secret manuals is the soul of my family. I beg you, Mr. Chairman, to be lenient and spit that item back out for me." Upon hearing this, the old man's face darkened, and he hissed through his teeth, "I have dropped a whole 80 million to bring these few books back to my estate. What the hell do you think you are to come here and open your mouth demanding to rob them back?" Tianyu also glared unabashedly and snapped back, "I and your chain of profiteering crooks have already settled the deal squarely. Those smugglers have all voluntarily refunded the money to me. However, this boss of the Martial Arts Association started making up excuses to twist the facts. Since it's reputed as an ancestral heirloom, you should have known to keep it safe. You yourself treated it like a pile of waste paper and threw it out to sell, so why the heck are you dragging your shameless face over here to collect a debt from me now?" The young man Tianyu wasn't afraid to lay his cards on the table. "Whatever scheme you have, old man, lay it all out here. Stop putting on a slippery act." The old man immediately launched a fatal strike. This old body has rolled around in the martial world for decades of autumns to hunt down this set of secret manuals, going through hell and high water just to hold it in my arms. Do you think I'm crazy to offer it back to you so easily? Hearing this sentence, Tianyu was so furious he saw stars, he clenched his fists and roared, "If you stubbornly refuse to spit out the item, then don't blame this guy for being heavy-handed. That chairman was equally formidable, patting his chest to provoke him. If you have the guts, then fly over here and bite me." Tianyu shot up like an arrow leaving the bow, following up with a flying double kick carrying destructive power aimed right at the old geezer's head. However, he twisted and dodged as smoothly as a professional dancer, slipping past the attack by a hair's breadth. The terrifying force from Tianyu's kick smashed straight into the ground, letting out a booming sound like an exploding bomb tearing through eardrums. Witnessing this power, the boss also broke out in a cold sweat, muttering to himself, "Damn it, the kicking power of this little brat is truly monstrous." Tianyu was grinding his teeth, gathering strength to charge in and fight to the death for round 2. And suddenly 2 nouveau rich-looking guys rushed in from out of nowhere, their faces completely drained of blood, whining to ask what kind of intense situation was happening, Chairman. The old man quickly regained his hypocritical pious appearance, waving his hand dismissively. "What's the big deal? I'm just throwing a few punches and kicks to exchange pointers and test this kid. Tianyu now tilted his chin up and let out a savage boast. Your type of trash. Me taking on 10 of you alone is just child's play. If you guys don't spit out that set of secret manuals today, then I sincerely advise you to pick up the phone and call a fleet of ambulances in advance. The disciple dressed in yellow heard that arrogant tone, immediately bristled and yelled, "Oh my God, what is this greenhorn brat babbling about? Did you eat a leopard's gut to dare touch a single hair on the chairman and still run your insolent mouth?" The old boss of the Martial Arts Association also added a few words to goad Tianyu. Enough with the lip service. If you're so good, then step into the ring and settle it, instead of wrecking the furniture here. Hey little brat, I also admit you've got some skills. If you have the ability to knock out all the disciples under my command today, I will admit you're qualified to carry that martial arts tome back home. Tianyu thumped his chest like a true player in the martial world, locking in the bet without wasting a single second to hesitate. He jerked his chin and asked the old man where he wanted to set the location. Whoever backs out of the deal will know the consequences. The old man replied curtly, then drag your corpse up to the fighting arena. A moment later, the scene inside the martial arts dojo revealed itself to be vast and extremely magnificent. The old chairman cleared his throat, putting on a pious look, and declared, "Today a young man came here demanding to test the level of our sect. Among you all, does anyone have the guts to volunteer to step up to the ring and face him?" As soon as the words reached their ears, that bald guy dressed entirely in bright yellow from earlier jumped up asking for permission to fight. The Martial Arts Association boss also nearly fell over backward because of his own disciples' aggressively bullish nature. He tilted his head up smugly, climbed into the ring, cupped his hands in a stylish greeting. "My name is Yu Dongfang. I am very willing to oblige you." Our young man Tianyu also casually dropped a bland sentence, "And I am Chi Tianyu." Immediately, the old chairman waved the flag and shouted out loud, "The match officially begins." Tianyu's expression at that moment had to be described as so arrogant that it was just asking for a beating. That guy Dongfang didn't talk much, pushing his inner strength to fire the first shot called the Hidden Dragon Punch. He swung a 1,000-pound punch from quite a distance away. In a split second, a blast of fist wind glowing bright yellow cleaved through the air, rushing thunderously toward Tianyu. The young man raised his hand to block, but in his heart he was also secretly shocked. Tianyu bewilderedly wondered what kind of unorthodox sect this was. The fist hadn't even touched his body, yet the sound waves were already deafening his ears. The bald Dongfang now tilted his face up to the sky, indulging in self-satisfaction. "Scared already? Aren't you, kid? This hidden dragon punch is the exclusive secret technique of my family, renowned in the martial world for its godly speed. After enduring days of hellish arduous training, I have reached the realm of throwing punches faster than the speed of sound." That explosive sound that just hit your ears was precisely the supersonic friction generated by my fist tearing through the air barrier. Absorbing the entire lecture, Tianyu had completely seen through the trick in his flurry of punches and kicks, truly a stupid bald guy. Tianyu smirked and waved his hand, gesturing to provoke him to just dive right in. "Whatever most lethal moves you have, lay them all out and let's see. Showing off with these flashy little moves, who are you trying to put on airs with?" Hearing the direct insult, Dongfang was so resentful that his blood boiled. He then channeled all the inner strength he had cultivated in his life into his muscles. His entire flesh began to emit a layer of blinding yellow aura. He lunged forward, throwing a flurry of punches, while his mouth loudly roared Hidden Dragon Punch. At the exact moment the fist was about to smash into his face, Tianyu smiled and immediately activated his flesh-to-steel technique. The bald Dongfang was using pure martial arts, yet was delusional about his strength, trying to compete with someone who has superpowers. As his punches landed on Tianyu's body, they just echoed with sounds like knocking against a solid block of cast iron. The entire cluster of bones in his hand shattered into 100 pieces, the extreme pain making him howl miserably. The boss of the Martial Arts Association sighed in sheer boredom, wearing a gloomy face as he reluctantly announced, "Chi Tianyu wins the first round." Moving on to the second round of the match, a man possessing quite a bright and handsome face slowly climbed into the arena. Also elaborately cupped his hands in a formal greeting to announce his name. "I am Yang, please go easy on me." Tianyu casually nodded to accept the challenge, completely ignoring that guy Yang rolling his eyes, scheming an extremely cunning plot in his mind. This guy's golden bell-covered defense is way too terrifying. It rebounded even old Yu's absolute technique, the hidden dragon punch. Therefore, the only way is to use finger techniques to seal his acupoints to dig out his weak spot. Having locked in his plan, he glided like the wind, pointing his finger straight out using the golden needle point-striking ultimate skill to pounce on his opponent. Who would have thought that our guy Tianyu, being poked fiercely by that dude all over the fatal acupoints on his body, actually rolled around laughing hysterically, begging, "Oh, please stop poking, I'm so ticklish I can't take it anymore." Looking at this bizarre reaction, Yang was so shocked his jaw dropped, his brain going on strike unable to digest this scenario. Tianyu at that moment was laughing so hard he doubled over and shed tears, teasingly saying, "Your inner strength is quite something, bro, it actually managed to scratch an itch for me." Finishing his sentence, he just casually flicked his hand, delivering a slap straight to the face that sent the guy tumbling headfirst onto the ground. After taking care of another opponent, he arrogantly shouted, "Is there anyone else who wants to try? Just fly up here all at once to save my time." The whole pack of green, red, purple, and yellow-clad disciples below the stage were all shivering, scared out of their wits, not daring to utter another peep. The final boss old man could only cover his face, feeling so helpless he wanted to lose his mind over this useless bunch of underlings. He had to grit his teeth and yield, "Chi Tianyu, hand over the money, I will relinquish the set of books to you. But regarding this humiliating incident today, you are forbidden from leaking it out to the martial world." Hearing this, Tianyu beamed with joy, his eyes crinkling, endlessly praising the old man for being an incredibly good person. Moving to the late afternoon of the same day, at the private residence of Chi Tianyu's grandfather. The kid had now shown his face at the gate, grinning from ear to ear, showing off his spoils of war to his grandfather. "Grandfather, I've brought the books back." The old man felt a tingle of joy in his belly, swelling with endless pride over this talented eldest grandson. In stark contrast, the two useless individuals standing nearby had completely twisted faces, looking as pitch black as if they were attending a funeral. At that very moment, his phone rang loudly. Tianyu hurriedly answered the phone. From the other end of the line echoed the choked sobbing of older sister Lanzai. He anxiously and bewilderedly asked, "Lanzai, why are you crying your eyes out like that? Did something bad happen?" Lanzai lightly dropped an atomic bomb, tearfully confirming that she was pregnant. "Oh crap, this time our young Manhwa has had it, he's definitely a goner." The young man's brain still hadn't processed it, accidentally blurting out a fatal sentence. "Pregnant? Then whose masterpiece is it?" Hearing that idiotic question, she went crazy and scolded him severely. "Chi Tianyu, what the hell are you babbling about? Other than you, who else would dare to touch me?" Tianyu still wore that naive, worldly ignorant expression, questioning his existence as he asked back, "Are you kidding? We only hit the jackpot exactly once, and you successfully conceived just like that." Lanzai was furious, roaring and cursing. "It's all because of your mouth constantly whining and crying that you were about to meet the king of hell. That's why I soft-heartedly fell into your trap." Only now did Tianyu feel fear, shrinking back and lowering his volume to a whisper, "Does anyone else know about this monstrous matter besides the two of us? Sister Kyan was the one who helped me check, but I still haven't dared to breathe a word to report to grandfather yet." Hearing this shocking news, the young man's face turned pale, and he stuttered out a suggestion. "How about the two of us handle this matter by ourselves in silence? Absolutely do not let the parents catch a whiff of this." Lanzai paused upon hearing that, her voice dropping with bitter sorrow. "Are you heartless enough to abandon it? This is my first pregnancy." Right at that moment, Sister Kyan popped out from some corner, snatched the phone, and glared at Lanzai, yelling, "What kind of tearjerker drama are you trying to pull now, little sister? Hand me the phone, let me handle this brat." "Hey you Chi Tianyu, do you still have the backbone of a real man? Back when you were swearing sweet nothings, you didn't flip-flop like this." Tianyu scrambled to defend himself stubbornly. "Sister, please listen to my explanation. I am still tied down with my studies, and besides, Lanzai and I aren't even married yet. I urged her to get an abortion purely out of concern for her future. Zai is still in the prime of her youth. If she is burdened with children too early, all the bright doors to her career will slam shut." Hearing his sophistry, Sister Kyan growled, her attitude incredibly harsh. "Are you trying to make excuses to shirk your responsibility? Do you know how brutally cruel having an abortion is to a woman's physical and mental health? As a man, you must step up and take responsibility. absolutely never dropping the word abortion so lightly like that. These scoldings were like a basin of cold water splashed right into his face, forcing Tianyu to silently reflect on his own attitude. Waiting forever and only hearing dead silence on the other end, Sister Kyan added, all in all, how do you plan to resolve this? Make your final decision. In that moment of inner struggle, Tianyu suddenly remembered that earlier, Lanzai's grandfather had also dropped hints warning him about this pregnancy issue. Not to mention that even Dong Zai often criticized his promiscuous romantic lifestyle. It seemed that this time, he had to make the most clear-cut decision. After agonizing over it, Tianyu finally mustered all his manly courage to lock in his final answer. Sister Kyan, I have been enlightened. I promise to follow all of Zai's wishes. Whatever she chooses, I will oblige. If she decides to keep the baby, I swear to be completely faithful and build a home with her. Catching this satisfactory answer, Sister Kyan nodded joyfully in approval. Hearing those vows, Lanzai's cheeks flushed bright red, and her heart bloomed with sheer happiness. And the most interesting part was, Lanzai's biological father was also sitting right in the middle of the room. Without warning, Sister Kyan burst into laughter, loudly announcing, consider your character test officially passed. Tianyu was dumbfounded hearing this, reacting in extreme confusion. So you guys were setting a trap to test my heart all this time. Sister Kyan cheerfully replied, absolutely spot on, Tianyu. Zai's parents just got off the plane, so the whole team put on this little play to test the mettle of our precious son-in-law. Only then did Tianyu dare to let out a sigh of relief. Good Lord, your acting almost gave me a heart attack. But just a second later, the young man suddenly realized a fatal loophole, his face turning as red as a tomato as he shouted. So you mean to tell me that the whole family knows every detail about the shady business between me and Zai in the car that day? Lanzai, hearing the guy expose them, yelled out in sheer embarrassment, Chi Tianyu, shut your mouth right now. I want to dig a hole and hide myself from this humiliation. Tianyu's face was completely petrified like a fossil at that moment. Sister Kyan continued calling, Tianyu, are you busy right now? Zai's parents are very eager to meet you. Why don't you come over right away? Tianyu's eyes widened as he reacted. Zai's parents, aren't they the legendary archaeological expert couple from the rumors? Completely correct, and right now, those two grandmasters are extremely thirsty to see you in person. Hearing that, Tianyu tactfully declined. Right at this moment, there's absolutely no way I can make it. I am currently tied up helping with my grandfather's longevity banquet back in my hometown. Sister Kyan smiled brightly as she encouraged him. There's no rush. Lanzai's parents are scheduled to stay here for another half a month. You can just take your time sorting out your family affairs and then drop by. That'll be perfect. The young man's face sagged like wet rice paper, sluggishly agreeing to the deal. All right then, I'll try to arrange some time to come pay my respects. Finishing his sentence, he quickly pressed the button to hang up. When Tianyu had just dragged himself to the door, his father saw his downcast demeanor and curiously asked, What's wrong, son? What happened that makes your face look as soggy as soaked rice paper? Tianyu could only let out a long, drawn-out sigh and reply, What a waste, just a little bit more and you would have had a grandson to hold. Hearing this, his father was scared into a cold sweat, hurriedly grabbing his troublemaker of a son, demanding that he quickly and clearly report on this earth-shattering misunderstanding to see what the heck was going on. After hearing Tianyu tell the whole story from beginning to end, his father felt completely helpless with his precious son, sighing that the Lan family really loved practical jokes. It made him think the boy had accidentally gotten Lanzai pregnant and was forcing her to deal with the consequences. Well then, for the next 2 days, just comfortably stay on the mountain to celebrate your grandfather's birthday and enjoy the fun to the fullest. As for the Lan family's mess, it won't be too late to handle it after you go down the mountain. Hearing his father's reasonable advice, Tianyu obediently nodded in agreement. The scene shifted to an airport where Sha Liang had just landed. The young man suddenly looked deeply nostalgic, took a deep breath, and exclaimed that the atmosphere of his hometown always carried a strangely familiar and endearing scent. Standing right next to him, Zhuo Hong wore an expression of extreme boredom and immediately poured cold water on him. What's so sweet about it? It's obviously the heavy stench of gasoline from the bus station. Right after that, the two young men boarded a passenger bus together to begin their journey home. However, a woman with a sneaky, shady appearance had quietly tailed them from who knows when. Upon boarding the bus, this mysterious figure deliberately chose to sit in the row right behind them. The passenger bus was speeding down the highway when suddenly, a strange van shot out from nowhere and blocked its path. Sha Liang immediately caught the scent of trouble, muttering in confusion. How weird, why did that van suddenly stall and just sit right in the middle of the road? Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound of shattering glass erupted from the front of the bus. The unfortunate driver was hit right in the head by an unidentified object, causing blood to gush out profusely. Right down on the road, a one-eyed man gripping a slingshot, his face arrogant, shouted loudly, "All passengers on the bus listen up. If you want to live peacefully, obediently hold your heads and crouch down. We only want your valuables, not your lives. Anyone who doesn't want to share the same fate as that driver better play smart." Seeing this, Zhu Hong started panicking, turning to ask frantically, "Brother Liang, how are we supposed to handle this situation now?" Sha Liang wore a very serious expression, replying in a low voice, "Back in the day, we also used to hustle for a living with this thieving profession. Who would have thought that right after coming back to our hometown, we'd run into colleagues from the same industry? Now you slip out the back door and hide for a bit. Just wait until I give the signal before you are allowed to make a move." A one-eyed man swaggered onto the bus with an incredibly domineering attitude, loudly directing his gang to strip the passengers of their personal belongings first and deal with the suitcases later. Seeing this, Sha Liang spoke up to test the waters. "Greetings, boss. Have all the brothers in your gang gathered on the bus yet?" The ringleader immediately glared and shouted, "Who told you to crawl up? All the big shots are on board. What kind of trick is this little punk trying to pull?" Hearing the opponent's confirmation, Sha Liang cheerfully shouted loudly, "Then that's absolutely fantastic, Zhu Hong. Let's get to work. Quickly lock the doors. Let's start unleashing the dogs for a sneak attack." Hearing that, the one-eyed man jumped in shock, straining his neck to curse. Is this little brat's nerve broken or something, daring to talk such nonsense? "Where are you guys? Jump in and beat this brat to a pulp for your boss." Instantly, a lackey wielding a steel pipe lunged forward aggressively, raising his arm to deliver a blow to his head. Sha Liang didn't bother wasting words, immediately serving the guy an earth-shattering slap, so strong that his face looked like it was about to cave in. The thug was beaten so badly it hurt to the high heavens, screaming in agony, "Oh my God, my nose is broken in half. Boss, this guy knows martial arts, he's tough to chew, this is no joke." Sha Liang calmly shrugged and retorted, "You can eat garbage but don't talk garbage. I don't know any martial arts at all, it's just that my bones are flexible and I've taken beatings a bit more than a normal person, that's all." The boss gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastard, do you think you can single-handedly take on a dozen of us? All brothers, charge, gang up on this little punk and smash his skull for me." In the blink of an eye, a large group of henchmen frantically rushed forward like a swarm of moths diving into a fire. However, with lightning speed, Sha Liang darted forward, and with just a light wave of his hand, he swept down two guys at once, knocking them out instantly. Witnessing his underlings being brutally battered, the boss got furious and personally made a move to reclaim his honor. Just because of a momentary lapse in focus, Sha Liang took a heavy kick right to the center of his chest from him. Despite that, Sha Liang's reflexes were incredibly sharp, reaching out to tightly grab the hem of the one-eyed man's shirt. Following that momentum, he forcefully yanked it, making the boss plant his face agonizingly into the floor of the bus. Before the one-eyed man could even scramble up, Zhu Hong had suddenly appeared right behind his back. The young man thought to himself that while Brother Liang was happily showing off his moves over there, how could he just stand aside and be an audience member? Putting his thought into action, the young man immediately gifted the bastard a direct kick to his body. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, he launched another follow-up kick that sent the one-eyed man tumbling, falling with all four limbs pointing to the ceiling of the bus. The one-eyed man was now incredibly pathetic, blood continuously gushing from his nose and mouth. He swallowed his massive anger from being beaten to a pulp by the two young guys, as humiliated as a dog with its tail tucked between its legs. Eventually, the whole gang of robbers had to scramble away as fast as they could, frantically climbing into their van and stepping on the gas to escape without daring to look back. Before disappearing, the boss still managed to bark one last sentence to salvage a bit of his underworld dignity. "You two brats just wait, don't let me bump into you again." Waiting until the thieves had vanished, all the passengers on the bus finally dared to cast off their heavy burden, breathing a sigh of relief in joy. All eyes full of admiration immediately focused on Sha Liang, some marveling, others praising. "This young man is incredibly awesome. It's a blessing from 7 generations that you stepped in, otherwise our belongings would have been completely gone. The guy chuckled, scratching his head humbly. Oh, I wouldn't dare. I only took a risk because I wanted to save my own life. Please don't elevate me to some noble hero. The shady beauty who had been keeping quiet in the back row all this time also cracked a bright, meaningful smile. Suddenly an elderly uncle from the back row spoke up to ask, "Are you Sha Liang? You are definitely Sha Liang, right?" Sha Liang was stunned because someone suddenly called out his exact birth name. "You look so familiar, third uncle, right? It is definitely third uncle." Third uncle's face lit up, as happy as if he had struck gold. "Oh my, after 20 long years, your kid finally decided to show your face back in your hometown." After traveling another stretch of the road, the passenger bus finally arrived safely. The extremely lucky driver who escaped death came running over, profusely shaking Sha Liang's hand to thank him. "Mr. Sha Liang, thanks to you on this trip, my old life was saved." Sha Liang still maintained a humble attitude as he replied, "Driver, you're being too polite. I just conveniently cleaned up the mess. Those cowardly robbers wouldn't have the guts to kill anyone." The moment Sha Liang turned his back, he saw third uncle busily typing on his phone. He quickly asked, "Third uncle, who are you planning to call?" Third uncle laughed and said, "To report the news to your dad, who else? It took you forever to crawl back here. How could I not give my older brother a heads up?" Sha Liang panicked and rushed to stop him immediately. "Third uncle, don't. Absolutely do not leak this news to my dad. If he knows my face is looming around here, he might ambush and beat me up right at the village entrance." Hearing that, third uncle softened his voice to console him. Whatever anger there was, so many autumns have passed already, he's not petty enough to forbid you anymore. But third uncle, back in the day, it was dad himself who kicked me out of the house. How could he possibly welcome me back? Seeing his nephew still hesitating, third uncle explained, "Oh, come on, everyone knows the story of how you and your brother turned this village upside down when you were kids, but that's all in the past anyway. Your dad has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Let me tell you a secret. Every time he has tea and wine after meals, he always brings up stories from your childhood to brag. Truthfully, he misses you a lot." These heartfelt words left Sha Liang rooted to the spot. He hesitantly persuaded, "Even so, please put the phone away for now. Let me personally show up at the house later to give my dad a surprise." Hearing that, third uncle nodded and played along. "Fine, I'll put it away. I won't call happy now. Let's hurry home, you two." Finishing his sentence, the old man winked mischievously and walked ahead. The moods of Sha Liang and Zhu Hong were burning like fire, wishing they could fly home immediately, while at the same time, the mysterious beauty still wore a secret smile, quietly tailing right behind them. When the twilight dusk fell, Sha Liang's group finally set foot at their destination. Third uncle loudly squeezed through the front door, opening his mouth to complain. "Did I step out of the house with my left foot today or what, to have such terrible luck?" The man sitting silently inside was none other than Sha Liang's biological father. The old man asked in surprise, "What's the matter that you're making such a fuss?" Third uncle replied, "The thing is, on the bus ride earlier, we ran into a bunch of random thugs who came on board to rob us." Blocking the bus to rob it. In this civilized society, there are still blockheads doing that kind of thing. Third uncle continued the story. Exactly, those thugs had horrifyingly scarred faces. Luckily, there was a brave young man who stood up and single-handedly beat them until they ran for their lives. Hearing this, Sha Liang's father widened his eyes in awe. Wow, that fierce. That kid must have some self-defense martial arts skills. Oh man, his martial arts were top-notch, brother. And on top of that, that young man looked quite a bit like our Sha Liang. At the mention of his exiled son's name, Sha Liang's father involuntarily let out a long, heavy sigh. Third uncle, stop bringing up that brat. Back in the day, I personally took a broom and swept him out the door. How would he have the face to crawl back here? The words had barely left his mouth when Sha Liang appeared right at the porch, shyly calling out, "Dad, your son is back." Hearing the call, the father froze, turning to stone for several seconds. His eyes quickly turning red, but he deliberately strained his neck to yell, "You rebellious son, what the hell did you drag your body back here for? If I remember correctly, I swore to completely ban you, never letting you step foot back in this house." Sha Liang put on an incredibly teary-eyed look, whining his explanation. "My dearest dad, your son has truly turned over a new leaf. Those scandals from the past, I swear I will never repeat them again. Do you think you can just change your nature just because you say so? I know your type too well to believe it." Midst the tension, a clear female voice suddenly rang out. Uncle, Sha Liang really has started his life anew. It turned out the shadowy beauty tailing them all along wasn't a stranger, but the stunning Qin Zhu. Sha Liang's eyes widened and his jaw dropped in astonishment. Oh my Zio Zhu, what wind blew you here? As for the father, his eyes were as wide as saucers, stammering to ask, what is this about? Is this lady our family's daughter-in-law? The sly son immediately went with the flow, delivering a sharp concluding remark. Absolutely spot on, Dad. With such a filial daughter-in-law, you better mentally prepare yourself to welcome a grandson soon. Now, do you have the heart to let your two kids stand out here in the cold dew? Qinzu was teased so much her face turned beet red, hurriedly scolding affectionately. You Sha Liang, are you crazy talking nonsense like that? Why on earth would you bring up having kids here? The young man cheekily threw out a smooth line. Oh come on, we'll get to that step sooner or later, what's there to be embarrassed about? Hearing this, the girl feigned shyness on the outside, but deep down, her heart was celebrating joyfully. Seeing this, the father let out another sigh, yet the corners of his mouth couldn't hide a warm, satisfied smile. Pausing for a moment, he lowered his voice gently. All right, since you took the trouble to travel all this way, bring your luggage inside and stay for a few days. Sha Liang was so thrilled his whole body shook, hastily saying yes. That night the bright shining moon witnessed a reunion feast, overflowing with the happy laughter of Sha Liang's family. The camera swiftly panned to the early morning of the next day at Qi Tianyu's private residence. The young man was donning an ocean blue suit, styling and grooming himself until he looked as slick as a male god stepping out of a comic book. His dad, passing by and seeing his son posing with his hands in his pockets, stared wide-eyed and muttered, "O Mother of God, did the sun rise in the west today? Why is my son so dressed up and flashy?" Tianyu tilted his chin confidently and threw back a bold reply. I have an appointment to meet my future father-in-law and mother-in-law today, Dad, hee. Hearing the shocking news, the father's jaw almost dropped to his belly button in astonishment, while our dashing young man leisurely set off on his way. A moment later, at the glamorous mansion of the Lan family, Tianyu boldly strode into the grand hall, exuding an overwhelming, majestic aura. Lan Zai's parents saw the future son-in-law looking so imposing and secretly nodded in satisfaction. The girl's father couldn't hide his admiration. Well, so this young man is Qi Tianyu, truly a youth of great talent, radiating an immense aura. The young man quickly lowered his tone and spoke modestly. Oh, you rate me too highly, uncle, I wouldn't dare accept that. Wasting no time, Lan Zai's family of three settled into the opposite seats, beginning their face-to-face meeting with Tianyu. The father was the type who liked straightforwardness, not bothering to beat around the bush, but getting straight to the core of the matter. Seeing the other party cut to the chase so fast, Tianyu's stomach also did a few flips. Lan Zai's father began, to be honest, if you agree to be the son-in-law of this house, my wife and I will be extremely satisfied. However, the main reason we urgently flew back this time is because we heard you possess a special supernatural ability, so we have a critical matter to ask for your assistance with. Hearing this, Tianyu felt a 1,000-pound weight lift off his shoulders, patting his chest and muttering to himself. Thank goodness, I thought he was going to interrogate me about having my hands in too many nets. That would have ruined this meal. Suddenly, Lan Zai's father pulled a mysterious object out from his coat, then spoke in a serious tone. I have this item that I need you to see with your own eyes for a moment. As the lid of the box was flipped open, what met the eyes was a statue covered in dark green moss, its design so hideously grotesque it defied description. Tianyu just glanced at it, and a cold chill ran down his spine, frantically warning, Uncle, this bizarre object is radiating immense murderous intent, it's not some benign item. Lan Zai's father hurriedly reassured him. Calm down, Tianyu, this bronze statue is not an artifact excavated from our domestic sites. Still in shock, Tianyu immediately retorted, but no matter how I look at it, this is clearly an ancient bronze human artifact from the Three Sovereigns period. How can you say it's an imported good? Father slowly analyzed. Look carefully again. Even though the overall vibe of this bronze statue carries traces of the ancient Three Sovereigns era, if you dissect each individual motif, it's completely off. According to my hypothesis, this thing is highly likely a masterpiece from some mysterious civilization that existed parallel to the timeline of the ancient Three Sovereigns era. Trapped in this difficult situation, Tianyu could only frown, bitterly explaining, Uncle, to tell you the truth, I only have a little knack for appraising antiques. When it comes to the deep field of archaeological excavation like this, please allow me to wave the white flag and surrender." Seeing this, Lanzai frantically explained to her parents that this guy possessed the ability to see through all things, able to peer into internal organs to diagnose and prescribe medicine. "Can you use that ability to examine the internal structure of this statue? My wife and I have a hunch that behind this bronze shell hides an earth-shattering secret." Hearing those words, Tianyu's face instantly darkened, secretly cursing in his head that he had repeatedly told Lanzai to keep her mouth shut. Yet the moment she was out of his sight, she had gossiped everything to her parents. Even though there was a storm raging in his heart, the young man nodded in agreement. "If it's just clairvoyance, I can handle it, but please take this secret of my supernatural ability to your graves for me." Lanzai's father immediately patted his chest and swore, "Tianyu, no need to worry. This family promises to take it to our graves, absolutely not letting a single word leak out." Seeing his future father-in-law seal the deal as firmly as a nail driven into wood, Tianyu felt somewhat relieved and placed his trust in him. In the blink of an eye, the guy immediately activated his divine eye mode, seeing through all things. As soon as his gaze fell upon it, he horrifyingly realized that hidden deep within the bronze shell was a brilliantly glowing crimson gemstone. Tianyu couldn't suppress his shock, his brain calculating endlessly. How is this possible? A relic from prehistoric times applying such magically advanced engraving technology. Uncle, deep inside this statue contains a very shady blood-red gemstone. And not only that, it's also encased by a terrifyingly intricate mechanical gear system. Hearing this, Lanzai's parents felt like they had been struck by lightning, exclaiming in panic, "What did you say? A glowing red gem and a mechanical system? Could it be that all the contents carved on the stone tablets we deciphered weren't fiction after all?" "Tianyu, this bronze statue must have a hidden locking mechanism used to extract the red gemstone. Using your clairvoyance, can you figure out the method to activate that mechanical system?" Tianyu gave a slight nod, signaling he would try his luck, then reached out his hand, feeling and squeezing around the statue's body to search. After a few operations of rubbing back and forth and pressing on the nodes, the bronze statue suddenly emitted abnormal movements. The statue's jaw joint slowly opened wide, fully exposing the blindingly radiant red gemstone hidden within. Even Tianyu couldn't help but drop his jaw in awe. "Oh my God, this is the absolute peak. How could an ancient era possess such an overpowered level of mechanical engineering?" Lanzai stood nearby with her arms crossed, pouting and speaking in a sulky tone. "I kept wondering why you two elders suddenly felt like flying back to the country. It turns out it wasn't because you missed your daughter, but because of this piece of scrap metal. What kind of supreme magic does this red stone have that made you two brave storms and tempests to fly all the way back here to seek advice from Grandmaster Qi?" Seeing Lanzai get itchy hands and reach out to pinch the gemstone, her father panicked, yelling out in terror, "Zai, throw that devilish thing down right now. We still haven't figured out its composition. If it's soaked in deadly poison, it could cost you your life." Before the warning could even dissipate in the air, Lanzai already started showing bizarre symptoms. Her body swayed, and she crashed down onto the floor. With lightning-fast reflexes, Tianyu rushed over and caught her securely in his arms, sparing no expense to immediately spend 200 accumulated points to activate the emergency first aid module. Drained of every drop of blood from his face, Lanzai's father frantically interrogated Tianyu. "What's happening to my Zai?" Tianyu replied calmly after the system had completed its scan, from her neural neurons and blood vessel network down to every muscle fiber of the girl. But bizarrely, the scanner was completely clueless about the cause of the illness. Right at that moment, he stunningly discovered a horrific detail. Zai's smooth hands had somehow turned the color of rusty bronze moss. Losing his calm, Tianyu loudly questioned Lanzai's father. "Exactly what godforsaken corner did this damn statue come from, uncle? Lanzai's fainting symptoms have now gone beyond the control of the medical world. I beg you to tell the whole truth." Lanzai's mother also threw an inquiring glance at her husband. The old man had to squeeze his eyes shut, letting out a long, heavy sigh before bitterly opening his mouth. "Actually, we unearthed this statue at a ruined site belonging to an unnamed prehistoric civilization in the Mesopotamia region. Inside their ancient parchment scrolls, countless mystical knowledges were passed down, such as magic, curses, superpowers, and a myriad of other things that defy common sense. Even if modern science cannot verify them, based on my intuition, I assert that those magics or spells are absolutely real from some perspective. Lan Zai's mother frantically chimed in. It's highly likely that Xiao Zai took a direct hit from a dark curse from that piece of scrap metal. Catching the word curse, Tianyu's mind felt like it had been struck by a hammer from the god of thunder, completely paralyzed because he couldn't digest this absurd truth. Tianyu's composure was completely wiped out. He loudly snapped at Lan Zai's parents. You two knew perfectly well this was a seed of disaster, yet still stubbornly brought it all the way home. Isn't that the same as personally sending Xiao Zai down to the underworld to meet the king of hell? Right at that moment, the grandfather rushed in from outside in a panic, hurriedly interrogating. What happened that's making this house so noisy? The old man turned to stone as he witnessed his precious granddaughter lying unconscious on the floor. The grandfather's face turned purple with rage, pointing his finger straight at his son to vent his anger. You rebellious son, what trick did you just pull to harm Lan Zai? Lan Zai's father sweated profusely, stammering his defense. Dad, Xiao Zai accidentally got hit by the dark magic of the antique. Now, if we want to save her life, our only option is to trek deep into those prehistoric ruins to find the method to break the spell. Just hearing the words dark magic and spell, the grandfather was so terrified that his face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. Tianyu frantically connected with the system to search for any module that supported purging curses or black magic. The system, using a lifeless, mechanical tone, dropped a blunt verdict. The current database has never loaded any information related to mystical magical theories. Hearing that verdict, he immediately realized that this chess game had truly fallen into a situation hanging by a thread. Lan Zai's father sadly added, the level of madness in those ruins cannot be summarized in just one or two empty explanations. The problem is, with the tiny workforce of the archaeological team, going deeper is an impossible dream, which is why I took the risk of borrowing Tianyu's clairvoyance to break through it. Lan Zai's mother hurriedly interrupted to object. Are you getting senile? There's only barely a month left until Tianyu has to take his life-or-death university entrance exam. Just let me dispatch a group of mercenaries to escort you, and that will do. Tianyu gently patted the woman's shoulder to reassure her, loudly declaring, I fully understand Uncle's point. With the extreme level of danger in there, even if you send a whole battalion of mortals in, it'll just be sending them to their deaths all the same. Just let me volunteer to go with Uncle for this matter. If I fail the university entrance exam this year, I'll retake it next year. But if Lan Zai's little life fades away, where are we going to find a second life to replace it? Hearing the future son-in-law speak so nobly, Lan Zai's mother and the grandfather couldn't hide their choked-up emotions mixed with deep gratitude. Lan Zai's father himself felt incredibly guilty and ashamed in his heart. The frame quickly shifted to a scene a few days later at the airport waiting hall. Qi Tian, Yu had to bite the bullet and lie to his parents that he won a study abroad scholarship to easily slip away, while Lan Zai's mother had to stay on duty at home to take care of her precious daughter. Lan Zai's father looked at his watch, then turned to ask, Hey Tianyu, when is that elite troop you called in for backup finally going to show their faces here? Sir, they just arrived over there. He'd barely finished speaking when a rowdy gang with the swagger of loudmouth thugs appeared, every single one of them looking as fierce as a tiger or a fox. Grab your backpacks and let's go, brothers. Tianyu clenched his fists, silently swearing in his heart. Xiao Zai, try to hold on, I'm betting my life to break the curse for you. In the blink of an eye, the giant iron bird roared, tearing through the clouds and soaring away. When the long flight ended, Tianyu's team of straw heroes had to transfer to a military helicopter, diving straight into the heart of the gloomy tropical rainforest. All members had to display their rope descending skills to land safely on the damp ground. Lan Zai's father cleared his throat and reminded them with utmost seriousness, the ghostly entities we are about to encounter will shatter all normal laws of physics. I demand everyone maintain nerves of steel, absolutely no wetting your pants, got it? The Liu brothers patted their chests and confidently declared, Oh please, these little tricks are nothing. We martial artists have rolled around the underworld and run into plenty of bizarre figures. It won't be easy to scare us into a panic. The young man Yu Qingqi slyly made a sarcastic remark. Does there exist a monster in this world more brutal than that guy Qi Tianyu? Right at that moment, a massive spider fell out of nowhere and landed with a thud on Xia Liang's shoulder. Instantly, the young man squealed like a stuck pig, tears and snot streaming down his face. Oh my God, What a gigantic spider, Mom, save me. Tianyu shook his head in dismay, never expecting this guy to be such a massive coward. Before he could even recover, Sha Liang continued screaming his lungs out. Holy Mother of God, there's a snake. Tianyu had to yell to shut him up. Stop screaming and get your ass moving. It hasn't even bitten you yet, so why are you howling like you're about to be reincarnated? After trekking for quite a distance, Liu Erzhuang panted while praising. I can't even believe how insanely tough Tianyu is. Meanwhile, the young guys tagging along were already trembling, panting like tired oxen. As they approached a pyramid-like structure that looked like a cheap knockoff, the father pointed forward and said, "It's possible that my body has been buffed by the energy from this ruin, making my bones and joints far more resilient than an ordinary person's. The tower ahead is our destination." Tianyu stared in astonishment and asked, "Is it really that magical, sir? An average person's physical stats hover around 10 points, yet your stats are almost catching up to Sha Liang's. Could it be that this ruin has the ability to hack physical stats?" Stepping into the core zone, the whole team was stunned to discover a village with strong prehistoric features, inhabited by locals dressed wildly like cavemen from the Stone Age. Mingling among the indigenous people were numerous heavily armed soldiers, presumably mercenaries hired by the Lan family. It seemed the two factions were living together quite peacefully. Standing before the massive gate of the structure, Lan Zai's father declared firmly, "We've arrived right at its lair. We have already cleared the 8 above-ground levels of this pyramid, but the problem is the natives said there are 40 more underground dungeons buried beneath the groundwater. The archaeological team has thrown countless lives in here, yet so far we've only managed to crawl down to the 7th underground level. That cursed lump of bronze was also found on the 7th floor." Tianyu quickly questioned, "So how much time did your team spend in total to grind all the way to the 7th level?" The father put on an unfathomably profound expression and replied, "Talking about the concept of time in this place is a real headache. Explaining it is also extremely complicated." Tianyu scratched his head in confusion and pressed on, "What exactly is the hidden catch here, sir?" Lan Zai's father clicked his tongue and explained, "The time zone inside this damn tower operates completely out of sync with the flow of time in the real world. Rumors passed down by the natives say that a group of young men from this village once ventured inside to explore. Almost a decade later, when they finally crawled out, every single one of them was toothless like old men in their 60s. On the previous field trip, my teammates and I were absolutely certain that we had camped inside that tower for 3 solid months. Even our measuring instruments reported the exact same thing. But the agonizing part was that, when we dragged ourselves out of the tower's entrance, we were shocked to realize that only half a day had ticked by in the outside world." Liu Zio perked up his ears upon hearing this and rejoiced, patting Tianyu's shoulder. "Oh man, then this is absolutely perfect, Tianyu. Calculating it like this, you have more than enough time to sneak back and knock on the door of the university entrance exam." At that moment, Tianyu's brain felt overloaded by the sheer surrealism of the situation. A prehistoric ruin that actually possesses the technology to manipulate temporal paradoxes. Just how overwhelmingly overpowered must its technological foundation be? Before he could compose himself, a group of people struggled to push over a massive transport cart. The tarp covering it was yanked off, revealing an entire arsenal of firearms with all sorts of modern weapons and state-of-the-art ammunition, armed to the teeth. Lan Zai's father warned in a deep voice, "I know you guys here are all top-tier martial arts experts, but the swarms of vicious beasts down in the tower are completely beyond human comprehension. So to preserve your lives, it's best that everyone gears up in full armor and loads up on guns and ammo just to be safe." Right at this sensitive moment, a pitch-black crow swooped down from nowhere, letting out a cawing sound that made the hairs on the back of their necks stand up. It felt exactly like an ominous spiritual omen. Lan Zai's father issued a further warning. "The moment we step over the threshold, the tower's steel door will slam shut for 3 full real-world days and nights. And with the magical time zone inside, that means we'll be locked in for 3 whole months." Tianyu patted his chest and boldly finalized, "Don't worry, sir. The whole team is fully loaded with energy and ammo. Let's go grind this stage, brothers." However, the moment Tianyu's heel touched the tower's floor, the system suddenly flashed a bright red error light. Detected entity leaving the brain server's coverage area, the module is preparing to shut down. The young man was scared out of his wits, his eyes wide and mouth agape, unable to believe reality. Before he could even react, the giant stone gate came crashing down with a deafening roar. Tianyu panicked and screamed out loud, "We're screwed, we're really screwed, guys." The smart system also coldly issued a notification of a successful shutdown. He knew all too well that losing the system's protection this time meant he was going to get beaten silly. As the whole team ventured deep into the labyrinth, Lan Zai's father roared his command. "Everyone lock and load, prepare to get into combat formation." The first wave of monsters is about to hit. Right as he finished speaking, an army of zombies swarming like a broken ant nest menacingly rushed out from all directions. Seeing this scene, Tianyu was so furious he almost bit his teeth off, cursing under his breath. This is truly bitter, getting utterly screwed over by the system like this. After muttering, the guy squeezed the trigger, unleashing a hail of bullets at the bloodthirsty mummies. The chaotic squad immediately aimed their barrels forward, loudly grinding out bullets into a rain of fire aimed straight at the enemy. The miserable thing was that this horde of undead multiplied as fast as mushrooms after the rain, rolling in like a never-ending tsunami. Lan Zai's father pointed his arm into the distance while shooting, shouting until his voice went hoarse. "Brothers, retreat in that direction right now. As long as we squeeze past that iron gate, these zombies will stop tailing us." Hearing the military order, the whole squad hastily bolted as fast as their legs could carry them, their hands not forgetting to squeeze the trigger frantically to halt the enemy's advance. Young man Liu Zhuang was carrying a minigun to clear the path when suddenly a zombie from the ground tightly grabbed his ankle. Over in this corner, Liu Zio was also unluckily latched onto by another hopping corpse, which bit down hard on his shoulder. But diamonds cut diamonds. With his copper skin and iron bones physique, that vicious beast could chip all its molars without even leaving a scratch on his skin. "These few measly zombies, your grandpa here is fully protected by the Golden Bell shield, you punks." Liu Zio seized the opportunity to raise his mechanical arm and roared, "Armored arm, activate firepower." In a flash, a massive stream of flames blasted out, burning the vicious beast's head to a crisp. Xiaoliang witnessed that performance and gasped in awe. Holy crap, Liu Zio's move is absolute fire. But right in that moment of distraction, another zombie silently approached right behind his neck. A split second later, Xiaoliang let out a series of ear-piercing shrieks full of terror. Without a second word, Tianyu instantly swung his gun and pulled the trigger, piercing right through the monster's head to save Xiaoliang's life. He shouted over the hail of bullets, "Xiaoliang, your grandpa isn't dead yet, is he?" Xiaoliang clutched his head and wailed loudly, "Oh mommy, I got bitten by a zombie, the zombie virus is about to consume me." Lan Zai's father hastily snapped, "Nobody is allowed to stop. Life or death, just drag yourselves past that door and we'll figure it out later." After a stretch of running and panting until their lungs gave out, the whole team finally managed to crawl past the first death line, and the massive stone door immediately slammed shut. Tianyu had just rubbed his chest, trying to calm down, when Xiaoliang rolled around and delivered his last words. "Tianyu, please pass the message to Qinzu that I am deeply in love with her, and help me show filial piety to my parents too. I got infected by the virus, and I'm about to turn into a zombie. Please give me a mercy shot so I can pass away in peace." Tianyu was at a total loss for words listening to the guy put on an act, feeling completely helpless. He bluntly smacked Xiaoliang hard on the head and scolded him relentlessly. "Stop being delusional, man. Who told you to watch so many trashy disaster movies and get paranoid?" Xiaoliang dumbly rubbed the lump on his head and asked foolishly, "Huh, so getting munched on by a zombie doesn't mutate your genes?" Liu Zhuang chimed in while tearing a few monster arms off his body. "Look at me, I'm still covered in their fangs, yet I'm casually alive and kicking here." Liu Zio fondled the loot and deduced, "Looking at this structure, I bet it makes more sense that they are some sort of mechanical robots." At this point, Lan Zai's father finally laid his cards on the table. Actually, they are just a bunch of guardian robots for the ruins. Because they've been in storage for thousands of years, moss has grown all over them, giving them an interface exactly like zombies. Upon hearing this, Xiaoliang's face dropped in embarrassment, and he grumbled, "If they are robots, why didn't you say so from the start? Vaguely calling them zombies and mummies made me think I was going to die." Behind this stone wall is the security buffer zone. We've set up a temporary camp right here. The whole team can take it easy, move inside, and camp to blow off some steam. Entering the guard post, two men with hair as white as men in their rare 70s hurriedly ran over, cheering, "Oh boss, you finally returned. You were only out for half a month. but we brothers have been waiting here, gathering dust for over a whole year." Lanzai's father patted his employee's shoulders encouragingly. "This trip, I've brought along a whole lineup of powerhouses as reinforcements. I guarantee we'll crush this damn ruin." In contrast to that excitement, Tianyu was currently miserable to the core. His game hacking system had fizzled out, and now that he'd lost his lifesaver, he could only rely on his own strength to survive. Ducking into the tent, Tianyu hurriedly dug out his family's ancestral manual to study, turning Qi into force, channeling energy to the Danshan. "This is spot on, it's exactly this surging internal energy." In a flash, Tianyu seemed to ascend into an immortal cultivating master, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, looking boundlessly magical. He threw an extremely powerful palm strike straight at a soda can on the table, roaring loudly. Qi family's ultimate technique, striking the cow across the mountain. A miracle happened. The empty can was suddenly crushed to pieces and crumpled up by an invisible palm wind. The guy jumped up and down, celebrating in pure joy. "Holy spirits, I successfully mastered it." Grinding the Qi family's martial arts for years didn't do a thing, yet breathing the air in this ruin for just a day has already cleared my meridians. It seems this wasteland possesses spiritual energy that can buff cultivation speed to god-tier levels. Young man Liu Erzhuang also trotted over to show off. "Spot on, young Master Qi, the Golden Bell Shield manual of us two brothers has also leveled up insanely fast. Right now, even without tensing our bodies, we have more than enough strength to eat the attacks of those dilapidated robots. And once we pop the Golden Bell Shield armor, even stray bombs and bullets will bounce right off." Young man Yu Qingqi also squeezed in to join the fun. For hitmen in the assassination business like us, honing sharp senses is the core of survival. Predicting the prey's every move in advance is the golden key to turning the tables. Normally, I always had to play blindfolded games to train my hidden weapon-throwing skills. But today, my sensory radar has leveled up to a new height. Even with both eyes completely covered, every single blade of grass and branch around me still appears vividly in my brain. Hearing the brothers boast about their achievements, Tianyu smiled so wide his eyes turned into crescents, comforting himself that even though he lost his right hand, the hack system, in return, this land charged up the whole team's energy to the max, making everyone suddenly turn into superhumans and mutants. It truly was a one-of-a-kind miracle. The miserable part was that among the crowd of heroes, only that guy Xia Liang was a piece of trash, not gaining even a tiny percentage of a power boost. This young man was truly a throwaway, an unimaginable liability. Time flew by like a dog running across a field, and before long, the whole squad had completely cleared the 7th underground level. Throughout the journey, they had clashed with and dished out beatings to countless vicious beasts and terrifyingly gigantic robots. The actual combat capabilities of the entire legion also skyrocketed at a dizzying pace as a result. After scrounging and waiting for 2 solid months in the dungeon, the whole team finally dragged themselves to the threshold of the final stage on the 40th floor. Tianyu wore an extremely serious expression, tense as a bowstring, and affirmed, "The miraculous medicine that can completely wipe away Xiao Zai's curse is 100% hiding behind this massive stone slab. It's a sure bet that it's hidden right behind there. All brothers, brace your fighting spirits. Once we crawl past this very last stage, we can wrap up, pack our things, and head home." However, the very moment everyone's heels stepped over the room's threshold, what immediately struck their eyes was a remarkably cheap-looking coffin, not appearing majestic in the slightest. And from the bottom of that coffin, a mummy with a dumb-as-bricks face suddenly sprang up like a spring. Xia Liang couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion, muttering, "How weird, why does the final boss of this dungeon look so trashy and pathetic?" Yu Qingqi immediately frowned and shouted a warning, "Absolutely do not underestimate the opponent, do not judge a book by its cover." Suddenly, the dry corpse's eyes glowed red like burning coals. It slowly turned its head and darted forward at a wind-tearing speed. Yu Qingqi instantly pulled the trigger and unloaded his bullets. However, the guy could only stare in horror when he realized that the hail of bullets raining on the boss's outer shell was just like scratching an itch on cold steel. Wasting no time, the 2 Liu brothers charged forward like mad bulls, activating their Golden Bell shields, intending to lock down the monster's front limbs tightly. Tianyu didn't just stand idly by watching either. He immediately utilized the Qi family's exclusive technique. An air punch was fired from a distance, and instantly, the mummy's cloth-wrapped head spurted blood everywhere. Tianyu frowned, sensing something slightly off here. Why on earth is the final boss reigning at the bottom of the dungeon this fragile and easy to break? Sure enough, the dry corpse began to produce terrifying, grotesque movements. Tearing through the outer bandages, a monstrous beast with bulging, rippling muscles broke out of its cocoon. With just a light shrug of its shoulders, it sent the two Liu brothers flying high into the air before they tumbled far away in the distance. Even more horrifying, it pulled out a massive legendary weapon from nowhere, which was both incredibly bulky and razor-sharp with killing intent. Immediately after, the vicious beast raised its weapon high, intending to take Liu Xiao's life as a sacrifice to inaugurate its blade. Liu Xiao hastily raised his mechanical arm to block the blow. Who would have thought that, with just a light swing of the blade, it would completely shatter the steel arm into hundreds of tiny fragments. The whole team felt suffocated, their hearts skipping a beat in fear for Liu Xiao's little life. The vicious beast had no intention of showing mercy. It continued to raise its grim reaper blade, aiming straight at the top of Liu Xiao's head and chopping down ruthlessly. Seizing the fleeting glimmer of survival, the guy frantically channeled his iron head technique, causing the enemy's weapon to shatter into dregs the moment it struck his forehead. Witnessing that surreal counterattack, Tianyu's jaw dropped in admiration. Oh my god, is his skull even harder than cold steel? Has Liu Xiao's leveling speed reached such an overpowered state now? Liu Xiao straightened up and boldly challenged the enemy to fire away freely because a few measly bullets wouldn't even leave a scratch. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately followed suit, raining down bullets like pouring water. Just as expected, Liu Xiao and Liu Erzhuang took bullets all over their bodies, yet their expressions remained completely unfazed, their skin not sustaining a single scratch. On the flip side, the monster's body was shot to ribbons, leaking countless streams of slimy green liquid. Xiaoliang proved to be sharp as he noticed that this creature's super regenerative ability was outrageously terrifying. A hole had just been punctured, yet an old tear had already sealed up as if they had never parted. Seeing this, Tianyu waved his hand, telling the brothers to step aside so he could personally take the stage and perform. In a flash, the young lad unleashed the Qi family's ultimate technique, the void-shattering fist, carrying earth-shattering power. Taking the heaven-sent punch right in the gut, the vicious beast's facial expression instantly twisted into an incredibly hilarious look. Right after that, it collapsed onto the ground from the aftershock of the agonizing pain. Not missing the golden opportunity, the Liu brothers lunged forward and fed it a brutal combo of punches and kicks, pummeling it relentlessly with every strike hitting the mark. That hideous creature finally realized it was completely drowning in oppression. It frantically conjured up weapons in an attempt to resist, but before it could even swing its arm, it was beaten headfirst into the ground once again. The reason was that Tianyu was still relentlessly firing wind-tearing, void-shattering fists without taking a break. To provide cover fire for him, Xiaoliang hugged his giant pitch-black gun and continuously sprayed bullets like a downpour. The Liu brothers didn't want to be outdone either, taking turns hammering hundreds of critical blows straight into the monster's skull. Horrifying aftershocks from the brawl inside made the entire pyramid shake violently, causing flocks of birds to scatter in terror in all directions, and after taking a full serving of beatings, the vicious beast obediently lay flat on the floor. Unfortunately, the title of the Lord of Taking Beatings wasn't just for show. The guy once again struggled to his feet, demanding to fight to the bitter end. Tianyu widened his eyes in sheer astonishment, wondering how on earth its life was still as tough as a leech after being beaten to an absolute pulp. The giant roared out a string of eardrum-shattering screams, the muscles all over its body instantly bulging and swelling up again. It suddenly stomped the floor to pieces to use as a foothold, and then lunged forward at lightning speed. Seeing this terrifying scene, the Liu brothers were scared out of their wits. The beast successfully latched onto them in a flash, smoothly swinging its razor-sharp claws to slash a fatal strike at Liu Erzhuang. Even though he had quick-wittedly thrown up his arm to block, the guy still suffered disastrous consequences as 3 streams of fresh blood gushed out profusely. Flesh-tearing pain made Liu Erzhuang grit his teeth until his jaw almost dislocated, bitterly realizing that his depleted strength wouldn't be able to sustain the Golden Bell Shield technique for another second. Tianyu frowned in calculation, noticing that the whole team's power bar was plummeting uncontrollably. Could it be that this zombie had a death immunity pass, and no matter how they fought, they couldn't finish it off. Right at the critical moment of hanging by a thread, Yu Qing-ki suddenly roared to encourage the brothers to push themselves just a little bit more. I have locked onto his fatal weak point. We just need to land one more combo to expose his blind spot, and we will turn the tables. Catching the signal, Tianyu and his comrades heartily shouted, "Agreed, let's do this." Liu Erzhuang didn't hesitate for half a second, throwing his body straight forward, using the golden bell shield to clamp down hard on the monster's waist. Matching the tempo, Tianyu continued to pound a barrage of void-shattering fists, mashing the giant up like bean paste. Right at that exact moment, Yu Qing-ki precisely aimed at the fatal weak point that would seal the enemy's fate. The guy decisively squeezed the trigger, and a wind-tearing bullet pierced perfectly right into the fatal spot. The effect was instantaneous. The demon's body shattered into fine dust, evaporating from the mortal realm in the blink of an eye. Liu Xiao and Liu Erzhuang were overjoyed to the point of bursting into tears, taking turns screaming out, "We got it! Huge win! Our brothers finally destroyed it!" Right as the vicious beast's ashes fell down, a crystal radiating a brilliant red hue slowly revealed itself. Lanzai's father cheered in pure joy. "That's exactly it. The precious gem to dispel the curse for my daughter is right here." "So Xiao Zai is saved. This is wonderful. Despite all the hardships, we finally managed to keep her alive." Tianyu strode up to pick up the precious gem, raising his voice in a majestic tone. "The job's done, brothers. Let's pack up and head home." A short time later, at the grand estate of the Lan family, Tianyu's group had comfortably settled at home. On the sickbed, Lanzai lay taking her last breaths, her body almost entirely devoured by the dark forces, save for her remaining head. Tianyu tightly gripped the gemstone in his hand, silently praying to the heavens for Lanzai to quickly pass this critical phase. When he placed the stone close to Lanzai, a brilliant halo of light suddenly erupted. The gloomy evil aura surrounding her body also followed that beam of light and evaporated completely. Just a moment later, the beauty finally fluttered her eyelashes open and weakly uttered 3 words, "Tianyu." Overwhelmed with emotion, he rushed forward and threw his arms around the beauty, choking up as he said that she finally decided to open her eyes. The girl could only stare around foolishly with wide eyes, her mind still buzzing and unable to process the situation. And so, the golden couple just hugged each other tightly, creating a cheesy scene straight out of a romantic drama. Her father and the group of brothers standing nearby couldn't hide their contented smiles either, joyfully blessing the young couple. The bright next morning at school, young man Cheng Dong flew into the classroom, screaming frantically like someone from another realm. Tianyu raised his innocent, droopy eyes, wondering what this lunatic had sniffed to get so high. The best buddy gleefully bragged that his score from the second mock exam was more than enough to pass into a lower-tier university. The doors to college had finally cracked open for him. Seeing this, Tianyu nodded in praise. "Nice going, toss the paper over here and let me take a look." Cheng Dong, getting cocky, instantly shoved the exam paper forward. Tianyu took a pen, scanned through each question, and stated calmly, "The teacher marked you right by mistake here in physics, same goes for English, and your math is completely trashed in this section." After fiddling around regrading it for a while, the best buddy's scores in every subject plummeted uncontrollably. Tianyu patted his buddy's shoulder to comfort him. "Your ticket to a second-tier university is still far away. Oh well, there are plenty of colleges out there. Just try a little harder." Hearing the verdict, Cheng Dong cursed Tianyu internally. "You absolute karmic disaster. Would it kill you to let me be delusional for a few more minutes?" Just then, Ms. Tianjia approached, suggesting that she and the teacher's council were crafting the third mock exam and needed Tianyu to come over and contribute his brainpower for a bit. Tianyu gave a mischievous wink and tailed straight after the teacher, leaving Cheng Dong behind with a long face, bitterly thinking to himself that it was truly surreal. If even the teachers had to rely on this brat to make the exam questions, then it must be the end of the world. A moment later, the bell signaling the end of the school day rang loudly. The best buddy quickly leaned into Tianyu's ear to snoop on the contents of the exam, begging him to leak a few questions in advance. Tianyu poured a bucket of cold water on him. "Keep daydreaming. If a mock exam is leaked, then it's not a mock anymore. When the real battle comes, who's going to smuggle the paper for you? Drag your ass home and start grinding." Right at that moment, the beauty Dong Yu chimed in, curious about which university Tianyu was aiming for, because with his current god-tier grades, he could get in even with his eyes closed. Tianyu casually replied that he had no interest in grabbing a perfect score because he hated being stared at. Hovering around 620 points was comfortable enough. Slipping into a university within the province is sweet enough. I'm harboring plans to pursue the path of computer science. Hearing that show-off tone, young man Cheng Dong's stomach churned, so he sarcastically remarked, "Yeah, right, you're number one, nobody in this world can surpass you." Cutting the scene to a construction site. Sha Liang was bending his shoulders, carrying several massive bundles of steel pipes that looked incredibly heavy. Tianyu strolled over, silently judging that Sha Liang's physical strength had leveled up terrifyingly since the trip to the ruins, wondering what scheme this old guy was brewing. Unexpectedly, the burly guy took a few steps back, gripping the pile of metal tightly in his hands to use as leverage. Then, like a shot-put athlete, he hurled all the steel straight up into the air above. Witnessing this clunky operation, Tianyu was horrified and yelled loudly, "You have to look before you leap when you work. If you smash someone's skull, who's going to pay for their life?" Sha Liang acted completely nonchalant, advising Tianyu to stay calm, saying it was completely empty up there. "I toss bricks and stones up like that every single day. It saves a ton of money on renting cranes." Upon hearing this god-tier stingy philosophy, Tianyu was completely speechless. Right at that moment, the dynamic duo of Liu Xiao and Liu Zhuang also strode over. Tianyu stared in confusion. "Why have you two old generals drifted out to this sandbox? Are you planning to quit your gatekeeping jobs?" Liu Xiao cheerfully replied, saying the brothers brought each other out here to make a few bucks to make ends meet. Tianyu looked them up and down and asked, "How on earth are you guys working that your whole bodies are covered in dirt like mud-wading rats?" Liu Xiao enthusiastically explained that the two of them were pretending to be rice-powered drills, because their flesh was as hard as diamonds, so no matter how they dug, they wouldn't even scratch a single hair. The guy even smugly boasted about his achievement of having just personally dug out 4 deep foundation pits. Listening to these tales about this bizarre profession, Tianyu could only raise a white flag and surrender. While he was at it, he casually asked how Yu Qingqi was doing lately. Sha Liang shrugged and replied, "Did you forget Yu Qingqi's X-ray vision talent? He's been tailing a tycoon to prospect for mineral mines for a while now. Once this construction project wraps up, us brothers will also grab our shovels and go scoop up cash from the mines." Tianyu lowered his voice to warn them, "Dial down your bragging on normal days, please. If you show off too much, one day you'll be dragged away to become guinea pigs." Catching the words guinea pigs, Sha Liang shuddered, breaking out in a cold sweat. He stuttered so badly he tripped over his own tongue. "They'd really slice our flesh for research." Tianyu nodded with a deadpan face. "What else? Your physics are now completely abnormal. Taking half a step into a science institute means you're screwed. Don't even dream of coming back." Hearing that threat, Sha Liang recoiled in terror, immediately dropping his habit of recklessly flaunting his strength. He hurriedly whipped out his phone and hollered for Zhu Hong, ordering him to call the crane squad in for work bright and early tomorrow without fail. Panning the lens over to the school scene at dawn the next day. All the 12th grade candidates were running a frantic sprint for the 3rd mock exam. Right at that moment, Ms. Tian poked her head into the class, demanding that Tianyu sprint to the principal's office immediately. The young man frowned and argued, "Reporting to you, miss, I'm still busy writing my exam." Hearing this, Ms. Tian was so furious she could spit blood. "You crafted this paper with your own hands. What are you even pretending to take the test for? Drag yourself up to see the principal right now for me." Tianyu let out a depressed sigh, thinking to himself that he was planning to practice his skill of making mistakes to drag his score down. Standing at the peak all the time is quite a lot of pressure too. Just a moment later, he was seated in front of the head of the school, obediently asking, "I heard you called me up for tea, sir." The principal didn't even bother beating around the bush and cut straight to the chase. "Tianyu, I'm curious to know which university gate you are aiming for. Tsinghua or Peking University? The two most formidable names in the academic world were just announced." But Tianyu put on a sluggish expression, lazily replying that he just liked hanging around his hometown because going far away was too boring. "Xinhai Normal University looks pretty decent." Upon hearing this, the principal jumped up and vehemently rejected the idea. "How can that be acceptable? Your score is more than enough to crush every national record. Hiding in that Xinhai University is truly a waste of human essence. Tianyu shyly explained, "Reporting to you, sir, I already have a plan to hit the brakes on my scores. I'm not craving any records, being too famous is just exhausting." Light as a feather sentence sounded like thunder on a clear day, making the principal's heart nearly drop. "What do you mean hit the brakes on your scores? This whole school is betting everything on you this year to break the record and use it as a stepping stone to beg the ministry to pour budget into building a new branch, O Chi Tianyu." The Chi surnamed student remained as calm as a cucumber, sealing the deal with a ruthless sentence. "Well, then that mission is out of my coverage area. I just pray for a peaceful mortal life, sir." Realizing the atmosphere was at a stalemate, the principal immediately threw out a begging psychological move. "Don't be so ruthless, my favorite student. Name your price for whatever you like, from villas to supercars, I will cover it all." Getting fully sponsored from A to Z for going to school like this is absolutely epic. This principal was definitely a hidden tycoon. The only catch was that young man Chi Tianyu waved his hand in refusal without a shred of hesitation, dropping a cold sentence. "My house has a whole basket of those petty things." After a while, the third mock exam finally came to an end. At the girls' restroom area, a short-haired female student hugged her waist tightly, dragging her feet slowly toward Dongyu. Dongyu found it strange and asked, "Ahua, why is your face so pale?" Ahua let out a long sigh. "How unlucky, Aunt Flo decided to visit right during the exam. My guts are twisting so badly that I had to leave my literature essay unfinished." Dongyu gave a radiant smile and comforted her. "Try to bear with it for a bit, it's just a mock exam, don't pressure yourself. You can't work on an empty stomach, a healthy body is priority number one." Ahua widened her eyes in surprise and asked, "I see you bouncing around like a little bird all the time. We obviously got our periods on the same day, so why are you so chill without any signs of pain?" Hearing the question, Dongyu answered awkwardly, "It hurts so much my belly button is about to fall off. Who says it doesn't hurt?" Meanwhile, the young lady was secretly calculating that she might need to sneak out to the pharmacy to buy a few packs of painkillers just to be safe. In a flash, Dongyu was sitting pretty in front of the pharmacy counter. Transaction complete, she darted straight into the restroom, her hand tightly clutching the blister pack of anti-inflammatory pills. The pill possessed the function of reducing fever and extinguishing pain. A few days passed, Dongyu curled up on her bed, groaning continuously from the excruciating pain tormenting her. The girl constantly agonized and asked herself, "What exactly is wrong with my body? Why am I writhing in such agony this time? Could it be that I've caught some incurable disease? Maybe I need to crawl over to the hospital for an urgent checkup." But the thought vanished instantly. "Tomorrow is the life-or-death university entrance exam battle. If I drag my body to the clinic, I'll miss the golden hour entirely. Just grit my teeth and endure it. After tonight, I might be right as rain again. I absolutely must keep this information hidden from Chi Tianyu, otherwise that idiot will get all worked up in a panic." A new dawn breaks at the familiar school. Teacher Tianjia is waving her hands, meticulously organizing the class formation. She loudly announces that this time's battleground is Zinda, and the troops will land 24 hours in advance. Tonight, she will dissect the third mock exam right at the inn for everyone. Sitting next to Chi Tianyu, young man Cheng Dong smacks his lips and whines, "Oh my God, Judgment Day is really here. My stomach is tied in knots, man." Chi Tianyu pats his shoulder to reassure him. "Just bring a beautiful soul into the exam room, rehash the key lessons I crammed into you, and I guarantee you'll snatch that admission letter." Suddenly, that idiot lunges over and hugs Chi Tianyu tightly, bawling like a 3-year-old. "My life's destiny is entirely in Teacher Chi's hands. Save my life." Chi Tianyu is utterly helpless against the cheesiness of his eccentric friend. Blinking and turning his head, he notices Dongyu slumped on the desk, clutching her stomach since who knows when. The cheeky guy immediately edges closer to tease her. Well, sleeping so dead to the world that you're drooling a river, wake up, Sir Vice Class Monitor." The golden hour for the exam is approaching. Dongyu jumps up like a spring, screaming loudly, "Get away! I don't want to go on the operating table." The back row gossips hear the scream and simultaneously prick up their ears, craning their necks, waiting to watch a good show. Chi Tianyu looks dumbfounded, pressing her. "What surgery, Dongyu, are you daydreaming again?" The beauty hastily waves her hands to cover it up. "Oh, I didn't say anything. I must have been talking nonsense in my sleep." The natural urge to instigate, Cheng Dong grins sarcastically. Oh wow, skipping steps so fast, huh? Already dreaming of going to the hospital to give birth to our teacher Chi's precious son. Tianyu doesn't bother wasting words, delivering a heavenly smack right on top of that blabbermouth's head to shut up his insolent friend. Taking the chance, Tianyu loudly scolds that Dong Yu's complexion is terrible. Tomorrow is the chopping block. Cheng Dong is strictly forbidden from nagging, so she can rest in peace. Who would have thought that when Tianyu glances over, he sees Cheng Dong foaming at the mouth and passed out cold, with a huge, fiery lump swelling on top of his head. The male student breaks into a cold sweat and groans inwardly. Oh crap, practiced the Chi family fist too hard and forgot to put on the brakes. Don't know if I accidentally sent my best buddy to his grave this time. A while later, the whole group safely lands at the guest house. Teacher Tianjia loudly announces that the whole team will follow the schedule and butcher the third mock exam, but Dong Yu and Cheng Dong will be entrusted to Chi Tianyu's care. Everyone else can work with peace of mind. Looking at Cheng Dong's battered and exhausted body, Chi Tianyu lets out a frustrated sigh, quite certain that this case won't be meeting the Grim Reaper anytime soon. Feeling his pulse for a bit, he rubs his chest in relief because this loudmouth only suffered a minor concussion, lying flat until tomorrow and he'll be skipping around as usual. Finishing the cleanup, Chi Tianyu turns to Dong Yu, his stomach burning with anxiety not knowing what illness his beloved is suffering from. He reaches out to check her pulse, but unexpectedly, the moment his fingers graze her, the lady grabs and holds them tight. Dong Yu's cheeks turn as red as tomatoes. She shyly stammers, What are you trying to do?" Chi Tianyu's face remains blank, innocently explaining, "I just wanted to see how your pulse is doing." She hurriedly sits up straight, adamantly denying that she is sick at all. "No need for you to worry," then waves her hand to tactfully shoo him away to hit the books, while she will stake her spot here to guard Cheng Dong's corpse. Chi Tianyu, now starting to smell something fishy, resolutely interrogates her, "Dong Yu, if you're hiding some kind of suffering, spill it all to me." Cruelly enough, before the last word even slips out of his mouth, he takes a full kick that sends him flying out into the hallway. So ruthless, she shows absolutely no mercy. Time flies like a fleeting shadow. In the blink of an eye, the morning light appears behind the trees. Hearing Chi Tianyu recount the night's events, teacher Tianjia screams, "What kind of nonsense is this? Locking Dong Yu and Cheng Dong in the same room in the dead of night, while you sneak off to study alone." Chi Tianyu frantically explains that Cheng Dong was knocked out so hard his head swelled, and wouldn't wake up until morning even if you pried his teeth open. So he guarantees there was absolutely no inappropriate male-female drama going on, miss. The male student further explains, "As for Dong Yu, her complexion was terribly pale. I thought I shouldn't disturb her so she could rest and regain her form." Teacher Tianjia smacks her lips in defeat. "You really have an ironclad faith in your golden boy. Drag them out here quickly. We're getting ready to call roll and head into battle." Obeying his superior, Chi Tianyu runs as fast as his legs can carry him to bang loudly on the door, straining his neck to yell for Dong Yu and Cheng Dong to get their lazy faces up right now. Judgment hour has arrived, yet after standing there yelling for ages, the inside remains as silent as a graveyard. Chi Tianyu, with no other choice, takes a risk and gently pushes the door open to peek inside. The picture that hits his eyes leaves him stunned and petrified. These two creatures wear dazed expressions as if they just smoked weed. Their level of delusion has truly reached the highest realm. Dong Yu is sluggishly drifting in a dream world. Cheng Dong is blankly drooling, his mouth moving to produce meaningless mumbles. Chi Tianyu rubs his face in frustration, starting to doubt life itself. How the hell are they going to drag themselves into the exam room in this floating state? Dong Yu sluggishly drags herself outside and slowly utters, "My combat power is still abundant, overflowing with energy, don't you worry." On the contrary, his best buddy's form is so tragic that looking at it makes you want to go blind, completely out of words to describe it. Chi Tianyu's face darkens, racking his brain to figure out what curse this kingdom has been hit with right before the exam. Cheng Dong was knocked stupid by him, and Dong Yu suddenly turned into an insomniac night owl. After all the tragicomic events, the exam that determines the future officially raises its curtains. In stark contrast to the examinees sweating bullets trying to chew through the test, Chi Tianyu is as relaxed as taking a stroll, racking his brain to figure out how to put the brakes on his score so it doesn't reach astronomical levels. In some hidden corner, Cheng Dong is swinging his pen to randomly circle answers with a mindless smile. The most top tier is none other than the beauty Dong Yu. She leans back and sleeps soundly, snoring so loudly it echoes through the exam room without regard for anyone. A moment later, the bell to collect the papers rings loudly. The army of students rushes out the door, muttering and dissecting the questions. Damn it. The first shot was already this tough. What the hell formula did you use for question 2? Amidst the chaotic crowd, Tianyu stands on his tiptoes, frantically sweeping his eyes to hunt for his due of idiots. Accidentally bumping into Shilei, he grabs his shirt and interrogates him right away. Did you catch a glimpse of Dong Yu and Cheng Dong wandering around here? How did those two troublemakers do, Shilei? Shilei puts on a dazed and confused face, reporting back that all three of them shared the same trench. The young man continues recounting. Old Cheng Dong seemed okay, except he caught a sudden case of muteness instead of blabbering like usual. The worst nightmare is Grandma Dong Yu, slumped on the desk snoring loudly mid-exam, and as soon as the bell rang to collect papers, she evaporated completely, leaving not a single trace. Swallowing the pile of information, Tianyu is anxious like sitting on a pile of fire, his heart pounding incessantly. The male student immediately activates the tracking software, ordering the system to urgently scan for Dong Yu's coordinates. The system processes at super speed, reporting a deduction of 20 accumulated points and pinpointing the target Dong Yu sitting right on the roof. Tianyu's spine goes cold, a horrifyingly dark scenario flashing in his mind. What the hell is this? Could it be this girl is thinking foolishly and wants to be a bird flying to the heavens? The thought just crossing his mind, he sprints quickly up to the rooftop to stop her. As soon as his feet touch the edge of the balcony, the male lead screams desperately, Dong Yu, whatever it is we can talk it out, don't do anything rash. The beauty slowly turns her face around. 2 streams of tears had already drenched her eyelashes since who knows when. Catching the exact moment, the pretty lady rushes forward and buries her head into Tianyu's chest, bursting into loud, pouring tears. Tianyu frantically strokes and comforts her. Be a good girl, Dong Yu, and tell me the truth. What on earth has God tortured you with? Stop crying and spill your guts out for me to hear. Dong Yu sniffles and hiccups. I was afraid if I said it you would panic completely, so I had to suffer in silence. Hearing that, Tianyu roars. You beating around the bush like this is what's really making me go insane. My stomach has been twisting and churning. For 3 whole nights I've been staring like a frog without catching a wink of sleep. Tianyu hurries to stroke her hair to soothe her. Be good, Dong Yu, don't cry. Let this divine doctor examine you a bit. Finishing his sentence, the male lead immediately turns on his human-powered X-ray mode, scanning her from head to toe. Through his superhuman lens, Tianyu instantly identifies that his beloved's digestive system is a total mess. His mouth gapes in horror. Oh, Dong Yu, your appendix is severely swollen and filled with pus. It's ulcerated like that, and you still gritted your teeth to bear it until now. Hearing the diagnosis, the beauty falls into absolute panic, asking with tear-stained eyes, Save me, Tianyu. My college dream is shattered. If I drag my body into the exam room this afternoon, I might just go meet my ancestors. Tianyu only then strokes his hair to strike a domineering CEO pose, frowning to calculate a deep and cunning plan for a moment. Then he waves his hand decisively. Take the afternoon off for me, Dong Yu, call an ambulance and fly straight to the hospital to cut out that appendix. If you let this nuisance take root, it will torment you for a long time. Dong Yu purses her lips in hesitation, but skipping the college entrance exam means eating dirt for the rest of my life. I'll handle that. I'll grab the principal by the collar, force him to stuff you into the direct admission list. No need to worry about ruining your youth. Direct admission sounds too magical. Is there even a chance? Let's sneak down to the ground first. You can just sleep with peace of mind. Looking at your dazzling transcript, King Hua or Bei De would still roll out the red carpet to welcome you, so being granted direct admission is an obvious thing. No need to feel conflicted. Finishing his comforting words, Tianyu is about to lift his foot to leave when the looming ghost of his friend Cheng Dong immediately hits his eyes. Looking at that bizarre, highly entertaining face, Tianyu sighs and suggests, Baby Dong Zai, do you want to hop on the same ambulance to the mental asylum to get your skull checked out too? The best buddy in his dazed state thumps his chest and declares confidently, this young master's mind is crystal clear and his beauty is still dazzling, so scrap that idea. Shortly after, the beauty Dong Yu is settled on the ambulance stretcher heading to the hospital. Tianyu caresses her gently, instructing his sweetheart, just close your eyes and rest peacefully, leave the domestic matters to me. Leave the mission of twisting the principal's arm to me. The beauty with a sorrowful face just nods slightly, humming to pass it off. Following that, the specialized vehicle wails its sirens loudly, zooming off with Dong Yu and vanishing from sight. Right after that, Tianyu pulls out his beloved phone to check the time, panicking to realize there are only 10 minutes left until the bell rings for the next subject. He grits his teeth and mutters, "I'll wing it," might still squeeze through the narrow gap. Finishing his words, he runs for his life, accelerating like a hurricane, simultaneously hitting the button to max out his evasion and acceleration stats. The young man's movement frequency hits the threshold of breaking the sound barrier, creating a tornado-like gust of wind that blows away the tables and chairs of a sidewalk iced tea stall, truly unimaginably magical. The boy just keeps running frantically in a straight line back to his beloved school. Just as he dashes right up to the wall of the massive building, he channels his inner energy and stomps his foot as a springboard. With a classic flick of his body, the young man shoots straight up to the 5th floor, unbelievably surreal, exactly like those brainless Bollywood action scenes. The moment his butt lands through the window frame, Tianyu roars loudly, summoning the principal's soul. The head of the school jumps in fright, his face drained of all blood as he shouts, "You Tianyu, why aren't you rooted in the exam room at this hour but sneaking up here to pull what kind of stunt?" Tianyu puffs out his chest and drops a blockbuster bomb. "Mr. Principal, I will sweep up the national valedictorian throne and hand it right to you. But quid pro quo, I want you to use a special exception move to carry Dong Yu straight through the university gates without needing to take the exam." Hearing this, the principal's heart pounds and his legs tremble, stammering to confirm, You're really willing to unleash all your power to scoop up the championship cup?" "Absolutely correct, just trading it for a VIP university seat for Dong Yu and the deal is done." The principal remains half believing and half doubting, the dazzling pinnacle of the entire country. "Do you think you can shoulder this tough bet?" "Well, honestly, I'm not forcing it to reach the cosmic level. Grabbing the provincial number 1 would already make you look very good." Tianyu thumps his chest firmly. "Rest assured, sir, the national number 1 is a sure thing. A gentleman's word is harder to chase than 4 horses." Swallowing the solemn oath, the leader looks as if he just got injected with doping, slaps his thigh to seal the deal. "Absolutely wonderful. Just go ahead and destroy this exam. I will unleash all my diplomatic power to properly arrange things for Dong Yu." A few minutes of tearing through the wind later, Tianyu safely lands in front of the exam desk. As for the foreign language paper, it only takes him a blink of an eye to cleanly sweep every corner of the test. Facing the math, physics, and chemistry combination, the young man turns into a dragon, wielding his pen like dancing with a sword, unleashing deciphering strikes so accurate they don't miss a single millimeter. Taking down the final scratch paper to close the books, Tianyu breaks into a smug smile, tilting his chin to the sky. Outside the school barricades, the parents are bustling like a broken beehive, craning their necks anxiously waiting for the future sprouts to show their faces. Cheng Dong still displays that 1,000-year-old idiotic expression, drooling from the corner of his mouth and laughing foolishly like a lunatic. Tianyu slowly walks over, affectionately slapping his golden buddy's shoulder and declaring, "The exam has ended perfectly. Why is your face still doing stand-up comedy like this? Get your soul back, son. Don't tell me you actually grew horns." After scolding him, Tianyu casually blesses the boogeyman with a slap that makes him see stars. The godly slap seems to have fished his friend's soul out of the sleepwalking realm. He blinks blankly and stammers, a hallucination. Where on earth am I wandering?" The male student named Chi sighs in relief. Thank heavens, this drunkard finally returned to normalcy. Cheng Dong clutches his buzzing, muddled head and mutters, "Wait, aren't we stuck on that sketchy bus?" Tianyu hastily wipes away cold sweat, making up a story to cover it up. "You slipped on a banana peel and smashed your skull on the bus. Got a concussion with your whole head swollen. Luckily, the exams are just finished." The stoned young man only now processes the story. "Holy crap. I was bedridden with a concussion for 3 whole days, and I still smoothly passed the college entrance exam trial." Tianyu keeps a straight face and nods decisively. "Spot on, my brother." Cheng Dong's expression instantly scrunches up like he swallowed a stink bug. He roars in the middle of the crowd, "What kind of nonsense is this? I clearly had a guaranteed ticket to a good school. Why is it that in the blink of an eye, before I could even wield my pen, the paper was submitted? Hearing that frustrated tone, Tianyu can only bare his teeth in an awkward smile to brush it off. Relax, calm down. With your atrocious level, who knows, maybe a short circuit in your brain unlocked the ultimate superpower of guessing answers randomly. Chengdong gets infuriated, bristling like a porcupine, roaring and cursing Tianyu. You're full of magic tricks, so why didn't you use a move to save me earlier, waiting until the exam is over to summon my soul back? What kind of uneducated nonsense is this? Tianyu sweats profusely, desperately defending himself. So unfair, it's because Dongyu was hit with an emergency appendicitis. The situation was burning hot, so I had to set aside your beast of burdened body. Unable to swallow the flawed excuse, Chengdong runs away, bitterly mocking, Tianyu, you girl-crazy friend abandoner, I curse you. Tianyu stands watching the back of his old friend sulking like a kindergarten student, only able to smack his lips in weariness. The male student stuffs both hands into his pockets coolly, silently admitting guilt that he let Dongzai fall into too deep a pit this time. Later on, I'll bring him along on the startup path, determined not to let my friend chew on a bowl of watery porridge. 15 grueling days later, the golden scoreboard for the university entrance exams is finally posted. The beauty Dongyu, stuck in a cast on her hospital bed, is restless, unable to sit still. The book of life and death is out. Got to rush online to look it up and see if it's life or death. Unexpectedly, right as the web interface loads, a sensational headline explodes right on the screen, hitting her big round eyes. Honoring Tianyu for excellently snatching the National University valedictorian title. Dongyu is thrilled in her heart. Wonderful, that idiot Tianyu finally managed to sweep the national rankings. But suddenly she freezes, hitting the brakes. Wait a minute, there's another news bulletin left at the bottom. Warmly commending our school's student Dongyu for securing the golden ticket of direct admission into Beida. Shifting the camera over to Tianyu. Just as he steps to the school gate, he is already swarmed by fans, just like an A-list Korean star. An army of girls with hair clips gathering around shouting his name and begging for his autograph. Chengdong, tagging along next to him, is an eyesore and doesn't bother to speak. Tianyu smacks his lips and sighs that the old principal is being way too dramatic. I clearly told him gently to keep it low-key for me. Then he glances over to ask, how is it Dongzai, did your book of life and death bloom or hit a dead end? Chengdong lowers his eyes in sorrow. I don't have time to look. I'll get my corpse collected either way. Glancing at it will just give me a heart attack. Haven't checked it yet. Today is the deadline to finalize preferences. Are you gonna fill it in with a rubber band? Chengdong whines pitifully. I crushed all my fantasies a long time ago, currently having a family meeting to see whether to stay back a year to study again or follow Master 6 to carry mortar for an easier life. Hearing that, Tianyu quickly pumps him up. You have to hold your head high in life. It's not that miserable. Saying that, the dude heads straight to the council room. Teacher Tianjia catches a glimpse of the two brats and waves them over. Chengdong and Tianyu have crawled up here. Why is Chengdong's face as soggy as a water-soaked bun? Tianyu laughs artificially, reporting, my wifey is too cowardly to face a failing grade, so he hasn't dared to pry open the web to check his numbers, miss. Hearing the explanation, Teacher Tianjia bursts into roaring, incredibly hearty laughter. Next, Teacher Tianjia casually tosses the score report to Chengdong to check for himself, not forgetting to drop a giant, massive-like button. Chengdong widens his eyes round as he finishes eyeing the results, then howls wildly like he just scooped up the grand Viet-Lot jackpot. Mother, I've escaped the college drought. This crazy guy has officially relapsed into mental illness for the second time. Teacher Tianjia pivots towards Tianyu to inquire, so, has the genius locked in the choice to knock on the door of which school? Tianyu doesn't take even half a second to think, throwing it out right away. I'm planting my stake at Xin Hai, miss. Catching the information, Teacher Tianjia turns to Chengdong, who is spacing out in ecstasy to ask about his preference. Chengdong puffs out his chest majestically. If Boss Chi gets into Xin Hai, then I will also follow in his footsteps to serve him to the very end. Then Teacher Tianjia enthusiastically guides the two young men to fill in their information on the school selection application. But the good show isn't over yet. The principal kicks the door open and storms in, shouting loudly, stop your hands. Tianyu, I beg you 1,000,000 times, please twist your tongue 7 times before putting pen to paper. Tianyu, stunned, argues back, boss, both sides already locked the deal in black and white. I brought the #1 rank back for you. In return, I get to hole up in this provincial hometown school. I am so sick of being far from home. The old principal brushes it off to cover it up. I know all about your business tricks at Zin High. I sympathize. The problem is that these two giant Buddhas have already trekked all the way to our lair. Just give them some face and listen to their nagging for a bit. Tianyu cranes his neck to pry. Wait, who are these two heavyweights? Peeking out from behind the principal's back is a dark-skinned middle-aged man and an elderly teacher with silver-speckled hair. The principal formally promotes them. These two bodhisattvas are the heads of recruitment for the prestigious Kinghua and Beida universities. This time, they humbled themselves to come to this remote province purely to escort you to their palace, Tianyu. The two recruiters immediately squirm and drop sweet words. He, hello good brother surnamed Chi. If you catch the eye of our schools, your meals and lodging will be fully covered and you'll be blissfully happy. But Tianyu ruthlessly throws a giant cold shoulder. Shoo, I'll pass. Please pack your bags and leave so the water stays clear. Suddenly, an entire division of hack journalists floods in from nowhere like a waterfall, shoving a bunch of microphones and cameras right in Tianyu's face and firing rapid questions. Genius Tianyu, taking the valedictorian prize, but then shunning the absolute top schools. Is there some hidden agenda? Rumors say last year you were struggling at the bottom of the class. What dark magic did you use to soar into the clouds today? What is the shady relationship between you and the jade beauty of the Lan family conglomerate? Tianyu's face turns pale with panic, sharply turning to question the principal. Where did you bring this horde of demonic ghosts from? The old principal sweats and stammers. The journalists have too good of a nose. I couldn't block the door in time. Unable to take it anymore, Tianyu launches himself to hang on the edge of the window, leaping to escape as quickly as the wind. The male student runs for his life to escape, not even bothering to look back. Oh, how the life of a good boy and top student is so tragic it makes you want to drop tears. Lurking until the dead of night, Tianyu finally sneaks like a thief, slipping back into the teacher's lair. Wearing an anxious and fearful face, the male student reassures himself that the moon has reached its peak. That flock of dirt-poor vultures must have retreated back to their villages by now. After muttering, he gently finalizes the preference application lying neatly on the desk, proudly displaying the two words Zin High University. Sneaking back home, Tianyu's father immediately grabs him by the collar to interrogate. You little rebel, did you lock in Zin High University? Studying around the kitchen corner is relaxing enough. However, his mother lets out a gloomy sigh. With scores this sky high, turning down Kinghua or Beida is literally taking money to burn. His old man immediately raises his voice to defend his son. He worked his ass off to grind for those scores. Wherever he wants to throw them is his free right. I know that, but my guts just feel a stinging regret. That exact moment, Tianyu smoothly retreats into his private room, flopping down onto his chair and staring fixedly at the computer screen. Ultimately, this messy university tangle is finished, originally intending to play the step-back trick to hide his talent. Who would have thought it would detonate a bomb that shook the internet? Curious, he opens the web to browse and see if the wave of public opinion has calmed down yet. Just as the screen lights up, 3 glaringly red clickbait headlines stab straight into his eyes. Prodigy Tianyu snatches the entire exam throne. Shock, valedictorian Tianyu is the final boss, expanding a real estate empire. Suspicion, Tianyu is preparing to walk down the aisle to become the son-in-law of the wealthy Lan family. Scanning a round of the trash news, the young man pulls his hair and scratches his ears in despair. It's really over, man, suddenly being crowned a reluctant idol like this. How am I supposed to live? Looks like from now on I'll have to wear pants on my head when going out, crying out loud. Tianyu depressingly scrolls through social media and jumps in shock to see old Cheng Dong tagging his name in a shady photo. Clicking on the picture, what immediately smacks his face is the scene of himself locking into a wet kiss with that hot policewoman from a while ago. Tianyu is so shocked he freezes, his 2 eyeballs distinctly etched with blood-red streaks of fury. The phone's ringtone suddenly blares. Tianyu grabs the device, grumbling to ask who is looking for him at this hour. From the other end of the line, an extremely frantic and rushed tone comes through. Mr. Chi, it's Luan from the police squad. That rumor incident between you and Xiao Yang, our new recruit, is blowing up everywhere. Journalists are completely swarming our police headquarters right now. Your police agency is actually giving in to a bunch of reporters. Where did all your comrades go? Hang on for a moment, I'm rushing there right now. Finishing his words, Tianyu shoots off as fast as an arrow. Just arriving at the scene, what immediately hits Tianyu's field of vision is a suffocatingly dense forest of journalists, too many to count. Unable to hide his irritation, Tianyu raises his voice to scold them. The police headquarters is a place that maintains law and order. You people swarming in to pack it tightly like this, are you planning to cause chaos in this city? The pack of journalists just turns their heads, recognizing Tianyu, and immediately erupts into a noisy uproar. The main character has revealed himself. It's valedictorian Tianyu. Tianyu, what exactly is your relationship with Officer Xiao Yang? Have you and Lanzai finalized your engagement date? Does doing this count as cheating? Being bombarded with questions, Tianyu is so furious he's fuming, pointing straight at the faces of the nosy crowd. You bunch of idle journalists with nothing better to do, you don't report good deeds for society, you just lurk around digging up this under-the-bed gossip. All day long you're only good at making something out of nothing, spinning wild tales. The other day when I dropped by the police station to handle some personal business, I accidentally slipped and fell into Officer Xiao Yang. Yet some petty person was lurking around to take sneak shots and even took it to edit and add extra spice. At that time, we just accidentally bumped heads right at the stairway. This picture clearly shows traces of being photoshopped. Look closely, they didn't even bother to properly erase the stain on the floor. Seeing that, a reporter immediately bends down to scrutinize it, muttering an acknowledgement that the photo really has been edited. But the guy standing next to him stubbornly argues back, so what if it's photoshopped? Could the story of you two getting intimate cheek-to-cheek be fake too? His patience hitting rock bottom, Tianyu lowers his voice coldly. It seems like talking sense to you people is like playing the lute to a cow. Then don't complain if I resort to my fists. A chubby baby-faced guy acts arrogantly and challenges him. What? Planning to beat up a journalist now? Tianyu immediately darkens his face like an evil god, glaring a hole through him and saying, "Do you think I'm scared?" At that exact moment, Officer Lewin rushes over frantically to stop him, advising Mr. Chi to cool down. Please be informed that the smear post has been deleted. The situation has cooled down. I hope everyone will disperse so we can continue working. Hearing the announcement, the journalists hurriedly pull out their phones to check the truth again. Seeing that there's nothing left to gossip about, the whole bunch dejectedly retreats. Tianyu only now turns to question Officer Lewin. Why did the guy who posted it automatically take it down? Did you guys step in to threaten him? It wasn't our side. I'm pretty sure some noble person secretly helped out. This incident scared Xiao Yang out of her wits. Mr. Chi, please drop by and give the girl a few words of encouragement. Tianyu hears that and immediately nods in agreement. A little later, Tianyu turns to instruct the female police officer. Xiao Yang, next time you run into these kinds of incidents, just be heavy-handed. There's no need to show mercy to those journalists. Exactly, they only have a talent for talking trash. Just chain them all up and it's done. The female officer Xiao Yang replies softly, "Thank you Captain Lewin and everyone for worrying. I am still fine." Seeing that, Officer Lewin immediately urges her to go home and catch some sleep to lift her spirits. Right then, Tianyu pats Officer Lewin on the shoulder, praising profusely, "You're pretty good yourself. Gone for a few days and you've already risen to the rank of captain." Officer Lewin laughs humbly. "How can I compare to you with such a grand title like valedictorian? I was even thinking you might be an alien." Changing the scene to a construction site a little while later. At this time, Sen Han Ning is sitting in the room talking to Tianyu. "Brother Tianyu, now that you've scooped up the valedictorian prize, you've become quite snobby, huh? I messaged you until my phone burned up but you didn't even bother to reply." Tianyu hurries to explain, "I've been a bit buried in work these past few days. So is there anything you need me for? I've finished my part. Next year it's your turn to get on the chopping block. Why don't you grab your books and go study for the exam?" Sen Han Ning crosses her arms, her face tilted up full of pride. "I wouldn't dare compare myself to a valedictorian like you, but stuffing a foot into a prestigious school is as easy as flipping a hand. My standards are very simple. Passing the university entrance exam is enough to make me proud. Aren't you curious to see who stood behind your back to clear up the rumors for you yesterday?" Tianyu jolts, hurriedly asking who did it. "Don't tell me it was you." Han Ning replies firmly, "If not me, then who else?" I recounted the situation to little auntie, and then she used her connections to crush all that drama to help you. Only at this moment does Tianyu let out an "ah," so the lifesaver turned out to be President Gu. He then asks attentively, "So how is President Gu's injury progressing?" Han Ning answers, "She has gotten much better. Her complexion is more radiant than before." Tianyu asks again, "So have they caught the backstabber who injured her yet?" "Not yet. The police have searched until their eyes turned red but still haven't found the culprit's whereabouts." Hearing that, anxiety rises in Tianyu's heart again. If that guy is still roaming free, President Gu is probably still not safe. Han Ning, remember to remind the subordinates to tighten the security perimeter around her. Han Ning obediently says yes, looking like she has fully understood. After that, he urges, "Let's head out quickly, it's almost 8 o'clock. I'll drop you off at school, then swing by to visit President Gu." Right after finishing his sentence, Tianyu goes down and presses a button on the remote. In a blink of an eye, a super sleek luxury car flashes its lights and roars a response. Sen Han Ning stares wide-eyed, her chin almost dropping to the ground. "Wow, is this your battle chariot? Since when did you buy this?" Tianyu calmly replies, "With my stature, bringing a car home isn't difficult at all." Let's zoom. Han Ning suddenly feels a bit uneasy in her heart, hesitatingly asking if the guy has passed his driver's license test yet. Tianyu innocently scratches his head, confessing that he still doesn't have a single license in his pocket. Han Ning breaks into a sweat upon hearing that, with no license at all, how on earth do you plan to take the wheel? But just as the two of them settle into the car, a familiar face in the role of the driver has been sitting there since who knows when. Cheng Dong, with a face as black as coal, turns back to question Tianyu. "You promised to find me a side hustle to earn extra cash, and it turns out to be driving your fancy car for you." Tianyu explains, "What can I do? Digging around this construction site, you're the only one with a driver's license in your pocket. Where am I supposed to find a better candidate?" Cheng Dong looked a bit grumpy. "I only have a paper license and have never driven on the road before. If I accidentally scratch your car, I don't have a single dime to pay for it." Hearing this boogeyman's threat, both Tianyu and Sen Han Ning felt a chill down their spines. He hurriedly reassured him, "This car is fully insured, just relax and drive." Next to them, Sen Han Ning also timidly pulled her seatbelt tight just to be safe. After a bit of a bumpy ride, the school came into view. Sen Han Ning quickly spoke up, "I'll go to class first, Tianyu." He caringly reminded her, "Yeah, watch your step." Tianyu then leaned back and complimented Cheng Dong, "Your driving skills are actually quite something. You've got the aura of a pro driver." Getting scratched right where it itches, Cheng Dong squinted his eyes and asked happily, "So where is the next stop, boss?" Being called boss made Tianyu's face a bit awkward, so he told him to pull over at the central hospital. Before long, the luxury car parked smoothly in front of the hospital gate. Cheng Dong curiously asked if he needed to carry any bags for him. Tianyu waved his hand, "I'm just dropping by to check on President Gu for a bit, and then I'm done. If you're free, just sit and get familiar with the car. Otherwise, drive around your classmates' places to show off." Hearing that, Cheng Dong eagerly replied, "Deal. I'll go get used to the car first, boss." After giving the instructions, Tianyu went alone into President Gu's treatment room. As soon as she saw him, she beamed with joy and asked, "What wind blew you here?" "I'm here to visit you, Auntie. It seems President Gu's complexion has become rosy again." President Gu smiled gently, "It's all thanks to your blessing. I haven't even had the chance to congratulate you on becoming the university valedictorian yet." Tianyu scratched his head and shyly confessed, "I also have to thank President Gu for quietly settling those recent rumors. It's rare for you to drop by. How about taking me out for a spin to get some fresh air? Because of the constant fear of being assassinated, I've been stuck within these 4 hospital walls for days, not daring to step out." Tianyu blinked in surprise and asked back, "You just saw me and you're already brave enough to step outside, President Gu?" President Gu firmly affirmed, "With you acting as my guardian, what the hell in this world could possibly threaten me anymore? Haha, President Gu, you're praising me to the skies." Next, President Gu asked Tianyu to escort her to Anangayat Square, because there was a restaurant there that she had been wanting to try for a long time. Tianyu immediately said, "Let me call the driver to bring the car around." Hearing that, President Gu felt that Tianyu exuded a very cool aura. She smiled softly. "After all, you've been promoted to boss. Acting a bit formal probably won't offend anyone's eyes, right?" Once safely seated in the car, Tianyu waved his hand and directed Cheng Dong to start the engine and head towards Anangayat Square. Suddenly, a mysterious dark figure who had been stalking President Gu all this time poked her head out. It turned out she was the female assassin who threw the knife at President Gu the other day. She quickly pulled out her phone to report that the prey had left the hospital's safe zone. Catching the news, a group of hired thugs immediately grabbed their gear and set out for action without a second's delay. A guy standing on the roof holding binoculars for scouting reported back. According to the route, the prey is heading straight to Anangayat Square. Activate Plan 1. Meanwhile, in another hidden corner, two young men were holding a massive mine. The man in black whispered harshly, "Work faster, their car is almost here. Once it's set, we pull out." A tick later, the luxury car carrying Tianyu was slowly and steadily heading straight into the mine trap. Taking all of this in, the man in black smirked wickedly and muttered, "If this thing goes off, even a tank would be flipped over. Gu Wenyan, I don't care what kind of divine being is protecting you. You'll be blown to pieces this time." The tire was only millimeters away from the detonator. But miraculously, the car suddenly swerved smoothly, dodging to the side like a flash of lightning. Tianyu grimaced and yelled, "Cheng Dong, what the hell kind of stunt are you pulling?" Cheng Dong's face lost all its color as he hurriedly explained, "I'm innocent, Tianyu, there was suddenly a turtle in the middle of the road, the wheel almost crushed it flat. Just run over it, you jerked the steering wheel so abruptly. What if we crashed into something and caused a huge accident, who would pay? A turtle is a life too, we need to have a humane heart." Tianyu turned to the back to ask President Gu if she was hurt, then urged Cheng Dong to quickly step on the gas and keep going. Thanks to 3 generations of good karma and Cheng Dong's overflowing love for animals, the whole car had just escaped a trip to the underworld, even though everyone was completely clueless about it. At this moment, the man in black gritted his teeth in hatred and cursed loudly. "Damn it, laying it on a black asphalt road and you use a green mine." The bald guy standing next to him looked sad and explained, "The mine factory only makes this color, boss." The camera shifted to a Western-style restaurant, glamorous and incredibly magnificent. Cheng Dong gasped in awe, "Is this President Gu's favorite spot? It's too luxurious." Tianyu clasped his hands behind his back and pouted, "She's the head of an entire commerce guild. How can her class be compared to yours?" The manager eagerly ran over to greet them. "Miss Gu, it's been a long time. I heard a rumor that you fell ill. Is it serious?" President Gu smiled lightly. "It's nothing, I'm perfectly fine. Get these 2 young men 2 portions of ribeye steak." Cheng Dong craved it, cheering excitedly. President Gu is being overly generous again. Getting to enjoy premium steak, tagging along with Tianyu truly means eating nothing but delicacies. President Gu glanced over and asked Tianyu, "Didn't you smell anything unusual along the way?" The boy's eyes widened. "Ah, I did faintly catch a whiff of danger, but it passed so quickly that I didn't pay it any mind." Gu Wenyan withdrew her smile and nodded, "I understand." She immediately took out her phone and dialed, "Zhen-O, the fish has taken the bait, start closing the net." Tianyu scratched his chin, realizing the truth, and exclaimed, "No wonder President Gu suddenly had the mood to treat us to a fancy meal. It was bait to catch a big haul of fish." Cheng Dong, standing next to him, was dumbfounded, "Fishing?" President Gu smiled confidently, comforting the 2 guys. "You 2 just enjoy the delicious food, let me handle the rest." As soon as she finished speaking, a portion of fragrant, steaming and appetizing steak was served on the table. Cheng Dong's eyes lit up as he stared at the meat, marveling, "Wow, is this the legendary grilled beef rib?" Without waiting long, he eagerly grabbed his knife and fork to slice open the juicy, fat-dripping, fragrant meat. Cheng Dong's eyes widened to the max, praising profusely. "Oh my, this rich flavor is absolutely amazing." He picked up a piece, put it in his mouth, and chewed slowly, enjoying it so much that he let out a satisfied sound. Suddenly, Cheng Dong seemed to float and leaned back in his chair, shouting out in ecstasy, "Oh my God, the rich fat melts on the tip of the tongue, each tender strand of meat caresses the mouth, it feels exactly like playing on a lush green meadow." Tianyu also nodded, chewing and praising. "Agreed, the meat here beats other 5-star restaurants by a mile. President Gu's taste is truly something else." President Gu felt very pleased hearing this. Tianyu knows how to sweet-talk now. Cheng Dong, with his mouth full of meat, still tried to ask, "Chomp chomp, boss, what was that about casting a net to catch fish?" Tianyu calmly took a sip of water and explained, "This time President Gu dragged us out here to lure the assassins into the light and bust their whole nest." Cheng Dong almost choked, yelling, "What, an assassination?" The camera panned outside. Bodyguard Zhang Zhen-O tightly gripped his walkie-talkie, his scrutinizing eyes blazing with vigilance. Suddenly, he spotted a few suspicious figures sneaking around and reported that some questionable people were crawling closer to the restaurant. Zhang Zhen-O held the walkie-talkie, confidently issuing the order. "Captain Lewin, it's time to pull up the net." On the other end of the line, the police officer loudly confirmed, "Order received." In a blink, the police officer turned his head to the massive squad behind him and shouted, "It's time to close the net, whole team advance." A series of police officers rushed in like a storm, mercilessly twisting arms and pinning the thugs face down on the ground, making them scream in pain. A bald guy wearing glasses was tightly restrained by two police officers. One guy rolled his eyes up, looking unwilling as he questioned, "What the hell is this? How did you police track down our location?" A police officer rushed over to report, "Captain Lewin, the group at the hospital has also captured the prey. Our side also seized a lot of gear like explosives, sniper rifles, etc. A rough count shows we've caught over 30 criminals." Captain Lewin sweated profusely, exclaiming in shock, "Over 30 people, and fully armed too. This isn't a normal economic dispute. I'm afraid it will become a shocking case nationwide." Inside the restaurant, Cheng Dong stretched his neck to look through the glass window, clapping his hands happily. "Wow, the police caught a bunch of people. This way the bad guys are all cleaned up." Tianyu's face suddenly changed, sweat broke out as he shook his head and muttered, "Wrong, the killing intent is still lingering." A disguised female assassin suddenly swooped in, pressing the dark muzzle of a gun right to the back of President Gu's neck, making her shudder in terror. Tianyu frantically lunged forward, screaming, "President Gu, watch out." Right at that moment, 3 sharp gunshots tore through the space. The female assassin froze, her eyes widening as she cried out, "What the hell is going on?" She looked as if she had seen a ghost when 3 bullets stopped abruptly in midair, blurting out, "Telekinesis." Tianyu unleashed all his power, sending the bullets flying away, and shouted coldly, "Get lost." At that exact moment, the police kicked the door open from the outside, shouting, "Shots fired in the room, tighten the perimeter, do not let the culprit escape." The female assassin stepped back in fear, panicking as she watched the police formation flooding in like a broken dam. Tianyu glared at her scarred face, dropping an ice-cold threat, "Surrender obediently, you're out of options." Suddenly, President Gu recognized the face, exclaiming in anger, "It's her, she's the female cleaner who stabbed me last time." Tianyu took a step forward, questioning loudly, "What exactly is your goal? Why do you keep pushing President Gu to her death time and time again?" The female assassin glared back with eyes full of hatred, saying coldly, "You living dolls who enjoy life in a glass case. How could you ever understand the cruelty of this world?" Saying that, she crazily splashed a bucket of acid straight forward, roaring. President Gu was terrified out of her wits, quickly squeezing her eyes shut and shrinking her neck. The deadly liquid flew towards them. Tianyu felt a chill down his spine, utterly panicked. "This is bad, telekinesis doesn't work on liquids." Sweat poured down, Tianyu gritted his teeth, frowned, and made a decision. In that case. He channeled his energy and threw a powerful air palm strike, screaming at the top of his lungs. "Then I'll use the empty shattering palm to reflect it all back at you, empty shattering palm." The entire amount of acid immediately splashed right onto the female assassin's face. She struggled in agony, howling miserably. "Ah, ah, ah, ah." The skin on her face sizzled and smoked, and she screamed wildly in despair. "Ah, it burns, it's so hot." Cheng Dong widened his eyes in fear. "Acid again? She's truly evil." Tianyu replied calmly, "She brought this upon herself." Before they could gather their wits, the female assassin, holding her burning face, fled for her life. The police officer yelled out in panic. "Oh no!" She dashed into the restroom. Tianyu hurriedly waved his hand, directing them to chase after her. The police officer forcefully yanked the doorknob but failed, urgently reporting, "It's locked from the inside." Tianyu stepped up quickly, grinding his teeth. "Let me." He charged energy into his leg, delivering a lightning-fast kick that smashed the door to pieces. Stepping inside and seeing no sign of her, he stood dumbfounded. "Where is she?" A police officer firmly assured, "The perimeter has been tightened from all sides, there's no way she can escape." Cheng Dong grimaced and pointed at the floor, yelling at Tianyu, "Look at that hole over there." Cheng Dong stared wide-eyed at the legs slowly slipping down into the toilet bowl, screaming in absolute shock. "Good heavens, how could anyone fit down there?" Tianyu frantically shouted, "Grab her quickly, don't let her run." Watching her legs sliding down, Cheng Dong muttered in bewilderment, "Grab." And so Cheng Dong also managed to grab her ankle, pulling and dragging, ignoring everything else. She's stuck tight, how do I pull her up now? After struggling for a while, Cheng Dong slipped and fell backward, and the only loot he obtained was a single shoe. The female assassin, just like that, disappeared down the toilet bowl, vanishing entirely underneath. Tianyu was sweating, his face serious as he made a judgment. She must know the bone shrinking technique, let me scan for her. His eyes glowed with a sparkling blue light, activating clairvoyance. The space sank into silence, his eyes fixed on seeing through the soil beneath the toilet bowl. Cheng Dong stared with wide eyes, eagerly asking, "So, did you find her trail?" Tianyu suddenly doubled over, his face grimacing as he dry-heaved. Cheng Dong stood beside him, confused. "What's wrong, boss?" He squeezed his eyes shut, beads of sweat falling endlessly, grimacing as he replied, "It's all sewage, I don't dare to look any further, Bleg." The police officer sweated profusely and hurriedly advised, "Mr. Chi doesn't need to force himself. Our side will send people to block the drainage outlets outside." Tianyu let out a long sigh, saying helplessly, "It's useless, we've probably let her escape." He stroked his chin, frowning and racking his brain. That hole is so tiny, and yet she managed to squeeze in. Then once she slipped into the water pipes, she could pop up from anyone's toilet. Cheng Dong stood beside him with a pale face, his stomach doing flips out of fear. Is it really that terrifying? That's creepy. Instantly, Tianyu's expression darkened, coldly concluding, "With skills like this, she is indeed an incredibly dangerous assassin." The frame shifted back to the door. Bodyguard Zhang Zhen-O followed behind, thoughtfully asking President Gu, "Are you all right?" President Gu smiled softly, relieved of her burden, and replied calmly, "Yes, luckily I had Tianyu protecting me." The setting jumped to the late afternoon. President Gu smiled with relief, expressing her gratitude to Tianyu. "Thanks to you today, we caught the entire assassin gang." Tianyu sighed regretfully. "Sigh, it's just a pity that the most formidable one hasn't been caught yet." "President Gu, please be extra careful in your daily life from now on." Cheng Dong panicked and warned further, "Especially those underground water pipes." President Gu stroked her chin thoughtfully, underground water pipes. After this traumatic event, she put on a serious face and issued an order. "Zhen-O, from now on, make it a rule that everyone in the house uses a chamber pot to go to the toilet." The bodyguard obediently replied yes. Right after that, Tianyu turned and said, "Let's head back to the construction site. Leave the interrogation to the police." Cheng Dong punched his hand decisively. "Exactly, leave the stage to the professionals. I don't want anything to do with that toilet ghost anymore." Changing the scene back to the construction site, Tianyu looked up at the tower crane, speaking up, "This project is mostly built now. It should be perfectly finished right when our university starts its term." Tianyu pulled out a wad of cash. "Here, Cheng Dong, your hourly wage is 50 yuan. Driving all day, let's round it up to 500 yuan for you." Cheng Dong grabbed the money, pressed it against his cheek, inhaling deeply and smiled brightly. The boss is too generous. At the same time, Tianyu spotted a chaotic crowd ahead and wondered silently, why is everyone gathering at the site entrance?" The frame shifted to a tightly closed manhole cover, lying completely alone on the street. Suddenly, the manhole cover was flipped open, and an arm heavily stained with filthy mud reached out from below. The female assassin dragged her body onto the street surface and then collapsed to her knees, her clothes torn and soaked in foul water. She buried her face in the ground, her eyes flashing with extreme hatred, grinding her teeth and hissing, "Damn it, Tianyu, right? You just wait." Looking back at the construction area, as the glowing red sunset was falling, Cheng Dong walked over to the workers, curiously asking, "It's getting dark, why aren't you guys heading home for dinner instead of gathering here?" A male worker turned around sharply, looking visibly panicked, and said hurriedly, "Oh, Director Chi, you came right on time." Mr. Liu dug up an antique while excavating the dirt to lay the pipes. Cheng Dong's eyes widened, unable to hide his excitement as he squeaked, "An artifact." Tianyu immediately leaned forward, his curious eyes requesting, "Let me take a look." Down in the deep hole, a moss-green bronze dragon head was lying exposed. Cheng Dong stroked his chin, staring intently at it. "Wow, this dragon head is cast quite exquisitely. This must be a decorative piece that that fell off an intact item. Tianyu immediately focused his mind, his eyes flashing as he activated the artifact appraisal function. He suddenly froze, a look of utter shock on his face, when the system reported an error that the object was too defective to be identified. Breaking into a cold sweat, Tianyu thought to himself in confusion, "This is so weird, even the system can't appraise it." At that moment, Cheng Dong turned to ask curiously, "Boss, don't you have divine powers? Can you tell what kind of treasure this is?" Tianyu closed his eyes tight, speechless, and let out a long sigh. "It's just that this dragon head is too damaged, not complete, so divine powers also surrender." Suddenly, De Zhuang wearing a hard hat ran over hastily, reporting happily, "Director Qi, I've called the Cultural Relics Bureau. They'll send experts down to appraise it right away." Hearing that, Cheng Dong was startled, shouting in panic, "Huh, so we have to hand it over to the authorities." He hurriedly turned to Tianyu and whispered, "Boss, let's skip the rules for a bit. How much money would this piece be worth?" Tianyu reminded him seriously, "If this is a real antique, it proves there's a tomb underneath our construction site." Cheng Dong sweated profusely, turning pale with fear and yelling, "Then wouldn't this project of ours be doomed?" Tianyu reminded him seriously, "If people do archaeology, they will compensate. Stop being greedy for immediate gains." Cheng Dong sighed dejectedly, "Your vision is truly grand. I probably won't be able to keep this driver job for more than a few days." Just as he finished his sentence, a staff member ran over to report, "Director Qi, the people from the Cultural Relics Bureau have arrived." A fat old man named Feng waddled over, panting heavily. "Hello, Director Qi." He smiled brightly and praised, "You truly are a promising young man, a top scholar and the boss of such a big project." Saying that, he enthusiastically shoved his business card to him. "I am old Feng. If you need any help, just call this number." Tianyu scratched his head, smiling shyly. "Mr. Feng, you're too polite. Let's get straight to business." He quickly pointed down the dirt hole. "This dragon head is exactly the treasure we just dug up." Old Feng observed attentively, while Tianyu humbly asked for a favor. "My eyesight is shallow. I can't tell what it is. I hope you can enlighten me." Suddenly, his eyes widened, exclaiming in amazement, "Oh!" The old man stroked his chin, thoughtfully analyzing. "This material doesn't look like normal bronze craftsmanship. The patterns lean towards the style of the Zhou and Shang dynasties. It's highly likely to be a bronze ware crafted in a later period. The specific era still needs further proof." Then he carefully wrapped the dragon head in a white cloth. "Director Qi, we will take this dragon head back to study it thoroughly." Tianyu smiled in relief, replying happily, "Yes, take care, Mr. Feng." Cheng Dong breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh man, so it's a replica again. Why would it be buried under this construction site?" Tianyu kept a straight face, raising a finger to analyze. "Right now, only the era hasn't been determined. If it's a Tang or Song dynasty replica of Zhou and Shang items, then ultimately it's still a rare antique artifact, isn't it?" Before he could finish his sentence, De Zhuang rushed over in a panic again. "Mr. Qi, you're back." Tianyu looked blank, frowning and asking De Zhuang, "Why are you panicking?" The worker stammered his explanation. "Just now I was operating the drill bit, and it crashed into something really terrifying." Tianyu's face darkened, scolding in annoyance. "Why are you still using the drill? I told you guys to be careful, didn't I?" Cheng Dong sweated bullets, worriedly stroking his chin. "That terrifying thing under our sight. What if we actually hit a real ancient tomb? That would be terrible." De Zhuang frantically called out loudly, "You guys go down and see it quickly. I don't even know what it is either." The group followed the beam of a flashlight deep into the pit. De Zhuang spoke up, "It's right here." Catching their eyes immediately was a smooth, grayish stone block lying massively at the bottom of the ground. Xiaoliang turned around in surprise and greeted, "Oh, Tianyu, you're back." Tianyu blinked, looking around and asking, "Why is everyone crowding down here?" Xiaoliang looked melancholic, replying seriously, "If we dig into an ancient tomb under the site, wouldn't this project be over? With such a huge matter, who wouldn't come to gossip?" Tianyu lowered his eyes, seeming calm as he concluded, "Let's just take a look first." He stepped closer to inspect the rock. "Is this block the bizarre thing you guys just dug up?" Xiaoliang replied decisively, "Spot on, being buried this deep and an artificial object appears, it's too strange." A sweating worker blindly analyzed. "This block looks exactly like concrete. Maybe we hit an old house foundation. This plot of land has always been a wasteland. Where would a house foundation come from? Tianyu's face turned cold, channeling power into his eyes. Step aside, let me use clairvoyance to check. His eyes immediately flashed with a brilliant jade-green light, loudly shouting, "Clairvoyance activate." Seeing through the stone layer, he was terrified to witness a clean room with a flickering candle. The space inside was bright, the furniture arranged very neatly. The focal point was an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a queue, sitting in there. Tianyu was shocked. "Oh my God, it's a person." As if sensing the gaze, the old man suddenly turned his face. He broke into a cold sweat, standing there utterly dumbfounded. Seeing his weird attitude, Sha Liang hurriedly interrogated, "What's wrong, Tianyu? What did you see?" Tianyu sweated profusely, screaming miserably, "There's a Jiangshi down here, guys." The guy in the hard hat, upon hearing this, lost his soul, asking frantically, "Huh, a dead or alive Jiangshi?" Before he could finish his sentence, a loud tremor echoed from inside the wall, shaking the entire pit. Through the rock layer, a voice echoed, "Who is lingering outside?" "Oh mother, there's actually a living person in the grave." Tianyu sweated, helpless with the cowardly crowd, hurriedly reassuring, "Hold on, everyone calm down and see." He frowned, nervously raising his voice to call inside, "Grandpa, we are doing construction on the surface. May I ask what you are doing in this hole?" Inside, the old man with the braided hair calmly asked, "Oh, so what year and month is it now?" Tianyu was a bit dazed, sweat pouring down. He honestly replied, "It is June 2015. 2015 is the era name of which dynasty?" Hearing the old man ask a shocking question, Tianyu's face went blank, confusedly repeating, "Era name. Could it be that I've encountered an old goblin who has attained enlightenment? Oh, this old man understands. The Qing dynasty has perished. Hey young man, may I ask which family rules the world now? Dynasty or whatever, this old man has probably lived for more than 200 years. Tianyu wiped the sweat dripping like a bath, solemnly explaining, "Grandpa, the feudal system collapsed a long time ago. It is now the era of the people." The old man calmly continued, "Oh, so now our people are also copying the Westerners. Thinking about it, it makes sense. 3 centuries have flashed by. It seems the time has come for this old man to come out of seclusion." Crack, crack, the solid rock wall suddenly split open, creating a large gap. The door was also thrown wide open by now. An old man with a white beard and hair slowly stepped out amidst the thick dust. Tianyu was drenched in sweat, dumbfoundedly asking, "Sir, just who exactly are you, which divine being?" The old mister kept a serene face, answering in a deep voice, "Taoist Zhuo Zhongshuo." Suddenly, Zhu Zhongshuo's eyes flared with a sharp light. He let out a sound. "Oh. Do you young men also possess divine powers? A physical body of Vajra, invincible strength. Unparalleled martial arts, capable of knocking down weeping willows. And a mind shining as bright as the sun." The worker sweated heavily, quickly pointing to the top of his hard hat to clarify, "Grandpa, this is not fairy magic. Nowadays we call it an electric light bulb." Zhuo Zhongshuo locked his gaze straight at Tianyu, slowly declaring, "As for this young boy, his divine powers can transform endlessly." Tianyu dropped his jaw in horror, stammering, "Old mister, can you see completely through all of our mutant abilities?" The old man half closed his eyes, casually replying, "Being stuck in closed-door cultivation here for 300 years, I still have this little bit of spiritual sense sharp enough." Tianyu held out his hand and politely invited, "Old Zhuo, it's too dark here. How about we go up there and find a bright place to continue catching up?" Zhuo Zhongshu nodded instantly, slowly agreeing, "Fine. This old man is also curious to see how the world today has changed." The quiet night enveloped the Cultural Relics Bureau, marking a transition. A voice rang out with determination, "This crafting technique is absolutely unmistakable. We finally dug you up, Zhuo Zhongshu, the silhouette of a secluded cultivator left in the world." The man sweated profusely, his face drained of blood, stuttering for a long time before he could make a sound. What the hell is this?" The moment his feet touched the ground, Zhu Zhongshu turned to stone as he looked up at the giant concrete pillars glowing in the dark, muttering to himself, asking what kind of magical artifact those blinding giant stones were. The immortal was scared out of his wits and fell backward, his eyes round as marbles as he screamed, "Do the pavilions of today touch the blue clouds? That carriage can run on its own without needing a spirit beast to pull it." Tianyu stood beside him, flashing a hospitable smile and spoke loudly, "Old Zhuo, it's an honor to welcome you to the era of civilization." In the blink of an eye, Zhuo Zongxiu was lounging on a soft mattress, passionately enjoying a massage service, his face relaxing in sheer satisfaction as he exclaimed, "Magical, truly too miraculous." We cultivators in the past only knew how to bury our heads in theories of nourishing the muscles and bones, restraining our emotions. Expanding the realm of human life relied entirely on locking ourselves in caves and having delusions of grandeur. Who knew the mortal world out there was this vibrant? You ordinary mortals just need to use your brains to invent machines, and it's more than enough to crush our thousand-year cultivation techniques. Those planes and rockets tearing through the wind and clouds that you just bragged about, even a golden core ancestor would probably be left eating their dust. Not to mention that killing weapon called a nuclear bomb. If its destructive power is as terrifying as rumors say, even a nascent soul stage expert showing up would be turned to ashes. Young brother, this poor Taoist has a small request. Tianyu rested his chin on his hand, winking mischievously, grinning widely as he promised, "Just speak your mind boldly, old immortal." Old Zhu didn't beat around the bush and said straight out, "Those modern magical artifacts you just brought up to scare me, can you let me touch them? I really want to broaden my horizons and see whether technology or immortal magic rules the world." Tianyu broke into a cold sweat on his back, smiling wryly as he waved his hands, "Planes or firearms I can manage, but nuclear bombs I surrender. I can't bring one back for you to look at." Zhuo Zongxiu scoffed in disappointment, smacking his lips and saying, "Then just find a few common items. I won't bother forcing you to get those cutting-edge things either." Tianyu bounced up like a spring, nodding immediately with a beaming face, "Deal, let's both head back to the construction site." The scene shifted back to the construction site littered with bricks and mortar in the dead of the silent night. In a flash, Tianyu had escorted old Zhu to the base of the building, yelling loudly, "Yu Qingqi, are you at home?" Yu Qingqi poked his head out the door, grimacing like a monkey eating ginger as he grumbled, "What's all the noise? Planning to stay up all night together or what?" Tianyu tilted his head up, excitedly recounting, "He is a true Taoist master. He figured out the secret to our powers, and now he wants to borrow your firearms to test their power a bit." Yu Qingqi furrowed his brows tightly, looking dumbfounded as he asked back, "A cultivator wanting to play with guns?" The young man sluggishly dragged his feet outside, letting out a long sigh, "Whatever, there's a shooting range I just set up a bit further away, follow me." The space changed to a crude shooting range, standing bare under the sky. Tianyu grinned, enthusiastically acting as a tour guide. "Behold, old immortal, this is the most common lethal weapon of this era, the handgun." Old Zhuo picked the item up, acting like an expert evaluating it. "Oh wow, a foreign matchlock. When I first ducked into the cave to cultivate I was quite familiar with this item too." Tianyu gave a half-smile full of arrogance, quickly correcting him, "A modern pistol's level is far beyond those crappy matchlock guns of your Qing dynasty." He spun around to Yu Qingqi, loudly urging, "Yu Qingqi, show off some basic moves to broaden the senior's horizons." Yu Qingqi grabbed the gun, sighing in complaint, "Good grief, just bringing more trouble upon myself." Yu Qingqi pulled the trigger, firing continuously without pause at the wooden dummy target in the distance. Zhuo Zongxiu widened his eyes in awe, wonderfully exquisite. An iron block the size of a fist, but its destructive power is truly terrifying. It even pierced through such a thick metal plate. The trajectory and speed are truly beyond this old man's imagination. Yu Qingqi lifted the corner of his mouth in pride, acting superior as he lectured, "If you want to hit wherever you aim, you have to bleed working on your skills. The title of 100 shots 100 hits doesn't just come out of nowhere." Zhuo Zongxiu smirked wickedly and teased, "Hey young man, this old man suddenly has a little whim." Tianyu stood nearby, looking dumbfounded and completely clueless about the elder's actions. Zhuo Zongxiu kept a stone-cold face and boldly threw down the gauntlet, "Point the barrel at me and pull the trigger." Yu Qingqi broke into a cold sweat, awkwardly looking over at Tianyu for help. "What on earth is going on?" Tianyu laughed it off to reassure him, "Qingqi, calm down. Since old Zhuo here has seen through our abilities, he's definitely not an ordinary guy. If he wants it, just give him what he asks for." Yu Qingqi dropped his joking demeanor, raised his weapon straight, aimed carefully, and warned, "All right, senior, bullets have no eyes, you know." Yu Qingqi's pitch-black gun barrel locked right on the center of the master's forehead. A deafening gunshot rang out, and the bullet tore through the air, whizzing forward. Zhu Zongxiu remained rooted to the spot, his stance as steady as a rock without budging an inch. But in the blink of an eye, he spread two fingers to catch it. The intention to catch a bullet bare-handed was incredibly badass, but unfortunately, he completely missed. The Grandmaster broke into a nervous sweat, letting out a panicked and bewildered huh. The elderly figure was blasted backward by the impact, groaning incredibly pitifully. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Tianyu and Qingqi screamed their lungs out, "Old Zuo." A chill ran down Yu Qingqi's spine as he panicked and vented his frustration on Qi Tianyu. "How the hell did you say he possessed a body-protecting ultimate skill?" The old man struggled to raise his arm and wheezed, "This old man hasn't met his maker yet. Young men don't panic." Tianyu muttered, completely at a loss for words, "You flew a dozen meters away and you're saying you're fine." Zhu Zongxiu's face was swollen like a balloon as he stared at his fingers and questioned himself. "What the hell? How can my current cultivation base not withstand this tiny toy?" Yu Qingqi stood by with his arms crossed, nonchalantly comforting him. "It's an obvious theorem that mortals can't catch flying bullets. You don't need to wonder about it." The master frowned and muttered thoughtfully, "This is so wrong. My 1,000-year cultivation is showing signs of depletion." Instantly, his gaze became as sharp as a razor as he asked tensely, "Did you juniors dig up any jade magical artifacts during the excavation?" Qi Tianyu broke into a cold sweat and answered blankly, "I didn't see any jade, but we did dig up something that looked like a bronze block." Zhu Zongxiu pressed him urgently, "Shaped like a dragon's head, right?" Tianyu gasped and confirmed, "Spot on, so it turns out to be your antique." Qi Tianyu scratched his head and delivered the bad news. "We accidentally handed that item straight to the Artifact Conservation Department for them to examine." Zhu Zongxiu's face darkened as he solemnly explained, "Back in the day, wanting to go into seclusion to rebuild my cultivation, I locked my entire cultivation base inside a piece of jade. By right, when I awakened, my power should have automatically returned. Now that my body is so empty, I'm afraid that magical artifact has been damaged by someone. It's a good thing this old life still has tough bones, otherwise, that wicked bullet would have sent me to meet my ancestors." A moment later, three figures silently gathered around the deep hole in the quiet night, their eyes never leaving its bottom. Tianyu stared intently at the chipped strange object and asked, "Is this your spirit stone?" Zhu Zongxiu nodded in confirmation, "Exactly as I thought, the dragon head has been plucked off by someone." Old Zhu's face hardened, his voice resolute and decisive, "We must snatch back that dragon head fragment. I absolutely won't let my lifelong cultivation fall into the hands of heretics." Tianyu snapped his fingers, his blood boiling in agreement. "Understood, let's hit the road right here, right now." Without further hesitation, the whole group dashed like the wind to the Antique Preservation headquarters right in the dead of night. Standing outside the iron gate, Tianyu strained his neck and shouted inside, "Hey, is anyone awake?" Old Feng clattered out from inside, grumbling in response, "Coming, coming, even ghosts are sleeping at this hour, who's still wandering around." "Oh, is that young Qi? What brings a rare guest like you here?" Qi Tianyu hastily explained, "Brother Feng, that antiquity we just handed over this afternoon, is it possible to get it back?" Old Feng jumped in surprise, his eyes wide and jaw dropped as he asked back, "What, you want it back?" "You must be kidding me, my guys are still busy dissecting and analyzing that relic. Besides, once an item is handed over, what rule allows you to take it back?" Tianyu broke into a cold sweat and frantically explained, "Brother Feng, there's a huge misunderstanding here. That dragon head block isn't an ownerless antique, its rightful owner is still standing right here in the flesh." Old Feng nearly dropped his jaw, stammering in shock, "Cut the crap. That item has been underground for at least 3 centuries. The young man gritted his teeth and firmly asserted, "Yes, it's absolutely a 300-year-old antique, but the person who owns that item is accompanying us here to request it back." Tianyu jerked his chin toward Zhu Zongxiu and boldly introduced, "This white-haired senior is the legal owner of that dragon head." Old Feng glued his eyes to the swaying Q braid of the strange guest, muttering, "This hairstyle looks familiar." He then scrutinized the shabby outfit down to every thread and exclaimed in shock, Well, even the style of these clothes too." Old Feng's eyes bulged like snail eyes, bewildered in a mess of thoughts. Could it be a mutant from the Qing dynasty time-traveling here? But then he shut his eyes tight and waved his hand to ruthlessly shoo the guests away. Whatever nonsense you guys are spouting, it's already the third watch of the night. If there's any hidden issue, drag your asses here tomorrow morning to sort it out. Tianyu's face darkened, his gaze as sharp as a dagger as he gritted out every word. If we don't bring the magical artifact back tonight, we're taking root right here. Old Feng lost his temper and roared, "This young Qi, you're properly educated, so why are you throwing a tantrum like this?" At that very moment, a guy with his face hidden by a black hat stepped out from the shadows, dropping a cold remark, "Old Feng, why waste your breath on these peasants?" He glared with bloodshot eyes full of killing intent, raising his voice to assert dominance. "If you like playing dirty on this turf, don't blame my fists for being blind." Suddenly, Zhu Zongxiu's forehead was drenched in sweat as he dazedly blurted out, "You are." Tianyu pushed forward to block his line of sight, screaming with boiling indignation, "The one who took the life of Sha Liang's boss." The black-hatted guy smirked wickedly, "Your demeanor is still as aggressive as ever, Tianyu." Old Zhu knitted his brows tightly and questioned in a deep voice, "This guy's killing intent is very heretical. Kid, do you have a grudge against him?" Tianyu glared at his sworn enemy, gritting his teeth to confess the truth. "To tell you the truth, the superpower I'm using is actually granted by this guy's gadget." Upon hearing the root of the matter, Zhu Zongxiu was shaken to his core and muttered, "So that's how it is, a Qi refiner." The mysterious guy hypocritically cupped his hands in greeting, his twisted smile brimming with malice. "The name Elder Zhu has been ringing in my ears for a long time. It's truly a blessing to witness the face of the remaining cultivator in the mortal realm." Mr. Zhu broke into a cold sweat, retorting with heavy suspicion, "What do you mean remaining? Then where did South Dragon and North Fox drift off to? Didn't those two old monsters crawl out of their caves before me?" The young man grinned widely in an extremely hair-raising manner. "Ah, those two old lives. They've both been turned into my medicinal pills." Zhu Zongxiu rolled his eyes back, roaring in a frenzy, using living souls to transcend tribulations, truly the spawn of heretical demons. Immediately, he erupted in a blinding emerald-green aura, lunging forward fiercely and hissing, "I'll send you to the Western Paradise." But before he could even unleash his move, he took a storm-like kick full-on, flying and smashing his face into the iron gate, letting out a pitiful groan. Tianyu was scared out of his wits, screaming his lungs out, "Senior Zhuo." The black-hatted guy arrogantly admired his own fist, scoffing disdainfully, "In this dilapidated state, the old man only has a shred of ragged internal energy from the Qi condensation stage, while this seat has long reached the foundation establishment stage." Since the mass seclusion of the cultivation world in the last century, the spiritual energy veins have been completely wiped out. The remnants of today could train bitterly until they suffer Qi deviation and still be stuck at foundation establishment. Don't even dream of ascending to the immortal realm. "Mr. Zhu, I'm thirsting for the bunch of ragged cultivation manuals in your head." The old man clutched his chest and coughed violently, gritting his teeth and spitting out a wad, "Keep daydreaming. I'd rather take my manuals to the grave than ever surrender them to heretical scum." The guy slowly turned on his heel, casually dropping the words, "I accept it. I fully anticipated the old man would be stubborn. Cultivators naturally worship strength above all else. In a few months, the land of Tanhai will open the arena for the Immortal Ascension Assembly. At that time, both sides will form their own teams to determine the superior. If your side's claws are sharp enough to claim victory, I will offer back the spirit stone block with both hands. But if I uproot you completely, you must consciously and obediently hand over all your martial arts manuals." Old Zhu gritted his teeth and let out a bone-chilling HMPH. "Fine, I'll consider you to still have some rules. Let's settle it then, a gentleman keeps his word. Deal, after the third lunar month, the two of us will decide life and death at the border of Tanjiang." Time flew by, the sunlight gradually pierced through the night, sweeping away the dense frost. The scene shifted to the edge of the forest. Yu Qingqi stroked his chin and muttered thoughtfully, "In this situation, our brotherhood has been dragged by the neck into the purge of the cultivation world, right?" The boy clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with fervent sparks. "Old Zhu will definitely train us to join the fight. The chance to level up our power has arrived." Just as he finished speaking, Zhu Zongxiu clasped his hands behind his back and spoke leisurely. "The kid guessed spot on. This old man has the sudden interest to accept a few of your comrades as disciples. But there's no spot for you on the list, Tianyu." Tianyu jumped, breaking into a cold sweat and cried out shrilly, "Eh?" Tianyu widened his eyes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he frantically protested. "For what reason am I being pushed to the sidelines, old mister?" Zhuo Zongxiu furrowed his brow, his face as grim as stagnant water, revealing the truth. "The superpower you're using is actually the dregs from that evil villain's hex. Simply put, with just a bit of manipulation from him, you'll immediately be turned into an original chi supply source for him to use." Hearing this bolt from the blue, Tianyu shivered violently, muttering in extreme bewilderment, "Is it that messed up?" Zhu Zongxiu hardened his face, dropping a cold ultimatum. "If you want me to pass down my true heart mantra, you have to dig that damn mess of a hex out of your internal organs yourself first." Saying that, old Zhu opened his palm, condensing a block of glowing golden spiritual light, and casually announced, "I will grant you a little sprite assistant." In the blink of an eye, a tiny wood sprite stretched and woke from its dream, looking around blankly and asking, master, where are we drifting to now?" Zhuo Zongxiu indifferently introduced, "She is Hua Yao. This disciple holds the secret technique to wring that unlucky hex out of your organs. Hua Yao listened to my order. For the next few days, take the trouble to supervise this brat and help him expel the dark energy." Hua Yao half closed her sparkling eyes, obediently bowing her head. "Your disciple obeys your command, master." Old Zhuo maintained his relaxed demeanor, clearly instructing Qi Tianyu, "Summon all your brothers here. When dawn breaks, I will open a crash course training class." Tianyu sweated buckets, foolishly probing, "Mr. Zhuo, is the class picky about admissions? Do I need to filter for some smarter ones so you won't have to work too hard?" Old Zhuo crossed his arms behind his back, boldly replying, "This old man doesn't care about background, as long as their nature is upright. I can train even ignorant mortals who have never touched cultivation into talents. They just need to endure hardship under my training for 10 days, and I guarantee they'll come out capable of beating that heretic until all his teeth fall out." Tianyu narrowed his eyes, weighing the pros and cons, silently cheering in his heart, "Anyone is fine. Then I must immediately call Dongzai over to rub shoulders and earn a bit of superpower too." The two then strolled leisurely, the boy nodding gleefully. "It's a deal. At dawn tomorrow I will bring you a group of heroes with hearts as pure as jade. By the way, let me ask Miss Hua Yao, when are we starting this business of pushing the hex out?" Hua Yao half closed her eyelids, dropping a cold reply, "If you don't have a craving for sleep tonight, then drag your feet and follow this lady right now." A moment later, the two arrived at the windy dike of the vast, smoke-like misty main river of Tanhai. Tianyu blinked his innocent doe eyes, foolishly wondering, "What the hell are we doing dragging each other to the water's edge?" Hua Yao waved her index finger in a lecturing manner, her face extremely serious. "The principle of forcing out a spell is to push the host to death's door to trigger an anomaly." In a flash, she squatted down, took a rope and tied a dead knot around his ankle, her mouth casually babbling, "So just follow the proper procedure like this, and like this, it's done." Tianyu looked in horror at the boulder tied to his foot. Hua Yao casually jerked her chin and ordered, "Take the initiative and jump into the water yourself." Tianyu leaped up and roared, "Are you crazy? Are you trying to drown me?" Hua Yao casually reassured him, "You worry too much. Once the hex crawls out of you, I'll pull you ashore. You won't die, so don't be afraid." "Playing with my life? Wait a minute, let me pick up the phone and call for backup." But before he could react, Hua Yao kicked the boulder away, dragging him straight into the freezing water, scolding harshly, "You're too bothersome. I know exactly what I'm doing with your life or death." The 1,000-pound boulder, just like that, dragged Tianyu to sink completely into the dark, fathomless water. Under the freezing water, he grimaced and thrashed wildly, panicking to himself, "Good heavens, I ran out of breath before I could even take a gulp of oxygen. I'm dead for sure. This damn boulder is pinning me down so tightly. How can I possibly raise my head?" As his body sank deeper into the abyss, he continuously screamed in despair deep inside, "It's over. I'm really going to drown this time." Suddenly, a brilliant emerald halo flashed on the back of the young man's hand. The very next split second, the previously still water surface exploded, white foam splashing everywhere as an object tore through the water and shot up into the air. Hua Yao widened her sparkling eyes in extreme excitement. She shrieked joyfully, "It's showing its tail." A pitch-black humanoid figure had fished Tianyu out and tossed him onto the sandy beach. Hua Yao pointed straight at it and declared, "Admire it, that is the true form of that filthy hex." Hua Yao knitted her brows tightly. loudly urging like rolling thunder, "Seize the opportunity, crush that evil spirit right now. Take him down." Sweat poured down Tianyu like a waterfall. He blankly panicked and asked back, "You're telling me to defeat him? What on earth is this pitch-black creature?" The creature's dark arm suddenly locked tightly onto Tianyu's wrist. Hua Yao's face turned pale as she cried out shrilly, "Oh no." Tianyu frowned, staring at the black smoke that was slowly snaking its way back into his flesh, groaning in confused panic. What the hell is going on? Hua Yao gritted her teeth, breaking into a sweat, frantically shouting a warning, "Swing your arm and fling it away right now. If you let it cling on, it will burrow back into your organs right away." Hearing that, Tianyu gathered all his life's strength and violently swung his arm to banish that black shadow far away. Decisively, the guy darted back a few steps and took a defensive stance. Hua Yao stepped back and directed the tactics. "Well done, keep your distance. Absolutely do not let him touch your flesh ever again." Tianyu gritted his teeth, getting into a ready stance, and decisively replied, "Got the signal in short. I just charge in and fight it barehanded and it's done right." The kid muttered the spell to multiply his strength tenfold. After waiting until his neck was stiff without seeing any superpower descend, he frantically inspected his palms. Is the system broken?" Hua Yao frowned and yelled in his face, "It is the true form of your energy standing towering right over there. So how are you going to use your divine ability?" Tianyu broke into a cold sweat, panicking and screaming, "You're making a mortal like me duel barehanded with a phantom." Suddenly, that pitch-black mass erupted with a ghastly green dark aura, successfully multiplying its strength tenfold, turning Tianyu to stone on the spot. Before he could even blink, the kid took a full punch and flew straight into the air, howling extremely pitifully, "Oh my God." Taking a punch that completely dislocated his jaw, Tianyu roared helplessly, "Playing like this, only a saint could fight back against it." The boy fell heavily onto the ground, and the dark entity immediately grabbed his wrist without letting go. And then the phantom leisurely slipped right back into his flesh. He dazedly groped his body, muttering in despair. It slipped right back inside again. Hua Yao crossed her arms over her chest, her tone casually comforting, "Don't be discouraged. Failing the first time is just a normal occurrence." Tianyu let out a defeated sigh. "Even if you let me stumble another 100 times, the result will still be that I can't beat it." Hua Yao calmly analyzed the tactics. "As long as you bear with reenacting the scene of getting beaten up a few more times to drain its stamina, it will be fine." Catching the keyword, Tianyu immediately had a flash of inspiration, "Drain its energy. Then I'll just use up all the energy before forcing it out, and the matter is settled, right?" Hua Yao bluntly extinguished his hope. "Right now, the magical artifact has already frozen your abilities. The only way is to use your own body to wear it down. Try to recall roughly how much energy that divine ability has accumulated." Tianyu broke into a sweat, laughing awkwardly as he confessed, "Well, previously that black glasses guy charged me with over 100,000 points. I've been using it forever without seeing any depletion." Hearing that, Hua Yao was completely rendered speechless, saying in frustration, "Then you better prepare yourself mentally to get beaten to a pulp until that number is drained dry. And remember this well, during this period, you must absolutely not collect any more energy." Tianyu rolled his eyes back, shocked beyond words. "Oh my God, this time I'm..." The night passed, and the sunlight illuminated the messy construction site the next morning. Sha Liang rested his hands on his hips, his face full of sleepiness as he asked, "What's going on that Qing Qi dragged all of us out of bed and hauled us here at the crack of dawn?" Yu Qing Qi scratched his head vigorously, sluggishly reporting, "It was Qi Tianyu who told me to call you guys here." Zhu Zhangshu stood calmly with his hands clasped. Yu Qing Qi pointed and introduced, "You guys must have already seen the face of this Mr. Zhu yesterday, right?" Sha Liang blinked, casually replying, "Of course we know him. Yesterday we personally carried hoes and shovels to dig him up." Yu Qing Qi's face hardened, solemnly announcing, "Last night Mr. Zhu and that guy wearing black glasses threw down a letter of challenge. Mr. Zhu wants to impart divine abilities to us to fight a decisive battle with the black glasses guy." Sha Liang and Zhuang immediately lit up their eyes, cheering in excitement. "Really? That's awesome." Cheng Dong broke into a sweat, grimacing and casting his eyes down to ask, "What the hell did you drag me along for to cultivate divine abilities?" Yu Qing Qi glanced at him and answered indifferently, "Qi Tianyu wanted you to learn some skills, so he specially instructed me to call you along." Cheng Dong was immediately thrilled, his eyes shining brightly. I can learn divine abilities too. Tianyu is truly a good brother. Yu Qingqi looked over seriously, speaking respectfully. Master Zhuo, has the auspicious time arrived? Zhuo Zhangshuo maintained a calm expression and ordered, first, gather around here so I can inspect the spiritual veins of each of you. The Grandmaster shut his eyes tight, taking the pulse of each person one by one, then nodded looking quite pleased. Aha, so that's how it is. After checking everyone once over, the old man smiled confidently. I understand now. The spiritual veins of you guys have inherently already been unblocked. The one Sha Liang opened is the muscle vein. The two Liu brothers fully unblocked the body vein. As for you kid Qing Qi, the one you unblocked is the mind vein. These three branches of spiritual veins respectively correspond to three basic divine abilities: strength, defense, and clairvoyance. Sha Liang slapped his thigh in astonishment as the realization dawned on him. So that's how it is. Did that Maya ruin unblock the spiritual veins for us? Zhu Zhangshuo clasped his hands and closed his eyes, calmly explaining, with your current weak realms, unblocking one spiritual vein is already the limit. The next thing to do is to enhance your spiritual power. Wait until your spiritual power is abundant, then I will arrange a suitable cultivation method for each of you. Sha Liang asked curiously, enhance spiritual power. Grandmaster Zhuo, then what should we do? Zhu Zhangshuo half closed his eyelids, casually explaining, you guys are very lucky. Right underneath here is my cave dwelling, which has abundant spiritual energy and various types of medicinal pills. Now I will teach you how to sit in meditation and enter a state of deep concentration combined with the pills in the cave dwelling. In no more than 2 days, your spiritual power will be enough to learn cultivation methods. Having said that, he raised 2 fingers and loudly called out, Cao Yao. He decisively ordered, you take them down to the cave dwelling to improve their spiritual power, teach them how to enter deep meditation. Cao Yao shut her eyes tight, obediently and respectfully replying, understood. After that, the whole group filed away following Cao Yao, while Cheng Dong remained rooted to the spot, blankly turning his head to look back. The young man pointed a finger at his own face, asking in confusion, Grandmaster Zhuo, what about my part? Zhuo Zhangshuo replied extremely seriously, I have to unblock your spiritual vein for you first. Cheng Dong, which type of spiritual vein do you want to unblock? Cheng Dong asked back curiously, what types are there, Grandmaster? Old Zhuo explained slowly, usually it's exactly the 3 types you just heard a moment ago. Zhuo Zhangshuo explained thoroughly, the body vein, the divine vein, and the muscle vein are the 3 basic as well as most common types of spiritual veins. Cheng Dong looked up with a bewildered expression, breaking into a sweat as he softly muttered, aha. Then Zhuo Zhangshuo waved his hand and boldly declared, but these 3 types of spiritual veins can absolutely be freely combined with each other. Cheng Dong broke into a sweat, frowning in bewilderment as he asked back, freely combined. The old man continued explaining, for example, on the basis of opening 6 parts of the divine vein, you open an additional 2 parts each of the muscle vein and the body vein. At that time, it can create a sword cultivator capable of freely controlling a flying sword. Cheng Dong's eyes lit up brightly with excitement. He cheered joyfully, that's so cool. Then I want to learn to be a sword cultivator. Zhu Zhangshuo half closed his eyes and interrupted in a deep voice, wait a moment. Cheng Dong was startled and blankly asked back, huh? Old Zhu stroked his chin, smirking extremely sinisterly, I haven't met a student who is a completely blank slate like you for a very long time. This old man has an experimental cultivation method I want to try out right on your body. Cheng Dong broke into a cold sweat, pointing fearfully at his own face and stammering, experimental. Are you planning to use me as a guinea pig? Cheng Dong immediately turned his face away sharply, firmly refusing. Then I'm not doing it. Suddenly Zhuo Zhangshuo leaned in close, his gaze sharp and full of threat. Little friend, you should think it over carefully. Cheng Dong jumped in fright, his eyes widening in bewilderment, huh? Then old Zhuo raised a finger, immensely pleased with himself. Once you learn this new cultivation method, you will become the grand disciple of a new school. In the future, you will establish a sect and become a generation's grandmaster. Cheng Dong dreamily imagined the scene of being knelt to and revered by the world, his eyes burning with the fire of ambition, a generation's grandmaster. Unexpectedly, the boy reached up to scratch the back of his neck, sweating as he answered sheepishly, then let's give it a try, trying it a bit won't hurt. Immediately, Zhu Zongxiu shut his eyes tight, breaking into an extremely sinister smile. Good. After that, old Zhu looked at him with extreme satisfaction and boldly declared, "Little friend Cheng Dong, from today on you are the true inheriting disciple of the loach skill created by me." Cheng Dong broke into a cold sweat, his face turning pale as he fearfully exclaimed, "Loach skill?" Cheng Dong sweated bullets, laughing awkwardly as he retorted, Master, doesn't this name sound a bit nauseating?" Zhu Zongxiu glared with wide eyes and shouted loudly, "Stand up straight. I'll unblock your meridians for you." Cheng Dong stood up straight and shouted loudly, "Yes." Immediately after, old Zhu calmly raised two glowing fingers in preparation. Old Zhu jabbed his dazzling finger into his chest as fast as lightning, loudly chanting, "First root through the upper yang acupoint, seventh return wraps around the heart force." Zhu Zongxiu broke into an extremely wicked smile, "Here's the final strike." The old man put all his strength into poking his finger straight into Cheng Dong's navel, shouting loudly, "Spirit unblocks belly suction." Cheng Dong squeezed his eyes shut tight, gritting his teeth in tense endurance. Right at that moment, old Zhu's voice suddenly rang out, "Disciple." The master's voice commanded boldly to open your eyes, and Cheng Dong timidly cracked one eye open to look. Zhu Zongxiu slightly curled the corners of his lips into an incredibly satisfied smile, admiring his student. Cheng Dong opened his eyes wide, blankly asking back, "Is it over?" He answered, "That's right." Cheng Dong was bewildered. "Do I have a divine ability now too, master? What superpower do I have, strength, speed, or clairvoyance?" Zhu Zongxiu smiled smugly and replied, "HMPH, of all those things you just mentioned, you don't have a single one." Cheng Dong panicked and dropped his jaw. "Then aren't I still just a normal person?" Old Zhu calmly ordered, "Lift your shirt and take a look." Cheng Dong obediently lifted his shirt, exclaiming in astonishment, "Huh, are these abs? What the hell is this? How many packs is this? I do like abs, but growing over 20 tightly packed ones like this, haven't I become a monster?" Zhu Zongxiu calmly reassured him, "Don't rush." He pointed to his stomach, instructing him to follow me to circulate spiritual power. Cheng Dong closed his eyes and concentrated, Zhu Zongxiu pointed to Cheng Dong's throat, slowly guiding from the throat, down to the dantian. Diffused to the entire abdominal area. Cheng Dong focused highly, suddenly widening his eyes. Old Zhu boomed an order, "Now circulate the divine ability." Cheng Dong cheered gleefully, "The feeling is here." He hurriedly lifted his shirt to check his 20-pack abs, which suddenly convulsed and trembled violently, causing Cheng Dong to break into a panicked sweat. "What is this? Why are my abs vibrating like this?" Old Zhu smiled smugly, "Disciple, don't rush. Just lie flat on your stomach on the ground first, then try circulating the divine ability again." Cheng Dong blankly repeated, "Lie flat on my stomach on the ground," then he obediently lay prone on the ground, muttering to activate the divine ability. Thanks to the vibrating array of abs, Cheng Dong immediately slid face-first across the ground at a terrifying speed, dirt and rocks flying everywhere, and he screamed in terror. Cheng Dong's face was a mess of tears and snot as he frantically screamed, "What the hell is this?" Cheng Dong screamed miserably in panic, "Whoa, ah, ah, ah." Old Zhu bared his teeth in an incredibly satisfied smile, majestically and boldly declaring, "This is exactly the loach skill, using the abs pressed against the ground to move at high speed. What use does this divine ability even have? I'm about to hit a tree." Zhu Zongxiu frantically shouted instructions, "Disciple, don't panic. Lean back and use your abs to suction onto the tree trunk immediately." Cheng Dong hurriedly arched his body, clinging tightly to the tree trunk. Immediately after, he shot up along the tree trunk, screaming shrilly in panic, "Whoa, ah." Cheng Dong was launched high into the air, screaming with tears streaming down his face, "I'm flying." Zhu Zongxiu looked up after him, smiling in extreme satisfaction as he judged, HMPH, experiment successful. Time swiftly passed by a week. The scene shifted to a desolate and deserted riverbank area. Here Tianyu was fiercely wrestling with the black shadow. He gathered his strength and roared, "Erg, ah, 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 ah." Hua Yao stood outside, anxiously jumping up and down to cheer him on. "Tianyu, keep it up, just a little bit more." Tianyu locked the black shadow in a chokehold, shouting loudly in triumph, "Ha, you unlucky phantom, out of energy so you can't fight me anymore, right?" He yelled in frustration. "For a whole week now, I've activated the divine ability countless times and haven't even touched a woman once. You don't have a single bit of energy left now, Everything is over. In a flash, the giant black shadow shattered and turned into dust, dissolving into thin air. He reached out to pick up the black fountain pen, overjoyed as he told himself. It turned back into a fountain pen and left my body. Tianyu wiped the stream of sweat across his forehead, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, finally managed to destroy it. Hua Yao smiled and ran over to congratulate him. Like this, you are completely free from control. Let's quickly go see how things are on Master's side. The scene shifted back to the construction site. Sha Liang just caught a glimpse of his best friend's shadow and gleefully called out, "Oh look, Tianyu." Tianyu beamed with a bright smile, happily showing off. "I've managed to remove the magical artifact from my body. How is everyone's cultivation going?" Sha Liang crossed his arms and tilted his head up proudly, saying, "This crew has increased our spiritual energy and is already cultivating Master's methods. Right now, we can be considered qi condensation stage cultivators, you know." Tianyu excitedly turned to Zhu Zongxiu and yelled loudly, "Grandmaster Zhu, I have forced the magical artifact out of my body. Hurry up and impart a cultivation method to me." Zhu Zongxiu laughed it off with praise, replying, "Kid, your speed is quite fast indeed. All right, enter my cave dwelling to enhance your spiritual power first." Tianyu's eyes shone as bright as headlights, overjoyed as he reported, "Yes, sir." In the days that followed, the whole group buried their heads in non-stop bitter training together. Time flew by relentlessly day and night, and the days of arduous training quietly slipped away just like that. Under the brilliant sun, the relaxing summer vacation also quickly came to an end. At the noisy train station, Zhu Zongxiu kindly instructed Tianyu, "When you go to university, don't neglect your daily cultivation with Cheng Dong, okay?" Tianyu patted his chest and smiled confidently, boldly swearing, "I won't forget, Master. There is only 1 month left until the Immortal Ascension Assembly. Cheng Dong and I will still intensify our cultivation." A moment later, the giant iron train chugged and pulled into the station right at Tianyu's standing mark. A smiling girl waved goodbye and advised, "Have a safe trip, Tianyu. You must study hard when you get to university." Tianyu smiled happily and replied. Settled comfortably on the train, Tianyu propped his chin up and stared at his best friend opposite him, idly asking, "So how about it, Dong Zai? What's your mood like right now?" Cheng Dong replied with a profound look, "Me? This is the first time I've been this far from home in my entire life, even though Xinhai University is only a few dozen kilometers from the downtown area. But just imagining the prospect of leaving my parents' embrace to live alone for months on end. I just can't suppress the excitement in my heart. Finally, there's no one to control me anymore, ha 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 ha. I'm going all out this time, free to fly and play however I want." Hearing that, Tianyu also half-closed his eyes, smiling wickedly in agreement, I feel you." Suddenly, on the tracks ahead, the towering legs of a stranger appeared, blocking the way. The roadblock was a man dressed in black, wearing round glasses, clenching his fists tightly, legs spread wide, taking root right in the middle of the railway. The man in round glasses smirked with a sinister smile, mocking, "So this is a train." In the blink of an eye, he violently used his bare hands to stop the roaring locomotive, the terrifying friction tearing up the ground beneath his feet. The massive train cars were flipped upside down into the sky, while he spread his arms, laughing maniacally and arrogantly, "Ha ha ha ha, the famous train is nothing more than this. Who on earth is this guy?" From deep beneath the chaotic rubble, a hand struggled to grip the edge of a seat, accompanied by non-stop coughing. Tianyu crawled up like rising from a grave, looking bewildered as he muttered, "What the hell just happened? Was this train tired of living so it derailed itself?" The boy turned pale, frantically looking around the scrapyard, then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Dong Zai, where did you fly off to?" Cheng Dong, who was dangling high above, poked his face down and grinned back, "Don't worry. This young master has the ultimate skill Naiqiu Gong to protect himself. My skin is as slippery as a loach, so I have a tough life." Tianyu let out a long sigh of relief, smiling as he scolded, "Your magic trick managed to save some face. Crawl out quickly and let's check the situation." Standing atop the battered train car, Tianyu rubbed his head gloomily. "I wonder how many people survived this disaster. My beloved phone is smashed to pieces. Does your brick still have any signal?" Cheng Dong hurriedly pulled out his phone, swiftly dialed 119, then jumped for joy, "Oh my God, there's a signal." He pressed the phone tightly to his ear, screaming as if afraid the other side was deaf. "Hello, is this the 119 rescue team? Our train just tried to learn how to fly and derailed. Exactly, it's the one passing by Xin Hai University. Hearing the operator's voice echoing in his ear, Cheng Dong nodded continuously like a chicken pecking at grain. Yes, okay, we understand. After hanging up, Cheng Dong patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief, bringing good news. The rescue team is bringing a palanquin to pick us up. They told us to just sit tight and wait. Idleness breeds trouble. How about we take a walk to see if anyone needs their life picked up? Cheng Dong looked up with frog eyes at his best bud, obediently nodding. Let's move out. Before they could take a step, a shadow loomed up from nowhere and approached. The two students stared wide-eyed at the muscular brute standing with arms akimbo in the distance, only to hear him speak with a hidden meaning. My oh my, you two boys have some tough lives, haven't gone to see King Yan yet. Tianyu innocently and amicably waved his hand. Brother, we just called 119. The rescue backup will rush here on buffaloes in no time. Is there anyone gasping for emergency aid in your area? Our bones are still intact, ready to act as porters and lend a hand. The muscular guy casually reached up to stroke the stubble on his chin, sneering a long drawn-out laugh. Injured people. I'm afraid they've all passed on to the heavens. Since I took the trouble to intervene, there's no way mere mortals could survive. Perhaps only two ability users like you could keep your miserable lives. Hearing this, Tianyu felt like he was struck by lightning, his eyes almost popping out, stuttering in shock. Did you just say abilities? This tragic accident was single-handedly orchestrated by you. Kudos for guessing right, taking advantage of the old geezer Zhu Zhangshu being away. This is the golden opportunity to send you two boys to meet your ancestors. Tianyu instantly changed his expression, his whole body tensing up, lowering his voice to signal, Dongzai, be careful. This random thug is definitely a lackey sent by the guy in black glasses to take our lives. The burly guy arrogantly pushed up the frame of his sunglasses, beating his chest and loudly declaring his name. Prick up your ears and listen, I am Liu Lanqi. My cultivation base has reached the second tier of bone forging. Tianyu broke out in a cold sweat, gulping hard, crying out in his heart, we've run into a monstrous body cultivator. Dongzai, this time we have to stand shoulder to shoulder. Only by ganging up on him do we have a chance to take him down. No sooner said than done. Tianyu charged forward without hesitation, channeling all his life's inner strength to unleash a powerful Pai Kong Zhang strike. Liu Lanqi leisurely offered his muscular shoulder to absorb the full brunt of the attack, then smirked disdainfully. Do you call this tickling martial arts? Seizing the moment, Cheng Dong used a dog-eating mud posture to slide flat against the ground, straining his neck to yell out his ultimate skill, Naiqiu Gong. Seeing this bizarre scene, Liu Lanqi's eyes lit up like headlights, slapping his thigh and roaring with laughter. Well, this little cat trick seems a bit more amusing. Saying that, the brute hopped as lightly as a feather, launching himself into the air to dodge the attack as easily as flipping his hand. While the muscle head was busy hovering in the sky showing off a highly punchable, sinister smile, Tianyu on the ground had eyes shining like stars, grabbing the golden opportunity and shouting, your flank is exposed, boy. The boy hurriedly exhausted his life's strength and roared a Pai Kong Zhang, the brutal palm force slapping right into the opponent's face, twisting his mouth. The giant lost his momentum, nose-diving in a free fall and crashing onto the shattered ground with a bang. At this moment, cold sweat poured down his forehead like a stream, his teeth chattering uncontrollably as he panicked and muttered, what the hell is this? Why have my limbs gone on strike? Tianyu tilted his chin, smiling arrogantly and lecturing his enemy, you ancient relic, this is the essence of modern martial arts. A single hit to the lower jaw is more than enough to rattle your skull and make you seasick instantly. He quickly pulled his hands to his sides, channeling a stream of spiritual energy that illuminated a corner of the sky, then patted his chest and declared, no matter how pervertedly you've cultivated your blood and qi, that mushy brain of yours can't grow an extra layer of armor. Taste this Pai Kong Zhang combo, Tianyu roared furiously, his hands unleashing blinding force bullets like fireworks, shooting out to riddle Liu Lanqi's body. His hands danced at godly speed, frantically firing dozens of palm blasts that tore through the air and shredded the target, creating an explosion that sent dirt and rocks flying blindly. Standing on the sidelines spectating, Cheng Dong wiped his cold sweat and awkwardly marveled that Brat Chi Tianyu's spiritual energy has leveled up terrifyingly. With this kind of plowing firepower, how is it any different from lugging a mortar to blast artillery? When the hazy smoke slightly cleared, the massive beast-like figure of the muscle man loomed out, still standing completely unfazed, his bloodshot eyes glowing like a monster's. Liu Lanqi unhurriedly wiped the trail of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, sneering to display his wildly arrogant superior demeanor. Your massage skills are quite something, actually forcing me to shed a bit of blood, huh? Tianyu turned to stone on the spot, his eyes about to drop out, sweat soaking his back as he muttered like a sleepwalker, smashed to pieces like that, and you call it just a little scratch. The giant cracked his knuckles tightly, tilting his hateful face to the sky and concluding, you've danced enough, now prepare to eat my fists. He channeled his inner strength and flexed tightly, every bulging muscle popping with intertwined blue veins, forcing his outer shirt to rip into pieces. The fabric covering his chest couldn't take the heat either, bursting its seams and snapping completely, fully showcasing a bare chest bulging with freakishly expanding veins. Liu Lanqi tore off the flimsy remnants of his clothes, throwing his head back and howling with laughter like an escaped lunatic. Today I will unleash my full power to open your eyes. Tianyu looked up at the gloomy sky above his head, his brain straining until cold sweat broke out, muttering, his spiritual energy explosion is too badass. The muscle monster radiating overwhelming killing intent darted forward with the speed of a lightning bolt. With just a tyrant-like ram, he sent Tianyu flying straight into the air, the terrifying impact plowing the ground and kicking up a dust cloud that obscured all vision. Eating the full 1,000-jin punch to the face, Tianyu's eyes rolled back white, feeling a pain that pierced his very soul as he let out a blood-curdling scream. The terrifying aftershock from the collision forced his body to fly far, far away, sliding miserably along the steel railway tracks. Liu Lanqi, carrying his chain-broken bear-like physique, frantically rushed forward to tear him apart without mercy. In a flash, he loomed right behind Tianyu's back, raising a fist as big as a tray and aiming straight for his head to smash down. Tianyu widened his eyes in absolute horror, sweating buckets as he stammered, "What kind of godforsaken speed is this?" The merciless sledgehammer blow crashed straight down, turning the poor student into a baseball, launching into the air for the second time. His internal organs felt like they were going to crumble. He grimaced and squeezed his eyes shut, grinding his teeth as he cursed inwardly, "This damn brute." Gathering his last bit of remaining strength, Tianyu let out a sky-shaking shout, "Taste my Pai Kongjiang." Taking the move head-on, Liu Lanqi still bared his yellow teeth in a savage laugh. "Ha ha ha. This cat trick is only good for scratching an itch. Keep dreaming if you think you can even graze a hair on me." In a flash, the brute closed in tight, throwing a vicious uppercut that sank deep into Tianyu's soft abdomen. The ruthless blow sent our buddy flying, crashing face-first into the cold ground with a fatal thud. Liu Lanqi crossed his arms and looked down, coldly concluding, "This game can end right here." Seeing his teammate getting trashed, Cheng Dong immediately slid on his butt at lightning speed to the rescue, his face drained of all blood as he racked his brains and screamed, "Chi Tianyu, hang in there, buddy." The muscle man cast a sidelong glance, a few traces of curiosity appearing on his face as he let out a soft growl, "Where did this annoying fly come from?" Cheng Dong leaped up quickly like a mini gorilla, clinging tightly to the guy's bare, solid back, exhausting all his resources to roar loudly, "Ultimate skill Naiqiu Gong, Tianxiu Yunzio at your service." Cheng Dong strained his neck to constrict like a snake wrapping its prey, but Liu Lanqi merely smirked with leisurely disdain. "This petty trick is definitely a homemade product invented by that old geezer Zhu Zhangshuo. What else? Gotta admit, your bones were molded quite well, twisting and turning as flexible as taffy. But alas, no matter how much you train your bones' flexibility, they will forever only serve as a backdrop for the absolute authority of muscles, kid." Saying that, the tyrant flexed his muscles, tearing through the constriction, stretching Cheng Dong's body to the point where the boy had to scream out unearthly shrieks. It hurts so much, Mom." Seeing that scene, Chi Tianyu was scared out of his wits, frantically screaming until his voice went hoarse, "Dong Zai, let go quickly. That beast is going to skin you and pull out your tendons." Cheng Dong's bloodshot eyes were about to pop out, yet he still desperately ground his teeth and screamed back, "You make a run for it. Don't worry about my worthless life anymore." Tianyu stood rooted to the spot as if his pressure points had been hit, sweat pouring down like a waterfall, desperately whispering two words, "Dong Zai." At that exact moment, Tianyu's mind went on strike, his soul and body seeming to sink into a pitch-black abyss with no way out. When his eyes just fluttered open, he blankly darted his gaze at the desolate surroundings, foolishly wondering, which circle of hell is this middle-of-nowhere place? Suddenly, a blindingly bright sphere carrying an illusionary aura bounced right in front of his nose, followed by a deep, booming voice echoing, "It's been almost several thousand years, hasn't it?" The dazzling halo dissipated, revealing the phantom figure of an old man with a transcendent, immortal bearing, his aura overwhelmingly majestic as he declared, "Our chief family lineage has waited exhaustingly and finally managed to produce a cultivation seedling." Tianyu's jaw dropped as he witnessed the anomaly, his chin hitting his chest as he stammered, "Senior, which holy deity might you be?" The old man cast his eyes down at his great-great-grandson, patting his chest and boasting proudly to the heavens, "I am the grand ancestor of the lineage, known as the invincible Qi Jiang Jun, the exclusive protector for all Qi family descendants." The magnificent figure of the ancestor, towering like a mountain, trembled slightly as he gently continued, "You little brat can just casually call me Qi Jiang Jun." Tianyu stared wide-eyed at the living statue in front of him, muttering in shock like a sleepwalker, "So this is the legendary guardian spirit." Like a drowning man catching a straw, the boy broke a sweat and hastily clasped his hands to bow, "O manifesting great-grandfather, your descendant is being hacked and slashed all over the place by thugs and is about to meet his maker. Please quickly lend a hand and help me through this tribulation." The spiritual guardian boss cast a compassionate gaze upon his pathetic grandson, comforting him, "Calm down, young man. I rose from the grave precisely to scoop up your little life." The old man slowly pointed his finger straight at his Danshan, solemnly enlightening him. "Previously your meridians were stuffed with an ancient supreme art by a cursed pen. Although that Mr. Zai or whoever sucked dry the toxins, the core of the secret manual is still sitting right in there. Let your great-grandfather unlock and activate this fancy toy for you." In the blink of an eye, he was dragged roughly back to the real world. Tianyu stomped his feet to stand firm, as a blindingly fiery surge of spiritual energy instantly exploded from deep within his bones. What the hell is this tingling, refreshing sensation? Getting his hands on good stuff, Tianyu confidently whipped his head around and screamed with all his might, "Dongzai, let go of that giant right now." Startled by the roar, Cheng Dong bulged his frog eyes in dumbfounded bewilderment. Hello, what's going on?" Not waiting for his teammate to digest everything, Tianyu shot forward like an arrow, continuing to yell at the top of his lungs, "Dongzai, take your hands off quickly, man." Cheng Dong still hung that clueless face like someone falling from the sky, his brain on strike, unable to process the situation. In a heartbeat, Tianyu had closed the gap tightly, throwing a world-shaking tyrant punch, boldly shouting out the name of the move, "Amplify my strength tenfold." The sun-blinding punch sank deep into the enemy's massive layers of muscle. As he immediately gritted his teeth and growled, "The fun show hasn't drawn its curtains yet, boy." Pressing the advantage, he threw in a bonus brutal palm blast that forced the giant to spurt blood from his mouth, riding the momentum to scream his throat raw, "Pai Kong Zhang" for the finisher. Liu Lanqi rolled his eyes back entirely white from the mind-numbing pain, the domineering gale force drilling through his internal organs like a drill bit. At the same time, the aftershock of the collision sent young Cheng Dong flying up into the blue clouds, his limbs flailing wildly like a frog in sheer panic. The monster Liu Lanqi was smashed to pieces, nose-diving into the dirt with a loud crash that kicked up a dust storm blotting out a corner of the sky. As the curtain of dust gradually settled, smack in the middle of the deep crater lay the massive flesh of Liu Lanqi, stiff as a dead, drifting log. Seeing that, Cheng Dong gleefully jumped up in a burst of celebration. "Excellent job, buddy. You sent him to see his ancestors." Right at that boiling, crucial moment, their buddy Xia Liang also happened to haul his ass over there. Xia Liang, with a fiercely indignant face, delivered the shocking news that Black Glasses Guy's mob of stray ghosts pulled a sneak attack and snatched our master away without a trace. Tianyu stroked his chin in deep thought to analyze. "Oh, so that's how it is, planning to scoop up our whole gang in one go." Xia Liang stood beside him anxiously urging, "Hurry up, let's head back to the base right away." The scene cut sharply to a half-finished construction site, where gigantic cranes were baking in the blazing red sunset. Xia Liang excitedly yelled out to inform his buddies, "Comrades, do you read me? I have safely escorted Qi Tianyu back, plus a bonus shocking news that he has regained his abilities." Hearing that, the Liu brothers were thrilled and cheered joyfully. "We've caught a ray of hope." Yu Qingqi also smirked with sheer smugness. The door is wide open for our side to turn the tables this time. Get your asses up and let's go, comrades. The master rescue operation officially begins. Panning the camera inside the lair, the guy in black glasses squeezed out an extremely despicable smile, chuckling as he mocked. You stubborn old geezer. In just 2 more hours your withered body will be melted down by this seat into a top-tier magical artifact. Locked inside the 8 trigrams furnace, Zhu Zongxiu still maintained his composed demeanor, chuckling sarcastically. Warming my seat here for 2 hours is more than enough for my beloved disciples to flatten this place for a rescue, boy. The black glasses guy furiously bulged his eyes out, growling a threat. Those snot-nosed brats. I'm afraid my squad of professional assassins has already sent them to drink Mengpo soup ages ago. Zhu Zongxiu leisurely sat cross-legged meditating in the middle of the fire pan, his calm face mixed with a touch of mockery, unhurriedly clapping back. If that's the case, I sincerely advise you to send some old monsters at the Foundation establishment stage or higher, otherwise there's no chance. Cut the bragging, old man, to clean up a few wet behind-the-ears rookies who haven't even practiced for a month. You think I need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken and invite Foundation establishment experts to step up? Right in the middle of the climax, the steel door was suddenly slammed wide open. A pale-faced grunt poked his head in and stammered a scream. Boss, we've got a situation. Those guys have steamrolled our front door and charged straight into our lair. The words had barely dropped when Tianyu's figure leisurely strode in, extremely casually grabbing the grunt's neck and smashing his head into the concrete wall with a thud. Tianyu bloomed a smile as radiant as the sun, yet full of killing intent, slowly voicing a greeting. Hello, glasses guy, haven't seen you for a few days. Seems like your life is still pretty long, huh? The black glasses boss petrified in shock, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, stammering as he backed away. Tianyu, wasn't your ability already? Ignoring his opponent's babbling, Tianyu swept in like a tornado, straining his neck to roar, amplify my strength tenfold, followed by a sledgehammer punch pounding straight into the black glasses guy's face, knocking the hat off his head and sending it flying up to the ceiling. Taking the vicious uppercut head-on, the black glasses guy ground his teeth until his jaw nearly dislocated, his facial muscles twisting and scrunching up from the stifling anger caught in his throat. In a fit of rage, he frantically slapped a palm strike back at Tianyu, but our student merely tilted his bald head slightly to dodge the lethal blow beautifully. The missed palm blast just kept hurtling forward, tearing up the empty wall behind them. Showing absolutely no mercy, Tianyu instantly gifted him a follow-up punch, packing 1,000 jin of power. Eating the tyrant punch, the guy was sent flying far away and rolled on the ground, straining his neck to screech furiously, "You damn brat, did that trashy guardian spirit back you up again?" In the blink of an eye, the freak's physical body began to swell, sprouting a pair of sharply evil horns, arrogantly declaring war. "All right then, I'm sick and tired of this masquerade too. Today we'll fight to the bitter end." Tianyu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the bizarre creature before him, sternly questioning, "So this is your truly but ugly real face, huh?" A pickled, freakish appearance, molded after devouring the bodies of dozens of immortals. Before he could even finish his sentence, the mutant launched himself forward, darting as fast as a sweeping tornado. Tianyu broke into a sweat that soaked his back, panicking as he muttered, "This god-awful speed is off the charts." Suddenly, out from his beastly hands, sprouted terrifyingly glowing sharp spikes. He frantically thrust those sharp spikes right through Tianyu's flesh, forcing the boy to cough up blood and sending him flying several meters away. Tianyu's eyes bugged out from the gut-wrenching pain. The boy was so bewildered his brain short-circuited, blankly looking up to ask the heavens, "What the hell is this hideous thing?" The abundant spiritual energy from the guardian spirit was being gnawed away to depletion. The monster curled his lips into an extremely sinister smile, smugly patting his chest. "The bone spikes growing on my body are the core materials forged to make the ink cartridge of that cursed pen. Its power is more than enough to mold and choke the life out of any human guardian spirit. Now isn't this great? Your guardian spirit that just saw the light of day has already been permanently packaged and sealed by me." After saying that, the cold-blooded villain ruthlessly yanked his hideous arm out of the boy's blood-soaked chest. Tianyu writhed and curled up, clutching his fatal wound, fresh blood spilling everywhere as he struggled in extreme agony. In the nick of time, Master Zhu Zongxiu's figure tore through space from out of nowhere, valiantly launching an attack at the guy's back. The sinewy old monster didn't hesitate to deliver a palm strike as heavy as Mount Tai, forcing the horned guy face first into the concrete, shattering a large chunk of it. The mutated boss lay flat like a squashed frog, glaring with bloodshot eyes as he growled bitterly, "You wiry old geezer, from which crack did you escape to crawl out here?" Zhuo Zhongshuo puffed his cheeks and widened his eyes, steadily sending a voice transmission into his disciple's ear. "Calm down, kid. You've kicked the butt of his curse once before. Now that you carry the antibodies, you're more than capable of booting it away again." Tianyu shut his eyes tight, grinding his teeth to endure the physical erosion, drenched in sweat as he gritted his teeth and chanted a spell. "Just treat it like purging that lingering ghost from last time and it's done." Diving deep into the dreamscape, the image of Qi Jiang being tightly bound, like a sticky rice cake, by evil vines suddenly erupted in 10,000 rays of radiant light, incinerating all the gloomy shackles surrounding the guardian's spirit. Tianyu suddenly snapped awake and flipped the chessboard, his pupils shooting out deep blue rays carrying a regal aura that overwhelmed everyone. The filthy evil energy was forced out and splattered away from his body. Tianyu held his head high and roared loudly. "Activate tenfold strength amplification, tenfold maximum recovery speed." Then he pointed straight at the villain's face, contemptuously issuing a warning, "You black glasses piece of trash. Throw away your delusion of using that blunt pen to manipulate me right now." The monster was so furious he ground his teeth until his jaw almost dislocated. His eyes streaked with bloody red lines as he screamed in resentment, "You suicidal little brat." He didn't bother saying more, channeling his energy to mold a blinding spiritual sphere, surrounded by dozens of crackling, violently shocking lightning bolts, roaring maniacally as he unleashed the Ma Guangdan move. Tianyu calmly stepped back to take a defensive stance, pulling his arm far back to accumulate the essence of heaven and earth. His eyes sharp as a razor, he loudly called out the name, "Taste my Pai Kong Zhang boy." The brutal force, like a coiling dragon, charged straight ahead, lethally colliding and exploding into the opponent's evil sphere. The ox-horned guy dripped sweat like a drowned rat, grinding his teeth but unable to hold on, forced to squeal in agony like a slaughtered pig, I'm dead." The terrifying pressure from the explosion swept away everything, lifting his elephant-sized body and hurling him far away toward the horizon. The villain flopped onto the ground flat as a cockroach, blood oozing messily from the corner of his mouth, looking more tragic than the word tragic itself. Tianyu propped himself up, panting heavily, his wide eyes dumbfounded, unable to believe the truth. "Oh wow, did I actually kick him into oblivion?" The boy joyfully whipped around to show off a radiant smile, grinning widely as he bragged, "Dear master, I just shaved that bastard's head bare." Zhu Zhongshu stroked his beard with a smug smile, nodding and pouring honey into his disciple's ear. "Excellent job, my boy. Your firepower has fattened up so fast, more than enough to crush that nobody." In the midst of the excitement, Cheng Dong popped out from nowhere, running for his life and shouting his teammate's name loudly, Tianyu. "The bunch of small fries guarding outside have been thoroughly cleared out by us brothers. How's the situation in here? Has the final bloody boss battle started rolling yet?" Tianyu wore a crumpled, helpless face, twisting his mouth and scratching his head as he stammered, "Well, the curtain has already fallen and we're cleaning up the battlefield, boy." "Wait a minute, what alien creature dropped down to make this slimy pile on the ground?" "That's the masterpiece resulting from the Black Glass's boss's transformation." "What the heck? Why did he suddenly sprout such disgusting horns and spikes? Did he overeat junk energy and get poisoned into a genetic mutation?" "Dead wrong, this hideous bareface is exactly his true beauty. This freak was never a creature with a household registration on our Earth in the first place." The remnants of the Black Glasses guy lying flat on the ground ground his teeth, coughing up blood while bitterly swearing, "Damn it, a dignified lord actually biting the dust in this low-level garbage dump." Suddenly he sprang up like a corpse possessed, his crazed, bloodshot eyes resentfully roaring a spell, "Gate of the Otherworld, open for me." In a split second, a super-gigantic, blindingly cosmic black hole tore through the ceiling and appeared, forcing the dumbfounded crowd to turn to stone and crane their necks to watch the anomaly. Cheng Dong was scared out of his wits, cold sweat pouring down like rain as he shrilly screamed, "Oh my god, what the hell is that demonic hole up there?" The old monster Zhu Zhongshuo instantly turned pale, frantically screaming a warning, "We're totally screwed. My dear students, find something solid to hold onto tightly, hurry up." The freak tilted his neck to the sky and let out a savage cackle, shrieking a curse. All you fleas can piss off to another world and make friends with the worms and crickets. The curse came true instantly. Tianyu's entire gang was slurped up by the spatial tornado, limbs flailing wildly amidst the cosmic darkness in absolute panic. Tianyu rolled back his eyes, bulging as big as bowls. The whole crew now looked like a flock of birds with broken wings, tumbling without anchor in the boundless void. Sweat completely soaking his shirt, Tianyu was so bewildered his brain derailed, screaming his lungs out, "Oh God, where the hell is our gang drifting off to?" Zhu Zongxiu ground his teeth until his jaw ached, cold sweat streaming down as he racked his brain to shout back. "This is a realm transit station. Comrades, brace your hearts. We're about to be thrown into another dimension." The camera panned straight to an endlessly stretching desert. Under the scorching, fire-like sun, the youthful body of Qi Tianyu was drying up and curling on the burning sand. Exerting all his life's strength, the boy finally sluggishly opened half a sweat-drenched eye, his cracked lips moving as he muttered, "Is this barren wasteland really the legendary otherworld?" Under the blood-red sunset sky, he stood rooted like a stone statue, staring at the vast sea of sand and muttering to himself. Slipping out of that cosmic black hole only to drop right into this frying pan. All my buddies have vanished. Dragging this crippled body around for 2 solid days, if I don't find a sip of plain water to moisten my teeth, then this life is practically a write-off. His depleted energy forced the young man to crash down onto the sand, when unluckily, a bizarre-shaped black shadow loomed up from nowhere like it rose from the dead and approached. The boy tried to crane his neck up, his darkened eyes suddenly flashing with a faint ray of hope, weakly calling out, "Oh my God, has a savior come to the rescue?" But life is not a dream. Blocking his way was a corpse dried up like it had been pickled, a haggard bag of bones with 2 eye sockets as pitch black as the depths of hell. Tianyu was scared witless, frantically using both hands to claw and crawl backward, his eyes about to pop out as he shrieked, "Good Lord, is this plague of a creature coming to mug me again?" Hiding out here for a few days, apart from the specialty of baked sand, I've only ever run into these raggediest zombies. I'm really done for, man. My limbs have completely gone on strike. What am I supposed to use to run away now? Could my male lead life script really wrap up so lamely in this mud pit? In the midst of despair, an ear-splitting bang tore through the dull space. The stinking zombie was sent to the western paradise by a bald youth unloading a gun. The guy leisurely slung the gun over his shoulder and quipped, "Oh wow, did a human life actually drop into this godforsaken place where dogs eat rocks and chickens eat pebbles?" Tianyu immediately craned his neck around to scrutinize his savior, his guarded eyes brimming with high alert. The camera jumped to the cabin of a dusty off-road vehicle. The bald guy turned the steering wheel while frowning and asking, "So long story short, what's the reason a little squirt like you is wandering all alone in this dump?" Curling up in a corner of the passenger seat, Tianyu furrowed his brow, breaking into a cold sweat to analyze the situation. "Oh wow, did I really pick my life back up? But what kind of underworld gang is this bunch of weirdos anyway?" Smelling the danger of not being able to report the time-traveling incident, he put on an innocent act and stuttered his bullshit. "Honestly, my brain went on strike. I've completely forgotten what my birth name is and why I drifted to this place." A masked guy sitting next to him rubbed his chin and sighed, "Tusk tusk, dropping your memory with a goldfish brain means you're doomed for life, kid." Tianyu immediately seized the chance to casually ask, "If I may be so bold, what are the esteemed names of you great heroes who had the free time to lend a hand and save my pathetic life?" The masked guy changed to a serious tone to drop some knowledge. "We are the Civil Defense Squad patrolling the desert. Since the base is severely lacking coolies, we conveniently pick up living corpses to use as firewood. If you're cool with it, then follow me back to grind. If not, feel free to open the car door and walk into the sand." Qi Tianyu quickly flashed a fawning, opportunistic smile and replied instantly, "Oh well, I'm all alone now with a goldfish memory, so if you big bosses are generous enough to take me in as an errand boy, this young master will be forever grateful." The scene shifted as the armored vehicle made a sharp turn into a massive garage. The masked man patted Qi Tianyu on the shoulder and ordered, "Deal's done. Our safe haven is right in front of us, so be a good boy and get your ass off the car, kid." Stepping foot into the lair in the dead of night, the masked guy jerked his chin to assign tasks. "For the next 2 days, just get used to cleaning up the warehouse. We're really short on manpower around here." Qi Tianyu nodded obediently like a puppy, "Yes, sir." Midst the dead silence, a series of spine-chilling rustling sounds echoed from a dark corner right next to the wall. Glancing into the shabby iron cell, his eyes met a creature with blood-red eyes and hideous sharp teeth. Tianyu was scared out of his wits and cried out in shock, "Dong, Cheng Dong, oh Cheng Dong." The masked man stood with his hands behind his back, frowning in suspicion. "Oh, are you related to this moldy walking corpse?" Tianyu hurriedly covered it up with some smooth talking. "Ah well, my brain just randomly loaded some data. This idiot is definitely my ride-or-die comrade." The burly guy raised a hand to gently rub his metal mask, lowering his voice to explain thoughtfully, "Your friend is pretty tough. The venom is only in its primary incubation stage." He bluntly ripped off his mask, revealing a face covered in patchwork stitches and eyes as demonically red as blood. He calmly continued, "If he's lucky enough to be injected with top-tier Greta serum immediately, he'll easily regain his humanity, gloriously evolving into a biochemical Superman exactly like my glorious self." Hearing that, Tianyu's eyes lit up like car headlights. He frantically grabbed the guy's shirt collar and pressed, "Biochemical Superman or whatever is fine, but where the hell do we dig up that god-tier serum now?" The guy coldly slapped the mask back onto his face and seriously poured cold water on his hopes. "This lair isn't short of drug manufacturing lines. The catch is we're out of raw materials. If you want to brew it, you have to hand over 5 sets of spinal cords ripped straight from the wild zombies." Tianyu didn't hesitate to pat his chest loudly, boldly taking on the job. "Just leave this bloody mission to me. Bringing back zombie spinal cords will be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Don't joke around. This young master's practical combat skills are top-notch." "Pretty bold, huh? A brat like you wants to join the hunting squad too. If you're so tough, step over my dead body in a skill assessment test first, then we'll talk." In a flash of time, the masked man had already taken his stance, towering face-to-face with Tianyu in the middle of a wasteland, the surrounding air thick and suffocating with the smell of gunpowder. "Unleash everything you've got and knock me down. Do that, and a seat in this combat squad will officially have your name carved on it. Brace yourself, man. Be careful not to piss your pants out of fear." Finishing his provocation, the young man channeled his inner energy, pulled his arm back, and fired off a powerful strike. Fach Kong Palm deployed. The stormy palm force struck like a meteor, slamming dead center into the masked man's massive chest, so brutal that it forced a whole chunk of his firm muscles to cave inward. The guy touched his chest in bewilderment and muttered, "What the hell is this? Some hidden weapon gadget. The force is exactly like a compressed air cannon." "Open your eyes wide and admire it, you country bumpkin. This is the ultimate Qigong technique." Without giving his opponent a moment to breathe, the bloodthirsty student swung both arms, unleashing a relentless combo like a sewing machine, roaring triumphantly, "Serve up the continuous Fach Kong Palm." The unlucky masked man became a punching bag, taking the full brunt of a torrential storm of forceful blasts slamming into his chest. Beads of sweat poured down, soaking him completely. He gritted his teeth until his jaw ached, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, if I let him keep blasting nonstop like this, my bones will be crushed to dust." Feeling a sense of dread, the guy had to throw away his pride, sliding his ass backward into a corner to dodge the storm of attacks. Unfortunately, a stray burst of qigong grazed past the hair of a beauty standing on the sidelines watching the drama, forcing her to widen her eyes in absolute terror. Both of them were petrified, jaws dropping as they witnessed a thick armored shipping container heavily dented and emitting a scorching smoke. They muttered in sheer shock, "Good Lord, a solid block of iron like that got slapped into a crumpled mess by him. Kudos to your striking skills, kid. Got any cooler moves to flex on me?" "Your skin is pretty thick, man. Taking my entire combo of palm strikes and still standing tall, you're definitely as tough as they say. This seat here has been upgraded to a biochemical Superman. These trivial mosquito bites take less than 10 seconds to automatically stitch back together, as if nothing ever happened. The trashy power from your Fach Kong Palm is only good for scratching the itch of those high-level zombies out in the desert, kid. If you don't have the ability to decapitate them in a single heartbeat, you won't be able to take down those monsters with super-region genes in 1,000 years. Deal accepted. With your provocation, this young master will stop holding back then. With your monster genes, if I cripple one of your legs, you'll still snap it back together as easily as flipping your hand right. Minor cracked bones and torn flesh only take me half an hour to self-heal. If you're so good, bust out a few basic moves to broaden your old man's horizons." Tianyu didn't say much. He crushed the air with his iron fist, squeezed out every ounce of his power, and shouted, activating 10 times strength enhancement. Exerting all the strength in his life, the young man swung his arm and unleashed a blindingly bright killing move, roaring loud enough to tear the blue sky apart, upgraded version of the premium Fatch Kong Palm. The kinetic cannonball, carrying devastating destructive power, smashed straight into the masked man's leg, its overbearing aftershock shaking him to his very core. The burly guy dropped his jaw in astonishment, then burst into a hearty, booming laugh. Ha ha ha, you really don't hold back at all, kiddo. You even punched right through my defensive armor. He hugged his crippled leg and slumped onto the ground, tossing aside his earlier playful demeanor to seriously give his stamp of approval. All right, your skills have officially passed my assessment. From this moment on, you've got a VIP pass to freely wreak havoc in and out of this lair. In that case, I'll grab my blade and go harvest some spinal cords to save my unlucky buddy. Proved, but let Miss Judy tag along with you. A few low-level zombies might not make you lose a hair, but getting lost in the middle of the wasteland is an easy way to meet your maker. Tianyu beamed, showing off a blindingly bright smile. Deals locked. Many thanks to Senior Judy for taking me under her wing. The blonde beauty let out a long, heavy sigh and beckoned with her finger. Tuck your tail and follow closely behind me. In a flash, night fell. Two zombie phantoms with cloudy eyes and stinking, shredded clothes staggered and swayed through the pitch-black night. Hiding safely behind a rocky outcrop, Tianyu scrutinized the monsters in the distance and whispered his report. Signal caught. There are 3 strays wandering off over there, gorgeous. Judy, with an icy face, waved her hand and ordered, go send them to the afterlife. Like a wild beast uncaged, Tianyu lunged forward, flattening a zombie straight into the dirt. He confidently strained his neck and roared, buffing strength by 10 times. Its stench-ridden accomplices immediately snapped their necks back with a crack, bearing razor-sharp claws and charging in to tear Tianyu apart, accompanied by savage growls. With formidable speed, Judy dashed forward and swung a razor-sharp sword arc, cleanly slicing the monster into 2 mangled halves. Looking at the pile of minced meat on the ground, Tianyu gave a thumbs up and sucked in a breath to flatter her. Your sword-dancing ultimate move is absolutely sick, sis. The female assassin's face remained impassive as she coldly concluded, anyone in the apocalypse has to study these trivial parlor tricks. Right after speaking, Judy tossed 2 glass extractor tubes over to the kid, her face tense as a bowstring as she instructed, pierce those and suck out the spinal fluid, and you'll have more than enough to snatch your best bro's life back. Tianyu swiftly swung his hand and neatly caught the medical tools. He nodded firmly in response, piece of cake, leave it to me. Before he could even start the dissection, a deafening explosion shattered the atmosphere. Tianyu's back was drenched in sweat. He froze, twisting his neck to look around, which faction is setting off cannons with this eardrum-shattering noise. Judy's face instantly went pale as she backed away, screaming in sheer panic, we're totally screwed. That stupid noise from earlier just pissed off a zombie king camping nearby. A humongous, freakish zombie king, dragging a deformed left arm covered in stinking tumors, loomed forward like it was rising from the grave. The girl ran for her life, grabbing Tianyu tightly by the collar and dragging him along. Run for it, kid. Judy violently shoved Tianyu's head down into a bush to hide thoroughly, while the mutated creature outside snorted and growled, sniffing out its prey. The starving ghost of a zombie king reached out and snatched the freshly butchered corpse of its kin, picking it up like a toy. Tianyu was scared shitless, cold sweat pouring down his face as he stammered a mutter, oh my god, it's eating the rotting corpse we just ambushed raw. Judy glared, shooting a razor-sharp look at him, hissing through her teeth in warning, keep your damn mouth shut. The monster suddenly twisted its neck sideways with a crack, casting a bone-chilling gaze toward the 2 of them that made their eyebrows stand on end out of fear. Judy bit her lip until it bled, profusely sweating, as she whispered in a tearful panic, it caught our scent, we're massively screwed. Without a word, both of them immediately bolted, running for their absolute lives. Let's get the hell out of here. The demonic zombie king raised its deformed arm, slowly morphing it to sprout a biological cannon barrel, spitting out a blinding purple beam of firepower directly aimed at their asses. Judy rolled her eyes back in terror, her shirt soaked with sweat as she muttered, a compressed air attack. Its entire upper limb has evolved into a uniquely overpowered biological weapon. Tianyu frowned, trying to look dangerous as he scratched his chin to offer an expert analysis. Isn't this nonsense firing mechanism an exact copy of my Fatch Kong Palm syllabus? Showing zero respect, the young man slammed on the brakes, tearing through the wind as he turned around and charged right back into danger. The older sister tagging along jumped out of her skin and shrieked a curse. "Chi Tianyu, you lunatic, are you tired of living or what?" Chi Tianyu glared with bloodshot eyes, straining his neck to roar like a wild beast. Let this young master hack it to pieces. Facing the biological cannon of the boss zombie king pointing right at his face, Chi Tianyu didn't drop a single bead of sweat, charging straight into the gun barrel as confidently as a god of war. In the blink of an eye, the devil brought down a sledgehammer blow from its giant arm, unleashing a terrifying aftershock that plowed up the ground and kicked up a blinding cloud of dust. But Chi Tianyu slyly scraped his knees, sliding in a smooth line to dodge the attack flawlessly, a supremely smug and cocky smirk hanging loosely on his lips. The dude planted himself right under the stinking beast's armpit, rubbing his hands gleefully. The coordinates of the fatal weak point are right in this little corner. The monster's devastating power churned up the battlefield, sending dust billowing up to blanket the entire sky. Big Sis Judy hugged her head and hid in a tight corner, watching the anomaly while scared out of her mind, screaming his name until her throat went hoarse. "Chi Tianyu, did you ascend to heaven already?" But when the curtain of smoke and dust faded, the godly silhouette of Chi Tianyu loomed into view, still standing with his hands on his hips, acting cocky, his aura overflowing with boundless calm. He casually sneered with a disdainful smile. How could these flashy gimmicks of an airwave explosion ever fool an expert like me? The detonation point and the impact zone of the blast force are indeed as strong as a bull charging a tomb, but the central core is totally hollow with zero pressure, just like walking into the calm and peaceful eye of a storm. This young master only needs to tuck himself right into that loophole, and not even an atomic bomb could make me lose a single hair. He brushed his nose, laughing sinisterly with arrogance as he muttered, "You've fired enough shots, now get ready to eat dirt from yours truly." Chi Tianyu channeled his energy to distort space, roaring to the heavens as he cast the 10 times strength enhancement incantation. Like a flaming cannonball, he flew over and smashed a blinding strike right into the center of the beast's chest, executing the vicious Fatch Kong Palm finishing move. Swallowing the entire life-claiming combo that shattered its ribcage, the monster zombie king tilted its neck to the sky and let out a mournful screech before collapsing into the dust like a ruined wall. Dusting off his hands to clean up the battlefield, Chi Tianyu casually hoisted up the massive segment of spinal cord, grinning broadly to show off his loot. "Hey sis, look at this chunk of goods, is it enough to use yet?" Judy still hadn't picked her jaw up off the floor, breaking out in cold sweat as she stammered in awe, "Truly magical. You beautifully slaughtered a zombie king with just one move. Wow, with this massive amount of marrow, we'd have plenty left over even if we brewed serum for the whole damn neighborhood." The young man's eyes suddenly lit up like he'd struck gold. He hopped around excitedly and urged, "Sweet, then let's run our asses back and shoot up the meds to save my golden boy Cheng Dong pronto." The camera lens panned smoothly back to the refugee camp, just as everything had sunken deep into the lonely night. Inside the rundown lab, the gorgeous Judy racked her brain and bit her lip as if solving advanced calculus, gingerly dropping each sparkling drop of chemicals under the dim microscope. The older sister proudly waved the syringe containing the freshly brewed solution and declared, "The masterpiece is complete. Stick this magic water into your buddy, and he'll be leaping around like a horse in no time." Chi Tianyu gritted his teeth and brutally jammed the massive needle straight into his comrade's carotid artery, shouting loudly, "Cheng Dong, wake the hell up, boy." Cheng Dong, stung by the sharp pain, immediately howled and shrieked tragically. After a few minutes of agonizing death throes, Cheng Dong rubbed his sweat-drenched neck, looked around blankly, and muttered, "Where the hell did we drift to, Chi Tianyu?" Chi Tianyu wiped a drop of sweat from his forehead and smiled awkwardly to comfort him. "Congratulations, my good friend, on losing connection and dropping into another world. If you want to find your way home, we gotta track down the whereabouts of our old master first." Cheng Dong kept his dumbfounded expression, having not yet digested the information, wiping away beads of sweat as he nodded blandly, "Ah, sure." Suddenly remembering something, Chi Tianyu stroked his chin, pretending to be profound as he probed, "Hey Cheng Dong, after consuming that god-tier serum, did you awaken any sick mutant abilities?" His buddy looked as clueless as a cow wearing a bow tie, repeating the keyword with a blank face, utterly ignorant of the ways of the world. What the hell is a mutant ability? Before he could even finish, Cheng Dong's arm suddenly stretched out long and squiggly like a freakish noodle, forcing both men to freeze on the spot, eyes rolling back and jaws dropping. Cheng Dong was scared out of his wits and shrieked tragically, "Oh mother, I've turned into a freakish rubber creature." As the curtain of night fell, Tianyu solemnly clasped his hands and bowed before Judy's vigilante squad, expressing sincerely, "1,000 thanks to you benefactors for taking in this piece of trash for the past few days. It's time for us brothers to pack our bags and go scavenge for traces of our lost comrades." The masked man leisurely pointed a finger to play the tour guide. "Oh, just drag your bodies straight toward the south. There's a bustling village hub on that side." Beautiful sis Judy flashed a radiant smile to add some info. "Down in the south, people are as packed as ants. It's a buzzing economic goldmine for grinding. Wander down there and stick up some missing person flyers. Your chances of hitting the jackpot are way higher." Tianyu's eyes crinkled in a smile as bright as a spring flower as he finalized the plan. "All right, thanks for the golden advice, sis." The older sister gave one last piece of advice. "While you're strolling, remember to scavenge for scrap goods to barter and trade. With loot to grease their palms, it'll be much easier to boss the locals around and get them to help you find people." The young man turned his head, bared his teeth in a carefree smile, and waved, "Memorize the lesson, boss." Judy stood waving goodbye and called out after them, "Be careful on the road, don't let the monsters chew your heads off." The two trudging silhouettes gradually sank into the silent night fog. As dawn broke, the two strapping young men had no choice but to trudge exhaustingly across the red-hot frying pan of the desert under a fat melting sun. Cheng Dong panted heavily, rubbing his empty stomach and whining miserably. "Tianyu, save me from starving, dragging my feet all morning took too much energy. Do you have any biscuit crumbs hidden in your pockets to pull out and share?" Tianyu carefully dug a tiny cardboard box out of his pocket and confessed bitterly, "Before we slipped away, they stuffed me with some dry rations for snacking, but I'm afraid this measly pile won't even last us 2 dawns, boy." Catching a whiff of food, Cheng Dong pounced on the compressed dry rations as quick as lightning, then shoved it straight down his throat, chewing ravenously like a reincarnated starved ghost. While puffing his cheeks and bulging his eyes to swallow that bone-dry biscuit, the guy nodded like a grown-up and judged, "Tusk, at this rate, we'll have to rack our brains for a scheme to hunt some wild game and load up on fat." Heart aching for his lost goods, Tianyu stood on top of a sand dune, jumping up and down while cursing loudly, "You pest! Your grandpa told you these snacks weren't even enough to fill our teeth gaps for 2 days. Why the hell did you shovel everything into your mouth all at once?" Midst the panic, Cheng Dong suddenly flailed his arms and legs, pointing straight at the horizon, jumping up and cheering wildly, "Oh mother, Tianyu, my man, look at that. There's a humongous oasis over there." Slamming right into the vision of the two starving fools was an emerald green lake, embraced by a fence of lush, tender trees stretching out in the middle of the barren wasteland. "Fooling around and sneaking here, we might even hunt a few plump wild animals for a barbecue feast." Hearing this tasty proposition, Tianyu rubbed his chin, evaluating it thoughtfully while nervously questioning in return. "But if we happen to chew on these mutated, radiation-infected creatures in this hellhole, will we get poisoned to the point of puking phlegm?" While they were whispering back and forth, their 2 pairs of owl-like eyes quickly locked onto a deer, sticking its butt up and leisurely slurping water by the refreshing lakeshore. Cheng Dong ducked his head behind a thorny bush, his eyes burning with craving as he gulped down saliva and exclaimed, "Oh my, a wild deer, just looking at that smooth, plump body with 0 signs of mutation already satisfies my belly." Tianyu rubbed his hands together in full satisfaction and quickly sealed the deal. "Sweet. Let's just plant a flag on that short-lived little deer for our brother's lunch banquet menu today." Before their smiles could even fade, the tranquil lake surface suddenly boiled and surged. A spiky crocodile monster, as massive as a bull, tore through the water, lunged up, neatly snapped the neck of the ill-fated deer, and dragged it straight down to the bottom. Cheng Dong bugged out his snail-like eyes, blankly witnessing the drama, stammering in shock, "Holy mother of souls, it's an armored crocodile final boss." Tianyu's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He bitterly hissed a curse through his teeth, "You damn mutated hybrid crocodile creature." Cheng Dong clutched his head, crying out loud with his guts aching in regret. "We're totally screwed, man. How could a delicious piece of bait delivered right to our mouths get snatched away like that?" Unwilling to endure starvation, Tianyu sprang into the air as if he had springs on his feet, diving straight toward the head of the aquatic monster, straining his neck and roaring at the top of his lungs. Today this young master is switching the menu to raw reptile meat to cool off. The scar-faced crocodile, still holding its prey, blankly turned its armored head around. Its cloudy eyes were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend which random suicidal fool was coming to beg for death. The bloodthirsty young man channeled all the essence of heaven and earth into his right arm, bringing down a thunderous strike accompanied by a majestic roar. "Eat a full-on Fatch Kong palm, you beast." The brutal force, carrying a blinding light like the sledgehammer of a thunder god, crashed down with a deafening boom, obliterating the armored shell on the back of the unlucky reptile.